Chapter 1. Haha. After 100,000 years, I have finally come out. A young Chester stood quietly at the border of the Taichu Forbidden Zone, laughing heartily to the sky, with excitement and joy clearly visible on his handsome face. His name was Brent. 100,000 years ago, he possessed a defective spirit root, making it difficult for him to enter cultivation, and thus endured countless cold eyes and ridicule from others. In order to reverse his fate, he ignored his family's dissuasion and resolutely entered the Taichu Forbidden Zone to seek the Destiny Flower to change his destiny. Ultimately, he succeeded and, as wished, stepped onto the path of cultivation, with his strength improving dramatically. However, tragically, he found himself lost in the Taichu Forbidden Zone, unable to find any way out. Time flew by, and he was trapped inside the Forbidden Zone for a full 100,000 years. It wasn't until today that he successfully escaped and returned to the outside world. At this moment, one can imagine Brent's emotions, how stirred up he was. Brent glanced back at the Forbidden Zone behind him, with both reverence and luck in his eyes. The Taichu Forbidden Zone is incredibly mysterious, every step fraught with danger. Those who enter have almost no chance of survival. Inside the Forbidden Zone, countless minor mystic realms are distributed. The minor mystic realm that had trapped him did not harbor shocking dangers, but instead contained boundless opportunities for enlightenment. Not only was this mystic realm filled with celestial treasures, but there were also Chestery mighty emperors and great sages who perished within. During these 100,000 years, Brent used their leftover techniques and elixirs, combined with the celestial treasures inside the Forbidden Zone, cultivating himself to an unparalleled level. Finally, relying on his formidable cultivation, he shattered the void of the Forbidden Zone with a single punch, successfully breaking free. He wasn't quite sure just how powerful his current realm was. In this world, the generally recognized 12 major realms of cultivation are respectively Chi Condensation, Fluid Transformation, Mystic Core, Void Emptiness, Core Transmutation, Cave Emptiness, Tribulation Crossing, Great Accomplishment, Sage, Grand Sage, Quasi-Emperor, and Emperor. As for whether there are higher realms above Emperor, it remains unknown because no one has ever encountered anyone above the Emperor realm. By the time he had been trapped in the Forbidden Zone for 30,000 years, he had already reached the Emperor realm. After another 70,000 years of arduous cultivation, his power kept rapidly increasing. Now, facing cultivators at the Emperor realm, though he might not destroy them with a snap of his fingers, he could easily crush them. Brent felt sentimental, still somewhat wary of the Taichu Forbidden Zone. A place that could imprison him for so Chestery years must certainly hide numerous secrets. However, he was not prepared to delve deeply into it yet, planning to deal with his matters first before reconsidering. At the moment, he desperately wanted to return to his clan to see how they fared. Boom. The heavens ruptured, the weather changed. Brent's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from the spot. After 100,000 years had passed, he wondered what had become of the Chu family. Each time he thought about this question, Brent's mind would ache, the joy of his successful escape instantly vanishing from his face. 100,000 years is too long. Even supreme holy lands may fade away or be replaced over such a span, let alone his small Chu family. Though his family, the Chu clan, was once the leading family in Beihuang City, and his father had attained the early stage of the fourth realm, Void Emptiness, becoming the true top expert of Beihuang City. Yet 100,000 years later, his parents and younger siblings were probably long gone, returned to dust and soil. He vaguely remembered the scene of his adorable younger brother and sister sitting on his shoulders playing around. Sigh. Brent felt a bit melancholy, deciding to go to Beihuang City to search for descendants of his clan, helping them and reviving his family once more. Brent slowly landed at the city gate of Beihuang City, looking at the familiar gateway, a hint of loneliness reflecting in his eyes. Is that Brent? What? Disappeared for 10 years, Brent actually returned. He probably doesn't know about the misfortune that befell the Chu family. 7 years ago, 3 major families suddenly attacked, and the Chu family was wiped out overnight. An uncultivatable trash. Even if he knows his family was destroyed, what can he do? A crowd gathered at the city gate, watching Brent, who appeared not far away, with eyes full of surprise, whispering among themselves. Brent's gaze sharpened, his face showing signs of shock. As in supreme powerhouse, he heard every word of their whispered conversations crystal clear. 10 years. Did he spend 100,000 years trapped in the Taichu Forbidden Zone, while only 10 years had passed in the outside world? So, does this mean his parents are still alive? He could see his younger siblings again. Brent looked at the familiar faces in the distance, his heart racing, unconsciously believing their words. However, those people said his Chu family was exterminated? How could that be? His father was the top expert in Beihuang City. Who could match him? Brent's brows furrowed slightly. Though he didn't want to believe it, worry began to grow in his heart. His figure flickered as he quickly dashed toward the location of his family's residence within the city. Brent has entered the city? Hey, what realm is he at now? How can his speed be so fast? A formidable expert at the third major realm Elena stage, can't even see clearly where he goes. He couldn't cultivate before, right? In just 10 years, could he have had an extraordinary encounter outside? Come on, let's go and see what's happening. Many people were astonished by Brent's speed, rushing swiftly towards the old site of the Chu family. In Beihuang City, at the old site of the Chu family. In front of the dilapidated Chu family gate stood a pillar made of black iron, piercing straight into the ground. An old Chester in tattered clothes was chained to this pillar. Smack! The scar-faced Chester held a barbed iron whip, fiercely lashing it across old Giles's body. Old Giles screamed in agony, intense pain causing his whole body to tremble. Drips of blood quickly dyed his clothes red. Old Chester, 7 years, your mouth is still so stubborn. Still not talking? Where did that useless young Master Brent go? The scar-faced Chester stomped on old Giles, looking down coldly at the old Chester beneath him. Haha, old Chester, what can Brent, that useless one who can't cultivate, do even if he's alive? Just tell us where that waste went, and we'll spare your life. You won't have to suffer this torment every day. Several people standing beside the scar-faced Chester crossed their arms and sneered, watching old Giles covered in blood with mocking looks. Though old Giles's face showed pain, he clenched his teeth and refused to speak, only staring at the person above him with fiery eyes. Humph, you old fool, you dare to look at me like that? Let's see whose mouth is harder, yours or my iron whip. The scar-faced Chester shouted angrily, raising the iron whip again and preparing to strike old Giles. Hold it. A roar rang out like thunder, causing the heavens and earth to change dramatically. With the resonance of the void, a figure clad in green appeared at the entrance of the Chu family's old site. Chapter 2. One glance, heroes are annihilated. Giles. Brent was shocked. Looking at Giles, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, he couldn't believe his eyes. The Hamilton who treated him like his own child and raised him had been beaten into such a pitiful state. Brent's anger reached its peak, and his long hair, which was draped over his shoulders, flew wildly as if stirred by a murderous aura. Die. He cast a cold glance at the young Chester holding an iron whip. You. The scar-faced Chester felt like he had fallen into an ice cave as Brent's icy gaze made him shiver, as if his body were being torn apart, a sense of impending death overwhelming him. Don't kill me. The scar-faced Chester's face changed drastically, trembling with fear as he turned to flee. But how could he possibly escape? An invisible beam pierced through space and struck him instantly. Boom. A burst of flesh exploded, and the scar-faced Chester was shattered by Brent's glare. Giles, how are you? Brent, not caring about anything else, quickly squatted down, breaking the chains binding Giles's body. Then, he took out a high-grade revival pill from his pocket and placed it in Giles's mouth. In just a few breaths, Giles's injuries healed visibly, and even his suppressed cultivation recovered. Master, is it really you? You've returned. Tears streamed down Giles's tough face, his eyes filled with disbelief as he excitedly scrutinized Brent. Giles, it's me. I've returned. Brent gently nodded, helping Giles to his feet. Brent, it's Brent. That good-for-nothing Brent actually dared to return. Hurry to inform Eden that Brent has returned. Haha, since he came, there's no way he's leaving. Kill him. Several people surrounding the area, upon seeing Brent appear before them, rushed towards him with excitement, weapons in hand, aiming to capture him. Scram! Brent glared coldly at the people around him. With an incomparable force, his roar quickly spread out. Bang! In an instant, the charging people had no power to resist. All were shattered by Brent's force. Master, you! Giles stared wide-eyed at Brent, disbelief clear on his face. Those who had just rushed forward weren't ordinary people. Their leader was at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, ranking among the elite in Beihuang City. Yet, before Brent, they didn't have the ability to resist and were extinguished by a single roar. This shock for Giles was akin to an 8-magnitude earthquake. If Master can instantly kill peak Qi condensation realm experts, his strength must have reached the second major realm, the liquid formation realm. Recalling that 10 years ago, their young master was still an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. After just 10 short years, not only did he step into the path of cultivation, but his strength surged rapidly. Thinking of this, Giles's body shook slightly with excitement. If their young master could advance in cultivation, there would be hope for avenging the extermination of their Chu family. This is too unbelievable. He destroyed a peak Qi condensation realm expert in one move. Could Brent really cultivate now? Wasn't he supposed to have a waste spirit root? What's his strength? To be able to crush Louis, who was at the peak of the Qi condensation realm, his strength wouldn't have broken through to the liquid formation realm already, right? Many people marveled. Brent's perfor Chesters utterly defied their understanding, shocking everyone to the point where they seemed to forget to breathe. Giles, tell me what happened to the family during my 10-year absence. Who dared to wipe out our entire Chu family? And who backed them? Brent's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Whoever dared to destroy his Chu family would pay back 100-fold. Giles sighed, a tear sliding down his cheek. His wrinkled face revealed deep sorrow as he lost himself in memory, muttering softly. 7 years ago, the third year after you entered the Tai Forbidden Zone, Ascari was ambushed outside the city. Because the attackers were numerous, Ascari could not hold up under their assault. Severely wounded, he barely Chester-aged to rush into the city alive. Though the family spared no effort to save him, Ascari was poisoned severely, the toxins having invaded his heart meridians. Though his life was saved, all his cultivation dissipated. And the 3 major families in the city had long desired to seize our family's business. Seeing Ascari with no cultivation left, how could they miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? On a night of pouring rain, the 3 major families, accompanied by Chestery experts, stormed into our Chu family compound with murderous intent, carrying out an Inhuchestir massacre. And those heartless beasts, they did not even spare the infants in swaddling clothes, smashing them to death on the ground. Out of more than 580 members of our Chu family, almost all were slaughtered. Only a few Chester-aged to escape with their lives, nearly leading to the extermination of our clan. Hearing this, Brent couldn't help but roar with anger. The intense rage made his whole body tremble, his eyes bloodshot, emitting a thick aura of killing intent. The 3 major families, I will make you pay for your crimes in blood. He never imagined that his family would one day suffer such a tragedy. He could barely imagine the scene of that day. It shook his very soul. Giles, what about my parents? And my younger brother and sister? How are they? Brent's face was filled with shock and anger. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, he hesitated as he looked at Giles, hoping for some remaining hope. The clan head, in the end, sacrificed his life, using up his strength to briefly regain his power, resisting the attack of the heads of the 3 major families. The Teresa took the second miss and third young master and fled through the opportunity created. But the people from the 3 major families wouldn't let them go. In the end, the Teresa was killed while trying to buy time for the second miss and third young master during their escape. The second miss and third young master were severely injured in the pursuit, falling off a cliff into the raging Een River. Their fates remain unknown. At this point, Giles could no longer hold back his sadness, sobbing uncontrollably. Brent's large eyes were bloodshot, his body staggering, lost in disbelief, struggling to maintain his balance, filled with anger and disbelief. They. Brent's lips trembled, fists clenched tightly, feeling a heavy oppression in his chest, unable to breathe properly. He hated himself, hating why he didn't come out earlier. If he had, this tragedy might have been prevented. A surge of overwhelming killing intent radiated from Brent's body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet sharply, as if winter had suddenly set in. Chapter 3. Were you involved in the destruction of our Chu family? The reason this old servant has chest arranged to survive until now is because the 3 great families didn't know where you went 10 years ago, but they knew you value loyalty and righteousness, so they wanted to use me as bait to lure you out for a complete extermination. Tears stained Giles's face, and his complexion was ashen from overwhelming sorrow, but his eyes blazed with intense hatred. Suddenly, Giles's expression changed as he thought of something terrifying. Master, now that you can cultivate again, we should leave while people from the 3 great families haven't arrived. Once you reach supreme strength, come back to take revenge for our Chu family. Wiping away his tears, Giles regained his composure and was about to pull Brent towards the outskirts of Northern Wall City. In his earlier grief, he had momentarily forgotten their current predicament. Now they were within Northern Wall City, surrounded by the 3 great families. If the 3 families discovered Brent's reappearance, it wouldn't be long before they found themselves besieged on all sides. Though Giles trusted Brent's abilities, after only 10 years, no matter how much progress he made, he couldn't possibly surpass the second major realm boundary. However, the 3 great families not only had chestry members, but also plenty of experts, including the 3 patriarchs, who were peak profound core realm masters of the 3rd major realm. If they were intercepted by them, there would be no escape. Master, let's go. Giles ignored Brent's daze, grabbing his hand and rushing toward the city gate. Whatever happened, even if he died, he would ensure Master's safe exit from the city. Planning to escape? It's too late. A rotund young Chester appeared in the distance, holding a folding fan and leading several subordinates who quickly surrounded Brent and Giles, looking at them with cold intent. Brent, I waited 7 years for you, never imagining you, an idiot, would dare to show up. Today, you can't escape. Louis gazed smugly at Brent, leisurely waving his folded fan as though he held his opponent's fate in his hands. Louis, second Eden of the Wong family. Seeing Louis, Giles's face turned deathly pale, and his already tense nerves snapped. His worst fears had come true. If Louis was here, then it wouldn't be long before the other 2 families arrived. Master, you must go. Before more of them arrive, this old servant will do everything to escort you out of the city. Determined, Giles stood in front of Brent, emitting a powerful aura of ional circulation realm. Although Louis was a powerhouse in the second major realm, liquid transformation realm, he had only just ascended to this realm. If he risked his life, he could buy some time to hold off Louis. Louis, don't think you can stop Master from leaving. Giles looked at Louis with resentment, vowing to prevent him from harming Brent at any cost. With that resolve, he had already accepted his potential death. Humph, neither of you will leave today. I'll hang your heads at the city gate as a warning to those who defy the Wong family. Louis's lips curled into a cruel smile as he eagerly awaited seeing his opponent's heads roll. Our Chu family, actually, was completely destroyed. Brent's eyes reddened as he mumbled to himself, unable to breathe due to the unbearable pain of this clan-wide disaster. He slowly raised his head, staring at Louis, eyes brimming with uncontrollable rage, each estimating killing intent that swept across the entire area. Louis, a piercing beam of cold light shot from Brent's eyes, instantly shattering Louis's knees. Louis screamed in agony, his face turning pale from the excruciating pain, collapsing helplessly to the ground. But then, he was lifted by an invisible force gripping his throat, hoisted up to face Brent. You. Struggling futilely, the previous calmness and arrogance in Louis's eyes had vanished, replaced by terror. Brent looked at Louis coldly. Were you involved in the destruction of our Chu family? Quickly release. Blood trickled from Louis's mouth, his face swollen from the immense pressure, bulging eyes nearly unconscious. Be bold, release our young master immediately. Several guards behind Louis angrily drew their sabers and rushed towards Brent. Die. Brent scoffed, releasing a wave of overwhelming power. Pooh. Instantly, the guards who charged were shattered into pieces, their bodies scattered across the ground. Giles stood beside Brent, his eyes fixed on him, also shocked by Brent's dominance. Louis was a powerhouse in the second major realm, liquid transformation realm, yet he couldn't put up any resistance against Eden and was instantly subdued. How powerful had Eden become? Could it be that he had reached the peak of the liquid transformation realm? Yes, it must be so. Only at the peak of the liquid transformation realm would killing an early-stage liquid transformation realm practitioner be effortless. Giles swallowed hard. Though there was shock in his eyes, there was more joy. Why, young master? Giles's face was filled with excitement. Brent was their family's hope for revenge, and naturally, the stronger he was, the better. This. Not only Giles, but also the onlookers who stood far away were all stunned by Brent's strength, too shocked to even breathe heavily. After all, Louis was a formidable practitioner of the second major realm, liquid transformation realm. Yet now, he was like a chick, held in Brent's hand, powerless to resist. In just 10 years, they hadn't expected Brent to grow to such a level. It was truly incredible. Louis, since you dared to destroy my Chu clan, I will wipe out your entire clan. But you won't live to see it. Brent's face was cold, and in Louis's desperate gaze, he crushed him midair. Stop. A large group of people rushed out from the crowd. Seeing Louis being brutally killed by Brent, they charged over, filled with murderous intent. Brent, you dare to kill someone from the Wong family. Today, you will die miserably. A Marcus shouted furiously, his eyes filled with killing intent as he swung a long saber straight at Brent. You're not worthy. Brent stood still, shooting 2 beams of light from his eyes, instantly turning the Marcus into ashes. Puff. Blood splattered onto the ground, staining a large area red. For a moment, Everything became eerily quiet. Even a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 4. It's me. What? Brent That Marcus was a peak second realm powerhouse, yet he was actually killed in one blow by Brent. Could it be that Brent has broken through to the third great realm, the profound core realm? I can't be dreaming, right? The dozens who had just rushed over looked at such an overwhelmingly powerful Brent and showed signs of panic, each one fleeing in disorder. Hurry up. Brent's strength is unimaginable. We can't stop him. Quickly go invite the Patriarch. Have the Patriarch lead the Hamiltons to join forces and annihilate Brent. Many people plan their strategy to suppress Brent while fleeing. Since you've come, then don't leave. Go meet your loved ones in hell for a reunion. Brent spoke calmly. He waved his hand, directly pulling all those people into his grasp. No. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. As these people screamed in despair, Brent slowly closed his palm, turning everyone into ashes within his hand. This. People were moving restlessly. Chestery were shocked by Brent's decisiveness and ruthlessness. They hadn't expected that not only was Brent immensely powerful, but also incredibly daring, to openly kill members of the three major families in broad daylight. This time Brent will surely face insurmountable calamity. Even if he is a third great realm profound core realm powerhouse, he might not escape the pursuit of the three major families. Many whispered among themselves. While they admired Brent's boldness, they also lamented his predicament. The power of the three major families was deeply entrenched in Beihuang City, and they weren't lacking in third great realm powerhouses. Killing Brent would be like taking candy from a baby. Master. Giles stood behind Brent, feeling increasingly shocked by what Brent had brought about repeatedly, leaving him speechless. Although he was worried about Brent's situation, now that things had reached this point, they could only take one step at a time. To think Master's strength had reached the third great realm profound core realm today, so he would take this opportunity to kill some of the three major families' people, avenging part of the Chu family's blood feud first. Alexei, where are you going? Giles shouted loudly. Seeing Alexei standing far away among the crowd, he urgently called out. Master, absolutely don't let Alexei get away. Among those who obliterated our Chu family, Alexei was the most ruthless, cruelly trampling an infant to death. We mustn't let him off. Giles's eyes filled with hatred, veins bulging on his forehead, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, yearning to tear Alexei apart with his bare hands. You. Alexei, seeing Brent's icy gaze, instantly turned pale and fell to the ground, scrambling towards the direction of the Wong family's residence. Giles, rest assured, not one of them will escape. Brent said calmly, his eyes cold, harboring endless killing intent in his heart. He didn't kill Alexei immediately. If he killed Alexei so casually, how could he assuage his burning hatred? He was determined to make the three major families taste the pain of losing loved ones, to watch helplessly as the dearest to them died one by one before their eyes. The genocide of his Chu family, he would make the three major families pay back 100-fold. Giles, let's go. Today, there will no longer be the three major families in Beihuang City. The grudge of my Chu family's genocide requires all of the three major families' people to be sacrificed. Brent's face remained expressionless as he raised his hand and shot a beam of light into the sky, then started walking toward the territory of the three major families. The entire world shook, and a transparent dome appeared above Beihuang City, covering the entire city within its confines. Which mighty person dared to seal off Beihuang City? The whole city erupted in commotion. Many unaware people looked up at the sky in shock. Could someone be invading Beihuang City? Quickly send people to investigate who did this. Many large families in Beihuang City sent people out to gather information. In no time, various rumors flew across Beihuang City, and everywhere there were people investigating. Beihuang City, Wong family residence. Isai stood in the courtyard looking up at the sky in shock, with several Hamiltons behind him. Who dared to do this? Sealing off Beihuang City without consulting us. Quickly find out. Isai's face was cold, a red mole on his cheek flashing with a faint bloody light. The Wong family was the most prosperous of the major families in Beihuang City, yet someone had sealed off Beihuang City without informing them, which was simply courting death. Patriarch, be careful. Suddenly, a startled cry came from behind Isai, and Hamilton hurriedly pushed him aside. A fireball-like object fell straight from the sky, smashing into the spot where Isai had been standing just moments ago. Bang! The earth shook violently as a large area of land was struck, creating a deep crater and sending up a cloud of dust. Who ambushed me? Isai's eyes were filled with murderous intent, his face contorted with fury as he scanned the surroundings for the attacker. Many Hamiltons also looked around angrily. To attack their patriarch in front of so chestery of them was pure madness. Did this person not fear being exterminated? Soon, the dust on the ground settled, and Hamilton with sharp eyes inadvertently glanced at the object in the crater. Instantly, he was struck dumb with shock. Then he rubbed his eyes disbelievingly and looked again into the crater. Yo, young patriarch. Lying in the crater was a person. This person was none other than Alexei, a direct line disciple of the Wong family and the current patriarch's own child. Ricky. Isai cried out in disbelief, his body staggered, barely able to stand, almost collapsing in grief. Young patriarch. Many Hamiltons gaped in horror, their faces a mix of shock and pain. Alexei was the hope of the Wong family's future, destined for greatness, now ruthlessly killed right before their eyes, cutting off the roots of the Wong family. Ricky, my Ricky. Isai's bloodshot eyes nearly went blank, his spirit on the verge of collapse. He rushed frantically into the crater, trembling as he lifted Alexei into his arms, gently rocking him. But Alexei was already dead, his body completely lifeless. Sobs, young patriarch. Who did this? How dare they? Many people, looking at the brutally killed Alexei, could not hold back their tears, their red eyes scanning the area like wild beasts. Who is it? I will destroy his entire clan. Isai, cradling Alexei, roared in madness, his hair hanging loose behind him, emitting an intense aura of killing intent. It's me. Brent appeared with Giles in the sky above the Wong family courtyard, coldly watching everyone. Chapter 5 Ah, you damn people. The crowd from the Wong family stared up at Brent in the sky, their expressions slightly stunned. Chew, Brent. Many were dazed and disbelief filled their eyes. A person who had vanished for 10 years actually appeared today. It's you. Did you kill my Ricky? Isai slowly stood up, his eyes shooting out astonishingly sharp glints. The killing intent around him materialized like long swords, all aimed at Brent. Bang! The ocean-like aura of killing intent didn't even approach within 30 feet of Brent before dissipating rapidly in midair. Not a ripple stirred. The three great families united to exterminate my Chu family. Today, I, Chu, have come to destroy your entire clan. Brent stood quietly in the sky, like a death god, showing no emotion on his face. With his current strength, he had the power to instantly wipe out everyone in the Wong family, but he didn't want to kill them so easily. He wanted the Wong family members to experience the pain of losing loved ones that he once went through. No, he wanted them to feel more pain, 10 times, 100 times more. Humph, such big talk. Talking about annihilating our Wong family. Do you know who you are? Our Wong family could eliminate your Chu family, and we can do it again. The fifth Hamilton of the Wong family stepped out from the crowd. He had silvery hair and a long scar across his face. His eyes stared coldly at Brent. In his view, a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate 10 years ago wouldn't have achieved much even with miraculous elixirs. Killing him would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Dare to kill our young patriarch, I'll surely pulverize your bones. Back then, killing your Chu family was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Today, it will be the same with you. The fifth Hamilton roared as he sprang up and swiftly charged towards Brent. Haha, I used this very hand to strangle your second grandfather to death, and today, I'll use it to choke you too. Go dot. His right hand turned into an eagle's claw, aiming to strangle Brent just as he said. Listening to the fifth Hamilton's words, Brent's eyes flashed with killing intent. His hair flew wildly, as if the world changed colors because of him. Is this the hand that killed my Chu family? Then I'll start by crippling this hand. Brent's voice was icy cold. He released his full energy and instantly immobilized the charging fifth Hamilton. Without waiting for the Wong family members to react, Brent tore off the fifth Hamilton's right arm in front of everyone. Bone-snapping sounds mixed with piercing screams repeatedly reached the ears of the Wong family members. Ah! The fifth Hamilton hovered in the air, violently struggling while letting out terrified cries. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Brent's expression twisted with rage, muttering continuously as images of his kind-hearted second grandfather kept flashing in his mind. That Hamilton Chester who treated him like his own child was gone forever, never to be seen again. Ah! You damn! Brent bellowed with grief and anger, clamping his hand around the fifth Hamilton's neck, making cracking noises. It looked like the fifth Hamilton wouldn't live long. PFT. The fifth Hamilton lost all traces of his former vigor, his face pale, only left with some strength to struggle weakly. Old fifth brother. Two more Hamiltons rushed out from the Wong family crowd. They shockingly glanced at Brent, quickly grabbing their weapons and rushing to rescue the fifth Hamilton. Ah, all of you go to hell. Brent roared, lifting his hand and hurling the fifth Hamilton towards the two Hamiltons. Ah, PHT. The fifth Hamilton, like a high-speed projectile, collided heavily onto the two Hamiltons, breaking their bones and scattering blood everywhere. Bang! A large pit appeared on the ground again. The three Hamiltons lay sprawled in the deep pit, each becoming a pool of bloody mud, dead. Fourth Elder, Grandpa 7. Cries of sorrow echoed from the Wong family crowd. They stared at the brutally slaughtered Hamiltons, eyes glaring red with fury and hatred, wishing to tear Brent apart. Ah, Brent, how dare you kill our Wong family Hamiltons? This vengeance cannot coexist under the same sky. I'll tear you to pieces. I'll flay your skin off, make lamps from your skull to accompany our deceased ancestors' spirits. Annihilated by intense rage, the Wong family members roared as they charged at Brent, seeking retribution for their clansmen. Grief-stricken? Heart-wrenching? This is what your Wong family did to my Chu family back then. Now, I merely let you feel this gut-wrenching pain. Brent landed in front of the crowd from the Wong family with Giles. He looked at them coldly, but the killing intent in his heart had not diminished at all. Boom! Brent watched as the crowd rushed towards him, and he directly raised his hand to press down on them. Hum! A massive palm, grand and vast, covered everyone who rushed forward. Ah! Don't! With a resounding boom, everyone from the Wong family who rushed forward was pressed under Brent's palm, turning into blood mud. This! Brent! The remaining members of the Wong family were all frightened to a halt. They looked at Brent with terror, no longer showing any previous fervor. Their mouths were wide open, as if they had forgotten how to breathe. Whoa, Master, can you see this from heaven? Young Master has come to avenge you today. Giles followed behind Brent, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, feeling both sorrow and joy. He never expected their young master to be so powerful, suppressing the entire Wong family by himself. Isai stood at a distance, watching Brent coldly without making a move from start to finish. As the patriarch of the Wong family, his mind was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The moment Brent appeared, he knew this matter would not end peacefully. From his initial probing of Brent, to letting two Hamiltons attack him later, these events changed his perception of Brent significantly. Originally, he thought that even with extraordinary encounters, Brent could only have reached the third realm at most, which he did not take seriously, knowing he could easily kill him. This was the basis for the fifth Hamilton's boast to brutally kill Brent. But he never expected that after just 10 years, the eldest son of the Chu family had grown to this extent, effortlessly slaying three third-realm Hamiltons of the Wong family. Could it be that his strength has reached the fourth major realm, the Voidmong realm? Thinking of this, Isai couldn't help but shudder violently. Chapter 6. The Demise of the Three Major Families. Isai felt an invisible heavy pressure envelop his heart, as if the entire weight of the universe was pressing down on his shoulders. He closed his eyes, trying to calm his breathing, but the oppressive feeling lingered and could not be dispelled. If Brent had such strength, their Wong family would likely suffer heavy losses this time. But to say they were desperate, it wasn't quite so dire yet for the Wong family. Even if Brent had reached the 4th realm of cultivation, once he entered the courtyard of the Wong family, he wouldn't gain any advantage. The reason the Wong family became the top clan in Beihuang City wasn't just because of the strength of its members. They also had a powerful backing, the Blood Spirit sect. Moreover, a great expert at the 4th realm from the Blood Spirit sect had set up an array within their family. Once someone was trapped inside, even cultivators of the 4th realm would be in grave danger. Einarthermore, he himself was at the peak of the 3rd realm, nearly stepping into the 4th realm, along with 8 other Hamiltons of the 3rd realm in the Wong family. If they all attacked Brent together, Brent would surely die. For now, the best course of action was to stall for time and wait for the family's people to activate the array. Once the array was activated, it would be the moment to eliminate Brent. Brent, what do you really want? Several Hamiltons of our Wong family have already been slaughtered by you. What more do you want? Isai stood in front of the Wong family crowd, looking at Brent with resentment. What do I want? What your Wong family did to my Chu family. Killing a few Hamiltons won't end it. Naturally, I must destroy your Wong family. Brent roared, releasing his aura. Instantly, he shattered over a dozen people who rushed at him. How could Brent not know about the Wong family's underhanded moves? But he didn't stop them, unafraid no matter what schemes they had. He wanted all the members of the Wong family to die in endless despair. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble above the Wong family courtyard. A huge dark cloud appeared over the Wong family, covering everyone below. Boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts struck Brent, trying to reduce him to ashes. Haha, then go to your death. Move. Isai laughed sinisterly, waving his hand to lead numerous Wong family members in attacking Brent. Master. Elder Ian stood beside Brent, showing concern in his eyes, ready to assist Brent against the attacks of the Wong family. Elder Ian, it's fine. Brent said calmly, his expression unchanged throughout. So this is your reliance? Brent's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his hand and pressed towards the array above his head. Boom. The heavens exploded as Brent shattered the thunder overhead with one palm, and then his massive palm struck the array with undiminished force. Bang! The array erupted, and over a dozen cultivators controlling the array were instantly reduced to ashes. What? The array is broken. One strike destroyed it. Impossible. The Wong family members immediately fell into despair. Their greatest advantage couldn't withstand one strike from the opponent and was easily shattered. What? What realm is he? Isai's mouth gaped open in shock, filled only with despair. All his plans seemed like a joke compared to the enemy's overwhelming power. The time has come for the Wong family to be eradicated. Brent spoke coldly. With a light wave of his hand, he instantly shattered dozens of bodies from the Wong family. Then, with a casual grab, he captured several dozen family members, crushing them effortlessly. Brent, you kill people from our Wong family. The Blood Spirit sect will never let you go. Watching family members die one by one, Isai went mad. His hair was disheveled, eyes bloodshot. Holding a long sword, he slashed at Brent. The Blood Spirit sect? I'll settle accounts with them. Brent's eyes revealed infinite murderous intent. He hadn't expected that his Chu family's destruction was related to the Blood Spirit sect. As for you, Isai, your Wong family's downfall is retribution. Brent roared angrily. He pressed his hand against Isai's face and crushed his skull. Then, lifting his body, he smashed it heavily into the ground. Boom. The earth shook, creating a deep pit beneath Brent's feet, while Isai turned into a pile of mud, leaving no trace of his body. Beihuang City, from now on, there is no Wong family. Brent, along with Elder Ian, flew above the Wong family courtyard and pressed his palm downward toward it. Boom. As if heaven and earth were overturned, the original site of the Wong family was transformed into a deep pit, and all members of the Wong family were utterly annihilated. Looking at the downfall of the Wong family, Brent felt no joy. Though the great vengeance for his clan was achieved, those who had died could never come back. Master Ian, let's go. To the Ma family. Brent, expressionless, flew towards the place where the Ma family resided, accompanied by Master Ian. In no time, 2 loud explosions echoed successively in Beihuang City, and the Ma family and Zhang family were both exterminated by Brent. From this point on, the 3 major families of Beihuang City were completely wiped out. The lockdown of Beihuang City was lifted, and the world resumed its clarity. Heavens, the 3 major families were wiped out just like that. It's truly shocking. The Hamiltons of the 3 major families were peak cultivators at the 3rd realm, yet they couldn't even put up a fight. All traces vanished, turning into blood mud. An abyss thousands of feet deep was left in their places. Beihuang City instantly fell into a cacophony of noise. Many people, upon hearing that Brent alone had wiped out the entire 3 major families, were shocked speechless, eyes wide open, unable to utter a word for a long time. The impact of this incident was too great. Since the founding of Beihuang City, nothing like this had ever happened before. The 3 major families were wiped out in an instant. The last event of such magnitude occurred when the Chu family was destroyed by the 3 major families. No one expected their retribution to come so swiftly. The eldest son of the Chu family is truly awe-inspiring. 10 years ago, he was still an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, and now, within just 10 years, he has grown to the point where we can only look up to him. It's truly terrifying. To wipe out the 3 major families so effortlessly, has his strength already broken through to the 4th realm, the Void State? It's truly unbelievable. The 3 major families got what they deserved. It's their retribution. Who would have thought the Chu family would produce such an extraordinary person? Many were astonished, marveling at how astonishing Brent's displayed strength was. Now, with just him alone, he could revive a prosperous Chu family once again. Chapter 7. Then kneel and die before the shrine. Following the downfall of the 3 major families in Beihuang City, the city's dynamics were about to undergo unprecedented changes. Many lesser families were watching for an opportunity, preparing to ingratiate themselves with Brent to elevate their own status. However, the ancient families of Beihuang City did not act hastily. Some new hidden truths. In recent years, the three major families have been under the protection of the Blood Spirit sect, secretly supplying them with chestery valuable items. If the Blood Spirit sect finds out about this, they will certainly not let Brent off. From what I know, the Wong family has an ancestor who is in Hamilton of the Blood Spirit sect. If he discovers that the Wong family was wiped out by Brent, he will definitely come to settle accounts. Moreover, it's rumored that the sect master of the Blood Spirit sect possesses 5th realm Dan transformation power. If they start investigating, can Brent withstand them? As I see it, although Brent is powerful, he is no match for the sect master of the Blood Spirit sect. If he doesn't flee now and gets cornered in Beihuang City, his fate will likely be grim. Many Hamiltons were shrewd. Though the city's landscape would drastically change, they remained as steady as old dogs, waiting for further developments before participating in the redistribution of resources. Beihuang City, the former residence of the Chu family. Brent, along with Giles, re-erected tablets in the ancestral hall, slowly lighting incense and candles. The smoke from the incense curled up, gently scattered by a desolate breeze. Standing before the shrine, Brent was silent. He lit 3 sticks of incense and gently placed them in the incense burner. Ancestors, please rest assured. I will surely avenge our clan's destruction. Brent bowed deeply towards the tablets, vowing silently in his heart. Though he appeared calm, his eyes brimmed with sorrow. Everywhere he looked were scenes of the past. Children laughing, siblings playing, parents' loving concern. Memories flashed through his mind, leaving him feeling lonely and desolate. Unfortunately, all of this had become the past, never to return. The Blood Spirit sect. All because of the Blood Spirit sect. Brent's eyes gleamed with unyielding rage. He couldn't believe that with the strength of the 3 major families, his clan could be so easily wiped out. The Blood Spirit sect must have been chesteripulating things behind the scenes. It's time to destroy the Blood Spirit sect, Brent said coldly, bowing again toward the ancestral hall before turning and walking out. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded in the sky, and a figure clad in green hurriedly flew over. Who dares to exterminate my Wong family? I'll tear their flesh and bones apart. A roar reverberated throughout Beihuang City. The heavens shook as a massive cloud loomed over Beihuang City, and a Chester wielding a green snake sword appeared in the sky. What? The Wong family's patriarch has returned. The Wong family's patriarch is a 4th realm cultivator. He's here to avenge the Wong family. Brent is doomed this time. No matter how strong he is, he can't surpass the Wong family's patriarch. The people of Beihuang City recognized the newcomer immediately. It was Chevy, the Wong family's patriarch. Chevy's voice left everyone shocked. Curiosity piqued. They walked out of their homes, following him from afar, watching the situation unfold. Brent, you dared to destroy my Wong family? I'll extract your soul and burn your remnants with 5-flame divine fire for 100 years, ensuring you never find peace. Chevy, like a demon king, swiftly rushed toward the old Chu residence under the shadow of the vast cloud. Chevy was enraged beyond belief. He hadn't expected his family to be exterminated. When he received news from the Wong family's communication jade tablet, he rushed back, without hesitation. But he arrived too late. The Wong family had already been wiped out by Brent. Brent, prepare to die. With a roar, Chevy drew his long sword, using all his strength to slash down on the Chu residence. He aimed to obliterate the Chu family with one blow, seeking some form of relief for his wrath. Wailing, 9 black dragons encircled the sword, roaring as they tore through the air with unimaginable force. The world darkened in that instant, with Chevy at the center, radiating brilliance. This. Those who witnessed Chevy's attack from afar were shocked, their eyes wide open and mouths agape, as if they had forgotten to breathe. Is this the full power of a 4th realm cultivator? It's terrifying, truly worthy of being the Wong family's ancestor. His strength must have already reached the peak of the 4th realm. With such power, can Brent withstand it? I reckon he will be reduced to nothingness. Many people marveled at the strength of the Wong family's ancestor, and most did not have faith in Brent, believing that he could not possibly endure this attack from the Wong family's ancestor. Humph, Chevy, did you have a hand in wiping out my Chu family? Then kneel and die before my ancestral hall, atoning for the Wong family. A cold voice echesterated from the old Chu residence. Soon after, a massive golden hand rapidly formed in the sky, swiftly pressing down towards Chevy. Boom. The golden hand struck with overwhelming force, effortlessly shattering the green snake sword. It then pressed down on Chevy without losing its momentum. Spit. Chevy let out its senjak, spitting out blood, his bones shattered and tendons broken, forcing him to kneel before the Chu family's ancestral hall. Cough, cough. Horror surged in Chevy's eyes like waves. His gaze was locked on Brent standing before him, his heart pounding fiercely under fear. As a peak 4th realm cultivator, he was half a step away from the legendary 5th great realm. Yet, reality was brutally unbelievable. He couldn't even match Brent in one move. What kind of strength is this? Chevy's heart trembled, filled with astonishment and fear toward Brent's power. Chevy. Brent looked down at him, his eyes as cold as ice, emitting a killing aura like a mountain heavily suppressing Chevy. Chevy cried out in pain, kneeling weakly on the ground, trying to struggle, but finding himself completely paralyzed, unable to move, even slightly. He was forced to kneel before the Chu family's ancestral hall. Cough, cough. Chevy's face turned pale, coughing up large amounts of blood. Shock, humiliation, and sorrow intertwined within him, forming an indescribable force. The heavens regained clarity, and rays of sunlight once again shone upon the earth, illuminating Chevy, who lay gasping for breath, and also on the stunned faces of the crowd. Chapter 8. You must wait for me. Am I dreaming? Someone was muttering to himself in a daze, rubbing his eyes uncontrollably. Only after recognizing Chevy kneeling before the ancestral hall did he believe this wasn't a dream. Ancestor Wong actually suffered a humiliating defeat at Brent's hands and knelt in front of the Chu family ancestral hall to atone for his sins. It's unbelievable. How powerful is Brent? Even cultivators at the peak of the 4th realm are no match for him. The Wong family has met its complete downfall. Ancestor Wong committed countless atrocities, slaughtering an untold number of people. He deserves this punishment now. Many people whispered amongst themselves, casting respectful glances at Brent, too afraid to breathe loudly. Chevy, when you exterminated the Chu family, did you ever think of today? Brent looked down at the kneeling Chevy, with killing intent radiating from his eyes like long blades repeatedly slashing Chevy. Chevy struggled and screamed in anguish, glaring fiercely at Brent with bloodshot eyes, still full of murderous intent. Young Chester of the Chu family, do you know I'm in Hamilton of the Blood Spirit sect? Our sect master is a 5th Great Realm cultivator. If you kill me, my sect will never let you off. Chevy gritted his teeth and roared, struggling desperately against Brent's suppression. The Blood Spirit sect? It will soon be destroyed. Brent gently lifted his head and glanced in the direction of the Blood Spirit sect on the horizon, speaking calmly. You? Chevy stared at Brent in shock, momentarily speechless. With centuries of experience, he realized that Brent wasn't joking but spoke very seriously. Could it be that Chevy felt despair creeping over him, his face turning ashen. If the other party had the strength to destroy the Blood Spirit sect, then his power must far exceed what Chevy could imagine. But, Chevy, you won't live to see the destruction of the Blood Spirit sect. Brent looked down coldly at Chevy, pointing at him with a raised hand. Bang! A light sound rang out, and Chevy was shattered by Brent's single point, leaving no trace of his body. Chevy is dead, killed by Brent. How dare he? Is he not afraid of the Blood Spirit sect's retaliation? Many were shocked. Though they had expected something like this might happen, they were still amazed by Brent's decisiveness, which would thoroughly offend the Blood Spirit sect. What will Brent do next? Will he flee to avoid the storm, or stand up to the Blood Spirit sect? The Blood Spirit sect has existed for thousands of years with deep roots. How can Brent possibly fight them? Many watched Brent while whispering among themselves, creating a cacophony of voices like a bustling market. Giles, please renovate the family courtyard. I'll be back soon. Brent ignored the astonished crowd around him, looked up at the sky, briefly instructed Giles behind him, and vanished instantly from where he stood. Eden, be careful. Giles wore a worried expression, staring in the direction Brent had disappeared, unwilling to turn back. What is Eden Chu going to do? Could he be fleeing? Watching Brent's disappearing figure, someone exclaimed in surprise. As I see it, fleeing is a wise choice. The Blood Spirit sect is powerful. He can't possibly resist them. Don't be mistaken. I feel an overwhelming killing aura from Eden Chu. He must be going to the Blood Spirit sect to Chester Dancers. Unless he has the strength of the 5th Great Realm, he would only invite humiliation by going to the Blood Spirit sect. People debated intensely, speculating about Brent's intentions. Today, Brent's appearance had left them both shocked and continuously amazed. In just one day, he had obliterated 3 major families and even killed in Hamilton of the Blood Spirit sect at the 4th Realm. It was insane. How strong is Eden Chu really? This was the question on everyone's mind in Northern City. They couldn't fathom Brent's cultivation realm, and just his aura alone made them tremble. He can't really have the power to oppose the Blood Spirit sect, can he? Many shook their heads, dismissing such thoughts as impossible. The Blood Spirit sect had been established for millennia, with immeasurable depth and resources. Its leader was a figure they all had to look up to, unreachable and untouchable. For thousands of years, no one dared challenge their authority. Even if Brent possessed the strength of the 5th Great Realm, he couldn't contend with an entire sect. We should wait and see how things unfold. Everyone in Northern City waited anxiously, eager to see Brent's next move, whether he would fight for vengeance or retreat to some remote place. Whistling winds, the wind howled, and a figure moved like a streak of light, rapidly heading towards the northwest. Brent was speeding towards the northwest. Just now, his spiritual senses detected a familiar aura from tens of thousands of miles away. It was the aura of someone from his Chu family. Brent's previously calm heart was slightly stirred. Although he didn't know who it was, that aura must belong to one of his closest people. Why is that aura flickering, gradually becoming weaker? Brent frowned deeply, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The only explanation was that the person from his Chu family was being pursued, on the brink of death, at the end of their strength. Boom. Thinking of this, urgency appeared on Brent's face. He pierced through space with his physical body and vanished from where he stood. You must wait for me. A distance of tens of thousands of miles would take almost no time at all for him to traverse given his cultivation. But he was worried that his clan's Chester wouldn't even have an instant before being killed by the opponent. And several breaths earlier, deep within a mountain range 50,000 miles away from Northern City, a group of over 10 people were fiercely chasing a blood-soaked young Chester. Pablo, where do you think you can run? Who would have thought you could escape for 7 years, making us search so bitterly for you? I will flay you alive to relieve my hatred. Haha, stop running and accept your death quietly. It will be nice to join your dead Chu family members sooner. The group of over 10 quickly traversed the mountains, in the blink of an eye surrounding Pablo. The 3 major families, you destroyed my Chu family. This blood debt, I will repay in this lifetime. I swear to massacre all 3 of your families. Pablo's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in anger. He held a blood-colored long sword, constantly defending against attacks from all around. Humph. Nonsense. You actually think you can destroy our 3 major families? Dream on. Haha, a mere low-rank liquid transformation realm trash, yet you dare to boast. Watch me kill you with just a wave of my hand. The group of over 10 all looked at Pablo mockingly. While continuously mocking him, they also kept attacking him nonstop. PFFF. Pablo couldn't dodge in time and was struck on the chest by a palm, sending him flying. Haha, accept your death quietly. The group laughed gleefully, closing in quickly. As soon as they killed Pablo, their mission would be completed. Chapter 9. You dared to kill a member of the 3 major clans? It was you who made us wander outside for 7 years. Killing you 10,000 times would not be enough to relieve my hatred. A middle-aged burly Chester rushed toward Pablo swiftly. He held a bronze hammer in his hand, slamming it heavily towards Pablo's head. How hateful. I still couldn't avenge my family in the end. Pablo clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were filled with hatred, displaying a face full of defiance and unwillingness to give up. But he had long been exhausted, having lost the strength to resist. Over these 7 years, he continuously suffered from the pursuit of the 3 major clans. His injuries never healed completely, In the long run, he had become thoroughly scarred, with severely damaged sinews, almost losing all combat capabilities. I don't want to give up. His eyes bled tears. With his talent, as long as he had time, he could surely soar into the sky. Otherwise, he wouldn't have Chester Age to enhance his strength by a significant realm in just 7 years. If there was enough time, he could certainly suppress everything, if given an opportunity. Unfortunately, everything was about to end. All his hopes, everything turned to nothing. Even if I die, I won't let you live easily. Pablo roared angrily, his eyes flickering with a light that yearned for death. Biting his teeth, he staggered to his feet. Then he quickly picked up the fallen sword and charged towards the middle-aged burly Chester. As a member of the Chu family, he would never let anyone bully him at will. Even if he died, he would die fighting. What good does it do being unwilling? Accept your death obediently. The middle-aged burly Chester laughed heartily, inadvertently increasing the power in his bronze hammer. Whoosh! That enormous bronze hammer drew a sharp trajectory in the air, moving so fast it nearly produced a sonic boom from the air. It carried an unstoppable force, mercilessly smashing down on Pablo's head. Kill! A look of determination flashed across Pablo's eyes. He roared furiously, knowing he would die but charging forward without hesitation, vowing to fight to the death. Since he could not avenge his family, then let the 3 major clans bleed more. Stop! The heavens trembled, and space suddenly exploded. A tall and impressive Chester with long hair walked out of the void. Bang! With a wave of his hand, he instantly reduced the Marcus holding the bronze hammer to dust. Who are you? How dare you kill a member of the 3 major clans? Seeking death. Someone looked at the appearing Brent and roared, wielding a weapon and rushing towards him. Die! Seeing the dying Pablo, Brent was uncontrollably furious. With a fierce roar, a powerful energy instantly shattered the person charging at him. You! The remaining people from the 3 major clans stared wide-eyed at the youth who appeared suddenly, startled, unable to speak for a moment. Mainly because this person displayed such overwhelming strength, actually arriving here by piercing through the void with his physical body. His strength was far beyond their capacity to resist. To instantly exterminate an early-stage liquid formation realm cultivator with just a glance. How strong is he? However, why does he look so familiar? I remember now. He is Brent, the eldest young master of the Chu family. He disappeared for 10 years. Not only did he not die, but he appeared here. The remaining 10 people watched the sudden appearance of Brent, feeling both shocked and angry. They stood afar, not daring to make any rash moves, exchanging rapid glances to devise a strategy. Mac, how are you? Brent didn't have time to pay attention to those people. He quickly descended beside Pablo, gently supporting him and feeding him a pill. Looking at Pablo's heavily injured body, Brent felt enraged yet touched, his eyes dazed. Pablo was the second son of his uncle, 7 years younger than him. Back then, Pablo always followed him like a shadow, lively and adorable, albeit very timid. Even seeing a mouse would scare him enough to cry for a long time, and he had mocked him for it for a while. Just now, Brent heard everything Pablo said before he died. That indomitable and unyielding character, the belief in death-defying resolve, left him deeply moved. He hadn't expected that after 10 years, Pablo had become a towering, upright Chester. He dared not imagine what experiences Mac had gone through over the years. What tragic events led to his growth to this day? Fan brother. Pablo looked at the person in front of him in disbelief, gaping wide, rubbing his eyes. He had already resolved himself to die, preparing to take the other person down with him. Who could have thought that in this life and death moment, someone would save him? Moreover, the person who saved him was from the Chu family, someone he had missed for 10 years. Mac, it's me, I'm back. Brent sighed softly and gently patted Pablo on the shoulder. Brother Fan, is it really you? You're back. Pablo's lips quivered as his eyes constantly examined Brent. His expression was agitated, as if there were endless sorrows to tell. Brother Fan, do you know? Our clan was wiped out by the other 3 major clans in the city 7 years ago. Over 500 people in our clan. Almost all of them were killed. So, in the chaos, with Elon's help, I barely Chester Age to escape with serious injuries. But the people from the 3 major clans wouldn't let me go. They've been sending people to hunt me down all these years. Brother Fan, you must avenge our clan's destruction. Pablo stood behind Brent, crying his heart out, his body swaying unsteadily. These past 7 years, he constantly hid from pursuers, always wiping his wounds alone, silent and taciturn, never expressing the pain in his heart. Now meeting Brent, he poured out all the hidden sorrows in his heart, collapsing emotionally in an instant. I know, I am aware of everything. Mac, rest assured, I will avenge the destruction of our clan. The 3 major clans have already been completely wiped out by me. Next, it's the Blood Spirit sect's turn. Brent spoke calmly, his gaze sharp like a sword, piercing the people from the 3 major clans before him. Brother Fan, you said the 3 major clans have been destroyed. Pablo stared dumbfounded at Brent, thinking he must be hearing things. The 3 major clans were high and mighty, with profound strength. Their patriarchs were well-known strong figures, far beyond his reach. Never would he have thought that those towering powers could be wiped out in an instant by the person before him. It felt like a dream. Chapter 10. Why are we going to the Blood Spirit sect? To annihilate it. Boy, what nonsense are you spouting? The 3 great families, exterminated by you? Impossible. To speak such arrogant words. You think you can destroy our 3 great families? Our family patriarch is a cultivator with 1 foot in the 4th realm. Who could defeat him? The people of the 3 great families looked at Brent with shock, not daring to believe what he said. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to wipe out their 3 great families alone. Humph. Ask your patriarch when you die. Brent paid no heed to them at all. He reached out his hand and grabbed towards the people of the 3 great families. You? What are you going to do? Seeing Brent's cold eyes, the people of the 3 great families were instantly terrified into silence, trembling and quickly retreating as their legs weakened. What am I going to do? Of course, it's to send you down there for reunion. Brent was merciless, grabbing everyone in an instant and then crushing them fiercely. No. Brent, my 3 great families will never let you off. Many people screamed in despair before dying, but no matter how they struggled, they could not escape from Brent's grip. all turned into bloody pulp. This, Pablo watched as Brent so effortlessly destroyed the entire group of opponents, stunned speechless, unable to say a word. Earlier, he hadn't quite believed what Brent had said, but now, he had seen Brent's power. Those powerful pursuers who had driven him into a corner were actually wiped out by his brother Fan in one confrontation. This was too astonishing. Mac, follow me. We're going to the Blood Spirit sect. Brent turned away expressionlessly, waving his hand to carry Pablo along as they vanished from the spot. Brother Fan, why are we going to the Blood Spirit sect? To annihilate it. Brent spoke calmly, though his tone was light. His expression was very serious. Annihilate the sect. Pablo stared at Brent in shock, drawing in a sharp breath. The leader of the Blood Spirit sect was a fifth great realm Dan transformation powerhouse, capable of obliterating 1,000-mile territory with just a wave of his hand, almost like an unmatchable character, Invincible. Although he knew of Brent's strength, he never imagined that Brent could contend with someone in the fifth great realm of Dan transformation. Could it be that brother Fan? Pablo looked at Brent with glowing eyes, waves of excitement rising in his heart. He couldn't imagine how strong Brent must be to casually talk about destroying the Blood Spirit sect. Whoosh whoosh. A fierce wind howled as a leaf-like spirit boat rapidly traveled through the sky. After consuming several pills given by Brent, Pablo's injuries were fully healed, his complexion becoming rosy, and his realm significantly advanced. He was now a peak fluid formation realm cultivator. Brother Fan. Pablo, dressed in a green robe, exuding a refined aura, slowly walked up behind Brent. Mac, tell me everything you know. What role did the Blood Spirit sect play in the destruction of our Chu family back then? Brent stood at the bow of the spirit boat, gazing intently in the direction of the Blood Spirit sect, a faint killing intent lingering around him. Pablo's face showed sorrow. He gently shook his head, closed his eyes, and began recalling those tragic scenes from the past. After our patriarch returned gravely injured, I learned from my father that he was ambushed by mysterious people halfway. One of the black-robed figures used a technique similar to the Blood Spirit sect's 7-kill blood thirst technique. This technique is extremely vicious. Once struck, one would be poisoned fatally without any cure. That's also why the patriarch lost his cultivation. And later, when the three great families attacked our Chu family, I saw several black-clothed figures reaping our clansmen's souls, which closely resembled the Blood Spirit sect's cultivation method. So everything related to the annihilation of our Chu family is undeniably connected to the Blood Spirit sect. Hatred filled Pablo's eyes, his body trembling from profound pain. He had witnessed his relatives being cruelly killed right before his eyes, feeling powerless to do anything but flee in disgrace, a wound that plagued him his entire life. Blood Spirit sect. Brent roared in anger, his eyes brimming with intense killing intent. His fists clenched tightly. This indeed involved the Blood Spirit sect, all driven by their machinations behind the scenes. He wished nothing more than to immediately obliterate the Blood Spirit sect. What did you see just now, Mac? Souls. Brent listened intently to Pablo's recounting, his eyes suddenly gleaming. He turned around urgently, looking at Pablo intently. Mac, you mean the souls of our Chu family clansmen were all taken away by the cultivators of the Blood Spirit sect? Pablo was startled by Brent's action. He slowly nodded. Yes. Back then, I saw with my own eyes the patriarch and some clansmen's souls being sealed into a black gourd by a chester in black. So, there's still a possibility that the souls of the clansmen exist in this world? A glimmer of hope sparked in Brent's eyes, his whole demeanor becoming visibly agitated. Why yes. Pablo blankly nodded, not understanding why Brent was so agitated. If I can obtain their souls, even just those faint remnants, there would be hope to reignite the fire of life within them. Brent clenched his fists tightly until his knuckles turned white, as if trying to condense all his strength into this moment. The killing intent in his eyes burned like a raging flame, yet amidst this inferno, a rare warmth flickered, longing for his clansmen, nostalgia for the past, yearning for the future. From now on, whether it's scouring the heavens or descending into the underworld, or braving the 9 forbidden zones, no matter how slim the chance, I will spare no effort. Brent's voice echoed in the wind, filled with determination and persistence. Brother Fan, you can revive those deceased clansmen? Pablo's eyes reddened upon hearing Brent's words. He was visibly agitated, trembling slightly, completely struck by this astonishing news. He never dared to dream that one day he could see his deceased clansmen revived. Brent nodded, sighing lightly. All this hinges on whether the people from the Blood Spirit sect haven't refined their souls away. As long as we can obtain their souls, there might be a slight possibility of what I said coming true. But 7 years have passed, everything is hard to say. Brent's excited heart felt a pang of disappointment. He feared the Blood Spirit sect had snuffed out his last sliver of hope. Yes, it has been 7 years, too much time has passed. The light in Pablo's eyes dimmed as well. Even with a method to revive them, they had to face this harsh reality. Chapter 11. Blood Spirit Sect. Blood Spirit Sect. The cultivation techniques practiced by the Blood Spirit Sect were extremely brutal, chestery of which involved cultivating with souls. Ordinarily, when people spoke of the Blood Spirit Sect, they would shudder in fear. This was because everyone in the Blood Spirit Sect was ruthless and cruel. They would wipe out an entire village without any provocation just to gather souls for their evil practices. Over thousands of years, countless lives had perished at their hands. Even families that refused to comply with them would be wiped out without a word. The Blood Spirit sect was also the largest sect within this 10,000-mile radius, with deep reserves. Despite knowing about their brutality and indiscriminate killings, Chestery people dared not speak up or resist. All the people living within this vast area led lives filled with suffering, feeling helpless and desperate. Many families started affiliating themselves with the Blood Spirit sect to survive, becoming complicit in their rule and serving as their dogs. After this incident, Brent speculated that perhaps his clan was destroyed because they refused to heed the Blood Spirit sect's orders to commit massacres and collect souls for them. Blood Spirit sect. Indeed, it should be annihilated. Brent's eyes burned with intense killing intent. Everyone in the Blood Spirit sect, from top to bottom, bore the blood of countless innocent lives. All of them deserved death. At the same time, Brent was also deeply concerned that the souls of his family members might have been hard to preserve in such an environment and could have already been refined away. We must get there as soon as possible. An urgent feeling rose within Brent. Every second he arrived earlier meant one more second of survival for his clansmen. Open! Brent roared angrily, raising his hand and striking the void before him with a palm. Boom! The earth trembled, thunder roared, and a shocking rift appeared in the void. A small boat shot through it, arriving instantly at the entrance of the Blood Spirit sect. Where is the master of the Blood Spirit sect? A grand and resonant voice echoed across 1,000 miles, startling everyone within the entire Blood Spirit sect. Bang! The aura Brent emitted casually shattered the mountain gate of the Blood Spirit sect into pieces, causing cracks to spread across the ground. The dozen disciples guarding the gate were turned into ashes by the shockwave. Huff huff! Brent stood before the Blood Spirit sect's mountain gate, accompanied by Pablo. Their killing intent radiated outward, chilling the entire world like a bitter winter. Who dares to destroy the gate of the Blood Spirit sect? The sudden event stunned the disciples guarding the gate. For thousands of years, the Blood Spirit sect had always been supreme. No one had ever dared to challenge their authority. Unexpectedly, today someone ignorant enough came seeking death. In an instant, dozens of cultivators rushed out from the mountain gate. Led by an Hamilton Lee Chester with white hair, they stood before the now ruined gate, staring up at Brent and his companion, their killing intent brimming. How dare you? To destroy the gate of the Blood Spirit sect is courting death. The Hamilton Lee Chester was furious. With his silver hair and youthful appearance, he wielded a blood-red soul-devouring banner and charged straight at Brent. Wail! The banner swirled with countless souls, dark clouds covering the sky, howling and screaming as if trying to envelop Brent and turn him into bloody water. Get lost! Brent stood calmly, unflinching. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of essence energy. Boom! The heavens exploded, the sun blazing overhead. That stream of essence energy transformed into a ball of fire, instantly burning the soul-devouring banner to ashes. Its power undiminished, it struck the Hamilton Lee Chester. Ah! The Hamilton Lee Chester screamed as he exploded like a burning meteor, taking the lives of most of the ordinary disciples behind him. T2 terrifying. What level of cultivation does he possess? Elder Ma is a great expert at the third realm, yet he was reduced to ashes in one breath. Quick, escape. Go fetch the inner sect Hamiltons. The remaining dozen disciples fled frantically, terrified beyond measure. Help! Help! We're under attack. People yelled, their faces pale, fearing for their lives. Mac, let's go. Brent expressionlessly led Pablo towards the mountain gate. Simultaneously, he raised his hand and hurled several massive array pillars. The earth shook, and much like by Xiuxian, a huge ceiling array enveloped the entire Blood Spirit sect. He refrained from annihilating the entire Blood Spirit sect in one strike, because he was concerned that the souls of his clan members might still exist. If he were to be Gila the people of the Blood Spirit sect, in their desperation to save themselves, they might sacrifice the souls of his clan members without hesitation. That would be an unbearable pain for him. The best course of action now was to find the souls of his clan members before the Blood Spirit sect knew his true intentions. As long as he could locate and recover the souls of his clansmen, he would have nothing more to worry about. Carrying Pablo with him, Brent stepped steadily into the mountain gate of the Blood Spirit sect. Inside the sect, a wave of bloody air hit them, causing chills to run down their spines. Around them, skulls were scattered everywhere, and eerie white bones shimmered under the moonlight. Blood pools dotted the area, their waters dark red like blood, emitting a strong stench. Blood-red mist enveloped the world, spreading like the sighs of evil spirits across the sky. It seemed like this place was a living hell, with mournful cries echoing incessantly through the valleys. Brent's first step into the Blood Spirit sect left him shocked at the sight before him. Though he had seen Chestery cruel and bloody scenes before, this one surpassed his imagination. Everywhere he looked, there were scenes too gruesome to bear, with countless creatures brutally tortured, hung by iron chains, soaked in blood pools, using their blood and souls to supply the disciples' cultivation. This is just too cruel. Pablo stared wide-eyed at these tragic sights, speechless from shock. I've heard of the brutality and evil of the Blood Spirit sect, but I never expected it to be even worse than rumored. Brent sighed softly. Such an evil sect must have harmed countless innocent lives. The Blood Spirit sect indeed deserves to die? They all deserve to die. Thinking of the suffering of the Chu family at the hands of the Blood Spirit sect, Pablo's eyes turned bloodshot, clenching his fists tightly, roaring with hate. Not one of them will escape. Brent spoke sternly, his eyes burning with intense killing intent, leading Pablo quickly toward the depths of the Blood Spirit sect. Chapter 12. Annihilation with one palm. Boom. Bang. Sword auras radiated from Brent, slicing all the disciples he encountered along the way into pieces. No. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. I've never done anything that defies heaven and reason. I'll fight you to the death. Whether pleading for mercy or roaring in defiance, countless disciples fell under Brent's feet, turning into piles of minced flesh. Brent's eyes were icy cold, devoid of any pity. Everyone who crossed his path met their end at his hands. None of the Blood Spirit sect disciples were good people. Even those kneeling and begging for mercy, claiming they had never done wrong, reeked of blood, testimony to the countless lives they had brutally taken. In a fit of rage, Brent struck him down to ashes, even scattering his soul. Within mere breaths, corpses lay strewn across the entire Blood Spirit sect, as countless disciples were slaughtered by Brent. Why haven't we found them yet? Rushing into the inner sect with Pablo, Brent frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. After so long, he still hadn't felt the soul vibrations of his clansmen, as if they had never existed. Could it be that their souls had already been completely refined by the Blood Spirit sect? No, it can't be. Brent's face was grim, tense. He refused to believe it. Stop right there. To dare intrude upon our Blood Spirit sect and slaughter my sect's disciples, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Young one, I will extract your soul, sentencing you to eternal torment in hellfire. 9 blood-robed elders swiftly flew out from the depths of the Blood Spirit sect. They each exuded overwhelming power, roaring in fury as they rushed toward Brent, aiming to subdue him quickly. Haha, look, the 9 inner elders have come to save us. Yay, we're saved, finally saved. Kill him quickly. I want to eat his flesh, drink his blood. Fear lingered on the faces of Chestery disciples. Upon seeing the 9 towering figures of the Hamiltons approaching like mighty mountains, they breathed sighs of relief, exhaling deeply. However, once they reached what seemed like safety, their fear turned into cruel and resentful gazes. Brother Fan. Pablo stood behind Brent, looking nervous, anxiety etched on his face. The Hamiltons' imposing presence was too overwhelming, their blood clouds resembling demons risen from hell. Moreover, they were numerous. Though he trusted Brent, he couldn't help but feel uneasy witnessing such a scene. Why not here? Why not here? Brent's heart felt like a desolate wilderness swept by winter winds, empty and cold. He stood there, head bowed, trembling slightly, as if the world had lost its color. Just then, waves of chilling killing intent pierced through the air, directly targeting Brent. Brent abruptly lifted his head, only to see 9 ferocious-looking Hamiltons wielding magical artifacts, charging at him with murderous intent. You seek death. Brent roared in grief and anger, flames of fury blazing in his eyes. His voice echoed like thunder, filled with endless sorrow and killing intent. Unable to find the souls of his family members, he would make everyone in the Blood Spirit sect pay with their lives. Boom. Brent stepped forward, palm extended, striking out viciously towards the 9 Hamiltons. How dare you, young Chester, how audacious of you. Feeling greatly insulted, the 9 Hamiltons grew red-faced with rage, unleashing deadly attacks on Brent. Roar. Instantly, 9 blood-charged dragons rapidly materialized from their hands, roaring fiercely as they lunged at Brent. Scram. Brent's palm seemed like a world-destroying hand, large as Mount Tai, powerful enough to split heavens. It tore rifts in the air, slamming down upon the 9 Hamiltons. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. The massive palm obliterated the 9 dragons effortlessly and then continued its forceful strike against the 9 Hamiltons. No. Pooh. The 9 Hamiltons screamed in despair, engulfed in flames, all struck by the colossal palm, instantly turning into rubble. Boom. The remaining force of the giant palm destroyed 3 mountain peaks before hitting the ground, creating a crater miles wide before finally dissipating. The 9 elders, this. The Chestery disciples watching from afar were struck dumb by the horrifying scene unfolding before their eyes, their expressions frozen in shock. They had initially worn smug grins, eagerly anticipating the brutal and cruel demise of Brent. But what happened next was like a bolt of lightning that exploded in their hearts, leaving an indelible mark. The 9 inner Hamiltons with their formidable combat strength crumbled under Brent's thunderous palm as if they were made of paper. The sight was akin to 9 mere ants being effortlessly crushed beneath a giant's foot, appearing so insignificant and powerless. The impact of this scene was too staggering for the disciples to believe. They secretly conjectured that even if their patriarch were present, it might be challenging to defeat these 9 Hamiltons with such ease. Brent's strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. Pablo stood quietly beside Brent. He raised his hand and slowly rubbed his eyes, which were slightly dazed from shock. Facing the combined assault of the 9 Hamiltons, Brent remained calm and composed. He casually raised his hand as if brushing away a speck of dust, lightly pressing down on the 9 Hamiltons. And then, there was nothing more. Under Brent's casual strike, the 9 Hamiltons had no power to resist and instantly turned into rubble, disappearing into the air. Even Pablo was completely stunned by this. So powerful. Run for your lives. Many people looked at the distant Brent as if he were a god of death emerging from hell, all terrified, and immediately fled back towards the depths of the sect, without any trace of their earlier arrogance. All of you stay here. Brent gave a cold snort, his gaze sweeping over them. Clang. Countless sword auras radiated from Brent's eyes, piercing through the void as they rapidly shot toward the disciples. Pooh, don't kill me. This cry, once beloved by the Blood Spirit sect disciples, now became their final scream before death. In a single breath, countless disciples were shredded by Brent's sword auras, leaving not a trace of their remains. Stop! A roar echoed across the heavens. From the depths of the Blood Spirit sect, several hundred blood-drenched powerhouses emerged slowly. At the forefront was a Chester wearing a purple gold crown, dressed in a robe adorned with colorful auspicious clouds, holding a 3-inch tall blood-red jade tripod floating in his left hand, casting icy shadows as he surveyed Brent. Chapter 13, What Dare I Not Do? That. Brent slowly lifted his head and looked at the dozens of people from the Blood Spirit sect. His gaze was immediately locked onto the blood-colored jade tripod in the hands of Fagin, the sect master of Blood Spirit sect. He actually detected a trace of familiar aura within the blood-colored jade tripod, the souls of his family members. Although he did not know exactly who they were, their souls indeed still existed. Those dearest to him had not completely vanished. There was still hope for them to be revived. Brent's expression turned somewhat agitated, his lips quivered slightly, and an overwhelming wave of emotion surged in his heart. As long as they exist. Brent murmured excitedly to himself, slightly relaxing his tightly strung nerves. The blood-colored jade tripod, I must obtain it. Brent's eyes narrowed with determination. However, before obtaining the blood-colored jade tripod, there was one more thing he needed to do. These beasts of the Blood Spirit sect had caused the deaths of countless innocent lives. Even being torn apart would be too merciful for them. If he easily crushed them, wouldn't he be letting them off too easily? Only by letting them die in endless pain and despair would they regret the sins they committed. Huff. Breathing heavily, Fagin led hundreds of strong warriors and slowly approached Brent, stopping 10,000 meters away, standing opposite him in midair. Who are you? Why did you dare to intrude into my sect, slaughtering innocents? Instantaneously, the killing intent emitted by hundreds of people felt like countless invisible blades, all cutting towards Brent, trying to shred him. Bang! The void trembled as all the attacks exploded suddenly 100 meters away from Brent, failing to threaten him even a little bit. Innocent weaklings? For so Chestery years, has the Blood Spirit sect committed few enough killings? Can you count how Chestery lives have died at your hands? Brent, accompanied by Pablo, slowly ascended until he stood directly in front of Fagin, looking at him calmly, composed, and unperturbed. What is your real purpose here? Fagin's eyes flickered with cold light. He knew that Brent was no ordinary person. This suddenly appearing youth exuded an aura that made him feel inexplicable pressure. He did not believe that Brent came merely for those insignificant ants. There had to be some greater scheme behind this. Today, I came here for one purpose only, to exterminate your sect. Brent looked coldly at Fagin and others, speaking as if discussing something trivial, completely unfazed. Arrogant. Haha, what audacity. Talking about destroying our Blood Spirit sect. Do you really think you have the qualifications? Haha, just a greenhorn, presumptuous and ignorant, thinking that having a bit of power means everything. I can crush you with one hand. Hearing Brent's words, numerous Hamiltons were furious, their eyes shooting beams of bloody light, wishing they could tear Brent to pieces immediately. Really? You think you can crush me with one hand? Let's see who will crush whom. Brent slowly turned his head, looked at the red-haired Hamilton, his eyes glowing with cold light, and then fearlessly raised his hand and reached out towards the Hamilton. How dare you? Enraged, the red-haired Hamilton spat out a blood-colored Hutchester head which rushed toward Brent's palm. Bang! The void shook as Brent smashed the blood-colored head with one palm, then continuously shattered several protective spirit artifacts belonging to the Hamilton. Finally, with the Hamilton's terrified eyes watching, he grabbed him firmly. Cliff, Brent. The remaining Hamiltons hurriedly tried to intercept Brent's right hand, but all their attacks were easily dissipated by Brent, unable to hinder him at all. You, the red-haired Hamilton looked at Brent in shock and terror. As a cultivator at the intermediate stage of the fourth major realm, he was completely defenseless, held in Brent's grip like a small chick. Let go of me. The red-haired Hamilton struggled frantically, but no matter how hard he fought back, the opponent's hands felt like they were made of metal, holding him tightly, immovable. Do you really think you can crush me with one hand? Brent showed no emotion on his face, looking down at the red-haired Hamilton in his hand. In front of Chestery Hamiltons, he began to grind the Hamilton with one hand. Save me. The red-haired Hamilton revealed a look of utter despair, helplessly pleading for rescue. Stop. Elders far away roared, but they were too late, forced to watch helplessly as the red-haired Hamilton was easily crushed by Brent. Amidst the cries of agony, the red-haired Hamilton was ground into ashes by Brent's single hand, ending his wicked life. Too outrageous. Attack together and quickly destroy him. I want to refine him into a blood puppet, ensuring he never achieves liberation. Hundreds of Hamiltons roared in unison, each one rushing toward Brent with uncontrollable fury, using lethal moves to quickly suppress him. How dare you kill my eldest brother? I will extinguish your 3 souls and 7 spirits. And Hamilton with green hair roared as well. His eyes glowed ominously as he transformed into a 100-jong-tall blood puppet, lifting his foot to stomp on Brent, intending to crush him alive. In previous battles, no one would ever crush their opponent with their feet unless the adversary was too weak, like squashing an ant. The action of the green-haired Hamilton clearly demonstrated his disdain and humiliation towards Brent. Looking for death, Brent's face was cold, and his whole body rumbled. A wild beam-like aura surged out like 1,000 armies, overwhelming all those Hamiltons. Step back. Hundreds of Hamiltons were forced to retreat in unison, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Even some weaker Hamiltons were directly shattered in the sky by this force. The green-haired Hamilton, who had transformed into a 100-jong giant, also wobbled under the impact. He forcefully planted his huge foot into the ground, gritting his teeth to prevent himself from retreating. Just you? You want to step on me with your foot? Brent's eyes were icy cold. His figure soared dramatically, instantly transforming into a towering war god 1,000-jong tall. He lifted his right foot and stomped down heavily toward the green-haired Hamilton. How dare you? The green-haired Hamilton, red-eyed with fury, clenched his blood-red fists and hammered fiercely at Brent's big foot. Several Hamiltons standing beside the green-haired Hamilton also glared angrily at Brent, swiftly attacking in an attempt to shatter Brent's foot. What do I dare not do? Brent spoke calmly, without any hesitation, his right foot continuing its advance fearlessly. Whoosh! Brent's right foot exuded a desolate aura, with majestic momentum that could crush all realms. Even the void cracked due to the sonic boom it caused. Kill! The green-haired Hamilton, along with several other Hamiltons, all red-eyed, desperately resisted Brent's enormous foot. But ultimately, they horrifyingly realized that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't budge the foot at all. They could only watch helplessly as the giant foot rapidly loomed before them. Chapter 14. A step to crush all elders. Bang! Bang! The huge foot shattered everything, breaking all attacks in the void with overwhelming force, continuing its unstoppable step towards the Hamiltons like Monroe. No, the Hamiltons under the giant foot were no longer composed as they had been. Their hearts were now full of panic and their faces showed utter despair. They no longer had a chance to escape since Brent had blocked all retreat routes. The huge foot connected with the great principles of heaven and earth, freezing the space around it, sealing off all possible escape paths. Kill. No, I don't want to die. In the face of death, everyone was equal. Even powerful Hamiltons could not be an exception. Monroe was no longer as arrogant as before. He used his greatest strength, fiercely resisting the suppression from the giant foot, trying desperately to find a glimmer of hope. However, everything was futile. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. Boundless shockwaves spread rapidly in all directions like rolling dark clouds. Even distant mountains were shaken apart one by one, countless disciples dying miserably in these waves. When the dust settled, several Hamiltons including Monroe had been completely crushed by Brent's single footstep, leaving no trace of their bodies. Cough cough. Near Brent's large foot, dozens of other Hamiltons lay on the ground with pale faces, continuously coughing blood after being thrown there, watching him with terrified expressions, fear dominating their hearts. These Hamiltons had rushed over to rescue Monroe, but before they could make a move, Brent's foot had already crushed Monroe and others. They hadn't chest or age to flee either, knocked down by the formidable power, heavily wounded. He actually has such power. Fagin, the sect leader of Blood Spirit Sect, stood at a distance watching coldly. He exuded a strong killing intent, streaks of blood-colored energy swirling around him. Brent's strength surpassed his expectations. The opponent's power was at least equivalent to, or even higher than his own level, forcing him to take it seriously. You should join them in death. After finishing off Monroe, Brent slowly lowered his head, looking at those injured Hamiltons, his eyes filled with murderous intent, raising his hand towards them. No, sect leader, please save me. I beg you, don't kill me. Having witnessed Brent's power, the dozens of Hamiltons lost their courage to resist, screaming in terror, fleeing desperately away. Stop right there. Fagin, standing 10,000 meters away, looked extremely grim. Within mere breaths, he had lost over a dozen Hamiltons. This loss was devastating. Since the establishment of Blood Spirit Sect, never had there been such a painful loss, which tore at his heart. Every Hamilton was hard-earned, requiring enormous resources for cultivation and a long time to reach their current levels. But now, he had already lost over a dozen Hamiltons, and he couldn't stand watching another dozen perish. Activate the protective array, issue the blood order, suppress him with full force. Fagin gave swift orders while holding a blood-red jade ding in his hand, leaping towards Brent. All Hamiltons heed my comm, Chestered. Follow me to exterminate this outrageous Chester. Fagin roared, the blood-red jade ding in his hand enlarging rapidly, becoming mountain-sized within seconds, crashing down heavily on Brent. Kill. Eliminate this insolent one. Hundreds of Hamiltons glared viciously at Brent, closely following Fagin, unleashing their full might, attempting to rely on collective strength to subdue Brent. Buzz. At that moment, the entire Blood Spirit Sect trembled as the protective array was fully activated, brilliant blood-colored light soaring up into the heavens. Whistle, whistle. Inside Blood Spirit Sect, countless blood mists rose, bloody rivers flowing upward, souls tormented by excruciating cries until they were drawn up into the sky. Above the Blood Spirit Sect, countless souls and blood rivers formed a colossal blood-colored sword. The long sword emitted an eerie, terrifying aura, its bloody light piercing the sky, countless lives wailing within the blade. Clang! The blood-colored long sword let out a mournful cry, its tip pointing directly at Brent, then stabbed forward with irresistible momentum. Instantly, all attacks targeted Brent, forming a comprehensive killing field. Haha, insolent young Chester, how dare you challenge the dignity of our sect? Many Hamiltons seemed to see Brent's destruction, cruel smiles creeping onto their faces. Facing such a deadly trap, even if the opponent had reached the sixth major realm of void traversing, it would be impossible to resist. Brother Fan. Pablo stood far away, shouting anxiously with a worried look on his face. The Blood Spirit Sect's power was overwhelming. That destructive aura was enough to shatter the heavens and earth. He couldn't imagine anyone who could resist it. How hateful. My strength is too weak. I can't help Brother Fan defend against their attacks. Pablo clenched his fists, very distressed. He was worried that Brent might not be able to withstand their attacks and would be killed in the encirclement. But he could only watch helplessly, powerless to assist Brent, filled with a sense of impotence. Get lost. At this moment, an angry roar echoed through the 9 heavens. Facing such overwhelming encirclement, Brent remained calm. It was as if he hadn't seen the countless attacks above his head. His right hand, which had been killing the Hamiltons, never stopped, pressing firmly and decisively on their heads. Boom. No. Master. Save me. The earth rumbled and cracked with numerous large fissures, even spewing out magma. Dozens of Hamiltons were completely helpless, all of them killed by Brent's single strike, turning into ashes. After annihilating the Hamiltons, Brent's whole body vibrated, instantly dispelling the surrounding attacks. Then he slowly raised his head calmly, looking at the blood-red long sword stabbing towards him from above, and calmly extended his hand, gently pointing towards it. Arrogant. You actually want to block our sect's blood-red long sword with just one hand? Dream on. Haha, no one can stop the blood-red long sword. He is doomed. All the Hamiltons saw Brent's action and laughed derisively, waiting to see the scene of Brent being destroyed. Brother Fan. Aye. Pablo roared softly. His eyes were red, secretly resolving that if Brent were killed by them, if he could survive, he would return sooner or later to wipe out the Blood Spirit Sect entirely. Bang! The void exploded, thunder filled the sky, and the blood-red long sword piercing through the heavens, carrying the blood-red mist, heavily stabbed onto Brent's fingertips, erupting with heaven-destroying power. Chapter 15. Shattering the Blood Spirit Sect's greatest treasure with one finger. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were overturned, with huge cracks splitting the void. In an instant, the entire world was shrouded in boundless blood mist, and no one could discern what was happening in the sky. Is he dead? The blood mist blocked everyone's perception. No one could see what had happened inside. Whoosh! Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept through, and slowly the blood mist in the sky dissipated, restoring clarity to the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone finally saw the scene in the sky. This. No way. Everyone shouted in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. The blood-colored long sword was their Blood Spirit Sect's greatest reliance, gathering all the power of the entire sect. Its might was unmatched. Even a cultivator of the 6th great realm couldn't blunt its edge. But now what did they witness? A young Chester, using just one finger, effortlessly stopped the blood-colored long sword, remaining calm and composed. Suddenly, the whole world fell silent. All the Hamiltons were stunned by Brent's strength. All their previous thoughts turned to nothing, becoming a laughing matter at this moment. Fagin stood at a distance, glaring at Brent with venomous and ominous eyes. He clutched the blood-colored jade tripod tightly in his hand, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The other party's strength seemed to exceed his imagination, making it hard to deal with. He had to come up with another plan. Shatter. Brent's expression remained serene as he gently flicked his right hand. Under everyone's dazed gazes, the blood-colored long sword was broken by Brent's finger and shattered into countless pieces. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood-colored long sword emitted a mournful cry as its spirit shattered, turning completely into ash. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the instant of shattering, countless souls shimmering with silver light emerged from the fragments like butterflies finally breaking free from their constraints. They floated out gracefully, resembling a silvery snowfall in winter, silently falling upon this eerie and silent world. In the blink of an eye, the mountains were filled with souls. Their number was astonishingly large, reaching into the millions. These souls came in various forms. Some displayed the aged features of Hamiltonly people, others showed the innocence of newborns, while some had the resolute faces of youths. Together, their appearances formed heart-wrenching scenes. Brent looked on with a cold gaze, a wave of indescribable anger rising within him. These souls were all beings that the Blood Spirit sect had mercilessly devoured over the years. Their lives had been cruelly taken, their souls imprisoned within the blood-colored long sword, enduring endless pain and torment. Brent clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning white from the force. These innocent souls should have lived peaceful lives, yet they suffered such tragic fates due to the Blood Spirit sect's cruel actions. How Chestery people have been killed. Pablo took a deep breath, his mouth agape, completely shocked where he stood. He had never seen anyone kill as Chestery people as the Blood Spirit sect. And at this moment, the members of the Blood Spirit sect seemed oblivious to the sea of souls surrounding them. They all stared blankly at the blood-colored long sword now turned to ashes, looking deathly pale and muttering to themselves. How is this possible? Our sect's greatest treasure is destroyed. The blood-colored long sword was their greatest reliance and their shield for survival. Now, with their greatest treasure destroyed, they all fell into deep despair. Alas, Brent looked at the dense, ethereal sea of souls before him, feeling a wave of indescribable sorrow well up inside. I will help you find peace. Go forth. Brent took a deep breath and slowly raised his palm. A pure and powerful aura surged from his palm, washing away the evil and darkness that clung to these souls like a gentle stream. Under the purification of the aura, the souls gradually became clear and transparent, as if given new life. They all cast grateful looks toward Brent, bowing respectfully from afar before turning into points of starlight and disappearing into the sky. Then, Brent slowly turned around, looking coldly at the people of the Blood Spirit sect. His body exuded a thick killing intent, and the sound of the great Tao echoed above. Blood Spirit sect. It's time for your downfall. Brent's voice was icy and firm, like the north wind in winter, carrying a fierce killing intent. He stepped toward the Blood Spirit sect members, each step feeling as though it pressed down on their hearts, instilling unprecedented fear in them. The people of the Blood Spirit sect watched Brent approach, stumbling backward in panic, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Seeing Brent's ruthlessness, Fagane unconsciously increased his grip on the blood-colored jade tripod. Now, the Blood Spirit sect had no way out. If they didn't eliminate Brent, the sect would truly be destroyed by him, and all of them would die. Attention all disciples and Hamiltons. Now is the critical moment for our sect's survival. Please follow me to put all your strength into annihilating this villain. Fagane roared, his head topped with blood, cheese surging towards the sky. Holding the blood-colored large tripod in his hand, he strode forward fiercely towards Brent. Kill. We have no way out now. Give it our all to protect the sect. Protect the sect. Kill. Innumerable disciples and Hamiltons, rallied by Fagane, charged madly at Brent with red eyes. Bang! Brent stepped forward, swiftly reaching out and grabbing the blood-colored jade tripod that Fagane swung towards him. Clansman. Looking down at the blood-colored jade tripod in his hand, Brent's face was filled with excitement. This was the purpose of his journey here. The souls of Chestery people from the Chu family were contained within it. With these souls, he had hoped to revive them later. The blood-colored jade tripod shook violently in Brent's hand, trying to break free by shaking off his grip. A tiny artifact spirit dares to act wildly. Brent shouted angrily. His right hand glowed as countless runes were infused into the blood-colored jade tripod, aiming to thoroughly seal and suppress it. How dare you? Fagane was uncontrollably furious and agitated. With all his might, he struck with the blood-colored jade tripod, yet it was easily caught by the other party. Moreover, it was being refined right before his eyes. To him, this was too much of an insult. Do you think you can succeed? Dream on. Blood-colored jade tripod, explode. Fagane's expression turned vicious. Since he was about to lose the blood-colored jade tripod, the other side shouldn't expect to obtain it either. The blood-colored jade tripod was linked with his life. With just a thought, he could shatter it, turning everything into nothingness. Thus, Fagane was confident that Brent wouldn't get what he wanted and would end up with nothing but an empty basket. Bang! The blood-colored jade tripod was shaking frantically, flashes of light flickering, continuously releasing wild energy, as if it was about to explode at any moment. Chapter 16, Blood Spirit Sect Master, Annihilation. Suppress it. Brent sneered coldly. His large hand kept flashing with runes, instantly calming the wildly raging blood-colored tripod cauldron, and then completely suppressing it. Phew! Brent let out a long breath. He had just probed the great tripod with his divine sense, and found that the souls of those people from his Chu family hadn't been refined, but were suppressed inside the blood-colored tripod. To Brent, this was nothing short of shocking good news. So, once he gathered enough top-grade materials in the future, he could refine the legendary ninefold immortal pill and resurrect his clansmen. Brent cherished the blood-colored tripod deeply and put it away in his bosom, the rock in his heart now entirely put to rest. Audacious rogue, you steal my magical treasure. Everyone, kill him for me. Fagane watched with great pain as the magic weapon he had cultivated at the cost of his life was taken away by Brent. In uncontrollable rage, he looked at Brent with utter hatred, falling into a frenzy. Countless people of the Blood Spirit sect joined hands. Limitless power converged into an earth-shaking giant palm, hurtling rapidly toward Brent. Brent's face was stern as he stood unwavering, similarly raising his hand and smacking towards the giant palm ahead. Boom! The two palms collided, exploding in the void. The entire sky turned to night in an instant as tremendous force ravaged all around. The ground tore apart layer by layer like paper, and thousand Xianxia mountains couldn't withstand the swift force, collapsing one after another. Brent's giant palm punched through the Blood Spirit sect's enormous hand without any obstruction and continued striking toward the multitude of the Blood Spirit sect. Save me. I am. Countless cultivators of the Blood Spirit sect screamed in terror, frantically dodging. Those who couldn't dodge could only watch helplessly as Brent's palm swiftly descended upon them. Bang! Countless people were crushed under the giant palm, ground into powder. Without the restraint of the blood-colored tripod, Brent no longer held back his actions. Fagin's face turned pale as he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. He cast a hateful glance at Brent and turned to flee toward the outer region of the Blood Spirit sect. Don't run, stay here. Brent reached out and grabbed Fagin, pinching him as if he were an ant, bringing him before his eyes. Let me go quickly. Fagin roared, eyes turning red, struggling with all his might. As the master of the Blood Spirit sect, he had always been on high, detached from worldly affairs. Now, being gripped so easily like a little chick felt incredibly humiliating. Tell me, why did you send people to exterminate my Chu family? Brent's face revealed murderous intent as he looked at Fagin like death itself. Haha. Exterminating a small Chu family is merely slaughtering chickens and dogs. What reasons do I need? If I want to annihilate, I shall. Fagin laughed madly, knowing his days were numbered, and thus stopped begging for mercy, instead speaking with great obstinacy. If so, then go and join my Chu family in death. Brent knew Fagin was courting death and wouldn't provide any answers. Hence, he didn't waste words, directly gripping Fagin's neck and slamming him hard into the ground. Bam! A dull sound came from the ground as a kilometer-wide crater appeared. There was not even a trace of Fagin's body left in the pit. Only a Chester-shaped blood shadow remained. The master of the Blood Spirit sect, Fagin, was dead. Brent gazed silently at the blood-stained figure in the pit, somewhat distracted. He didn't understand why Fagin ordered the extermination of his Chu family or why he didn't refine their souls, but instead suppressed them within the blood-colored tripod. What was it all for? Brent shook his head, unable to figure it out. Unfortunately, there was no soul-searching technique in this world. Otherwise, he would have known all the secrets. Well, everything will be uncovered if there's a chance in the future. Brent murmured to himself, ceasing to think about these issues. By now, he had accomplished more than half of his purpose for coming here. The only remaining goal was the annihilation of the Blood Spirit sect. The master is dead. Numerous disciples looked at the distant crater, trembling all over in disbelief. Their master was a super expert of the Fifth Realm, once the supreme powerhouse of the Blood Spirit sect, whose rule none dared defy within a 100,000 li radius. Yet today, what did they witness? Their master had been obliterated beyond recognition. All of this seemed like a dream. Our master is killed. Run quickly. Wah, too terrifying. Many disciples of the Blood Spirit sect cried out in fear, scattering in panic, losing their usual arrogance. The remaining Hamiltons who were still alive were all injured. Seeing Brent's icy gaze, they had long lost the courage to resist. All of them were pale with fear, retreating hurriedly in an attempt to flee from this place. Having committed so chestery sins, you still want to escape? Brent shouted loudly. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, instantly killing over a dozen Hamiltons. Then, he stomped his foot, and another dozen Hamiltons were crushed into powder under his step. Go to your release. Brent waved his hand, and countless strands of sword energy materialized, instantly slaughtering hundreds of Blood Spirit sect cultivators. Boom, boom. The entire Blood Spirit sect was filled with screams. Brent seemed like a death god emerging from hell, his face cold and ruthless as he mercilessly reaped the lives of countless Blood Spirit sect disciples. No, save me. Escape quickly. Elders and disciples were thrown into chaos, all desperately fleeing toward the edge of the sect, trying to escape this living hell. Who? The sect is sealed off. We can't escape. Some people rushed recklessly to the boundary of the Blood Spirit sect, only to find in despair that the sect had been sealed. Hurry, let's break it together. Numerous disciples attacked the sealing formation desperately, hoping to open a breach. But the formation was as solid as iron, immovable. Die. At this moment, Brent was merciless and cold-blooded. Every person here had their hands stained with innocent blood. He did not intend to let anyone go. Clang. Brent radiated a violent aura, countless strands of shocking sword lights sweeping towards the Blood Spirit sect cultivators like a storm. Spurt. Screams echoed continuously. The entire Blood Spirit sect was strewn with corpses. Over 90% of the disciples were exterminated by Brent, leaving only a few hundred trembling survivors hiding. At this moment, deep within the Blood Spirit sect, in the central forbidden area, a thick beam of blood-colored light suddenly surged upward, its dazzling blood light piercing the 9 heavens. Who dared to wreak havoc in my Blood Spirit sect? Seeking death. A roar came from the central forbidden area, followed by a violent explosion. A red-haired Hamilton quickly burst out from inside. Chapter 17. A single palm to kill the weight. The red-haired Hamilton had disheveled hair, emitting a wild aura. He rushed towards Brent amidst swirling clouds of blood. That is, the previous patriarch. The old patriarch hasn't passed away yet. Some of the remaining disciples who had seen the portrait of the previous patriarch recognized the red-haired Hamilton. The old patriarch hasn't ascended yet. We're saved. Phew, the old patriarch has arrived. We don't have to die. Wah, the old patriarch must take revenge for us. Many disciples wept in joy. They laughed hysterically and stared at Brent with malicious eyes. Chop. Eldon's eyes were about to pop out of his sockets as he gazed at the town scene within the sect. An uncontrollable rage surged within him. He tightly held a huge dark red broadsword in both hands, radiating intense killing intent. With a movement, he carried an awe-inspiring momentum and slashed ruthlessly towards Brent. Scram! Brent gave a cold shout. Facing the old patriarch's attack, he remained unmoving. Raising his hand, a powerful force condensed in his palm, striking heavily at Xueling's sect's old patriarch. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the space. The old patriarch's broadsword exploded under Brent's palm, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere. And Brent's palm continued its unstoppable advance toward the old patriarch. The old patriarch's face changed drastically. He felt the terrifying power contained within this single palm strike by Brent, as if it could crush him entirely. Frightened, he tried to dodge, but found himself locked down by Brent's overwhelming presence, unable to move. All he could do was watch helplessly as Brent's palm came crashing down on him, filled with despair and unwillingness. The old patriarch let out a mournful scream. He had no strength to resist, and was directly pressed into the ground by a single palm, reduced to powder. Old patriarch. The remaining disciples trembled their lips, stunned. Hope came swiftly, but so did its departure. The old patriarch, whom they relied on like a lifeline, attacked with world-destroying momentum. They thought he would quickly defeat the opponent. However, they never imagined that the old patriarch would be easily killed in one encounter. It was like a dream, making them feel extremely unreal. You shall join them. Brent looked down at the remaining disciples with cold indifference. Beams of sword light shot from his eyes, slicing them all to death. Thus, the tens of thousands of disciples of the entire xiuxian sect, not a single one remained. They were all killed by Brent. Sigh, if only we hadn't gone through this calamity. Perhaps our Xiu family should now be filled with laughter and happiness. Brent wore a sad expression. Although he had avenged his enemies, those deceased clan members would never return. Wah, clansmen, we have finally avenged you. Pablo sobbed softly, having finally repaid the hatred for the clan's destruction. But there wasn't a hint of joy. His heart still felt very sad. Mac, rest assured. Now I've obtained the souls of the clansmen. No matter how difficult and dangerous it will be in the future, I will do my utmost to bring them back to life. Brent patted Pablo on the shoulder, gently comforting him while also setting a resolve for himself. From then on, whether in heaven or earth, even venturing into forbidden zones or fighting into the abyss, breaking through 9 layers of hell, he would fulfill today's promise. Unfortunately, only part of the clan members' souls were present in the blood-colored cauldron, while another part had been completely refined away, forever disappearing from the world. Even he couldn't reverse it. This became a hidden pain in his heart. Boom! A loud noise resounded from deep within the xiuxian sect, blood clouds churned, and a large piece of land collapsed. Brent's eyes narrowed as he noticed a pit with a diameter of hundreds of feet created where the old patriarch fell. At the bottom of the pit, something shimmered, seemingly abnormal. Disperse. Brent waved his hand, removing all the soil and rocks, revealing the scene completely. What's that? Brent's eyes sparkled with confusion as he looked there. At the bottom of the pit appeared a blood pool spanning 100 meters. In the center of the blood pool sat a person. This person had disheveled hair, chaotic aura, and seemed like a dead log, motionless. Several blue-gold iron chains pierced through his body, firmly locking him in the center of the blood pool. Moreover, 3 blood-red bone nails were inserted straight into his crown. Who is he? How could he be suppressed here and still be alive? Pablo curiously looked up at the blood pool, trying to see the face of the person, but the blood mist swirling there made it impossible to see clearly. I'll rescue him and take a closer look. Brent raised his hand, slicing through the dozen or so blue-gold iron chains, and pulled out the 3 bone nails from the person's head. Then he lifted the person to be in front of himself. Only at this moment did Brent and Pablo get a clear look at the person's face. The person before them had messy hair, covered in blood and wounds, but his face was exceptionally delicate, resembling that of an 18-year-old next-door boy. Wake up! Brent spoke calmly, raising his hand to send a stream of spiritual energy into the youth below, waking him up. Cough, cough. The youth lying on the ground gradually woke up. He looked pained, struggling to cough out the blood in his mouth. Who are you? Why were you suppressed in Blood Spirit Sect's blood pool? Brent asked calmly, his eyes glowing as he examined the youth in front of him. Though the youth appeared young, Brent observed his bones and age, discovering that he must be at least 300 years old. Einothermore, based on the cultivation aura echesterating from him, his strength was approximately at the 5th major realm, the profound core stage. In today's terms, he would undoubtedly be considered a supreme expert. I am Dirk. The youth emerged from his dazed state, cradling his head as he tried hard to recall his past. Dirk. Brent repeated the name, realizing he had never heard of it before. Normally, someone who could reach the 5th realm should be a world-renowned genius, not unknown. Brent glanced back at Pablo and saw that he also shook his head in confusion, indicating he had never heard of him either. Cough, cough. Dirk struggled to stand up, gradually regaining his senses. He slowly turned his head to look around. In an instant, Dirk froze. This, Blood Spirit Sect. Dirk staggered, looking around with disbelief, seemingly shocked by the scene before him. At this point, Blood Spirit Sect had been reduced to a wasteland, the earth riddled with cracks, smoke billowing into the sky, and countless bodies scattered everywhere, appearing utterly destroyed. Chapter 18. Recruited a super expert. Blood Spirit Sect was destroyed by you. Dirk stared with wide eyes, his mouth trembling as he looked at Brent and Pablo in shock. Brent nodded gently and said calmly, yes. Blood Spirit Sect committed countless atrocities. Its sins cannot be written down even if all the bamboo strips in the world were used. Such an evil sect could only have one ending, total annihilation. Blood Spirit Sect was destroyed. Destroyed. Huh. Dirk repeatedly muttered what Brent had said, his expression excited but with profound sorrow in his eyes. Ha! Blood Spirit Sect, you also have this day. You are also facing destruction. Dirk laughed and cried at the same time, trembling almost to the point of madness, whispering to himself, sob. Blood Spirit Sect has been destroyed. Clansmen, you can finally rest in peace. Brother Fan. Pablo watched Dirk's crazy state, looking at Brent with concern. It's fine, just wait until he calms down. Brent stood silently, seeing deep into Dirk's heart, which harbored intense hatred and sorrow. Perhaps, he too had endured unbearable pain. After half an hour, Dirk gradually regained his composure, his red eyes gradually clearing up. At this moment, though he looked disheveled and covered in blood, his body stood straight like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds, sharp and exposed. He walked steadily to Brent without any hesitation, bent his knees, knelt on the ground, and knocked 3 loud kowtows, each filled with sincerity and gratitude. Thank you for saving me from danger and avenging my clan's blood feud. Your great kindness will never be forgotten by me, Dirk. He lifted his head, looked at Cassius, tears of gratitude shining in his eyes. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but filled with sincerity and firmness. You may stand. I annihilated Blood Spirit Sect due to the grudge between me and them. Saving you was merely a coincidence. There is no need for your gratitude. Brent used a burst of yuan power to help Dirk stand up and explain that he didn't come here to save him, not wanting to falsely accept gratitude. Now, can you tell me about your background? Why were you suppressed by the Blood Spirit Sect? Brent spoke indifferently, seeing that Dirk was straightforward and sincere, not someone with ulterior motives. He couldn't understand why Blood Spirit Sect would suppress such a person. My background. Upon hearing Brent's words, Dirk looked up at the sky, sighed deeply, showing signs of sadness, tears continuously streaming down his face. Sir, you might not know. Originally, my family lived 10,000 miles away from Blood Spirit Sect in a place called Xianxia town, which has been governed by our clan for centuries in peace and harmony. But 300 years ago, people from Blood Spirit Sect forcibly arrived at Xianxia town. They coerced my father to collect 100 pairs of young boys and girls for them. My father knew their nature well. If those children were handed over, they would certainly not survive. So, he refused to comply, even if it meant death. However, this enraged the people of Blood Spirit Sect. They killed all members of my clan and massacred all 580,000 innocent souls in the town. Those were 580,000 lives, men, women, and children alike, all massacred without leaving a single survivor. Dirk's face showed pain. 2 bloody tears flowed down his cheeks. Even today, his hatred remained unresolved. These beasts actually harmed ordinary lives, truly deserving to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Pablo couldn't hold back his curses, red-eyed and full of hate for Blood Spirit Sect's actions. Because his own Chu clan had also suffered genocide by Blood Spirit Sect, with almost the entire clan being wiped out. Sigh. Brent sighed, understanding Dirk's grief and indignation. The pain and helplessness, he felt deeply. Though he had destroyed 3 major families and annihilated the entire Blood Spirit Sect, the wounds in his heart could not heal. Some of those dead clansmen would never return to life. Dirk took several deep breaths, calming himself before continuing slowly. By chance, I was pursued to a dead end and fell into a demon pit. In the demon pit, I faced countless trials, nearly dying multiple times. By chance, I discovered an Imperial Destiny flower and some remains left by deceased experts. After hiding in the demon pit for 200 years of hard cultivation, I finally reached the peak of the 5th realm, the pill formation stage. Later, I rushed into the Blood Spirit Sect with unwavering righteousness, hoping to wipe it out in one fell swoop. I sought revenge and to clear a bright sky for future generations. But the end was tragic. I failed. At the final moment of battle, I was ambushed by the previous sect leader of Blood Spirit Sect. My plans came to naught, and I was brutally suppressed. Afterward, instead of killing me, Blood Spirit Sect imprisoned me in a blood pool, using my blood and spirit energy to continuously supply their disciples' cultivation. Over 100 years, I endured endless torment, but the hatred in my heart never diminished. I once secretly vowed that if anyone could destroy Blood Spirit Sect and avenge this deep-seated grudge for me, I would willingly serve him as a cow or a horse for life, even if it meant facing a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. I, Dirk, would do so without hesitation, swearing loyalty until death. Dirk paused, his eyes filled with sincerity as he looked up at Brent and spoke with utmost firmness. Master, now that you have destroyed Blood Spirit Sect, not only did you save me from torment, but you also avenged my clan's annihilation. I, Dirk, am immensely grateful and wish to follow Master for life, repaying your kindness. Having said that, Dirk was about to kneel again before Brent, but Brent stopped him with a gesture. I told you, there's no need for such persistence. Saving you was merely a coincidental act with no other intentions. You don't have to stay by my side just to repay me. Such confinement is not what I desire. Moreover, Blood Spirit Sect has been destroyed, and the vendetta has been avenged. The world is vast. You can go anywhere you wish. Brent spoke calmly, unwilling for Dirk to remain by his side due to a vow. Master, I have always been upright and will not betray your trust. Now that you've saved me, I am willing to follow you with all my heart. Besides, my family was brutally massacred long ago, leaving me alone with nowhere to go. I only asked to stay by Master's side, serving loyally like a dog or a horse. Dirk's gaze was resolute, fearing that Brent might refuse his request. His sincere appearance made it hard to believe he was a renowned top expert. Brent looked down at Dirk's earnest eyes and gently nodded, agreeing to Dirk's request. Since you are so determined, then stay by my side. Chapter 19 Thorough Eradication of the Blood Spirit Sect. Really? Benefactor, you agree to take me in? Dirk's voice trembled with disbelief. His gaze was locked onto Brent's face, and his previously pale complexion now flushed faintly. Brent looked at him, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion. This young Chester had endured such a tremendous upheaval, but still Chesteraged to preserve his innocence and kindness. Such resilience and dedication were truly admirable. But upon reflection, it made sense. 300 years ago, he was only 11 or 12 when disaster struck and he fell into the demon pit. For over 200 years afterward, he practiced diligently within the demon pit, untouched by worldly matters, unaware of the complexities of Huchester nature, thus retaining such a genuine character. Such a personality would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Moreover, he reached the 5th major realm in just 200 years, showcasing remarkable talent. His future accomplishments would surely be limitless. Qingyang, don't call me benefactor anymore. Just like Mac, call me brother fan. Brent smiled and patted Dirk on the shoulder. Although Dirk was actually over 300 years old, if Brent himself were to count by age, he would be at least 100,000. So there was nothing inappropriate about Dirk calling him brother fan. Brother. Dirk glanced at Brent, softly calling out with a hint of shyness and timidity. Haha, having you by my side will ease my mind greatly. A faint smile crept across Brent's lips, and he felt genuinely happy. After all, Dirk was a peak Dan transformation realm cultivator, the 5th realm, who, if placed in the outside world, would certainly be a formidable expert. If he sent him out to handle some matters, there wouldn't be any concerns about mishaps happening. Brent's eyes sparkled as he thought of his family's safety once again because of Dirk. In this world, great boundaries naturally separated realms. Even his divine senses couldn't penetrate these barriers. If he crossed the boundary to go out on business, he wouldn't be able to immediately sense any danger that might befall his family. Thinking of this, Brent grew alert, deciding to set up protective formations around his family when he had the time. Let's leave here first. Brent scanned the surroundings and then led Pablo and Dirk to hover above the Blood Spirit sect. The thorn that has plagued our domain for thousands of years is finally destroyed. Dirk gazed at the smoky ruins of the Blood Spirit sect and sighed lightly. All his misfortunes started from here. Today, let's erase the Blood Spirit sect from existence forever. Brent looked down coldly at the blood mist swirling around the Blood Spirit sect. He slowly opened his palm, and a dazzling sun rose from his hand, emitting blinding light before being casually hurled toward the Blood Spirit sect. Boom! It was as if the sky was splitting apart. A colossal mushroom cloud rose slowly from the ground, its radiance stretching for tens of thousands of miles, and the earth surged like waves into the sky, blocking out the sun. In an instant, the Blood Spirit sect was obliterated from the earth. This. Dirk watched as the Blood Spirit sect became an abyss, completely stunned, unable to utter a word. He knew Brent was powerful and could easily destroy the Blood Spirit sect, probably reaching the 6th major realm. But now he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Brent's strength far exceeded his imagination. Let's go. The void exploded, and Brent vanished with them from the scene. At the Chu family manor. It's been so long. Why hasn't young master returned yet? Giles stood at the entrance of the Chu family manor, pacing back and forth. He frequently looked up at the sky, worry etched on his face. He knew what Brent had gone to do, but it was the formidable Blood Spirit sect after all. For thousands of years, no one dared to challenge it. Even whispering against it required caution, not to mention attempting to destroy it. Can young master succeed? Giles muttered, frowning deeply, feeling very anxious and uneasy. He feared receiving bad news. Whoosh! The space in front of the Chu family's gate suddenly trembled, and a rift opened, through which Brent and the others emerged. Giles! Brent called out softly, seeing Giles's worried expression. He must have been concerned ever since he left. Young master, you're back. Giles's face lit up upon seeing Brent. He examined Brent closely, and only after confirming he was unharmed did he exhale a sigh of relief. Giles, I've made you worry. But take a look at who I've brought back. Brent quickly walked forward to greet Giles, who was approaching, and then pointed towards Pablo standing behind him. That's Little Mac. Seeing Pablo standing behind Brent, Giles was slightly stunned, his eyes welling up with tears, his lips trembling, not quite believing his own eyes. Sniff, sniff, Giles, it's me. I thought I would never see you again. Pablo stepped out from behind Brent, sobbing as he ran over and hugged Giles tightly, unable to hold back the surge of sorrow within him, wailing loudly. Little Mac, don't cry. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Giles wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, gently patting Pablo's back, softly comforting him. I didn't expect Little Mac to have grown up. Giles studied Pablo closely, his old eyes brimming with tears, his hands gently stroking Pablo's face. Sniff, sniff, but my parents are gone. Pablo choked on his sobs, his eyes filled with sorrow. Little Mac, Giles is still here. We will all be with you. Giles sighed softly. He too felt deep grief. Now, only a few of them remained in the Chu clan. Watching Pablo and Giles, Brent's heart ached. How Chestery more of our clansmen can survive? Brent resolved silently to himself that after everything here was settled, he would go out to search for the scattered clansmen outside. Master, who is this? Giles held Pablo's hand and looked at the young Chester standing beside Brent, puzzled, and turned to look at Brent. Brent turned and pulled Dirk to his side, then looked at Giles and said calmly, Giles, his name is Dirk. I saved him from the Blood Spirit sect. His family also suffered the disaster of clan extermination by the Blood Spirit sect, and only he Chesteraged to survive through great hardship. And now, Xianxia has nowhere to go, so I brought him back to the Chu family. From now on, we will be one family. Upon hearing that Dirk had also suffered the tragedy of clan extermination, Giles couldn't help but feel pity. He reached out to hold Dirk's hand, his face full of concern and affection. Child, you've endured so much. From now on, we are your family. Stay here with peace of mind. Chapter 20. This isn't just any cabbage. A family. Aye. Dirk looked gratefully at Brent, and then turned to the kind old Chester before him, his eyes brimming with tears. He was too overwhelmed to utter a word. For centuries, he had been surrounded by hatred every moment, consumed only by thoughts of revenge, almost forgetting what it felt like to be cared for. Now, feeling this familiar warmth of home again, his heart was instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Let's go inside the courtyard. I've already had everything in the house repaired. It looks much like it used to. Giles led everyone into the courtyard. They arrived at a spacious hall. Eden, did you say that the Blood Spirit sect was really wiped out by you? Giles stared at Brent in disbelief, his mouth trembling, hardly daring to believe it. He never imagined that the child he watched grow up would one day become so powerful. Brent nodded calmly and spoke in a calm tone. From the people of the Blood Spirit sect, I learned that they were behind the downfall of our Chu clan. They secretly directed the 3 major families to destroy our clan. So, I wiped out the entire Blood Spirit sect. So, all these events were related to the Blood Spirit sect. Humph, such a brutal sect deserved to be destroyed. Giles's eyes flashed with sorrow. He was deeply angered by what the Blood Spirit sect had done, wishing he could have joined Brent in wiping out the sect. Giles, you can't imagine how incredible Brother Fan is. The sect master of the Blood Spirit sect, along with hundreds of Hamiltons, all attacked Brother Fan together. But in the end, Brother Fan wiped them all out with just one palm. And those tens of thousands of disciples of the Blood Spirit sect, they all deserve to die. They used innocent lives for cultivation. In his anger, Brother Fan wiped out everyone in the Blood Spirit sect, and even destroyed their headquarters into an abyss. Pablo said bitterly, hating the Blood Spirit sect even more after witnessing their atrocities. I've heard about the cruelty of the Blood Spirit sect, but I didn't expect them to be so vicious. Giles was shocked after hearing about the ruthless actions of the Blood Spirit sect. Fortunately, the Blood Spirit sect had been eradicated, preventing any future occurrences of such brutality. If only Master and Mistress were still alive, they would be so proud of your growth, Eden. Giles looked somewhat dejected. Though vengeance had been achieved, the Chu clan could never return to its former glory. Giles, rest assured. One day, I will bring back our deceased clansmen and restore our clan's prosperity. One day, I will make the Chu clan the most powerful family in the world, a supreme family that no one dares to provoke. I promise. Brent's eyes sparkled with fierce resolve. His hair fluttered as if moved by some unseen wind, and his whole body exuded an aura of defiance against the heavens, causing the entire world to tremble with the weight of his vow. Brother Fan, I believe in you. Xianxia and I will follow you and work together to recreate the glory of our Chu clan. Pablo looked serious, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes full of determination. Dirk stood up straight, though silent, his eyes blazed with fervent intent, silently declaring his willingness to follow Brent in rebuilding the Chu clan. Yes. A true Chu family Chester should have such ambition. Giles's sorrow turned to joy, tears welling in his eyes as he laughed. Seeing the aspirations of the Chu family's descendants filled him with immense excitement. All right, Mac and Xianxia, you both returned injured. Go and recuperate first. Once you're fully recovered, I'll prepare to help enhance your cultivation. Brent, moved by their dedication, gently instructed, lifting his hand to give each of them a storage pouch for healing. What is this? Dirk curiously took out a pill from the storage pouch and looked at it. Instantly, he froze. This is actually a revitalization pill. Dirk stared at Brent in astonishment, his breathing heavy. The revitalization pill was a very famous medicinal pill for healing injuries. While saying it could bring the dead back to life might be an exaggeration, it was definitely a top-tier pill for treating physical damage. Moreover, the revitalization pill gradually strengthened the user's constitution, accelerating their cultivation speed, making it one of the best medicines available. On the market, such pills were priceless, having value but not being for sale. Because of this pill, in critical moments, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Who would be foolish enough to sell it? Many people would even turn against their own brothers over a single revitalization pill, leading to large-scale chaos. Primarily, this type of pill was just too precious. Dirk stared blankly at his storage pouch, feeling somewhat dazed. Inside it were actually dozens of revitalization pills. Dozens of pills. This wasn't just any cabbage that could be casually produced. Fan Gu, this is too valuable. I can't accept your things. Moreover, these pills will be more useful for you. Dirk took a deep breath, gradually calming his agitated heart, and reluctantly handed his storage pouch back to Brent. Haha, Xianxia, we are family now. You don't need to be so formal. Just use the pills I gave you. They're just revitalization pills. I have plenty of them. Brent smiled slightly, and gently pushed Dirk's hand back. When he was cultivating in the Tai Chu Forbidden Zone, he found quite a few good things from the storage pouches of those dead great sages and quasi-emperors. There were countless revitalization pills, and even better pills than these. However, Brent knew that cultivation required gradual progress and couldn't be rushed. Therefore, he planned to slowly improve the physical constitution of his family members, accelerating their growth when the time was right. Fan Gu, I. Dirk was full of gratitude, his trembling hands tightly clutching the storage pouch, feeling very warm inside. After realizing the value of the pills, Pablo also looked eagerly at the storage pouch in his hand, grinning ear to ear. Hurry up and go treat your injuries. Once you're fully recovered, I have gifts for you. A hint of a smile appeared on Brent's lips, with a mysterious look in his eyes. Haha, Fan Gu, what kind of gifts? Pablo laughed mischievously, looking at Brent with curiosity. Haha, hurry up and rest. Once you've rested, you'll know. Brent patted Pablo's head, urging him on. Yes, Fan Gu. Pablo and Dirk replied in unison, turning to walk out. Watching the two leave, Brent felt a great sense of relief. After they left, Brent turned to Giles and sighed softly, his gaze somewhat sad. Giles, please tell me about my brother and sister. I want to know where they are. Chapter 21. A message swept across 10,000 miles of land. Master, are you planning to go search for their traces? Upon hearing Brent's words, Giles's eyes lit up, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to soften. Yes, I want to track them down. Perhaps they are still alive in this world. Brent nodded gently, looking at Giles with a firm gaze. That's good. It's good to go and see. Giles's face showed sorrow as he sighed with his eyes closed, only then beginning to recall everything from 7 years ago after a long pause. 7 years ago, the Chu family was in turmoil, filled with sounds of fighting everywhere. Under the protection of the Master and Chana until death, Ollie and Nora Chester arranged to break through the encirclement and escape from northern Huang City. As for later developments, according to what the three major families told me, the Teresa stayed behind alone to cover for Ollie and Nora, ultimately being killed by multiple attackers and dying of severe injuries. While Ollie and Nora were eventually chased to Broken Soul Cliff. With no way out, the two jumped into the river of Great Een, their fates unknown. Poor children, forced into such dire straits in the end. Giles wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, sighing deeply, feeling much pain inside. Jumped into the river of Great Een? Brent furrowed his brows, experiencing a sudden pang of pain in his heart. The river of Great Een is extremely dangerous, teeming with countless mysterious creatures within its waters, making it incredibly perilous. Anyone who falls into the water would be torn apart and devoured by the strange creatures inside, almost impossible to survive. Regardless, I must visit the river of Great Een. Brent's gaze was resolute, his voice low yet powerful. Are you going to the river of Great Een right now? Giles was taken aback, looking at Brent with some worry, afraid he might make an unwise decision. Giles, rest assured. The river of Great Een cannot harm me in the slightest. Once matters here are settled, I will make the trip. Brent comforted Giles, assuring him that those bizarre creatures couldn't get close to him given his capabilities. Also, Giles, over the next few days, you should issue some missions to the Wind Spirit Organization, asking them to do their utmost to find our scattered clan members. If anyone provides useful information, as long as it is true, there will be a substantial reward. Brent handed Giles a storage pouch containing some ordinary spirit artifacts and elixirs as remuneration for issuing the mission. These ordinary items were merely relatively lower quality medicines and spirit artifacts to Brent, which he didn't care about. However, if seen by others, these things were anything but ordinary. They were priceless treasures, hard to obtain even for a fortune. All right, I'll take care of it immediately. Giles took the storage pouch and promptly turned towards the door. On the second day, news spread quickly across northern Huang City. In just half a day, everyone in the entire city knew about the destruction of Blood Spirit Sect. Instantly, the whole city was in an uproar. Whoa, did you hear? Blood Spirit Sect was destroyed. The entire sect was reduced to a 10,000-foot abyss. No way. Blood Spirit Sect has profound roots, and its patriarch's strength is unfathomable. How could it be destroyed? How is this possible? Someone who heard the news was so shocked that they sprayed out the tea in their mouth, unable to believe their ears because this news was too shocking. How can such news be false? Someone saw a person destroy Blood Spirit Sect with one palm. Who did this? Too terrifying. Many people drew deep breaths to calm the shock in their hearts. Blood Spirit Sect, as a top-tier sect covering hundreds of thousands of miles, stood like an insurmountable mountain, suppressing people's hearts for millennia. Who could have thought? Who would have imagined that it would one day be destroyed by someone? Simply too shocking. Do you think who might have destroyed Blood Spirit Sect? Someone glanced meaningfully toward the direction of the ancestral home of the Chu family. You mean? Him. Many instantly thought of a person, someone who inspired deep respect in their hearts. After all, the commotion caused by his return a couple of days ago was enormous. Within a short time, he had wiped out all members of the three major families and single-handedly reduced the peak Fourth Realm powerhouse Chevy to ashes. Moreover, when he left 2 days ago, he had openly declared his intention to wipe out Blood Spirit Sect. Considering how close these events occurred, all evidence led Chestery to believe it was Brent's doing. With such power and battle achievements, it's simply astonishing. Many looked towards the direction of the Chu residents with reverence, marveling internally. For a moment, the news of Blood Spirit Sect's destruction swept across the entire land like a fierce wind, blowing through the vast expanse of the 100,000-mile territory. At first, Chestery people did not believe it, thinking someone was intentionally spreading rumors, all waiting to see Blood Spirit Sect take action against the rumormonger. However, as astonishing news continued to pour in, and they heard nothing about any actions taken by Blood Spirit Sect, Chestery were shocked to realize that Blood Spirit Sect might indeed have been destroyed. Heaven, is it true that Blood Spirit Sect has been wiped out? Some even say its patriarch was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Someone covered their mouth, their eyes wide with shock at the news. It's true. Someone witnessed it firsthand. Blood Spirit Sect's tens of thousands of disciples were all slaughtered by one person. Even the elders and the patriarch could not escape this fate and were turned into ashes. Moreover, some saw that person casually wave his hand, and the entire Blood Spirit Sect was reduced to a bottomless abyss. Someone said with conviction, breathing heavily, seemingly unable to accept this news at once. Who did this? To have such power? Many people were amazed. Anyone who could destroy Blood Spirit Sect must be of unparalleled strength, and certainly wouldn't be unknown. According to rumors, this person is named Brent. 10 years ago, he was still an ordinary person, but who would have thought that after 10 years, he soared like a dragon, his strength rapidly increasing to an unfathomable level. After returning, to avenge the annihilation of his clan, he went to Blood Spirit Sect to Chester justice and completely wiped them out. Phew, how terrifying. Brent is truly a Chester of great passion, but his actions have brought much joy to our hearts. In no time, Brent's name resounded throughout the 100,000-mile territory, known by everyone. Blood Spirit Sect has finally been destroyed. Finally, wailing, my fellow clansmen, rest in peace. Upon learning that Blood Spirit Sect had been destroyed, someone knelt on the ground, sobbing loudly, releasing years of pent-up sorrow. Chinger, can you see this from beyond? Blood Spirit Sect has been destroyed. I don't need to strive desperately for cultivation anymore. Wait for me. I'm coming to join you. A young Chester, with tears streaming down his face, choked up as he gazed at the sky, then slashed his neck with a sword. Blood Spirit Sect has been destroyed. Millions of beings, upon hearing that Blood Spirit Sect had been slaughtered, wept with joy, crazily venting years of suppressed pain. Thank you, kind sir, for removing this tumor, Blood Spirit Sect, and clearing a bright sky for our barren land. Wailing, thank you, kind sir, for avenging my clan's destruction. Countless people shouted Brent's name, kneeling deeply toward the direction of the Chu family, unwilling to rise, their faces filled with sincerity and gratitude. Chapter 22, Taiching Holy Land. On this day, the entire wasteland region was filled with celebratory sounds, as if it were the new year. Fireworks burst into the sky one after another, and people came out of their homes to sing and dance, their smiles never fading. Many people even built shrines for Brent, worshipping him day and night in gratitude for his great deeds. As the news spread further and faster, it reached other regions at an incredible speed. Taiching Holy Land. At the peak of a mist-covered mountain range, and Hamilton Lee Chester with silver hair and a youthful appearance sat among clouds, slowly practicing breathing exercises. Infinite celestial spiritual energy surged into his mouth like ocean waves, creating an astonishing scene. With every gesture, he exuded a presence that shook the heavens and earth. Disciple, you've arrived. The old Chester slowly opened his eyes, revealing countless stars being born and dying within them. He looked down at the rapidly approaching figure, whose voice had not yet spoken, but the sound of heavenly law echoed across the land. His eyes were full of kindness and affection. West was his youngest disciple and favorite student, a prodigy not seen in a century. Within just 10 years, he had advanced to the perfected fluid transformation stage, nearly reaching the third major realm of profound pill, shocking Chestery people. Master, my clan has been massacred. Please avenge them for me. Chance appeared like a wounded beast, his eyes bloodshot with anger and sorrow. He fell to his knees on the greenstone ground, his face pale as paper, every nerve taut, radiating an indescribable sadness. Who is it? Such audacity. How dare they exterminate your entire family? Get up first. Master will surely get justice for you. Upon hearing this, the old Chester's face turned iron gray, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He stood up, his aura towering like a mountain. With loving eyes, he looked at his disciple and gently lifted him. Master, a few days ago while I was out training, I overheard news about the Blood Spirit sect being wiped out. The Blood Spirit sect is the sect our family relies on. Out of curiosity, I investigated further and discovered that our Zhang family was also annihilated. All 300 members, not a single survivor. Wah, Master, you must avenge us. West howled in grief, his eyes flashing with hatred. Who exactly wiped out your entire clan? Tell me everything. The old Chester's aura grew stronger, his face cold as he looked towards the wasteland region. The culprit behind all this is the xiuxian, Brent. He wiped out my clan. 7 years ago. West didn't hide anything, grievingly recounting all he knew to the old Chester. After listening, the old Chester nodded lightly, understanding the cause of the incident. Your enemy destroyed your family first, then the Blood Spirit sect later, also as revenge. His actions are reasonable. The old Chester spoke calmly, nodding slightly. But since you're my disciple, to prevent this matter from affecting your cultivation mind, let me take you to settle this once and for all. We'll destroy that youth named Brent, to ease your heart. The old Chester slowly rose, gesturing West closer, preparing to cross the void and head for the wasteland region. Master, are we just rushing there like this? Shouldn't we prepare? West looked at the old Chester in confusion, believing Brent must be immensely powerful, having destroyed the Blood Spirit sect. Haha, foolish disciple. That young Chester only destroyed a small sect in a tiny territory. Its patriarch was merely a cultivator at the 5th major realm of pill formation. And how strong could he possibly be? At most, he might have broken through to the 6th major realm. A mere ant, easily crushed by Master. The old Chester smiled confidently, casually pulling out a transmission portal and stepping into it with West. Buzz. The earth shook violently, and the two vanished within the transmission portal. North City Wall, Chu family residence. These days, Brent stayed at home, preparing for his journey to the Een River while awaiting news from the Fengling organization. Over the past half-month, although Fengling provided Chestery updates, most were speculative and not about his own family members. Sigh? Where are those lost clansmen? Could they all have? Brent shook his head, sighing softly. He dared not dwell on it, and for now, his best course was to do everything possible to find them. However, waiting idly at home wasn't the solution. Though the world is vast, it has its boundaries. Even searching region by region, he would find them all eventually. First, I'll check out the Een River. Brent was growing impatient. He planned to have Dirk remain and oversee the family while he set out tomorrow to investigate the Tyne River. Eden. Giles hurried to Brent's room, his eyes gleaming with joy, clearly excited. Giles, what is it? Do you have news? Brent asked curiously. Seeing Giles's excited expression, a flicker of hope arose in his heart. Eden, a Chester just came to the door with news about our lost clansmen. Giles quickly entered the room, his usually worried face brightening at this news. Oh, where's that person? Quickly bring him in. Brent rushed to Giles, his voice tinged with excitement, his calm demeanor rippling with anticipation. Moments later, a young Swords Chester in white walked into the room. However, this young Swords Chester had disheveled hair, was covered in blood, and had an intensely nervous look in his eyes. Blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face was pale, and he staggered as if he could barely hold on, supported only by sheer willpower. Seeing this, Brent raised his hand and fired a pill directly into the young Swords Chester's mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact, spreading warmth throughout the youth's body, temporarily stabilizing his injuries. Do you have news about my Chu family members? Where are they now? Brent's voice was low yet forceful, his gaze fixed intently on the young Swords Chester, revealing deep concern and urgency. Hack. After swallowing the pill, the young Swords Chester's complexion improved slightly, but he paid no mind to it. Recognizing Brent, he anxiously knelt before him. Are you the xiuxian who destroyed the Blood Spirit sect? Do you know Magnolia? She's in grave danger right now. I beg you, please go save her. It's too late already. The young Swords Chester was near the brink of mental collapse, extremely anxious and tense. He clenched his fists tightly, his body taut with urgency. Chapter 23 Blood Demon Mountain. Xiu, Brent exclaimed, his eyes shooting out two beams of light, his expression agitated. This was the first time he had heard the name of someone from the Chu family since he spread the news. Inevitably, Brent recalled Fawn's childhood appearance. That lively and adorable little girl would laugh with two sparkling little tiger teeth showing and two shallow dimples appearing on her cheeks, incredibly cute. He didn't expect to hear news about her today. It's actually little Xiu. Giles's eyes welled up with tears, his hands trembling, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. You must tell me, where's Xiu now? Brent hurriedly grabbed the young sword cultivator's arm, his expression urgent. Xiu is in Blood Demon Mountain, 30 million miles away from here. We were at Blood Demon Mountain. Fine, let's go first. You can tell me what happened on the way. Knowing the situation was urgent, Brent seized the young sword cultivator and instantly dashed off. Boom. The void exploded, and the two vanished from the spot, heading straight for Blood Demon Mountain. Actually, Xiu and I met. On the way, the young sword cultivator told Brent everything. His name was Dodge, an itinerant cultivator. 5 years ago, while venturing out for practice, he encountered Fawn, who was severely injured after being hunted down by others. Moved by sympathy, Dodge saved Fawn. Over the following years, the two practiced together, experiencing life and death multiple times, eventually harboring deep feelings for each other and becoming Dao partners. Just half a month ago, while practicing outside, Fawn and Dodge heard about the annihilation of Blood Spirit sect. After thorough inquiries, they learned that this was done by the Chu family, which left them both shocked and excited. Therefore, they immediately decided to return to the Chu family. However, during their happy journey back, they encountered an evil cultivator. Evil cultivator Denim, captivated by Fawn's beauty, intended to capture her as a looting star. Dodge and Fawn naturally became furious and fought back against him. But evil cultivator Denim was at the peak of the third major realm, while Dodge had just entered the third realm, and Fawn was only in the middle of the second major realm. Despite their desperate resistance, they were no match for Denim. With severe injuries, Dodge could only watch helplessly as Fawn was captured. Desperate, Dodge thought of Brent. Ignoring his own wounds, he quickly got up and rushed toward the nearest city, using the xiuxian transmission domain gate * there to speedily approach xuanhuan City. For days, enduring great pain, he had been teleported countless times before finally reaching xuanhuan City with great difficulty. Thus, the previous scene occurred. Denim. Brent coldly called out the evil cultivator's name, his eyes emitting soul-chilling murderous intent. From the occurrence of the incident to now, 5 whole days have passed. Anything could happen during this period, and Brent dared not imagine the outcome. He was very worried that the glimmer of hope he saw emerging from darkness might be extinguished. Xiu, you must be all right. I'm coming to save you. Brent roared inwardly, filled with urgency. If anything happened to Fawn, he would make Denim wish he were dead. Boom. Roaring in his heart, Brent spared no effort to accelerate, hoping that if he could arrive earlier, Xiu would be less in danger. Xiu, wait for me. We're almost there. Dodge was also extremely anxious, restless, constantly wringing his clothes, yearning to appear before Fawn as soon as possible. At the same time, Dodge looked at Brent ahead of him, his eyes flickering with shock. He knew of Brent's strength from hearing that he single-handedly annihilated Blood Spirit sect, but he never imagined that Brent would be so powerful. With just a casual wave of his hand, he shattered the void and then dragged him into it, traveling swiftly. Such strength must have at least reached the 6th major realm. The 6th major realm, the Void Cave stage. A realm Dodge had never dared to dream of. Yet now a suspected 6th major realm powerhouse stood alive in front of him, like a dream. Thus, Xiu has a chance of being safe. Dodge watched as the thousands of miles of land flashed past their eyes, rapidly approaching Blood Demon Mountain. He was overwhelmed with excitement. One must know, at the time, disregarding everything, he had traveled through countless cities for teleportation, spending 5 whole days to cover this 30 million mile distance. And now, with their current speed, it might take only half a quarter of an hour to reach the destination, several hundred, or even 1,000 times faster than his original speed. Boom. The void exploded again as Brent, with an urgent expression, roared in anger. Their speed increased significantly once more, aiming straight for Blood Demon Mountain. Blood Demon Mountain, the cultivation place of Blood Demon Patriarch. Haha, little beauty, are you anxious waiting for me? Inside an exquisite room, a Marcus with a beard rubbed his hands excitedly and lunged at a Winchester, his eyes filled with intense lust. You, don't come near me. Fawn screamed in terror, quickly dodging while grabbing a water cup from the table and throwing it heavily at the Marcus. Haha, little beauty, stop struggling and submit to me quickly. The Marcus skillfully avoided the water cup. He licked his lips, his eyes leering up and down at Fawn before laughing wildly and rushing toward her. Rip! With one hand, the Marcus tore apart Fawn's purple-red dress, then reached out to grab her undergarments. Ugh no, Fawn cried helplessly, her big round eyes brimming with tears, completely at a loss. Her cultivation had long been sealed by him, and she couldn't even commit suicide if she wanted to. The Marcus took a deep breath smelling Fawn's torn clothes before casually tossing them aside. Haha, beauty, you really smell good. He stared with eyes full of desire, breathing heavily, laughing crazily, and grabbed Fawn's hand, throwing himself onto her. Ugh, Xianxia, Brother Brent, where are you? Come save me. Fawn called out helplessly, her face filled with despair. She struggled desperately, but her weak strength was no match for his hands. Hee, little beauty, stop shouting. Even if you scream until your voice is gone, no one will come to save you. Just submit to me obediently. The Marcus grinned wickedly, pressing Fawn down under him. He began stripping off his own clothes while pinning her beneath him, intending to do unspeakable things. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 24, Blood Demon Ancestor. Boom. Outside, the sky shook with a clap of thunder. How dare you? Who dares to intrude upon Blood Demon Mountain and seek death? Suddenly, from outside the room, a roar echoed along with the sound of weapons being drawn. Scram! A furious shout, like a celestial prince's roar, resonated. Instantly, numerous cries of agony filled the air as if countless people had been slaughtered in an instant. Who? The Marcus stopped his actions, shocked, and turned towards the door. Boom! A loud crash sounded, and the door was shattered instantly. 2 figures rapidly appeared within the room. Xiu! Brent shouted in surprise. He saw Fawn under the Marcus who intended to commit an atrocity, and he rushed forward in anger. Big brother Brent, save me. Recognizing the person who came to her rescue, Fawn called for help through her tears, struggling and reaching out towards Brent. How dare you? You want to die? Ianrius. The Marcus glared at the intruder, loudly rebuking him. How could he dare to interrupt this moment? Was he asking for extermination? Before he could finish, he was grabbed by the neck by Brent and hoisted into the air. You? Abusing my Xiu. Brent's eyes were cold, and the bones in the Marcus's neck cracked under his right hand. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes bulging as if he would soon be no more. Don't kill me. My father is. The Marcus struggled weakly, trying to intimidate Brent with his father's reputation. Those who insult my Chu clan die. With intense killing intent in his eyes, Brent throttled the Marcus without hesitation and threw him away fiercely. No. The Marcus screamed as he crashed through the walls of the room like a blazing meteor, smashing through several mountains before finally colliding with a 1,000-foot mountain. Boom. The noise was deafening, rocks crumbling as the mountain collapsed. Several mountains slowly fell apart. Denim's body was reduced to pulp, and he was undeniably dead. Wah, big brother Brent. Fawn sobbed, holding her torn clothes, and stumbled into Brent's embrace. Xiu, don't cry. It's all right now. Everything is fine. Big brother Brent is here. No one will dare bully you anymore. Brent gently patted Fawn's back, comforting her. Big brother Brent, I thought I'd never see you again. Fawn choked up, tears streaming down her face, looking at Brent with great emotion. Back then, during the family's sudden calamity, she had escaped but believed that she was the only survivor, grieving for a long time. Seeing Brent again, her feelings were indescribable. ZU, it's alright now. Giles and Bradley are waiting for you back home. Brent wiped the tears from Fawn's face, smiling faintly. The mischievous little girl had grown up. Giles and little Bradley, they're alive. That's wonderful. Fawn looked up at Brent in disbelief, her tearful face filled with joy. She hadn't expected so Chestery members of the Chu family to still be alive, trembling with excitement. Xianxia, you were worried. I know you must have been frantic trying to save me. Fawn walked over to Gervais, looking at his blood-stained body with concern, leaning lightly on his shoulder. ZU, it's okay as long as you're safe. Gervais looked very moved. Seeing Fawn unharmed finally put his mind at ease. He gently brushed her hair from her forehead. My son, what happened to you? A heart-wrenching wail echoed across Blood Demon Mountain. From a pile of rubble, an old Chester in a red robe frantically searched through the rocks, desperately looking for Denim. Despite his frantic search, all he found was half of Denim's broken right hand. Menger, my dear Meng, what happened to you? The old Chester stared blankly at the severed hand in his hands, sorrow overwhelming his face as he muttered in disbelief. Lonely for most of his life, he had given up hope of having offspring, but unexpectedly became a father at over 800 years old. He adored Denim deeply, protecting him regardless of his crimes. Rape, plunder, massacre, even provoking a holy maiden from a sacred land. He always spared no effort to protect him. He had thought that he could enjoy family happiness in his later years. But now, he was separated from his son by death, and Hamilton Lee Chester burying his own child. The red-robed old Chester couldn't accept such a huge blow all at once. Who killed my Manger? Who? I will exterminate his 9 generations. A mournful howl echoed across heaven and earth. Boom. Boulders exploded, shaking the sky and earth. The red-robed old Chester radiated boundless aura, and appeared in the sky above Blood Demon Mountain with one step. His eyes shot out 2 beams of blood-red light as he searched for the murderer of his son. Did you hear that? I think I heard the Blood Demon ancestor's mournful cry. His good-for-nothing son Denim has been killed by someone. What? Someone killed the Blood Demon ancestor's son? How audacious. That precious son of his is practically his life root, not to be touched at all times. The loud commotion on Blood Demon Mountain instantly attracted Chestery people nearby. They curiously poked their heads out to investigate what happened deep within Blood Demon Mountain. Well done. Finally, someone punished this evil bully who only knew how to oppress men and women. Karma indeed. Many people clapped their hands in approval upon hearing the news, all agreeing that Denim deserved his fate. I wonder which divine person killed Denim, having such courage. Truly admirable. People were amazed and shocked while admiring the person who slew Denim. Killing the Blood Demon ancestor's son, however, would also mean his doom. Because the Blood Demon ancestor possessed profound strength, reportedly having entered the 7th Great Realm, the Tribulation Crossing Realm, 1 year ago. He was immensely powerful, invincible. Apart from the Holy Lands, among the scattered cultivators outside, almost no one could stand against him. And naturally, the Holy Lands wouldn't intervene in Denim's affairs, so people speculated that whoever killed Denim must also be a scattered cultivator. Since it was a scattered cultivator without a major force to rely on, and having killed the Blood Demon ancestor's beloved son, once discovered by the Blood Demon ancestor, they would have nowhere to hide in heaven or earth, relentlessly pursued until death. At this moment, more and more people gathered around Blood Demon Mountain, the entire mountain covered with curious onlookers. Countless people craned their necks, eager to see who dared to kill the Blood Demon ancestor's cherished son. Who is it? I will kill him 9 times over. The Blood Demon ancestor roared in fury, like a demon king exuding overwhelming demonic aura. The surrounding mountains shattered under this violent surge of power. It's me. A voice calm and unemotional sounded from the valley. Brent, with ZU and Xianxia, calmly stepped forward, face serene, walking up to the Blood Demon ancestor. Chapter 25. Shocked as if seeing great-grandma. It's you. You actually killed my Mang, so you shall join him in death. Hilton's eyes were bloodshot, his entire being roaring in anger as he madly lunged towards Brent. That person is? He seems somewhat familiar. It's like I've seen him somewhere before. People around looked at Brent standing in the sky with a hint of confusion, feeling an air of deja vu. Oh, I remember now. He's Brent, the one who destroyed the Blood Spirit sect in the desolate region. I've seen his portrait before. Someone suddenly realized and recognized Brent. It's him, it's really him. However, the desolate region is over 300,000 miles away from here. How did he end up in the profound region? A few days ago, I heard that Denim had seized an exquisite beauty. Could Brent have come because of this? Look, that Chester is standing behind him now. Who would have thought he is such a Chester of deep affection and righteousness, to travel thousands of miles just for rescue? But what a pity, he killed Hilton's own child. Today, he probably won't be able to escape. Yes, what a pity. Not only did he destroy the wicked Blood Spirit sect, but he also eliminated the evil Denim. What a heroic feat. Yet he will die by the hands of Hilton today. Many people were discussing Brent, all very admiring of his actions and character. At the same time, they showed looks of sympathy, believing Brent was no match for Hilton and would be easily destroyed. Hilton was too powerful, having gained notoriety hundreds of years ago. Countless cultivators had died under his hand, famous for his cruelty, leaving no bodies intact. This is why he earned the title Hilton. At this moment, Hilton's expression was filled with malice. He tore off 9 Huchester skulls hanging on his chest and swallowed them, causing his aura to surge dramatically. He wanted to use his utmost strength to pulverize the one who killed his son and then smelt his soul for thousands or even 10,000s of years using the netherworld fire. Die. Roaring in fury, he opened his mouth to swallow Brent and the other 2 into his belly. Boom. Brent's eyes were icy cold. With a roar, it felt like an enraged immortal king, instantly dispersing Hilton's momentum and even forcing blood to drip from the corner of his mouth as he staggered backward uncontrollably. You? Hilton stared at Brent in horror, his chest heaving wildly. The severe pain made him feel the breath of death. Just you want to kill me. 2 beams of light shot from Brent's eyes. He took a slow step forward, emitting an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth. directly pressuring Hilton into spitting out mouthfuls of blood as he flipped through the air and flew backward. Pooh! Blood Demon was gripped by shock and fear, completely forgetting about avenging his precious son. He turned and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing clumsily. Hilton, you indulged your son to harm others first, disgraced the Xiu family, then failed to kill me. Now, you still wish to escape. Brent sneered, reaching out toward Hilton. A massive palm radiating with an ancient aura pierced through space, quickly arriving above Hilton's head, then pressed down on him forcefully. Little brat, do you think I'm afraid of you? The savage nature of Hilton was provoked. He howled, transforming into a blood demon thousands of feet tall. Roar! The 1,000-foot blood demon roared, violent demonic energy sweeping across the heavens and earth. His feet stomped into the ground, opening his mouth to spit out a blood-red sphere of light towards Brent's hand. Brent's expression remained cold. Without hesitation, he grabbed the bloody sphere and shoved it straight back into Hilton's mouth. Boom! Blood shot up to the sky, demonic energy scattering everywhere. Hilton let out a tragic scream as his body shattered, fragments of broken limbs scattered on the ground, buried deeply into the earth. Pooh! Hilton spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale, hair disheveled, aura chaotic, bones shattered, nearly crippled. Had it not been for his somewhat special cultivation method, he might have died just now. Little brat, you wait until I recover from my injuries. I will surely massacre your 9 clans. Hilton glanced at Brent with venom, then gritted his teeth, risking half his life to rapidly deploy the great blood escape technique to leave this place. Space trembled. Hilton transformed into a streak of blood-colored light, disappearing instantly into the void. You can't escape. Brent's expression was calm. He reached out into the void, pulling Hilton out from the void effortlessly. Not possible. You. Hilton stared wide-eyed, extremely surprised at Brent. Being able to pull him out from the void, that means his strength. Brent's face was icy cold. Since the other party had declared he would exterminate his 9 clans, Brent was naturally not someone merciful. Thereupon, he clasped his hands together and began to refine Blood Demon Patriarch. No. Blood Demon Patriarch howled in despair, yet no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Brent's grasp. Bang! With a light sound, Blood Demon Patriarch was refined into ashes by Brent within a breath, completely disappearing from the world. The people standing far away, watching, were shocked speechless, seemingly unable to believe what they had witnessed. Blood Demon Patriarch is dead. He was actually killed by Brent. Blood Demon Patriarch was a cultivator at the 7th major realm, almost peerless, and he couldn't put up any resistance against Brent. It's just too unbelievable. Is this real? If my grandma crawls out of her coffin right now and slaps me, telling me she's still alive, I wouldn't be as shocked as I am now. Such an ending was vastly different from what they had imagined. The audience was momentarily struck with awe, speechless. If he can so easily kill Blood Demon Patriarch, then how powerful is he? Many looked up at Brent in the sky, their eyes filled with deep reverence. For a moment, people everywhere on the mountain were talking about Brent, creating an uproar. Big brother Brent. Fawn and Gervais, breathing heavily, stared dumbfoundedly at Brent in front of them, stunned beyond words by his power. Just moments ago, when they saw Blood Demon Patriarch transformed into a blood demon, madly rushing towards them, their hearts were terrified to the extreme. They even thought everyone would die here. But then, Brent's Perfechesters left them completely astonished. Facing the incredibly powerful blood demon, Brent did not even change his expression. He simply extended one hand calmly. Yes, just one hand easily shattered all of the blood demon's attacks, leaving the opponent torn apart. Too strong. Gervais and Fawn glanced at each other, both unable to resist exclaiming. It seemed like a dream. Having dealt with Blood Demon Patriarch, Brent slowly turned around with a serene expression. A smile spread across his lips as he happily looked at Fawn and Gervais, speaking softly. Blood Demon Patriarch is dead. Let's go home. Giles and Bradley are probably anxiously waiting for us. Home. Right, let's go home. I miss Giles and Bradley very much too. Fawn's eyes sparkled as she excitedly jumped up. Free from danger, Fawn reverted to her former, lively self. Her laugh revealed shiny little tiger teeth and 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. Then let's go. Brent laughed heartily, carrying Fawn and the others into the void, swiftly heading back to the Xiu family. Chapter 26, The Xiu Family Crisis. In the northern citadel, at the Xiu family estate. After meticulous restoration over the past few days, the Xiu family had regained its former glory, with an aura of rejuvenation pervading everywhere. Deep within the compound, a spacious garden quietly exuded its charm. It was early spring, and all things were reviving. Flowers in the garden competed to bloom, red, yellow, purple, white. A kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled the eyes. A stream trickled by, clear as crystal, with occasional fish playing in the water, causing ripples. An ancient wooden bridge spanned the stream, simple yet elegant. Beside the bridge stood a small pavilion, complementing the surrounding sea of flowers, forming a beautiful picture. Pablo sat on a stone bench inside the pavilion, humbly asking Dirk questions about cultivation. Giles lay comfortably in a recliner, sipping tea slowly, his eyes enjoying the scenery around him, a smile on his face. Master should be returning soon, with little xiuxian. Giles often looked up at the sky, expecting something in his heart. Ever since Giles witnessed Brent's strength, he had great confidence in him, believing that Brent would surely return safely with Magnolia. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed in the sky, and a visible crack opened in the air, through which 2 figures emerged. Is it Master returning? Giles hurriedly stood up from the recliner and looked up at the figures in the sky. Pablo and Dirk also came out of the pavilion, curiously watching the 2 people in the sky. The 2 figures in the sky emitted a dazzling holy light, like celestial beings, rings of light circling around them, overshadowing even the sun. Many people looked up, but could not clearly see who was up there. Dirk squinted his eyes, sensing an unfamiliar presence through the intense holy light echesterating from the figure. The person coming isn't Brother Fan. I wonder which powerful figure has descended, creating such a commotion. I wonder what they are here for. Dirk shook his head, guessing with doubt. Not master? Then who is it? For so chestery years, no such powerful cultivator has ever descended upon Northern Citadel. Giles was also puzzled, frowning slightly. He felt a vague sense that something unpleasant might happen. So strong. Just the slightest ripple makes my soul tremble involuntarily. Too terrifying. If they wanted to kill me, probably just a glance would suffice. Pablo looked up at the two figures in the sky, his eyes filled with fervor, wishing he could one day become so powerful. I hope they're just passing by. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for Northern Citadel. Giles, Pablo, and Dirk stood in the courtyard, watching the figures in the sky closely. The two figures in the sky were precisely the Hamilton from Taiching Holy Land and West. Disciple, which is the Chu family, pointed out for your master. The old Chester in white, with both hands behind his back, looked down at the entire Northern Citadel from the sky with contempt. In his view, this barbaric place could never produce any superlative experts. Everyone here was mere ants. If not for avenging his beloved disciple, he would never come to such a place. Master, that's the Chu family. West's eyes flashed with hatred, gritting his teeth with malice as he pointed towards the Chu family. Oh, so that's the Chu family. Following West's finger, the old Chester in white slowly lowered his head, looking disdainfully at the Chu family compound, directly seeing Dirk and the others in the courtyard. Haha, just as I expected, only a peak 5th stage junior. A formidable figure perhaps in this barbaric land, but merely an ant before me. Killing him would take just one finger. The old Chester remained calm and composed, with a smile on his face, but eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, turning the previously clear sky into a heavy darkness, as if night had prematurely fallen. The old Chester in white now shone like a brilliant star, emitting blinding white light, resembling a blazing sun suspended high in the heavens. All of Northern Citadel was startled. Everyone gazed in shock at the old Chester in the sky, trembling in fear. Is this the legendary 7th major realm, the Ascension Stage Hamilton? Someone trembled, gazing up at the sky in terror. Too terrifying. Many people couldn't withstand the overwhelming pressure, bowing down before the old Chester in submission. A cultivator so powerful could wipe out the entire Northern Citadel with just a snap of his fingers. I wonder why this venerable predecessor has come to our remote little city. Many people were guessing in their hearts, filled with fear. Due to the overwhelming holy light, none of them could see West standing beside the old Chester in white. Therefore, no one could fathom the true purpose of the visitor. Descendants of the Chu family, you wiped out my disciple's entire clan. Today, I have come for justice. Likewise, I shall exterminate your entire clan. A resounding voice echoed through the sky, its imposing momentum sweeping across the entire city. The old Chester in white stood quietly, lifting his hand and pointing toward the Chu family compound. Clang! A clear metallic clashing sound rang out, shattering the silence of the world. Immediately after, a dazzling light sword condensed silently at the tip of the old Chester's finger. Its brilliance was as white as snow, almost blinding to the eyes. The light sword was astonishingly long, reaching 100 zhang in length, resembling a raging dragon descending from the heavens, carrying boundless might and power. Roar! It roared and surged, enveloped by the force of wind and thunder, hurtling swiftly towards the Chu family compound. The atmosphere within the Chu family compound instantly turned still, as if even the air had ceased to flow. Not good. Retreat quickly. Dirk's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he pushed Pablo and Giles aside, standing alone in front of them. Though he had Chestery questions and did not understand when the Chu family had offended such a powerful figure, there was no time for him to think. He had no time to delve into these matters, and could only focus entirely on dealing with the imminent crisis. Chapter 27 Dirk's Choice. Kill! Dirk roared in anger. He knew his opponent far surpassed him, and he could only do his utmost to block and fight with everything he had. In recent days, the Chu family had treated him kindly, caring for him attentively. Unconsciously, he had come to regard them as his closest kin. Back then, due to his lack of power, he could only watch helplessly as his clansmen died one by one before him. That feeling of being powerless, that sorrow and pain, had replayed in his mind for centuries. It became the agony of his life. Now, the same scene was happening again. He would never allow it to be repeated. No, never. Even if it meant death. Dirk's eyes reddened. His blood and soul were ignited, completely unleashing his strength. With a resolve to die, he faced the Hamilton's attack without hesitation. Get lost! Dirk shouted angrily. The scenes from his past seemed to merge with what was happening now. All the hatred from his previous and current life erupted at this moment. He burned himself frantically, hurling all his weapons at the Hamilton. Like a ferocious sword filled with killing intent, he pointed straight toward the Hamilton in the sky. Pablo and Giles faced the sudden calamity with changed expressions, but they also reacted promptly. The powerful figure in the sky intended to kill someone, who turned out to be them. And at that moment, the shocking long sword in the sky emitted an overwhelming aura, cleaving down toward them with unstoppable force. Dirk burned himself without delay to buy them time to escape, blocking the opponent's attack alone. No, how could they watch Dirk go to his death? Even if they died, they would die together. Brother Xingyang, Pablo shouted with red eyes. Holding a sharp sword, he roared furiously like a moth rushing into a flame, closely following Dirk to face the attack. Kill! Giles opened his eyes wide with anger, holding a long sword and charging toward the sky. There were no cowards among the Chu family. Tears welled up in Dirk's eyes. Seeing Pablo and Giles rush forward unhesitatingly to defend with him, he felt deeply moved, yet worried about their lives. You must run away. Dirk shouted loudly, his eyes red, unleashing all his power to block the attack. No matter what, he did not want his loved ones to be harmed in any way. People of the Chu family never retreat. Even when we know we cannot win, we dare to draw our swords and will never regret dying. Giles shouted. Beneath his white hair was a pair of fearless eyes. Whatever happened, he could not stand by watching the younger generations die while he survived cowardly. Even if the enemy was formidable, what was there to fear but death? Actually, everyone knew. They were bound to die today. The person in the sky was too strong. No matter how they resisted, survival was impossible. Even if they exhausted all their efforts to withstand one strike, so what? What about the second or third strike? Haha, just death. The three laughed together, facing death unflinchingly, and bravely welcomed the holy light sword from the sky. Humph, just some ants, adding to the ridicule. The Hamilton in the sky had an icy expression, showing no emotion as he watched indifferently. Killing a few weak creatures caused him no ripples. Master, among the three people below, none is the chief culprit who destroyed my Zhang family, Brent. Where has he gone? Wes stood beside the white-robed Hamilton. He had thoroughly investigated the entire Chu residence, finding no trace of Brent. He can't escape. After I eliminate these little bugs, I'll go kill him. The white-robed Hamilton sneered disdainfully at Brent, thinking it was impossible for him not to feel such a vast presence radiating from him, felt by everyone within thousands of miles. Moreover, after killing his entire clan in front of so Chestery people, Brent still hadn't shown up. How powerful could he be? A coward who dared not face him wasn't even worth the effort to kill. Before anyone could react, in an instant, under the watchful eyes of everyone in Beihuang City, the holy light sword from the sky plunged down like a falling meteor towards Dirk and the others. Bang! Bang! With thunderous booms, the holy light sword sliced through dozens of weapons hurled by Dirk. Then, like a mountain pressing down on an egg, it heavily struck the blow Dirk exerted with all his might. Dong! This blow was akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, with deafening reverberations echoing between sky and ground. An extremely brilliant light abruptly burst forth in the sky, resembling a dazzling pillar of light shooting straight into the nine heavens. Kill! Facing such an overwhelming assault, Dirk's eyes were wide open in fury, his face flushed red, with streams of blood flowing from all 7 apertures of his body. He risked his life, burning all his strength, tenaciously resisting the decisive strike of the holy light sword. However, despite his utmost effort, the immense disparity in power rendered his resistance insignificant. Boom! Another thunderous explosion came, causing Dirk's body to tremble violently. His desperate defense was utterly inadequate against the holy light sword, collapsing instantly. Following this, the holy light sword penetrated through his palm without hindrance, mercilessly piercing through his chest, passing right through him. Pooh! Dirk spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale, eyes closed, and his whole being plummeting like a bird with broken wings from the sky. Pooh! Pooh! Pablo and Giles, who followed behind Dirk, were grazed by the sword aura of the holy light sword, both spitting large amounts of blood as they fell from the sky. Boom! The final remnant force of the holy light sword struck the earth with great force, instantly raising endless dust, sending countless rocks skyward, sinking the ground deep, and creating a colossal pit 1,000 feet in diameter. In an instant, the entire Chu family was destroyed, along with Chestery, surrounding civilian houses turned to ashes, resulting in countless innocent lives lost in the aftermath, cries of anguish filling the land. Xingyang, Giles, lying on the ground, wailed, disregarding his own injuries, anxiously struggling to crawl towards the unconscious Dirk, slowly lifting the unconscious Dirk into his arms. Cough, cough, brother Xingyang. Pablo, suffering visibly, covered in blood, staggered towards Dirk. They survived because at the last moment, Dirk used his remaining consciousness to shield them from the sword aura of the holy light sword. Otherwise, with their cultivation levels, they would have been reduced to dust under the aftereffects of the holy light sword. Xingyang, wake up! Giles frantically took out several revival pills, stuffing them all into Dirk's mouth, hoping to save him. However, Dirk's injuries were too severe, his chest was entirely pierced through, and he remained in a comatose state, showing no signs of regaining consciousness. Chapter 28, The World-Ending Palm. I underestimated you. But now, I want to see who can still stop me. The old Chester in white clothes coldly snorted, realizing that his attack had not been effective. His expression was stern as he raised his hand again and pressed it down toward Dirk and the others. This time, the old Chester in white clothes put even more strength into the palm. The entire palm emitted boundless light, as huge as a mountain, almost enveloping all of northern Huang City beneath it. Over Chester years of cultivation, he had always adhered to the principle that one must use a bull-killing knife to slaughter a chicken, doing everything with full force and never leaving behind any. This was also the reason why he had grown to this level today. All his enemies ultimately turned into ashes in his hands. Disciple, remember, in the future, no matter who you kill, even an ant, you must do so with all your might, understand? The old Chester in white clothes placed his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently, as if the millions of souls in northern Huang City were mere ants, easily disposable. No, I don't want to die yet. All the people in northern Huang City lost the color in their faces. They watched the sky-covering giant palm above them, each face revealing despair, frightened into collapsing on the ground. Run quickly. Many people fled in panic, attempting to escape northern Huang City, unwilling to remain and wait for death. In an instant, everyone in northern Huang City was thrown into chaos, cries of sorrow and despair rising one after another. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away in the vast emptiness, 3 people were chatting happily and laughing. Hee, brother Brent. Guess what kind of expression little Mac will have when he sees me later? Magnolia turned her head to look at Brent. Her watery big eyes curved into 2 crescent moons, looking extraordinarily playful and adorable. Haha, I bet when Mac sees you later, he'll be super happy at first. But next, he might end up crying. Brent laughed heartily, recalling scenes from the past where Pablo was teased by Magnolia. Back then, every time Pablo was beaten until he cried, he would come running with tears and snot streaming down his face to complain to him. Hee, little Mac here, even knowing he can't fight against me at all, still keeps coming to provoke me. Humph. If it weren't for my kindness, I would have taught him a lesson long ago. If I don't give him some color to see, how would he know my power? While talking, Magnolia pinched her waist and mimicked the action of pulling ears, unable to resist laughing. Haha, this is going to be a good show. Little Mac is definitely going to be messed up by sister again. Seeing Magnolia's gestures, Brent's smile grew brighter. He could already picture Pablo being dragged around by the ear. But at this moment, Brent's expression suddenly changed slightly. He felt as if something had fiercely struck his heart, making it spasm. A vague but ominous premonition surged in his heart, as if something very important and closely related to him was about to happen. Brother Brent, what's wrong? Magnolia and Dawson looked at Brent's suddenly serious expression, exchanging puzzled glances before asking. Not sure yet. Let me figure it out through calculation. Brent frowned and began calculating rapidly with his fingers, growing faster and faster. He didn't know why, but his sense of urgency was becoming stronger. He couldn't understand why he felt this way. All great enemies had been eliminated. Who could possibly threaten the Chu family? Besides, with Dirk stationed inside the Chu family, it was completely foolproof. Within a 100,000-mile radius, there was practically no one stronger than him. What on earth could it be? Brent furrowed his brows. As an unparalleled powerhouse, he trusted that this pain in his heart was not groundless. Gather! With a loud shout, Brent's movements became lightning fast, hundreds of thousands of magical seals pouring into the void before him, forming a light ball rapidly. Boom! Lightning appeared in the void, each bolt as thick as a mountain, smashing towards Brent and the others, seeking to destroy everything. It was divine punishment. Someone was predicting the future, disrupting the world order, affecting the past, present, and future. The Tao of Heaven was suppressing. This. Magnolia and Xianxia were scared pale by the sudden lightning, completely dumbfounded. These bolts of lightning were too fierce. Each bolt was extremely thick, with astonishing power. Even the slightest hint of their might could annihilate them 10,000 times over. Scatter! Brent remained calm, raising one hand to disperse all the lightning above him with a single palm strike, while continuing to cast spells with his other hand, accelerating the formation of the light ball. The void trembled as an image flashed across the light ball. But in an instant, the light ball completely exploded. Not good. The Chu family is in trouble. Brent's expression drastically changed, shock filling his heart. Although the image on the light ball was blurry, he still saw an extremely powerful person attacking the Chu family. What happened to Brother Brent? Is someone attacking the Chu family? Magnolia saw the shock and anger mixed in Brent's eyes, her face full of concern as she asked. We don't know who is attacking the Chu family. Let's return as soon as possible. Brent showed a look of urgency, his expression tense as he spared no effort to accelerate. I hope it's not too late. Brent carried Magnolia and Dawson, moving through the void like a constantly accelerating meteor. Above the Chu family in northern Huang City, a giant palm as big as mountains shone with boundless light, emitting an overwhelming aura, resembling an end-of-the-world palm, descending with the power to destroy everything, pressing down fiercely toward the Chu family. Is this the end of the world? Everyone in northern Huang City was frightened pale, their bodies and souls trembling under the pressure of this world-ending palm. Who could resist such power? If this giant palm fell, it wouldn't just be the Chu family. The entire northern Huang City would turn to dust, and countless people would be exterminated by the old Chester's palm. Eden, this old servant can no longer accompany you. I won't see the day when you build your family and achieve success. Giles sighed softly, tightly holding the unconscious Dirk in his arms, his own body covered in blood, nearly at death's door. Facing death, Giles was calm. For someone who had already died once, death was not scary. He only felt a slight regret that he would never see Brent's children and enjoy family bliss. Brother Fan, you must take revenge for us. Pablo roared in anger, his body covered in blood, trembling and struggling to stand but refusing to submit. Kill. Pablo let out a long cry, wielding his bloodied sword, charging fearlessly toward the giant palm. Even if he were to die, he wanted to die fighting. Haha, all of you die. My Zhang family is gone. Not only will I exterminate the Chu family, but I'll make everyone in northern Huang City pay the price. West laughed wildly, filled with hatred, looking at the entire northern Huang City. Since his Zhang family was destroyed, what use did he have for northern Huang City? Boom. In the blink of an eye, the snow-white giant palm created a sonic boom before speeding towards the Chu family courtyard. Whoosh. The void trembled as Brent, Magnolia, and Dawson appeared at the edge of northern Huang City. As soon as they landed, Brent witnessed the horrifying scene. Above the sky, a towering giant palm overshadowed the sun, about to collapse the entire northern Huang City. Chapter 29. I am in Hamilton of the Holy Land. Do you dare kill me? No. Brent felt like he was going crazy. With bloodshot eyes, he roared and immediately rushed forward without a second thought. Oops. It's too late. The old Chester in white saw Brent walking out from the void in the distance. His face was stern, with a slight cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Brent roared furiously, accelerating with all his might. Boom. The void exploded as Brent finally reached Bo Ian and the others at this critical moment between life and death. He had no time to check their injuries and hastily raised his hand to strike the giant palm above. Scram. His roar echoed through the sky. Bang. The majestic giant palm, like divine punishment, was instantly shattered by Brent. Endless wild energy ravaged the sky, even forcing the old Chester in white to retreat several steps. How is that possible? The old Chester in white was taken aback, his face showing surprise as he looked at Brent, whose strength far exceeded his expectations. Uncle Bo Mac, how are you? Brent quickly walked up to Uncle Bo and the others, worry evident on his face. Looking at the few people who were barely breathing in front of him, he could not help but rage. They had been injured so severely, truly hateful. If he hadn't returned in time, he couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. Master, Brother Fan, Uncle Bo and Pablo lay on the ground, faces twisted in pain, struggling to stand but unable to do so due to their severe injuries. Dirk remained in critical condition, his breath gradually weakening, teetering on the brink of death. Brent hurriedly took out a few golden pills and fed them to Dirk, simultaneously channeling spiritual energy to dissolve the pills and stabilize his injuries. Finally, it's stable. Brent breathed a sigh of relief. Dirk's injuries were finally stabilized, and he was no longer in immediate danger. As long as he rested properly, he would recover soon. Uncle Bo and Pablo also consumed revival pills, their injuries slowly recovering. In such a small wilderness, there actually appears an extraordinary person. I will see just how much power you have. The old Chester in white revealed a look of murderous intent. He had been forced to retreat by a mere insect, which was an unbearable humiliation to him. As he spoke, his expression hardened, and he waved his hand. 5 fingers glowed, instantly forming 5 astonishing light swords, their brilliance blinding. Whoosh! The light swords whistled, carrying sword beams dozens of feet long, stabbing directly at Brent. Master, he is Brent, the one who wiped out the Zhang family. That's him. West pointed at Brent, eyes bloodshot with hatred as he trembled uncontrollably, wishing to devour him alive. Just an ant. Today he will surely die. The old Chester in white's eyes were indifferent. Although he was momentarily shocked by Brent's display of power, it was merely shock. With his power at the 7th Great Realm, he could wipe out this tiny wasteland with just a thought. It was you who harmed my Chu clan's people, asking for death. Brent was enraged. His face turned cold, and killing intent surged within him, with his eyes shooting out 2 beams of intense light. The Chu clan members were his Achilles heel. Anyone who touched them would certainly die. Die! Brent roared, his body rapidly expanding into a 1,000-foot giant, lifting his foot to stomp towards the old Chester in white. Bang! Bang! The 5 light swords shattered consecutively under Brent's giant foot, unable to harm him at all. His foot did not stop, but continued to press down on the old Chester in white with unrelenting force. You! The old Chester in white turned pale with anger. To be stomped on by Brent was a blatant insult. Brat, how dare you! The old Chester seethed with anger, launching dozens of attacks and spitting out a flawless holy light spear, aiming to collapse Brent's giant foot. What don't I dare? Brent glared fiercely, collapsing all the attacks with one step. Even the holy light spear could not hinder him at all, and his giant foot stomped straight onto the old Chester in white's head. This! The old Chester's expression changed dramatically. His eyes lost their earlier composure, revealing a hint of panic. He realized he had misjudged Brent's strength. All his full power strikes failed to move Brent, easily crushed. Remember, he was a cultivator of the 7th Great Realm, with few in the Eastern Wasteland surpassing his power, an existence capable of dominating wherever he went. But now, he was brutally outmatched by someone who effortlessly deflected all his attacks. How strong was he? Could he be a great accomplished king? Kill! The old Chester in white roared, knowing that it was too late for any talk. If he didn't fight to the death now, he might die here. Boom! The old Chester in white launched countless attacks frenziedly, trying to break free from Brent's massive foot. But all his efforts were in vain. Brent's enormous foot had locked down the space around him, sealing every escape route. Whoosh! The huge foot tore through the void, creating a terrifying sonic boom as it descended swiftly. It's all because of you, my traitorous disciple. If not for you, how could I have ended up in such a predicament? The old Chester in white glared hatefully at West, and then tossed him outside his protective aura. No, master you. West let out a shocked cry, looking at the old Chester in white with disbelief and despair on his face. He was mercilessly abandoned like trash, left exposed under Brent's gigantic foot. In just an instant, West was torn apart by the energy beneath Brent's foot, turning into ashes. Please stop, friend Dao. I admit defeat. As long as you spare my life, I will agree to any conditions. The old Chester in white struggled to hold on, his face showing despair. To save his life, he was willing to pay any price. Humph. My condition is your death. Brent's face was cold, showing no mercy. Thinking of Dirk's miserable state and Bo Ian's blood-covered appearance, he wished to instantly turn the old Chester in white into ashes. How could he possibly let him go? Cough, cough. The old Chester in white was pale, coughing up blood. Even before Brent's foot landed, his body had already been torn by the energy, bleeding profusely from numerous wounds. You dare to kill me? I am in Hamilton of the Taiching Holy Land. If you kill me, the Taiching Holy Land will never let you off. The old Chester in white roared furiously, realizing that soft words wouldn't work. He hoped to scare Brent away by invoking the prestige of the Taiching Holy Land. One must know, the reason why Holy Lands are called Holy Lands is not only because they are immensely powerful and have deep roots. More importantly, there must be saints within their sects. Saints, legendary beings residing in the 9th Great Realm, transcending the mundane world. They possess incredible longevity and unimaginable power, capable of destroying stars and collapsing thousands of miles of land with a single strike. Truly formidable beings beyond comprehension. Chapter 30. The one I killed is you. Humph. The Supreme Clarity Holy Land? After this matter is resolved, I will personally come to seek justice. Brent spoke expressionlessly, indifferent to what was merely a holy land. If their sage was unreasonable, he didn't mind erasing the Supreme Clarity Holy Land from existence. As for you, bullying the weak, not only did you plan to obliterate my Chu clan, but also intended to massacre millions of lives in northern capital city. Such ruthlessness deserves death. Brent said coolly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His large foot, descending rapidly and engulfed in roaring flames, resembled a falling meteor. Don't! The white-robed Hamilton screamed in shock, utterly panicked. His disheveled hair flew as he frantically fought back, launching every spirit artifact he could chesterage to resist Brent's foot. But all these attacks were like insects shaking a tree, utterly futile. Bang! Bang! Brent's foot shattered all resistance, finally stamping heavily on the white-robed Hamilton, forcefully pressing him into the earth. Boom! The ground sank deep, dust filled the air, and the entire sky seemed to quake violently. The white-robed Hamilton let out a heart-wrenching cry, eyes wide with defiance as he spewed out large amounts of blood. Under Brent's foot, his body broke apart piece by piece, turning to nothingness. Phew! Phew! Silence enveloped the world. Only wisps of smoke slowly drifted upwards into the heavens. I'm actually not dead. Saved. Someone checked their body incredulously, still recovering from the shock. It was Eden Chu who saved us, killing that powerful person. Someone who witnessed the battle shouted in disbelief. What? Eden Chu killed that powerhouse with one stomp. Heavens. Unbelievable. Many people heard this news and were left speechless. That powerhouse, nearly wiping out northern capital city with one palm, was killed by Brent in one strike. And the method of his death was humiliating, reduced to ashes under Brent's foot. That was an old monster possibly in the 7th Great Realm, tribulation, transcending stage. Killed so easily, such powerful figures were unheard of in their daily lives. They never dreamed of reaching such realms. Yet now, they had witnessed such a powerful being stomped to death by someone. Countless people swallowed hard, feeling as if they were dreaming, mouths agape in shock, unable to utter a word. Serves him right. He wanted to slaughter millions in northern capital city with one move. This is retribution. If it weren't for Eden Chu's timely intervention, we would all be dead. Thank you, Eden Chu, for saving us. Thank you. Millions of people, who had just narrowly escaped death, suddenly called out Brent's name in gratitude. Some even knelt down, bowing towards the direction of the Chu family in eternal reverence. Giles, how is Xingyang? Brent landed beside Giles, crouching down and looking worriedly at Dirk. The bleeding from his chest wound has stopped. It will take time to heal fully. Giles tenderly held Dirk, gently wiping away the blood from his face with a soft cloth. This is all my fault. If I were stronger, Brother Xingyang wouldn't have been so seriously injured. He got hit by the light sword while trying to save me. Pablo's face was filled with sorrow and regret, blaming himself for being a burden. Don't blame yourselves. This was my oversight. I underestimated the situation too much. Brent furrowed his brows slightly, sighing lightly. He had indeed let his guard down lately, thinking everything was fine after dealing with the obvious threats. But Chestery were still watching him from the shadows, and he hadn't been cautious enough. While he wasn't afraid for himself, what about his family? Even the slightest slip-up could lead to irreversible tragedies. Fortunately, he Chesteraged to return in time to save everyone. But what about next time? Or the time after that? He couldn't always arrive in time. Earlier, he thought about setting up some defensive formations within the family compound, but was too busy to do so. Such carelessness nearly led to a great tragedy. Brent looked up at the sky, pondering for a moment before coming up with an excellent solution. The family courtyard was now completely destroyed, and he needed to choose a new place to rebuild the clan. Once he selected the new location to rebuild the Chu family estate, he was determined to transform it into an extremely secure place, not only with formidable defenses, but also with exceptional offensive capabilities. Ideally, it should be so powerful that even a sage would find it unbreakable. Even if he ventured across multiple major realms in the future, his clan member's safety would be ensured. We could also set up a super spirit gathering array to harness celestial energy and accelerate the cultivation of our clan members. If we can utilize the place where I cultivated in the primal origin land. Brent nodded slightly, increasingly convinced that this plan was feasible. He had already decided on the location, right beside the primal origin forbidden zone. At the same time, he harbored an even bolder idea, which he planned to implement once all matters here were settled. Magnolia and Dawson flew in from outside the city, their faces filled with concern as they quickly descended upon witnessing the devastation. Giles, how are you? And Mac, how serious is your injury? Magnolia hurriedly approached the group, checking everyone's injuries. Little Xiua. Giles looked at Magnolia in surprise, his eyes brimming with joy. Sister Xiua. Pablo ran up to Magnolia excitedly, hugging her tightly with a joyful smile. Little Mac, let go, I can't breathe. Magnolia was also delighted to see everyone, tears streaming down her face in excitement. After some warm greetings, Magnolia learned about Dirk's background and was deeply moved by his sacrifice to save Giles and Mac. All right, Xingyang needs more rest. Let's leave this place. Brent spoke, noting that the Chu family home had been destroyed. Staying here offered no refuge, so finding a new place was better. Brother Fan, where are we going? The group looked curiously at Brent, unsure of his intentions. We're going to rebuild our new home. Brent smiled mysteriously, ready to kick off his grand plan. Rebuild a new home? The group was puzzled, not fully understanding Brent's meaning. Just follow me, you'll see soon enough. Brent didn't elaborate further, sweeping his sleeves to swiftly carry everyone towards the primal origin forbidden zone. Chapter 31 Rebuilding the Chu family. Near the border of the Taichu forbidden zone. Here, thousands of towering mountains stand tall like giants between heaven and earth. Four particular mountains catch the eye. They encircle each other, forming a natural barrier that creates a vast basin. This basin is akin to a paradise beyond the mundane world, accessible only through a narrow and treacherous passage, winding for hundreds of meters into its depths. The scale of the basin is quite impressive, spanning 30 kilometers in all directions. Inside are waterfalls, lakes, hills, plains, and numerous spirit beasts frolicking about. Inside are waterfalls, lakes, hills, plains, and numerous spirit beasts frolicking about. The scenery here is picturesque and breathtaking, full of vitality and serenity, lush and tranquil. Do you think it's good to rebuild the Chu family here? Brent turned to look at the people behind him, speaking calmly. Giles and the others hovered high in the air, gazing at where Brent pointed. The scenery here is beautiful. I really like it. Are we going to rebuild the Chu family here? Magnolia came beside Brent, her eyes roving over the basin's landscape, clearly satisfied with the place, her face filled with delight. It's indeed quite good, and the spiritual energy here is quite dense, beneficial for cultivation. Giles nodded gently, recognizing the value of this location. I also like it very much, especially that large lake. It's stunningly beautiful. Pablo laughed heartily, his face brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating the rebuilding of the Chu clan. All right then, let's rebuild the Chu family here. Brent smiled, equally pleased with his chosen location. Haha, let's go. Let's work together and try to build the courtyard framework in just one day. Pablo stepped forward excitedly, ready to fly toward the basin. The others also readied themselves, eager to start the massive undertaking. No need to be so hasty. Look, Brent chuckled, lifting his hand and tossing a magical artifact into the basin while casting tens of thousands of magical seals consecutively. Boom! A deafening roar shattered the surrounding silence. At the focal point of everyone's gaze, the previously unremarkable artifact suddenly erupted with immense power, growing wildly until it transformed into a magnificent palace complex. This palace complex covered an enormous area, spanning several 10,000 square meters, with hundreds of buildings neatly arranged within. Among the pavilions and halls, flying eaves and carved beams adorned the structures, exuding boundless elegance and grandeur. Every corner of the palace complex was meticulously detailed, with artificial hills, streams, flowers, and trees creating beautiful landscapes. More astonishingly, these buildings weren't simply stacked, but intricately formed into hundreds of small courtyards. Each courtyard had its unique charm, featuring small bridges overflowing streams and lush greenery, rich with life and warmth. Everyone stared at the sudden appearance of the palace complex, all stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. A massive palace complex appeared before them out of thin air. Was this a dream? Brother Fan, how did you do that? Can you create things out of nothing? All were astonished and puzzled, looking curiously at Brent. I obtained this magical artifact by chance. Its form is quite special. It's not a weapon but has been refined into a courtyard, perfect as a residence. Brent explained with a smile. Let's go down. Brent finished speaking and brought everyone down to the central square of the palace complex. The spiritual energy here, at least 3 times denser than outside. The crowd looked around curiously, immediately noticing the difference, their faces filled with amazement. Haha, more surprises are yet to come. Everyone, quickly find a courtyard to rest in. First, let's tend to your injuries. Brent spoke softly, handing a storage pouch each to Magnolia and Dawson to help them recuperate. Brother, what is this? We have healing pills. Magnolia and Dawson took the storage pouches, opening them while speaking, bewildered. This. When they saw the contents of the storage pouches, both were stunned into silence, their mouths forming O shapes. They were completely petrified. Pablo and Dirk saw their expressions and remembered their own reactions upon first seeing the contents of the storage pouches, laughing until they could barely catch their breath. Go ahead and rest. I need to prepare some things too. After being reminded by Brent, everyone chose a small courtyard and walked into rest. Time flew by, half a month later. Everyone's injuries had healed, and during these 2 weeks, Brent had spent a great deal of effort preparing a large amount of materials. Finally prepared. Let's start now. Brent exhaled deeply and then came to the sky above the basin with an excited look on his face. His eyes emitted countless rays of light as he scanned the entire basin, silently deducing in his mind. Go! Brent shouted lightly, raised his hand to fling out 81 array flags engraved with runes, and then controlled these flags to be inserted at specific places on the 4 mountains. Dong! The earth shook. The diameter of the 81 array flags reached 3 meters, towering hundreds of meters high, all firmly planted into the ground. Upon landing, the array flags instantly caused a change in the weather. 81 beams of light shot straight into the sky, forming a huge circular light shield that rapidly took shape within sight. In an instant, the 4 mountains were completely covered by the light shield. Then, Brent hurled thousands of slightly smaller array flags again, planting them in various locations across the basin. Boom! A thunderclap echoed, bringing astonishing changes in the sky over the basin. Streams of colorful light flickered incessantly, and the void undulated like water waves. Merge the arrays. Brent roared, his hair flying wildly. A powerful aura echesterated from him as he continuously cast seals, sending beams of light towards all the array flags. Dong! Instantly, the whole world shook dramatically. An extremely heavy and cold energy swept across the entire sky and land. All the arrays merged in a moment. A large composite array, incorporating kill, illusion, trapping, confusing, and defensive arrays, appeared before Brent's eyes. Haha, not bad. Brent laughed loudly, looking at the array in front of him and nodding in satisfaction. However, this was not the end. The array he had painstakingly created was far more than this. Chapter 32. To forge the Chu family into a pure land. Activate the Spirit Gathering Grand Array. Brent bellowed once again, raising his hand to shoot a magic seal towards the array's core. The array quivered slightly, emitting boundless brilliance. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into the entire basin, like rivers rushing into the sea. Within just a few breaths, the concentration of spiritual energy in the basin became almost unchesterable, with even more continuously flowing in from outside. One could imagine that it wouldn't be long before the spiritual energy here would reach a liquid state. Those who cultivated here would experience rapid advancement in their cultivation, if not lightning fast, certainly much faster than usual. Furthermore, this super large Spirit Gathering Grand Array had another use. It could provide spiritual energy for all the arrays here, allowing them to run perpetually as long as the spiritual energy did not dry up. Every one of these arrays was constructed by him using high-grade or even supreme-grade materials. Combined, dozens of these arrays were virtually impervious even to a quasi-emperor realm cultivator, let alone a great sage. How can such a powerful array be called great without its own consciousness? Brent pondered, scanning the whole array. He prepared to awaken the array's consciousness, initiating its intelligence. Awake, the soul of the array. Brent shouted loudly. His eyes gleamed as he released an aura that intensified rapidly. His hair danced wildly, while he continuously cast tens of thousands of magic seals toward the array's core. Boom! Hundreds of thunderbolts struck from the sky, trying to shatter the array before it awakened. Disperse! Brent howled, spitting out a stream of pure chi towards the incoming thunderbolts above his head. Bang! Countless thunderbolts exploded in the sky. Even the calamity clouds were blown away by Brent, leaving no trace of thunder. The array quivered, the core emitted a dazzling light. A grain-sized spark flickered within, generating a faint awareness. Success! Brent grinned happily upon seeing the emerging awareness in the array. At the same time, he sighed with relief. With this array guarding them, he would no longer need to worry about his clan members' safety. True safety was now achieved. Now, I should consider how to improve my clan members' strength. Thinking to himself, Brent walked toward the array. The array, having gained a modicum of intelligence though still somewhat naive, could already recognize the aura of Chu family members. As Brent approached slowly, it opened a gap voluntarily, admitting him inside the array. Over time, the intelligence of the array would gradually improve, eventually surpassing Hutchester intellectual levels. Brother Fan, how did you do it? The spiritual energy here is unbelievably dense. Inside a spacious hall, Pablo looked at Brent excitedly, as if beholding a celestial deity. Yes, such dense spiritual energy makes cultivation far more efficient. I can feel my realm advancing nonstop. It seems I'll soon reach the late stage of the second major realm, condensation realm. Magnolia's face was filled with surprise, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Others also gazed at Brent with excitement. This place had truly become a paradise on Earth. This is due to the super spirit gathering grand array I set up outside. In the future, the spiritual energy here will become denser, greatly accelerating your cultivation speed. Brent smiled, explaining the entire basin's array setup. Then he surveyed everyone present and said gently, "From now on, cultivate here with peace of mind." Brent felt both happy and satisfied, intending to turn this place into a sanctuary. He planned to plant divine herbs and immortal trees around the courtyard, enhancing the area's Dao essence. Moreover, as spiritual energy continued to pour in, the lake water would transform into a spirit spring, significantly improving the environment of the entire basin. Brother Fan, does this mean even Great Sage Realm cultivators can't easily enter here? Everyone was astounded after hearing Brent's explanation. Great sages were legendary figures, each possessing world-shattering power, mighty enough to make all races submit, capable of obliterating sun and moon with a single gesture. Even they found it difficult to breach this defense. Heaven, this array's defense must be incredibly strong. I guess even sacred lands don't have defenses this robust. Everyone marveled at such formidable defense. There couldn't be chestery places like this in the world. I'm not quite sure how strong sacred land arrays are. But regarding our Chu family's array, even ordinary great sages can't hope to break through. Brent smiled confidently, his eyes shining with assurance. With such an environment, within 10 years, I am sure to advance a major realm. Pablo's eyes shone brightly, filled with anticipation for his cultivation realm, and brimming with confidence. Give me time, and I will definitely become a super powerhouse. I will surely be able to protect all my loved ones. Dirk's face was filled with an unyielding expression. After the life and death crisis with the white-robed Hamilton, he profoundly felt the inadequacy of his strength. Back in Xianxia, Bei Huancheng, when facing the critical moments involving the lives of his loved ones, he deeply experienced that sense of powerlessness, the helplessness due to his lack of strength, which left him in deep despair. Despite risking everything, he still couldn't save his loved ones, and this pain was etched into his heart forever. Xingyang. Brent took a step closer to Dirk, raising his hand to pat Dirk on the shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement and sincerity. Brother Fan. Dirk was still overwhelmed by guilt. Although he had given it his all, he failed to protect Giles and Zhang Qing properly, nearly letting them be killed by the white-robed Hamilton. He felt he had let Brent down. Xingyang, it's okay. This isn't your fault. It was my oversight. You don't need to blame yourself. Brent spoke calmly, a smile playing on his lips, consoling Dirk. Brother Xingyang, it's fine. You've done your best. Look at us now, we're all fine. If not for you, Brother Ian and I might not be here anymore. Pablo also came over, looking at him seriously and sincerely. Yes, I will definitely train harder to ensure this never happens again. Dirk nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with gratitude, and there was a shimmer of moisture in them. With such determination and cultivating in such an outstanding environment, Xingyang, I believe you can make it. Giles also approached, holding Dirk's hand like a kind Hamilton appreciating his own child. Unfortunately, the strongest cultivation technique in the Chu family is only the Qing Feng sword technique up to the profound pill realm. If you reach the profound pill realm in the future and no longer have the support of the technique, cultivation will be extremely difficult. Giles's face showed worry as he thought about the long-term issues. Upon hearing Giles's words, the others fell silent as well. Chapter 33, Imperial Level Cultivation Techniques, available in bulk. It is well known that the improvement of one's realm and cultivation techniques are complementary to each other. Without corresponding cultivation techniques for their realms, practitioners would find it as difficult as ascending to the sky without wings. Take Dirk, who is now at the peak of the 5th major realm, the Profound Pill realm. If he wishes to break through to the 6th major realm, he will need the 6th major realm's cultivation technique. If he lacks the guidance of a cultivation technique, breaking through to the 6th major realm would be very challenging, like a headless fly dashing around aimlessly. He might end up bruised and battered with bad luck, and even if his luck holds, there's only a 10,000 to 1 chance of successfully breaking through. However, even if he chesteraged to break through to the 6th major realm without a cultivation technique, all he would have inside his body would just be gathered spirit energy that won't undergo any fusion. Although he would be stronger than someone at the 5th realm, his combat power would be far inferior to those who broke through to the 6th major realm with a cultivation technique. Thus, cultivation techniques are crucial to cultivators. Yet reality is often more brutal than imagined. High-level cultivation techniques are either owned by holy lands or treasured by deeply rooted sects, and they hardly circulate on the market. Therefore, obtaining a high-level cultivation technique is harder than reaching the heavens, nearly impossible. Initially, the Chu family became the top family of North Wang City because they possessed a 4th major realm void meditation realm cultivation technique. Other families' cultivation techniques could only reach the 3rd major realm. Brent speculated that one of the deep reasons for his family's demise was the covetousness of the 3 major families towards the Chu family's cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques are too hard to come by. Dirk sighed softly. He couldn't break through to the 6th major realm precisely because of this. Yes, and it must be a cultivation technique matching one's own cultivation. This makes it even more difficult. The others also felt helpless. Dirk being at the 5th major realm had no way of obtaining such techniques, so how could they? You don't need to worry about the cultivation technique. I've already prepared it. Brent surveyed everyone, revealing a mysterious smile. Do you remember the great gift I mentioned earlier? Let me show you what that mystery gift is. Laughing heartily, Brent produced a golden book from his sleeve and walked over to Dirk. Xingyang, I know you've always had a passion for swords chestership, and this imperial level cultivation technique, 36 heavenly swords, can further enhance your sword arts. Brent said calmly, handing over the glowing golden scripture to Dirk. Dirk widened his eyes, disbelief evident on his face, stammering, what? Imperial level cultivation technique. His gaze slowly shifted back to Brent, then to the golden book in his hands, turning into a statue of shock, utterly frozen. An Imperial level cultivation technique. This is really an Imperial level cultivation technique. Those around were also stunned, eyes wide open, mouths forming O shapes, drawing in sharp breaths, with expressions filled with astonishment and disbelief. All gazes focused on the mystical book in Dirk's hand, unable to tear their eyes away. Imperial level cultivation techniques are the pinnacle in the world. Even holy lands that have existed for millions of years may not possess them. Only forces that have nurtured great emperors could own such a technique, and it was always kept secret, restricted to the most core disciples. Great emperors might only appear once every 100,000 or even million years. From this, one can see how scarce and precious Imperial level cultivation techniques are. Now, right before their eyes, an Imperial level cultivation technique was clearly present, seeming almost like a fairy tale. Everyone's eyes bulged wide. Given to me. Dirk took several deep breaths, but still couldn't suppress his excitement and agitation, his whole body trembling slightly. Yes, exactly for you. Brent nodded with a smile, then looked at everyone else, continuing, you don't need to be surprised. It's just an Imperial level cultivation technique. I have plenty, everyone gets one. Just an Imperial level cultivation technique. Have plenty. Everyone repeated Brent's words word by word, looking at him with looks of disbelief, their hearts pounding wildly from the shock. Haha, isn't Bradley fond of using knives? I happen to have an Imperial level cultivation technique, the Fierce Sun Knife technique. Here, take it. I know Xiu loves refining pills. Here's a top-grade alchemy chest rule for you. You must work hard and strive to become a master in the art of alchemy for our Chu family. Giles, you have. Brent handed out the Imperial level cultivation techniques to everyone with a broad smile on his face, as if he were distributing items from a sidewalk sale, very casually. Imperial level cultivation technique. Am I dreaming? Pablo hugged the Imperial level cultivation technique tightly in his arms, and then pinched his thigh hard until he winced in pain. Only then did he believe that everything was real. Although the expressions of the others were not as exaggerated as Pablo's, they were close, all shocked by the Imperial level cultivation technique in their hands. Xianxia, here it is. Brent spoke softly while lifting his hand to hand over an Imperial level cultivation technique to Dodge. Dodge stared wide-eyed, extending his trembling hands with disbelief to receive this Imperial level cultivation technique. His eyes remained fixed on the technique in his hands, as if afraid it would vanish suddenly. Then he looked up at Brent with a stunned expression. I get one too. Dodge's lips trembled, filled with disbelief. You and Xiu are already Dao partners. We are one family now. This technique is my gift to you, hoping you will diligently practice and continuously enhance your strength. Brent felt Dodge's gaze and smiled slightly, speaking calmly. Hearing Brent's words, a warm current surged in Dodge's heart. Gripping the technique firmly, he nodded resolutely. I will definitely train hard. For Xiu, for the family. Brent watched Dodge with satisfaction, a contented smile on his face. Since the last time he saw Dodge come seeking help despite being gravely injured, he had quietly acknowledged this resilient and brave Chester deep down. Alright, everyone go back and familiarize yourselves with your techniques, improving your abilities as soon as possible. Brent said lightly with a smile, feeling quite happy. Haha, with the Imperial level cultivation technique, Emperor Pablo will rise again, dominating the world. Pablo's laughter echoed outside the door, full of fighting spirit. I, Dirk, will surely become a legendary sword immortal, renowned for eternity. I, Magnolia. Everyone left happily and eagerly returned to their residences to practice. Go ahead. Brent chuckled and watched them leave. Seeing the harmonious family atmosphere made Brent very happy and content. After everyone left, Brent looked at the empty hall and sighed deeply. Deep in his heart, there was still a heavy sadness. So much time has passed. I wonder if Fengling has any news about my Chu family members. Brent muttered to himself and prepared to return to Beihuang City to visit the Fengling organization first. Chapter 34. Visitors from the Holy Land. Where are you, my clansmen? Brent sighed softly, his eyes betraying a sense of powerlessness. This world was vast, seemingly boundless. Finding his clansmen in this sea of xiuxian was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, incredibly difficult. After countless years of development, the xiuxian race had divided the known inhabitable world into approximately 3,600 territories. Each territory was also referred to as a great realm, like the Eastern Wasteland Great Realm where he lived. Each great realm was further divided into chestery regions. For instance, the Eastern Wasteland Great Realm comprised 108 regions, such as the Wasteland region, the Mystic region, the Yellow region, and so on. Each region was immensely vast, stretching out endlessly, typically measured in tens of thousands of miles. It was exceedingly hard to find several people within such an extensive area. Moreover, within the explored areas of the xiuxian race were chestery restricted zones and dangerous places with unpredictable dangers, blocking divine senses. No matter how powerful his strength might be, he couldn't penetrate these layers of obstruction to investigate the people he sought. I hope the surviving members of the Chu clan haven't left the Wasteland region and haven't ventured into the forbidden zones. Brent let out a long sigh. 7 years was a very long time. Those scattered outside might have used teleportation arrays to travel to other regions, or even another great realm. The Wasteland region was just an out-of-the-way place on the easternmost edge of the Eastern Wasteland Great Realm, covering merely hundreds of thousands of square miles. Compared to the entire Eastern Wasteland Great Realm, it could only be considered a small corner. If those missing Chu clan members had stayed within the Wasteland region all along, he would eventually find them. He was unafraid of the forbidden zones and would explore them. However, if the Chu clan members were scattered beyond the Wasteland region, it would take tremendous effort for him to locate them. Half a month has passed. I wonder what news Benito will have. Brent slowly walked out of the hall, raised his hand to open the void, and headed toward northern Huanqing City. He had a faint hope deep in his heart. As the organization that sold information across the Eastern Wasteland's 108 regions, the force behind Benita was substantial, spread throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland. There was a chance they might really find news about the Chu family. The void trembled, and Brent vanished from the spot. During these half a month since Brent established his family, a shocking storm swept through the entire Eastern Wasteland. Half a month ago, the Grand Purity Holy Land experienced a dramatic change. The life candle of Zane was extinguished. After thorough investigation by the Grand Purity Holy Land, it was finally confirmed that Zane had died, and had done so in an extremely desolate and remote location. Once this news spread, it caused an uproar throughout the Grand Purity Holy Land. From the sterling down to ordinary disciples, all were consumed with rage. One must know that the Grand Purity Holy Land hadn't lost in Hamilton in Chester years. Now, someone had dared to kill their Hamilton. This was an outright disdain and provocation of the Grand Purity Holy Land. Enraged, the sterling of the Grand Purity Holy Land decisively dispatched an Hamilton who had reached the consummate stage along with thousands of elite disciples to urgently head to the Wasteland region to investigate the incident, vowing to severely punish those who dared challenge the dignity of the Grand Purity Holy Land. This move instantly shocked Chestery great powers. They paid close attention to this event, and each sent quite a few capable disciples to the Wasteland region, trying to uncover insider information. For a time, the whole Eastern Wasteland fell into a tense atmosphere, with countless figures swiftly traversing various regions, spreading messages far and wide. Northern Xuanxing City. 8 days ago, did you see? A few days ago, thousands of powerful cultivators came outside Northern Xuanxing City. Their presence was astonishingly imposing and mighty. Even a single glance made me shudder in fear. I wonder why they're here. A person in Northern Xuanxing City felt very puzzled and cast a reverent look at the encamped cultivators outside the city. From what I know, all these people come from the Grand Purity Holy Land in the Celestial Realm, and they seem to be investigating the reason for their holy Hamilton's death. Someone informed while lowering his voice, speaking in a whisper full of fear. SSS. They actually come from a holy land. Many people gasped in shock, feeling thunderstruck inside. They were dumbfounded, and their mouths agape. The holy lands were too far away for them, much like legendary immortal deities, unreachable and incomparable to themselves. They had only heard legends about the holy lands before, but never truly encountered them. Now, being able to witness people from the Holy Land felt unreal, as if they were dreaming. Once, they believed the Blood Spirit sect was already powerful enough, ruling over a territory of 100,000 miles, making everyone bow down beneath their feet. However, at this moment, when they felt the aura emitted by those people from the Holy Land, they instantly realized that compared to the Holy Land, the Blood Spirit sect was nothing. Among the thousands who came from the Holy Land, even just a few casually stepping out had the complete capability to utterly destroy the Blood Spirit sect. The power of these people alone was already more than 1,000, even 10,000 times stronger than the Blood Spirit sect. You think they came here to investigate the death of their Hamilton? Could that fallen Hamilton be him? Someone immediately thought of the old Chester radiating holy light half a month ago. At that time, the old Chester was mercilessly trying to massacre all of Northern Xuanxing City. If it weren't for the Eden of the Chu family intervening in time, Northern Xuanxing City would have been flattened, and they would all have died. If this is true, the Eden of the Chu family might be in great danger. Some people showed worried expressions and couldn't help but turn their heads toward the old site of the Chu family. That day, Brent spared no effort in resisting, saving everyone at the last moment. Many people witnessed this and were filled with gratitude and appreciation for him. Now, seeing Brent face life and death, they couldn't help but worry about him as well. The Holy Land has a long history and an unfathomable foundation, and it is said that there are even sages seated within, with such strength, who in the entire world can compete with them. Though the Eden of the Chu family is powerful, he certainly cannot stand up to the Holy Land. Fortunately, the Eden of the Chu family left with his clan half a month ago. Otherwise, he would not have escaped this disaster this time. I hope the Eden of the Chu family never comes back. While Chestery people were worried about Brent's safety, they also harbored resentment toward those from the Holy Land. A butcher who tried to slaughter millions of lives in Northern Xuanxing City, and the Holy Land actually had the nerve to seek revenge for him. Truly a den of snakes and rats, without distinguishing right from wrong. Chapter 35. Threat to the Holy Land. Outside Beihuang City, on a small mountain, numerous magnificent palaces, pavilions, and terraces were densely distributed. Ethereal mists curled around, with bridges crossing streams, resembling a pure land. In the largest palace on the hill, an Hamilton Lee Chester with long eyebrows sat solemnly on a high platform, coldly observing a middle-aged cultivator who knelt before him, trembling in fear while reporting. So you mean to say that after several days of pursuit, you haven't found any trace of the young Chu family member? The Hamilton frowned, his voice resonating with authority throughout the grand hall. The Marcus trembled violently, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Report to Elder, half a month ago, that person killed Zane and then fled with his clan members. Since he tore through the void, we cannot pinpoint his exact location. Kneeling on the ground, the Chester wiped the sweat from his forehead, never daring to raise his head for fear that the slightest displeasure would lead to his instant death. I don't care what method you use. Within 5 days, you must inform me of the precise location of that young Chester. If you fail, you know the consequences. The Hamilton's voice was icy and authoritative, sending chills down everyone's spine as if it came from the depths of hell. After speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, remaining silent. The Marcus continued to kneel, his body trembling slightly. He knew the Hamilton's methods and temper well. Failing this task would likely end in a very grim fate for himself. Disciple will follow Elder's orders. Despite the fear gnawing at him, the Marcus gritted his teeth and responded. The Hamilton seemed indifferent to the Marcus's reaction, keeping his eyes tightly shut as if in deep sleep. The atmosphere in the hall was suffocating, with only the continuous sweat trickling down the Marcus's forehead. Suddenly, a resolute glint appeared in the Marcus's eyes. Report to Elder. Although I have not found Eden Chu's whereabouts these past few days, I have discovered information about 2 other Chu family members. They are currently held by an organization called Wind Spirit. The Chester spoke urgently, watching the Hamilton's expression cautiously. He hoped this news would temporarily ease the Hamilton's anger. Without opening his eyes, the Hamilton nodded expressionlessly and said calmly, "Send someone to bring them back." Relieved, the Marcus felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He bowed, stood up quickly, and left the hall. Time flew by, and 5 days passed. "Hey, did you hear? Just now, people from the Holy Land spread a message saying they have 2 members of the Chu family. If Brent doesn't come forward to face justice within 3 days, they'll publicly torture these 2 people until they die." What? Unable to find the right person, they're involving other innocent members of the Chu family. Is this something a Holy Land should do? How despicable. It said that those 2 from the Chu family are just children, not even 12 years old. And they would dare harm them too. Many people, upon hearing this, showed shock on their faces, eyes wide as if they couldn't believe their ears. They all felt disdain and contempt for the Holy Land's actions. Even representatives of other major forces were speechless, shaking their heads and chuckling, seemingly enjoying the sight of Taiching Holy Land's predicament. Though furious, the members of Taiching Holy Land could only sigh helplessly at these comments. They had come here with great fanfare, intending to swiftly crush the killer of their Hamilton, showcasing the Holy Land's power and authority. This would not only demonstrate their unparalleled strength, but also deter any ill-intentioned troublemakers. However, after 8 consecutive days, they still hadn't located the criminal, feeling utterly powerless as if hitting against soft cotton. If it weren't for the remaining reputation of the Holy Land, they might already be laughingstocks. Everyone in Taiching Holy Land was seething with frustration, waiting for Brent to appear so they could tear him apart with their own hands. Will the young master of the Chu family really come? Many people wondered. If he does come, he'll face thousands of Holy Land experts, and there's even a rumor that a great perfection realm Hamilton is present. That's an 8th major realm cultivator. The moment Chu family's young master appears, he'll be instantly killed. SSS. A great perfection realm cultivator, hailed as a great perfection king, can reign over a realm. His strength is unfathomable. Would the Eden of the Chu family really put himself in such danger for the sake of 2 clansmen? I reckon he won't come. This is clearly a deadly situation. Coming would only mean courting death. All the people in Beihuang City were discussing it, Chestery surrounding the encampment of Taiching Holy Land, waiting to see how events would unfold. Even representatives of Chestery major forces who had come here were very curious about Brent. Originally an ordinary person, he grew within a mere decade to a level that Chestery could only dream of reaching. This was truly astonishing. According to their intelligence, Zhang Zhao, though just stepping into the 7th major realm, possessed incredible power and mastered an unparalleled cultivation method of the Holy Land, making his combat strength even more formidable, far surpassing those wild cultivators from mountainous regions. Yet, such a powerful person was crushed to death by the Eden of the Chu family. Even they were left gasping when they heard this. What did this imply? The Eden of the Chu family's strength must have greatly surpassed Zhang, possibly being in the late 7th major realm, or even brushing against the threshold of the 8th major realm. Such terrifying power, such growth speed was unheard of in ancient times. 3 days later, inside Beihuang City, Wind Spirit Organization Branch, in an ancient castle, a young Chester in white turned to look at the obese Marcus behind him, his eyes flashing with cold light, expression icy. You say that 8 days ago, you found Samson and Nancy and were about to send me the message when Taiching Holy Land's people forcibly took them away? The plump Marcus's face was pale, filled with fear, not daring to meet Brent's sharp gaze. His whole body trembling, he lowered his head anxiously and stuttered. Taiching Holy Land's people were incredibly powerful and completely unreasonable. When they came here, their attitude was abnormally aggressive, showing no mercy. They injured Chestery of our Wind Spirit members. Faced with this, we couldn't resist and could only watch helplessly as they took the people. Taiching Holy Land. Brent's eyes suddenly shot out 2 beams of bone-chilling coldness, his entire body emitting a chilling, killing intent. He hadn't yet gone to Taiching Holy Land to Chester an explanation, but the other party had already launched an attack first, coming to challenge him. Moreover, those people actually used the lives of his clansmen as threats, which was undoubtedly a dead-end path. Besides, there is one more thing. The obese Marcus took a deep breath and continued bravely. 3 days ago, Taiching Holy Land's people declared that if you didn't appear after 3 days, they would publicly execute the 2 Chu family members. And today happens to be the 3rd day. After saying these words, beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the obese Marcus, not daring to hide anything. What? How dare they? Brent roared, anger blazing within him. He forcefully swung his sleeves, raised his foot, and strode out towards Taiching Holy Land's camp at great speed. Chapter 36. He's here. Brent frowned deeply. His heart was filled with anxiety. He had just arrived by directly traversing through space, so he did not know what had happened in northern Huangqing City over the past half-month. After he arrived, although he detected that Chestery experts had come outside the city, however, he did not pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, those people were actually sent by the Supreme Purity Holy Land specifically to capture him. Why can't I sense Samson and Nancy's aura? Are they imprisoned and sealed, or? Brent frowned tightly, a hint of urgency and anxiety creeping into his heart. Humph, Supreme Purity Holy Land. If you dare to harm my clan members, I will personally destroy you. Brent sneered coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even if the Holy Land has sages guarding it, how would that matter? He could annihilate them with a snap of his fingers. Outside northern Huangqing City, the sky was gloomy as if covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. Fine rain fell like silk threads, wetting the ground without a single gust of wind to disturb this oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, the surrounding mountains were crowded with people, looking from afar like a vast sea of heads moving about. All eyes were focused on the high platform at the center of the Supreme Purity Holy Land camp. On that platform stood a 9-story demon ceiling tower made of azure gold, particularly eye-catching. The Chu family members were imprisoned within this demon ceiling tower. Occasionally, miserable screams could be heard from inside the demon ceiling tower, making one's hair stand on end. Clearly, the Chu siblings were enduring unimaginable torture and suffering inside. They are too cruel. using such ruthless hands against two children? How can they deserve the title of Holy Land? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but speak out indignantly. Hearing the Xinjiao sung of those two children, Chestery felt pity, and their perception of the Holy Land plummeted sharply. What difference does this make compared to the blood spirit sect of the evil sect? They are no different. More people were indignant, their eyes coldly watching the members of the Supreme Purity Holy Land. Although they were full of anger, they didn't dare speak easily for fear of inviting trouble. Today is the third day already. Will Brent appear? Would he be willing to risk his life to save the two children? There was noise all around, with Chestery discussing and eagerly waiting. Many also thought Brent wouldn't come. Actually, upon reflection, everyone could understand. Even if he came, what could he do? The opponents were numerous top cultivators from the Holy Land, and an accomplished king overseeing everything. Such strength could easily overthrow the entire barren domain. This was clearly a hopeless situation, unsolvable. In the large camp of the Supreme Purity Holy Land, there was complete silence. Around the 9-story demon ceiling tower, numerous disciples of the Supreme Purity Holy Land stood densely packed, numerous like a black ocean. Two Hamiltons who had reached the 7th Great Realm of Ascension period guarded the sides of the 9-story demon ceiling tower like two towering mountains. Their expressions were solemn, their gazes sharp, as if seeing through all illusions. No movement, big or small, could escape their notice. To ensure nothing went wrong and prevent Brent from suddenly attacking, to seize the 9-story demon ceiling tower. Besides these two powerful Hamiltons, 5 other Hamiltons at the 7th Great Realm each led Chestery disciples, stationed around the demon ceiling tower. This layout was like a net spread across heaven and earth. No matter which direction Brent appeared from, he could not avoid the sight of others. An old Chester with long eyebrows remained seated deep within the central hall of the main camp, his eyes tightly closed like a silent mountain peak. Holy lights swirled above his head, emitting dazzling brilliance, making him look like an exalted immortal king sitting atop the 9th heaven. At this moment, everyone seemed like hidden swords, silently awaiting Brent's appearance. Time ticked away. Here, everything was silent. Everyone was eagerly waiting. So much time has passed. Eden Chu of the Chu family probably won't come. Someone shook their head, feeling disappointed but understanding Brent. Yes, coming would be sending himself to his death. This can be considered a wise decision. Many agreed and turned to leave the place. Since Brent wasn't coming, staying here was meaningless. Did they want to stay and watch the Holy Land people abuse two children? But just as everyone was about to disperse, a strange change occurred. Boom! From the horizon came a heavy and resonant step, like the awakening of an ancient beast, shaking the heavens, the world, and everyone's hearts. In everyone's sight, a figure slowly walked toward them from the horizon. The Chester had clear eyes and a calm face, dressed in white robes with long hair cascading over his shoulders. In the light drizzle, he walked steadily step by step towards the encampment of the Supreme Purity Holy Land. Thud, thud, each footstep resonated like the blooming of a grand path, causing resonance between heaven and earth. He's here. He actually really came. This is clearly a death trap. How dare he? For the sake of his clansmen, he is willing to come to his own death. In an instant, all eyes from the people on the mountains outside the city focused on Brent. Many people, seeing Brent's unwavering figure, stood speechless with open mouths, deeply moved by his actions. No one mocked Brent for overestimating his abilities. He dared to confront the entire Holy Land alone. Such courage was beyond what any of them could achieve. A Chester so loyal and righteous. If he lives, I would willingly follow him forever. Everyone was overwhelmed by Brent's bravery and dominance. To come forward with such integrity and loyalty, they did not possess such courage. Chapter 37. They are nothing but a bunch of mud and straw dogs. What is there for me to fear? Criminal Brent, you have killed Zane of our Taichin Holy Land. Do you admit your guilt? A majestic and weighty voice of accusation abruptly thundered from the encampment of the Taichin Holy Land. The voice carried incomparable power, like a spear shining with 10,000 rays of light, swiftly stabbing towards Brent. This was meant to give Brent an initial scare, to instantly suppress him underfoot. Hiss! So terrifying. Many onlookers stared wide-eyed at the spear, all frightened pale. Such destructive power from just one sentence turned into this powerful spear. Truly fearsome it was. The magnificent spear emitted awe-inspiring might, capable of destroying the entire northern Huangqing effortlessly. Brent continued walking step by step toward the encampment of the Taichin Holy Land, his expression calm as he indifferently glanced up at the spear. Bang! The spear exploded, shattering instantly in the heavens and earth. On right and wrong. I believe you have investigated thoroughly enough. I do not wish to speak further. Release my clansmen immediately. I will allow you to leave here alive. Brent spoke calmly, composed and serene, strands of long hair fluttering behind him, resembling an emperor of boundless arrogance issuing his decree. Did you hear that? Did Eden Chu not just say if the people of the Taichin Holy Land don't follow his wishes, he would wipe them all out? Someone looked around in disbelief, finding everyone equally shocked. Wasn't Eden Chu supposed to be the weaker party? Shouldn't he beg the Taichin Holy Land to spare his clansmen? Is he losing hope and acting out of emotion? Many were puzzled, unable to understand why Brent faced the entire Holy Land so calmly and dominantly. Haha, arrogant. In such a small wilderness area, someone as arrogant as you exists. For killing our Hamilton, this sin cannot be forgiven. Now quickly fall to your knees. A red-robed Hamilton, bearing a holy sword on his back, slowly walked forward, looking at Brent with murderous intent and shouting loudly. Whoosh whoosh. Figures moved as fast as wind. Chestery disciples of the Taichin Holy Land rushed out from the encampment, surrounding Brent. Bam, bam, bam. 3 blue-robed Hamiltons landed heavily on the ground, staring coldly at Brent, ready to act at any moment. If so, since your Holy Land does not distinguish good from evil, truth from falsehood, then let everyone stay today. Brent spoke calmly, his face tranquil, eyes shooting 2 beams of light, exuding heavenly killing intent, sweeping over everyone. Humph. Such arrogance should be exterminated early. To challenge the dignity of our Holy Land, die. A goatee-bearded, blue-robed Hamilton, known for his fiery temper, tore through space, wielding an opening heaven hammer, striking heavily towards Brent. Woo! The massive hammer, like a mountain, gleamed with holy light, carrying boundless wild force, howling and tearing apart space, falling atop Brent's head. Just you. Brent stood resolutely, roaring coldly, raising his hand towards the great hammer above his head. Bam! Instantly, the heaven-opening hammer made of countless top materials shattered into countless pieces under Brent's palm strike. Through the fragments of the heaven-opening hammer, Brent seized the goatee-bearded Hamilton by the neck, almost choking him. Yeah! The Hamilton's face flushed red, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, emitting a painful scream, struggling helplessly in Brent's hands. Boom! The earth trembled, dust rose. Brent smashed him forcefully in front of him, creating a deep pit. The goatee-bearded Hamilton lay painfully beneath Brent's feet, his mouth filled with blood, every bone shattered. With terror-stricken face, eyes full of disbelief and panic, he tried to struggle up. But at this moment, Brent's big foot was already above his head, stepping down heavily. With just you, a minor Hamilton, trying to kill me? Brent's flying hair accentuated his imposing demeanor, his foot swirling with endless Tao aura, blocking all escape routes for the goatee-bearded Hamilton. No! The goatee-bearded Hamilton screamed in horror, his face filled with despair. He was a cultivator at the 7th Great Realm, standing at the peak of existence, deciding life and death, always lofty. Yet today, he was easily suppressed by a youth, unable to retaliate, facing complete annihilation. He couldn't imagine this day would come for him. Quick, save me. His face full of panic. No matter how much he struggled, he could only watch helplessly as the large foot rapidly grew before his eyes. Stop. Two Qingyi Hamiltons rushed out from the encampment of the Taiqing Holy Land. With anxious faces, they swiftly attacked Brent, aiming to save the goatee-bearded Hamilton under his foot. Whistle, whistle. Two enormous purple spears, as massive as mountain peaks, were conjured by the two Qingyi Hamiltons. They roared like enraged dragons soaring through the sky, thrusting straight at Brent. Kill. The thousands of Taiqing Holy Land disciples surrounding Brent also roared in unison. Their hands rapidly formed seals, instantly conjuring a colossal holy light palm in the sky. The holy light palm emitted infinite radiance with an earth-shattering momentum, pressing down toward Brent. Humph, I want to kill him. Who can stop me? Brent bellowed loudly, his long hair fluttering wildly. His eyes blazed with boundless killing intent as he stomped directly on the goatee-bearded Hamilton's body. Boom! The ground trembled violently, forming a massive crater several thousand meters wide under Brent's feet. The goatee-bearded Hamilton's tragic cry was abruptly silenced as he was instantly reduced to ashes. After this one stomp, Brent didn't even glance at the scene beneath his feet. He slowly raised his head, and two beams of piercing light shot from his eyes, shattering the two holy light spears aimed at him in an instant. Scram! Brent lightly lifted his hand, fingers together, and a colossal sword beam emerged from his fingertips. The sword beam quivered slightly, instantly striking the holy light palm conjured by the Taiqing Holy Land's collective effort. Bang! The holy light palm shattered with one strike from the sword beam. Then, the sword beam continued its attack, unfazed, aiming for the numerous Hamiltons and disciples of the Taiqing Holy Land. How dare you! The Taiqing Holy Land members were enraged. Brent's actions were clearly an open humiliation. He dared to suppress them all with his own strength, which was nothing short of delusional. The encampment of the Taiqing Holy Land shook suddenly. A thick pillar of light shot upward, directly piercing Brent's sword. At the same time, the Chestery Hamiltons and disciples roared in anger, unleashing their strongest attacks. They wanted to completely annihilate anyone daring to challenge the dignity of their holy land. Humph, a bunch of mud and straw dogs. What do I have to fear? Brent's expression turned icy cold. He waved his hand, making the already radiant sword beam even more dazzling, resembling a heaven-destroying sword. Chapter 38. One finger crumbles the camp. Each person from the Taiqing Holy Land was enraged to the point of turning pale, their eyes filled with fury. They were always the ones who looked down on others, mocking them. How could a prestigious holy land have ever endured such humiliation as today's? Now they wished nothing more than to immediately extinguish Brent, making him kneel and die before the gates of the Holy Land, atoning for eternity. Roar! All people from the Taiqing Holy Land launched an attack, overwhelming like a blue dragon soaring into the sky, roaring and charging towards the sword beam Brent had unleashed. Clang! The sword beam trembled slightly, akin to a Manchester in love with battles, fearlessly singing its battle cry as it pierced towards the crowd from the Taiqing Holy Land. Boom! A thunderclap exploded in the sky, shattering like a blazing sun, filling the entire world with brilliance in an instant. The sword beam effortlessly shattered that pillar of light, its might undiminished as it crushed all attacks, then directly descended upon everyone's heads before plunging downward sharply. No, impossible! Many shouted in terror, faces full of disbelief. Their combined strike couldn't withstand the opponent's attack. How could this be? It seemed like a dream. No! Quick escape! The crowd from the Taiqing Holy Land froze for a moment before realizing their dire situation. Seeing the rapidly descending sword above them, they all panicked, fleeing in every direction. Inside the camp of the Holy Land, the array formations shook, shooting out several towering beams of light, in quick succession, trying to destroy Brent's sword beam. Yet no attack could hinder the sword beam even slightly. All were slashed to pieces by the long sword. Boom! The earth trembled, rolling like waves, as a massive wave of energy rapidly expanded outward, engulfing heaven and earth. Shrieks resounded, blood and flesh flying everywhere within the Taiqing Holy Land's camp. Nearly 1,000 disciples turned to ashes under Brent's sword beam, while the few lucky survivors escaped, but each bore injuries, blood dribbling from their mouths, terrified and shaken. The two green-robed Hamiltons were also reduced to ashes, leaving no trace. Even those surviving Hamiltons looked disheveled, hair in disorder, clothes in tatters, bearing severe wounds, their eyes still wide with intense shock. The entire Taiching Holy Land's camp was devastated, numerous halls shattered, in utter chaos. He, puff. All living souls in the Taiching Holy Land watched Brent in dread, bodies trembling slightly. That Chester was too strong, his power nearly driving them to despair. They no longer carried the arrogant, superior demeanor they initially possessed. At this moment, their eyes were filled with terror, as if completely crushed by Brent's astonishing strike, losing all pride and dignity. Those observing from afar, standing atop the mountains, saw the utterly transformed camp of the Holy Land, and heard the heart-wrenching cries of the disciples, all stunned speechless. Am I dreaming? That bearded Hamilton was rumored to possess terrifying strength at the peak of the seventh great realm. Just one wave of his hand could turn the entire wasteland to ashes. And he was actually stomped to death by Eden Brent. Someone pinched their own cheeks in bewilderment, trying to ascertain if this was real or just a dream. I thought when Eden Brent said he would destroy everyone in the great Qing Holy Land, it was just an emotional statement. But who would have thought his words were true? So strong. He actually suppressed everyone in the Taiching Holy Land with his lone might. What kind of formidable power must he possess? Countless people drew deep breaths, exclaiming continuously in amazement. Originally, this seemed like a deadly trap set for Brent, yet who would have imagined it ending this way? Thud, thud, heavy footsteps echoed deafeningly, like hammers striking the hearts of the Taiching Holy Land crowd. After his attack, Brent remained calm, hands behind his back, like a transcendent immortal, not a drop of blood on his clothing, stepping calmly amidst the thick smoke toward the Taiching Holy Land's camp without stopping. Insolent. A grand voice rang through the sky, resonating like thunder, sweeping across all directions. In the deepest part of the Taiching Holy Land's camp, the most magnificent and tallest palace suddenly shot out a towering beam of light. An old Chester with 9 divine rings floating above his head, eyebrows long, appeared instantly before Chestery disciples with each step. Seeing the ruins on the ground and countless dead disciples, his face turned extremely pale, looking very displeased. You insolent youth. The long-browed Hamilton's eye shot out 2 cold beams of light. Clad in purple robes and wearing a coiling dragon roaring to heaven crown, he stood with his hands behind his back, his face filled with killing intent as he glared at Brent. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent would be so powerful, collapsing all the attacks from his Holy Land's people in just an instant. All this was unexpected. He didn't even have time to react and provide aid. Could it be that the other party has also reached the perfected realm of the grand stage? The long-browed Hamilton was skeptical. This contradicted all the information he had gathered. The discrepancy was too large. In his view, for someone who could kill an Hamilton in the initial stage of the Ascension realm, 7th Great Realm, their strength should not exceed the higher stage of the Ascension realm. With such strength, at least 3 Hamiltons from his Holy Land could easily subdue him. But now it seemed the opponent's strength far exceeded this. Humph. The long hair on the back of the long-browed Hamilton's head fluttered without any wind, and the 9 sacred rings above his head shone with blinding light, each estimating surging murderous intent. Even if the opponent had broken through to the perfected realm of the 8th grand stage, what of it? He was an Hamilton of the Holy Land, possessing the imperial scriptures passed down by the great Clearness Emperor, having mastered the supreme laws. How could a wild cultivator from the wilderness compare? Killing him would be effortless. Denver. Many disciples quickly surrounded and gathered behind the long-browed Hamilton. With the Denver leading them forward, everyone from Taiching Holy Land regained their confidence, glaring at Brent with venomous eyes, wishing they could devour him alive. They had come here with high morale, an invincible force ready to showcase their power and invincibility to the world, earn worship, and gain supreme glory. However, now, this Chester before them had trampled all their pride and confidence underfoot. With ease, he suppressed all of them in an instant, causing heavy losses, stripping them of their dignity, damaging the prestige of the Taiching Holy Land, and inviting ridicule from countless people. Such a stark contrast made it difficult for everyone to accept. Now, only by swiftly and thoroughly subduing Brent could they salvage the honor of their Holy Land. Chapter 39. A palm strike to kill a grand accomplished king. Descendant of the Chu family, you've slaughtered Chestery from our Holy Land. Such sins are unpardonable. Today, I must kill you and imprison your soul in the demon-locking pagoda forever. The long-browed Hamilton's eye shot out cold beams, his whole body radiating thick killing intent that nearly froze the air like it was a harsh winter. From beginning to end, it's been your Taiching Holy Land relentlessly pushing us. Not only have you harmed innocent lives, but you've also imprisoned my clansmen, forcing me to come here. How can such actions deserve the title of Holy Land? Brent's face remained calm as he advanced calmly amidst the sea of murderous intent emitted by the long-browed Hamilton. Standing alone against all of the Holy Land, he was composed and unafraid. Arrogant. A mere youngster who boasts with smooth talk and can only make verbal defenses. Watch me subdue you. The long-browed Hamilton shouted, taking a step forward as his entire aura surged intensely, altering the very heavens and earth. His fingers came together, and a purple-golden long sword slowly extended from them, pointing directly at Brent. Clang. The astonishing sword emitted dazzling light, its slightly trembling blade slicing open the void with numerous cracks. At the same time, 9 divine rings above the long-browed Hamilton's head rapidly flickered, transforming into 9 azure dragons roaring and dashing out, encircling the long sword. Whoosh! The shocking sword released a sound of the great Tao, vanishing in an instant as it slashed through the void, rushing swiftly towards Brent. This long sword. The crowd buzzed in astonishment. This was their first time witnessing the power of a grand accomplished king. The grand momentum was truly too powerful. Whoa, is this the shocking strike of a grand accomplished king? It's terrifying. It has even split the heavens. Can young Ascari withstand the strike? That's a full power attack from a grand accomplished king. Many people widened their eyes, full of shock, fearing they might miss the next moment of confrontation. My eyes. I feel like my body is about to be torn apart by the sword beam's momentum. I feel like my body is about to be torn apart by the sword beam's momentum. Quick, retreat. Those standing on the mountains hastily retreated in panic. The momentum from the long sword in the sky was simply too piercing. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters away, they still felt the sharp killing intent. Even so, those who withdrew just a bit too late were injured by the sword chi, bleeding profusely all over their bodies. We're standing so far away, not facing the shocking long sword directly, yet merely from its scattered sword chi, we feel such intense killing intent. What kind of attack must young Ascari be enduring? People retreated far enough, but kept their gaze fixed on the battlefield, watching Brent. Young Ascari. He looks so composed. Look, he's even smiling. Many people shouted in shock as they watched Brent remain composed and smile in the face of this overwhelming strike, truly stunning everyone. Heaven and earth shook. The void exploded, resembling the end of the world. A star reversing, light-blazing long sword traversed the river of time, plunging straight towards Brent. Just with a long sword, you think you can subdue me? You're not worthy. Brent slowly lifted his head, looking at the sword calmly. He spoke coolly, unyielding, walking forward and raising his palm to slap the sword. Boom. The entire world instantly turned white, a massive mushroom cloud slowly rising into the 9 heavens. Crack. In everyone's view, Brent slapped the shocking long sword into pieces, turning even the 9 dragons into ashes. His hand continued forward, striking heavily towards the long-browed Hamilton's head. How dare you? The long-browed Hamilton grew furious, his half-meter-long eyebrows waving wildly, his eyes wide open as his entire aura rapidly intensified. He hadn't expected Brent to be so strong, discharging his formidable attack in an instant, completely beyond his expectations. Moreover, the opponent didn't stop there and sought to kill him with one palm, which was nothing short of an insult. As a grand accomplished king, how could he endure such humiliation? Die! The long-browed Hamilton glared fiercely, spitting out a jade-colored long spear from his mouth, quickly stabbing towards Brent's palm. At the same time, the disciples and Hamiltons behind the long-browed Hamilton roared, launching attacks towards Brent. At this point, they didn't care if others mocked them for outnumbering him. As long as they could kill Brent, any criticism would be acceptable. Humph. What do I fear? Brent coldly barked, his entire body vibrating violently, dispersing all the attacks. His palm radiated boundless momentum, like a world-ending palm, slamming down mercilessly on the long-browed Hamilton. Bang! The jade-colored long spear also failed to hinder Brent in the slightest, shattered by his palm, and turned into flying ash. The long-browed Hamilton no longer maintained his previous dominance. Panic appeared on his face as he was shocked by Brent's strength. All of his attacks had not held him back at all, but now Brent was already right before him, leaving no place for him to hide. Die? Go to hell. The long-browed Hamilton roared angrily, unleashing his most formidable cultivation to combat Brent's attack. He raised his right hand, clenching it into a fist, and slammed it fiercely toward Brent's palm. At the same time, layers of holy light each esterrated from his body, forming 30 layers of defensive light shields. Humph. The one who is going to die is you. Brent bellowed, his palm breaking through everything with irresistible force, smashing through the long-browed Hamilton's fist, and even the protective light shields around his body burst layer by layer, unable to hold Brent back at all. Bang, bang, bang. Brent's palm shattered again and again, discharging all of the long-browed Hamilton's defenses, and finally slapped heavily across the Hamilton's face. Crack, crack, crack. With the crisp yet terrifying sounds of bones breaking, the long-browed Hamilton's cheek caved in deeply, blood streaming down his face, teeth scattered everywhere, and his skull deformed grotesquely, an unbearable sight. Ah! The long-browed Hamilton let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body like a blazing meteor, enveloped in scorching flames, hurtling towards the ground at astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy impact sounds echoed as the long-browed Hamilton's body, like a cannonball, instantly penetrated dozens of grand halls before crashing violently into the solid earth. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled violently, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Thick dust rose into the sky, obscuring the heavens. In the large crater, the long-browed Hamilton lay lifelessly in a pool of blood, completely devoid of any sign of life. This. Everyone present was dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. An eerie silence enveloped the entire area, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 40. A lone individual suppresses a holy land. At this very moment, everyone present was profoundly stunned by Brent's shocking and outrageous strike. They gaped with wide eyes, staring intently at the long-browed Hamilton inside the touching Holy Land's camp, who was already devoid of any life force, incredulously rubbing their own eyes, suspecting if they were seeing things. Heavens! An accomplished king actually got killed by a single slap from Eden Chu. The onlookers, eyes popping out, muttered to themselves, turned to stone. How could this be possible? I must be hallucinating. That is an accomplished king. With just a stomp of his foot, the entire eastern wasteland would tremble for him. Yet such an unparalleled powerhouse was actually slapped to death. No one would believe it if it were told. Many stood as if struck by lightning, their hearts churned with overwhelming waves. Such an unbelievable scene unfolded before them, making it hard for anyone to accept the truth immediately. Inside the camp of the touching Holy Land, Grand Elder, numerous disciples and Hamiltons of the touching Holy Land rushed towards the deep pit in utter panic, reaching the side of the long-browed Hamilton, dragging him out from the pit. But at this moment, where was the sign of life in the Grand Elder? His bones were shattered inch by inch, and his head deformed, looking extremely miserable. Wah! Many disciples of the touching Holy Land sobbed helplessly, seeing the Grand Elder dead. Without his protection, they too faced inevitable doom today. Those observing around saw the state of the disciples of the touching Holy Land, confirming that the king had indeed been killed. An accomplished king has fallen. It hasn't been heard of in tens of thousands of years. The touching Holy Land will likely go mad. Can the young master of the Chu family be a match for the holy master of the touching Holy Land? After calming down, Chestery couldn't help but think about the ensuing issues. A whole Holy Land losing an accomplished king wouldn't just let it rest like this. The eastern wasteland is going to fall into great chaos. I see endless blood and fire. Some Hamiltonly cultivators looked up to the sky, muttering to themselves. Many couldn't help feeling tense and uneasy, wondering if this incident would become the source of turmoil in the eastern wasteland. Grand Elder. Someone glanced at the Grand Elder in shock, frozen in place. At this moment, although the long-browed Hamilton showed no signs of life, his entire body was enveloped in a sacred light. That light was so pure, visibly healing the injuries of the long-browed Hamilton at an astonishing speed. The wounds that reached bone deep were instantly restored, not even leaving scars. Grand Elder he. Such a miraculous sight left everyone from the touching Holy Land bewildered, unsure of what had happened to their Grand Elder. Cough cough. After a few breaths, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the long-browed Hamilton coughed out the blood in his mouth and slowly opened his eyes. Then, in the blink of an eye, the long-browed Hamilton was fully restored. He quickly stood up, glaring hatefully at Brent, with murderous intent soaring into the heavens. Young scion of the Chu family, you have angered me. If I don't kill you, I cannot quell this rage in my heart. The long-browed Hamilton roared angrily, his aura rapidly returning to its peak. Had it not been for a Saint Light substitution token on him, he would have died then. The Saint Light substitution token completely healed his injuries, but it also pained him immensely. That token was equivalent to one of his lives. The entire Holy Land didn't have chestery, and had his grandfather not been the Baird, he wouldn't have received one. So what if you are enraged? If the touching Holy Land harbors more unreasonable, indiscriminate killers like you, I wouldn't mind eradicating the touching Holy Land forever. Brent's expression was cold. Though curious about how the king revived, he remained fearless. If he couldn't kill him once, then he would do it again. Those watching from a distance, seeing the revival of the king, almost dropped their jaws in shock. What? The king revived? He was clearly dead, with no signs of life. How can this be? Who can reverse life and death? A dead person reviving seemed impossible, breaking everyone's perception of reality. Saint Light substitution token? It can revive the dead. Someone from a major power among the crowd revealed this secret. The Saint Light substitution token was personally refined by Emperor Taching millions of years ago. At that time, Emperor Taching spent tens of thousands of years searching the entire world to gather all the materials, using his cultivation technique and blood as a catalyst, painstakingly refining only 10 jade tokens. The Saint Light substitution token required the user to drip blood for recognition and be kept within the body. When the user faced a life-threatening crisis and was near death, it would activate, pulling them back from the brink of death and restoring all injuries. Over hundreds of thousands of years have passed. I thought they were all consumed, but today I actually encountered this legendary Saint Light substitution token. An influential person sighed, their eyes filled with envy. Who wouldn't want to own such a precious charm? It's actually a Saint Light substitution token. Brent nodded slightly, hearing the discussions from afar. Now he knew why the king had come back to life. I wonder if I will be able to refine one in the future. Brent murmured, thinking of his clan members. Though he didn't need it, they certainly did. If he could refine them in the future, they would gain an extra layer of protection for survival. Now that the king has revived, what will he do next? Many people looked up at the long-browed Hamilton of Taching Holy Land, wanting to see how he would decide after coming back to life. You all hurry. The king bent down and whispered a few words to the several Hamiltons behind him, then turned to look at Brent with a venomous expression. Humph, young scion of the Chu family, look what I hold in my hand. If you wish your clansmen to live, cripple yourself and surrender. The king shouted loudly, his eyes filled with hatred. In his remaining left hand was a demon locking pagoda floating. He had put away the demon locking pagoda when Brent first appeared. It was an unintentional act, as he planned to capture Brent first and then dispose of all three at once. Unexpectedly, this demon locking pagoda now became their reliance. The touching Holy Land. They would actually do this? How shameless. How despicable. This behavior is no different from a gang of bandits. The actions of the king left countless people dumbfounded. A renowned Holy Land resorting to such low tactics was truly shocking. Brent's face turned ashen. The other party actually used his clansmen as leverage to force him to comply, which was infuriating. Haha, young scion of the Chu family, if you don't want to watch your clansmen die before your eyes, cripple yourself quickly and kneel before me. I might consider sparing their lives. The king laughed loudly, looking at the furious Brent with great satisfaction. Humph, delusional thoughts. Brent snorted coldly, his eyes icy and sharp enough to freeze anything in their gaze. The killing intent radiating from him was like a surging sea wave, overwhelming the crowd of Taching Holy Land. Boom. This powerful killing intent pressed down on everyone irresistibly. The people of Taching Holy Land felt their breath stifled, as if a massive rock was pressing against their chests, making it hard to breathe. Those with stronger cultivation looked extremely pale, drenched in cold sweat, and stumbled backward uncontrollably. Cough cough. Those with weaker cultivation were directly pressed into spitting blood, collapsing on the ground, unable to move. Dom. Brent, with a stern expression, lifted his foot again towards the people of Taching Holy Land. One Chester suppressing an entire Holy Land. Chapter 41. You can't kill them. Humph, stop right there. Young descendant of the Chu family, my patience is limited. If you take another step forward, I will crush them to death immediately. The long-browed Hamilton had a venomous look on his face as the demon-locking pagoda floated in his hand, from which agonized cries of pain occasionally emerged. Then, he controlled the demon-locking pagoda, allowing everyone to see what was happening inside it. Inside the pagoda, two children around 11 or 12 years old were screaming in terror. They were ragged, covered in blood and injuries, with drops of blood dripping from their ankles onto the ground, a scene that was extremely pitiful. Swords of light continuously shot out from within the demon-locking pagoda, slashing at the two children and worsening their injuries. Ha ha. If you don't want them to suffer further, then surrender immediately. The long-browed Hamilton laughed wildly, his eyes filled with coldness and no hint of mercy. Even the great Taiching Saint treats two children this way. How disgraceful. What a despicable place this Taiching sanctuary is. How pitiful those two children are. Many people couldn't bear to watch the scene and turn their heads away. Nancy, Samson. Brent's eyes narrowed sharply, his expression tense. Seeing the two children suffering such harm, he wanted nothing more than to tear the long-browed Hamilton apart and rescue them immediately. Wah, uncle, save me. Uncle, it hurts so much. Wah, please save me. From within the pagoda came the pleas for help from Samson and Nancy. Hearing Brent's voice, they continued to cry out desperately. However, their voices were becoming increasingly weak, as if at any moment they would no longer be able to endure and die. Samson, Nancy, uncle will rescue you soon. Brent's hair stood on end with anger. His eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with urgency, and his heart was filled with deep sorrow. Samson and Nancy, these two poor children, were the children of Bryn, a distant relative of the Xiu clan. Bryn was his closest friend, and they had gone through countless hardships together. For the children of Bryn, he had always treated them as his own, witnessing their growth from infancy to young adulthood. Seeing the two children enduring such horrific torture now, how could he not feel pain? How could he not be enraged? If you don't want your entire clan exterminated, release them immediately. Cassius's eyes flashed with a cold light as he suddenly raised his head and glared at the long-browed Hamilton with intense killing intent. Haha, you want to save them? Then quickly self-destruct your cultivation and kneel before me. The long-browed Hamilton looked at Brent with an extremely sinister gaze, then laughed wildly, looking quite pleased with himself. For someone so powerful to be chest-manipulated so easily by him, how could he not be delighted? However, the long-browed Hamilton also developed a contemptuous attitude toward Brent. As a strong person, one should sever all emotions and abandon all worldly matters. If it were him, let alone two children, even if his entire clan's lives were used to threaten him, he wouldn't have furrowed his brow once. Ha ha, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly kneel down and die. The Chestery Hamiltons and disciples of Taiching Sanctuary also laughed loudly, mocking Brent. A bunch of cowards. Do you really think you can make me kneel? You're just dirt clods and broken tiles, all deserving to die. Brent roared, his long hair flying behind him as a wave of murderous intent swept across the sky, making the entire world tremble. You? What are you going to do? The long-browed Hamilton stared at Brent in shock, feeling a sense of panic. He truly feared that pushing Brent too hard might cause him to act recklessly and charge forward. The timing wasn't right yet. This wasn't the best time for confrontation. The others from Taiching Sanctuary also watched Brent with terrified expressions, already sensing his immense power. If he attacked, they would all die. Many disciples were already regretting their overconfidence earlier. What am I going to do? Naturally, kill you. Brent's eyes blazed like lightning, and he shattered several people near the white-haired Hamilton with a single gesture. Even the white-haired Hamilton spat out a mouthful of blood from the force of his aura. Die! Brent roared again, spitting out a breath of pure energy that pressed heavily upon the people of Taiching Sanctuary. You dare? Take one more step, and I will crush those two immediately. It's better for both of us to die together. The long-browed Hamilton watched Brent with a panicky expression, filled with fear. Then, raising his arm that was covering his chest, he looked determined and began chanting a spell, preparing to kill the brother and sister inside the demon-locking pagoda to scare off Brent. Just you? You can't kill them. Brent shouted angrily, his face stern as he reached out to grab the space in front of him. Buzz! At the same time, the world shook as if countless thunderclaps were exploding, tearing apart the endless void. This was the formation Brent had secretly set up after arriving here, specifically to prevent such a situation. The formation was hidden in the void, intangible and formless, with only one function: to tear through space, allowing him to pierce the void, ignore distance, and seize what he had pre-locked onto. However, its only drawback was that if the opponent instantly detonated their spiritual weapon without saying a word, all his efforts would be for naught. This was what Brent feared most. He did not dare risk the lives of Samson and Nancy for it. Failure would haunt him forever. Now, with the situation urgent, he had no choice but to use this method. Clang! Brent's palm seemed to traverse the river of time, grabbing the demon-locking pagoda directly and pulling it into his hand. How did you? The long-browed Hamilton looked at the demon-locking pagoda in Brent's hand, and then down at his own empty left hand, shock written all over his face. The treasure tower in his hand had been taken by the other side silently. What kind of mysterious power was this? To ignore distance and penetrate the void. Humph! How could my demon-locking pagoda be easily taken by you? If necessary, I will abandon this tower. Explode for me. The long-browed Hamilton snarled, determined to shatter the demon-locking pagoda. The pagoda was bonded with his life force, no matter where it was or who controlled it. A single thought from him could shatter it effortlessly. Buzz! The demon-locking pagoda shook violently, releasing waves of fierce energy, about to shatter. Tiny artifact spirit, do you dare be so insolent? Brent's face was cold and stern. With tens of thousands of runes flashing on his hand, he struck the demon-locking pagoda, instantly calming its frenzied shaking. Young punk, you dare seize my spiritual weapon? The long-browed Hamilton shouted, anger filling his eyes. At that moment, he sensed that his side's formation had been properly arranged, so he immediately stopped holding back. Disciples, listen to orders. Activate the formation, unite to destroy him. The long-browed Hamilton roared, his body radiating endless light, fully activating the formation of the Holy Site camp. Unite the formations. Everyone from Taiching Sanctuary shouted, quickly taking their positions around the camp. Then, with both hands making seals, they directed their energies towards the central array eye. Buzz! The void trembled as 10,000 rays converged. The array eye glowed with blinding brilliance, emitting a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering aura sweeping in all directions. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, an extremely terrifying transformation was occurring there. Chapter 42: The Grand Shadow of Stanley. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a dazzling and brilliant beam of light, as thick as an enormous mountain, surged out from the center of the formation, piercing straight into the ninth heaven. In the blink of an eye, an imposing figure towering thousands of feet appeared in the sky. This figure was clad in impenetrable armor and held a sacred sword glowing with mysterious light. Majestic and formidable, it radiated an aura capable of destroying all creation. Just by standing there silently, the surrounding clouds began to roll violently, shaking the entire world because of its presence. That is what. The onlookers from afar could not withstand such terrifying pressure. They fell to their knees, eyes wide with terror as they stared at the gigantic shadow in the sky. Their faces were pale as paper. Some had even fallen backward in sheer fright, devoid of any color. The Tai Ching Emperor Shadow. Those from various powerful factions stared up at the colossal figure, whispering under their breaths. Despite their strength, they too felt overwhelmed by the incomparable pressure and involuntarily wanted to kneel. Subdue him. From within the Tai Ching Holy Land came a chorus of angry roars, thunderous and earth-shaking. They controlled the colossal shadow giant to stomp down on Brent with the force of Mount Tai crushing an egg. Brent sneered coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. You want to kill me? Even if the Emperor himself were here, he might not succeed. A mere Emperor's shadow can do nothing to me. In an instant, Brent transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall giant, towering like a mighty mountain. He lifted his foot and stepped back towards the people of Tai Ching Holy Land without hesitation. The faces of those from the Tai Ching Holy Land changed drastically. They frantically raised the giant's longsword, stabbing towards Brent's foot. However, all their efforts were in vain. No one can stop me. You are all going to die. Brent's eyes were cold as frost. Free from his clan's constraints, he finally fought without reservation. With a sharp whistling sound, Brent's huge foot smashed down like a meteor, instantly tearing through space, creating sonic booms from the violent friction with the air. This stomp carried destructive power, landing squarely on the body of the shadow giant. Bang! In just a moment, the shadow giant crumbled under Brent's foot, and then he mercilessly stomped towards the remaining members of Tai Ching Holy Land. No, don't kill me. All the people of Tai Ching Holy Land screamed in terror, their faces filled with despair. Brent's foot moved too fast for anyone to escape. Boom! A massive explosion echoed as if the entire world was ending, endless dust flying into the air, blocking the sky. Even the distant heavens were completely obscured. Everyone inside the Tai Ching Holy Land, from common disciples to Hamilton masters, turned into ashes in this moment. Even the formidable long-browed Hamilton could not escape his fate, and ultimately met his end under Brent's foot. As the dust gradually settled, the world returned to clarity, and warm rays of sunlight illuminated the once devastated land. Brent floated silently in the sky, his silhouette resembling a god, solemn and untouchable. He slightly raised his hand, and summoned more than a dozen relatively intact halls from the camp of Tai Ching Holy Land. Then, turning around, he vanished into the void. Meanwhile, the distant spectators were left speechless, stunned by the scene before them. They gazed dumbfounded at the vast crater, feeling both fear and awe. After a long time, whispers slowly spread among the crowd, still immersed in the shocking events. Brent's name became a topic everyone discussed, his power making everyone tremble. Heavens! One person wiped out everyone from the Holy Land. I witnessed a myth. Some watched woodenly, as if petrified. So powerful. Is he a sage? He crushed the Emperor's shadow with a single step. But, these people who came here are from the Holy Land. Will the Holy Land let this go? Within a short time, news of Brent single-handedly eliminating numerous Hamiltons and disciples of the Tai Ching Holy Land spread rapidly, like wind, in every direction. The accomplished king of Tai Ching Holy Land was also slaughtered. He is truly too powerful. Who would have thought that a barren land with insufficient spiritual qi would produce such a formidable figure? It's simply unbelievable. All 108 major domains of Dongwang were in shock, and Brent's name became known to every Chester, Winchester, and child. The cause of the entire incident had long been thoroughly investigated. It was due to Tai Ching Holy Land's unjust actions, using their power to suppress others, and employing extremely despicable means. This outcome was well-deserved. How will Tai Ching Holy Land proceed? Will they launch an all-out attack to kill Brent or seek reconciliation and offer apologies? However, some believe that Tai Ching Holy Land would never choose reconciliation as it concerned the prestige and fortune of a holy land, which wouldn't bow down so easily. Although Brent was strong, he was ultimately just a sage. Tai Ching Holy Land, existing for nearly 1,000,000 years, had 3 highly skilled sages guarding it. Once they joined forces against Brent, his death would be inevitable. Everyone eagerly awaited to see how Tai Ching Holy Land would decide. Rumble. The sky over Dongwang turned gloomy, thick clouds gathered, thunder rolled continuously, and the air felt heavy as if a storm was brewing. Sure enough, after only 3 days, torrential rain fell across Dongwang. On the same day, Tai Ching Holy Land issued a bloody execution order. This bloody execution order, intentionally publicized by Tai Ching Holy Land, quickly spread throughout all of Dongwang. Chu family's young master committed grave sins by slaughtering several Hamiltons and thousands of disciples of Tai Ching Holy Land without cause. This crime is unforgivable even at the cost of 10,000 deaths. In order to avenge our disciples, Tai Ching Holy Land will mobilize all its forces for a devastating strike to eliminate Brent and uphold the honor of our Holy Land. Upon its release, this news immediately caused astonishment and shock among Chestery people. Tai Ching Holy Land is truly domineering, unwilling to yield, and willing to provoke a battle between sages. Unprecedented in history, Dongwang is about to fall into bloodshed and chaos. A battle between sages can devastate millions of miles of land. Few people will survive. Tai Ching Holy Land's irrational decision-making disregards the lives of billions. Many lamented with despair about the future, while Chestery others fled to other major realms in panic, fearing involvement in the battle between sages. Many powerful factions were also tense, lacking sages to protect them, and worried about being caught in the crossfire. Thus, they kept a close eye on developments and closely monitored information from both sides. Everyone knew that issuing a bloody execution order by Tai Ching Holy Land was equivalent to declaring war. This matter was now a matter of life and death. And what would Brent, residing in the Wanyer, desolate domain, decide? Would he choose a strong counterattack or submit to Tai Ching Holy Land? That is a holy land with profound strength, with 3 immensely powerful sages sitting high in the 9th heaven. How could he face the entire Holy Land alone? All eyes were on the desolate domain. Chapter 43, a palm strike destroyed a holy land. 3 days later, the sky realm suddenly echoed with an earth-shattering roar. This sound, like thunder from the heavens, resonated across the entire eastern wasteland. Boom. Following this deafening boom, a fierce wind carried chaotic energy that spread in all directions. The whole eastern wasteland seemed to descend into the end times, engulfed in violent tremors. Mountains crumbled, rivers flowed backward, and countless spirit beasts cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. The sky, originally shrouded in endless dark clouds, was blown clear by the wind, instantly turning into a bright blue expanse. Sunlight streamed through like golden threads, illuminating every corner. Heavens! What is happening? What's going on? Why is the entire eastern wasteland shaking? Countless people stared at the sky in shock, their eyes fixed on the direction of the sky realm, filled with terror and bewilderment. Soon, news spread like lightning from the sky realm, swiftly reaching every corner of the eastern wasteland. Taiching Holy Land. It has been destroyed. Countless disciples turned to ashes. The three great saints offered no resistance before being shattered within the Holy Land. An area spanning 1,000 miles of Taiching Holy Land was wiped out by a single palm strike, leaving nothing but barren ground. These pieces of news spread rapidly, reaching everyone's ears. Many people were stunned speechless upon hearing this, standing rooted to the spot like wooden statues. This, the Taiching Holy Land, was actually destroyed. They had 3 invincible saints. Am I dreaming? Such a powerful holy land, yet it was obliterated. The site of the Holy Land was struck into an abyss, transforming into a vast ocean. Many people murmured to themselves, repeatedly drawing sharp breaths, disbelief etched on their faces. They were left numb by these shocking revelations, their hairs standing on end. Who did this? To destroy a mighty holy land with a mere finger snap, it's simply too strong. Countless people could hardly believe what they were hearing. They widened their eyes, looking towards the eastern wasteland with astonished expressions, hearts pounding, unable to calm down. Quickly, more information came from various major sects. The person who destroyed the Taiching Holy Land was someone named Brent. It was he, with his absolute strength, who shattered the 3 saints of Taiching Holy Land and annihilated the entire place with a single palm strike. This incident was done by a person named Brent. He easily killed 3 saints and destroyed the entire Taiching Holy Land. How strong must he be? A person capable of doing this so effortlessly. Could his cultivation be at the Great Sage realm? Countless people speculated, thoroughly shaken. Not a single Great Sage existed among the billions of living beings in the Eastern Wasteland. The Great Sage realm, transcendent, like divine beings. With just a breath, they could wipe out the entire Eastern Wasteland, encompassing millions of miles of mountains and rivers. Terrifying beyond imagination. And now, such a terrifying existence had appeared in their Eastern Wasteland. Everyone was shocked. Who was Brent? And why did he destroy the Taiching Holy Land? While Chestry were surprised, they also felt puzzled about the underlying story. Soon, details of Brent's background surfaced. I never expected an ordinary person would rise to such heights after just 10 years. It's truly astonishing. But indeed, his background is tragic. Returning as an invincible powerhouse only to find his family massacred. No wonder he has wiped out so Chestry people. The Taiching Holy Land was so aggressive. Perhaps its fate was deserved. People discussed, piecing together the events leading up to this outcome. Brent. Countless souls trembled as they exclaimed his name, filled with awe. A holy land that oppressed the world for hundreds of thousands of years, its power suffocating. Who would have thought it could meet such an end? One person destroyed an entire holy land, an unprecedented feat in history. This day will surely be recorded in history. Brent, with one person's strength, swept through the entire holy land, standing at the peak of the eastern wasteland. Someone shouted excitedly, their voice echoing in the air, spreading the message far and wide. News of the Taiching Holy Land's destruction continued to spread, reaching even other great realms. Brent's name rose like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, radiating brilliance, inspiring both reverence and awe. New residents of the Chu family. Today marks the 15th day. Will Samson and Nancy wake up? Old Ian stood by the bed, sighing lightly with a worried expression on his face. He watched Samson and Nancy, who were lying unconscious in bed, without blinking, his brows furrowed deeply in concern. Little sun, little moon, you must wake up. Pablo, Magnolia, and others also gathered around the bed, looking at them with pain and filled with love and care. The soul seeds in their mind seas have almost dissipated. In one more day, they will be completely gone. Whether they can wake up? Sigh, I cannot be sure. Brent sighed again, slowly withdrawing his hand from the foreheads of Samson and Nancy after casting a spell. His face was grim, and the anger in his heart had not subsided. Half a month ago, when he rescued the 2 siblings from the devil-locking pagoda, he found them with tightly closed eyes, weak breaths, and their soul fires nearly extinguished. In urgency, he quickly cast an earth-defying spell to protect their true spirits, and used several top-grade pills to maintain their vitality, stabilizing their condition. Later, through careful examination, he discovered the cause. It turned out that the Hamilton with long eyebrows from Taiching Holy Land had planted soul seeds in their mind seas. A soul seed is an extremely evil technique. If a caster plants a soul seed in someone's mind sea, they can control the person's life and death at will. Moreover, if the caster dies, the enchanted person will die as well. Brent was fortunate that he had sealed the devil-locking pagoda entirely, isolating everything, or the 2 siblings would have already become corpses. However, even though they narrowly escaped death, their situation was still dire. The soul seeds were devouring their souls moment by moment. If not stopped in time, they would still escape death's fate. Brent had no better way to save them. The only method was to gradually dissolve the soul seeds with supreme spiritual power every day. After the soul seeds dispersed, whether the 2 siblings could wake up was up to fate. Seeing the siblings suffer so much, Brent was furious. At this time, Taiching Holy Land issued a bloody kill order against him, seeking a fight to the death. With such deep-seated enmity unresolved, he naturally did not show any mercy. Thus, he stepped through the void and arrived at the gate of Taiching Holy Land. In his rage, he obliterated the entire Holy Land with a single palm strike. Even the 3 saints of Taiching Holy Land had no chance to resist and were instantly reduced to ashes by his strike. Before taking action, he took away nearly 1,000,000 years worth of treasures and numerous rare herbs and immortal trees from Taiching Holy Land. Now, in the basin where the Chu family resided, there were abundant immortal trees and spirit herbs, spreading a pervasive fragrance and surrounded by mist. Many immortal trees were laden with fruits like golden apples, phoenix blood peaches, 1,000-year snow pears, and more. Brent had specially allocated a space to plant all the spirit herbs. Currently, the air in the Chu family basin was so dense with spirit energy that it condensed into water, forming a small river flowing gently. Pavilions and terraces dotted among flowers, with butterflies dancing gracefully and cranes circling in the sky, creating a place akin to paradise, beautiful enough to make one lose themselves. The changes in the basin left old Ian and others stunned, mouths agape. This place had become a holy land for cultivation, surpassing even the finest chambers of major holy lands. Magnolia was the happiest among everyone. She loved alchemy, and this time Brent brought back a large quantity of spirit herbs, sufficient for her to improve her skills. The only drawback was that Samson and Nancy had not yet woken up, leaving everyone feeling heavy-hearted. Today is the 16th day. Samson and Nancy's breaths have stabilized somewhat, their breathing has gradually strengthened, and everything is improving. Yet, they still haven't woken up. For more than half a month, old Ian had remained by the children's side, wiping their faces every day, hoping they would wake up soon. Brent and others visited daily to check on them, but watched helplessly as they remained in their slumber. Everyone felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on their hearts, feeling very oppressed and gloomy. They woke up. They woke up. The 2 children are awake. On the 18th day, the room suddenly echoed with old Ian's excited, trembling voice. What? Awake? Finally awake. Upon hearing old Ian's voice, everyone immediately rushed into the room and looked at the children. Old Ian. When the 2 children woke up, fear still filled their eyes. They crawled up and hugged old Ian, crying loudly. Old Ian is here. Don't cry, don't cry. Ian Bo also shed tears of joy, hugging the 2 children and gently patting their backs. Little sun, little moon. Everyone also came to the side of the 2 children in excitement, happily touching their little faces, very pleased. Samson calmed himself down a bit. He looked at Brent anxiously and shouted, Uncle, you must go and save my brother quickly. Nancy also looked up at Brent with her big round eyes full of tears. Yes, Uncle, brother is in great danger now. Please go and save him quickly. Chapter 44, Xianxia Mountain Range. Is there danger in the land? Everyone present was shocked and worried upon hearing Samson and his sister's words. What happened? Where is your brother now? Brent's face turned serious as he spoke hurriedly, realizing the severity of the situation. Just a month ago, my brother took us away from a demonic beast attack. In the chaos, he hid the 2 of us in a cave while he drew the beast toward the Xianxia Mountain Range. We waited for 2 days in the cave, but didn't see him return. Finally, we couldn't bear it any longer and climbed out. My sister and I kept waiting for him at the edge of Xianxia Mountain Range. Then a demonic beast discovered us. With no other choice, we had to escape. Eventually, someone claiming to be from the Wind Spirit Organization rescued us. After that, we never heard from our brother again. Uncle, please go to the Xianxia Mountain Range and save my brother. Samson and Nancy explained the situation, each adding a bit here and there. They looked tense, their small faces full of worry, fearing something dangerous might have happened to their brother, Calvin. What? Xianxia Mountain Range. That's an absolutely treacherous place. Thatcher exclaimed in surprise. He had heard stories about how bizarre and dangerous it was. How could they end up there? Upon hearing it was the Xianxia Mountain Range, Ian Bao and others exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They all knew just how perilous it was. The Xianxia Mountain Range was once an ancient battlefield. Legends say that over 1,000,000 years ago, the world experienced unprecedented darkness and turmoil. Dozens of mighty cultivators at the Great Emperor realm, along with countless powerful sects, joined forces. There were even rumors that Chestry rulers of forbidden zones also participated. They formed an alliance against mysterious and chaotic beings. The final battle took place in the Xianxia Mountain Range, turning it into a battleground between xiuxian and these chaotic creatures. Intense clashes unfolded, with war cries shaking the heavens. The battle lasted 3 years, ending with the victory of xiuxian, albeit at great cost. Millions of cultivators perished bravely. Hundreds of thousands of Holy Realm cultivators or higher turned to ashes, and dozens of great emperors fell. Even some rulers of forbidden zones died. xiuxian blood dyed the land of Xianxia Mountain Range red. After this battle, an area spanning tens of thousands of miles became uninhabitable. Due to the immense amount of blood spilt and countless lingering souls, the Xianxia Mountain Range became eerie and terrifying. Over the years, no cultivator who entered Xianxia Mountain Range has ever returned alive. Master, Ian Bao looked up at Brent with concern. He hesitated to let Brent risk himself in such a deadly place. But abandoning Calvin would be unbearable. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Fan. Others also looked at Brent, their eyes filled with indecision. They knew how dangerous Xianxia Mountain Range was, and Calvin was certainly in grave danger. Yet only Brent had the strength to enter the range for rescue. Everyone else would merely become a burden. But they also feared for Brent's safety. Although they knew he was strong, the place was lethal, and no one could predict what dangers lay within. It's fine. Just the Xianxia Mountain Range can't hold me. Seeing everyone's troubled expressions, Brent smiled calmly. You stay here, and take good care of Samson and Nancy. I will go to Xianxia Mountain Range, to save xuanhuan. Without waiting for replies, Brent swiftly left the room, heading towards the Xianxia Mountain Range. Xianxia Mountain Range. Spanning hundreds of thousands of square miles, the Xianxia Mountain Range was shrouded in thick blood-red fog, with streaks of crimson lightning cutting across the sky and thunder echoing incessantly. At noon, the bright sunlight cast only weak rays here. Thick shrubs grew abundantly in the blood-red soil, their leaves casting mottled shadows under the sun, flickering with an eerie light. A ripple appeared in the void, and a figure emerged. Brent landed where Samson's sibling described, slowly raising his head to look at the xianxia mountain range, searching for Calvin's aura. Brent's eyes narrowed, and his figure flashed as he arrived in a stone forest, examining the bloodstains on the ground. Through familial blood resonance, he sensed a familiar presence from the bloodstains, his own clan member's blood. The bloodstains on the ground had already dried, but the trail of blood droplets extended deep into the xianxia mountain range. Xuanhuan was injured? Brent murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming. He lifted his head and followed the trail of bloodstains with his gaze. Xuanhuan indeed took refuge in the xianxia mountain range. Brent felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped into the xianxia mountain range. Chapter 45. I want to see if they can be completely killed. Whistling, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between the xianxia mountains and the outside world. The moment Brent stepped into the territory of the xianxia mountains, he felt a cold wind sweeping over him, as if someone was softly chanting in his ears, extremely eerie. The trees here were abnormally tall, blocking out the sky and sun, so that no sunlight could penetrate. Vines intertwined among the trees like snakes entwined together, creating a scene that was both gloomy and terrifying. Brent remained calm, moving swiftly through this eerie forest, carefully searching for any traces left by Calvin. SSS. Suddenly, a blood python with a rotting body appeared on a towering dead tree. It hissed and opened its mouth, lunging towards Brent. Brent frowned and glanced up at the blood python. Boom! The blood python exploded directly, turning into ashes in midair. Humph! Brent let out a cold snort, sensing chestery more undead beings stirring around him, constantly attacking from all directions. He felt increasingly frustrated. Having come this far, he had already killed countless undead beings of all kinds. But these undead lacked consciousness. They didn't fear the aura he emitted and kept charging at him relentlessly. I want to see if they can be completely killed. Brent raised his hand and pointed. A thick beam of light shot out from his finger. Boom! With a tremendous roar, countless undead and trees turned into ashes under the power of Brent's finger, forming a passage about 100 meters wide before him. Stepping into the passage he had created, Brent frowned slightly. The trail of Calvin's blood had vanished. Even his aura could no longer be detected. He had completely lost track of him. Buzz! Suddenly, the void trembled violently. Space shifted chaotically, as if everything had been turned upside down, and everything disappeared into darkness. When the world regained clarity, the surroundings had changed completely. This place is actually a chaotic space. No wonder. Brent muttered to himself, realizing something. He had guessed it when the spatial fluctuation started. Over the years, the space in the xianxia mountains had always been chaotic, intertwining and separating periodically. It was like a wall built of bricks that, at regular intervals, would have all its bricks rearranged to form a new wall. He probably lost track of Calvin because Calvin also entered another space. Brent looked up at the area ahead of him and strode forward, intending to search for any trace left by Calvin. If not, he would have to think of another way. Of course, there was still one crude method. Shattering every space he searched until there were fewer spaces for them to interweave next time. A Funkong look flashed in Brent's eyes. If he couldn't find Calvin, then he would collapse the entire xianxia mountains. Whistling, under a dark red sky, crimson sandstorm raged like wild beasts, rolling and engulfing everything. Brent moved quickly through this chaotic space, releasing his powerful divine sense to carefully investigate everything. Due to the chaotic nature of the space here, ordinary cultivators' divine senses could not extend far and would be suppressed, limiting their vision to only what was within sight. Although Brent was exceptionally powerful, there were still chestery remnants of arrays here that obstructed his divine sense, allowing him to probe only 10,000 miles away. Beyond that, he would be eroded by the invisible, murderous aura here. He moved like lightning, rapidly exploring each location intensively. Xuanhuan's aura. Brent's eyes glowed with excitement. He sensed a familiar aura 1,000 miles ahead. He hadn't expected to find Calvin so quickly in such harsh conditions. However, Brent's joy quickly faded, replaced by concern. He found that the aura was very weak, and the surrounding air was filled with the smell of blood. Not good. Xuanhuan is in danger. Brent felt anxious, his face full of worry. Phew. Without hesitation, Brent transformed into a streak of light, flying toward where Calvin was. 1,000 miles away, an 18-year-old youth was struggling on the brink of death, covered in blood, his hair disheveled, with a deep wound on his back that exposed bone. Each step he took left behind drops of fresh blood. That youth was none other than Calvin. His face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body swaying unsteadily, as if he could fall at any moment. Kill! Calvin roared furiously, wielding a large broadsword to split the zombie demon in front of him into two halves. But at the same time, he was attacked by a zombie demon riding a horse. A spear pierced directly through his shoulder, sending him flying away. Phew! Calvin fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He gasped for breath heavily, struggling to breathe. Whine! Numerous zombie demons screamed and surged forward crazily, eager to tear Calvin to pieces. Cough! Cough! Calvin gritted his teeth tightly, using both hands to prop himself up, trying to stand up. However, his injuries were too severe. Fresh blood dripped continuously, and just as he struggled to rise, he stumbled and fell again. He felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, as if he would fall into darkness at any moment. Am I going to die? Calvin looked up at the sky, knowing this time he was doomed. At this critical moment, he couldn't help but think of his younger brother and sister. Initially, to save them, he had lured away the monster beasts, inadvertently entering the xianxia mountains. Who knew that the space here was chaotic? Despite his utmost efforts, he failed to find an exit and remained trapped inside. I wonder how Samson and Nancy are doing. It had been over a month, and he dared not imagine if Samson and Nancy were still okay. Could the two children survive in the wilderness? Calvin sighed softly, full of unwillingness and regret. He hadn't avenged his family, nor protected his siblings properly. Now, about to die, how could he possibly be content? But what good would dissatisfaction do? Roar! A zombie demon screamed, riding a skeletal warhorse and charging at Calvin with a spear in hand. Whine! Countless zombie demons, like an army of death, rushed towards Calvin, each opening their mouths filled with fangs, quickly advancing towards him. No one in the Chu family fears death. A mere zombie demon cannot scare me. Calvin, kill! Calvin roared, exerting all his strength to stand up. With his steel broadsword, he charged into the army of zombie demons. Xianxia! Right then, a loud shout echoed in the sky. A strong beam of light suddenly descended from above, landing right next to Calvin. Chapter 46, Corpse Demon. Scram! Brent looked at the endless demonic corpses that surged toward him like a flood, his face stern. He raised his hand and pushed forward with a palm. Boom! The army of demonic corpses exploded instantly. Hundreds of thousands of them were shattered by Brent's single palm strike. Boom! The earth trembled as a force capable of destroying heaven, and earth was released again from under Brent's feet. It swept outwards wildly, like a sandstorm. Bang! Bang! Roar! Countless demonic corpses screamed as they exploded in the sandstorm one after another. In an instant, all the demonic corpses here were cleared by Brent. 1,000,000 demonic corpses turned to ashes in a blink. Cough cough. Calvin's consciousness gradually recovered. He stared blankly at the scattered bones of the corpses on the ground far away, then slowly turned his head to look at the figure in front of him, and was immediately stunned. Uncle! Calvin's eyes were filled with disbelief, thinking he was hallucinating. He never imagined his uncle would appear here. He struggled to stand up, but was held down by Brent. Xianxia, don't move, your injuries are severe. Brent's voice was gentle yet firm. He reached into his robes, took out a pill, and handed it to Calvin. This is a miraculous healing medicine. Take it now. Calvin dumbly accepted the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Huff huff. In just a few breaths, Calvin's wounds stopped bleeding. The deep cuts began to grow flesh buds and healed rapidly. His spirit also returned, his eyes clear, completely back to normal. This pill. Calvin looked down at his almost scabbing wounds, shock filling his eyes. He had never seen such a miraculous pill before. It had completely healed his injuries in such a short time. Uncle, what kind of pill is this? It's so amazing. And why are you here? Did you come to save me? And your cultivation? Calvin looked up at Brent, his eyes full of doubts, having Chestery questions in his heart. He thought he saw a mirage earlier, surrounded by those countless demonic corpses which drove him to despair. But these demons were all wiped out by his uncle in just a moment. It was too shocking. He was dazed. Yes, I came to save you. As for my cultivation, well, that's a long story. I'll tell you later when there's a chance. For now, let's leave this place. Brent smiled, feeling relieved seeing Calvin safe. Uncle, my brother and sister Samson and Nancy are still at the edge of Tianyin mountain range. It's been over a month. I wonder how they are. Let's hurry and save them. Calvin showed signs of anxiety. He thought about Samson and Nancy, hastily looking up at Brent, telling him about his experiences over the past period. Xianxia, don't worry. Samson and Nancy are fine. They even told us you were here. Now, they're waiting for you at home. Brent comforted Calvin with a smile, asking him not to worry. Calvin felt relieved upon hearing Brent's words. Uncle, do you mean Giles, Aunt Nancy, and Cousin Mac are all in the family? Pablo's face showed disbelief, his eyes shining, his body trembling with excitement. For so Chestery years, he had always thought only the three of them were left in the family. Hearing suddenly that so Chestery people in the family were still alive, his excitement was understandable. Yes, they are all. Brent nodded with a smile and was about to speak when he suddenly turned his head to look into the distance, his eyes flashing with cold light. Roar! A sharp scream reverberated across the sky. The entire world shook, a huge wave sweeping up blood-colored sand, fiercely ravaging everything around. Thump! 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 The earth continued to shake as if a colossal creature was moving slowly, each step leaving a heavy footprint on the ground. Uncle, facing the unknown danger, fear filled Calvin's eyes. He watched ahead in panic, tightly standing behind Brent, feeling very uneasy. Although he had just witnessed Brent's strength, faced with such an unknown terror, he was uncertain whether Brent could suppress it. Unconsciously, Calvin thought about their current location, becoming even more unsure. This place was said to be an infamous forbidden land, harboring countless terrifying legends. Any monster that walked out from it would be enough to annihilate the entire eastern wasteland. Calvin looked up at Brent in front of him, hesitating somewhat. Uncle, should we? It's fine, I want to see what kind of great terror it is. Brent smiled confidently. He knew very well what Calvin was thinking, and thus tried to reassure him. Since they had come to the so-called most dangerous forbidden land, he wanted to witness what kind of great terror existed inside this so-called forbidden land. Whoosh! Whoosh! Along with a strong gust of fishy wind, a colossal creature over 300 feet tall emerged through thick clouds of sand and dust, appearing before Brent and Calvin. This. Staring at the massive creature that now loomed before him, Calvin's face turned deathly pale. His wide eyes were fixed in shock, his body staggering as if he could hardly stand firm. The towering monstrosity was actually a mountain of corpses. It was made up of countless bodies, Huchester, beast, alien, all kinds and sorts. Its left and right arms were two blood pythons, and on its belly was a three-eyed demon wolf with its maw agape. More bizarrely, it had 3 heads. The left one was a weathered dragon head, the right one a fearless lion's head, while the middle one was a Huchesteroid alien head. Countless corpses, after countless years, have given birth to such a terrifying thing, a corpse demon. Interesting. Brent's expression remained calm as he carefully examined the creature formed by the pile of corpses, finding it quite peculiar. Such a creature, its aura was also chaotic, making it hard to determine the realm of its entire body. The three-eyed wolf head on its belly emitted the aura of the 7th realm, the Ascension realm, while its 2 arms gave off the aura of the 6th realm, the cavernous void realm. Only its heads were the strongest. All 3 heads exuded the aura of fully developed kings, especially the aura of the 3-eyed alien head in the middle, whose realm seemed almost close to sainthood. Roar! The corpse demon let out a roar. All its eyes locked onto Brent, then it began moving wildly, charging towards Brent. Chapter 47. Entering the forbidden zone as if it were uninhabited. Once again, howls rose around them. An even larger army of corpse demons poured out from every direction, following behind the monster and charging forward madly. Uncle, what do we do? Calvin's body trembled. He clutched Brent's clothing corner, his eyes brimming with fear, clearly frightened by the scene before him. Such a terrifying scene made this place akin to hell. Perhaps, hell wasn't even as frightening as here. It's merely a deformed monster. There's no need to be afraid. Brent turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Calvin, and a faint smile spread across his lips. Then, he patted Calvin's shoulder gently to comfort him. The 100-meter-tall zombie demon shot dazzling beams from all its eyes simultaneously. The beams pierced through the void like swords and shot straight at Brent. At the same time, the zombie demon opened its gaping maw once more, letting out a deafening roar. Along with this roar, a torrent of foul-smelling blood spewed from its mouth and swiftly coalesced into a dark red spear. Clang! The spear tore through the sky, accompanied by boundless power and a piercing aura, hurtling towards Brent like a falling star. Waves of howls also came from the million-strong horde of corpse demons. Innumerable corpse demons raised their weapons and launched fierce attacks at Brent. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with all sorts of attacks, forming an enormous web shimmering with colorful light that tightly enveloped Brent. Brent's face was stern. He shook his body, and a powerful energy erupted from him like surging ocean waves, rushing towards all directions. Bang, bang, bang. With each explosive sound, the millions of incoming corpse demons burst apart under this force, shattered into pieces of flesh. Even all the attacks in the sky were blasted away, and the dark red spear spat out by the zombie demon disintegrated in midair. Just a zombie demon. Let's see what you can do. Brent slowly turned his head, took a step forward, lifted his head, and looked up at the colossal monster rushing towards him. His expression was calm as he reached out toward it. A massive palm appeared out of nowhere, as vast as a mountain, blocking out the sky, slamming heavily onto the gigantic zombie demon. Roar! The zombie demon roared and bellowed angrily to the heavens. The azure dragon and fearless lion heads on its neck spat out huge spheres of bloody light, which swiftly soared towards the giant palm in the sky. And the central alien head also let out a loud shout, spitting out a bronze quadrangle seal, smashing towards it fiercely. Dong! Dong! Brent's giant palm crashed down forcefully from the heavens, shattering the two bloody spheres instantly. The bronze seal was likewise broken to pieces, exploding in the sky. The giant palm, carrying immense force, whistled as it arrived instantaneously above the massive monster. It felt like Mount Tai pressing down from above. Boom! Dust flew, the earth shook, and the 100-meter-tall monstrous creature crumbled into flesh paste under Brent's single palm strike, leaving only a huge deep pit. Whoosh! The surroundings returned to stillness, with only a crimson hue filling the sky, as if dyed by blood. Uncle, it you. Calvin gazed at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. He stared at the distant remains of the zombie demon, then slowly turned to look at Brent, his eyes filled with disbelief, stunned to the point of being speechless. He simply couldn't comprehend what had just transpired, not daring to even imagine it. His uncle had become so incredibly powerful one day. It was as if everything had transformed into an absurd dream. Uncle, 10 years ago, you were clearly. Calvin's breathing quickened, filled with indescribable astonishment. He couldn't help but recall 10 years ago when his uncle couldn't even start on the path of cultivation. Yet now, after just 10 years, how could he have become so powerful? Is all of this just an illusion? Perhaps I'm already dead, and all this is just a figment of my imagination. Calvin felt a chill within him. His face turned pale as he pondered this frightening possibility. Thinking this, Calvin pinched his thigh without hesitation. Ouch, that hurts. Suddenly, a glimmer of brightness flashed in Calvin's eyes. He smiled painfully and let out a long breath. These are all real, not any kind of illusion. Hee. Shauna, what are you laughing at foolishly? Let's go. Brent smiled slightly. He patted Calvin's head and led him toward the boundary. Haha, I'm coming right away, uncle. Calvin's smile bloomed like a flower. He jogged a few steps happily, closely following behind Brent. Having such a powerful uncle, his heart was completely at ease. Whoosh! The two figures flashed quickly, and in an instant, Brent had brought Calvin to the edge of this red space. Uncle, where are we going? Isn't there no path ahead? Calvin looked puzzled, staring at the constantly changing colors of the void ahead, resembling a colorful shield blocking the way forward. The space here is sealed. Since there's no path, we'll make one. Brent gazed calmly ahead, his tone as casual as if discussing something utterly ordinary. Make a path. Hearing this, Calvin sucked in a breath of cold air, a torrent of waves crashing in his heart. If anyone else were in such a desperate situation, they would probably proceed with utmost caution, fearing to anger some unknown terrifying existence. Yet at this moment, his uncle stood composed and unruffled, as if entering an uninhabited realm. Not only did he move freely within this dead end, but he also dared to break through the constraints of this place. It was simply astonishing. Brent gently lifted his palm, and a dazzling light orb emerged from his fingertips. He lightly struck it towards the void ahead. Bang! A thunderous boom echoed, as if the heavens were splitting open. The multicolored void shattered like glass. A 100-meter-wide gap appeared at the boundary of the red space. Let's go, Brent whispered, sweeping Calvin along into another space in a single step. Chapter 48. Ancestor of the Chu family from millions of years ago. Boom! The blood-red sea was in turmoil, waves surging like the backs of colossal dragons, towering high before crashing down into the boundless abyss. It turned out to be an endless sea of blood, with the entire world bathed in red light. Scattered throughout this blood-red ocean were countless bones. Every time a wave surged, it would sweep up numerous bones, lifting them into the sky and then crashing them back into the blood sea. Ancient dragon bones, sinuous and winding, resembled ancient ruins or mountains stretching across the blood sea. Hutchester bones lay haphazardly, rolling with the waves, painting a tragic picture of life and death intertwined. From afar came mournful cries, like the laments of lost souls, intermittent and chilling. Death permeated the air, suffocating. Uncle, Calvin looked around at the boundless sea of blood in terror, his expression tense. Don't worry, everything's fine. Brent spoke calmly, scanning the blood sea with his gaze, probing it carefully with his divine senses. As the blood sea surged, Brent detected countless strange auras hidden beneath it, including faint traces of sage-level aura, hinting at tremendous danger lurking within. However, these weren't what concerned him. Just beasts, easily vanquished. What he worried about most were the layers of space fragments hidden within the Xianxia mountains. If there were chestry fragments, he would have to navigate through each one, potentially taking a long time. By the time he emerged, it could be months or even years later. And now, what he needed most was time. He didn't know where his younger brother and sister had ended up. Were any of his clansmen still alive? The souls of his family members needed his salvation. He couldn't afford to delay. Since this isn't the exit, let's leave this place as quickly as possible. Brent frowned, leading Calvin swiftly across the blood sea, aiming to reach the boundary and break through it. Roar! Suddenly, the entire space seemed to tremble as a massive, awe-inspiring force surged from the blood sea. The sound, like the roar of an ancient beast, pierced the heavens, shaking every living soul. The blood sea churned violently as a fully evolved white-boned celestial dragon slowly ascended from its depths, its immense body seemingly capable of shattering the sky. Its head burned with a mysterious blue flame, exuding authority. The celestial dragon flapped its wings, which radiated a fierce storm, causing the entire space to tremble. On top of the dragon's head sat a xiuxian skeleton, holding a rusted half-sword on its knees. This skeletal figure emitted a sage-level aura, powerful and profound, as if it could pierce through all illusions. Swish! The blood sea continued to rage, and countless skeletons of various kinds began to rise from it. In an instant, millions of skeletons filled the sky and sea. Oh, millions of skeletons roared, encircling Brent. Uncle this. Calvin gasped, shock written all over his face. He looked around. The blood sea and sky were densely packed with skeletons. Some emitted such formidable auras that he couldn't stop trembling. Even a single glance felt like it could kill him. Brent remained calm, hands behind his back, standing still in the sky, looking at the surrounding skeletons. Suddenly, Brent's eyes narrowed, focusing on the xiuxian skeleton seated atop the dragon's head. Brent was moved, his expression excited, not by the million-strong army of skeletons, but by the skeleton in front of him. The reason was simple. He sensed a familiar aura from the skeleton. It was the bloodline aura of the Xiu family. Could he be an ancestor of our Xiu family? But why have I never heard of our family having a glorious past? Brent was puzzled, unable to understand the reasons. Though now the skeleton only emitted a sage-level aura, if it were revived, it would undoubtedly have been a powerful figure, possibly even reaching the near-emperor realm. With such formidable strength, the Xiu clan should not have been obscure and nameless. It should have been a family that dominated the entire continent. However, there was no record of any of this in his family, as if it had never existed. Brent looked up at the xiuxian skeleton atop the dragon's head, his eyes gleaming. If he could awaken the consciousness of the xiuxian skeleton, perhaps he could know everything about this situation. Awaken! Brent roared, his whole body emitting blinding light. With a wave of his hand, a beam shot towards the xiuxian skeleton, trying to rouse its consciousness. However, this action by Brent thoroughly enraged all the skeletons. Woo! A million skeletons roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, and then they charged at Brent with roaring fury. Roar! The celestial dragon also roared angrily, flapping its wings, stirring up endless waves of blood, charging at Brent like lightning, and spitting out a mouthful of crimson breath. The xiuxian skeleton on the dragon's head stood up slowly, swiftly dodging the light Brent had cast, and then wielded a broken sword, slashing towards Brent with a streak of bloody sword light. You once did great deeds for xiuxian. Let me help you attain complete liberation. Brent sneered coldly, deflecting all attacks with a wave of his hand before sweeping around him. Hundreds of dazzling orbs of light shot from Brent's fingertips. Boom, boom. Explosions rocked the million-strong skeleton army, blinding flashes of light illuminating the entire blood-red world. Massive shockwaves swept through the heavens and earth like raging winds. Bang, bang. Endless skeletons exploded in the devastating energy, turning into bone powder that drifted down into the blood sea. The celestial dragon roared, its bones shattered in chestery places, even half of its skull broken. Roar! It staggered through the sky, spitting dragon breath and rushing to Brent's face, then opened its massive claws to grab Brent's head. Chapter 49 Ultimate Terror. Little Xuanhuan, how dare you act recklessly? Brent glared furiously and reached out to grab the Xuanhuan. Boom! Brent's palm transformed into a sky-obscuring hand, seizing the Xuanhuan as if it were a small chick, gripping it tightly in his hand. Roar! The massive dragon struggled wildly, flapping its wings and continuously spewing fiery breath towards Brent's palm. The xiuxian skeleton also charged at Brent, wielding an origin-splitting sword, slashing fiercely with one stroke. Clang! A sword beam over 1,000 feet long, shimmering with blood-red brilliance, pierced through the void, descending unstoppably upon Brent. Xuanhuan, since you once fought for xiuxian, I shall grant you eternal peace. Brent remained calm, crushing the bones of the Xuanhuan and dispersing its spiritual consciousness, sending its soul into reincarnation. Then Brent slowly raised his head, calmly observing the incoming attack from the xiuxian skeleton. He gently extended 2 fingers, blocking the 1,000-foot-long sword beam. Boom! Intense tremors exploded at the tips of Brent's fingers, fierce winds howled, and boundless seas of blood surged. Brent's hair flew wildly. He did not even blink. Then he raised his hand again, slowly reaching toward the xiuxian skeleton. The xiuxian skeleton emitted overwhelming bloody aura, hands clasped together, creating rings of blood around him, which he directed towards Brent's palm. Bang! Bang! Brent's hands lightly trembled. 10,000 runes blossomed, causing the blood rings to explode in succession midair. 2 piercing beams shot from Brent's eyes. Milky white light flashed on his hands, and like a breach through space, he grabbed the xiuxian skeleton, holding it firmly. Roar! The xiuxian skeleton roared, colliding frantically within Brent's grip, launching countless attacks with its broken sword, trying desperately to break free. 100 cycles of reincarnation, reliving past lives, time turns back, reviving old memories. Awakened, Brent remained unmoved. Despite the xiuxian skeleton's struggles, his flying hair and eyes shooting runes continued as he cast continuous spells, hoping to awaken the skeleton's past memories. Roar! The xiuxian skeleton thrashed fiercely, receiving hundreds of thousands of runes infused into its body. Suddenly, an inhuchester cry emerged from within Brent's grasp. The skeleton seemed to regain some semblance of huchesterity, rolling and clutching its head. Who are you? Are you an ancestor of the Chu family? Brent's voice resounded like a celestial decree, stirring the skeleton's soul while continuously amplifying his power, striving to fully awaken it. I am. The xiuxian skeleton held its head, enduring intense pain. Its crystalline body began to crack, nearly breaking apart. However, it seemed to regain some clarity. The red flames in its eyes ceased flickering, and its frenzied struggles halted. Its entire body trembled, struggling to lift its head and gaze at Brent, trying to maintain its sanity. A hint of tenderness appeared in its eyes. Strange, be careful, ultimate terror. It seemed to recognize the bloodline within Brent, conveying some information. Brent's eyes narrowed, his brow furrowed. Although powerful, his knowledge of this world was still limited. Everything he knew came from before entering the forbidden area, and more hidden matters remained unexplored. So he did not understand the xiuxian skeleton's words. What do you mean by strange? What is this ultimate terror? Brent looked anxiously at the xiuxian skeleton, completely baffled by what it was saying. Darkness, origin. The xiuxian skeleton's body trembled, the flames in its eyes flickered incessantly. With all its strength, it resisted some force, attempting to convey more to Brent. Endless sea. However, before it could continue, its bones turned black, and the blue fire in its eyes rapidly extinguished. Some unseen, incomparably powerful force seemed to suppress the xiuxian skeleton. Boom! The xiuxian skeleton shattered abruptly, turning to ash. Its soul drifted as faint blue light, slowly ascending towards the heavens. Brent looked at the flying ashes in his hand with a bewildered expression, not understanding why the xiuxian skeleton had suddenly shattered. He hadn't sensed anything unusual at all. Could it be a curse? Brent guessed dubiously in his heart. The power of curses was the most mysterious. He still couldn't fully comprehend which rule-based force system curses belonged to. Brent slowly raised his head and looked up at the sky, his eyes gleaming, expression solemn. In a daze, he seemed to see a tall, heroic Chester standing above the sky, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was a predecessor of the Chu family. His hair was as white as snow, carrying a long sword on his back like a towering mountain peak pointing towards the heavens. Their eyes met, and the predecessor of the Chu family slowly nodded at Brent before gradually ascending into the sky. Brent sighed heavily, feeling somewhat disappointed. A predecessor from his Chu family ended up with such a bleak conclusion. However, Brent had chestery doubts in his heart. What exactly happened millions of years ago? Where did those strange creatures come from? Why did his predecessor die? And what does the eerie mentioned by his family's Hamilton refer to? What is this ultimate terror? Alas, all these matters were like a thin veil, hazy and unclear, preventing him from seeing clearly. Brent shook his head, deciding to temporarily set these thoughts aside. For now, he needed to leave this place first. As for the secrets hidden in this world, he would definitely uncover them in the future. Xuanhuan, let's go. Brent turned around and pulled Calvin, ready to fly away into the distance. Oh, uncle, we're leaving. Calvin took a deep breath to calm down from the shock. Although he had seen his uncle's strength before, he was still stunned by Brent's overwhelming dominance this time. The endless sea of blood had over 1 million skeletons, boundless and infinite, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. A mere glance filled Calvin with dread and fear due to the oppressive aura emitted by the skeletons. Yet, so chestery skeletons were obliterated effortlessly by a single wave of his uncle's hand, like insignificant ants. Even that terrifying xiuxian skeleton and the mighty Tianlong, resembling a mountain, were easily subdued by his uncle. Everything was too shocking. Calvin kept drawing cold breaths, his hair standing on end due to amazement. Today he truly witnessed what true supreme power looked like. Uncle, when will I be able to grow as strong as you? Calvin looked up at Brent's back, filled with anticipation. Haha, as long as you practice diligently, one day you will become as strong as me. A smile crept onto Brent's lips, his demeanor calm. Let's go. Brent raised his hand, shattering a piece of the void, leading Calvin into another space once again. Chapter 50, another group in the desolate land. Bang, bang, bang. Brent led Calvin through 3 spatial fragments, finally breaking through the boundary and arriving in a white expanse. Brent raised his head with confusion, observing this space. This was a world entirely made of bones. Everywhere he looked, the ground was covered with white bones. Some had turned to powder over time, blending into the earth. Others, once belonging to powerful creatures, remained undecayed even after centuries. Misty white fog hovered in the air, obscuring distant views. Chilly winds blew out from the depths of the bone sea, freezing to the bone, penetrating one's soul. Upon closer listening, there seemed to be a Winchester softly singing deep within the bone sea, her voice melodious like celestial music, piercing through the cold wind and echoing across the bone sea. Someone is fighting? Brent murmured to himself, sensing someone fiercely battling 1,000 miles away. Uncle, besides us, are there others here? Calvin asked in puzzlement. This place was known as the Desolate Land. How could anyone else be here? Were they, like him, accidentally trapped? Brent nodded lightly, replying calmly. Let's go take a look. Boom. A fierce battle raged 1,000 miles away. A dozen people were engaged in a desperate struggle. Countless skeletons surrounded them like waves crashing against their defenses. Kill. Barak, save me. Hurry, go. Covered in blood, their faces flushed red with rage, the dozen people slashed furiously at the surging skeletons. Shouts of killing, cries of agony, and sounds of combat filled the air. 5 or 6 bodies already lay dead on the ground, the scent of blood heavy in the air. Follow the will of heaven and earth. Gather the elemental energies from all directions. Boundless magic power shall ward off enemies from afar. Celestial umbrella of heaven's net, activate. In the center of the group stood a cultivator, his face grim as stone. His hands moved swiftly and precisely, forming complex seals. Elaborate hand signs danced from his fingertips, merging into the mysterious artifact he held. Each word he chanted carried immense weight, as the artifact gradually emitted brilliant light, awakening some hidden power within it. Finally, with a low shout, the artifact transformed into a colossal glowing umbrella, which he hurled into the sky. Buzz! The giant umbrella unfurled instantly with a deafening hum, resembling a blooming lotus flower, radiating dazzling light. Beams of light shot down from the umbrella like meteors, enveloping everyone beneath. Bang! Bang! Thunder roared loudly, shaking the air. Bolts of lightning struck mercilessly from the umbrella, each one like divine wrath, tearing apart the skeletons that dared approach. Under this devastating attack, the skeletons shattered instantly into dust, leaving no trace behind. Thud! Brent and Calvin descended into the scene, appearing amidst the skeletal horde. Skeletons of all colors, white, red, black, jade, and more, spread across the landscape like waves, surging forward. There are so chestry skeletons here too? Calvin took a deep breath, looking around eagerly, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Go ahead, Brent nodded, giving Calvin the signal to engage. Yes, uncle, Calvin shouted, charging forward with his longsword, slicing through the surrounding skeletons. Brent watched calmly, standing beside Calvin. True growth often came from confronting life and death situations. This battle would greatly benefit Calvin. Previously, Brent had trained Calvin deliberately, teaching him the Imperial level technique, the Tyrant Blade technique of the heavens. Over the past few days, Calvin had mastered the basics and, with Brent's help, successfully advanced from the peak condensation stage to the profound core stage. This was a perfect opportunity for him to consolidate his newfound strength. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, the other group struggled through the skeletal sea under the protection of the celestial umbrella, its radiant light guiding them. Uncle, look, those people are moving towards us. Calvin showed a look of surprise and confusion. Those people were having trouble escaping on their own, yet they were now heading towards them. Could it be that they want to attack us? Calvin's eyes flickered with cold light. He couldn't fathom the intentions behind those people's approach. We'll wait and see. You don't need to worry about this. Focus on the battle. Try to understand it as much as you can. Brent remained calm and composed. He walked slowly with his hands behind his back, not too close nor too far from Calvin, ready to intervene in case of emergencies. As for those skeletons attacking Brent, regardless of their strength, all shattered into pieces 3 meters away from him, unable to get any closer. Before long, the group in the distance was almost at Brent's side, less than 100 meters away. Are you the ones who mistakenly entered the heavenly Een mountain range? Come into our formation quickly. We'll save you out. An Hamiltonly cultivator shouted loudly, leading the group under the protection of the heavenly umbrella, rushing over swiftly. Uncle, they actually chose to come and save us. Calvin looked at those people in shock, feeling somewhat incredulous. He hadn't expected that in this cruel world, there would be people disregarding danger to choose to save them. It felt like a dream. Uncle, should we go? Calvin turned to look at Brent, seeking his opinion. Brent's gaze sharpened, also feeling a bit surprised. He could sense that those people were already reaching their limits, struggling in the skeleton swarm with great difficulty. Yet, he never thought they would choose to rescue them, which indeed gave him a different feeling. Let's go in and take a look. Brent didn't opt to act. He wanted to see what those people intended to do. Chapter 51, The Great Derivation Sacred Land. You two kids, you really don't know the danger. How could you dare to intrude into the Een mountain range? This is a death trap. The Hamiltonly cultivator watched as Brent and Calvin walked unscathed into the formation. His expression eased slightly. We are. Just as Calvin was about to explain, the Hamilton interrupted him. Children, it's fortunate you encountered us. Otherwise, it's unimaginable whether you'd be able to get out alive. Follow closely behind us when the time comes. We will fight our way out together. The old cultivator, seeing Brent and Calvin were young, placed them in the center of the formation with others surrounding to protect them. Senior, who are you all? Why did you also enter the Een mountain range? Isn't this place a death trap? Calvin looked at the Hamiltonly cultivator, asking curiously. We belong to the Great Derivation Sacred Land. We came here to search for a true medicine to save someone. However, up until now, not only have we failed to find the true medicine, even the Hamiltons who led us here have perished. Only a few of us remain, barely holding on, sigh. The Hamiltonly cultivator sighed deeply, his eyes filled with boundless sorrow, while the rest of his group wore expressions of sadness and despair. At this moment, they were almost in a hopeless situation. Not only had the Hamiltons leading them all been killed, but they themselves were severely injured, with their spirit energy almost completely drained. Moreover, most of the spirit artifacts they carried were damaged. If they couldn't break through the encirclement soon, they would all likely die here. Despite these difficulties, no one complained or showed any dissatisfaction when the Hamilton ordered them to rescue Brent and the others, even though it meant deterring and spending precious time. Great Derivation Sacred Land. Brent muttered to himself. In his memory, he had always held the Great Derivation Sacred Land in high regard. The Great Derivation Sacred Land was located within the Greater Derivation World, bordering the Eastern Wasteland. According to the teachings of the Great Derivation Sacred Land, when heaven and earth first began, everything was reduced to nothingness, with only chaos permeating between heaven and earth. It was chaos that created all things in the world. They regarded this belief as their doctrine, fervently pursuing supreme power and firmly believing that only by exploring chaos could they obtain the most primal and authentic source of strength. Because of this, the cultivators of the Great Derivation Sacred Land possessed pure and innocent hearts. Thus, they acted solely based on genuine intentions and never resorted to deceitful schemes to harm others. Reflecting on this, Brent understood why they had come to rescue them. He couldn't help but admire the people of the great derivation sacred land for risking their lives to save others while in dire straits. He was indeed moved by their actions. But Brent didn't immediately step forward to offer help. Instead, he stood quietly behind everyone. For some reason, ever since entering this space, he felt as if there were hidden malicious eyes watching them from afar, though he couldn't pinpoint where those eyes were despite repeated calculations. Is this what the ancestors of the Chu family spoke of as strange phenomena? What's its purpose in observing us? Brent frowned, continuously speculating in his mind. Therefore, he planned to observe quietly without revealing his cultivation level, to uncover the mysterious force behind the gaze. We need to break out as soon as possible. In the center of this space lies an ancient city, and within that city is a powerful teleportation array. If we can reach the teleportation array inside the ancient city, we can escape. The Hamiltonly cultivator roared, unleashing the momentum of the fifth great realm, the alchemy realm. He suddenly launched a hazy force towards the front. Boom! The crowd of skeletons exploded outward. Countless skeletons fell down, instantly clearing a path around 100 meters long. Charge! The remaining disciples shouted angrily, maintaining the formation and rapidly charging forward. Calvin also roared, wielding a large broadsword, joining the charge alongside the others. Bang! Bang! Battle cries echoed everywhere, with numerous skeletons falling beneath their feet. They sped along the path the Hamilton had created. Who? Endless screams of skeletons rose, rushing forward, quickly filling the path cleared by the Hamilton cultivator. They had barely advanced dozens of meters when they found themselves surrounded by an infinite sea of skeletons. Charge! Though their faces showed distress, they still fought fiercely, slowly advancing through the sea of skeletons like snails. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, gather the 5 elements. The cultivator controlling the formation shouted angrily, his hands moving swiftly to form seals. The space trembled slightly. Within 100 meters under the Xuanhuan umbrella, beams of light intertwined like threads. In an instant, these beams of light wove into a dazzling light dome, as if all the power in the world was confined within it. This was a trapping formation, containing the power of a gravitational field domain. When one's strength was sufficient, this formation could have the might to collapse the heavens. Boom! The ground shook violently, and dust rose everywhere. Within 100 meters, all the skeletons were enveloped by the light emitted from the dome. Countless weak skeletons had no chance to struggle and instantly turned into ashes and vanished. Good! Everyone's faces lit up with joy, and they accelerated their charge into the depths of the Bone Sea. According to the current situation, they might really be able to break through from here. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. 3 jade-colored skeletons suddenly emerged from the Bone Sea. They emitted the aura of the 5th great realm, the profound core realm, silently and swiftly rushing over. Bang! Accompanied by earth-shattering thunder, a jade-like skeleton tightly gripped a broken wind thunder hammer and struck the Xuanhuan umbrella with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. The terrifying power contained in this blow surged forward like waves, causing the entire Xuanhuan umbrella to shake violently, and its defensive shield flickered with dazzling light. Clang! Before anyone could catch their breath, another sharp, sword whistle sounded. Another skeleton held a long sword, slicing through the sky like a meteor, with unstoppable momentum, striking the Xuanhuan umbrella once more. Instantly, sparks flew, and sword chi spread. The defense shield of the Xuanhuan umbrella could not withstand such fierce attacks, and its glow grew dimmer. However, it wasn't over yet. At this moment, the 3rd skeleton descended from the sky, swinging its massive skeletal foot and stomping down on the Xuanhuan umbrella with immense force. This series of heavy blows came like a storm, making the entire defensive light shield of the Xuanhuan umbrella tremble violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. The light flickered unstably, clearly reaching its limit and about to explode. Not good. Everyone's faces changed dramatically, thrown off balance by the sudden attack. They all quickly channeled spiritual energy into the formation to prevent it from breaking. Now, the formation formed by the Xuanhuan umbrella was their only reliance. If it broke, they would lose all hope of survival. Chapter 52. Rebirth in Despair. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, swift as the wind and loud as thunder. Earth shields thick and strong, flames roaring fiercely attack. The cultivator controlling the formation was gasping heavily, blood flowing continuously from the corner of his mouth. His hands were busily making seals, swiftly throwing 3 spirit stones with mysterious runes toward 3 jade-colored skeletons. The 3 spirit stones flew like lightning, accompanied by sounds of wind and thunder, instantly reaching before the skeletons. Boom! The spirit stones burst into dazzling light, exploding violently. Crack! Unable to evade, the 3 jade-colored skeletons were sent flying in an instant. PFFTT. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the cultivator controlling the formation, his face turning an alarming red. After launching this attack, he could no longer contain the surge of blood within him, which gushed out from his mouth like a fountain. Cohen. Upon seeing this, everyone's faces changed dramatically, their anxiety clearly visible. But their crisis had not yet ended, so they could only remain steadfast in their positions. Attack. Without hesitation, everyone attacked, using their magical techniques and skills to do their utmost to help the cultivator controlling the formation withstand the pressure. For a moment, various lights flashed, colorful spells intertwining to form a powerful protective barrier. Boom, boom. Explosion after explosion echoed as countless attacks from the skeletons detonated above the formation. Crack. The formation was under tremendous pressure. Relying solely on these people's strength, it could hardly be completely defended. Now, some cracks had already appeared. The formation is about to break. Seeing the originally unbreakable formation beginning to develop cracks, everyone's faces showed shock and tension. Quick look, 8 more jade-colored skeletons are rushing over from the distance. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted in horror. Everyone turned to look and indeed saw 8 more jade-glowing skeletons emerging from the distant sea of skeletons. This sight left everyone speechless, filled with indescribable fear. But even more shocking news followed. Not just 8 jade-colored skeletons, there are more behind them. As they followed the direction pointed by the cultivator, they realized the situation was far worse than they had imagined. Heavens! There are actually dozens of Danteon realm skeletons. Everyone's faces in the Dayan Holy Land turned pale, their eyes filled with deep despair and helplessness. Previously, facing just 3 jade-colored skeletons, they had already felt unprecedented pressure and powerlessness. Now, faced with such a large number of enemies, they were truly pushed into a desperate situation, with no way out. Wah! At that moment, another Fengkong de Xiuxian suddenly echoed in their field of vision. Piercing, soul-wrenching howls resounded through the sky, growing louder and more grating, as if piercing through people's eardrums and directly striking their hearts. Finally, at the depths of the endless bone sea, a vivid red color abruptly caught everyone's attention. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge, dark red skeleton. It resembled an ancient crocodile, stretching tens of meters long, covered in sharp, dagger-like bone spikes radiating chilling coldness. More eye-catching was the blood-red, gigantic bones soared above its head, gleaming fiercely in the sunlight like burning flames. And the massive skeleton's eyes were filled with icy blue flames, each esterrating cold, soul-freezing rays from its hollow sockets. The aura of Tribulation Realm. That skeleton is an evil being of the 7th major realm. And Hamiltonly Cultivator stared wide-eyed, muttering in disbelief, his face losing all color and his eyes devoid of light. Being targeted by a Tribulation Realm skeleton, none of them could possibly escape. We're finished. Everyone deflated like punctured balloons, almost losing the will to resist. No matter what they did, death was inevitable. None of them could match a Tribulation Realm skeleton, and they were still far from the ancient city, leaving no hope of escape. You two young ones, if the formation breaks, you must take this chance to fight your way out. We have put you in this desperate situation. Before we die, we hope to clear a path for you to survive. The Hamiltonly Cultivator glanced swiftly at Brent and Pablo during a break in the battle. He sighed deeply, voicing his thoughts. The Hamiltonly Cultivator's eyes lingered involuntarily on Brent's face a bit longer. For some reason, he always felt that Brent was unnervingly calm. Throughout it all, no matter what happened, even when the Tribulation Realm skeleton appeared, Brent's expression never changed, not even his breath was disordered. Such mental strength was truly astonishing. But now is not the time to dwell on it. The battle had escalated to its peak, leaving everyone too preoccupied with their own survival. In a blink, nearly 20 jade-colored skeletons attacked the group, launching their assaults without hesitation. Boom, boom. A series of attacks struck the Tian Luo umbrella repeatedly. The entire formation shook violently, cracks spreading across the surface, soon covering it entirely. Not good. The formation is about to shatter. Bang! Under everyone's horror-struck gazes, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the Tian Luo umbrella blasted apart, and the formation was completely destroyed. An endless tide of skeletons surged forward. The dozen or so jade-colored skeletons leaped high from all sides, attacking the group. Roar! The ancient crocodile-like skeleton, radiating overwhelming power, dashed towards them in an instant. A thick red beam shot out from the ancient crocodile's head, aiming straight for the group. Two young ones, run fast. The Hamiltonly Cultivator roared with all his might, his voice echoing through the sky. His face was grave as he led the rest, charging fearlessly into the surging wave of skeletons. Kill! With a roar, everyone from Dayan Holy Land shouted in unison, their voices thunderous. They poured all their strength into their weapons, preparing for the battle that would decide their fate, hoping to carve out a path for the two behind them. Everyone knew this was a perilous journey where death was almost certain, yet they did not retreat, even a step. Death awaited, but they faced it without regret. Brent stood behind the crowd, watching as these people went to their deaths for their sake. He could no longer hold back. If he did not act now, all these people would die. Although he still could not detect the mysterious gaze hidden in the shadows, the situation was now urgent. He could no longer stand idly by. Scram! A roar filled with earth-shattering momentum erupted from Brent, sweeping outwards in all directions. Chapter 53, One Palm to Clear All. Bang! Bang! Explosions resounded ceaselessly. Under the impact of this powerful momentum, countless skeletons instantly crumbled into powder. Even the dozen or so jade-luminescent skeletons could not withstand Brent's aura and shattered into pieces scattered on the ground. Brent walked calmly up to the group, extending his finger toward the blood-colored beam shot by the ancient crocodile. Boom! The blood-colored beam exploded in the sky, turning into a mist of crimson smoke. Die! Brent coldly bellowed and continued stretching out his palm, slowly pressing down toward the ancient crocodile. Roar! A low growl echoed as the ancient crocodile roared to the heavens. Above its fearsome head, sharp bone swords emitted dozens of piercing blood-colored beams, like arrows thrusting directly at Brent's hand. At the same time, the ancient crocodile opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp fangs, lunging towards Brent with astonishing speed. A mere skeleton dares to be insolent. Facing such a fierce attack, Brent remained unperturbed, his expression still grim. Bang! His palm instantly unleashed tremendous force, effortlessly shattering all the ancient crocodile's attacks. Immediately afterwards, he stretched his hand forward without hesitation and slapped it onto the ancient crocodile's skull. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the entire earth shook. For a moment, dust flew everywhere, darkening the sky. The ancient crocodile let out agonizing cries, being forcefully pressed into the ground by Brent. Its massive body disintegrated into fragments under this immense force. The blazing soul fire that once burned on its skull was extinguished in an instant, disappearing completely. Bang! Bang! The residual power from Brent's palm continued sweeping wildly in all directions, annihilating all remaining skeletons. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just an instant, the entire world fell silent. All the skeletons here were obliterated. This can't be possible. Time seemed to freeze. The atmosphere around was filled with astonishment. Behind Brent, the young cultivator stared with wide eyes, disbelief evident on his face, as if he had witnessed the most inconceivable thing in the world. He looked blankly at the shattered ancient crocodile far away, smacking himself hard on the cheek to confirm whether he was dreaming. Hiss. He actually wiped out a realm-crossing ancient crocodile with one palm. Around him came waves of exclamations. Everyone's gaze turned to Brent, their eyes full of shock. That was a realm-crossing skeletal creature, even stronger than their Hamiltons. A single glance from it could make them disintegrate. Yet, this seemingly ordinary young Chester, someone they had always overlooked, actually crushed the formidable ancient crocodile that had driven them to despair with one palm, so effortlessly and calmly. This scene was too shocking, striking right at their hearts. No wonder these two dared to venture into the forbidding Een mountain range. Turns out he possesses such power. The crowd from Dai and Holy Land watched Brent with changed expressions. Besides shock, there was now thick reverence and admiration. How powerful is he? Could he be a fully enlightened king? Everyone looked up at Brent, curious about his realm. Because in this world, weaker cultivators generally cannot detect the cultivation level of higher realms. There are only two ways to determine it. First, when the higher realm cultivator reveals it themselves. Second, when the high realm cultivator unleashes all their energy during battle. Lower realm cultivators will judge the cultivation level based on the strength of the released energy. Now, they couldn't probe Brent's cultivation because he didn't fully release his energy in battle. Just as one wouldn't use a cow slaughtering knife to kill a chicken, he only exerted enough power to suppress his opponent. This was also a unique ability of such strong individuals. They controlled the rules, wasting not a single ounce of force. Uncle, Calvin watched everyone looking at Brent with admiration, excitement filling his own face. Having such a powerful uncle made him both happy and proud. I can make it. One day, I will dominate the world and achieve the status of a great emperor. Calvin roared in his heart, gripping a fine steel-long saber tightly in his hand, filled with heroic spirit. He constantly encouraged himself inwardly, secretly swearing to one day become even stronger than his uncle. After dealing with the ancient crocodile, Brent calmly and slowly turned around, smiling at everyone. He spoke gently. Thank you all for your sincere rescue. I am extremely grateful. For certain reasons, I did not choose to intervene earlier. Please bear with me. The Hamiltonly cultivator widened his eyes in astonishment, feeling honored. He shook his head hastily. Sir, you jest. If not for your timely help, we might have perished here. Speaking of which, we should thank you for saving us. Thank you, sir, for coming to our aid. The crowd from Dai and Holy Land bowed respectfully to Brent, their eyes full of gratitude and reverence. Brent smiled and lightly shook his head, unwilling to argue further. He turned his gaze towards the center of the Sea of Bones and spoke again. I heard you say that the exit of the Een mountain range is located at the center here, within that ancient city. Are you sure? When the Hamiltonly cultivator heard Brent's question, he hurried forward 2 steps and came face to face with Brent. Yes, sir. His voice trembled, revealing tension and reverence. Haha, Hamilton, you don't need to be so formal. Just call me Brent, or Little Chew if you find it more intimate. I greatly appreciate your kindness and bravery in such dire circumstances. Your actions calm-chestered my deep respect. Brent's tone was calm and warm, exuding a comforting strength. Upon hearing Brent's words, the Hamiltonly cultivator's fear eased slightly, but he still appeared somewhat nervous. Yes, sir, Brent. When you asked about the exit teleportation array, we indeed know very little about the ancient city. The Hamiltonly cultivator sighed softly, his face clouded with sorrow, reflecting the hardships and suffering they had endured. Originally, everyone had come here with confidence and determination. But now, they could barely hope to survive, let alone find true medicine. A large group had entered, and only these old, weak, and injured remained. This outcome cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Oh, Elder, since you know so little, why did you say the exit is in the ancient city? Brent was puzzled, his expression showing confusion as he looked at the Hamiltonly cultivator. Chapter 54, The Ancient City. The Hamiltonly cultivator's face was filled with sorrow as he looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and began to speak slowly. Lord Brent, you may not know. In recent years, to save our sex Camilla, our Holy Land has consulted countless ancient texts. Eventually, we accidentally found information about the heavenly Een mountain range in an old book. The book mentioned that the legendary heavenly demon flower might exist in this forbidden zone, and it could save our Camilla's life. While we were overjoyed, we also felt powerless. The heavenly Een mountain range has always been a place of no return, and we had to take it seriously. Therefore, our sect devised a plan for entering the mountain range to collect herbs, carefully considering every step from entry to exit. And this ancient city was discovered accidentally as well. Millions of years ago, it was a thriving metropolis. At its center, there was a super xiuxian capable of interdimensional teleportation. Coincidentally, our Holy Land obtained a guiding rune that can precisely locate this ancient city. Thus, we could use this rune to find the ancient city and escape through its teleportation array. After making all preparations, our sect ventured into the heavenly Een mountain range under the leadership of a transcendent stage expert and over 10 Hamiltons from the Cave Void realm. However, we underestimated the dangers of the heavenly Een mountain range. During our search for the heavenly demon flower, our great expert and Chestry Hamiltons fell one after another. Now, only a few of us remain. Moreover, we never found the heavenly demon flower and had to plan our escape to inform the sect of what happened here for future attempts. At this point, the Hamiltonly cultivator and the others all wore looks of sorrow. Their losses were immense. All those Hamiltons perished without completing their mission. Is that so? Brent nodded gently, now understanding the full situation and admiring the actions of Dai and Holy Land. To rescue their Camilla, they courageously ventured into such a perilous place. Such decisiveness and bravery were not easily achieved by ordinary people. Unfortunately, the heavenly demon flower is merely a legendary medicine that almost never appears in the world. Brent shook his head. These true medicines were not only hard to find, but even harder to catch once found. They had long become intelligent, able to fly and hide, disappearing instantly. Back then, he only chest-raged to find the heaven's mandate flower by chance while on the brink of death. Yes, we were merely chasing after that faint glimmer of hope. The Hamiltonly cultivator and his group were almost despairing. Even if they encountered the heavenly demon flower now, catching it with their current strength would be extremely difficult, which was why they had given up. Once we are out, if there's an opportunity, I will visit Dian Holy Land. Although I don't have the heavenly demon flower, I do have some experience in treating certain ailments, so I might be able to try. Brent said this calmly. In those 100,000 years within the primordial forbidden zone, he had learned almost everything that could be learned, including alchemy, artifact refinement, arrays, and even the cultivation techniques left behind by quasi-emperors and emperors. Lord Brent, do you really mean it? You can treat our Camilla's illness. That's wonderful news. The Hamiltonly cultivator and the remaining disciples looked at Brent with excitement, their faces full of surprise. Don't get your hopes too high. I don't have complete confidence either. I can only try my best. Brent spoke slowly, nodding gently. In that case, allow me to thank Lord Brent on behalf of Dian Holy Land beforehand. The Hamiltonly cultivator's eyes still brimmed with excitement as he bowed gratefully towards Brent. Sir, there's no need to thank me. You risked your lives to save us. I'm already grateful. This is the only thing I can do, and whether or not it works remains to be seen. Brent emitted a stream of spiritual energy to gently hold up the Hamiltonly cultivator, helping him stand up. Let's leave this place first. Brent looked around and slowly walked towards the direction of the ancient city. The others did not say much more, following closely behind Brent as he led the way swiftly away. The skeletons that had previously attacked them were already shattered by him. On the white bone sea, bones were scattered everywhere, raising the entire horizon by a few centimeters. Looking out, the earth appeared white, with white mist swirling in the sky, restoring the former eerie coldness. That gaze is gone, Brent murmured to himself. His eyes narrowed as he constantly probed his surroundings, but he no longer felt the sensation of being watched by a pair of eyes. Was I frightening enough to drive it away? Brent speculated, feeling very puzzled. He still did not understand what that hidden gaze was, or its intentions. Humph, don't let me catch you again. Brent sneered coldly and continued to stay on high alert. If that gaze reappeared, he would definitely expose it and see exactly what kind of creature it was. Whoosh, whoosh. The group, with Brent leading the way, swiftly flew towards the ancient city. Oh. As they got closer to the ancient city, the dangers increased steadily. During their journey, countless white bones surged from the ground, and even large numbers of jade-colored skeletons appeared. Eventually, in the sea of bones, 5 skeleton kings at the tribulation transcending stage emerged together and attacked them. Everyone from Dian Holy Land was momentarily frightened to the point of losing their composure, their faces pale, almost sinking into despair. Those were 5 skeleton kings at the tribulation transcending stage. Who could stand against them? Can he defeat so chestery tribulation transcending skeletons acting in concert? They involuntarily looked up at Brent ahead of them, anxiety filling their hearts, their confidence completely shaken. Facing this scene, Brent's expression never changed from beginning to end. Humph! A cold snort emitted from Brent, transforming into an overwhelming aura that suddenly swept in all directions. Bang! Bang! All the skeletons exploded and disintegrated thousands of meters away from them, unable to get any closer. In the end, even those 5 tribulation transcending skeletons failed to approach. They were all crushed by one finger of Brent's, their soul fires scattering and vanishing completely. So strong. He single-handedly obliterated 5 tribulation transcending skeletons. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, drawing sharp intakes of breath as they were completely stunned by Brent's dominance. Whoosh, whoosh. After resolving the situation, Brent calmly carried everyone through the sea of bones and quickly flew out. In just a few breaths, they were approaching the center of this bone sea. Quick, look, there's the city. Someone suddenly exclaimed excitedly, their face lighting up with anticipation. What? Where? All eyes followed the direction his finger pointed to, shockingly raising their heads to look ahead. Chapter 55, A Moment of Crisis. This city is truly magnificent. Everyone looked at the ancient city in the distance, all of them in awe. The ancient city stretched for hundreds of miles, like an insurmountable natural barrier standing before them. It stood hundreds of meters tall, its walls constructed from enormous pieces of lapis lazuli. These blue stones were engraved with intricate formation patterns that intertwined, forming strange and unique images of mythical beasts. Above the city walls stood countless buildings, towering into the sky like beacons. Despite having endured the xiuxian, this word seems out of context in English. Thus it's corrected as tests of time for tens of thousands of years. They still emitted a formidable and unyielding aura. Such a magnificent city, even hundreds of thousands of cultivators combined wouldn't be able to breach it if it were here today. Someone expressed amazement, looking at the ancient city far away, profoundly shaken. One wonders what happened millions of years ago. What kind of battle could have reduced such a solid city to this state? And Hamiltonly cultivator murmured, lifting his gaze to the dozen or so collapsed sections of the wall, sighing. Brent stood at the forefront of the group, closely observing the ancient city without a word. Wherever his eyes fell, the ancient and vast city was now in shambles. The 100-mile-long walls were destroyed beyond recognition. Dozens of places had already fractured, remnants of broken walls strewn with numerous bones, some places with bloodstains that had yet to dry. Most of the sharp cones originally covering the walls were shattered by immense force. Numerous towers had also mostly collapsed. The heavy city gate hung half-closed, covered in slashes and axe marks, with several long spears pinning skeletons firmly against it. The upper part of the gate was missing, with countless skeletons piled up tightly blocking this gap. It was hard to imagine how breathtaking the battle back then must have been, with millions of cultivators resolutely throwing themselves into it, ultimately falling here. Such a magnificent stronghold, and it could be reduced to this state of disarray. Brent sighed lightly. No matter how hard he tried to imagine, he couldn't picture what exactly had transpired millions of years ago. What divine beings attacked xiuxian? What were their motives and goals? These mysteries hung over the long river of history like thick fog, leaving no means of exploration. These mysteries hung over the long river of history like thick fog, leaving no means of exploration. Let's go inside. Brent led everyone slowly landing in front of the ancient city's gates. Though the ancient city was in ruins, after so chestery years, various restrictions within the city still hadn't disappeared. They remained active, blocking the probing of their senses. Brent could only penetrate some of the weaker restrictions, surveying parts of the interior of the ancient city. He found that throughout the city, there were not only remnants of broken formations and restrictions, but also traces of battles everywhere. Judging by this, invaders ultimately broke through the defenses of the ancient city millions of years ago, killing their way into the inner city. On the Hutchester side, unwilling to give up the city, they engaged the invaders in fierce street battles to stop them. Thus, there were so chestery formations and restrictions inside. As for the teleportation array, it was located in the central area of the ancient city. Brent's spiritual sense couldn't penetrate the layers of restrictions there. Therefore, he didn't know whether the massive teleportation array was intact. I can only hope that the super teleportation array is intact, Brent muttered, furrowing his brow slightly. Upon hearing Brent's description, everyone also showed concern. If the teleportation array was damaged, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Let's go. Brent did not lead everyone directly into the ancient city, but planned to gradually approach the city's interior. After so chestery years, chestery formations were on the brink of collapse. If they forcefully entered, would it trigger the collapse of the entire city's formations? If that happened, affecting the super teleportation array and causing it to shatter, all their efforts would be for nothing. Step. Following behind Brent, everyone slowly entered the ancient city from a broken section of the wall. Is this the interior of the city? It's hard to imagine how brutal the battles were back then. Slowly arriving at the streets of the ancient city, everyone was stunned by the scattered remains on the ground. At a glance, what came into view was a city devastated and ruined. Walls had collapsed, houses had fallen, and bustling, lively streets of the past had become wastelands. Countless bones lay scattered haphazardly. Some rested on wide roads, others hidden in dilapidated doorways, and still others dangled from tilted rooftops. And those originally incredibly hard blue stones were now dyed a shocking red by copious amounts of blood. The bloodstains deeply soaked into the surface of the blue stones, remaining as fresh as ever despite the passage of time, faintly shimmering with an eerie pale light. A violent trembling sound echoed. Around Brent and the others, a layer of glowing array barrier suddenly appeared. The massive array barrier enveloped an area of several hundred meters, covering everyone underneath it. Boom, boom. In an instant, rolling thunder filled the sky, and the weather darkened dramatically. At the top of the array, dozens of thick bolts of lightning rapidly descended, accompanied by countless sword beams and wind blades, fiercely slashing down at the group. Watch out! Who accidentally activated the array? The Hamiltonly cultivator shouted, his face drastically changing as he hastily took out a spirit tool to defend against the lightning and protect everyone. These broken arrays were invisible when not activated, making them nearly undetectable. While the array they triggered was broken, its power could not be underestimated. The Hamiltonly cultivator's expression changed drastically because even as a cultivator of the fifth great realm, he felt deep fear. Bang! The spirit tool wielded by the Hamiltonly cultivator only held off the lightning for a moment before being shattered by it, exploding in the sky. Boom! Boom! Several more explosions sounded as the spirit tools wielded by the others were also destroyed. Countless bolts of lightning, carrying overwhelming force, descended upon the group's heads and then crashed down. No! Some people, seeing the thick bolts of lightning rapidly descending from above, instantly turned pale with despair. They had no way to resist such power. They would be directly reduced to ashes. Even the Hamiltonly cultivator let out a terrified roar, his eyes filled with fear, knowing he couldn't withstand such powerful lightning. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort sounded around them. A white figure flashed into view in front of them, calmly raising his hand towards the sky to press against the descending lightning. Chapter 56 Hidden Crisis in the Void. Buzz! A dazzling light flashed on Brent's palm, and then it shot through the void as if piercing the sky, striking directly at the formation above his head. Boom! Countless thunderbolts exploded suddenly. All attacks were shattered by Brent's strike. None of them descended. Dong! Then, his palm hit the formation light shield with undiminished power. Pum! The formation light shield shattered instantly, and the entire formation quickly faded, easily broken. Phew. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, wiping cold sweat from their foreheads continuously. They looked at Brent with admiration, profoundly grateful. The Hamiltonly cultivator watched Brent dispel the formation so effortlessly. Although he was prepared for this, he was still astonished by Brent's calmness. Let's continue. But everyone be careful. Some formations are hidden in the void. Once you step into that area, it might trigger the formation. Follow behind me. Brent spoke calmly, leading the way slowly on the ancient city streets, moving deeper inside. Everyone followed cautiously behind Brent, not daring to make any mistakes, still filled with fear. They had just stepped into the ancient city and triggered a formation. If Brent hadn't acted, they would have become corpses long ago. The dangers of the ancient city far exceeded their imagination. Bang! Bang! Brent moved forward slowly, breaking formation after formation along the way, advancing without any obstacles. He was very proficient in formations. Some formations could be discerned at a glance, and one touch would suffice to break them. However, some formations required more time, especially those hidden in the void. Those formations were already damaged and had lost their original structure, leaving no trace to follow. Sometimes, even he couldn't find them. So he could only activate the formations passively, then quickly dischesterdle them once activated. Brent stopped, looking around. Just now, his divine sense detected a hint of danger. Uncle, what's wrong? Is there something? Calvin followed behind Brent. Seeing Brent stop and look seriously around, he asked puzzledly. Others also watched warily as Brent paused. Everyone be cautious. I feel something is amiss. Brent whispered, squinting his eyes. He performed a secret technique, trying to see through multiple layers of restrictions, searching for the source of danger. It's no use. After a moment, Brent shook his head, failing again. The ancient city was too bizarre, layered with formations everywhere. Even if he saw through one layer, chestery more layers obstructed his view. Moreover, after so Chestery years, not only formations existed here, there were surely other things he didn't know. Sometimes, he really wanted to break everything with one strike, forcing out all the lurking threats. But he was worried about triggering the entire city's formation upheaval, destroying the teleportation array. Helplessly, they continued advancing step by step. Everyone, seeing Brent frowning, looked around cautiously. But everything around was quiet, showing no sign of danger. Let's go. Brent took another step forward. Since he couldn't detect anything, he would wait for it to appear. Buzz, accompanied by a low rumbling sound, the void seemed to tremble. Before anyone reacted, an unexpected change occurred again. No, save me. Suddenly, a terrified cry erupted from behind the group. What's happening? What happened? Hearing the cries, everyone hurriedly turned around, looking back in confusion. The shout came from a young cultivator at the end of the line. His face was filled with terror, his body involuntarily staggering backward. And next to him, a decrepit skeleton emerged out of nowhere. The skeleton was partially covered in the void, exposing only half its body, but its wildly flailing arms drew attention. In an instant, it lunged with sharp claws, fiercely grabbing at the young cultivator's chest. The young cultivator screamed as a large chunk of flesh was torn from his chest, blood splattering. Rattle! The skeleton made incomprehensible sounds from its mouth, dragging the young Chester into the void with its arms. Save me! The young cultivator's face was pale, his eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Despite his frantic struggles and continuous attacks aimed at breaking the skeleton's arm, it was all in vain. The skeleton's bones were too resilient. His desperate strikes only left faint white marks on its bones, causing no harm whatsoever. Enrico, the Hamiltonly cultivator roared, being closest to the young Chester, and hastily slashed with his sword at the skeleton. Clang! The sound of metal striking rang out. Sparks flew as the long sword met the skeleton, yet failed to sever its arm. Everyone was astonished. A fifth boundary cultivator's full-force strike did not harm the skeleton, a truly unbelievable feat. Such resilient bones, how powerful must this skeleton have been in life? Was it a saint? Humph! Brent turned and gave a cold snort. He pointed his finger, sending a beam of light directly into the skeleton. Bang! The skeleton exploded instantly, its soul fire scattering and turning to ashes right before everyone's eyes. Buzz! At that moment, the array behind the skeleton suddenly revealed itself. A massive array floated in midair, revealing a crimson expanse within its gap, filled with countless skeletal remains, chillingly and bloodily. Boom! Numerous thunderbolts surged out from inside, each as thick as water jars, carrying an aura of world-shattering power, ruthlessly smashing towards everyone. No! The people from Dian Holy Land were stunned in terror, watching the lightning rapidly enlarge before their eyes, screaming in despair, helpless against such an attack. At such close range, they had no chance to resist. Moreover, this lightning was even more powerful than the one released when they first triggered the array. They could not withstand it. Dong! Brent took a step forward calmly, emitting an incomparable aura. With a single palm, he grabbed the incoming lightning. Dong! All the thunderbolts were shattered by Brent's palm. Then, he grabbed the entire array with his right hand and tightly clenched it. Boom! The array exploded under his grip, dissipating into nothingness in his hands. Swish swish! A torrent of skeletal remains fell from the void, scattering everywhere. Phew! Everyone let out a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous. If it had been any later, not only would Enrico be in peril, but they themselves could also have died. Everyone turned to look at Brent, their eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Such a powerful array, yet Brent shattered it with just a palm. It was astonishing. So that's why, Brent murmured. Only now did he understand why he hadn't detected the hidden danger earlier. Chapter 57: The Deadly Formation of Linked Arrays. Perhaps these skeletons were the invaders who were trapped and killed inside formations by Hutchesters back then. After all these years, their corpses became spiritually aware after death, and then they refined the formation, remaining hidden within. Brent instantly understood the origin of the skeletons. These skeletons were all hidden within the void formation. If they didn't activate the formation and launch an attack, his divine sense wouldn't be able to penetrate the void and find them. Humph! Brent's eyes scanned around, filled with vigilance. From this, it seemed that the void in this place was not safe either. Those skeletons hiding in the void could burst out at any time to attack them. He wasn't afraid of those skeletons, but was worried that the people behind him might be suddenly attacked, and he wouldn't be able to come to their rescue in time. The void here can also pose a danger. Everyone, stay close to me and don't stay too far away. Brent softly said, informing everyone of the dangers here. They can actually hide in the void. It's truly terrifying. Everyone drew a deep breath, their faces changing drastically, looking around vigilantly. If those skeletons suddenly emerged from the void to kill, they might not be able to resist at all. Moreover, if they encountered powerful skeletons, like the one earlier, they would only be waiting to die, unable to fight back. Cough cough. The young cultivator spat blood from his mouth, retreating 2 steps, his eyes full of the relief of surviving a disaster. Bang! At this moment, a glaring light flashed, and the sound of a formation activating rang out from beneath the young cultivator's feet. Not good. The young cultivator's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly jumped up, quickly moving away from that place. Damn, I'm so unlucky. He knew he had caused trouble again, his eyes full of regret and shock, but now saving his life was important, so he still quickly walked to the side of everyone else. Buzz! Buzz! Around everyone, more than 10 formations appeared once again, shining with light. Those formations intertwined, layer upon layer of light barriers enclosing Brent and company inside. In an instant, the area turned bewildering. The overlapping of over 10 formations made it even more dangerous. Not good. This is actually a linked array. And Hamiltonly cultivator screamed in terror, panic flashing in his eyes. A single formation was already terrifying enough that even he couldn't handle it. If it were several formations stacked together, he didn't know if Brent could withstand it. One should know that the power of a linked array wasn't just a simple addition of formations. Its power increased exponentially. Several formations working together would create a terrifying scene, increasing its lethality by hundreds or even thousands of times. Back then, his die in Holy Land laid down a super linked array, erasing a great sage. Now, they were similarly ensnared by a linked array, almost falling into a deadly trap. When the others heard the Hamilton scream, they also changed expressions in shock, knowing how terrifying linked arrays were. Because such formations could only be set by grandmasters of formations, consuming countless efforts, which ordinary people wouldn't be able to arrange. If the materials used for setting up the formation were all top grade, this formation could even span several major realms and suppress those besieged. We're doomed. Someone cried out in terror, eyes filled with panic. Before they knew it, the formation resonated, completing the encirclement in an instant. Boom, boom. Countless bolts of extremely powerful lightning, each as thick as a water jar, emitting a world-ending aura, fell rapidly from above the formation. This lightning. Many were scared speechless, lacking even the courage to resist against such thick lightning. Because no matter how hard they tried, this kind of overwhelming force would render all efforts futile. The gap between both sides was too great, and they would be instantly reduced to ashes. And that wasn't the end. The void above the formation shot out long spears gleaming with dazzling light. Clang. Infinite spears filled the sky, raining down like a storm, tearing through the void towards them crazily. Balls of fire burning with 5-colored flames quickly formed from the void and enveloped everyone inside. In an instant, a lethal situation was formed. Everyone from the die in Holy Land was stunned, eyes wide open, unable to say a word. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. Back then, even when facing a sage with overwhelming pressure, the shock was not as strong as what they felt from the current sight. Brent stood in the middle of everyone. His face was calm and composed, unaffected by the horrifying scene before him. His gaze remained fixed on the depths of the ancient city, his eyes filled with profundity. Just moments ago, that vanished gaze reappeared. If not for his powerful divine sense, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. This gaze was very subtle and deep, full of eeriness and coldness. Even a general great emperor-level cultivator would miss this abnormality if they weren't careful. Humph. Wait until I kill my way into the city, and I'll see exactly what you are. Brent's gaze turned icy as he slowly retracted it. Then, he lifted his head to look at the dazzling sky above. Buzz. Buzz. The linked array formation was continuously vibrating, layers of light rings stacking together and rapidly approaching everyone. Not good. This is a terrifying gravitational field domain. The Hamiltonly cultivators and others standing beside Brent looked up at the constantly trembling void, their faces showing fear and alarm. They could only watch helplessly as the gravitational field within the formation crashed down like a massive mountain, tearing through the void as it pressed down. Although this gravitational field domain wasn't enough to collapse the heavens, its force was no less than hundreds of millions of pounds. Even a fully accomplished king couldn't easily withstand it. No. My body. Many people's faces showed despair. The gravitational field hadn't even landed yet, but they already felt the horror. Blood seeped from their skin, and their bones creaked ominously. Humph. Brent's expression remained calm. He emitted an incredibly powerful aura, pushing back against the formation's pressure. Clang. A thunderous explosion echoed in the void. The suppression halted abruptly above Brent's head, like a speeding train slamming into a mountain, unable to advance any further. It's Camden. It's Lord Brent who is helping us resist the gravitational field domain. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces full of shock. Then they looked down at their unharmed bodies and gradually realized that Brent had helped them resist the gravitational pressure from the formation. Humph. Mere linked array formations. Let me see how strong you really are. Brent roared loudly. His hair flew wildly, like a towering pillar supporting the sky, bearing all the attacks for everyone. Then he raised one hand and pressed firmly toward the sky above. Chapter 58. The 9 sovereigns emerging from the depths of the ancient city. Bang. A large hand radiated an overwhelming might, shattering all attacks in succession before smacking heavily towards the array formation's light barrier. Boom. 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 Explosions echoed incessantly in the sky as more than 10 layers of successive array formations were shattered by Brent's single palm strike, utterly dissipating into the void. Rumble. Rumble. Following the destruction of the successive array formations, immense energy surged around, triggering a series of chain reactions. Numerous arrays were activated, unleashing torrents of wild energy. The gentle breeze seemed to restore a semblance of peace to this place once again. Wheeze. Wheeze. Members of the die in Holy Land drew deep breaths, their faces still bearing vestiges of fear. That feeling of teetering on the brink of life and death caused their hearts to race wildly, almost pounding out of their chests. The Xianxia mountain range was indeed perilous. Only now did they deeply realize the terror of the Xianxia mountain range, understanding that the title Forbidden Land was not just empty words. Exchanging glances, the members of the die in Holy Land felt that their initial entry had been somewhat rash. Even with a Grand Empyrean leading them, they would have suffered heavy losses, let alone a great king. Under the leadership of an incomparably strong figure, they still hadn't escaped danger. They had only just entered the ancient city when they encountered such a terrifying successive array formation. What awaited deeper within the ancient city? Could there be even more horrifying entities lurking in its depths? All of them cast fearful glances toward the depths of the ancient city, where mist enveloped everything like an ancient malevolent spirit with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to enter. Unconsciously, everyone looked toward Brent. Now, they could only rely on him. Yet, at the same time, worries began to brew in their hearts. Though Brent's strength was beyond their reach, he was only one person after all. While they didn't know Brent's exact realm, they speculated in secret that his strength was approximately that of a perfected Grand King or possibly even half a step into the Sage realm. Such power would make him a dominant figure in the outside world. However, this was the ancient city, where any kind of powerful being could appear. If they encountered even more terrifying existences in the ancient city or faced chestery creatures of the same realm, could he resist? With no certainty, they could only silently pray for calmness within the ancient city, hoping no more bizarre creatures would appear. But it often happened that what people feared came to pass. Roar. A roar carrying an aura of wild energy swept from the depths of the ancient city, causing a tempest that toppled Chestery buildings. Bang! A muffled sound rang from the depths of the ancient city, followed by a surge of boundless vitality piercing through the heavens, connecting the sun and moon. In an instant, the entire region turned unbearably cold, with droplets in the air nearly freezing into frost. Everyone felt the wild aura echesterating from the depths of the ancient city, left in awe. What? What exactly is that? Someone watched the scene in shock, eyes full of terror, body trembling uncontrollably. Just its aura has created such a terrifying spectacle. Then, its realm. And Hamiltonly Cultivator stared wide-eyed, unable to finish his sentence. Because he sensed that the unknown creature's bloodline energy indicated a realm of at least peak perfected Grand King, or possibly even half a step into the Sage realm. Could they withstand such a powerful creature? Thud, thud. The ground shook repeatedly as the unknown creature, enveloped in a sea of blood energy, took slow, deliberate steps toward them. It's coming to kill us. Someone paled, staggering, and barely able to stand. Primarily because the creature's overwhelming aura was so potent that weaker cultivators found themselves forced to kneel under the pressure. Several members of the Nine Holy Land, already injured, were pressed down to the ground, blood trickling from their mouths. Humph. Only my family can make me kneel. No matter how powerful you are, I, Calvin, will never kneel. Calvin held a large blade with both hands, his eyes bloodshot, blood flowing from his lips, struggling against the creature's pressure. Though his bones creaked under the strain, he refused to fall, his face filled with defiance and resolve. Brent looked at everyone struggling against the unknown creature's suppression with a calm expression. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. Bang! The void shook, and an overwhelmingly powerful aura transformed into a gale, instantly dispelling the pressure from the unknown creature, releasing everyone from its suppression and sweeping toward the unknown creature. Roar! Feeling challenged, the unknown creature roared and sped up its charge toward them. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient city, several more tremors occurred, accompanied by mad howls. Roar! Roar! One howl after another echoed through the clouds, like thunder rumbling in the sky. What? There are even more terrifying creatures appearing from the depths of the ancient city. Someone was so frightened that they fell to the ground, their face full of despair. One unknown creature had already made them feel desperate. If more unknown creatures appeared, they would lose all hope of survival. 1, 2, 3. Someone muttered, counting the beams of light shooting into the sky, seemingly turned to stone, never having felt such profound despair as today. Boom, boom. 9 thick beams shot straight into the heavens, and 9 unknown creatures slowly gathered together. They marched with heavy steps, moving in unison towards them. There are actually 9 terrifying creatures, 9 great king-level monsters. The Hamiltonly Cultivator was also shocked, his face pale. Faced with such a dire situation, he couldn't think of any way to escape danger. He couldn't help but turn to look at Brent, wanting to see what Brent thought and hear how they should decide. The Hamiltonly Cultivator looked at Brent in surprise, rubbing his eyes in disbelief before looking again. Facing the threat of 9 unknown creatures, he saw that Brent remained very calm, with not even a hint of agitation in his eyes, as if this didn't concern him at all. Uncle, Calvin felt the terrifying aura from the city, that heavy pressure almost suffocating him. He looked at Brent with concern, fearing something might happen to him. Don't worry, Xianxia, it's fine. Brent smiled faintly, lightly patting Calvin's shoulder, softly comforting him. They've appeared. Someone screamed in terror, stretching out both hands and pointing towards the depths of the ancient city. Chapter 59 Instantaneous Annihilation of 9 Great Kings. Bang, bang. 9 terrifying beasts, with heavy steps, gradually revealed themselves before everyone's eyes. These were 9 blood-red skeletons, each 100 zhang tall, varying in shape. Some resembled the Xiuxian race, others the demon race, and more. Each skeleton's eyes burned with intense blue, ghostly flames. Their aura pierced the 9 heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence befitting the realm of a fully fledged king. Roar! The 9 skeletons roared in unison, transforming into a massive wave hundreds of zhang high. Countless sharp blades swirled within it, swiftly stabbing toward Brent and his companions. Bang! Bang! At the same time, the void violently fluctuated, with cracks appearing in the sky like the eyes of heaven. Countless eerie skeletons howled as they leapt from the void, converging to attack Brent together. Humph! Brent's expression was icy cold. He gave a cold snort, took a slow step forward, then lifted his right foot and forcefully stomped on the ground. Boom! Dust rose from the earth. A more violent force surged out, carrying winds thousands of zhang high that instantly swept toward the 9 skeletons. Boom! The raging wind instantly scattered the massive wave, striking the 9 skeletons with unspent force. Roar! Despite their fierce attempts to block the assault, the skeletons were pushed back by the powerful gust. The bloodlight-emitting bones on their bodies shattered, darkening instantly. Crack! Numerous skeletons were blown apart by the wind, scattered, and exploded into fragments. Wailing, angered, the 9 skeletons all charged at Brent with loud roars. Buzz! A Xiuxian-shaped skeleton shouted, wielding a blood-colored spear. After gathering its strength, it fiercely stabbed toward Brent. Roar! The other 8 skeletons unleashed their ultimate strikes towards Brent simultaneously. Crack! In an instant, the world changed color. The void tore repeatedly, as if signaling the end of everything. The sky was awash with bloody light, countless attacks nearly filling the entire sky as they converged upon Brent. Everyone from the Nine Holy Land and Calvin stared at the torn sky, utterly dumbfounded. So this is the power of a fully fledged king. Such immense power, none of them had ever seen or even imagined before. A battle between full kings could tear through space and shatter the void. It was truly terrifying. Stay here and wait for me. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. Brent's voice remained calm as he instructed quietly and slowly stepped toward the 9 skeletons. Bang! Brent shot 2 beams of light from his eyes, instantly smashing the blood spear aimed at him. Then he raised his hand to strike the 2 nearest skeletons. Roar! Roar! Those two skeletons roared, spitting out two blood-colored orbs and thrusting their swords straight at Brent's palm. I'll send you to your release. With a loud shout, Brent's palm gleamed with 10,000 zhang light. One strike burst the two blood balls and shattered the swords held by the two skeletons. His palm sped unstopped and struck directly at the top of the two skeletons' heads. Boom! The earth sank, the void tore. The two skeletons were shattered by Brent's palm strike, turning into ashes, leaving a 10,000-meter deep chasm. Roar! The remaining 7 skeletons roared in unison, standing united, launching a primordial Tao diagram at Brent. This diagram glowed deep red, made up entirely of complex runes, radiating profound energy in the sky. Buzz! The void trembled, and in the blink of an eye, the primordial Tao diagram vanished from the sky without a trace. In the next moment, it reappeared, rotating rapidly as it cut down toward Brent's head. Humph! Brent remained composed, eyes shining, looking up and immediately striking out with one palm. Crack! Struck by Brent's palm, the primordial Tao diagram filled with visible cracks before exploding abruptly. You too shall find release. Without a pause after delivering the strike, Brent's body rapidly grew, transforming into a 1,000 zhang giant who stepped heavily towards the 7 skeletons. Roar! Roar! The 7 skeletons roared angrily, eyes burning with blue flames, lifting their hands to unleash endless attacks against Brent. Wailing, attack after attack, tearing through the heavens and earth with overwhelming force, surged from the fractured void, aiming straight for Brent's massive foot. Boom! Heaven and earth fell into chaos. Fragments of time danced while space continuously shattered. The entire world plunged into darkness in an instant, only to once again be illuminated by blinding light. Bang! A deafening crack echoed across the space as Brent's colossal foot obliterated countless attacks, striking directly upon the 7 skeletons. Crack! Crack! The 7 skeletons howled in agony, their bones shattering inch by inch, before being stamped into the earth, completely annihilated. All that remained was a 10,000-meter-wide crater, devoid of any other presence. Bang! Bang! All the skeletons that had surged out of the void were turned to ashes in this single strike. Even the formation they hid in was blasted apart, with countless skeletal remains cascading down like a river from the void. Brent retracted his cosmic chesterification, standing quietly at the edge of the vast crater like an unparalleled war god, hands behind his back, gazing into the depths of the ancient city. Huff! Huff! Witnessing how easily Brent had dispatched the 9 great kings, everyone from Nine Holy Land was left breathless, staring wide-eyed, thoroughly shocked. He actually killed 2 great kings with a single palm. That's terrifying. Am I dreaming? All 7 great king skeletons were crushed under one foot. The people from Nine Holy Land exchanged stunned glances, still unable to believe what they had just seen. The impact of this scene was immense. They had originally been worried Brent wouldn't stand a chance against the late-stage skeletons, especially when the 9 late-stage skeletons attacked together, leading them to feel despair. But who would have thought it would end up like this? Brent had effortlessly wiped out 9 skeletons at the realm of Great King, an astonishing feat. Could he be a saint? Someone glanced at Brent, eyes full of shock. Saint. Everyone turned their gaze toward Brent, a thunderous shock reverberating in their hearts. Such a young saint was simply unimaginable. Rumble. Before long, deep within the ancient city, a violent rumble sounded again, causing the entire ancient city to shake violently. Chapter 60 Blood-Colored Buddha. Beams of light suddenly appeared, and the entire sky seemed to be stained with blood, crimson red everywhere. In that depth, there seemed to be an even more terrifying existence slowly awakening. Om Mani Padme Hum. A grand and solemn chanting voice echoed from the depths, as if countless deities and Buddhas were whispering sacred scriptures softly. The sound was like celestial music, full of tranquility and peace, instilling a sense of awe. At the same time, petals drenched in blood fell from the sky like raindrops. These petals had peculiar shapes, eerily resembling skulls, exuding a bone-chilling aura. They intertwined with the chanting, forming a bizarre and terrifying scene. Instantly, the entire space was covered by these blood-drenched petals, contrasting with the peaceful chanting, creating an indescribably evil atmosphere. What is this? Everyone at Nine Holy Land was terrified, watching the strange spectacle with fear, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Could there be even more terrifying creatures deep within the ancient city? Someone's lips trembled as they looked anxiously towards the depths of the ancient city, their expression filled with fear. You stay here, I will go see what it is. Brent's face was stern. He glanced back at everyone, and then calmly walked deeper into the ancient city. The world shook, and the chanting grew louder, like thunder piercing the sky. The falling petals transformed into red scythes, swiftly slashing towards Brent. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, countless bolts of lightning, empowered by the chanting, turned blood red, continuously striking down. Bang, bang. Explosions sounded. All the red scythes and lightning exploded 10 feet away from Brent, unable to approach him. Brent continued walking calmly into the depths of the ancient city, his face serene, indifferent to the roaring thunder above. I want to see what kind of bizarre thing you are. Brent's eyes gleamed, his voice low and filled with intense killing intent. In a flash, he dashed into the depths of the ancient city. At this point, he didn't care about damaging the teleportation array. Figuring out the true nature of the mystery in the depths of the ancient city was now his top priority. Even if the teleportation array was destroyed, he would just spend more time fighting his way out. Stop playing games, show yourself. Brent roared and sent out a beam of light into the depths of the ancient city. Boom. The ground crumbled, blood-red light surged from the depths, followed by a piercing scream that silenced the chanting. Space quaked, and the sky instantly turned into a boundless sea of blood, with towering waves. Upon this sea of blood, a Buddha draped in a golden robe slowly ascended, like a blood-red sunrise, emitting dazzling blood-red light. This Buddha was a blood-colored skeleton, sitting cross-legged upon the sea of blood with hands clasped together. Blood-colored halos encircled his head, and celestial beings surrounded him, murmuring chants. Heavens! What is that? People outside the ancient city were stunned by the terrifying sight within. This aura. It feels like the aura of a great sage. And Hamilton Lee Cultivator looked grim, muttering to himself. In Dian Holy Land, he had been fortunate enough to meet a great sage and once felt that oppressive, heavy aura, like bearing the weight of the sky, suffocating. Now, he sensed it again from the blood-colored skeleton. Great sage. Others also gasped, equally shocked. What? That Buddha actually emits the aura of a great sage. Uncle. Calvin shouted anxiously after hearing the Hamilton's words, turning to look into the depths of the ancient city, ready to charge in with his large saber. Don't go, child. We can't approach a monster at the level of a great sage. Even a hint of its aura could shatter us. The Hamilton Lee Cultivator grabbed Calvin, stopping him. What about Uncle? Calvin was visibly anxious, his eyes full of worry, hating himself for being too weak to help his uncle. The Hamilton Lee Cultivator, upon hearing Calvin's words, also looked very anxious and worried. Because according to their previous deductions, Brent's realm was at most equivalent to that of a sage. Although sages were immensely powerful, almost unattainable by them, could he still stand against a creature at the great sage level? That was a great sage, more powerful than even the peak experts in their holy land, capable of destroying the heavens with a mere gesture. Hopefully, he can turn danger into safety and return unscathed. The Hamilton Lee Cultivator's expression dimmed as he sighed softly, his heart losing its confidence. In the depths of the ancient city, a figure stepped through the boundless, turbulent sea of blood, slowly approaching the blood-colored Buddha. His face was calm like water, hands behind his back, long hair swaying gently in the breeze, outlining a strong and exceptionally handsome face. Come out. Stop hiding. I know the blood-colored Buddha is not you. Brent spoke calmly, his voice soft but filled with undeniable authority. His eyes gleamed brightly, piercing through layers of blood light, sensing a familiar aura. That aura was exactly what the pair of eyes had emitted when they spied on him earlier. The blood-colored Buddha seemed to feel Brent's gaze and slowly raised its head, its empty, lifeless eyes staring at Brent. Burning blood-red flames flickered in its eye sockets, emitting an icy, heart-chilling aura that was terrifying and sinister. Suddenly, it struck out without warning, pushing out a palm toward Brent. Boom! The world exploded in a deafening roar, as if the entire universe trembled. In the void, countless deities and Buddhas followed the blood-colored Buddha's movement, all striking out a palm towards Brent. These forces converged instantly, merging into a massive swastika symbol. The swastika radiated towering blood light, its formidable power tearing the space apart, as if a demon from hell had descended upon the world. The sea of blood churned violently, creating waves. With unparalleled pressure, it tore through the void, swiftly arriving above Brent's head, then crashing down. Everyone from Dian Holy Land was pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure, blood trickling from their mouths as they struggled against it. All eyes widened in shock as they gazed at Brent, their chests heaving, faces full of astonishment. Such a powerful attack, Senior Brent. Everyone wore expressions of worry, despair filling their hearts. This was an attack from a great sage creature. Could Brent withstand it? No. Calvin screamed, tears and blood in his eyes, bearing mountainous pressure as he struggled to his feet, staggering towards Brent. Chapter 61. Then I will force you out. You think you can suppress me with such a trick? Brent said in a deep voice. His steps toward the Blood Buddha did not stop. He calmly raised his head to look at the wand character, then shot two beams of light from his eyes straight at it. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the sea of blood churned, waves crashing violently. The giant golden wine character instantly shattered into countless tiny specks of blood light, scattering in the air like stars gradually disappearing. Since you won't come out, then I will force you out. Standing above the sea of blood, Brent's long hair danced around him as he stared coldly down at the Blood Buddha. His figure flashed like lightning, appearing instantly right before the Blood Buddha. He raised his right hand and, without hesitation, struck out toward the Blood Buddha. Faced with Brent's attack, the fiery glow in the Blood Buddha's eye sockets flickered urgently. Seemingly sensing the immense threat from Brent, it dared not be negligent. It quickly rose, emitting an overwhelming surge of blood chi, like a burning flame, shaking with a resounding boom. Me. The Blood Buddha uttered the six-syllable Chester trial word by word, then took out a cracked, begging bowl from under its robe, waving it towards Brent. The broken bowl radiated boundless blood light, growing as large as a mountain, its mouth facing Brent as if piercing through space to reach him with a thunderous descent. At the same time, the six syllables transformed into countless intricate runes, all fusing into the bowl, increasing its already formidable power several times over. Get lost, Brent roared, striking the bowl with one palm. Bang! The bowl instantly shattered into powder. Brent's palm still carried its full force as it heavily struck the Blood Buddha's body. Roar! The Blood Buddha howled, quickly raising its hands to block Brent's attack. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed in the sky as Brent's palm shattered the Blood Buddha's arm and then struck deep into its body. Boom! The entire body of the Blood Buddha exploded, being directly shattered by Brent's palm. At the same time, in the depths of the Blood Buddha's soul, a faint wisp of red mist slowly drifted out, instantly merging into the void. You think you can escape? Brent's expression was stern. He had been watching the red mist all along. If not for his powerful divine sense, he might have let it slip away. Speaking, Brent waved his hands again, launching another palm strike toward the red mist. Roar! A mournful howl emerged from within the red mist, which instantly transformed into a strange entity. This bizarre entity resembled a swirling cloud filled with countless sharp teeth, almost entirely composed of a huge mouth. It howled, trying to swallow Brent's hand whole. So this is the weirdness. Brent roared, his palm unhesitatingly penetrating the strange entity. Boom! The strange entity struggled fiercely, letting out shrill howls, its body radiating boundless light before exploding. Whispering. Even after being shattered, the strange entity did not collapse. Its blood-colored light dimmed as it slipped from Brent's palm, speeding toward the distance. Brent was surprised. He hadn't Chester Age to destroy the strange entity. Its vitality was incredibly tenacious. Stay. Brent moved forward with great strides, his figure faster than lightning. He arrived directly beside the red mist, and raised his foot to stomp down on it heavily. Thud. Another loud noise echoed as the red mist was trampled under Brent's foot, unable to move any longer. Its entire body shattered, dimming, and its aura rapidly weakening. Brent lifted his hand and grabbed the red mist firmly, his eyes shooting out two beams of light, intently staring at it. His divine sense detected that the red mist was not devoid of consciousness. There were faint ripples of intelligence in its deeper mind. Who are you? Why have you been targeting me? Brent shouted loudly, his voice booming like a great law, suppressing the red mist continuously. Wailing ultimate fear. The red mist struggled frantically, its intelligence somewhat disordered, its speech unclear. Brent frowned, noticing that the soul within the red mist was incomplete, only about a third the size of a normal soul. Moreover, its inner world was chaotic, the remaining sliver of intelligence carrying little information. Ultimate fear again. What exactly is ultimate fear? Brent muttered to himself. His ancestors of the Chu family had mentioned ultimate fear, and now he heard it again from a broken soul. He still didn't understand what ultimate fear was, or what secrets it entailed. Everything about it was too bizarre. Now he was certain that the red mist in his hand wasn't the eerie thing mentioned by his ancestors. It was merely a fragmented soul. Perhaps, he once fell victim to an eerie attack, was infected by it, and ended up like this. Brent looked at the soul in his hand, speculating silently, whispering, everyone must die? No one can escape their fate. The red mist kept struggling, snippets of words coming out intermittently from the soul. The red mist fiercely resisted as threads of intangible great law principles pierced through its body, causing unbearable agony. Suppress. Brent frowned and roared, seeing the blood-colored mist resisting, seemingly controlled by some invisible force. His hands emitted boundless light to help suppress the eerie influence within the red mist, while forming a protective barrier to shield the red mist from external great law principles. Brent wasn't sure if this would work since he couldn't detect any power fluctuations or find the source of the red mist's pain. 10,000 Mile. Soul River. The red mist seemed to regain a bit of clarity, looking straight at Brent, trying to reveal the deepest secret. But before it could speak, it was completely penetrated by the invisible force, dispersing its last trace of intelligence. Its once clear eyes became vacant again. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the red mist explosively dissipated in Brent's hand, just as abruptly and unpredictably as with his ancestors of the Chu family. Chapter 62. Ancient Teleportation Array. How could this be? Brent hastily looked up at the surroundings, carefully investigating to see if someone was secretly causing trouble. However, the surroundings were silent without a hint of suspicion. The red smoke exploded from within, not due to any external factors. This bizarre force, like a curse, shattered the soul once it touched the deepest secret. Brent shook his head. Despite his great power and fearlessness, this malevolent force involved intangible cosmic rules and contained the will of heaven and earth. He had no way of completely cracking it yet. Humph. One day, I will see with my own eyes what this mysterious force in this universe truly is. Brent cast a cold gaze around at the unknown enigma that had repeatedly toyed with him. A surge of anger welled up inside him. Regardless of what this anomaly was, he was determined to expose it and crush it underfoot. Uncle. Seeing the battle here end, Calvin anxiously rushed over. Only when he saw Brent unharmed from afar did he finally feel relieved. The others also quickly followed Calvin, vigilantly watching their surroundings to prevent any accidents. Hee, Shauna, it's all right now. Everything is over. Brent floated down, gently patting Calvin's head with a smile. Uncle, what about that monster of Great Sage Realm? Looking at the earth riddled with deep gullies, Calvin gazed curiously at Brent. Hee, that monster? It was killed by one palm strike from me, said Brent with a chuckle, speaking nonchalantly. What? That monster of the Great Sage Realm was actually killed with one palm strike. The crowd from Dine Holy Land had just arrived, and were instantly stunned upon hearing Brent's words. They stared at him with shock. The Great Sage was killed. Could it be? He is a peak Great Sage. Everyone was dazed again, their minds once more being challenged. Brent had given them 2 chest shocks, continuously surpassing their expectations. From the Great Completion stage to now the Great Sage Realm, each time far exceeding their anticipation. All couldn't help but wonder if the Great Sage Realm was really Brent's true strength. But they soon shook their heads again, dismissing their thoughts. Above the Great Sage Realm lies the Near Emperor Realm. The Near Emperor, supreme and unmatched, only a step away from the Emperor Realm, possessing unparalleled power. For hundreds of thousands of years, they had never heard of anyone breaking through to the Near Emperor Realm. Such a realm was incredibly difficult to attain, as hard as a commoner ascending to the heavens. Otherwise, for all these years, billions of beings wouldn't have failed to break through the Near Emperor Realm. There's no danger here anymore. Let's go. We'll check if the super teleportation array inside has been damaged. Brent spoke softly, glancing at everyone before turning to walk towards the distant teleportation array. The crowd stopped their discussions, hurriedly following Brent's footsteps. Buzz. One by one, Brent collected the array cornerstones with a wave of his hand. Before the battle, to prevent the array from being damaged, he had set up array flags to protect the entire teleportation array. Now that the flags were withdrawn, a massive teleportation array appeared before everyone's eyes. The entire teleportation array resembled a colossal round moon, its diameter spanning 300 fathoms. Its surface was densely engraved with countless intricate and profound runes, appearing like the most mysterious patterns in the world, striking awe into those who beheld it. Around the teleportation array stood hundreds of towering array cornerstones, each majestic like a sky-supporting pillar. These cornerstones were also inscribed with dense runes that echoed with the array itself, forming an extensive and complex energy network. This ancient teleportation array, a marvel left from prehistoric times, possessed the incredible ability to ignore any blockade or restriction, freely traversing spatial barriers for ultra-long distance teleportation. And with sufficient energy supply, It could even cross different major realms, transporting people or objects to unimaginably distant places. However, time passed, and after millions of years, the setup method of such ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays had long been lost. Nowadays, even the top sects could only achieve interdomain teleportation, with a maximum range of just a few million kilometers. So, this is an ancient teleportation array? The Hamiltonly cultivator let out a startled exclamation. He stared with wide eyes, excitement evident on his face as he quickly walked toward the teleportation array, inspecting every part of it. The rest also followed the Hamilton, starting their examination. However, there were chess-tree differences between this current teleportation array and the ones from millions of years ago. Therefore, the group from Dine Holy Land could only check if the ancient teleportation array was damaged or incomplete. If the damage wasn't severe, they could attempt to make some minor repairs. But if it was extensively broken, they would be helpless. Ancient array, truly mysterious and profound. Brent stood above the teleportation array, his eyes gleaming as he looked down at the entire array. He had knowledge of arrays too, mastering various kinds of defensive and offensive arrays. But this was the first time he saw such an enormous teleportation array. Back in the Forbidden Zones, while there were chess-tree powerful cultivation techniques available for him to practice, there were few chess rules or books about teleportation arrays. Thus, his knowledge about setting up teleportation arrays was nearly non-existent. Now, seeing such a massive teleportation array, Brent naturally did not want to miss this learning opportunity. He had a vision. One day when his family became strong enough to rule the world, these gigantic ancient arrays would become indispensable. At that time, he could set up these teleportation arrays, linking all the major realms together rapidly. Heavens! Look, the damage here is so severe, almost entirely destroyed. The Hamiltonly cultivator exclaimed again, looking grim as he wiped over a damaged corner of the teleportation array. That damaged part was quite old, bearing traces of cuts and strikes, clearly having been ruined during battles millions of years ago. Surely this was smashed during the battle millions of years ago. Sai, what are we going to do? The teleportation array is broken. We can't use it to leave from here. The others were also anxious. The condition of the teleportation array directly affected their fate. Let me have a look. Brent landed in front of everyone, lowering his head to examine the damaged section. The others watched Brent with nervous anticipation, hoping he might find a solution. The damage isn't too severe. It can still be repaired. Brent smiled faintly, speaking calmly. He had just spent a long time studying and thoroughly comprehended the structure of this ancient teleportation array. With sufficient materials, he could even recreate such an array capable of traversing major realms. You wait outside the array. With that, Brent began taking things out of his storage bag, preparing to repair the ancient teleportation array. Chapter 63, Dark Abyss. Actually able to repair an ancient array? The Hamiltonly cultivator looked at Brent in shock, his heart greatly moved. Nowadays, even grandmasters of array arts dare not claim they can repair ancient arrays. He hadn't expected that Brent could do it. It was simply unbelievable. Being able to repair it, this is wonderful. Upon hearing that Brent could repair the array, the others immediately turned from sorrowful to joyous. They all smiled happily, their tense expressions easing. They all looked at Brent with admiration, feeling not only was he powerful, but also had such high proficiency in array arts. Truly a miraculous being, astonishingly so. Half an hour later. Phew, done. Brent sighed in relief, a hint of a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Repairing the array was no easy task. He expended much effort and material to barely complete the repairs. Even he felt a little exhausted. Haha, finally repaired, we can go back. The group from Dian's sacred land cheered in unison, excitement on their faces. After enduring such danger, they were finally going to live to return home. During this half hour, the Hamiltonly cultivator had filled up all the hundreds of energy crystals used for the array foundation stones. With sufficient energy, they could now teleport across realms. Lord Brent, there's something I need to discuss with you. The Hamiltonly cultivator walked up to Brent hesitantly, a conflicted look on his face, as if reluctant to speak. Old sir, what's wrong? Just say it. It's fine. Brent noticed the Hamiltonly cultivator's hesitation and spoke gently, looking at him with care. There's only one set of energy crystals left for this teleportation array. That means we can only use it once. What should we do? The Hamiltonly cultivator paused, then looked up at Brent. Hee, if we can only use it once, let's set the coordinates for your Dian's sacred land. Once out, I can find my own way back. Brent nodded lightly without any hesitation. Thank you very much, my lord. The Hamiltonly cultivator beamed with surprise and gratitude, bowing repeatedly to Brent. Not long after, a loud boom echoed within the ancient city. Dome. Hundreds of towering light pillars shot into the sky, slowly converging to form a sphere of light, encircling Brent and the rest. Haha, we're going back. We're finally going back. Wah, but so chess-tree people have died. We haven't completed our mission. The members of Dian's sacred land shouted wildly, some rejoicing, some mourning, releasing the emotions they had pent up for so long. As the air trembled, everyone instantly vanished from that place. A gentle breeze blew, the place returned to its usual desolate and cold state. Boom. Right after they left, the entire ancient teleportation array exploded suddenly. Below the array, a burst of crimson chi gushed out, spreading rapidly across the entire area. Roar. Terrifying roars echoed from underground, chilling and horrifying. Shortly after, several streams of blood-red mist erupted from the depths and vanished into the void almost instantly. Dian's sacred land. Qingtian City. At this moment, a brutal war was unfolding here. Millions of xiuxian cultivators, led by higher realm cultivators of Dian's sacred land, were rushing madly towards the dark creatures emerging from below the ancient abyss. Boom. With a deafening roar, a powerful energy wave erupted, sweeping through the area. Instantly, countless dark creatures were obliterated, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Attack. xiuxian cultivators fought fiercely, risking their lives against the enemies. Dark creatures continuously surged forth from the bottom of the dark abyss, putting immense pressure on the xiuxian cultivators. On the battlefield, corpses lay strewn everywhere, cries of slaughter and agony rang out non-stop amidst constant explosions. In the main camp of Dian's sacred land, A stern-looking Chester sat quietly atop the hall, listening to reports from his subordinates below. This beast tide is unlike anything we've faced before. Send envoys quickly to nearby major realms for aid. He frowned deeply, heavy-hearted. For tens of thousands of years, they would reinforce the seal over the dark abyss annually. Occasionally, small numbers of dark creatures would break through the seal, but they were quickly handled by the disciples guarding here from Dine's sacred land. This time, however, was different. Half a month ago, the seal over the dark abyss mysteriously exploded, shattering most of it. Instantly, an endless horde of dark creatures emerged from the abyss. In just a few days, the dark creatures had slaughtered millions of lives. Fortunately, Dine's sacred land responded swiftly, quickly uniting with Chestery cultivators to launch an all-out attack on the dark creatures, eventually Chesteraging to block them at the entrance of the dark abyss. Now, this was the most critical moment of the battle. As long as the Hutchester race could push the dark creatures back into the dark abyss, they could seize the opportunity to repair the seal and imprison them all in the dark abyss again. But the more critical the moment, the harder it became. Within days, hundreds of thousands of Hutchester cultivators had been killed or injured. Even 3 saints had perished, making it an incredibly painful loss. Yet, the dark creatures seemed endless, continuously surging out from the depths of the dark abyss, then rushing frenziedly toward the Hutchester encampments. The Hutchester cultivators' lines had nearly collapsed several times, breached by the dark creatures on multiple occasions. Each time, the Hutchesters used the lives of countless cultivators to desperately plug the gaps. The casualties were staggering, rivers of blood flowing across the land, the corpses of Hutchester cultivators covering the entire battlefield. By now, the Hutchesters were gradually falling into a losing position. It was no longer about resealing the dark creatures. Even holding the line without collapse was a pressing concern. Kill, quick, plug the gap. Countless Hutchester cultivators roared, their eyes red, rapidly rushing towards the breaches in the defense lines. Roar. A large group of dark creatures howled wildly, and Chestery cultivators met their deaths in their jaws. They broke through one line of Hutchester defenders after another, seemingly about to burst out of the Hutchester encirclement. At this moment, a valiant Chester appeared in the sky. He wore a 9-dragon battle robe and, with a raised hand, hurled a massive square heaven seal towards the group of dark creatures. Boom. The earth shook, countless dark creatures were crushed, and even the leading saint-level dark creature couldn't escape death, being directly smashed to pieces. This Chester was none other than Joa, the current Supreme Lord of Dine's sacred land. Supreme Lord. Majestic. Supreme Lord. Majestic. Kill. Many cultivators roared, reigniting their morale, and swiftly charged forward to plug the breach. Joa retracted the great ding with a wave of his hand, preparing to support other areas. However, just as he began to relax slightly, a bad premonition suddenly struck him. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the dark abyss. Roar. A mournful howl echoed through the heavens, and a furious wind that swept across the sky suddenly arose from the depths of the dark abyss, as if some terrifying creature was charging out rapidly. Chapter 64. 5 Great Sage Realm Dark Beasts. What is this? The 8 sages standing behind Joa also felt the anomaly, staring with shock at the dark abyss. Boom. A breath of a great sage emerged from below the dark abyss, followed by the appearance of a dark beast covered in menacing bone spines. Great sage. How could a great sage rush out? All cultivators tensed, looking at the dark beast in disbelief, their faces filled with fear. This was a great sage. A casual glance from it could shatter them into countless pieces. Hutchester cultivators all looked bitterly. After fighting so hard already, who would have thought that a dark beast of the great sage realm would emerge from the dark creatures? Truly astonishing. The faces of the 8 sages turned pale as well. They too were frightened facing a great sage. There was a huge gap between them, and they weren't a match for it. Even Sage Master Joa's face turned grim, gripping the heaven-sealing seal tightly in his hand. Although he was in the Great Sage realm and possessed an imperial weapon, days of continuously using the imperial weapon to kill dark sacred beasts had left him utterly exhausted. Now, with his energy greatly depleted, he wouldn't last long if he wanted to fight against the dark creatures. Joa vaguely sensed that the great sage-level dark sacred beast emitted ripples of an imperial weapon's aura. Roar, roar. Several earth-shattering roars erupted from the dark abyss. Thud, thud. The ground shook, the sky collapsed, and 4 more dark beasts rushed out from the dark abyss, landing on the ground before everyone's eyes. Everyone drew a cold breath, staring in shock, petrified. 4 more dark beasts have rushed out. They are all great sages. Do we still have any hope of victory? Many people muttered to themselves, almost despairing, powerless against 5 great sages. Roar. The 5 great sage-level dark sacred beasts roared together, leading millions of dark creatures towards the Hutchester camp. Fellow disciples, fellow Taoists, brothers. Our home is behind us. We have no retreat. If we give up now, will we watch our loved ones be slaughtered? Sage Master Joa of Dine's sacred land, his face determined, holding the 10,000 heaven seal, his voice resonating across the battlefield. No, we must not let them through. To pass, they must trample over my dead body. We swear not to retreat. Millions of cultivators roared together, a fearless atmosphere radiating from each one. Very well, fellow Taoists, follow me to death. Joa roared, his entire body emitting an overwhelming aura, charging toward the million dark creatures. Kill. Millions of Hutchester cultivators followed Joa, without hesitation, rushing into battle. Boom. Heaven and earth shook violently. Millions of Hutchester cultivators collided fiercely with the dark creatures, splashing blood. In just a moment, numerous cultivators were killed, their defenses rapidly breaking. Despite the Hutchester cultivators' desperate resistance, they were retreating, barely able to hold their line, sacrificing everything. No. Above the sky, the situation was equally tragic. Great perfection cultivators died in droves. Even sages were clawed into ashes by a great sage-level dark creature. Kill. Joa bellowed, soaked in blood, single-handedly battling 5 great sage-level dark sacred beasts, fighting furiously. Soon, Joa was hit in the chest by a dark beast, thrown like a meteor onto the ground. Thud. The earth split, shocking everyone. Roar. The 5 great sage-level dark sacred beasts roared, instantly appearing where Joa landed, then spat 5 black energy orbs at him. No, Sage Master. Countless people roared red-eyed, all charging towards Joa regardless of life or death. Cough. Don't. Joa coughed blood, struggling fiercely, shouting desperately for them not to send themselves to die. And he was already too weak to fight any further, lying on the ground, quietly watching the 5 fireballs burning with raging flames in the sky above him rapidly enlarge before his eyes. Right at this moment, the void at the center of this battlefield suddenly trembled. A group of more than 10 people slowly appeared from within the void. Brent brought everyone to appear on the battlefield. He spread his divine senses, lifted his eyes to look around, and almost instantly understood the situation here as he saw the endless dark creatures rushing out of the dark abyss. Brent slightly lowered his head. His eyes narrowed as he saw 5 Great Sage Realm dark beasts surrounding and attacking a Great Sage Realm young Chester. That Chester's battle robe was tattered, his body covered in blood, lying flat on the ground, barely breathing, with no strength to resist at all. The void vibrated, and Brent vanished directly from his original position. Holy Lord! And Hamiltonly Cultivator roared with red eyes, nearly splitting his eye sockets wide open. He also saw that the Holy Lord of Dying Sacred Land was being surrounded and attacked by 5 Great Sage Realm dark beasts. His expression was agitated, wanting to rush over for rescue regardless of everything. But the aura emitted by those 5 dark beasts was too powerful. That world-destroying aura cut into his entire body like knives, preventing him from getting close at all. Pooh! 6 sages spewed blood from their mouths, their bodies falling powerlessly from the sky like birds with broken wings. They had also rushed over to rescue the Holy Lord of Dying Sacred Land. Even though they were at the Sage Realm, they couldn't get close to the 5 Great Sage Realm dark beasts at all. Their combined efforts couldn't block the overwhelming killing intent. All 6 of them were severely injured by the dark beast's aura, retreating in shock and unwillingness. Woo! The 5 fireballs burning with black flames burned through the void, emitting terrifying howls, and in the blink of an eye came before Joa, then fell down with a tremendous impact. No! Millions of Hutchester cultivators roared together in anger, their eyes filled with despair. Faced with 5 Great Sage Realm dark beasts, no one could withstand their attacks, nor could anyone save Joa from under their attacks. They could only watch helplessly as the Holy Lord of Dying Sacred Land was turned into ashes. This was how painful and devastating it was. But just when everyone was feeling hopeless, above Holy Lord Joa, a sudden thunderclap sounded. Chapter 65. A palm smashed the Imperial weapon. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 5 black fireballs burning with raging flames suddenly exploded, as if blocked by an invisible shield. Everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened and why those incredibly powerful fireballs exploded. There is someone. Look, there's a figure in the sky. As the black flames dissipated, someone with keen eyes noticed a figure standing in the sky. In an instant, millions of gazes focused on that figure in the sky. The figure stood silently, clad in white robes, with long hair flowing over his shoulders and hands clasped behind his back. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the 5 great sage-level dark creatures in the distance. It's him. Did he save the Holy Lord? But who is he to actually withstand the attacks from 5 great sage-level creatures? He's too strong. Everyone looked at the figure in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. What millions of people couldn't achieve was effortlessly handled by a single Chester in white, leaving them utterly amazed. The 6 surviving saints, clutching their chests, slowly rose to their feet, also gazing up at the sky with expressions of horror. They 6 had failed to stop the fireball's descent, yet this Chester easily deflected the attack from 5 dark creatures, all by himself. Could he also be a great sage? The 6 saints exchanged glances, their eyes full of astonishment. Great sage-level figures were always elusive. It was surprising they encountered one today. No matter what, having a great sage come to our aid is good news. Let's hope he can hold out. If he can delay just a little longer, reinforcements from other great realms should arrive soon. A sigh? Hopefully so. The hopes of our Hutchester race rest on him. The 6 saints sighed deeply, worry evident on their faces. Indeed, the 5 great sage-level dark creatures were too powerful. Even with a Hutchester great sage here, it would be difficult to withstand their frenzied assault. Thud! Thud! The 5 dark creatures marched heavily, each pair of deep-set eyes glaring sinisterly at Brent. Roar! Roar! Then, the 5 dark creatures let out a unified roar, bringing overwhelming might as they lunged at Brent. The war cry rang again as millions of dark creatures charged alongside the 5 great sage-level dark beasts towards the Hutchester camp. Kill! To the death! Hutchester cultivators roared in anger, wielding weapons and charging towards the dark creatures. With a great sage-level Hutchester aiding them, all Hutchesters were reinvigorated, charging fearlessly into the dark army. The sky trembled, space fractured. The 5 dark sacred beasts roared, shooting beams of dark divine light from their eyes piercing through the void towards Brent. They themselves rushed at Brent, unleashing laws or raising massive palms, attempting to suppress Brent together swiftly. To dare slaughter my Hutchester race, then I will exterminate all of you. Brent bellowed loudly, his voice echoing powerfully through the sky. Bang! All attacks from the dark sacred beast shattered upon meeting Brent's aura, dissipating midair. Without pausing, Brent strode step by step towards the 5 dark sacred beasts, lifting his palm to strike them. Roar! The 5 dark sacred beasts roared, their eyes flashing with fierce light, spitting multiple dark energy spheres towards Brent's palm and firing more dark divine beams from their eyes. Simultaneously, they quickly joined forces, conjuring a broken imperial weapon, rapidly smashing it towards Brent's giant palm. The imperial weapon activated, radiating thousands of feet of darkness, emitting a desolate aura. This aura could collapse the heavens, and all laws of nature seemed to mourn. This was the awe-inspiring power of an imperial weapon. If fully activated, it alone could crush countless mountains and rivers. Imperial weapon. The six saints' faces changed drastically, screaming in panic, filled with deep concern. None of them expected the dark sacred beasts to have an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon belonged to an imperial realm cultivator. While only they could bring out its greatest strength, ordinary cultivators could still use it, though without fully activating it. Even so, its power remained formidable. Now, the 5 great sage-level dark sacred beasts combined their efforts to summon a broken imperial weapon, almost activating it to 1/10,000th of its full power. With such might, any cultivator below the great sage realm would undoubtedly die. Even a near emperor could not withstand its sharp edge and could only rely on the power of laws to avoid being targeted by the imperial weapon. Can he block it? The six saints looked at Brent with worry, their confidence completely gone. Wailing. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was thrown into chaos. The great Tao rules scattered, and the chaotic aura spread. Space boiled like hot water, continuously breaking and reassembling. Both Huchisters and dark creatures were forced apart as they all had to retreat from the battlefield, nearly splitting open due to this overwhelming energy. That's an imperial weapon. The dark creatures actually have an imperial weapon. What do we do now? Even though it's broken, its power still shakes the past and present. Countless people took deep breaths, staring in shock at the weapon emitting 10,000 feet of light in the sky. It's too terrifying. Can our great sage block it? Everyone knew what an imperial weapon meant. It was the weapon of the highest combat power in the world. In the entire world, who dared to say they could withstand an imperial weapon's attack if they weren't at that level? Many people felt desperate again. How could their Huchister great sage resist the imperial weapon of the dark sacred beasts? Wailing. Just as they thought, the imperial weapon reached Brent instantly and stabbed towards him like lightning. Begone. Brent remained stern, showing no fear. His long hair flew wildly, and his palm, which never stopped striking the 5 dark sacred beasts, continued to move forward. His palm covered the entire sky, like the hand of heaven, tearing through space, instantly shattering countless attacks from the 5 dark giant beasts, then struck the broken imperial weapon without losing its power. Boom. Space collapsed, and heaven and earth vanished in an instant, plunged into darkness. After a brief moment of darkness, light returned once more. Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the broken imperial weapon was shattered by Brent's palm, exploding into countless fragments and disappearing completely. Chapter 66. Millions of dark beasts turned to ashes with a flick. What am I seeing? Is this a dream? The imperial weapon exploded, actually shattered by a single palm strike from one of our Huchister experts. That was the Emperor's weapon. Millions stood dumbfounded, nearly petrified, their hearts filled with profound shock. What had they witnessed? The most powerful weapon in history, destroyed by a single blow. Throughout history, they had never heard of an imperial weapon being shattered by anyone. This was nothing short of a miracle. After the initial shock, everyone mechanically looked up at the sky, toward that figure in white. How strong is he really? A near emperor? Many people guessed in stunned disbelief. Near emperors had not been seen for tens of thousands of years, having completely vanished from the world. Was the figure standing before them truly a near emperor? But only a near emperor could shatter a damaged imperial weapon. Die. After shattering the imperial weapon with a single palm, Brent did not pause. In one step, he appeared above the 5 dark holy beasts and stomped down upon them. Roar. The 5 dark holy beasts roared madly as Brent's aura tore through their bodies, opening numerous wounds. Streams of black blood spurted out, bones cracked under the pressure, and their massive bodies were forced into the ground by his oppressive might. Roar. The surrounding space had long been locked by Brent. The 5 dark holy beasts had no chance of escape and could only unleash desperate attacks with fury against Brent's stomping foot, trying in vain to stop him. Bang! Bang! Brent's massive foot crushed all their attacks, carrying immense force, and heavily struck the 5 dark holy beasts. Boom! Dust rose, the earth trembled, and a vast abyss several kilometers wide formed beneath Brent's feet. All 5 dark holy beasts were instantly killed by Brent's single stomp. Roar! Woof woof! Seeing such a terrifying Huchister cultivator, the million dark creatures finally felt fear. They roared and retreated like a receding tide, preparing to return to the dark abyss. Having butchered so chestry Huchisters, you still think of escaping? Stay here. Brent's face was cold. He took a step into the sky, his body vibrating, releasing a powerful aura that swept across the surroundings. Clang! Clang! In an instant, countless 10,000-foot-long spears shimmering with light appeared in the sky and stabbed towards the earth like a torrential rainstorm. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed on the ground, sending countless dark creatures soaring high before exploding into pieces. Roar! In less than a breath, every dark creature on the battlefield was obliterated by Brent, none escaping into the dark abyss. Those that hadn't emerged from the dark abyss had already disappeared, fleeing in terror. At that moment, silence enveloped the area except for heavy breathing. Millions of eyes were fixed on Brent. So terrifying. Is this the power of a near emperor? A casual stomp killed 5 dark holy beasts at the Great Sage Realm. Nearly 1 million dark creatures, all butchered in just a breath. Millions of Huchisters were once again utterly stunned by Brent. Mouths agape, they could fit an ostrich egg inside. Brent was simply too overwhelming. Since arriving on the battlefield, within just a few breaths, he had completely resolved the crisis. In such a short time, Brent had caused them so much astonishment. Shattering the imperial weapon with one hand, crushing 5 great sage dark beasts with one stomp, and turning 1 million dark creatures to ashes with a mere tremor of his body. What an astounding achievement. This was nothing short of a miracle, destined to be remembered for eternity. Whispering winds stirred, and plumes of smoke drifted across the battlefield, rising into the sky. The war was over. It had come unexpectedly and ended just as suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Looking around, corpses littered the ground, piled high like mountains, rivers of blood flowed everywhere. In this war, nearly 1 million Huchisters died or were injured. Dozens of Sage Realm beings were casualties, and the sole great sage, Laverne, was critically injured, almost dying. If Brent hadn't arrived in time, no one dared to imagine the outcome. Millions of Huchesters stood silently, all gazing at Brent with eyes filled with excitement, awe, reverence, and respect. In this world where strength reigned supreme, who would not hold a near emperor in awe? In the blink of an eye, Brent arrived above the dark abyss. His hands shimmered with countless runes before he pressed a palm down toward the exit of the dark abyss. Thud. With a muted tremor, a thick ceiling light dome radiating weighty aura enveloped the entire upper part of the dark abyss. The array formation glowed and was activated, once again sealing the entire dark abyss by Brent. Brent stood quietly above the dark abyss, his head lowered, intently observing the formation beneath him. His brows were slightly furrowed, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Just as he repaired the formation, he sensed a faint, familiar aura from the damaged area. It was an eerie aura, exactly like that of the remnant soul from the Xianxia mountains. Even here, there's their aura? Brent murmured to himself, deeply examining the dark abyss with growing unease. In just a few short days, he had encountered this eeriness in Chestery places. Unfortunately, he still had no understanding of them whatsoever. All he felt was that they seemed omnipresent. In the Xianxia mountains, the dark abyss, these perilous, desolate lands all bore traces of their presence. Could it be that they've been secretly setting up their plans all along? What could their ultimate goal be? Humph. No matter what your intentions are, merely plotting against my ancestors is reason enough for me to destroy you 10 times over. Brent let out a cold hum, emitting a chilling aura from his body. He took one last look at the dark abyss, intending to return another day for a thorough investigation. The war is over. It's all over. Brent spoke softly, his voice resonant, echoing across the entire battlefield. He slowly walked through the battlefield, gazing at the Huchester cultivators drenched in blood, feeling a surge of emotions. It's over. Haha, it's over. We've won. Victory. Elder is invincible. Thank you, our Huchester near emperor. Millions cheered together, jumping and laughing, their faces brimming with excitement, nearly driven to madness. Many bowed deeply in reverence towards Brent. These past few days had been like living through the end of the world for everyone. Facing wave after wave of dark creatures, even though they fought with all their might, it seemed as if there was no end in sight. The vast land was filled with dark creatures, with people dying every moment, torn apart by the dark beasts. They were almost at the brink of collapse and despair, retreating steadily and fighting desperately. And now, all of this finally came to an end. Chapter 67. He is such a young quasi-emperor. Haha, the war is over. Woo-woo. Big brother, we have won the victory against the dark creatures, but you. Nola, wake up. Many people, laughing at first, soon shed tears, feeling deep sorrow welling up in their hearts, then knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. War is always sorrowful. Nearly 1 million cultivators rest here forever, returning to the netherworld. But their greatness and contributions will never be buried. Phew. After a short while, Great Yin Holy Lord and others had already consumed Chestery high-quality healing pills, easing their injuries significantly. At this moment, Great Yin Holy Lord Joa, leading a group of holy people and accomplished kings, swiftly approached Brent, then knelt in reverence. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. We bow in gratitude for your great kindness. A group of people showed earnest faces, filled with awe and reverence. The other party merely stood there silently, yet the intangible aura echesterating from his body was as immense as a mountain, making it hard for them to catch their breath. The might of a quasi-emperor is terrifying indeed. All of you get up. We are all Huchester. This was what should be done. There's no need for such formalities. Brent gave a faint nod, lifting his hand and releasing a flow of spiritual energy to help everyone stand up. Your righteousness makes us all admire you greatly. The crowd got up slowly, gradually raising their heads to look at Brent. Due to the mist-like aura Brent emitted during the battle that obscured his features, they had not seen his true appearance until now. Only at this moment did they finally have the chance to observe this mysterious and powerful figure up close. Everyone was stunned when they saw Brent's appearance. Even Great Yin Holy Lord Joa wore an astonished expression. The Chester standing before them was clearly a youth around 20 years old. He looked entirely unmarked by time, incredibly youthful. If not for the profound and ancient aura he exuded, everyone would have thought he was a novice cultivator just starting his path. So young, many people were secretly shocked. They never imagined that a quasi-emperor level powerhouse could have such a young appearance. This starkly contrasted with their preconceived notions of what a mighty expert should look like. After all, it took Great Yin Holy Lord Joa tens of thousands of years to reach the Great Sage realm. Now, his black hair was streaked with white. In their imagination, a peerless powerhouse who had reached the quasi-emperor realm should have lived through countless vicissitudes, having cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years as in Hamilton. Yet the young Chester before them completely defied their expectations. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but he was even younger than Chestery of those present. This disparity left everyone in awe, generating intense curiosity and reverence towards Brent. Hee, what's wrong with you all? Brent, hands behind his back, wearing a green robe that draped loosely behind him, smiled slightly at the stunned crowd, puzzled. No, nothing. Only now did everyone recover from their shock, coughing awkwardly to ease the embarrassment. Staring so intently at someone like this was indeed impolite. Senior, the battle here has ended. You must be tired. Please come to our Great Yin Holy Land for some rest, allowing us to express our gratitude for your kindness. Great Yin Holy Lord said respectfully, eyes full of reverence. That sounds good. Brent lightly nodded, then turned and beckoned Calvin to come to his side. Uncle, seeing this, Calvin immediately flew over, landing steadily beside Brent. He looked curiously at Joa and the others, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Because previously, whenever someone mentioned the Holy Land, its might was described as heavenly and untouchable. That deeply ingrained fear instilled in him since childhood made the Holy Land seem terrifying. Naturally, he was also very reverent toward the Holy Land. Now that he saw the people from the Holy Land firsthand, naturally, he felt curious. At the same time, a faint sense of pride welled up inside him. So what if it's the Holy Land? They still bowed their heads in respect before his uncle. And if not for his uncle's intervention, all the people of the Holy Land would have been slaughtered by the dark creatures. Holy Lord, we have returned. The Hamiltonly cultivator led the others, flying alongside Calvin to approach. Holy Lord, on this mission, our disciples failed to fulfill the order of the sect, and several dozen leading Hamiltons perished in the Een Mountains. Please punish us. The Hamiltonly cultivator looked guilty. After saying this, they all knelt before Joa, their expressions filled with sorrow. If it weren't for Lord Brent leading us back safely, we might not have been able to escape that perilous place. The Hamiltonly cultivator looked up at Brent gratefully, his eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Others echoed him, expressing that if not for Brent's assistance, they would likely have perished. Alas, it's good that we've returned alive. This operation was indeed too rash. I underestimated the complexity of the Tyene mountain range. Joa gently raised his hand, helping the Hamiltonly cultivator up, a trace of pain on his face. Thank you for your great kindness in saving our disciples from peril. We will never forget this favor. Then, Joa bowed deeply toward Brent again, his eyes filled with gratitude. It's no big deal, just a small matter. No need to take it to heart. Brent stood still, his voice calm and gentle. Please join me for some rest at the Holy Land. Joa respectfully bent over, extending his arm to gesture Brent forward, then turned and led the way, flying towards the xiuxian Holy Land. Why not? Brent slowly nodded, sweeping Calvin along as he flew with Joa. The others transformed into rainbows of light, quickly vanishing into the sky. At the xiuxian Holy Land, inside a grand and solemn hall. Lord, when we were in the Tyene mountain range, we mentioned the Camilla's illness to Lord Brent. The Hamiltonly cultivator stood inside the hall, slightly lifting his head, respectfully looking up at Joa, who was seated above. Oh, what did Ascari say? Does he have a way to cure the Camilla's illness? Joa abruptly stood up from his meditative posture, urgency and anticipation in his voice, eagerly gazing at the Hamiltonly cultivator below. The hall fell silent, everyone focusing their attention on the Hamiltonly cultivator, waiting for his response. Taking a deep breath, the Hamiltonly cultivator slowly replied. After hearing about the Camilla's condition, Lord Brent said he could give it a try. However, her illness is very rare, and he needs further research to find an accurate treatment. If Ascari says so, there's hope for Marianne's illness. Joa's face showed excitement, the tension in his expression finally easing, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. For several years, they had tried every possible method, even using resources from the sect, but they could not cure the Camilla's illness. Desperate, they chose to go to the Tyene mountain range, only to end in disappointment. He actually said that. Perhaps there is hope for the Camilla. Excited voices rang out in the hall. A quasi-emperor's words lit a spark of hope in everyone's heart. After all, the strength and knowledge of a quasi-emperor were beyond ordinary people's reach. You must treat Ascari well. Tomorrow, we will pay respects together and ask him to heal the Camilla. Traces of excitement still lingered on Joa's face. Yes. Everyone bowed and slowly exited the hall. Phew. After everyone left, Joa sat down in the hall, looking quite exhausted. Marianne, my daughter. Sitting in the hall, Joa's eyes filled with tenderness as he involuntarily looked toward where the Camilla was. Chapter 68, The Eerie Remnant, Soul Lingering in the Consciousness Sea. Camden, can you really cure my daughter's illness? Joa murmured to himself, his hand supporting his forehead, eyes filled with deep hope, but also a hint of worry. The Xiuxian Holy Land had spared no effort, mobilizing Chestery people, yet they failed to cure the illness of the Camilla. He was greatly concerned that everything might come to nothing. Marianne, you must hold on. No matter what, Father will definitely ask Senior to give it a try. Joa's eyes sparkled with resolute determination. As a father, no matter what, he would not give up. Marcy, she is the Camilla of the Xiuxian Holy Land and his most beloved daughter. Marcy was extraordinarily talented, displaying astonishing aptitude from a young age. At just 20 years old, she cultivated to the fourth great realm, void meditation stage, an outstanding talent among 10,000. But 5 years ago, while accompanying disciples within the sect for training in the dark abyss, chasing after those dark creatures escaping from it, an accident occurred. For some unknown reason, she suddenly collapsed at the edge of the dark abyss, her breath faint. When Marcy regained consciousness, she seemed like a completely different person, often talking to herself, with a violent temper, and refusing anyone to approach her. Her cultivation level was rapidly regressing, almost turning her into an ordinary person. The change in the Camilla threw the entire Xiuxian Holy Land into chaos. The Xiuxian Holy Land searched far and wide for renowned physicians, but ultimately could not diagnose the cause of the Camilla's illness. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the Camilla grew increasingly weak and listless. 5 years have passed. Marcy became weaker, emitting a deathly aura all over her body, on the brink of death at any moment. If not for the continuous support of top-grade spirit medicines provided by the Xiuxian Holy Land, she might have died long ago. Despite being the master of the Xiuxian Holy Land, Joa felt powerless, unable to save his own daughter. Watching her life force dwindle bit by bit, he felt as if his heart was being torn apart, almost driven mad. And now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. The next day, led by the Xiuxian Baird along with several Hamiltons, Brent traversed through a serene and peaceful mountain forest, arriving beside a picturesque small hill. A magnificent and exquisite pavilion quietly stood at the waist of the hill. Surrounded by lush forests and blooming flowers, the air was filled with a fresh fragrance. The distant mountains were shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland, captivating one's heart. Senior, my daughter is inside this pavilion. Joa stood beside Brent, pointing toward the pavilion ahead. Brent's brows furrowed slightly. His divine senses detected a strange aura. That aura seemed strangely familiar. Turning around to look at the others, he noticed their expressions remained normal, clearly not sensing anything unusual. Let's go. To verify his judgment, Brent slowly walked towards the pavilion. Joa followed closely behind, a mix of worry and tension filling his heart. The rest also trailed behind, entering the pavilion. Everyone will die. At the end of the cycle, death is the ultimate destination. The 10,000-mile river of souls. A weak but extremely chilling voice kept echoing out from the pavilion. Brent led everyone into a room within the pavilion, looking up at the Winchester lying on the bed. The Winchester appeared pale, lips devoid of color, eyes vacant, incessantly muttering to herself. She looked extremely weak, her hands weakly moving as if trying to grasp something. An aura of death permeated the entire room. Ruashue. Joa gazed painfully at Marcy, softly calling out her name. Seeing his daughter in such a state, his heart was filled with sorrow, akin to being slashed by a knife. Yet, he felt powerless and helpless. Brent's eyes emitted light, two beams swiftly enveloping the Winchester. At once, he identified the cause of her illness. In the deepest part of the Winchester's soul, a faint, red remnant soul floated. It was disrupting her consciousness. The aura emitted by that remnant soul was identical to the one inside the ghost monk in the Xianxia Mountains, a remnant soul carrying an eerie aura. Senior, Joa called softly, his eyes filled with concern and tension, fearing that Brent might harm Marcy by applying too much force. No worries. I have found the cause of the Camilla's condition. Brent waved his hand calmly and firmly, his expression serene. What? Found the cause of the illness? Someone murmured in a voice full of shock. This? Another person stammered, unable to accept this fact. Can't be. Brent's words were like a bombshell, stunning everyone in the room. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces showing shock and disbelief. They had originally thought Brent was trying some method, but never expected him to really find the cause of the illness in such a short time. It was simply astonishing. After all, in these past 5 years, they had tried all kinds of methods, but the results were far from satisfactory. They could not even pinpoint the cause of the maiden's condition, let alone cure it. Senior, you really found my daughter's illness? Joa's eyes reddened. He was so excited he could barely speak clearly. Finding the cause is easy. Let me see if I can treat it. Brent nodded gently. He came to the bedside, placed his hand on Marcy's forehead, and began a more precise examination. Because this remnant soul lay deep within Marcy's consciousness sea, he did not dare to be careless. Any mishap could lead to her complete dissolution. What? In the consciousness sea? Joa and the others turned pale. The sliver of hope that had just risen in their hearts seemed about to be extinguished again. The consciousness sea is the most essential part of a person's soul, profound and untouchable. No one would easily allow others to examine their consciousness sea, as any mishap could turn them into an idiot, or worse, lead to death. And now, given Marcy's extreme weakness and prolonged coma, her consciousness sea was already chaotic. Any attempt to probe it might result in her immediate death. Ruashue. Everyone looked at Marcy with concern, feeling tense and uneasy. At the same time, they were also puzzled. How could it be in the consciousness sea? When Marcy first fell ill, they had suspected problems with her consciousness sea. Thus, while she still had a strong spirit, they invited in Hamilton, who specialized in the study of the consciousness sea, to examine her. However, no abnormalities were found then. Her consciousness sea appeared normal without any signs of trouble. Now, hearing Brent say there was a problem with Marcy's consciousness sea, they were shocked, but still somewhat skeptical. Could Camden have made a mistake in his examination? Just as everyone was hesitating, the entire room suddenly shook violently. Chapter 69. Even in your prime, one hand is enough to annihilate you. Buzz. With a low buzzing sound, a transparent light barrier rose around Marcy's body. This light barrier emitted a faint glow but exuded an air of mysterious and formidable power. Marcy's face contorted in unbearable agony. Her eyes were tightly shut, her brows furrowed, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Her entire body writhed violently, as if enduring indescribable torment. Brent stood quietly beside the bed, his expression as calm as still water, without a ripple. However, his eyes shot out two icy beams of light, and a powerful aura each esterrated from him like a fierce gale. Thump. Brent extended his right hand and gently placed his index finger above Marcy's forehead. Visible threads of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, slowly entering Marcy's body. Sanctus. Ruashue. Everyone stared intently at Marcy, their expressions tense. Suddenly, Marcy cried out in pain. Her already deathly pale face lost all color, and her struggling body became limp. Buzz. The void trembled, but Brent remained unperturbed, continuing to channel spiritual energy into her body without hesitation. Instead, he quickened his movements, pouring more spiritual energy into her body. Senior. What's happening? Marcy's face was twisted with agony, her breath becoming increasingly faint. Everyone was filled with anxiety, voices rising in urgency, suspecting that Brent might have made a grave mistake. After all, they had previously consulted other doctors for Marcy, but never had she suffered such extreme pain. Ruashue. Joa's brows knitted tightly, large beads of sweat covering his forehead. He rushed to the bedside, worry and anxiety filling his eyes. He was torn between wanting to stop Brent from continuing the treatment for fear of irreversible damage and feeling a glimmer of hope due to Brent's calm demeanor. His conflicted heart left him in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. No worries. From beginning to end, Brent remained calm, continuously making seals with his hands, sending glowing runes into Marcy's body. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded within Marcy's body. At this moment, her forehead radiated dazzling light, but her face was still clouded by excruciating pain, accompanied by deep, agonized cries. PFT. Marcy suddenly sat up and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Then, her body slumped backward, collapsing heavily onto the ground again. Senior, please don't. Seeing this, Joa was desperate, his voice trembling. Just as he was about to step forward to stop Brent, something unexpected happened. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Marcy's body, sweeping through the surroundings rapidly. Stumble, stumble, stumble. Joa and the others were all pushed back, clutching their chests, blood trickling from their mouths. PFT. Some weaker Hamiltons were directly blasted out of the room, coughing up blood and lying on the ground struggling to rise. What? How can this be? All faces turned in shock towards Marcy, who lay in the bed. Shock filled their expressions. That aura was overwhelmingly powerful, terrifying enough to make everyone feel a sense of dread. Moreover, it was unfamiliar, neither Marcy's nor Brent's, but an alien presence, cold and sinister, piercing to the soul. Whose remnant soul is that? Everyone present was terrified. A powerful remnant soul had been hidden in Marcy's mind for years, yet they had never detected it. Brent remained composed, not moving an inch, completely unaffected. Humph. Come out. Brent gave a cold snort, his long hair dancing wildly, resembling an immortal king, with cold eyes. With a wave of his hand, Brent's right hand turned xiuxian, invisible, and slowly probed into Marcy's mind. Who are you? How dare you stop me? Marcy suddenly opened her eyes, radiating powerful energy. Her eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Brent with venom. Her voice wasn't Marcy's but an ancient, raspy one that emerged from Marcy's mind as the voice of the Tao, echoing explosively within the room. What? This voice? Ruoxue. Everyone realized something was wrong. The voice was clearly not Marcy's, and the remnant soul could now control her body. It wouldn't take long before it completely devoured Marcy's soul and replaced her. This was terrifying. Brent had been right from the start. Marcy's mind had indeed been invaded by a mysterious and powerful soul. Camden. Many people looked up at Brent, their faces full of shame. Earlier, they had wrongly blamed Brent for being rash and thought he had misdiagnosed the problem. But now, they realized the clown had always been them. They hadn't diagnosed the cause for years. When Brent did, they still doubted him, feeling utterly ashamed. A quasi-emperor realm powerhouse is truly beyond our comprehension. The crowd's gaze toward Brent changed, filled with reverence and awe. It's just a remnant soul, come out. Brent roared. His eyes shot out countless beams of light, protecting Marcy while suppressing the remnant soul to prevent it from resisting recklessly and destroying her mind. Boom. The remnant soul in Marcy's mind struggled fiercely, emitting a menacing aura like a cold blade piercing straight at Brent. Seeking death, Brent snorted coldly. His entire body trembled violently, shattering the blade, yet his extended palm remained firmly probing into Marcy's mind. AAA. You dare. Marcy, resembling a mad beast, eyes bloodshot, kept emitting powerful energy, trying to break free from Brent's control. What do I have to fear? Even at your prime, one hand would be enough to annihilate you. Brent's eyes were icy cold, exuding dominance. With his right hand in Marcy's mind, he grabbed the remnant soul firmly. Roar! The blood-red remnant soul let out a sharp, ear-piercing scream, its features contorted and struggling desperately to escape Brent's grip. It opened its blood-filled mouth, revealing sharp fangs, lunging fiercely at Brent. Humph! Still daring to struggle, Brent brought his right hand together, crushing the remnant soul between his fingers and palm, refining it continuously. Brent didn't choose to shatter the remnant soul immediately, because he felt this one possessed more intelligence compared to the one in the heavenly Een Mountains. It was not only powerful, but also knew how to hide and threaten. Too strange. He planned to see if he could extract some information from it. AAA. Let go of me. The blood-red remnant soul didn't show weakness despite suffering blows. Instead, its resistance grew fiercer. Its body emitted a violent aura, like an enraged giant beast, challenging Brent with bared fangs and claws. Its fiery red eyes glared viciously at Brent, seemingly intent on devouring him alive. I'll see how long you can last. Brent remained unmoved. His right hand shimmered with boundless runes, all drilling into the remnant soul's body, thoroughly suppressing it. Chapter 70. The Remnant Soul of Ebenezer. This is the remnant soul hidden within the sacred maiden's body. Everyone looked at the turbulent remnant soul in Brent's hand, their shock evident as they examined it. A mix of surprise and fear filled their hearts. The blood-red remnant soul emitted an aura from Brent's palm that made everyone tremble uncontrollably, as if facing a demon king from hell, filling them with deep terror. No wonder they hadn't detected it all these years. The remnant soul was truly too powerful. Camden. Everyone couldn't help but look at Brent, their reverence for him growing rapidly. To have such a powerful remnant soul, so effortlessly controlled by him without any resistance. The might of a quasi-emperor was truly terrifying. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed from Brent's hand as he crushed the red remnant soul, scattering it into more soul fragments in his grasp. No! The blood-red remnant soul let out a frightened howl, its eyes filled with panic. Its soul had absorbed countless bizarre substances in the dark abyss, making it incredibly resilient. In its view, even a quasi-emperor couldn't easily tear apart its soul. Yet now, this person before it utterly subverted its perception. Could he be? The blood-red remnant soul was visibly shaken as it considered his realm. Let go of me. It trembled and struggled desperately, sensing that today it might die at his hands. Bang! Another deafening sound erupted. Brent remained unmoved, seizing the moment when the red remnant soul reformed to crush it once more. Bang! Bang! This cycle repeated over 10 times until the blood-red remnant soul finally lost strength to howl. The entire remnant soul became extremely dim, its color fading to light red. No! The remnant soul writhed violently, its voice full of fear and despair, completely devoid of its previous arrogance and savagery. Brent's face was stern, and his actions showed no signs of stopping. Huff huff. Streams of soul essence from within the blood-red remnant soul were refined by Brent. Its crimson eyes dimmed rapidly, and even its aura weakened quickly. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before it would dissipate entirely. Tell me, who are you? Where do you come from? Why did you hide in Marcy's mind? Brent's voice thundered in the remnant soul's mind, like an immortal king sitting atop the ninth heaven, coldly scrutinizing the remnant soul. The others gathered around, watching curiously, equally puzzled. Who am I? The remnant soul was confused, looking around, seeming innocent and clueless. Who are you? Brent bellowed again, his eyes glowing, his aura rising to suppress the remnant soul, using immense power to stimulate its consciousness. Who am I? I'm Ebenezer. The remnant soul grabbed its own head, screaming in agony, its soul trembling under intense pain, and suddenly yelled out this sentence without awareness. Ebenezer, Brent muttered, his eyes shooting beams of light, deeply shocked. It's actually Ebenezer. Joa and others widened their eyes in shock upon hearing the remnant soul scream, their bodies trembled. This news was astonishing to them. Ebenezer ascended to emperorhood millions of years ago, with records of him in Huchester history. But after ascending, He disappeared from the mortal world just a few 10,000 years later, vanishing without a trace. His presence never appeared in the xiuxian world again. Yet, they met Ebenezer today. Why had he become just a remnant soul? After all, even a saint's lifespan spans hundreds of thousands of years, not to mention an emperor's life, which naturally lasts indefinitely, nearly eternal. Although it had been millions of years, he certainly wouldn't have died of old age. Was Ebenezer killed by someone? But who could kill him in this world? Those who became emperors were all incomparably strong, emerging from trillions of beings, each possessing overwhelming power. How could they be killed by anyone? If such a shocking event occurred, it would surely cause heavenly weeping and earth-shattering phenomena, felt by countless people. Moreover, xiuxian historical records have never mentioned the fall of an emperor. How could an emperor die? Impossible. In their view, an emperor had already reached the pinnacle of this world, an invincible existence, and there was simply no one who could harm them, let alone kill them. Joa and the others drew a deep breath. They looked at the struggling remnant soul in Brent's hand, and it felt as if some belief in their hearts collapsed instantly. The emperor is dead, truly dead. If you were Ebenezer, then who killed you? And why did you hide in Marcy's mind? Brent's eyes were cold and stern. He emitted a powerful aura from his body, continuously casting spells with his left hand to stimulate the remnant soul of Ebenezer, preventing it from falling into chaos. Who killed me? I. The remnant soul of Ebenezer clutched its head, struggling as if trying to recall something. Bang! Just as everyone was listening intently to Ebenezer's words, the world suddenly shook, and then Ebenezer's remnant soul abruptly stopped moving, becoming silent. Is Ebenezer's consciousness shattered? Joa and the others were puzzled. They looked at the remnant soul of Ebenezer in Brent's hand, then back at Brent, full of confusion, unable to understand why Ebenezer had become so quiet. Brent stood still, his face calm, but his eyes revealed thick, killing intent. Who are you? Where is Ebenezer? Brent shouted loudly. He had seen everything. Ebenezer's remaining consciousness had mysteriously dissipated just now, and then an unfamiliar aura emerged from the depths of his remnant soul. What? The remnant soul of Ebenezer is not in Senior's hand. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure what Brent meant. Boom! The void trembled as an even stronger aura erupted from Brent's hand, attempting to break free from Brent's grasp. Humph! Do you think you can escape? Brent snorted coldly. His right hand glowed, and countless runes formed a cage trapping the remnant soul tightly. Bang! Inside the cage, countless attacks continuously tore apart the remnant soul, shattering it several times in a short period. Open! A cold voice came from Brent's hand, clearly revealing shock and panic. The remnant soul struggled wildly within Brent's palm, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from the cage's confinement. You still dare to struggle? Brent shouted again, his eyes shooting out beams of light that instantly shattered the remnant soul several more times. This time, it took dozens of times longer for the remnant soul to slowly reassemble itself. The reassembled remnant soul no longer struggled. It remained quietly in Brent's hand, as if resigned to its fate. Tell me, who are you? Brent spoke coldly, like a god of death, his expression stern. Haha, you want to know? The remnant soul laughed coldly, its voice sharp and harsh, filled with indifference. The temperature in the room dropped drastically in an instant, bone-chillingly cold, even making Joa and the others feel a deep chill to the core. This is not Ebenezer's voice. Everyone sucked in a breath sharply, shocked, having just been confused by Brent's words. Only now did they realize that Brent had long detected the abnormality in Ebenezer's soul. Ebenezer's remnant soul had been killed by the present soul, which then possessed Ebenezer's soul. This remnant soul is terrifying. Who is he? All faces showed shock, filled with infinite fear. That was the soul of an emperor. And yet someone could take over an emperor's remnant soul. How powerful would it be? Chapter 71. At the end of the cycle, death is the ultimate destination. In this brief moment, Joa and others' faces changed repeatedly, thoroughly frightened. What kind of immensely powerful soul could silently inhabit the soul of Ebenezer? Although Ebenezer's soul was fragmented, it was not something just anyone could invade. Had it not been for Brent shielding them from the remnant soul's emitted aura, they wouldn't have dared to even approach it, let alone invade. It would have turned them to ashes instantly. Enough nonsense. Who are you? What is your true intent? Brent bellowed fearlessly, gripping the remnant soul tightly with his right hand, his face icy cold. Haha, you will never know. The remnant soul laughed hysterically. Its eyes contained no emotion whatsoever, like a lifeless piece of wood. At the end of the cycle, death is the ultimate destination. The remnant soul looked at Brent coldly, an eerie smile seemingly forming on its blurred face before it softly said, "This naturally includes you as well. You cowards lurking in the dark. Killing you lot is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. I've been waiting for you all. Let's see who kills whom." Brent's eyes shot out astonishing beams of light. His long hair danced, and he exuded an overwhelming aura. Hee, I'll be waiting for you 10,000 miles down the river of souls. The remnant soul grinned cruelly, revealing sharp teeth. A blood-red tongue constantly licked its lips. I really want to taste what your soul tastes like. You thinking of killing me? Since you're not talking, I'll kill you first. I'll eventually find out who you really are. Brent showed arrogance and fearlessness. He squeezed the remnant soul tightly, pressing down forcefully. Boom! The entire room exploded. Brent crushed the remnant soul, making it disappear completely. Humph! Brent scanned the surroundings coldly, his killing intent still strong. The soul he just killed wasn't the complete mysterious entity. It was merely a thread of its power that had invaded Ebenezer's soul. While this action could injure it, it wouldn't cause significant harm. I'll wait until I find your main soul, then crush it just like this. Brent's eyes were icy, his expression stern. He would eventually clear away the fog and reveal all the secrets. Marianne! Joa urgently shouted, rushing to Marcy's side. Ruashue, wake up! Worry and anxiety filled Joa's eyes. He gently lifted Marcy and took out a high-grade pill from his pocket, placing it lightly in her mouth. Cough, cough. As the pill slid down her throat, Marcy gave a slight cough. Her originally pale face gradually regained some color, and her complexion visibly improved. Her breathing also stabilized, no longer rapid as before. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Camila. The crowd collectively sighed in relief, their faces lighting up with joy, finally setting aside their worries. The next day, Brent, accompanied by Calvin and others including Joa, slowly arrived at the entrance of Dian Holy Land. Senior, can you really not stay a few more days? I haven't properly thanked you for saving my daughter. Joa's face was full of reluctance, his heart filled with gratitude toward Brent. Senior. After a day and night of rest, Marcy's mental state had noticeably improved. Despite her still pale face, she had awakened from her coma. At that moment, she quietly followed her father Joa, gazing at Brent with a grateful look. For the past 5 years, though outwardly she seemed to be in a coma, unconscious and disoriented, in reality, her consciousness remained clear. She was aware of everything happening in the outside world. Her condition appeared that way because her consciousness was suppressed, like a mere spectator. She could only watch as the remnant soul possessed her body, controlling everything while she was powerless. It wasn't until yesterday that she fully awakened from this nightmare. Brent smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "No need. We've already delayed here for some time. It's time to leave." Seeing Brent's firm decision, everyone did not persist in detaining him further. Ruashue, Camden is about to leave. Before he goes, thank him once more for saving you. Joa held Marcy's hand and walked to Brent. Thank you for saving my life. Ruashue will always remember your kindness. Marcy sincerely thanked Brent and was about to kneel when Brent used his spiritual energy to stop her. It's nothing. Just a trifling effort. No need for such formalities. Brent spoke indifferently, slowly ascending into the air with Calvin. The great favor you've shown us will never be forgotten by our Dian Holy Land. Should there ever be anything we can do for you in the future, we will spare no effort to repay your kindness. Joa led a group of Hamiltons in a deep bow, showing their gratitude to Brent. We're leaving. I hope we'll meet again someday. Brent smiled and nodded lightly, then turned and stepped into the void. The heavens and earth trembled as two figures instantly vanished from this place. At Taichu Forbidden Zone. At the Chu family estate. Everyone, come quickly. Young master has returned with Xianxia. In the courtyard of the Chu family, Giles burst into joyful laughter. Seeing Brent bring back members of the family one by one, he felt extremely happy and excited, his dim eyes shimmering brightly. What? Xianxia has returned. Magnolia could hardly believe her ears. She widened her eyes in surprise and delight. Then, Magnolia rushed out of her room, running toward the courtyard without delay. Has brother returned? Where is he? Samson and Nancy were also thrilled beyond measure. They shouted excitedly while hurriedly rushing out of the small yard, tears glistening on their faces. These days, they had been constantly worried, unable to eat or sleep, spending day and night in the house, asking Giles every so often if Brent had brought back Calvin. Now, their prayers were finally answered. The joy and excitement welled up inside them, indescribable. They're finally back. Pablo, Dirk, Dodge, and others also heard the commotion outside. They all came out of their seclusion chambers, quickly emerging from their rooms. Seeing Brent and Calvin, everyone's faces lit up with joy. We're back. Calvin laughed heartily, following closely behind Brent, walking swiftly toward everyone. Immediately, everyone gathered together, their laughter and chatter filling the entire courtyard of the Chu family. Watching the lively scene within the family, Brent felt a flicker of relief in his eyes, his face filled with a warm smile. That night, they feasted and drank together, pouring cup after cup of fine wine, each getting thoroughly drunk. This was the first time Brent had happily gotten drunk since he emerged into the world. It had been 100,000 years. He hadn't experienced such hearty drinking and laughter with his family in a long time. This was the warmth of home. This was the cozy scene he had longed for. Like a warm current, it flowed through him on a cold winter night. This warmth, he would protect forever. Chapter 72, The Origin Forbidden Zone. Time flew by. Before they knew it, another half-month had passed. In a secluded room, Brent sat quietly on a button, deep in thought with a plan forming in his mind. It's time to take a look at the river of Supreme Een. Brent whispered softly. His face was calm, and his eyes shimmered with the images of sun, moon, and stars as he silently deduced something. Ever since encountering some eerie phenomena in the heavenly Een Mountains, these days, he had been constantly deducing the world around him. But it seemed as if an invisible fog covered the entire world, making his deductions hazy, as if something were clouding his perception. However, Brent keenly sensed a hint of danger. He just hadn't deduced where exactly this danger would come from yet. Therefore, for the safety of his clansmen and to enhance their strength quickly, he planned to visit the Origin Forbidden Zone before heading to the river of Supreme Een. The Origin Forbidden Zone. I wonder if I can still find a space that accelerates time. Brent sighed softly. Back then, to escape the Origin Forbidden Zone, he had shattered the world that confined him with his own hands. Afterward, over several months, he destroyed countless fragments of worlds before finally escaping the Origin Forbidden Zone. This time, his goal was to see if he could find chaotic stones that could accelerate time, thus speeding up the cultivation of his clansmen. He didn't dare hope for another world that could accelerate time by 10,000 times, as that would be too difficult. He only wished to find a chaotic stone that could accelerate time by a few hundred times. However, before entering the Origin Forbidden Zone to prevent getting lost, he needed to prepare some things. 3 days later, a group of people from the Chu family gathered in the main hall at Brent's call. I called you here to inform you that I have some matters that will take me out for a few days. You can continue your cultivation at home without worrying about me, Brent said calmly, glancing around at the crowd. Brother Fan, where are you going? Pablo asked curiously. Others also looked at Brent with interest. I'm preparing to search for something that can accelerate your cultivation speed. Brent spoke slowly without mentioning his trip to the Origin Forbidden Zone to avoid unnecessary worry. What could possibly be so miraculous that it can accelerate cultivation? Everyone was astonished. I'm not sure if I'll be able to find it. I'll tell you when I return. Brent smiled mysteriously and then slowly walked out of the house, disappearing from everyone's sight. Origin Forbidden Zone. The void trembled as a figure gradually emerged at the boundary of the Origin Forbidden Zone. This is the place. Brent scanned his surroundings with his eyes, nodded slowly, and chose a small mountain peak about a kilometer high. To avoid getting lost in the origin forbidden zone, he selected a location to place the magical artifact he made a few days ago, which would guide him back. Go! Brent raised his hand and shot out a pillar hundreds of meters tall. The pillar was engraved with countless runes, emitting an ancient aura. Thud! The stone pillar shook violently and was firmly planted atop the mountain peak. Guiding beacon pillar. Activate! Brent shouted lightly, channeling tens of thousands of runes with his hands into the stone pillar. The stone pillar trembled continuously, radiating a rainbow-like glow. Then, a thick beam of light shot straight into the sky from its top. Boom! A bright star appeared in the heavens, shining brilliantly. What is that? People nearby stared in awe at the large star in the sky. A huge star rose beside the origin forbidden zone. Did something change inside? Let's go and check it out. A group of people quickly flew toward the direction of the large star, driven by curiosity. Hee. With this pillar, I won't have to worry about getting lost in the origin forbidden zone. Brent remained calm, glanced at the star in the sky, slowly landed on the ground, and was about to step into the origin forbidden zone. Hey, fellow Taoist, don't go in. That's the origin forbidden zone. It's very dangerous. Several people hurried over from afar and warned Brent loudly upon seeing him about to enter the origin forbidden zone. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoists. However, I have important matters and must enter the origin forbidden zone once more. Brent stopped, slowly turned around, and smiled at the dozen people approaching from afar. Fellow Taoist, do you know how perilous the origin forbidden zone is? Everyone who entered never came out alive. A beautiful Winchester, unable to bear seeing Brent go to his death, kept trying to dissuade him. Her eyes were like water, clear and bright, revealing a sense of purity and kindness. Thank you. It's just the origin forbidden zone. There's nothing to worry about. I appreciate your concern. Brent nodded slightly at everyone. His face was calm, and then he ignored the crowd, turning to walk towards the origin forbidden zone. Taoist fellow, please stop. I can't just watch you walk to your death. Seeing that Brent was not listening to her advice and insisted on entering the origin forbidden zone, the Martha hurriedly rushed behind him, anxiously shouting with a worried expression. Brent stopped, slowly turned around, and looked at the Winchester behind him. This Winchester's appearance was strikingly beautiful, like a blooming white lotus, fresh and extraordinary, beautiful to the point of being breathtaking. Moreover, her figure was very graceful, her long hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently swaying with her movements, giving people a dreamlike feeling. Thank you. No need to worry about me. It's fine. Brent's eyes were as calm as water, smiling at her without any emotional fluctuation due to her beauty. The Martha, under Brent's gaze, blushed slightly, somewhat hesitant to meet his eyes, and shyly lowered her head. Sir, do you have something important? That is the origin forbidden zone you? The Martha raised her head again, looking at Brent with sincere words, wanting to say more but hesitating. Haha, it's alright. It's just a forbidden zone. With proper methods, it's still possible to enter and exit safely. Brent saw the simplicity and kindness in the Martha. She might be stopping him simply because she couldn't bear to see him risk his life. He guessed that the Martha should be someone who had always stayed within the sect for cultivation, with a simple heart, untouched by the dangers of the secular world. Haha, thank you for your kind warning. I don't have much to give you, but I happen to have a small spiritual tool on me. Let me give it to you as a means of self-defense. Brent chuckled, took out an ordinary-looking jade pendant from his pocket, and sent it into the hands of the Martha using his yuan force. Then, Brent turned and stepped into the origin forbidden zone without another word. Chapter 73. A million flames demons, all perish. Fellow Taoist you. The Winchester watched Brent's disappearing figure and wanted to dissuade him, but was stopped by the few people beside her. India, such an arrogant person, why should you pay attention to him? If he wants to find death, how can we stop him? Exactly, it's only the xiuxian shit. Does he think he is someone special? Does he think he's that Camden who destroyed the supreme clarity holy land with one palm? Haha, in my view, he is merely an arrogant nobody. Entering the xiuxian is purely looking for death. A group of people looked at Brent as he disappeared into the xiuxian and couldn't help but mock him. That was the xiuxian shit. Their Hamiltons had often told them about its dangers. Even the legendary great sage could not come out alive from it. Today, they had actually witnessed a young Chester ignoring their advice and insisting on entering the xiuxian. What difference did this make from seeking death? Haha, who does he think he is? Is he stronger than a great sage? Everyone burst into laughter as if witnessing an extremely ridiculous joke. Look at the spirit tool he gave. It's clearly cheap stuff, perhaps even something bought from a street stall. Someone looked at the jade pendant in the Martha's hand with disdain. We should still wait here. If he realizes the danger inside and comes back, we can rescue him. The Martha looked worriedly in the direction Brent had disappeared and carefully kept the jade pendant he gave her. India has too kind a heart. This kind of person isn't worth our saving. But since India asks, as senior brothers, we will comply. Haha, since there's nothing better to do, I'm curious to see if that arrogant fool can escape. Waiting here for a few days won't hurt. Laughing, the group sat down on a nearby hill, waiting for Brent's appearance. At the boundary of the xiuxian, a massive barrier shimmered like a curtain of water, reflecting cold light under the sunlight. Brent calmly stepped into the xiuxian. With continuous vibrations in the void, a figure entered the inner world of the xiuxian. Fire. Blazing fire. The entire world was engulfed in raging flames, unbearably hot, almost melting the very fabric of space. Brent stood calmly above the sea of fire, his hands behind his back, quietly surveying the world. Beneath his feet was an endless burning sea of fire, like magma, endlessly surging and rolling. Above him was a crimson sky ablaze. There is actually a world like this within the Forbidden Zone. Brent marveled slightly as his divine sense spread out, searching for the aura of Chaos Stone. Pity, there's no Chaos Stone here. Brent murmured to himself, gently shaking his head. Though he was prepared, he still felt a slight disappointment. Indeed, Chaos Stone wasn't easy to find. Apart from the blazing fire, the world was empty. Just as Brent was about to leave, the entire fiery world shook suddenly. Roar! A roar erupted from beneath the sea of fire, echoing across the entire land. Immediately, a flame demon emerged from the sea of fire, fully enveloped in flames. It stood over 100 zhang tall, its body composed of tough green metal, wielding a long flaming saber, radiating the aura of the sixth major realm, cavernous void. Wail! The flame demon roared fiercely, raising its flaming saber to slash fiercely at Brent. Scram! Brent's face remained cold, standing with hands behind his back. He spat out a stream of pure chi. Boom! The clear chi acted like a razor-sharp blade, instantly shattering the flame demon's saber and then swiftly slicing through the demon's body. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the 100-zhang-tall flame demon shattered violently. Roar! Roar! The explosive sound seemed to disturb countless flame demons in the sea of fire. Suddenly, roars filled the air as powerful flame demons rose up everywhere. In a breath's time, the sea of fire swarmed with flame demons, stretching as far as the eye could see, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Among them, the weakest flame demon was at the fifth major realm, Pill Formation, while the strongest approached the ninth major realm, the Sage Realm. Looking upon the sea of fire filled with flame demons, Brent remained calm and composed. It was just some dust, which he didn't even pay attention to. Roar! In an instant, hundreds of thousands of flame demons roared together, and countless cold gazes locked onto Brent. The sky shook as hundreds of thousands of flame demons unleashed countless attacks, turning into a shocking torrent of magma flame spears that pierced the void and lunged straight at Brent. Brent watched the flame demons attacking him from all sides, and with a cold snort, he released a powerful aura. Then he raised his palm and pressed it towards them. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the world. Brent's palm shattered the flame spear, and the remaining force continued to strike the flame demons. Roar! Hundreds of thousands of flame demons screamed, their fierce eyes filled with intense fear, desperately resisting. However, against Brent, all their resistance was futile. Bang! All the flame demons were shattered by Brent in an instant, exploding completely. The entire sea of fire boiled violently, with lava raging and surging toward the sky. Countless chunks of green metal scattered on the surface of the sea of fire, then slowly sank, swallowed by the fiery sea. The whole world fell silent. Apart from the boiling sound of the sea of fire, there was not a single flame demon left. After delivering that one palm, Brent's expression remained indifferent, showing no emotion whatsoever. It was as if he had casually swatted an ant, so easy and composed. Still leave here and explore other worlds. Brent muttered to himself. There were no chaos stones here, and staying had no meaning. He stood quietly, probing this world with divine sense, preparing to leave. It is right here. Brent slowly lowered his head, not expecting such a coincidence. The exit of this world was right beneath his feet, under the sea of fire. Bang! Brent slowly descended into the depths of the magma sea, and at a point where the space was weak, he broke through the world barrier with one finger, then stepped in and left this fiery world. Chapter 74, The Emperor's Exclusive Mount. Roar! The dense mountains echoed with the roar of demonic beasts. This was a vast wilderness. A figure slowly appeared in the sky above this world. He wore white robes, his long hair danced in the wind, and he stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the area. Shriek! A gigantic blue-scaled eagle let out a loud cry, spreading its wings that spanned 10 zhang wide, revealing talons like iron hooks as it swooped down directly at Brent. Brent calmly lifted his head slightly, his eyes emitting two glaring beams of light that shot straight at the blue-scaled eagle. Boom! The rapidly approaching blue-scaled eagle was instantly pierced by Brent's gaze and exploded into pieces. Bloody rain drifted down from the sky. With an expressionless face, Brent flew towards the mountain ahead, remaining unperturbed. Roar! Woof woof! Dozens of demonic beasts, which had been nesting here, roared in fear and fled rapidly upon seeing Brent flying over. There was no other reason. The blue-scaled eagle that had just attacked was a 7th major realm demon raid stage beast, far more powerful than any of them. Even with such overwhelming strength, it was annihilated in one strike by the person in the sky. Its blood even splattered onto them, causing their hearts to shudder in fear. Too strong. Now that they saw him coming, none of them dared harbor any thoughts of eating him. All of them fled for their lives without looking back. Huff huff. Brent kept his hands behind his back as he moved away rapidly, leaving the place in a series of blinks. He didn't kill the other demonic beasts, nor did he care to, as there was no point. His current goal was to quickly investigate the true nature of this world, hoping to understand if it contained chaos stones or possessed the ability to accelerate time. This great wilderness was comparable in size to the entire eastern wilderness, and Chester's powerful restrictions blocked divine sense. Brent had to check several areas with these restrictions to avoid missing any possible locations where chaos stones could exist. Large swathes of land flashed beneath Brent as he searched diligently. Hee. After tens of thousands of years, I finally see a xiuxian. A wild laugh echoed across the heavens, shaking the void. Buzz! An endless expanse of bloody aura enveloped the sky, thick and desolate, carrying the imposing aura of a great sage realm being, pressing down on everyone like a massive mountain. Appearing in the sky was a 9-headed lion towering over 10,000 zhang tall. It stared with bloodshot eyes, bearing its massive maw, squatting on the path before Brent, and slowly lowering its head to look at him with a menacing gaze. Hee boy, do you want to live? The voice of the 9-headed lion reverberated through the sky, startling all surrounding demonic beasts into cowering on the ground, trembling. Haha, the 9-headed lion reveled in the sight of countless demonic beasts prostrating before it, raising its head with evident satisfaction. Brent stopped, hands behind his back, rising slowly until he faced the 9-headed lion, lifting his head to look at it. Intriguing. A 9-headed lion actually exists here. Brent murmured, a smile appearing on his face as he examined the 9-headed lion. He had read about 9-headed lions in ancient texts before. These beasts were primeval anomalies from ancient times. Their power was incomparable, each of the 9 heads containing a natural law, nearly making them invincible at their level. They were once known as the exclusive mounts of emperors. However, after countless ages, these once heaven-shaking nine-headed lions had become dust in the annals of history, vanishing in the currents of time. He had believed that such mighty and rare creatures had been completely wiped out long ago. Yet, here, in this enigmatic primordial forbidden zone, a surviving nine-headed lion existed. Truly unbelievable. An eerie laughter echoed in the air, sending chills down the spine. The nine-headed lion looked down on Brent arrogantly, wearing an air of smugness. Boy, why are you silent? Are you so frightened by my overwhelming aura? The nine-headed lion cast another glance at Brent, its eyes flashing with a cold, threatening light. Haha, the nine-headed lion seemed very pleased with the fear it had instilled, laughing more wildly and arrogantly. After its laughter, its tone suddenly turned very chilling, filled with a threatening demeanor as it said coldly, "But you don't have to be afraid. If you are willing to be my mount, I will spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and swallowing you whole. Be your mount." Brent replied indifferently, a smile appearing on his face, his eyes showing some surprise. An emperor's exclusive mount was actually threatening him, wanting him to be its mount? He had never heard of such a thing before and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. What? You're not willing? The nine-headed lion looked at the still smiling Brent, feeling its dignity challenged. It narrowed its eyes, radiating icy killing intent. Haha, this is the first time I've heard of a demonic beast wanting a xiuxian to be its mount. Brent laughed openly, very curious about why the nine-headed lion had such thoughts. In ancient times, your xiuxian race always captured my ancestors to serve as mounts. Now, I also want to capture a xiuxian as a mount. The nine-headed lion drooled, fantasizing about the future scenes, unable to hide its delight. One day, when I break out of this world and the primordial forbidden zone, I will ride you around everywhere. I'll show those xiuxians, drop their jaws to the ground. And you will follow me and become famous all over the world. Boy, have you thought it over? Do you want to die or choose to be my mount? The nine-headed lion lowered its head close to Brent, all 18 eyes staring at him, exuding icy killing intent. The moment Brent showed any disobedience, it would swallow him without hesitation. Haha, I have no habit of being anyone's mount. But I might consider taking you as my mount. Brent became interested and spoke indifferently, wanting to see what this nine-headed lion was truly up to. Haha, since you choose death, then don't blame me. The nine-headed lion roared, suddenly opening its massive mouth and lunging toward Brent. A tiny nine-headed lion like you thinks you can swallow me? Brent smiled calmly, slowly extending one hand from behind his back and gently pressing it toward the nine-headed lion. Chapter 75 My dream. Shattered right outside my door. Humph. Xiuxian, how dare you resist me, the able king? The nine-headed lion bared its teeth. A sunranda yacher, jurajir huazhong, sunranda yacher, kertaojingwei, gungfu, uan, bao dotted fengshi. Let's refine it. The nine-headed lion bared its fangs, with countless runes flickering in its mouth like a sealed space, generating an incredibly powerful pulling force, about to swallow Brent. Buzz. The void trembled, and under the powerful suction force, space continuously distorted. Humph. Brent stood still, like a sea-stabilizing pillar, never moving even half a step from start to finish. Whoosh. He stretched out his palm, which swelled rapidly against the storm, instantly becoming as massive as a sky-obscuring mountain. It created a sonic boom in the air and struck heavily upon the head of the nine-headed lion. Bang! The space inside the nine-headed lion's mouth was shattered by Brent's slap, and then his palm hit the lion's head without losing any momentum. No. One of the lion's heads exploded directly, and its entire body was slapped down from the sky by Brent, crashing violently onto the ground. Boom! The earth shook, splitting into numerous thick cracks, with the nine-headed lion's whole body embedded in the ground, covered in blood. Cough cough. I am at the Great Sage Realm. Why am I still so weak just like back then? I can't accept this. The nine-headed lion coughed up large amounts of blood, its eyes filled with shock. It had become so powerful, yet it was still slapped to the ground by someone. For a moment, it couldn't accept it. Thud. After delivering a blow, Brent raised his palm again, slowly pressing it towards the nine-headed lion. Looking up at the gigantic palm above it, the sound tearing through the void made the nine-headed lion shudder with fear. It felt that if it didn't submit now, it would surely meet its end today. I yield. Don't kill me. I really know I was wrong. I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. The nine-headed lion screamed in terror, no trace of arrogance left in its eyes. It looked at Brent with sheer horror. That xiuxian had rendered him helpless with just one slap. Curse it. He was indeed too powerful. Could he still be xiuxian? Thinking about being trapped in the forbidden zone for so chestery years, nurturing the dream of riding xiuxians to conquer the world, it had tirelessly cultivated, finally reaching the Great Sage Realm. It thought it would be invincible under heaven and gain eternal fame. But it never expected that before it could even step outside its door, its grand ambitions were shattered right at home. Damn bad luck. Whoosh. Brent's palm showed no sign of stopping, still speeding towards the nine-headed lion, tearing through the void. Don't. I'm telling the truth. I'm willing to recognize you as my master. Don't kill me. The nine-headed lion panicked. Seeing the giant palm descending from the sky, carrying an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, it was scared stiff, its remaining 16 eyes nearly popping out. Master, you are my most revered master. Please don't kill little lion me. I can be your most loyal servant. I'll obey everything. The nine-headed lion roared, desperately invoking a blood contract with its life essence, quickly throwing it toward Brent. Whoosh. Brent's palm abruptly stopped, now only 0.01 millimeters away from the nine-headed lion. Panting, the nine-headed lion breathed heavily, cold sweat pouring down its 8 remaining heads. Watching the palm just a hair's breadth from its heads, it was filled with dread. So close, so close. Damn, my life is finally saved. Whoosh. The nine-headed lion was utterly defeated, almost scared to death just now. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years, it hadn't even gotten to act the big shot outside when it met its end. Such a loss. Fortunately, it was finally alive. Brent retracted his palm, his expression calm, looking down at the nine-headed lion, feeling somewhat moved. Taming a great sage-level beast was indeed a good choice. Blood contract. Brent looked at the basin-sized blood-colored rune in front of him, his eyes gleaming, instantly comprehending the rune's secrets. This was indeed a blood contract, and it was the deepest kind. Once signed, it would bind its fate entirely to him. Just a single thought from him could lead to the nine-headed lion's immediate demise. It seemed the nine-headed lion spared no expense to save its life. Buzz. With a slight tremor, Brent touched the blood-colored rune, absorbing it into his body. In an instant, he felt a mysterious force linking him with the nine-headed lion. Get up. Brent looked down at the nine-headed lion, casually tossing a pill to it. The nine-headed lion had a defeated look on its face. It slowly struggled to stand up from the ground, opening its mouth to catch the pill that Brent threw at it. My dream. I originally thought of riding a xiuxian to conquer the world. But now, I have to be ridden by someone for the rest of my life. Ah, heavens. The able king was in deep sorrow, filled with endless melancholy. Alas, the great able king, whose legend has not even begun, is about to end like this. I am truly miserable. Endless darkness. Its mind continuously replayed scenes of its ancestors being oppressed by xiuxians. It instantly felt pessimistic about its future. Perhaps, like its ancestors, it would eventually die as a slave. Swallow. The able king casually swallowed the pill given by Brent, without any expression on its face. A pill given by a xiuxian could hardly be something extraordinary. Back in the day, it hadn't really eaten any high-quality pills either. Previously, some xiuxians accidentally fell into the Tai Chu forbidden zone through spatial rifts. They had pills too, but those pills were truly terrible, tasting like dog droppings. Spit, spit, spit. How could the great able king eat dog droppings? Tasting terrible like dragon droppings. This pill, damn. The nine-headed lion, which was listless just moments ago, instantly became alert and energized, its 16 eyes nearly popping out. That pill transformed into a powerful force, like a sea wave, healing all its injuries within breaths. Even the head shattered by Brent was rapidly regenerating. It wouldn't take long before it was fully restored. What the heck? Is this an immortal pill? The nine-headed lion excitedly shouted, all resentment gone, almost worshipping Brent as a deity. Oh, my great master, you are too generous. You actually gave me an immortal pill. The able king's defeated face immediately changed. It wore a fawning expression, shrinking rapidly to the size of a large wolfhound, wagging its tail. Hee. No need to thank me. I know you still have grievances. I won't make it difficult for you. As long as you follow me for 100 years and protect some people for me, I will release the contract and grant you freedom. Brent smiled slightly, his eyes calmly watching the nine-headed lion. He kept the nine-headed lion because he wanted it to protect his family members before they grew strong enough. Chapter 76. Embarrassingly carving out a house. What? After 100 years of following, xiuxian, termination of the contract. The nine-headed lion stood there with its mouth agape, completely stunned, its eyes full of disbelief. Its once dark world was suddenly illuminated by a ray of sunshine. There was actually a xiuxian willing to terminate the contract and grant it freedom. It hurriedly looked up at Brent, momentarily too excited to speak. Haha. Could it be that the spring for this able king has arrived after a century? The able king quickly knelt before Brent. Master, rest assured, I will do my best in everything. Whether it's climbing the mountain of knives or diving into the boiling oil. Master, you wouldn't be so cruel, right? The nine-headed lion lifted its head, looking at Brent pitifully, its expression full of sorrow. Chuckles, as long as you listen and protect my clan, I have no other xiuxians. Brent nodded lightly and said calmly, thank you, master. I will definitely protect master's clan. Ha. Upon hearing Brent's words, the nine-headed lion exhaled deeply and began laughing unrestrainedly. Brent heard the nine-headed lion's wicked laughter, and he slowly lowered his head, staring at it with a calm gaze for a while. Hee. It's a habit. If master doesn't like it, I'll pay attention. The nine-headed lion felt awkward under Brent's stare, its roaring laughter gradually softening. Let's go? We're leaving here. Brent nodded, turned slowly, and flew towards the mysterious land ahead. Master, wait for me. The able king shouted loudly, transforming into a streak of light and eagerly chasing after Brent. After a short moment, Brent and the nine-headed lion arrived at the edge of a mysterious abyss. Do you know what lies beneath this abyss? Brent turned to look at the nine-headed lion beside him. The able king shook its head fearfully. I don't know. Ever since I got trapped in this world tens of thousands of years ago, it has always been here. After I grew stronger, I tried entering it, but this abyss is filled with powerful restrictions. Even I couldn't break through them. Instead, I was confined here for over a century, barely escaping. Let's go down and take a look. With a calm expression, Brent walked straight towards the abyss, determined to explore it. Perhaps, the chaotic stone might be here. Master, are we really going down? The nine-headed lion glanced at the bottomless abyss with fear, recalling its painful experience of being trapped for over a century. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Brent smiled slightly, revealing a confident smile, and with hands behind his back, he stepped directly into the abyss. The nine-headed lion stood beside the abyss, giving it a fearful glance before gritting its teeth and jumping in after Brent. Whoosh! In the endless abyss, pitch black and fathomless, a bitterly cold wind howled continuously. Brent and the nine-headed lion rapidly descended. Although it was pitch black around them, their divine senses were not obstructed. Everything around them remained clear within their perception. Master, be careful! The nine-headed lion shouted hastily, recalling how it had been trapped by the restriction just a little further ahead and barely escaped. Before its warning could fully leave its mouth, startling changes occurred around them. Buzz! The dark abyss rumbled, and the space suddenly flashed with blinding light. An invisible giant net emerged from all directions, enveloping Brent and the nine-headed lion. Layer upon layer of nets seemed endless, constantly appearing, glowing blood red and emitting an evil aura. The misty net sealed off all possible escape routes for Brent. Oh no! The nine-headed lion's face turned pale with terror, as it recalled being entangled by those blood-red nets last time. Those nets were formed by powerful restrictive forces, incredibly resilient, and most terrifyingly, They carried potent toxins that harmed both the body and mind. When it entered with its 9 heads, it only Chesteraged to emerge with 1 head, heavily injured and nearly dying. The dangers of this place were evident. Break it. Facing life and death, the 9-headed lion stopped complaining about Brent's recklessness and opened its mouth to spit out 9 blazing suns, trying to slow down the speed of the incoming restrictions. Boom, boom. The 9 blazing suns exploded on the giant nets of restrictions, releasing a blinding burst of firelight. However, after the firelight dissipated, those giant restriction nets remained intact without any damage. The 9-headed lion's face instantly turned grim. He was at a loss, feeling as if he had regressed, becoming more and more useless. Back then, he could at least shatter some of the restriction nets, but now, not a single one had been broken. Master, what should we do? The 9-headed lion hurriedly looked at Brent. Facing such a scene, it truly felt powerless and could only look to Brent helplessly. It's fine. Brent shook his head, his expression still completely calm. He had been observing these restriction nets and seemed to sense a familiar aura. How strange. What are they doing? Brent frowned. Even in the forbidden zone, their aura was everywhere. Master, we're being surrounded. We're about to die. You have to think of something. The 9-headed lion's face was filled with terror. It stood behind Brent, attacking the restriction nets frantically, nearly despairing. Humph. Brent lifted his eyes to the rapidly encroaching restriction nets around them. With a cold snort, an invisible force shook violently in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. A loud noise echoed in the area, as beams of light from exploding restrictions flashed continuously throughout the abyss. In mere moments, countless restriction nets exploded like fireworks during the new year. Don't come closer. The 9-headed lion hid behind Brent, watching as the restriction nets lunged towards its face. It reached out its claws in panic, shrieking in fear and despair. But just then, those countless nets exploded right before its eyes without touching it at all. The 9-headed lion was stunned dumbfounded. Its master had shattered all those nets so effortlessly. Without even lifting a finger, a mere cold snort was enough to finish it. This is too powerful. Cough, cough. The 9-headed lion awkwardly cleared its throat, slowly retracting its flailing hands from its death struggle. It sneaked a glance at Brent, finding that he wasn't looking at it, and let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, what a disgrace. The 9-headed lion was thoroughly embarrassed, looking down at its 4 feet, feeling awkward enough to carve out a house. As a mighty able king, it had screamed in terror. If others knew this, wouldn't it be laughed off? Brent remained calm. Though he saw the 9-headed lion's expression, he merely smiled slightly, shook his head, and said nothing. Let's go. We'll continue down. Brent emitted a sharp, cold light and stepped forward, accelerating towards the bottom of the abyss. He was filled with curiosity about what lay below and wanted to explore further. He wished to find the source of that strange aura. Master, wait for me. The 9-headed lion, seeing its powerful master, suddenly became excited and rushed to keep up with Brent. Chapter 77. Hee. I will ride the master and conquer the world. Hush, hush. The gale continued to rage, and this black abyss seemed bottomless. Brent and his company kept falling at a rapid pace, yet they still hadn't reached the bottom of the abyss. Bang, bang, bang. Layers upon layers of restraining nets continuously exploded around Brent, none of which could get close to him. Master. The able looked at its surroundings in shock. Its body clung tightly to Brent, with excitement and astonishment visible in its eyes. It had never imagined that its master could be so powerful. Some of the restraining nets even filled it with deep fear. However, before its master, these nets were nothing but spider webs, easily shattered. He is truly formidable. The able marveled inwardly. Considering the situation, even though it had been subdued, perhaps its luck wasn't too bad. With such a powerful master, wouldn't future displays of strength mean even greater impunity? At the thought of this, the able smiled, revealing its fangs. Thump. Finally, they hit the bottom of the abyss. Brent and the able emerged from the dark mist at the abyss's bottom, landing on solid ground. Hush, hush. A thick layer of black fog enveloped the entire abyss bottom. Icy breezes caressed Brent's hair gently. Brent's expression turned stern. His hands folded behind his back. His eyes emitted startling light as he slowly lifted his head and surveyed the area. The able had vanished from beside him. Complete silence reigned over the bottom of the abyss. Fanner. A familiar voice called out from not far away. Then, out of the heavy mist, a middle-aged Winchester walked gracefully forward. She looked kind and affectionate, reaching out her hand to beckon Brent. Brent suddenly turned, raising his gaze to meet a familiar yet strange face. His whole body trembled, his eyes filled with intense longing and sorrow. Steph. Brent called softly, his lips quivering, his eyes reddening. 10,000 years had passed. He finally called out again what he dreamed of hearing himself say. Fanner, come closer. Let Steph see you. The middle-aged Winchester looked lovingly at Brent, tears forming in her eyes. Steph, I'm coming. Brent slowly replied, walking towards the Winchester. His mind remained clear. He knew what was happening here all along. But, faced with this long-awaited scene, he didn't want to shatter it. Not that he couldn't, but he simply did not wish to. Even one more second would be precious. Fanner, you've become thin. Steph misses you. The Winchester gently raised her hand, caressing Brent's cheek, her words brimming with care. Steph, I miss you too. Brent's body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by sadness and desolation. So Chester years. He finally felt that warm sensation again. He carefully examined his mother's features, afraid this beautiful moment would disappear. Fanner you. The Winchester slowly smoothed Brent's long hair, her eyes filled with love. But the next instant, an unexpected change occurred. The Winchester dissolved into a grotesque demon covered in rotten flesh. Roar. Ivory roared, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, lunging viciously at Brent's head. Brent sighed lightly, still immersed in sorrow, but his hands were already locked onto the creature. As the demon transformed, his palm glowed white and lightly slapped its head. Bang! Ivory exploded before Brent's eyes, turning into scattered bones. Brent shook his head. The bones didn't touch him due to the Yuan force protection surrounding his body. Soon, I will revive you all soon. Determination filled Brent's eyes. Once he resolved all family matters and rescued all the lost clan members outside, he would begin preparing for their revival. Such a realistic illusion. It would indeed be hard for ordinary cultivators to cope. Brent sighed lightly as he came out of the illusion. He then took steps toward where the Able was trapped. In fact, he had seen through all the arrangements here from the start. At first, he was hesitant to destroy this dream. Now, the dream was over. Tap tap. Step by step, Brent walked towards the place where the Able was trapped. The place where the Able King was located wasn't far from Brent. At this moment, the Able King was immersed in its own beautiful illusion. Haha, my xiuxian rider, you better go fast. Go, go. The Able King was laughing uncontrollably. The eyes on its 9 heads had almost narrowed into slits. Brent slowly walked over. Watching the appearance of the Able King, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This guy, even in an illusion, is still thinking about finding a xiuxian to be his rider. Truly, he never changes. Master, hurry up. If you're any slower, I'm going to whip you. The Able King seemed to be holding a whip in its hand, whipping quickly behind it, appearing rather mad. Haha, from now on, I'll ride the master and dominate the world. I, the Able King, will surely become a legend among xiuxians. Listening to the Able's increasingly insane words, Brent's teeth clenched with a clicking sound, and his smile froze, turning cold. This audacious Able actually thought of making him its mount, which infuriated him. If he didn't give it a taste of what's to come, this creature would certainly not behave in the future. Master, you better hurry. The suddenly laughing Able King let out a frightened cry, its expression panic-stricken as it collapsed on the ground, clearly terrified by something beyond imagination, even tucking its tail. Don't wail, I don't want xiuxian mounts anymore. Help me. Mommy, I want mommy, please save me. The Able King struggled incessantly, its spirit weakening, fear filling its gaze, as if experiencing some terrifying scene. Humph. Brent gave a cold snort. Seeing that the Able King had endured some suffering, he slowly approached and pointed a finger at its head, helping it break free from the illusion. No. The Able King screamed in terror, its limbs thrashing wildly as it resisted the surrounding strangeness. With the infusion of Brent's spiritual energy, the Able suddenly broke free from the terrifying illusion. It then saw Brent standing before it, looking at it coldly. Wail, master, my greatest master, you finally came to save me. You are simply a bright sun in my life, rescuing me from endless darkness. My admiration for you is like the mighty river, endless and flowing. And like, the Able King wiped away tears and snot while hugging Brent's leg tightly, speaking gratitude incessantly. It had indeed been scared stiff. Just a little bit more, and its 9 heads would have been turned into braised lion heads. Fortunately, its heads were saved. However, it was still perplexed. How did things go so wrong when riding the master? Why was it suddenly plunged into a pot of boiling oil? Chapter 78, The World Deep in the Abyss. Tell me what you experienced inside the illusion. Brent lowered his head, a slight smirk on the corner of his mouth while a trace of coldness still lingered in his eyes as he scrutinized the Able King. What did I experience? Cough, cough. Well, in the illusion, I was surrounded and attacked by Chestry people. Then, I fought with them to the point where the sky turned dark and light vanished. In the end, when I couldn't hold on any longer and was about to die, Master, you appeared and powerfully killed all those people. Master, you don't know how strong you were inside there. You were invincible. Those bad people who beat me into the ground were instantly pinned down by just your one finger, saving me from near death. So, that's why I am so grateful to you. The Able King said these lies seriously without even blinking an eye, wiping away fake tears at the moving moments. Is what you're saying true? Brent stared intently at the Able King, gritting his teeth as he listened to the lie being told. The Able King failed to hear the implied meaning in Brent's words. It thumped its chest, held its head high, and stubbornly insisted. Master, how dare I deceive you? Every word I've said is true. My admiration for you is simply... Bang! Brent didn't bother hearing the nonsense anymore and slapped the Able King right on its head. Thud! The Able King was smacked into the ground by Brent's slap, creating a deep crater. Humph! If you dare to offend me again, I'll make you regret it. Brent gave a cold snort, then turned his back on the Able King and slowly walked deeper into the dark abyss. Ouch! It hurts. The Able King touched the bump on its head, wincing in pain, and looked at Brent doubtfully, now losing confidence. Could it be that Master discovered I rode him in the illusion? Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the Able King as he watched Brent's figure, feeling increasingly fearful and uncertain. I swear this is too scary. Everything I experienced in the illusion is known to Master. The Able King shrank its neck, sensing a chilling wind swirling around its head. It immediately got up and hurried after Brent. Master, wait for me. Having committed such a major mistake, it had to find ways to show better behavior. Break. Brent's eyes gleamed as he instantly found the location of the array's focal point and pointed towards it. Boom. The earth shook, a loud explosion echoed in the abyss, and the numerous array formations centered on the illusionary formation were shattered by Brent's single finger. The darkness of the abyss was now fully exposed before their eyes. The inside of the dark abyss looks like this? The Able King gazed at the scene before him, shock and curiosity evident in its eyes. At the bottom of the abyss, there existed another world. Brent's expression remained calm as he slowly lifted his head to gaze upon this world. Looking around, the world seemed shrouded in a blood-red veil, with the heart-stirring red color filling every corner. The sky was obscured by thick, impenetrable clouds of blood-red mist, burying the sun, moon, and stars deep within, resembling a lost starry expanse. The land exhibited a terrifying crimson hue, as if stained by boundless blood, stretching endlessly without visible limits. Silence prevailed everywhere, eerie and spine-chilling. Not a sound could be heard. Tap, tap. Brent led the Able King step by step through this world, releasing his divine senses to explore. Whirl, whirl. Suddenly, red whirlwinds began to form in the blood-colored world, sweeping up red sand from the ground and enveloping the heavens and earth. The whole world seemed to undergo a mysterious transformation due to their arrival. I wonder if there are any time-altering chaos stones in this world. Brent frowned. His spiritual awareness detected no signs of what he sought in this desolate world. Maybe in other worlds. Brent sighed lightly, knowing that chaos stones were not easily found. He had only stumbled upon one once, when he first entered the pristine Forbidden Zone and arrived in that ruined world. That world had no peril, merely an ancient battlefield where countless powerful beings had fallen, endowed with time acceleration and countless transformations. This had shaped him into who he was today. In the northwest direction, there seems to be extremely powerful restrictions. I wonder what's inside. Brent murmured softly, planning to take the able king to investigate that area. Boom. At this moment, a thunderclap that shook the heavens and earth erupted in this world, causing the entire world to begin shaking violently. Immediately after, countless thick lightning bolts descended like catastrophic tribulations, ruthlessly striking the ground. Each strike triggered scenes of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, creating deep craters from which thick smoke billowed. Bang! Bang! The once flat and solid ground suddenly sank without warning. Large chunks of earth began falling continuously, forming terrifying fissures over a dozen meters wide with unfathomable depths. Roar! Faint sounds echoed up from underground, as if countless demons trapped in the abyss were struggling, trying to break free and escape into the world. Brent's expression remained calm, watching all of this coldly. He had long noticed the abnormalities of this world, but did not take them seriously. Thud! Accompanied by a loud noise, a hideous, gigantic beast jumped out of a fissure and landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. This beast was not exceptionally large, about 4 meters long and less than 2 meters tall, resembling a wild wolf. However, its surrounding aura was unusually ferocious, nearly reaching the 7th realm of Tribulation Crossing. Its mouth bristled with sharp fangs, and a vertical eye grew in the center of its forehead, exuding an eerie vibe. Above its head jutted a sharp bone blade, flashing with blood-red light. Its tail, shaped like a hammer made of bones adorned with spikes, was undoubtedly a weapon of great lethality, causing shivers down one's spine. It was a machine of slaughter, with no discernible weaknesses anywhere on its body. Thud! Thud! Muffled noises constantly came from the ground as more and more beasts leaped out of the fissures. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of beasts had emerged, and their numbers continued to grow. These beasts crowded together densely, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The cracks in the ground acted like mysterious portals, continuously transporting more beasts into this world. They quickly occupied every inch of land, turning the originally empty plains into a sea of powerful creatures in just moments. Roar! Countless beasts roared, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. Their roar seemed like a calm chestard. The moment it landed, all the beasts charged madly towards Brent and the able king in unison. Chapter 79. Such a death makes me, the emperor, seem less grand. Hee. Haha master, leave these small fry to me. The able king looked at Brent with a fawning expression. Its tail was raised high, ready to show off its prowess before Brent, trying its best to put on an impressive purr for chesters. Go ahead then. Let's head northwest. There seems to be a restriction there. Let's see what's inside. Brent smiled faintly. Clad in white robes and with his hands clasped behind his back, he slowly stepped toward the northwest. Haha, a bunch of small fry. You dare to obstruct my master's path? You're courting death. The able king roared loudly, its figure expanding like a towering mountain. Laughing chesterically, it swiftly pounced on those demon beasts. Boom! The earth shook, the sky darkened. The able king descended from the sky, its 4 massive feet crushing hundreds of demon beasts instantly. Then it opened its huge mouth, spitting out 9 energy orbs that fiercely struck the demon beasts ahead. Rumble! The orbs flashed rapidly as they struck the crowd of demon beasts, exploding suddenly afterward. 9 massive mushroom clouds rose slowly, a fierce wave sweeping across heaven and earth, shattering countless demon beasts. He asked this world, who can match me, the emperor? The able laughed wildly, looking proudly at the demon beasts it had devastated. It held its head high, appearing utterly arrogant, its voice reverberating through the heavens. Haha! Laughing heartily, it immediately sensed something amiss. It secretly glanced behind, feeling great distress. Damn, I've overdone the showing off. Right behind it stood someone who could easily subdue it. Roar! Ivory beasts roared despite Chestery being annihilated by the able, but they showed no fear towards the able king's might, continuing to surge towards it like waves. Woohoo! All the demon beasts roared in unison, their heads glowing. The void trembled as every demon beast's third eye atop its head shot out a red beam of light. In an instant, countless red beams converged into one, forming a long spear ablaze with fire, rushing towards the able king. Hee. Daring to attack me, the emperor? Not bad. I'll finish you all. The able laughed madly, then coldly opened its 9 mouths, roaring at the swarm of demon beasts. Roar! A deafening lion's roar echoed through the heavens, resonating with profound truths, even cracking the fabric of space itself. Boom! The powerful sound wave created a towering sandstorm, carrying destructive force that rapidly swept away in all directions. Bang! The light-formed spear shattered instantly upon contact with the sound wave. Roar! Ivory beasts, unable to evade the sandstorm, exploded one after another. Woohoo! In no time, the able cleared a path, the surrounding ground littered with demon beast corpses, blood flowing everywhere. Haha, have you seen the might of your emperor? The able king grew more excited as it killed, roaring triumphantly and charging excitedly into the crowd of demon beasts ahead, continuously slaughtering them. Puff! Even the demon beasts at the sage level were scattered by the able king, powerless against its onslaught, ultimately being crushed by its claws. Behind the able king walked a white-robed figure, his long hair flowing, hands clasped behind his back, stepping forward calmly. Roar! From deep within the earth came another round of roars, echoing through the heavens, icy and eerie. Boom! Boom! Then, 8 great sage-level demon beasts burst out from underground, blocking the able's path. Great sage-level demon beasts dare to block my path. Seeking death. The Able swallowed the sage-level demon beast in its mouth, licking its lips as it looked at the 8 great sage-level demon beasts ahead, eyes devoid of fear. As an ancient, anomalous beast, it was almost invincible at its level. Even great sage-level demon beasts were nothing to it. Haha, tiny demon beasts, come into my mouth. Laughing wildly, revealing its arrogant nature, the Able rushed first at the 8 great sage-level demon beasts. Roar! The 8 great sage-level demon beasts roared, their third eye shooting out beams of light, also charging towards the Able. Why don't you stay hidden? Coming out means seeking death. The Able crushed a great sage-level demon beast with one slap, then turned to bite off another's head, swallowing it whole. The remaining 6 great sage-level demon beasts, under the cover of countless other demon beasts, finally broke through the Able's defenses and rapidly charged to its front. Roar! The 6 great sage-level demon beasts opened their mouths and fiercely bit into the Able's body, roaring as they tried to sever its limbs. Clang! A dull sound, like metal striking metal, rang out from the Able's body. Not only was the Able powerful in strength, but its defense was also incredibly strong. The attacks from those demon beasts only caused minor injuries to it, nothing serious. You little whelps, daring to bite me? Get lost. The Able roared angrily, shaking its entire body, attempting to shake off the 6 great sage-level demon beasts. Roar! At this moment, the 6 great sage-level demon beasts erupted with fierce temperaments. Even though they were shaken to a bloody pulp by the Able, they still did not let go. They bit onto various parts of the Able, its neck, thighs, effectively restricting its movements. Roar! Just then, an imperially quasi-level demon beast rapidly burst out from underground, instantly appearing before the Able king, opening its mouth to bite at its head. This sudden move left the Able stunned. My goodness! Don't! The Able was frantically struggling, its eyes filled with terror. No matter how much it struggled, it was already too late. The imperially quasi-level demon beast had been planning this for a long time, moving so fast that it had appeared right in front of it, leaving no room for any chance. Huff huff! The stench of rotten breath from the demon beast's massive mouth had already enveloped the Able's head. In the next instant, it would not hesitate to crush its skull. Is the great me going to be done for? The Able felt despair within it, its body still tightly restrained by the 6 great sage-level demon beasts, unable to budge at all. The saliva of the imperially quasi-level demon beast dripped onto its face, emitting a strong, foul smell. And Brent was still hundreds of meters away, far too distant to save it in time. Sigh? Damn it, dying like this. It's not very grandiose. The Able closed its eyes unwillingly, waiting quietly for death to arrive. Chapter 80. How could I be absent for such a life and death situation? Bang! A deafening explosion echoed beside the Able king. In its shocked eyes, that overwhelmingly powerful demon beast slowly turned into ashes and dissipated in front of it. This? The Able turned its head to look at Brent far away, utterly astonished. That was a quasi-emperor level demon beast, yet it was extinguished by just one finger from his master. Truly terrifying. Are you giving up so easily? Brent smiled slightly as he slowly approached the Able king, looking down at it. Master, thank you for your assistance. The Able king's eyes lit up with excitement as it immediately jumped up and rushed toward Brent, its tail held high. Whine! Demon beasts roared across the mountainside, feeling the astonishing aura echesterating from Brent. They fled in all directions, terrified. And those 6 great sage-level demon beasts, after the death of the quasi-emperor level 1, hastily loosened their bites on the Able king and also fled far away. Humph! Thinking of escaping, Brent watched coldly as the fleeing demon beasts, lightly stepping on the ground with his right foot. Boom! A powerful mental shockwave rapidly spread outward, unstoppable. Whine! Countless demon beasts screamed in fear, collapsing like wheat blown by the wind, falling silent. Even those 6 great sage-level demon beasts did not escape, exploding into ashes. Within a few breaths, every demon beast in the area had been wiped out completely. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew, carrying smoke through the air. This place once again returned to its former desolation. This. The Able stared in shock at this scene, breathing heavily, an incredulous look on its face as it gazed at Brent, waves of awe surging in its heart. Facing millions of demon beasts, his master simply lifted and then gently placed his right foot. Then there was nothing more. All the demon beasts were dead. Master. The Able quickly forced a smile, obediently snuggling close to Brent's feet. It feared that Brent might remember how it treated him as a mount in the illusion and become angry enough to kick it too. That would be terrible. Let's go. Brent looked somewhat puzzled at the now docile Able king, not understanding why this creature had suddenly become so gentle. Without further ado, he walked ahead, swiftly flying toward the northwest direction. Master, wait for me. The Able king hurriedly shouted and quickly chased after Brent. To the northwest, a blood-red formation enveloped the earth. Inside the formation, crimson fog obscured everything, making it unclear what existed within. Brent stood before the blood-red formation with the Able remaining still. Subsequently, Brent pointed at the formation. Boom! The formation shattered, releasing blood-red light shooting into the sky. Thick blood mist began to dissipate, revealing an ancient and vast aura, as if a fierce primordial demon emperor were descending. The majestic pressure surged like ocean waves. What is this? The Able widened its eyes, standing on the bone-strewn ground, looking up in shock. At the horizon's edge, an endless sea of blood appeared. Above this blood sea emerged a palace. An ancient and mysterious immortal palace stood tall, like a formidable castle, reaching into the clouds, blocking out the sky and sun. The entire immortal palace was covered in thick layers of greenish rust, as if it had weathered countless ages. Outside the castle, intricate and complex patterns flowed continuously like living worms, emitting peculiar lights. The entire immortal palace hovered above the blood sea, rising and sinking like a setting sun. The bronze immortal palace. Brent couldn't help but exclaim, filled with astonishment. Though he had heard about this legendary place, he never imagined he would actually witness it firsthand. The tales of the bronze immortal palace were not widely known, and he only knew bits from ancient texts. Legend has it that the Bronze Immortal Palace only appears during specific times, and each appearance is extremely brief, followed by vanishing without a trace into the void. However, whenever it appeared, the entire world plunged into endless wars because of it. Countless lives turned to ashes. It was historically known as the Dark Turmoil. Brent speculated that the massive war that swept the entire world millions of years ago might also be related to the Bronze Immortal Palace. Could the strange occurrences also be linked to the Bronze Immortal Palace? Brent felt a bit wary. He had sensed an eerie aura on the restricted web in the dark abyss. This presence was even more pronounced at the Bronze Immortal Palace, where it also seemed tainted with eerie vibes. Everything about this seemed very abnormal. He couldn't help but think that there might be some connection between the two. Master, what should we do now? The able king felt some fear deep down. After all, this was the legendary Bronze Immortal Palace, tainted with ominous and terrifying elements. For countless years, no one had ever walked out of the Bronze Immortal Palace alive. It was practically synonymous with hell. Let's go. We'll take a look inside. Brent remained calm as he stepped onto the sea of blood and flew toward the Bronze Immortal Palace. Since he had come all this way, he was determined to find out what secrets were hidden within the Bronze Immortal Palace. Go inside. Look, look. The able king's mouth trembled in fear, his face turning green, eyes wide open, unable to believe his own ears. Faced with the most mysterious great terror and great misfortune in history, anyone else would have tried to escape if they could. Yet, not only did his master not try to avoid it, he actually wanted to go inside and see. What the heck? Was that place somewhere you could just go and see if you wanted to? The able king hesitated, glancing at Brent, then looking back behind him, uncertain. Woof woof. At that moment, from behind the able king, a sinister and eerie sound echoed from the distant, mist-covered area. The chill in the air was almost freezing the space around it, revealing an aura akin to that of a quasi-emperor realm being. Damn, don't mess with me. The able felt a bit flustered. It was like having wolves in front and tigers behind. Nowhere felt safe. Master, wait for me. I'm coming. How can little lion be absent from such life and death situations? Feeling the terrifying aura echesterating from behind, the able king's face instantly changed. He quickly jumped up and rushed toward Brent's figure. Comparing the two options, he felt that staying by Brent's side was still safer. Chapter 81. Isn't this just offering ourselves up? Who? Above the blood sea, fierce winds howled as waves of blood surged toward the sky. Brent was swiftly traveling through the sky above the blood sea with the able, enveloped by a transparent dome that shielded them from contamination by the blood sea. Master, are we really going to the Bronze Immortal Temple? That's an enormous terror. The able king looked at the increasingly close Bronze Immortal Temple, his expression changing frequently, filled with fear. The distant Bronze Immortal Temple loomed like a mountain, suppressing the blood sea, emitting a heavy and ancient aura, dark and imposing. Even this aura made the able king feel as if hundreds of thousands of pounds of rocks were pressing on his heart, almost suffocating him. No need to worry. I'm quite curious about what mysteries the Bronze Immortal Temple holds. Brent had his hands behind his back, calm and composed, his long hair fluttering in the wind behind him. His eyes shone brightly as he examined the Bronze Immortal Temple closely. His divine perception faintly sensed that the Chaos Stone he sought might be inside the Bronze Immortal Temple. Roar! Rolling through the blood sea, sudden, piercing screams erupted. Then, countless powerful skeletons surged out of the blood sea, all charging towards Brent and the able. Whistle! Among them was a 1,000-foot-tall blood-colored skeleton holding a heaven-cleaving axe, blocking their path. Its eyes blazed with fiery light, radiating an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth. I swear, it's an Empyrean. The able king shrieked in terror, disbelief written all over his face, trembling violently. They had just entered the blood sea on their way to the Bronze Immortal Temple and immediately encountered an Empyrean-level skeleton. To run into such a powerful enemy right away, wasn't this like serving yourself up on a platter? Meeting a big boss right at the start, this kind of treatment is unheard of. If an Empyrean-level skeleton can only guard the entrance, what kind of power could be inside the Bronze Immortal Temple? Emperor level? Thinking of this, the able king couldn't help but pull his neck inward, taking a deep breath, feeling somewhat despondent. The Bronze Immortal Temple indeed lived up to its reputation of having no exit once you enter. It thought that after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, reaching the Great Sage Realm meant it was very powerful. After emerging, it believed it could easily dominate the world with its Great Sage Realm strength, spreading its fame for millennia. But now, it realized this was merely a dream. At the Great Sage Realm, perhaps it doesn't even count for much. In such a short time, it had experienced life and death countless times. If not for Master protecting it, its grave would likely already be covered with grass. Master the able king involuntarily raised its head to look at Brent, filled with fear and a sense of defeat. Against an Empyrean-level skeleton, it wasn't a match and would be instantly killed. Now, it could only rely on Brent. It knew Brent was powerful, but it wasn't clear exactly how powerful. Above the Sage Realm, each realm is divided into 9 sublevels. For instance, it was at the 7th sublevel of the Great Sage Realm, or Great Sage 7th level. It guessed that Brent could kill an Empyrean 1st level monster, so his realm might be around Empyrean 3rd or 4th level. However, the skeleton now in front of them had the power of an Empyrean 5th level. Could his master withstand it? The able king had no confidence, because it felt Brent's aura fluctuating unpredictably, making it impossible to judge his realm. When Brent didn't act, there was hardly any fluctuation in his aura, making him seem like an ordinary person. But when he acted, his aura exceeded the opponent's in an instant, reaching the level where he could easily destroy the enemy. Back in the Great Wasteland, when Brent suppressed it with one hand, it thought Brent was at the peak of the Great Sage Realm. But when Brent killed an Empyrean 3rd level monster with a single finger, it felt Brent was beyond Empyrean 3rd level. Now, seeing Brent remain so calm in the presence of an Empyrean 5th level skeleton, its conjecture wavered again. Perhaps his master was at Empyrean 7th or 8th level. The able took a deep breath, gazing in shock at Brent, greatly shaken. But then, the able shook its head, unable to believe its own conjecture. That was beyond Empyrean's 7th level. A few steps forward. Wouldn't that mean reaching the legendary Emperor realm? Millions of years have passed, and cultivators at the Great Emperor realm have not appeared again. Cultivators at the near Emperor 7th or 8th heaven layer have already reached the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Is its master really that terrifying? About to reach the Great Emperor realm? The Able was greatly shaken, finding it hard to believe. In an instant while the Able was distracted, all the skeletons in the sky followed the 1,000-foot skeleton and quickly attacked Brent and the Able. Roar! Heaven and earth shook as the blood sea surged. The 1,000-foot skeleton held a heaven-cleaving axe, tearing through space, and slashed straight toward Brent. At the same time, countless skeletons launched their attacks, mercilessly striking them. Brent watched coldly with his hands still unmoving, and the aura around him suddenly rose sharply. The transparent light dome surrounding them suddenly emitted intense light, then trembled violently, and an overwhelming force rapidly spread outwards. Boom! Heaven and earth exploded, the sky turned blood red, and all the attacks were instantly shattered. Roar! Bam bam! In the blink of an eye, those skeletons above the blood sea were disintegrated into ashes by this energy one by one with terrible screams. Clang! The 1,000-foot skeleton roared in anger, holding the heaven-cleaving axe, and fiercely struck this energy, emitting a deafening sound. Crack! In just an instant, the heaven-cleaving axe shattered, and the near Emperor realm skeleton was left with half of its bones broken, stumbling backward. Brent remained silent, calmly extending his palm from behind and pointing at the 1,000-foot skeleton. A thick beam of light, shimmering with 7 colors, shot out from Brent's finger, piercing straight toward the 1,000-foot skeleton. Roar! The 1,000-foot skeleton howled, swiftly forming a blood-colored ball of light with its hands, striking ferociously at Brent. Bang! Another thunderous explosion. The blood ball was directly pierced through by Brent's finger, and the remaining power hit the 1,000-foot skeleton without losing any momentum. Boom! Space exploded, and chaotic energy spread. The near Emperor realm 1,000-foot skeleton was shattered by Brent's single finger. Chapter 82. How could such a leg go unhugged? Holy sh*t. Holy sh*t. Holy sh*t. The Able King, witnessing this scene, was completely stunned. It gazed blankly at the skeleton of the near Emperor realm that had turned to ashes, so shocked it seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. It absent-mindedly lifted its paw to tap its head, trying to confirm whether it was dreaming. That was a skeleton at the 5th level of the near Emperor realm, capable of obliterating all under heaven with a mere gesture. Across the entire world, how Chestery could be its match? It was virtually invincible. Yet now, its master merely extended one finger, just one finger, and such an immensely powerful skeleton was annihilated, exploding into pieces before its eyes. See, could its master be an emperor? The Able King looked at Brent with an excited expression, rubbing its head against Brent's trouser leg, continuously demonstrating its obedience and submissiveness. And master, such a powerful leg, it definitely had to cling tightly, not letting go for anything. Above the sea of blood, after Brent's action, no more skeletons appeared. Only the surging sea of blood and swirling mist remained. Let's go. Brent's face was calm as he carried the Able King and swiftly arrived unimpeded at the region where the bronze immortal temple stood. Whoosh! A vast and heavy aura spread across the entire sky and earth. Looking around, layers of white bones covered the ground around the bronze immortal temple. Most of these bones had slowly weathered away over time, leaving only bone powder. Occasionally, some bones shimmered with a crystalline glow, standing tall even in the cold wind, like monuments. In such an extensive area, bones were everywhere, forming a scene created by countless corpses. A long stone road extended forward, starting from beneath Brent's feet, and stretching all the way to the entrance of the bronze immortal temple. Clack! Clack! Brent and the 9-headed lion walked step by step on this stone road, moving slowly forward. Master, I don't know why, but besides feeling sinister and terrifying here, I also sense a deep sorrow and despair. It seems like my ancestors once fought here, spilling their blood, and eventually resting eternally here. The Able King looked at Brent, puzzled and unable to understand why it felt this way. Yes, I feel it too. Perhaps our xiuxian ancestors once united with your forebears and fought here. However, the outcome might have been grim. They left behind their indomitable will here, lingering without dispersing. Brent spoke mildly, seeing numerous xiuxian skeletons still maintaining their combat stances, their crystalline bones enduring through countless years without falling. What is inside the bronze immortal temple? Why did they fight here? The Able King raised its head, looking around for clues. All mysteries may be revealed when we open the bronze immortal temple. Brent murmured as he led the Able King closer to the temple. At this moment, accompanied by a deep rumble, the entire bronze immortal temple shook violently. Boom! Deafening roars filled the air, and suddenly thunder rumbled overhead above the bronze immortal temple. In the blink of an eye, countless lightning bolts, thick as buckets, descended from the sky, roaring wildly like fierce beasts. These bolts possessed terrifying power, emitting a majestic and ancient aura. Even a grand sage would find it difficult to withstand such a formidable attack. Thud! Simultaneously, a chaotic aura enveloped the bronze immortal temple, releasing a stifling, heavy pressure. It felt like 10,000 towering mountains pressing down on the shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Master! The Able King screamed in fear. The sudden appearance of the lightning caught it completely off guard. If struck, it would instantly turn to ashes. Moreover, the chaotic aura from the bronze immortal temple suppressed it so heavily that even moving became incredibly arduous, let alone resisting. Humph! Brent gave a cold snort, slowly lifting his head and shooting a thick beam of light from his eyes directly toward the lightning above. Bang! 10,000 lightning bolts exploded instantly, scattering in front of them. Crack! Brent's beam continued advancing unimpeded, destroying even the formation triggering the lightning. In a few breaths, the place quieted down, the lightning having dissipated entirely. Whoosh! The Able King patted its chest, breathing heavily and wiping the cold sweat from its forehead. It had truly been terrified just now. Its life had almost slipped away. Let's go. Brent's expression remained calm as he stepped toward the bronze immortal temple. The Able glanced around nervously, quickly following Brent's steps, sticking close to him. Buzz. The destruction of the thunder array seemed to activate the entire bronze immortal temple. It rumbled loudly, like an awakened emperor, emitting a thick aura of killing intent. Whistling. The power of the rules of the entire bronze immortal temple spread out, transforming into attacks covering the sky, pelting down on Brent and the Able like rain. And Master. The Able was instantly frightened witless, feeling as if misfortunes never came singly. Those countless attacks, each containing the power of heaven and earth, could almost kill it effortlessly. This is too terrifying. The Able's face turned pale. If not for holding its heart, it might have leaped out in fright. No need to worry. Brent spoke lightly, his long hair fluttering while he calmly continued towards the bronze immortal temple. He never once looked up at the sky full of attacks above him. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed in the sky. All the attacks detonated in the air above Brent's head, as if blocked by an impervious shield that offered him no harm whatsoever. Thud. The protective barrier around Brent vibrated heavily, a force rapidly sweeping outwards. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, all the arrays were shattered by Brent. No more attacks appeared in the sky. Silence returned, with only the sound of wind. Whoosh. Brent led the Able swiftly to the entrance of the bronze immortal temple. Thud. A heavy sound slowly echoed, as the massive bronze doors, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, gradually opened. The bronze immortal temple, sealed for millions of years, finally reopened. Brent entered without any hesitation, lifting his foot to step inside. The Able closely followed behind. Chapter 83. The Path to Immortality. Rushing water. The ripples on the surface were slight. The entrance of the bronze immortal hall was like a water curtain containing spatial power, shimmering with a trace of chaotic spatial force within. Brent and the Able stepped into the water curtain, feeling as if they were immersed in water, but also as if they were in a vacuum, losing all senses. Without knowing how much time had passed, they slowly emerged from the water curtain. So this is the interior of the bronze immortal hall. The Able curiously observed its surroundings with awe, restraining its impulse not to venture ahead. Having experienced previous crises, it had been thoroughly frightened. For its survival, it decided to stay close to Brent this time, not going anywhere else. The time here? Brent exclaimed in surprise. After passing through the water curtain, he keenly sensed that the speed of time had changed in this space. Although the time didn't accelerate by 10,000 times as incredibly, it at least sped up by 100-fold. Could there be primordial stones in this space? Brent muttered to himself, slightly excited. He hastily extended his divine sense to probe around. After a moment, Brent gently shook his head. This space was still full of prohibitions. Many areas were impermeable to his divine sense, making it impossible to know what lay inside. Tap tap. Footsteps sounded as Brent led the Able deeper into the bronze immortal hall. Unable to detect anything with divine sense, he decided to break through the prohibitions and personally investigate. Inside the bronze immortal hall, clouds and mists enveloped everything, and yellow sand filled the sky, forming its own separate realm. It was eerily silent, with the world filled with an atmosphere of death, cold and desolate. Bones were scattered everywhere on the ground, with no other objects present. A broad path stretched endlessly before them, seemingly never-ending. Wind blowing. The fierce wind howled as Brent and the Able swiftly traveled along the path. In no time, they had traversed thousands of miles. Even after 3 days of continuous travel, Brent found nothing special here. His divine sense remained alert, but detected no traces of the primordial stone. Master, look ahead, there's a stone monument. The Able exclaimed in surprise. A towering monument, reaching hundreds of feet high, appeared on the path before them. Let's check it out. Brent's eyes narrowed. In the blink of an eye, he and the Able arrived at the monument and looked up at it. This is actually the immortal monument. The monument bore only 4 characters. Path to Immortality, written in powerful strokes, faintly glowing amidst the swirling sands, radiating an indescribable meaning. Brent and the Able exchanged glances, deeply moved by those 4 characters. Path to Immortality. These words held immense significance. To become an immortal. It was the dream of all cultivators, the ultimate pursuit of their cultivation. It was the dream of all cultivators, the ultimate pursuit of their cultivation. Even Brent couldn't help but feel his heart race and his expression change upon seeing these words. Does reaching the end of this path mean we become immortals? The Able marveled, a hint of excitement in its eyes, circling around the immortal monument. Becoming an immortal. It's too difficult. Brent shook his head and sighed. At some point, legends of immortality had vanished from this world. Despite scouring ancient history, he could only find fleeting mentions of immortality in the oldest records. Back then, Hutchester cultivators, upon achieving the peak of their cultivation, could ascend to the immortal realm by breaking through the world barrier via the ascension platform. But now, all of that had faded away. An invisible hand seemed to control the entire world, sealing everything off. Since then, the way between heaven and earth had been severed, and no one could achieve immortality anymore. This reality was both frustrating and hopeless. Yes, I don't understand why this world can no longer produce immortals. The Able's excitement gradually dissipated, bowing its head as it pondered the harsh reality. Why has this happened? The Able whispered, bewildered and unable to comprehend why the world had reached this state. Let's go and see what lies at the end of this path to immortality. Brent's face regained its composure. He crossed the immortal monument and once again sped deeper down the grand path. Right? Let's go see. Perhaps we really can achieve immortality. The Able shook its head, a hint of anticipation appearing on its face as it quickly followed Brent's pace. Wind blowing. Amidst the howling winds and swirling yellow sands, 2 figures sped through the area like flashes of light. Master, how does the path to immortality have no end? We've been traveling for almost 3 days. If we were in the mortal realm, we would have crossed Chestery large realms by now. The Able looked around, a hint of restlessness appearing on its face. As far as the eye could see, Everything was desolate and yellowish-brown, with the ground still covered with endless bones. It was hard to imagine just how chestry living beings had perished here. Be at peace. The path to immortality is also a path to temper the mind. We've entered an illusion. Brent's expression was calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, slowly stopping in midair above the path, standing quietly in place. What? An illusion? How did I not sense it at all? The Able was greatly alarmed. It hurriedly looked around, but didn't detect any abnormality. Without hope, without desire, without intention, without thought, all paths lead to oneness, achieving immortality through utmost goodness. Brent murmured, sighing deeply. He had just come to this realization. After crossing the immortal monument, he still had desires in his heart, to obtain the Chaos Stone and discover what lay at the end of the path to immortality. Thus, his mind was unsettled, and he unknowingly fell into the illusion created by the immortal monument. Upon hearing Brent's words, the Able instantly understood the issue. It immediately focused its mind, closed its eyes slowly, and then opened them again. Its eyes were now clear and free from complicated thoughts. Break it apart. Brent stood quietly, surveying his surroundings. His divine sense locked onto the immortal monument, and then he struck it with one palm. Bang! The immortal monument exploded loudly, the void collapsed, and the winds churned. All the illusions in this place shattered at Brent's will, and their environment underwent a dramatic change. Dust drifted away, and yellow sand settled. The sky gradually became clearer, tinged with a faint crimson hue. We've actually stayed near the immortal monument this whole time. The Able looked up in amazement at the surroundings, realizing they had only walked a few meters beyond the monument. Brent kept his hands behind his back, as if he had anticipated this scene, showing no change in expression. Master, look. What's that? Suddenly, the Able widened its eyes and shouted, staring in shock at something not far ahead. Chapter 84. Safety lies in holding on. Brent slowly lifted his head to look at where the Able was pointing. Behind the immortal steel, as far as the eye could see, there appeared a vast expanse of endless flower fields. The red flower field resembled an ocean, gently swaying in a slight breeze. In the midst of this boundless sea of flowers stood a towering giant tower, pointing up towards the sky. Strands and strands of blood-red mist fell from the top of the tower, obscuring its peak from view. Let's go take a look. Brent's expression remained calm. He led the Able toward the edge of the flower field. Master, look at these flowers. The Able cried out in shock, lowering its head to gaze at the flowers before them, eyes wide with astonishment. The blood-red flowers looked like xiuxian skulls, their facial features clearly visible. Eyes, noses, all present. Even more unnerving, the corners of the skulls' mouths bore a strange smile. As the wind blew, the sea of flowers swayed, as if countless people were showing them eerie grins. Flowers of the Yellow Springs. Brent lowered his head, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized the flowers before him. He had only read about the flowers of the Yellow Springs in books before. This was his first time seeing them in person. These flowers, according to legend, only appeared in the Yellow Springs, sprouting from countless people's resentments. Brent surveyed the surroundings, looking at the scattered bones on the ground. He had a rough idea about the origin of the flowers of the Yellow Springs. What puzzled him was why, if this was the path to immortality, so chestry people had died here. Moreover, based on the bones, chestry had not met the conditions for ascension and should not have been here in the first place. Master, look below each flower. Beneath every flower is buried the remains of a living being. The Able curiously parted the dense flowers, revealing the sight beneath them and becoming visibly shocked. These are flowers of the Yellow Springs, nothing to fear. Brent remained unperturbed, stepping into the flower field and flying towards the tower in its center. Understanding the origin of the flowers of the Yellow Springs, he now had a strong interest in the tower in the middle of the flower field. Furthermore, his divine sense had detected traces of chaos stone around the tower just moments ago. A hint of joy flickered in Brent's heart. Perhaps what he sought was inside that tower. The Able took a deep breath, giving the flowers of the Yellow Springs a respectful glance before jumping to keep pace with Brent. Whoosh! The flower field rippled gently under the wind, undulating like waves. Unbeknownst to Wynn, the xiuxian-shaped skulls atop the flowers, once wearing eerie smiles, now bore a chilling expression. Drops of blood trickled from the eye sockets, fixedly watching Brent and the Able traverse through them. The void shook. The central tower in the flower field trembled, emitting wave after wave of red mist that quickly enveloped the entire flower field. Instantaneously, the entire flower field underwent dramatic changes. Countless flowers of the Yellow Springs withered at an alarming speed, merging back into the bones beneath them. Howls arose everywhere. The bones that absorbed the flowers of the Yellow Springs slowly rose to their feet. In no time, the landscape was filled with blood-red skeletons, forming a crimson sea. Roar! The blood-red skeletons roared and surged towards Brent, led by hundreds of powerful skeletons. Master, the Able watched in horror, fear flooding its eyes, inwardly cursing bitterly. This wasn't the path to immortality. This was clearly the path to become a ghost. Hell, it felt like they were descending into hell. Those hundreds of blood-red skeletons charging at them, the weakest being in the Sage realm, the strongest approaching the Quasi-Emperor realm. And there weren't just a few. They formed a formidable death battalion. If it impulsively charged forward, it would probably soon find itself successfully infiltrating the enemy's ranks, joining their company. Thinking of this, the Able couldn't help but shrink its neck slightly and edge closer to Brent. It's safer to cling onto the thigh. The Able let out a long breath, chuckling foolishly, its mouth almost splitting open to the ears, marveling at how wise its decision was. The flowers of the Yellow Springs actually have this use. Incredible. Brent spoke calmly, watching the boundless sea of blood-red skeletons with a composed face, surprise flickering in his eyes. Roar! In an instant, countless skeletons roared and rushed toward Brent. Swish! Endless attacks formed a river of blood, tearing through the void, rushing towards Brent. Scram! With his hands behind his back, Brent bellowed, and his aura surged abruptly. He stomped down with his right foot. Boom! An incomparable momentum spread from under Brent's feet, swiftly forming a colossal, glowing circular light shield. The circular light shield vibrated, then sped towards the sea of blood-red skeletons at an incredible pace. Bang! The river of blood was shattered by the light shield, turning into specks of blood mist. Then, without losing its force, the light shield collided fiercely with countless skeletons. Roar! Bang! Bang! Explosions echoed as numerous blood-red skeletons were crushed by the light shield. Even the powerful ones were blasted high into the sky, disintegrating completely. In an instant, the light shield pierced through the entire sea of blood-red skeletons, sweeping far away. Phew! Under this devastating attack, all skeletons below the Quasi-Emperor realm were shattered. Even 2 Quasi-Emperor skeletons roared in pain, their bones riddled with cracks, barely able to stand steadily. Roar! The 2 Quasi-Emperor skeletons, seemingly fearless, stabilized themselves and charged towards Brent once again, roaring. Brent remained unperturbed, standing still. Only his eyes shot out 2 beams of light rapidly towards the 2 skeletons. Boom! The heavens exploded, and chaos energy filled the air. The 2 skeletons hadn't even reached Brent when they were hit by the beams, exploding violently. Phew! The world resumed its tranquility once more. The flower fields vanished, leaving only ruins scattered on the ground. The Abel watched the aftermath of Brent's attack, swallowing hard. Although it had seen Brent's strength multiple times, it was still left in awe by this scene. He can instantly take down Quasi-Emperor level experts. This is unreal. The Abel wore a look of reverence and amazement. It recalled when Brent had knocked it down with a single slap. At that time, it felt extremely buffoon-cheat, unconvinced, and lamented its misfortune. Now, it was glad it had made the right choice then. Otherwise, it might have ended up like those skeletons, turned to dust. Haha, I'm smart indeed. The Abel puffed up proudly, its tail held high, squatting beside Brent with excitement. Let's go. Brent's face remained calm. Without pausing, he stepped forward again towards the towering giant tower. Chapter 85 The Immortal Ascension Platform. Master, look, another stone stele appears ahead. The nine-headed lion exclaimed in surprise, standing up from its squatting position and staring at the newly appeared stele without blinking. That stone stele stood beneath the tall tower, only tens of meters high, with 3 powerful large characters engraved on it. Immortal Ascension Platform. Brent read out softly, examining the stele up and down. Could this tall tower be the Immortal Ascension Platform? The nine-headed lion asked dubiously, glancing at the stele and then looking up at the tower ahead. I'm not sure either. If this is the Immortal Ascension Platform, did the ancestors really ascend to immortality through here? Brent shook his head, also feeling curious. He also wanted to know how those predecessors ascended during the myth era. Let's go inside and have a look. Excitement flickered across Brent's face, mixed with a touch of nostalgia. Perhaps today he would discover the secret of why no one could ascend in this world anymore. Creak. The gate of the first floor of the tall tower slowly opened. Brent and the nine-headed lion stepped into the tower. The first floor of the tall tower was a spacious hall with very simple decoration. Almost nothing was inside. 9 pillars were scattered around, each carved with dragons and phoenixes. 9 white, cranes flying cloud lamps hung on these pillars. Layers of Chester cloths dropped from the top of the hall, blocking the view so that one couldn't see the entire hall at a glance. Step, step. Brent led the nine-headed lion through layers of Chester cloths towards the center of the hall. Master, there are people. The nine-headed lion suddenly shouted in shock. Brent's eyes tightened, and he also looked up. That's not right, they. The nine-headed lion widened his eyes and became terrified when he clearly saw what was inside the tower. In the middle of the hall, dozens of corpses lay there. There were men and women, but every corpse was tightly covered by a layer of corpse wax. These corpses presented various postures. Some lay prostrate on the ground, their arms stretched forward as if trying desperately to grab something before dying. Some seemed unwilling to give up easily and were striking furiously at the huge bronze door behind them with weapons. Each corpse was uniquely positioned, yet all were frozen at the moment of death, lifelike. From their expressions, it was evident that these people had gone through extremely terrifying things before they died. Some seemed to have been scared to death. Who are they? Why are they here? After taking a deep breath, the nine-headed lion slowly approached these wax-covered corpses and observed them. Could they be the ones waiting for ascension countless years ago? Brent speculated, gazing at the wax corpses amidst the ruins, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Master, look, everyone's spiritual aperture is open, and there's a bloody hole on their heads. The nine-headed lion found something abnormal and stared with wide eyes, stunned. Brent also noticed this eerie detail, feeling puzzled. If this is the Immortal Ascension Platform, then weren't these people waiting for ascension here? Could ascending mean the legendary soul ascending after abandoning the body? Brent shook his head, feeling it was surreal and illogical. Firstly, if these people willingly chose to ascend, why did their bodies display such expressions of despair and pain? Secondly, judging by their wounds, it seemed they were all still alive when someone inserted something into their skulls, forcibly extracting their souls. If they were becoming immortals, why such a brutal method? Einarthermore, having reached his level, he deeply understood the importance of the body. It was the most fundamental carrier for cultivation. Even if one became an immortal, the physical body shouldn't be abandoned. Without a physical body, one would be like a rootless duckweed, drifting aimlessly, and what would become of cultivation? What's that? Ein rowing his brows. Brent looked around and suddenly noticed some murals on the ceiling of the first floor hall. Many mysterious and profound murals were painted there, but due to the erosion of time and copper rust, some appeared blurred. 10 paintings lined the ceiling of the hall. The first painting caught the eye. It was shrouded in thick blood clouds, with smoke everywhere. In these blood clouds, various bizarre creatures darted about, chilling to the bone. On the ground, countless incomplete corpses lay haphazardly, piled up like mountains. The second and third murals were blurred due to the erosion of time, making it difficult to discern their specific content. The fourth mural became gradually clearer, depicting a group of powerful cultivators from the xiuxian race emerging, their faces full of anger and covered in blood as they fiercely battled various bizarre monsters. The most shocking scene appeared in the sixth mural, a towering Huchester cultivator stood with his lower half missing, yet his eyes revealed a resolute expression. An alien spear pierced through his chest, and a long sword was askew on his head, but this cultivator still roared with laughter as he tore the alien into two halves. Next was the 8th mural, showing a massive rift opening in the sky, with countless Huchesters forming an alliance and stepping towards it without hesitation. The remaining murals had been destroyed by time, unclear of their specific content. These murals? Could they depict the darkness and chaos countless years ago? But where were those Huchesters heading? Brent muttered to himself, staring at the murals without blinking, trying to guess their meaning. Murals? The nine-headed lion, noticing Brent's expression, also looked curiously at the ceiling of the hall. It was immediately captivated by the murals. Do you know when the darkness and chaos began? Brent lowered his head to look at the nine-headed lion. The nine-headed lion shook its head. Master, I'm not quite sure either. However, I've heard from my ancestors that there was darkness and chaos even in the distant myth era. Every time the darkness and chaos arose, it brought great calamity to the entire world, causing Chestery lives to perish, and no one could escape it. But why it happens in deeper secrets, Little Lion doesn't know. Forget it. Let's go to the top of the tower. Perhaps the answers are up there. Brent nodded gently, no longer pressing for more information. He walked to a pillar, stepped onto the stairs, and prepared to ascend to the second level of the tower. Master, wait for me. The nine-headed lion glanced back at the eerie wax-covered corpses behind it, shouting as it trotted hastily to catch up with Brent. Chapter 86. Have we become immortals? Bang! With a slight tremor, Brent effortlessly broke through the second layer's restriction and entered with the able. Roar! Suddenly, a roar echoed within the second floor of the tower. Inside the second floor of the tower, a creature covered in rotten flesh suddenly appeared. It emitted a powerful aura and charged towards Brent and the able with a roar. Master, be careful! The able roared and rushed forward urgently, striking at the corpse with one paw. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out as the corpse was slapped away by the able, crashing heavily against the wall of the tower. Roar! The corpse roared again, rising from the ground and extending its claws straight towards Brent and the able. Is this corpse's bones really this hard? The able was greatly alarmed. Its full force attack did not inflict any damage on the corpse, but merely sent it flying. This was utterly absurd. It was a great sage-level demon beast, not a cabbage by the roadside. How could it become so weak? Cultivator of Chi. Brent's eyes narrowed as he saw through the essence of the corpse. These were very powerful cultivators from the mythical era, practicing techniques entirely different from those today. They belonged to another system, known briefly as cultivators of Chi. They focused on body refinement, using a robust physique as the foundation of their cultivation. When they became powerful, their physical bodies would be incredibly hard, capable of shattering the void just with their physical strength. They are cultivators of Chi. No wonder their bodies are so tough. The able suddenly understood, and the despondency on its face diminished somewhat. Roar! In an instant, the corpse rushed up, its exposed bones flashing ominously and emitting a terrifying aura. Humph! I want to see just how hard a cultivator of Chi's body can be. Brent's expression was cold. He stood still, exuding a strong aura that pressed down on the corpse. Bang! The tower trembled lightly. The corpse was suppressed by Brent's aura 3 meters away and slammed heavily into the ground. Roar! The corpse struggled desperately, but it felt like countless mountains were pressing on it, making it immobile. Buzz! Brent's aura grew stronger. He continually applied pressure to the corpse, wanting to find its limit. Crack! Bones snapped under immense pressure, visible cracks forming rapidly before breaking loudly. Bang! Another tremor, and the entire body of the corpse was crushed by Brent, finally silenced. Not bad. If such a physique were to recover fully, there wouldn't be Chestery opponents for a great sage realm in modern times. Brent nodded slightly, examining the corpse beneath him. Their bones are truly as hard as iron. Ordinary spirit weapons can't harm their bodies. The able slowly walked up to the corpse, observing its condition, envious of its formidable body. Let's go. To the third floor. Brent turned and walked towards the third floor. Thus, Brent led the able, slaying Chestery monsters along the way, eventually reaching the 9th floor of the tower, the very top. This place is also its own space. The able cautiously followed behind Brent, marveling at the surroundings. The top of the tower was vast, measuring several tens of thousands of meters wide. However, apart from scattered remains, there was basically nothing here. Only in the center of the tower stood a platform about 10 meters high. Brent stood quietly, surveying the area. He folded his hands behind his back and slowly lifted his head to look at the sky above the tower. The sky here was completely isolated from the outside world, almost like a different universe. Above was pitch black, devoid of stars, filled with death and coldness. Is this the legendary place where one flies to immortality? Brent muttered. This was entirely different from what he had imagined. There were no heavenly lights or mist, no strange phenomena of ascension. Only a despairing atmosphere lingered here. Step. Brent stepped cautiously on the bones, walking towards the platform. Subtly, he sensed some abnormality near the platform. As Brent climbed onto the platform, it shook violently. Bang! A heavy bell-like sound reverberated from afar, deafening. The entire 9th floor's sky transformed in an instant, with stars twinkling and a scene resembling a celestial realm appearing. The sound of immortal music floated around as lotuses appeared in the air, cranes flew, immortal maidens danced, and boundless anomalies shimmered. A fantastical bridge gradually materialized above the platform, stretching towards the heavens. Is this becoming an immortal? The able stood below the platform, shocked at everything it saw, its mouth trembling, unable to comprehend what was happening. In the next moment, the able leaped onto the platform like a nimble rabbit, quickly rushing to Brent's side. Haha, if we are to become immortals, how could I be left out? The able grinned widely, laughing and feeling incredibly excited. If it were to become an immortal today, it would be the first lion in history to do so. Its eyes sparkled with excitement. The great able was destined to be remembered for millennia, its greatness boundless. Brent stood calmly on the platform, observing everything serenely. He kept his hands behind his back, scrutinizing the surroundings without being emotionally stirred by the scenes unfolding around him. Everything here seemed filled with abnormalities. The flying immortal realm above was indeed real, and he even sensed a faint trace of immortal energy imbued within the Tao essence. Yet, despite the beautiful scenery above, the countless white bones beneath his feet felt far more real. Such stark contrasts occurring in the same place indicated something profound. There must be a significant secret hidden in this place of ascension. What could it be? Brent shook his head, finding it hard to understand. If they truly became immortals today, would all the problems that had plagued posterity for countless years finally be solved? But could it really be this simple? Becoming an immortal. I'm about to become an immortal. Huh. The Able wore an expression of pure excitement, unable to stop jumping around Brent, waving its arms and legs in joy. Its eyes never left the immortal bridge forming above, ready to shoulder heavenly thunder and cross the bridge into the immortal realm. Haha, just thinking about it gets me so excited. The Able laughed heartily, its eyes almost narrowing into slits as it eagerly awaited the moment. Brent watched the Able's behavior and chuckled softly, sensing that the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment would be, a mere empty joy. This, immortal bridge. Suddenly, the Able let out a pitiful cry, its smile freezing as it stared straight at the immortal bridge above. Its eyes were filled with disbelief, and its whole body deflated with despair. Chapter 87. A great emperor emerged from the stone. How did the immortal bridge break? The nine-headed lion let out a miserable cry, extremely disappointed, muttering to itself. In that expanse of sky, the immortal bridge emitted holy light extending upwards. However, it had abruptly snapped in midair, with only a segment pointing towards the heavens. Around the broken end of the immortal bridge, the surrounding void collapsed. Space was chaotic and disorderly, spreading ruleless forces. Void storms intertwined with world rules, blocking any living being's approach. As expected, it's not that we cannot become immortals, but there is something wrong with this world. The rules do not permit it. Brent looked at the broken immortal bridge and sighed deeply, understanding the essence of the matter. The immortal bridge was just an illusory bridge, connecting this world to the immortal realm. And now this bridge had broken, disconnected from the immortal realm, a chesterfestation of fragmented rule power. No wonder everyone has been unable to achieve immortality for so chester years. Because the rules of this world have changed, cutting off the connection to the immortal realm, making it impossible to reconnect. Even Brent felt powerless. He could easily shatter the barriers of smaller worlds, but could not break through the barrier of such a vast, complete world. Throughout history, no one has ever chester-aged to do so. It was too difficult. To leave here, perhaps the only way was to find the source of the problem, correct the world's rules, and rebuild the immortal bridge to ascend to the immortal realm. Is there no other way besides the ascension platform? Brent frowned, guessing. If one couldn't ascend from here, what about other great realms? Or maybe there are other methods. Otherwise, this makes no sense. Since he discovered the secret of why they can't become immortals, he believed that over the years, others must have found out as well. But where are those people? Their cultivation would surely be very powerful. They certainly wouldn't die of old age. And as time passed, there should be more and more strong individuals in this world. But for all these years, he has never heard of the emergence of a great emperor-level powerhouse. Even rare emperors were rare. Did they find a way to ascend? Brent was puzzled. If there were such methods, this kind of news couldn't be kept hidden. Yet why have there been no rumors of immortals appearing in the Huchester world since then? If not, where did those people go? Did they all die? Suddenly, Brent thought of the Lincoln. An emperor of his generation actually fell, and in such a tragic Chesterner, which was shocking. Is all this because of some bizarre force? Brent looked up at the sky, feeling deeply shaken. If that were the case, that bizarre force indeed seemed immensely powerful. Humph. One day, everything will come to light. Whether we can become immortals or not isn't up to you. Brent crossed his arms behind his back, his eyes flashing with intense fighting spirit, his face filled with confidence. He would eventually uncover all of this. After finding and reviving his clansmen, he would surely lead them to the immortal realm. At that time, whoever dared to obstruct him would be eliminated by him. No matter how bizarre or ultimate the fear, he was unafraid of anything. Tap tap. Brent stepped towards the center of the platform because he sensed the aura of the chaos stone there. The nine-headed lion remained immersed in disappointment, trailing listlessly behind Brent, somewhat dejected. My dream of becoming an immortal. How could it suddenly shatter like this? Such great joy followed by great sorrow came too quickly, leaving the nine-headed lion struggling to accept it. It had just started fantasizing about its beautiful life in the immortal realm. It would undoubtedly ride countless Huchesters and gain fame across myriad worlds. But now, its dreams seemed to be fading away before its very eyes. Spit. Tricked into false hopes, and wasted so much emotion. The nine-headed lion wiped the drool from its mouth with its paw, having let out its excitement in wide-open mouth, drooling. At that moment, the entire platform shook violently. In the center of the platform, the stone dais cracked open, and a shattered figure leaped out from within. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, winds shifted dramatically, and an exceedingly strong aura echesterated from the figure, instantly shattering the scene of ascending to immortality in the sky. A great emperor emerged from the stone. The nine-headed lion collapsed on the ground in terror, eyes wide with shock, its mouth trembling, unable to speak. Its body was pressed down by that aura, barely able to move, nearly torn apart. In its wildest dreams, it never imagined a great emperor would appear here. Roar! That figure roared, red-eyed, every movement accompanied by the rules of the Great Way, rushing straight towards Brent. Humph! Just a false emperor at the ninth heaven of quasi-emperor realm. Brent's expression remained unchanged. His body boomed with energy as he shielded the nine-headed lion. Then, lifting a hand from behind his back, he struck out forcefully towards the figure. Bang! The void collapsed, and heaven and earth exploded. The figure was sent flying by Brent's palm strike, nearly disintegrating. Brent did not use full force but sensed a thick, eerie aura echesterating from the figure. Like Emperor Taching, this figure was a Huchester cultivator tainted by the bizarre force. Roar! With disheveled hair, oblivious to the pain in his body, the figure quickly got up and charged towards Brent again. Awake! Brent roared, his hands glowing with 10,000 lights, trapping the figure within a cage of rules. He continuously stimulated the figure's mind sea with the sound of great way, trying to awaken his consciousness. Bang! Bang! Inside the cage of rules, the figure struggled wildly, constantly pounding against its walls, desperate to escape. Heaven questions the heart. Hard it is among mortals, fleeting are the centuries. Brent's eyes were clear as he repeatedly recited the heart-cleansing spell, transforming into orbs of spiritual energy that entered the figure's body. After much time, the figure lay writhing in the cage, clutching his head. Though his eyes were still bloodshot, a hint of clarity appeared. The figure struggled to lift his head, looking at Brent. He gritted his teeth, enduring immense pain, his face contorted. 10,000 miles, Soul River, save, After speaking these words with difficulty, his eyes turned blood red again, and his body convulsed, sinking into deep agony. Where's the 10,000 miles Soul River? Who do you want me to save? Brent's face was urgent, sensing the abnormality in the figure. Thus, he continuously channeled primordial energy to suppress the strange power within the figure. The figure spasmed all over, enduring tremendous pain, trying to say the last words. But at this moment, Chapter 88, a great terror captured. Bang! Before that figure could finish its sentence, it exploded in front of Brent as if it had touched some invisible rule. Brent was shocked. He watched the figure explode before him, his eyes filled with confusion. He distinctly felt no power at all. Yet why did that figure still explode? Having experienced this a few times before, he had been particularly cautious this time. The prison enclosing that figure not only isolated everything, but also formed its own small universe. No external force could penetrate it. Yet in the end, he still couldn't prevent such an event from happening. Could it really be that elusive curse? But where does this curse come from? And how does it control life and death? Brent shook his head, feeling very puzzled. He had only seen mention of this kind of power once in ancient texts, belonging to a special system from the mythic era. He didn't understand it well. The Able stood behind Brent, staring wide-eyed at the scene. Though it understood nothing, its body trembled in fright. It seemed to have just heard some great news involving legendary terror. 10,000 miles Soul River. Is there really such a place? And why did that powerful figure suddenly explode? Strange light flickered in the Able's eyes, full of doubt and shock. Do you know anything about the 10,000 mile Soul River? Brent heard the Able mumbling to itself and slowly turned to look at it. The Able quickly shook its head, looking terrified. Master, I don't know. When I was young, I only heard these words from my ancestors, but when I asked them for more details, they closed their mouths out of fear. They only gave me a serious look and told me that for those few words, they mustn't be heard, spoken, or mentioned. Otherwise, great terror would descend. So even now, I'm not quite sure what those few words mean. Could there really be such a place in the world? The Able was also puzzled, recalling some old matters upon hearing these words today. Alright, after everything is over, I will definitely investigate and see just how Chester's secrets are hidden in this world. Brent lifted his head and gazed around, contemplating the future. Because these matters involved his clan and his eventual ascension, he couldn't avoid dealing with them. It's just bizarre, huh? Let's see what your real intentions are. Ultimate terror? Humph. Let's see who truly wields ultimate terror. A strong fighting spirit flickered in Brent's eyes, radiating a powerful aura like rolling floodwaters. Step, step. Brent slowly walked toward the center of the platform. In that central position, there was a small altar. Above the altar appeared a square little box. Crack. With a light sound, Brent shattered the formation surrounding the altar with one finger and picked up the little box. Master, what's this? The Able came closer, curious and peering at the box in Brent's hand. Let me open it and see. Brent softly spoke. His hands shimmered with light as he removed the seal on the box, then slowly opened it. The void vibrated, and the entire realm quaked due to the opening of the box. That's... The Able stared wide-eyed, its face full of astonishment. Inside the box lay a crystal-clear stone. It was only egg-sized, emitting a rainbow of colors, with wisps of chaotic energy permeating the air. A heavy and ancient aura spread out. For a moment, this place was filled with colorful light, like a dreamlike world. Master, this is... What? The Able exclaimed, staring in awe at the glowing stone in Brent's hand. Its body trembled slightly, nearly unable to stand due to the pressure from the chaotic stone's aura. It vaguely sensed that this stone contained an incredibly powerful force, very extraordinary. Even the slight echestration of energy tore through space. This is a chaotic stone, something capable of altering the flow of time. Brent explained to the Able, then closed the box and put it away. Pant, pant. So tiring. The Able panted heavily, almost unable to hold on, its legs trembling, almost forced to lie down under the pressure. Master, you say that's a chaotic stone? Capable of altering the flow of time. The Able stared with wide eyes, looking at Brent with immense curiosity. It had never heard of such a miraculous thing in the world, right? For example, the space we are currently in has been accelerated 100-fold by the chaotic stone. Brent gently nodded, then looked around. What? Accelerated 100-fold? The Able exclaimed in shock. Having been here for so long, it had never felt any abnormality. Yes. Just as Brent was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something and abruptly turned around, reaching out into the air with a cold expression. Come out. Brent shouted loudly, his face stern, hair flying, and an icy aura echesterating from him. Just now, above his head, he had detected something unusual, a barely perceptible pair of eyes watching him. What is that? The Able looked at the empty sky, detecting no abnormality at all. Where do you think you're going? Brent shouted again, his hands flashing with myriad runes, striking rapidly ahead. The myriad runes intertwined to form a vast net that covered the sky, sealing off a large area of space ahead. Boom! A vague figure collided heavily against the net, producing a deep, muffled sound. But the net was too resilient. Instead of breaking through, the figure was enveloped and thoroughly trapped inside. I swear, captured a great terror. The Abel's face showed shock, its eyes wide open, mouth agape, filled with disbelief. Who are you? An eerie entity? Why were you watching me? Brent stepped forward, grabbing the large net in one hand. He looked down at the captured figure, like a deity of death, his eyes cold. Let me go. The shadowy figure roared, fully conscious, its bright red eyes staring straight at Brent, filled with murderous intent. Tell me, who are you? Are you an eerie entity? Brent's face remained stern. He crushed the figure in his hand dozens of times, then asked the same question again. Chapter 89. Secrets that cannot be spoken. Haha. You underestimate the complexity of the eerie. If I were truly eerie, how could you have captured me? The shadow laughed aloud, feeling there was no hope left for his survival, and thus ceased struggling. He looked at Brent with a mocking gaze. Tell me, and I will let you go. Brent's voice resonated like a great truth, thunderous and deep, yet calm and icy cold. The shadow shook his head, his eyes full of weariness. Kill me. I never wish to live like a walking dead again. This way, it's also a form of release. Tell me everything you know. I will ensure your departure is painless. Brent lowered his head, scrutinizing the shadow in his hand. He felt this particular shadow was very special. This shadow was not like the previously fragmented souls that were in a state of confusion. He was complete and possessed clear consciousness. The shadow laughed loudly, sighing deeply, his voice tinged with a touch of sorrow. Haha, it's useless. We all die eventually. Everyone dies. We are all pawns in the grand chessboard of the world. No one can escape their destined fate. And you are merely a tiny pawn as well. The shadow seemed helpless, as if also under someone else's control, acting against his will. Fate lies beneath my feet, truth within my hands. All talk of the cosmic chessboard is mere speculation. Whoever dares call me a pawn, I will shatter their board. Brent's long hair billowed around him, his eyes resolute, emitting an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire world. After sensing Brent's aura, the shadow abruptly raised his head, looking at Brent with intense seriousness. I feel something extraordinary about you. Perhaps you truly can change this situation. What do you mean by that? Brent, puzzled, gazed down at the shadow. The shadow paused for a moment before looking solemnly at Brent again. I cannot say more. I don't know if you can hear this, but listen carefully. Boom. At that moment, the entire space shook violently, overwhelmed by an immensely powerful presence that dominated the heavens and earth. Such a formidable aura threatened to tear the space apart, creating cracks in the void and causing the ground to split and collapse extensively under the immense force. It seemed as if this aura aimed to stop the shadow from speaking. Master. The Abel cried out in fear, pressed flat on the ground by the overwhelming presence, nearly flattened with blood seeping out from under his body. Humph. Brent gave a cold snort, raising his eyes to survey the surroundings. His aura surged dramatically, and he struck upward with a powerful force. Boom. The heavens ruptured, chaos spreading everywhere, tearing apart the entire space, which began collapsing rapidly. Phew. Narrowly escaped. Almost lost my life there. The Abel quickly scrambled up and ran over to Brent's side, patting its chest in relief. It continuously thought to itself that safety was best close to a strong protector. The shadow, observing Brent withstand the tremendous aura so easily, his eyes gleamed with astonishment. His estimation of Brent's strength rose significantly. Did you see that? Dealing with the deepest secrets is indeed unspeakable and indescribable. The shadow shook his head, looking calmly at the nearly collapsing universe, sighed deeply, then looked up at Brent. Do you still want to hear it? This might draw you into the game prematurely, risking your life. Bang! Brent's figure enlarged, towering like a giant standing against the pressure of the world, responding through his actions. Speak. What do you need to tell me? Brent gazed down at the shadow in his hand, his eyes glowing with a strange light, speaking softly. The shadow made up his mind, determination written across his face, ready to reveal the secret buried in his heart. But before he could speak, his soul began trembling, his whole body convulsing as though something was tearing at his very essence. What's happening to you? Brent was alarmed, witnessing a similar scene again, but still finding no abnormalities, powerless to help. Don't worry about me. In endless sea, darkness, prison, rescue them. The shadow endured excruciating pain, painstakingly forming each word. Having said those words, the shadow seemed to be dissipating. His soul was riddled with cracks, wisps of his energy leaking out. Prison, in. The shadow curled up, trying with all his might to utter the last words. Boom. At this moment, the entire world shook violently once again, and the space above the tower exploded. Everything in the space was crushed into pieces, and an indescribable aura poured down. Scram! Brent roared, his long hair flying, one hand holding up the sky as if he were a supreme deity from ancient times, bearing the laws of heaven and earth. In awe. The shadow still struggled to finish his last words, but after the strange aura arrived, his entire soul suddenly turned black and then exploded violently. Bang! The remnants of the soul force slowly dissipated in Brent's palm. Finally released, a faint voice drifted in the world, then fell into silence. Brent watched the shadow dissipate in his palm, his eyes glowing, instantly perceiving part of the secret. The explosion of the shadow was not caused by the aura pouring down from above him. That was just a trigger. The true cause was something within the shadow's soul, like a heavy curse that triggered its explosion. What is this aura? How can I stop the curse inscribed inside the soul? Brent murmured, frowning, his mind still immersed in the few words the shadow had shouted with his life. Endless sea. Darkness prison? Brent muttered, shaking his head, still having no clue. Is it that? Brent's eyes narrowed. He suddenly remembered the thousands of huge prisons he saw while traversing the Tyene River, even sensing a hint of an emperor's aura within the prisons. However, at the time, he had matters to attend to, and those thousands of prisons sped away quickly, leaving no trace in the void. He didn't pursue them further. Now, reflecting on it, there were indeed chestery issues. Where would those prisons be heading? Is their destination the so-called endless sea? Brent speculated, feeling a hint of clarity in his heart. After everything ends, I must revisit the Tyene River. Brent's eyes flashed with determination, emitting a powerful aura. The so-called eerie forces have been plotting in the dark and even tried to use him as a pawn. He wanted to show them who the real pawn was and who controlled the chessboard. Chapter 90. Which of you little ones wants to be my mount? Rumble. The heavens and earth shook violently. The sky above the high platform was cracking like glass, shattering with a thunderous boom. The entire space was filled with void storms, as if it were the end of the world. Everything turned upside down, and spatial currents surged everywhere, seemingly ready to fragment at any moment. Master, hurry, let's go. The space here is about to collapse. The Able looked terrified, sticking close to Brent, its body trembling slightly. If they were trapped in this space, they could get lost here forever, never able to return to the Hutchester world, exiled in this space eternally. Brent slowly lifted his head, looking at the continuously breaking space, sighing deeply. He still didn't understand what had happened here. Everything here had dissipated without a trace. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Brent took the Able and walked down from the entrance of the tower. The Chaos Stone had been found. Matters here were settled. Brent planned to return to the Chu family with the Able first. At the edge of the primordial forbidden zone, several cultivators were sitting around chatting. India, it's almost been 2 days. Should we keep waiting here? Yeah, that arrogant fool probably died inside already. Is there any point in waiting here? Several male cultivators looked up at the Martha seated at the center, losing patience to wait here any longer. Initially, it was an unintentional act, but for their junior sister's insistence on staying, they wouldn't have bothered wasting these 2 days. Seniors, can we wait for another couple of hours? What if that person bursts out? If we leave now, wouldn't we have waited for nothing? The Martha looked sincerely at her seniors, pleadingly. Hee. India, I know you're kind-hearted and cannot bear to see anyone suffer. But this is the primordial forbidden zone. Since that person hasn't come out after so long, he must be dead inside. There's no meaning in us waiting here. A male cultivator said calmly. But the Martha wanted to say more. However, just then, a deafening sound came from the border of the primordial forbidden zone. Boom. The earth trembled, clouds scattered, and a powerful aura spread rapidly like tidal waves across the surroundings. Among the dozen people waiting in the forbidden zone, several were hit by the shockwave, coughing blood profusely and collapsing on the ground. The remaining few were also thrown off balance by the strong wind, landing messily on the ground, disheveled and miserable. Haha. Tens of thousands of years, this emperor has finally emerged. An extremely excited laugh echoed through heaven and earth, full of uncontrollable excitement and agitation, like thunder exploding in the sky. What is that? Everyone looked at the primordial forbidden zone with fear, their faces pale, drained of color. Just the aura released by that presence inflicted severe injuries upon them. What if it glanced at them again? Would they turn to dust? Such a powerful creature, could it be a fully evolved king? Or even stronger? Thinking of this, everyone's faces changed drastically, trembling in terror. India, let's go quickly. In panic, everyone scrambled up, dragging each other away to escape as fast as possible. But the Martha adjusted her hair, worriedly glancing at the primordial forbidden zone, hesitating. India, hurry. With such a powerful creature appearing, that person must have died long ago. There's no way he could still be alive. Yeah, India, that arrogant fool is surely dead. Waiting here serves no purpose. Come on, we must leave before it's too late. Life and death are predetermined. Don't try to save everyone in danger. Besides, we can't save him anyway. Urged by the group, she was quickly pulled away towards a distance, trying to escape as soon as possible. Thud. The earth shook again as a towering figure, blocking out the sky, suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. Hi, a few Hutchester mounts, where are you all going? The Able squatted, grinning with sharp teeth, lowering its head to peer down at them. Heavens, the most ferocious and supreme being in legends, the Able. Everyone was terrified, paralyzed with fear and despair. They never imagined that the creature bursting from the primordial forbidden zone would be a powerful Able. The Able was notoriously cruel, and it was once recorded that one had swallowed a giant city with tens of millions of inhabitants in one bite, consuming all the living beings in an entire major world. Thinking of this, everyone exchanged despairing glances. It seemed they wouldn't be leaving here alive today. Hey, you few little ones, I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Who wants to be my mount? The Able glared coldly at the people beneath it, emitting a chilling aura from its body. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the dozen or so people immediately fell prostrate on the ground, unable to move. Some weaker cultivators couldn't withstand the pressure and were coughing up large amounts of blood. Cough, cough. Struggling to turn their heads, they looked at each other, but the key issue was they didn't understand what the Able was saying. When did a spirit beast ever ask Hutchesters to be its mount? This might set an unprecedented precedent in history. Moreover, given its mighty physique, it would crush them to death effortlessly with just one sit. Humph. You Hutchester mounts dare to pretend to be deaf and mute, challenging my dignity. Let me give you a taste of my power. The Able snorted coldly, lifting its massive paw and lightly tapping towards the group. Phew. The void trembled with roars. In the Able's view, its action was indeed gentle, using less than 1,000th of its strength, merely intending to teach them a lesson. But in the eyes of the people, it appeared as a palm that could destroy the heavens. Its enormous hand moved swiftly, creating sonic booms and cracks in the air. Great King, spare our lives. Great King, spare us. We meant no offense to the Great King. Please let us go. No. They watched in terror as the colossal palm descended upon them, their faces already drained of all color, only able to scream in despair. The terrifying aura it exuded was overwhelmingly more powerful than even their ancestors. There was no question of resistance. They didn't even have the thought to resist. Austin, seeing everyone's desperate expressions, the Martha grew frantic, her lips continuously bleeding as she fell into panic. Suddenly, she thought of the jade pendant in her bosom. It was the jade pendant Brent had given her before entering the Tai Chu Forbidden Zone. Without hesitation, she channeled spiritual energy into the jade pendant, activating it. Chapter 91. That familiar figure. Buzz. The heavens and earth shook, and a radiant shield with a diameter of several dozen meters suddenly appeared on the ground, protecting everyone present. Bang! The massive paw of the Able struck the shield, producing a deep, resonant sound that echoed in all directions. The protective barrier trembled violently and became distorted but ultimately did not shatter. This is that jade pendant. It actually deflected the Able's attack. Everyone gazed up at the protective shield in the sky in shock, then quickly looked at the jade pendant held by the Martha, their eyes filled with astonishment. This was given by that young Chester to India. Many people instantly thought of the youth they had mocked for so long and were instantly stunned. That was an attack from the Able. It was Chestery times stronger than their own ancestors. They hadn't expected this ordinary-looking jade pendant to save all of them in such a critical moment. Someone who can give such a powerful spirit talus Chester must be very strong. How foolish we were to mock that senior behind his back. Several male cultivators wore expressions of shame, recalling the mocking words they had uttered, especially in front of their junior sister, feeling utterly humiliated. The Martha's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise. She never imagined the jade pendant would have such power. At first, she thought it was just an ordinary spirit talus Chester and kept it merely as a memento. But now, this unremarkable jade pendant had blocked the devastating blow of the Able. This was almost unbelievable. Unconsciously, her mind conjured the image of that handsome young Chester. His smile always brought comfort and reassurance. Unfortunately, she still didn't know his name. Geez, why am I so weak? The Able stared at its palm in disbelief, its eyes full of incredulity. Its attack had been easily blocked by a mere charm. How could it maintain its authority? It was a mighty great sage, not some random nobody. Humph, you dare to resist? I, the Emperor, am angry now and will punish you. The Able roared in fury. Its failure made it feel utterly disgraced. Then, it raised its claws and once again swiped at the defensive shield. Whoosh! The void quaked. This time the Able applied more force, striking like lightning with an earth-shattering momentum, crashing into the defensive array. No! Those under the shield watched in terror as the Able struck again, their faces pale and screaming in fear. Boom! The defensive array deformed drastically, flickering wildly. Bang! But this time, the defensive array only held for a brief moment before visibly cracking, and finally exploded. Whoosh! The massive paw continued its roar, breaking through the defenses and charging towards everyone irresistibly. Don't! No! All were horrified. The hope that had just risen in their hearts was extinguished. The sturdiness of the defensive array surpassed their imagination. Even their ancestor, a peak tribulation transcender, couldn't break it. Yet, how powerful the Able was, they dared not imagine. Was it a divine beast? Or even more powerful? They couldn't even think about it. We're doomed. Everyone despaired, giving up all resistance, and could only look up at the enormous palm rapidly approaching. He hasn't come out yet. The Martha staggered, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Before dying, she slowly lifted her head to glance at the Tai Chu Forbidden Zone. For some reason, she felt that person shouldn't be dead. Then, she gently closed her eyes, calmly awaiting death. And that shattered jade pendant was carefully held in her hands, close to her chest. Xianxia, stop! At that moment, a loud shout emerged from the Tai Chu Forbidden Zone, carrying a hint of anger. Whoosh! Hearing the shout, the Able looked at the rapidly approaching figure in the distance and hastily stopped its strike, its expression panic-stricken. Phew! A fierce wind suddenly emerged beneath the massive paw of the Able, swiftly surging towards all directions. At this moment, its palm was just a hair's breadth away from everyone. The long fur on its claws even brushed against one person's face. If it had been just a moment later, the people under the giant paw would probably no longer exist. Whoosh! The cultivator whose face was brushed by the lion's fur stared with wide eyes, his whole body stiffening, only his chest heaving violently. The rest were also in terror, trembling and not daring to move an inch. I shouldn't have made any mistakes. I just wanted to give them a light lesson. The Able muttered to itself, quickly retracting its paw. Then, it cautiously glanced at Brent again, immediately turning its head away, feeling inexplicably timid. I didn't make any mistakes, but why does my master seem angry? The Able felt somewhat guilty as it looked down at the terrified crowd beneath it, silently hiding its right claw. Cough cough. The people lying on the ground watched as the Able suddenly stopped its attack, momentarily confused, unsure what it intended to do. They were certain they were about to die, yet why did the Able halt its attack? Many exchanged puzzled glances, baffled. I think I just heard a roar, like a voice stopping the Able. Someone whispered, recalling the sound he had heard, looking at others questioningly. I heard it too. I thought it was just my imagination. Someone else was full of doubt, still filled with fear. Look, someone is approaching from afar. Another person looked into the distance, hinting to others the direction of the approaching figure. That silhouette. Why does it feel so familiar? Could it be him? Everyone exchanged looks, their hearts stirring with immense waves, their eyes filled with disbelief. It's him. It's that young cultivator who entered the Tai Chu Forbidden Zone. The Martha, watching the distant glow, her eyes shimmering, instantly recognized Brent. So it really is him. Who would have thought that senior could come out of the Tai Chu Forbidden Zone alive? Some people showed shock, truly amazed. Seeing someone walk out of the Tai Chu Forbidden Zone unscathed was astonishing. That place was known as a no-exit restricted area. Countless powerful predecessors had perished within. Is it that senior who stopped the mighty Able? Did he come to save us? But, the Able is so powerful. Can he match it? While everyone was astonished, they were also deeply worried. The Able was too powerful. Even if that person came, he might not be able to save them and could even put himself in danger. Don't come here. Run fast. Don't risk your life. The Martha's eyes brimmed with worry as she clutched the shattered jade pendant tightly in her hand, placing it against her chest. She shouted urgently, not wanting the young Chester to fall into danger or even die while trying to save them. Chapter 92. Could the Able really be so docile? Xianxia, did you forget my words before you came out? Brent's figure streaked through the sky like a meteor, appearing in front of the nine-headed lion with dazzling brilliance. His eyes revealed a hint of authority as he raised his right hand without hesitation and struck towards the nine-headed lion. Bang! With a muffled sound, the massive body of the nine-headed lion stumbled backward. It let out a low roar in pain and covered its head with its front paws tightly. The nine-headed lion quickly shrank its body, shrinking to the size of an ordinary adult lion in an instant. It hung its head like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to meet Brent's gaze. Then it lifted its head again, looking at Brent fearfully, a trace of grievance in its eyes. Master, I really didn't make any mistake. I just wanted to teach those disobedient xiuxian mounts a lesson. The nine-headed lion muttered in a low voice. After hearing this, Brent shot a glare at the nine-headed lion and said with a hint of anger, "You call this teaching them a lesson? If I had come out a little later, those people would have been killed by you. Master, The nine-headed lion looked fearful and still somewhat aggrieved. I told you when I went out not to kill innocent people recklessly and not to casually seize xiuxians as mounts. Did you forget that?" Brent angrily tugged on the small ear of the nine-headed lion, intending to leave a lasting impression on it. "Master, I understand." The nine-headed lion drooped its head, using its paw to hold the ear being pinched by Brent, showing an appearance of admitting its mistake. The people who struggled to their feet looked up at the scene in the sky, stunned instantly. Am I dreaming? The nine-headed lion is actually calling him master? Such a powerful nine-headed lion, which once terrified them into despair, merely bursting with a heaven-shattering aura was enough to exterminate all of Donghuan. But now, it crouched obediently in front of that senior, like a pet from next door, its head lowered, listening to the reprechester'd. Even after being slapped by the youth, it showed no signs of anger but became even more gentle. This contrast left everyone staring open-mouthed in shock. Is this real? Someone actually subdued such a powerful nine-headed lion. That is a nine-headed lion, a mythical and terrifying creature capable of wiping out millions of miles of land with ease. Now it is so tame, it's too incredible. Everyone gaped in amazement, chests heaving dramatically, unable to believe what they were witnessing. What realm, what level could that senior be? Many people looked at Brent in awe, feeling a tumultuous wave in their hearts. To easily subdue a nine-headed lion, how powerful must he be? A sage, great sage, or even more formidable. No wonder he dared to venture into the xiuxian prohibited area, alone. It's terrifying. Everyone took a deep breath, deeply shocked. At the same time, they recalled mocking the senior in front of the younger female disciple, suddenly feeling ashamed, their faces flushed red, not daring to look at the junior sister. The Martha murmured to herself, staring at the figure in the sky, almost entranced, seemingly forgetting to wipe the blood trickling from her lips. My apologies, fellow Taoists. I did not chestridge Xianxia well, causing you injury. Are your injuries severe? Brent led the nine-headed lion to the crowd, looking at everyone with concern, and extended a medicinal pill to each cultivator with his hand. The nine-headed lion followed behind Brent, its head drooping guiltily, secretly observing the crowd. We are fine, senior. Thank you for your courtesy. Everyone accepted the pills, then looked at Brent with reverence, bowing respectfully in gratitude. You're welcome. Please take care of your injuries quickly. Brent smiled faintly and raised his hand to use spirit energy to support them back to their feet. Thank you, senior. After expressing their gratitude, everyone finally had the chance to carefully examine the pills in their hands. This is... Following a scream, the place fell into a dead silence. Only the heavy breathing remained. Each person stared wide-eyed at the pills in their hands, completely frozen as if under a spell. This is the legendary revival pill. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment came from the crowd, filled with shock. What? Revival pill? Is this really the revival pill? Heaven, I must be dreaming. All of them snapped out of their daze, their faces brimming with disbelief as they exclaimed joyfully. This is actually the revival pill. Each person trembled with excitement, holding the pill as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. They all knew the effects of the revival pill. It was an extraordinary medicinal pill, extremely hard to come by. Even within their entire sect, there was only one, cherished and kept hidden by their grandmaster. If not for being core disciples who had once closely examined the revival pill, they might not have recognized it at all. Thank you, senior, thank you so much. The crowd's faces showed intense emotion as they hurriedly bowed repeatedly to Brent. The Martha quietly stood behind everyone, tightly gripping the pill in her hand. Her eyes didn't leave Brent, a dreamy expression floating in them. Senior. When she saw Brent looking at her, the Martha quickly lowered her head shyly, her cheeks and ears turning red. Well, as a token of gratitude for your earlier reminder, I once gave you a jade pendant. It turns out Aaron sure broke it. Brent smiled gently, slowly walking up to her. He raised his hand again, offering her a small, crystal-clear bead. This bead will compensate you for it. The others looked at the bead in the Martha's hand, casting envious glances. After witnessing the powerful defense provided by the jade pendant, seeing this bead made them realize that its defensive power would likely surpass their imagination. So long talking, yet I don't even know your name. Could you tell me what your name is? Brent spoke softly, curious. Hi, my name is Audrey, a disciple of the Spirit Stream sect. Audrey glanced at Brent briefly, then bashfully lowered her head again, her delicate hands fidgeting with the edge of her robe. Audrey, a very beautiful name. Linger, thank you again for your earlier warning. Brent looked at Audrey once more, nodded slightly to everyone, and then flew into the sky. I'm leaving first. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can find me at the New Chu family residence in the xiuxian. A resounding voice echoed in the sky as Brent took off with the nine-headed lion, disappearing instantly from the area. Buzz. Beside the xiuxian, a huge stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground, transforming into a streak of light and chasing after Brent. The New Chu family residence? The Chu family. Heavens, could the senior we just met be Brent? Everyone on the site was stunned, looking at each other in shock, their eyes wide as they gazed in the direction Brent had vanished, filled with astonishment. Chapter 93. Treating the Forbidden Zone as a backyard. Is he the renowned Senior Brent who has made a name for himself across Eastern Wasteland? I can't believe he's so young. It's said that Senior Brent only took 10 years to cultivate to an unimaginable realm. Upon his return, he directly wiped out all his enemies who had annihilated the entire Chu family. How powerful and decisive. In the end, he even destroyed the Supreme Clarity Holy Land with a single powerful palm strike. It's terrifying. Simply mind-blowing. Who would have thought we would encounter Senior Brent today? But not only did we fail to recognize him, we actually mocked him behind his back. How shameful. Fortunately, Senior Brent is magnanimous and didn't blame us. Everyone talked about Brent with reverence, their hearts filled with boundless admiration. He is called Brent. After hearing her senior brother's discussions, Audrey also learned about Brent. Her gaze lingered in the direction where Brent had disappeared, reluctant to turn away. Then she slowly lowered her head and looked at her hand placed over her chest. In her palm, she clutched a crystal-clear jade-like bead and a pill emitting a strong fragrance. Haha, let's go, junior sister. The gains from this training trip are truly huge. Not only did we obtain the legendary revival pill, but we also received Senior Brent's kindness. If our master knew this, he might be so happy that he'd jump. All of this was achieved by junior sister. Without her benevolence, we wouldn't have gained so much. Junior sister should be credited first. It should be. The group talked among themselves and left the place, eager to inform the sect of this good news. At the new residence of the Chu family, Master has returned. Giles shouted happily and quickly walked to the gate of the Chu family xiuxian, welcoming Brent. What? Brother Fan has returned. Haha, uncle, you've come back. In no time, everyone in the Chu family gathered in the hall, looking at Brent with great joy. I'm back. Sorry to have you worried. A smile crept onto Brent's lips, his heart feeling warm. Hey, Hutchisters, take your seat. Oops, hello everyone. The nine-headed lion slowly walked into the hall from the courtyard outside. It grinned, showing its sharp teeth, while inwardly calling itself lucky. It almost shouted Hutchester mounts again. If the master heard it, there would likely be another beating. Master, behind you. Brother Fan, quickly get out of the way. Seeing the nine-headed lion, the other members of the Chu family cried out in fear, rushing forward to pull Brent back. Dirk and Dawson even drew their long swords, ready to charge at the nine-headed lion. Don't panic, everyone. This is a beast I've tamed. There's nothing to worry about. It won't harm you. Brent turned to glare at the nine-headed lion before turning back to explain to everyone. He had just returned and hadn't had the chance to tell the rest of the Chu family about the nine-headed lion. Unexpectedly, the nine-headed lion entered on its own. Master, the nine-headed lion lowered its head, looking pitiful, unsure what mistake it made. I told you to wait until I call you before coming inside. You came in rashly and frightened everyone. Brent glanced at the nine-headed lion. To prevent what happened earlier, he had already instructed the nine-headed lion beforehand. I just got bored waiting outside and wanted to greet your family. The nine-headed lion whined. I'm not blaming you. I just hope you follow orders more carefully and don't act impulsively. Brent nodded helplessly. These ancient ferocious beasts were inherently wild and hard to tame. If they acted solely on instinct, they could bring disaster to the eastern wasteland. I understand, master. The nine-headed lion lifted its head and looked at Brent, appearing obedient. This is the legendary nine-headed lion? Everyone in the Chu family stared wide-eyed, deeply shocked. They had heard of these ancient anomalies, powerful yet extremely bloodthirsty and savage. They often swallowed entire Hutchester cities in one bite to satisfy their hunger. Such fierce creatures. And now, one was standing before them, like a dream. Brother Fan, you actually chest-raged to tame a nine-headed lion, an ancient anomaly? Pablo's face was filled with shock, his eyes disbelieving. These are ancient anomalies. Few people in the world can say they've tamed them, let alone fought against them. Moreover, to ordinary people, ancient anomalies are simply synonymous with terror, striking fear into everyone who speaks of them. But now, the nine-headed lion sat obediently by Brent's side like a little cat, looking very docile. This. The others were also in shock. Haha, you could say it was tamed in the Tai Chi Forbidden Zone. Brent smiled slightly. Whenever he thought about how the nine-headed lion had begged for his life and insisted on recognizing him as its master, he couldn't help but find it amusing. What? The Tai Chi Forbidden Zone? Brother Fan, you went to the Tai Chi Forbidden Zone? Pablo was visibly moved, his eyes full of surprise. The Tai Chi Forbidden Zone. The others were also greatly alarmed. The Tai Chi Forbidden Zone was almost a place of certain death, yet Brent had actually entered there. Though they knew Brent had once entered before, they only believed he came out by sheer luck. But now, he had gone in again. This is truly. For a moment, everyone was struck dumb with astonishment, speechless. Not to mention ordinary people. Even powerful cultivators would be wary when speaking of forbidden zones, lowering their voices unconsciously, let alone entering the forbidden zone. Yet now, their young master treated the forbidden zone as if it were his backyard garden, moving in and out freely, astounding everyone. The nine-headed lion, seeing the stunned expressions of everyone, trembled slightly with its massive body. Its 9 heads glinted with pride and confidence as it grinned widely. If merely being able to enter and exit the forbidden zone alive left them amazed to this extent, then what would their expressions be when they learned that its master not only roamed the forbidden zone unimpeded, but also practically decimated it, even effortlessly destroying powerful creatures of quasi-emperor level? Thinking about this, the nine-headed lion couldn't help but fantasize about their expressions if they knew this. Perhaps, these people of the Chu family would be so astonished that their jaws would drop. Chapter 94, an Emperor Realm Cultivator, easily destroyed with a snap of the fingers. Brother Fan. At this moment, everyone stared at Brent with wide eyes filled with reverence. Brother Fan, just how powerful is your realm? Could you be an emperor? Dirk took a deep breath, looking at Brent with excitement and a deeply moved heart, voicing the question lingering in everyone's minds. The rest also looked at Brent curiously, very eager to know the answer. They had all witnessed Brent's might. However, how formidable Brent truly was remained a guess for them. They could barely fathom his strength. It seemed that no matter who he faced, regardless of how strong an opponent was, or even an army from a holy land, he could handle it effortlessly. My realm? I can't really say. I suppose a cultivator at the Emperor realm can be destroyed with a wave of my hand, Brent said with a faint smile, calm and composed, admitting his strength without any pretense. Brother Fan, you were saying, just now, that an Emperor realm cultivator can be killed with a snap of the fingers? Pablo looked at Brent in shock, his mouth trembling and disbelief flashing in his eyes. All the people of the Chu family felt as if their scalps were numb, as though struck by lightning. They stood there stunned, their bodies somewhat stiffened. An emperor realm cultivator. That was a legendary existence, a grand emperor seen once in hundreds of thousands of years. It was the peak of this world. With a gesture, they could destroy the heavens and earth. In this world, no one could match them. Throughout history, emperors have always been synonymous with invincibility. Yet now, their young master spoke so casually about being able to easily kill an emperor realm cultivator. This is simply. Everyone murmured, their faces full of disbelief and astonishment. Of course, they did not think Brent was deceiving them. For doing so would serve no purpose, and given Brent's character, he was too dignified to tell lies. The scene became unusually quiet, only filled with the heavy breathing of the crowd. A storm raged within each person's heart, utterly shocked by what Brent said. I see. The nine-headed lion stood behind Brent, equally shocked by his words. Its 9 heads lifted hurriedly, staring at Brent in disbelief. In its heart, it had already regarded Brent highly, believing him to be an emperor realm cultivator. Now, its master claimed that he could easily destroy such a cultivator. Then, just how powerful was his realm? Weren't emperors the most powerful beings in the world? Was there another higher realm above the emperor realm? The nine-headed lion took a deep breath, still reeling in shock, but also confused. Haha, don't be surprised. So-called realms are illusions. As long as you diligently cultivate, one day, you will reach this realm too. Brent spoke softly, scanning everyone with a smile, encouraging them. Really? Brother Fan, I'll also reach your realm. Calvin looked at the powerful Brent with reverence, feeling happy and excited. Yes, indeed. Grow up quickly. Perhaps, one day in the future, I will need your help. Brent gently patted Calvin on the shoulder, thinking involuntarily of the recent strange occurrences in the shadows, a sense of crisis brewing within him. Yeah, uncle, I will. Give me 30 more years, and I'll surely break through to the 5th great realm. Calvin appeared confident, determination shining in his eyes. Haha, it won't take that long. Do you remember me mentioning finding something to accelerate cultivation this time? Well, I found it. Brent smiled at everyone, then pulled out a small box from his chest. Brother Fan, what is this? Is this the thing that can speed up cultivation? Everyone gathered around, curious, eyeing the box in Brent's hands. Haha, this is a chaotic stone, a wondrous object born from heaven and earth that accelerates time by 100-fold. Brent slowly opened the box. The chaotic stone vibrated slightly, enveloping the entire hall instantly in vibrant multicolored light. The light seemed to have life, constantly flowing and shimmering, leaving everyone mesmerized. To prevent the chaotic stone's aura from harming anyone nearby, Brent used his powerful spiritual energy to tightly enclose it in advance. Is this the chaotic stone? It's truly beautiful. Magnolia's face was full of amazement, her eyes wide open, staring at the chaotic stone without blinking. Is it this that can accelerate the flow of time, thereby helping us to improve our cultivation faster? The others were also astonished, for they had never heard of such a miraculous treasure before. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on this chaotic stone, their hearts filled with anticipation and desire. If they could obtain such a treasure, their path of cultivation would become much smoother and wujian. Haha, the power of the chaotic stone is great, and you cannot touch it now. I need to set up an array before it can be used to its fullest potential. You all go ahead and keep busy. Let me first check and choose a place to put the chaotic stone. Brent gently closed the lid, and then slowly raised his head to look at everyone. Yes, Brother Fan, you should rest well too. You have done so much for our cultivation. Yes, Eden, don't take risks easily in the future. Everyone gazed at Brent with gratitude, their hearts filled with sincere appreciation. They knew that everything Brent did was for all of them. Otherwise, how could he have hesitated to venture into the Tai Chu forbidden land to find treasures that could accelerate their cultivation? Although Brent was incredibly powerful, it was still a forbidden land, full of unknown dangers. Haha, it's fine. I'm not tired. You may leave first. Brent smiled slightly, allowing them to leave first. Looking into the concerned eyes of his family, a warm current flowed through his body. Instantly, he felt that everything was worth it. Little lion, you can also walk around here. You can eat the spirit fruits and medicinal herbs here, but don't destroy anything excessively. Brent turned to the nine-headed lion, tapping its head as a reminder. Chapter 95, 100-fold acceleration space. Master, are you serious? Can I really eat those spirit fruits? And drink from that entire lake of spirit spring water? The nine-headed lion looked at Brent with surprise and excitement, its mouth watering uncontrollably. When it first arrived here, it was also shocked by the environment. The spiritual energy around where the Chu family resided was so dense that it was almost liquid, too concentrated to imagine. Moreover, the air was filled with the scent of spirit medicines and immortal fruits. From a distance, it saw the bright red fruits hanging on the branches, incredibly tempting, causing endless saliva to flow. Grumble. Strange noises came from the nine-headed lion's stomach. Embarrassed, the nine-headed lion hurriedly squatted down, covering its belly with a paw and then peeking up at Brent sheepishly. Haha, go ahead. But be cautious. Some of the spirit medicines and fruits have potent effects. Even if you're a great sage, don't overindulge. I'm worried you might suffer from eating too much. Brent smiled gently and nodded. As the future mainstay in guarding the clan, the stronger the nine-headed lion became, the better. He wouldn't hesitate to provide it with spirit medicines or immortal fruits. Furthermore, within dozens of kilometers around the Chu family estate, spirit fruits and medicines were everywhere. It could feast without end. In the future, he would also help elevate the nine-headed lion's realm when time permitted. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. I'll go then. Upon receiving permission, the nine-headed lion jumped up joyfully and instantly shot off into the distance as a streak of light. Watching the nine-headed lion's excited behavior, Brent shook his head and chuckled before ignoring it. Haha, red spirit fruits, here I come. Quickly fill my belly. Laughing loudly, the nine-headed lion rolled ecstatically through the air and sprinted into the forest of spirit trees, starting to gorge itself. Haha, delicious, oh so delicious. You tiny spirit herbs, how dare you misbehave. Watch me swallow you whole. Muttering to itself, the nine-headed lion ate until its face glowed with satisfaction. It had been trapped in the forbidden zone for tens of thousands of years. That vast wilderness was barren, not just lacking ordinary spirit fruits, but even sparse in spiritual energy. Its stomach had always protested after all these years. Now, it could finally feast. Hick. Excited beyond measure. Even all 9 of its heads began to move in unison, stuffing one fruit after another into its mouth. Before long, it had eaten until its belly was almost perfectly round like a ball. 3 days later, behind the Chu family compound, at the base of a small hill. At the foot of the small hill, an opening vibrated and pulsed with radiance. It's done. Brent smiled softly, withdrawing his hand from the entrance of the cave. Over several days, he created a small space inside the hill. Then, placing the chaos stone inside and setting up chestry layers of arrays around it, he ensured the stone's emitted aura wouldn't harm anyone. Now, time inside this cave under the small hill flowed at a rate 100 times faster than the outside world. 1 day outside equaled nearly 100 days inside. This would greatly accelerate the cultivation speed of everyone in the Chu family. Did it work? Everyone looked up at Brent, their hearts filled with shock and excitement. Yeah, from now on, you can come here to cultivate. Brent gave a light smile, satisfied with his arrangement. Oh really? Their expressions lit up with enthusiasm, bodies trembling with excitement. That's great. Giles shed tears of joy. He had dreamed of the Chu family becoming powerful. With this 100-fold acceleration space, their disciples would soon grow strong. He could already envision the greatest days awaiting the Chu family. Now I, Pablo, will reach Emperor level 100 times sooner. Pablo's eyes gleamed, his mouth stretching wide as he stared at the cave entrance glowing with light. Yes, and when that time comes, I, Magnolia, will pull your ears and become a peerless alchemy empress. Magnolia placed her hands on her hips, mimicking the action of pulling ears, revealing 2 dimples. Sister Xiua, what have I done to you? Pablo looked woebegone, turning to Magnolia fearfully, dodging her reaching hand. Humph, didn't I catch you stealing my refined pills? Magnolia gritted her teeth, revealing her shiny little tiger teeth. Roaned. I didn't. You still dare to say no? It was you, and you won't admit it. You need a good lesson. Ouch. Sister Xiua, I'm wrong. Don't pull my ear. Everyone laughed out loud, in a warm and happy atmosphere. Aaron Mac, that's tough for you. At this moment, the nine-headed lion, hiding far away, watched Pablo being pulled by the ear, grinning widely with its big mouth. Then, it threw a pill into its own mouth, closed its eyes, lying comfortably on the grass, spreading its body in pleasure. The next day, Brent gathered everyone in the Chu family hall. Tomorrow, I need to leave for a while, going to the Great Een River. Brent spoke calmly, looking somewhat sad as he looked around at the people present. Brother Brent, are you going to find Sister Arangsu and Brother Aaronxian tomorrow? Magnolia looked at Brent, her face also filled with sadness, instantly guessing Brent's thoughts. After so chestry days of interaction, everyone knew that Ollie and Nora were lost in the Great Een River. Therefore, when Brent mentioned the Great Een River just now, they all knew his intention. Yes. If I don't go to the Great Een River once, I can't let it go. So, I want to take a look, even if there's only a faint hope. Brent sighed lightly, knowing that the chances of success were slim. But how could he be content without trying once? Upon hearing Brent's words, everyone also sighed, showing looks of sorrow. The terror of the Great Een River was well known to them all. It was like an abyss, concealing tremendous danger. Go ahead, it's better to take a look. What if they're still alive? Giles also sighed deeply, with a glint of hope in his eyes. Train well within the family. I'll return as soon as possible. Brent nodded and slowly walked out of the hall. Brother Fan, be careful. Although everyone knew Brent's strength, they still felt uneasy and spoke up. Yes, don't worry. Brent slowly nodded and then turned to look at the nine-headed lion. Little lion, I will be gone for a few days. You stay here and protect everyone well, understand? The nine-headed lion hastily swallowed a spirit fruit and ran up to Brent, opening its mouth wide. Master, rest assured. With me here, I will protect them well. After saying this, it didn't forget to stuff another large spirit fruit into its mouth, making its jaws bulge dramatically. These past few days, it had indulged itself thoroughly, eating a lot of delicious things, never stopping its mouth. Little lion, why don't you wash your face when you have time? Brent shook his head. The juice from the spirit fruits covered the nine-headed lion's face, turning it into a big, colorful mess. Seeing the nine-headed lion's appearance, everyone couldn't help but laugh. After these past few days, everyone had become acquainted with the nine-headed lion, no longer fearing it as before. This was mainly because the nine-headed lion was quite playful and quickly got along with anyone, with a thick skin that had no boundaries. It hadn't talked to anyone in tens of thousands of years in the Jinshu restricted area, and now it finally came out, fully expressing its natural character. What? Is there something on my face? The nine-headed lion looked at everyone in confusion, not forgetting to use its paw to fluff up its chestier in front of its forehead, striking the coolest pose. I'm off. The space trembled, and Brent vanished from the spot. Chapter 96 The Great Een River. The void trembled, and a white figure slowly emerged from it. He stood still on the surface of the Great Een River, surveying the entire river. The Great Een River. It is also known as the Rootless River, flowing out from the void and back into it. From ancient times to today, no one knows where it originates or where it ultimately flows to. It reveals itself in the wilderness region as a 10,000-mile-long river, like a thick black serpent, awe-inspiring and winding. Alas, Brent stood on Broken Soul Cliff, gazing at the roaring waters of the Great Een River before him, a trace of worry appearing on his face. Without lingering too long, he leaped forward, directly entering the Great Een River. Rumble. The waters of the Great Een River flowed incessantly. The river's surface, about several dozen miles wide, was shrouded in thick black fog. Beyond a few hundred meters, nothing could be seen clearly. Brent stood in the pitch-black water, slowly moving forward while carefully searching for the traces of Ollie and Nora's aura. His hands were clasped behind his back, seemingly calm. but his heart felt as if all kinds of emotions had been stirred up, tense, and conflicted. He was worried about not finding any signs of his younger brother and sister. Yet, at the same time, he feared discovering their remains in the river. This conflicting mindset made Brent slow his steps as he gradually delved deeper into the Great Een River. Hey, get out. It's dangerous inside. A group of people on the shore, seeing Brent continuously walking deeper into the Great Een River, hurriedly tried to warn him. Brent did not look back. His footsteps did not pause. Humph, another arrogant fool who won't listen. He deserves what he gets if he dies. That person snorted coldly, looking disdainfully at Brent. He had seen Chestery people like Brent before, those who believed themselves powerful enough to explore the mysteries of the Great Een River despite warnings against it. But what was the result? All of them ended up being useless. They lacked the strength to escape danger and perished within the Great Een River. To this person, Brent was no different from those others, just someone trying to show off. We don't need to care about him. If he wants to die, what can we do? If something bizarre and evil emerges from the Great Een River later, I'd like to see how he will deal with it. Haha, just a worthless person. He'll probably pee his pants in fear right away. The crowd watched as Brent's figure grew smaller in the distance, sneering and eagerly waiting to see his humiliation. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Then, the waters of the Great Een River started churning violently. 100 xiang-long dragon skeleton emerged from the water with a roar. Its body was pitch black, radiating a terrifying aura. 2 beams of blood-red light shot from its eyes, and its massive jaws snapped towards Brent. King-level demon bone. Those standing on the shore were terrified, their bodies staggering under the overwhelming pressure, collapsing to the ground. So terrifying. Everyone took a deep breath, their eyes wide with shock. A king-level demon bone was an incredibly powerful creature, at least in the Greater King realm. It was far stronger than all of them combined. Just one glance from that black dragon could reduce them to ashes instantly. Amidst their shock, they raised their heads and squinted coldly at the figure on the Great Een River. Humph, another overconfident fool who wouldn't listen to us. Now it's too late for regrets. Look, he's scared stiff, standing there motionless, forgetting even to run. Even if he runs now, would it be in time? Standing there waiting to die might be a wise choice. Mockery and satisfaction showed on their faces. Just an arrogant fool who finally got what he deserved. Little black dragon, dare you be so insolent? Begone. Brent slowly raised his head, his gaze icy cold, standing still on the water's surface without changing expression. He gently lifted his hand and pointed at the dragon skeleton's head. A dazzling beam of light shot towards the sky. From Brent's fingertip emerged a towering sword. The sword, 100 xiang long, roared as it swiftly pierced towards the dragon skeleton. Roar! The dragon skeleton roared, spitting out spheres of black light that rapidly slammed into the sword. Bang! Bang! The sword sliced through the sky, shattering all of the dragon skeleton's attacks, then slashed straight into its body. Boom! With a deafening roar, the dragon skeleton exploded into dust in an instant. That fully matured king-level song dragon was actually killed with one finger. The people on the shore, witnessing the overwhelmingly powerful song dragon being shattered by a single point, were left speechless with shock, their chests heaving violently. No one had expected that the Chester they deemed as an arrogant fool would be so incredibly powerful. Who is he? With wide eyes, everyone stared unblinkingly at the figure standing calmly on the surface of the Great Een River, unable to calm their minds. This was too shocking. That song dragon skeleton was a fully matured king-level entity, capable of sweeping through the entire eastern wasteland without any difficulty. That song dragon skeleton was a fully matured king-level entity, capable of sweeping through the entire eastern wasteland without any difficulty. And now, it had been killed effortlessly, like an ant, by the person standing on the river, which seemed almost like a fairy tale. I remember. It's him. It's actually him. He is the young Master Chu of the Chu family who destroyed the Tai Ching Holy Land with one palm. Heaven. It's really him. No wonder he's so powerful. The 3 holy ones of the Tai Ching Holy Land were killed by his one palm. A group of people screamed in shock, their faces full of surprise and fear flickering in their eyes. They had just mocked him for overestimating himself, but hadn't expected to be proven wrong so quickly. Did our words earlier not reach the ears of the young Master Chu? All looked at each other in fear, filled with dread, trembling involuntarily, and their faces showed regret. Such a powerful figure, if truly angered, could reduce them to ashes with just a glance. Brent slowly withdrew his hand, his expression showing no ripples, as if swatting a mere ant, without the slightest care. As for the few behind him, he paid them no mind, disregarding their discussions completely. How can it be? Brent frowned slightly, stepping deeper into the Great Een River, his divine sense covering thousands of miles. Throughout the entire Great Een River, apart from countless strange and evil creatures, he found no trace of Ollie and Nora's aura. Could they have flowed into the void along the Great Een River? Brent speculated, a worried look on his face, sensing the situation becoming tricky. Brent's figure flickered, disappearing from where he stood, dashing towards the depths of the Great Een River at incredible speed. Whoosh! Several people standing by the shore of the Great Een River let out long sighs of relief after Brent disappeared, wiping cold sweat from their foreheads, feeling extremely fortunate. They knew very well that the sounds of their discussion couldn't have escaped the ears of the young Master Chu. If it had been another powerful figure, they would have been killed already. But the young Master Chu simply ignored them, letting them off easily. Such magnanimity truly made them admire him deeply. The young Master Chu did not take out his anger on us. His heart is truly broad. He is indeed the respected powerhouse that rumors say. Everyone bowed in the direction Brent had disappeared, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Chapter 97. The Mysterious Cage in Darkness. Whoosh! Brent's figure flickered, swiftly traversing the surface of the river of Tyene, probing with his divine sense to find traces of Ollie and Nora. Suddenly, Brent lightly exclaimed, stopping midair and looking up at the boundary between the river of Tyene and the void. Thud! The void shook as he raised a hand, summoning a jade pendant from that place. Brent was stunned. The jade pendant in his hand felt so familiar. It was clearly the birthday gift he had given Nora years ago, with her name carved on it. Xianxia. Brent's hands trembled slightly, tightly holding the pendant. Then he abruptly looked towards the end of the River of Tyene. At the end of the River of Tyene lay an area of nothingness, like a huge rift torn open in the heavens and earth. That dim rift flickered with dark blue light, emitting a cold and eerie aura, resembling a gateway straight to hell. The pitch-black River of Tyene slowly flowed into this void rift. Boom! The void trembled, and without hesitation, Brent darted forward, entering it. No matter what, even if it led to hell, he would definitely find Ollie and Nora. He must see them alive or dead. Roar! Woo-woo! Countless bizarre skeletons guarded the entrance. Seeing Brent rushing in, they reacted as if they saw something delicious, roaring fiercely and pouncing on him. In an instant, skeletons surged everywhere, the thick smell of blood filling the entire space. Scram! Brent shouted, his whole body shaking slightly, sending out a heaven-destroying wave in all directions. Roar! Bang! Bang! In no time, all the surging skeletons shattered into ashes. Woo-woo! From the far distance, more skeletons started howling, sensing the commotion and charging over madly. Humph! I want to see how chestery there are. With a stern look, Brent pointed a finger, shooting out a beam of thick light that pierced directly into those skeletons. Boom! A violent explosion rocked the River of Tyene. The void trembled, and the river water roiled. The beam seemed to pierce through the entire River of Tyene, moving rapidly along its surface, crushing all skeletons it encountered into oblivion. Whoosh! The breeze brushed across the river surface, pushing countless bones into the depths. Silence descended once again. Brent slowly lifted his head, standing still atop the River of Tyene, observing the water flowing in the void. Rushing waters. The River of Tyene flowed ceaselessly, as if crossing the River of Time, unknown where it came from or where it was heading. Above the River of Tyene, an invisible shield separated the water from the void. Outside the shield, it was nothing but emptiness, darkness, and silence, devoid of light and spirit energy. Inside the shield was the River of Tyene. Bang! Bang! Brent sped along the river, killing countless skeletons and evil bones on the way. He searched for any traces of Nora and Ollie along the River of Tyene. Brent moved at top speed, covering vast distances in an instant. Save me. Woo-woo. Let me out. Kill me quickly. Suddenly, cries of despair echoed from somewhere, as if aged by millions of years, filled with helplessness and hopelessness. Brent stopped abruptly, standing on the river and gazing at its placid surface. The River of Tyene showed no change, remaining as black as ink, flowing slowly. Suddenly, Brent realized something and looked up at the void outside the shield. That is, Brent was startled. A shadow flashed outside the shield before quickly vanishing. Despite the brief moment, he chest-raged to see some images. The disappearing shadows were thousands of interconnected giant cages. Each cage held a living being, some xiuxian, some sacred beasts, and chestery he did not recognize. Yet, without exception, each one emitted powerful auras. The weakest was at the Grand Sage level, while chestery were near Emperor level strong. Brent even sensed a hint of Emperor Realm aura in the largest cage. Who could it be? Where are those cages headed? Brent frowned, shocked. What kind of power could suppress even an Emperor level being? Is this related to the strangeness? Brent speculated, unable to think of anyone else who could accomplish these feats. However, he couldn't afford the time to investigate now. Those cages had long since vanished, and they emitted an aura of great law, erasing all traces they left behind. Mysterious, what exactly is it? Brent shook his head, sighing softly. There were 2 chestery hidden secrets in this world, making it hard to see clearly. At present, he couldn't spare the time to investigate all this. After rescuing all the members of the Chu family and reviving those who still retained their souls, he would definitely get to the bottom of everything. Boom! The entire River of Tyene trembled violently, as a dense spiritual energy rushed toward him. Rushing waters. The River of Tyene flowed through countless miles, emerging from the void once more, its waves roaring to the sky. Brent quickly stepped out from the River of Tyene, arriving in this world. Suddenly, Brent's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned hurried. His figure flickered, instantly moving from the River of Tyene to a forest. Brent squatted down, picking up a worn-out shoe from amidst the weeds. The shoe was very old, not only covered in dirt, but also with green grass growing on it. Xianxia. Brent raised his head, anxiously looking around, muttering Nora's name. This shoe belonged to Nora. He felt both joy and concern. He was happy because he knew Nora's whereabouts. She wasn't buried in the River of Tyene, but had survived and come to this unfamiliar realm. But he was alarmed because Nora had even lost her shoe, suggesting that she hadn't escaped the life-threatening danger when she arrived here, and might have encountered even greater peril. Xianxia, where are you? Brent's face showed anxiety as he immediately stood up and flew off into the distance. 7 years, it had been too long. Anything could have happened. He must find Nora as soon as possible. Boom! Covering 10,000 miles of land rapidly, Brent extended his divine sense, probing every inch of the ground, hoping to find any trace of Ollie and Nora. Brent frowned. Although his divine sense scanned tens of thousands of miles without finding any traces of Ollie or Nora, he saw chestery horrific scenes. Chapter 98, a world filled with despair. This is... Brent frowned, feeling greatly shocked. On this land, there were bones scattered everywhere. In the forests and villages, all were corpses. There were also piles of remains forming a mountain of dead bodies. Some of the corpses were yet to rot. The blood flowed like small rivers, emitting a strong bloody smell. Clearly, these people had just been killed not long ago. The whole sky was always gray, leaving only weak beams of sunlight on the earth. The air was filled with the scent of death. What happened here? Brent was touched and puzzled in his eyes. On this journey, he saw 2 chestery skeletons, numbering in the tens of millions. If this was caused by a war between 2 worlds, such casualties might still be understandable. But it was clearly not the case now. These deceased xiuxian, as judged by their aura, included chestery commoners, from the Hamiltonly to children, even infants in swaddling clothes. The scene was heart-wrenching. Many people died with fear and despair frozen on their faces. Even if there were cultivators among them, most of them were at low levels, having just started their cultivation path for a short time. Who could be so malicious? Brent's eyes turned icy cold. He felt shocked despite himself at such a tragic sight. Some places were once bustling big cities. Now they fell silent, millions of lives completely slaughtered. Such a scenario certainly wasn't due to a war, as cultivators usually would not attack civilians without reason. Hatred rose within Brent. He was not an unfeeling person. Once he knew who was behind this ruthless slaughter of innocent commoners, he swore he would take revenge personally. Don't kill me. Elon, you all run quickly. I'll hold them off. Suddenly, desperate cries echoed into Brent's ears. He raised his head and looked towards a tragedy unfolding thousands of miles ahead. Boom. Space exploded. Brent charged forward with murderous intent without hesitation. Haha. Don't try to escape anymore. Just accept your death quietly. Humph. A bunch of ants. To sacrifice your lives for our sect is your honor. Hurry up. Kill them all. No one should be left alive. We need to return soon to report. In a large canyon thousands of miles away, hundreds of purple-clothed cultivators were carrying out a massacre against thousands of lives. They acted ruthlessly, each attack killing several individuals. Regardless of whether they were Hamiltonly, children, or pregnant women, none were spared. Wah. Steph, I want my mother. Elon, wake up. At that moment, thousands of people had been cornered into a deadly situation by the purple-clothed cultivators. Surrounded in the canyon, with high mountains behind them, they had no way out. Before these thousands stood dozens of wounded cultivators, their bodies stained with blood. Holding weapons, they stared at the group of purple-robed cultivators with hatred and resilience, protecting the crowd behind them. Haha, don't waste your effort, you're going to die anyway. Why bother struggling pointlessly? Carnell, the leader of the purple-robed cultivators, laughed aloud, smoothing his hair, looking disdainfully at the few dozen still resisting cultivators. Your Titan sect will face retribution for this mass murder. Someone will eventually wipe out your Titan sect. Hideo roared fiercely, showing great resolve on his bruised face. Despite his severe injuries, his figure remained standing upright. Haha, retribution? Once our plan is completed, who can oppose us? Carnell laughed loudly, and then looked coldly at Hideo, saying, As for you, you should feel honored to offer your worthless souls to our sect. Kill. Leave no one alive. Carnell waved his hand coldly, instructing the numerous purple-robed cultivators to charge forth. You henchmen of the Titan sect are brutal. I won't yield even if I die. To kill my clansmen, step over my corpse. Hideo shouted, leading the remaining cultivators forward fearlessly. Bang! Boom! They fought rapidly together, filling the sky and earth with fighting figures. Screams rose, corpses constantly falling from the sky. As soon as Hideo's clansmen engaged with the purple-clothed cultivators, several of them were killed by a combined attack. And, as time went on, even more people fell. The disparity between the two sides was too great, not only in strength, but also in numbers, almost tenfold. Die. In just a few breaths, over a dozen cultivators from the Shur clan were killed or injured. The purple-clothed cultivators laughed coldly after killing the cultivators from the Shur clan, and then proceeded to charge at the ordinary people without any hindrance, starting a massacre. No. Save me. In an instant, hundreds of commoners lost their lives under the hands of the purple-clothed men. Wawa, who will save us? Steph, where are you? Thousands of people fled in panic, their eyes filled with despair and terror. Stop. You beasts, even sparing no children. Hideo roared with red eyes. He slew a purple-clothed cultivator in front of him, and then led the remaining dozen cultivators, trying to stop the massacre. You want to save them? First, get through me. Carnell laughed, leading several purple-clothed cultivators to block Hideo, wearing looks of disdain and mockery. Get out of my way. Hideo watched his family members being cruelly murdered by the purple-clothed cultivators, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets as he charged towards Carnell like a mad Chester. The rest also had bloodshot eyes, trembling with anger all over their bodies, and followed Hideo without hesitation. Only ants, they all have to die. A purple-clothed person casually threw away the child impaled on his spear, giving a cold glance at Hideo, full of provocation. Kill. Hideo was almost driven mad, his heart filled with pain and despair. The remaining dozen cultivators also fell into madness. Under Hideo's leadership, they charged towards the purple-clothed cultivators without looking back. They knew rushing forward would only lead to death, but they had no choice left. Those behind were all their kin. How could they watch those people die before their eyes? Humph. Like a Chestard is trying to stop a cart. I'll hold him off while you finish them all. None shall be spared. Carnell spoke coldly, his long sword pointing at Hideo, then leading the charge. Instantly, sounds of combat, slaughter, and screams filled the air. Both sides clashed quickly. Die. Many purple-clothed cultivators rushed into the crowd of commoners, laughing wildly, continuously slashing with their swords. Ordinary people fell like wheat, brutally massacred. Stop. Hideo's eyes were bloodshot, almost driven insane. He wanted to stop them, but Carnell blocked him relentlessly, preventing him from advancing. Watching numerous clansmen die tragically, his heart bled, but he could only watch, powerless to help. Familiar faces fell before his eyes, losing life one by one. Hideo was almost in despair. He seemed to see everyone's inevitable end. Stop. At that moment, an angry roar resounded like thunder across the sky. Chapter 99, The Great Een Boundary. The void trembled, and a Chester in white appeared before everyone. His white clothes were spotless, his hair gently fluttering, but his eyes flashed with a cold, icy light. Who are you? Why do you brutally slaughter mortals? Brent's expression was stern, emitting a bone-chilling aura of killing intent. Wherever he looked, the ground was strewn with corpses, sparing none regardless of gender or age. Such a scene was truly heartbreaking. What person dares to obstruct the business of the Titan sect? Seeking death, a purple-clothed cultivator, eyes brimming with murderous intent, thrust his long spear towards Brent. Titan sect. Brent muttered to himself, raising his eyes to look at the purple-clothed Chester charging at him. Ah! Bang! With a scream, the purple-clothed Chester exploded into a shower of blood. What? He actually killed a third Great Realm cultivator with just a glance. Hideo clutched his chest, staring at the suddenly appearing Brent with astonishment and disbelief. Other clan cultivators also wore shocked expressions, looking up at the white-robed Chester in the sky. Is he here to save us? The mortals of the clan murmured among themselves, their faces filled with hope, yet still tinged with fear. Humph! Carnell stood before everyone, coldly eyeing Brent, killing a third Great Realm cultivator with a single glance. With his fifth Great Realm strength, he could Chesterage it under full power. So in his view, Brent's strength was on par with his own. If they fought, the outcome was uncertain. However, there were hundreds of Nine sect disciples behind him. Combined, killing Brent would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Thinking this, Carnell gained confidence and stepped forward. Boy, you've got quite the nerve, daring to kill members of our Nine sect. Carnell's face was cold, his eyes shadowy as he looked at Brent. And what if I did? Brent spoke calmly, his face as icy as ever. For these inchestir, evil cultivators, he harbored no goodwill. No matter where he encountered them, he would slay each one. When his Chu family was brutally slaughtered by the Blood Spirit sect, it must have been a similar scene. The only reason he hadn't killed them immediately was to gather information from them. So what if you killed? Huh, arrogant. The dignity of the Nine sect cannot be insulted. Die now. Carnell laughed cruelly, striking out at Brent with a bloody wheel, swiftly moving to slash him. Kill. All the purple-clothed cultivators raged, unleashing spells in unison with Carnell, intending to obliterate Brent in one strike. The bloody wheel emitted a thick bloodstain, rapidly growing to 100 zhang in size, shining with bloody light as it quickly approached Brent's head, then crashed down upon him. Brent's gaze was cold, hands clasped behind his back. He remained unmoved, merely raising his eyes to the bloody wheel above. Bang! The bloody wheel exploded into countless fragments. Then, Brent exuded a powerful aura that swept toward the numerous purple-clothed cultivators. Instantaneously, hundreds of purple-clothed cultivators screamed as they burst into pieces. Carnell coughed out a mouthful of blood, landing on the ground covered in his own blood, his eyes filled with terror as he looked up at Brent hovering in the sky. What realm is he? Carnell's body trembled, his chest heaving violently, eyes wide with panic. He was a fifth Great Realm cultivator, yet couldn't withstand even a casual blow from the other. It was terrifying. He actually annihilated almost all of them with one attack. This. Hideo and others stood afar, watching as Brent easily killed everyone, stunned into silence and petrified. Boom. Brent arrived before Carnell like an unassailable king, looking down at him. Tell me, why did you massacre those people? Brent's voice was cold, devoid of emotion, as if speaking to a dead Chester. Want to know the reason? Go to the headquarters of the Tianyin sect. There, you'll find your answers. If you dare. Carnell gave a bitter laugh, knowing he was doomed once captured, thus ceasing any futile struggle. Tianyin sect headquarters? I will go. Brent spoke calmly, lightly shaking his foot, reducing Carnell to ashes. Since the other party was already resigned to death and did not wish to say more, Brent naturally wouldn't waste any time. So strong. Thousands of people all stared blankly at Brent, as if watching a celestial deity, with their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Those ruthless cultivators who had chased them into a corner, leaving no way out, were just effortlessly wiped out by the white-robed Chester before them. It was truly shocking. Hideo licked his lips, his face a mixture of shock and excitement. Were they just saved like this? It felt like a dream. Junior Hideo represents the clan, thanking you for coming to our rescue. Such a great kindness will be forever etched in our hearts. Hideo led the remaining cultivators to Brent's presence, bowing deeply in gratitude, their eyes brimming with thanks. We all bow to thank you for saving our lives. The thousands behind Hideo all knelt on the ground, bowing their heads towards Brent in heartfelt appreciation. You don't need to do this. I saved you because I couldn't stand the brutality of those evil cultivators. It was just something I did incidentally. Brent gently nodded, raising his hand to summon a current of spiritual energy that slowly lifted everyone up. I want to know what place this is. Why did those evil cultivators slaughter you? And what kind of sect is this Tianyin sect they spoke of? Brent, puzzled, raised his head and looked at Hideo before him, voicing his confusion. Sigh, this story is long and sad. A look of sorrow appeared on Hideo's face. He sighed deeply and began to speak slowly. This place is called the Great Een World because the Great Een River runs through the entire realm. The Tianyin sect was also named after this. The Tianyin sect is the most powerful sect here, with its influence spread across the entire Great Een World. Countless disciples belong to the sect, including dozens of sage-level experts. It's rumored that there are even several grand sage-level cultivators within the sect, making it extraordinarily formidable. In the Great Een World, even a slight tremor from the Tianyin sect shakes the entire realm 3 times. For countless years, although the Tianyin sect has been cruel and unjust, frequently wiping out other sects and killing numerous cultivators, it never acted as recklessly as today, massacring ordinary people and forcing everyone into a dead end. All these changes started 7 years ago. Hideo gazed up at the sky, his eyes shimmering with moisture, his fists clenched tightly, his face full of hatred and sorrow. Chapter 100, Old Matters from 7 years ago. 7 years ago, Brent muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing with a shock in his heart. 7 years ago, wasn't that the time when my sister Nora came here? Could this be related to her? Brent felt somewhat excited. He hadn't expected that his unintentional action would lead to such an unexpected gain. He didn't speak, but quietly watched the Chester in green robe, waiting for him to continue. Sigh. 7 years ago, the Davidson was nearing his end and wouldn't last much longer. But just then, the people of Tianyin sect found a Chester who possessed the body of Great Een. The body of Great Een is an unparalleled divine body from legend. Despite searching for millions of years, they had never found one. Who would have thought that they discovered one 7 years ago? With death approaching, the old patriarch saw hope for survival. To live on, he went almost insane, not hesitating to order the massacre of billions of lives by Tian's sect, using their souls to help him devour the origin of the Winchester's body of Great Een. He aimed to use the origin of the body of Great Een as a breakthrough point, aiding him in transcending the peak of the Great Sage realm, reaching the legendary 10th realm, the Near Emperor realm. In these 7 years, countless lives in the greater Tian world have been brutally killed, blood flowing like rivers, with the air always filled with the smell of blood. And my Shur clan also could not escape the misfortune, being targeted by the Tian sect. Once the top clan in the Southern Heaven domain with tens of thousands of clan members and thousands of cultivators, now only a dozen of US remain, along with thousands of Hamiltonly, sick, and weak. If it weren't for your rescue, our Shur clan would have perished today. Hideo looked pained, turning back to look at his fellow clansmen, his heart filled with sorrow. He bowed again towards Brent, full of gratitude. 7 years ago, body of Great Een, Winchester. Brent's mind was jolted, standing dazedly there. All this pointed clearly to one thing. That Winchester was precisely his sister, Nora. Brent hurried forward, lifting Hideo up, his eyes looking at him urgently. Quick, tell me where Tian's sect is. 7 years, too long. Has the Davidson already begun to devour Nora's essence? Is little Shue still alive? Thinking of this, Brent's heart couldn't help but ache intensely. When Hideo heard Brent's words, he appeared hesitant, slowly speaking. Grateful benefactor, you should know. Although Tian's sect is one of the top sects in the greater Tian world, its headquarters has always been hidden, unknown to anyone. Moreover, not only is the main branch hidden, but even the sub-branch in our Southern Heaven domain's location is unknown. What? Brent frowned tightly. This news was terrible for him. He couldn't afford any more delay. Every passing moment meant more danger for Nora. No matter what, he had to find Dahlia as soon as possible. Tian's sect, if you dare harm Dahlia even a bit, I will personally destroy your entire sect. Brent's eyes shot out 2 beams of cold light, each estimating boundless killing intent. Grateful benefactor, are you going to Tian's sect? It's far too dangerous. Don't go there. Hideo, hearing Brent's mutterings, looked alarmed, hurriedly trying to dissuade him. Grateful benefactor, you don't know. Even in our Southern Heaven domain, the Tian sect has a perfected king-level cultivator station there, along with even more powerful Saint Realm cultivators in higher positions, constantly patrolling. Such formidable strength, who can resist it? Grateful benefactor, please don't go there. Hideo knew how terrifying the Tian sect was. He quickly approached, his eyes firm in persuading Brent. Although he knew Brent was powerful, the Tian sect was even more so. Besides, with the Saint Realm cultivators sitting high above, they were nearly invincible. If Brent went there, it would be no different from seeking death. How could he bear to watch their savior walk to his death? You don't need to worry. A mere saint, I can kill with one finger. Brent's face showed killing intent, anger filling his heart. How dare Tian sect treat his sister like this? He would not let anyone off lightly. A mere saint. One finger to kill him. Everyone froze, wide-eyed. When did Saint Realm cultivators become described as mere? But seeing Brent's calm expression, they felt he wasn't joking. These are healing pills. Give them to your clansmen and leave here as soon as possible. Brent raised his hand, handing Hideo a storage bag, turning around to depart. This is... Staring at the chestery high-quality healing pills in the storage bag, even a few legendary top-grade pills, Hideo was instantly dumbfounded. Benefactor, please tell me your name. I will erect an eternal monument to you, and our descendants will forever be grateful for your kindness. Hideo hurriedly bowed deeply to Brent, his eyes filled with tears, his expression emotional. The others looked at Brent, who not only saved them, but also gave them medicinal pills for their injuries, revealing looks of gratitude. No need for such formalities. I did it casually. Besides, I also learned an important piece of information from you, so we're even. Brent said calmly, lifting Hideo up as he spoke. Take care of yourselves. I must go. Brent was very anxious. Without lingering further, he waved his hand to open the void, vanishing instantly. Benefactor, Hideo shouted gratefully, taking 2 hasty steps towards the direction Brent disappeared. But he was too late. Brent had already gone far away. Benefactor, take care, Hideo murmured, gazing at the place where Brent had vanished. Ultimately, they still didn't know the name of the benefactor who saved them. Benefactor, he opened the void with just a wave of his hand. Everyone looked in the direction Brent left, stunned speechless. Even their patriarch Hideo, a 5th-stage alchemy realm expert, couldn't casually open the void. Yet their benefactor did so effortlessly, with just a finger. How powerful must he be? Hideo, reminded by the others, also realized how Brent left. Benefactor Hideo's face showed shock as he looked at the direction Brent had departed, feeling extremely shaken. If what benefactor said is true, that he can kill a saint with one finger, then how strong must he be? Everyone marveled, their faces full of astonishment. I wonder why benefactor went to Tian's sect. But, Tian's sect has saints guarding it, and even legendary great sages. Can he succeed? May benefactor return safely? Many people genuflected again in the direction Brent had left, their eyes brimming with hope. Chapter 101, Underground City. Hush! The wind howled as Brent's figure rapidly flashed through the heavens and earth. Humph! Such an evil sect, I must destroy it. Brent's face was cold, his heart filled with murderous intent. Even if it weren't for his sister, he would still have to destroy this evil and vicious sect. On this journey, he had seen far too chestery tragedies. Many of the Tian sect's wicked cultivators were brutally slaughtering mortals. Vast stretches of villages had become dead villages, with no survivors left. In one village, a group of Tian sect cultivators were crazily hunting down hundreds of ordinary people. No. I beg you, don't kill me. Brent instantly appeared in front of the Tian sect cultivators, blocking their path, his eyes cold as he looked at them. Who are you? To dare meddle in the affairs of the Tian sect? Looking for death. Kill them. Brent, unable to contain his rage, his face cold, emitted several beams of light from his eyes. Bang, bang, puff. Sounds of bodies breaking apart echoed incessantly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were turned into ashes by Brent. Hundreds of ordinary people watched in shock, stunned into silence by Brent's silhouette. Those dozens of immortals who were chasing them were all killed with just a glare from the white-clothed Chester in front of them. It was truly terrifying. Hush! Unconcerned with the crowd's shock, Brent's expression remained stern as he vanished in a flash. Under the grateful bows of hundreds of living beings, he left this place. Xiuxian sect. Brent's heart turned even colder. On this journey, every single wicked cultivator he encountered met the same end, being shattered into nothingness. Yet, despite searching Chestery places, he failed to find the exact location of the Xiuxian sect. Just where in the Nantian domain is the Xiuxian sect built? Brent frowned, his divine senses sweeping over tens of thousands of miles without finding any trace of the Xiuxian sect. Since I can't find it, I'll just let them lead me there. Brent used a secret technique to conceal himself in the void, stealthily following behind a team of Xiuxian sect cultivators, preparing to enter the Xiuxian sect with them. Jarrett, how Chestery souls did you collect today? The leader of a team of Xiuxian sect cultivators chuckled, looking ahead at another team joining him, asking casually. His face was pale, radiating a soft and gentle aura. After chuckling while covering his mouth, he didn't forget to take out some powder to touch up his makeup, checking himself in a bronze mirror. You dead demon. You look so happy. Must have been quite a harvest today. A short, sturdy Marcus, carrying a large broadsword on his shoulder, slowly approached the demon. Just luck. We've almost wiped out everyone nearby. I barely found a hiding place, hence the harvest. Ivory chuckled softly, his expression extremely gentle. But those wretched civilians dared to hide, making me search hard. So I didn't spare anyone. I killed them all. 30,000 people. Their soul power is really pure. Ivory laughed cruelly, holding a crystal ball glowing with white light, scrutinizing it carefully. 30,000 people. That's quite a lot. I also harvested a bit today, though only a few thousand souls. The Marcus greedily eyed the crystal ball in the demon's hand, envying it. So, adding your today's harvest to the hundreds of thousands from previous days, you can probably exchange for a cultivation essence pill today. Right. With this pill, I can at least advance from the mid-stage to the late stage of my 5th major realm. Ivory laughed loudly, twirling gently, the hem of his skirt fluttering with a faint fragrance. You do have good luck. I'm a little short. I'll gather enough in a couple of days. Let's head back to the sect. The Marcus laughed heartily, leading his team into a valley called Dead Man's Valley. Let's go. Ivory combed his long hair and followed not too quickly behind the Marcus. Wailing winds. Dead Man's Valley was filled with mournful howls. Gales constantly blew bones from the valley bottom, scattering them around. This was a perilous place. Any ordinary person falling in would never return alive. The Marcus and his team walked calmly through the valley, holding a jade arrow that shimmered with light, moving slowly forward. They passed through layers of restrictions and dangerous areas, using a token to slowly open an array formation at the deepest part of Dead Man's Valley. Buzz! The void trembled as a massive teleportation array appeared before their eyes. A group of people cautiously glanced around, then filed in one by one, all standing on the array. Boom! The array was activated. The Marcus and his group stood on the teleportation array, vanishing from the spot with a flash of white light. Boom! Boom! After 2 more teleports, they finally arrived at the gate of the Xiuxian sect. Xiuxian sect. This was a huge underground city. It resembled an underground world, densely populated with buildings and chestery purple-robed cultivators moving about within the city. In front of the underground city's gates stood a colossal stone archway hundreds of meters tall. The 3 characters, Xiuxian sect, were carved brightly into the stone, emitting a heavy, bloody aura. Above the city hovered a massive red orb, like a blood moon suspended over the palace complex, radiating a faint red glow. Thus, even though the entire city was underground, it did not appear dark. The entire space was extremely cold and deathly silent, the air thick with the scent of blood, and the stench of death permeated every corner. Dead demon, what are you doing? Hurry up. Today is the day when the main sect collects souls from us, the subordinate sect. If we make the main sect wait, you'll be in big trouble. The Marcus led the way, turning his head to look at the demon with a frown. Ivory slowly turned back to scan behind him, then turned to face the Marcus again. Do you feel someone following us in secret? Ivory was suspicious, his eyes flashing with caution. Someone following us? Impossible. We've been so cautious on the way, and with so chestery teleports, even a super expert at the ascension stage would lose the trail. The Marcus chuckled softly, mocking the demon's paranoid behavior. You don't believe me? Ivory glared angrily at the Marcus. With your overly suspicious nature, why should I believe you? The Marcus sneered, not believing the demon's words at all. You, Ivory, furious, stamped his foot lightly on the ground and prepared to argue with the Marcus. But just then, a cold voice sounded behind him. I believe you. Chapter 102. Since you know you were wrong, go to hell and repent. Brent slowly walked out of the darkness with a calm expression on his face. His eyes glinted coldly as he lifted his gaze to look at the Marcus, the Xavier, and dozens of others, exuding an icy killing intent from his entire body. Since he had found the headquarters of the Xiuxian sect, there was no longer any need for him to hide. This was also why the Xavier could detect him. Who's there? The Marcus and the Xavier turned their heads to Brent simultaneously. A fleeting flicker of fear appeared in their eyes, and they involuntarily moved backward. Who are you? The Marcus shouted loudly, signaling his men to surround Brent. The one who will kill all of you. Bang! Brent's voice was icy. He glanced at a purple-robed cultivator charging at him and shattered him instantly. Humph! How dare you come here to the headquarters of our Xiuxian sect? You're just courting death. Brothers, take him down. Ivory person roared, his usual composure gone, now brimming with anger, directing his subordinates to attack Cassius. Altogether, kill him. The Marcus yelled in anger too, pointing his spear directly at Brent, urging his men to charge forward with him. Haha, daring to intrude into our Xiuxian sect, truly fearless. Kill him. This is a soul that comes to us on its own. They laughed wildly, astonished that someone would come right to them, wondering if this person was foolish or simply insane. Let me help you find peace. Over 10 purple-robed cultivators rushed to the forefront, laughing arrogantly, and attacked Brent with cold eyes. Help me find peace? Humph, you are worthy. Brent remained calm, hands behind his back, lifting his stern gaze towards them, his eyes shooting rays of light. Bang, bang, ah. In an instant, those dozen or so purple-robed cultivators exploded into pieces, turning into scattered flesh. The surrounding people were affected, each spitting out mouthfuls of blood and collapsing on the ground. Those people looked at Brent in shock, their hearts trembling. Many of those who just died had strengths comparable to theirs. Yet, they were killed effortlessly by the white-robed Chester before their eyes. Wouldn't it mean that if they charged forward, they would meet the same fate? Everyone exchanged terrified glances, looking at Brent with awe, inching away, trying to escape. Where's our leader? Someone cried out in panic. Facing such a scene, their leader should step up. Leader. Somebody looked around blankly, only to be shocked when he discovered that the Marcus, who was supposed to lead the charge, had already fled and was about to disappear from view. Damn it. He escaped without loyalty while we attacked that person. The Chester cursed, his eyes flashing with panic, realizing something was off. Their leader was a highly skilled expert in the fifth great realm of alchemy transformation. Anyone capable of scaring their leader to run tail between his legs, how could they stand a chance against him? The rest of the people also showed signs of shock, thinking about it, their faces paling. This sly old dog actually dared to sacrifice us. Everyone was infuriated. The Marcus's actions clearly used their lives to buy himself time to escape. Dark clouds loomed over everyone's hearts, filled with despair. Facing such an expert, they couldn't resist at all. Moreover, they were too close to him. Even if they wanted to escape, there was no chance. The Marcus also heard the angry shouts of his subordinates, but kept running toward the mountain gate of the Towing sect without turning back. Joking aside, anyone who could follow them silently must have reached the realm of the sect master. To ask him to fight such a person was no different from committing suicide. Faster. The Marcus's face was full of terror, cursing his inability to grow another pair of legs, feeling like he wasn't escaping fast enough, sensing the chill winds on the back of his neck, as if a knife were placed against his throat. I hope those people die valuably, holding him off for a bit more. The Marcus revealed a sinister look. If his subordinates died saving him, then their deaths would not be in vain. Leader. Seeing their leader about to disappear, they roared angrily, harboring resentment. Kill. Then, everyone's savage nature was stirred up, glaring fiercely at Brent, wielding knives and rushing toward him. Since they couldn't escape, they could only fight to the death. Perhaps they could find a sliver of hope in desperation. Die. Amidst their roars, waves of attacks surged towards Brent. Humph. Not one of you will escape. Brent spoke coldly and indifferently. His long hair fluttered as he watched the Marcus flee towards the entrance of Towing sect, walking slowly, step by step, towards the mountain gate. A faint tremor emerged from Brent's body, spreading an invisible force rapidly in all directions. Boom. All the attacks crumbled under this energy surge, which then swiftly collided with those people. No. The advancing purple-robed cultivators screamed in despair. Their bodies suddenly froze, voices cut off abruptly, standing motionless with blood flowing from their 7 orifices, already lifeless. Brent passed through them expressionlessly, his gaze not lingering on any of them. Bang. Bang. After Brent walked by, everyone exploded like fragile porcelain, first showing cracks on their bodies before bursting apart completely. Faster. The Marcus was anxious inside. He heard continuous screams behind him, sweat pouring down his forehead in panic, wishing he had extra legs for speed. Damn. Suddenly cursing, the Marcus looked up and saw the Xavier frantically fleeing at a speed even faster than himself, wildly twisting his slim waist. Humph. Can you really escape? Brent gave a cold snort, stretching out his palm again to grab the Xavier and the Marcus. These killers, who took pride in the number of people they murdered, were beyond wicked. Especially since their victims were ordinary people, whom they enjoyed killing. They deserved even more severe punishment. Spare us, sir. Both the Marcus and the Xavier begged loudly, terror evident on their faces. Watching Brent's large hand reach out to them, they turned pale with fright, on the brink of despair. Thump. Thump. Brent's face remained grim. He raised his hand, smashing dozens of their attacks, seizing them both. No, don't kill me. Sir, I know I was wrong. Sir, don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. The Marcus and the Xavier struggled fiercely within Brent's grip, begging pitifully, eyes filled with fear and despair. Since you know you were wrong, go to hell and repent. Brent's face was cold as he gently squeezed with his right hand, causing their bodies to twist and deform, enduring intense pain. He was furious at their previous actions and wanted them to experience the pain of their victims before they died. No, they screamed in horror, struggling desperately, ultimately disintegrating inch by inch amidst cries of agony. Brent lightly shook his hand, scattering the ashes to the ground, then continued towards the mountain gate of Towing sect, his face as cold as ice. Who dares to intrude upon Towing sect? Seeking death. A loud shout rang out from the mountain gate of Towing sect. Chapter 103. A mouthful of pure chi destroys the sect gate. Over a dozen purple-robed cultivators from the Towing sect, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the gate. They just witnessed Brent slaying the Marcus and the Fiend. Instantly, those people charged out of the sect, fiercely attacking Brent. Scram! Brent gave a light shout, raising his eyes to look at the dozen or so people. Bang! Bang! At once, screams mixed with explosions continuously rang out. Those dozen people instantly exploded, their flesh scattering across the ground. Where's the master of the Towing sect? Brent lightly shouted, his voice echoing grandly throughout the underground space. The sound waves transformed into a beam of light, striking straight onto the Towing sect's entrance gate. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the several hundred meters tall stone monument in front of the Towing sect, along with a vast area of buildings, all crumbled into dust within an endless cloud of debris. Don't. Many disciples guarding the entrance also turned into ashes amid screams. Thud. Thud. Out from the dense smoke, someone walked out slowly. He was dressed in white like snow, hands clasped behind his back, striding resolutely towards the interior of the Towing sect. Thud. Thud. The earth trembled with every step Brent took, resonating throughout the entire underground space. Who's there? In an instant, all the disciples guarding the entrance, along with Hamilton's, gathered at the city gate. Seeing the state of the entrance, they glared angrily at Brent. To dare destroy our sect's entrance, you seek death. And Hamilton roared, his whole body exuding a thick bloody aura. He thrust a blood-colored spear directly at Brent. Attack! Simultaneously, numerous disciples followed the Hamilton, rushing ferociously at Brent. Scram! Brent remained calm, cold eyes looking at the Hamilton. Boom! The Hamilton charging at Brent exploded upon meeting Brent's gaze, turning into a sky-wide rain of blood. Brent seemed like an ancient emperor, his steps unceasing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gales rose from under his feet, transforming into countless sword beams, sweeping wildly around. No! Puff! Countless Tian sect disciples exploded in this gale, utterly destroyed. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the entire entrance of the Tian sect turned into ruins, disciples turning into ashes. Who is destroying my sect's entrance, killing my sect's disciples? Looking for death. This huge noise instantly spread throughout the entire underground city. Everyone in the Tian sect was awakened. Whether meditating or patrolling, everyone charged towards the entrance with murderous intent. To destroy their entrance before their eyes was akin to slapping their faces hard. For a moment, the Tian sect was filled with curses, the surging murderous aura making the already cold underground even more chilling, the air almost freezing into frost. You, who killed my sect's disciples? How audacious, truly courting death. For such arrogance, I shall refine his soul into a puppet, forever serving me. Tens of thousands stormed out from inside the Tian sect, including merely Void Realm, Tribulation Realm Hamiltons numbering over dozens. They roared with cold expressions, their eyes flashing with cold light, quickly charging towards Brent. The entire underground space shook, all of Tian sect unleashing attacks at Brent simultaneously. In an instant, attacks that blocked out the sun, like a colorful net, swept down crazily toward Brent. The time has come for the Tian sect to be obliterated. Brent's expression was serene, hands still clasped behind his back. He only gave a light shout. That mouthful of innate essence, Qi, transformed instantly into a vast hand, roaring as it smashed towards the sun-blocking net. Bang! The net burst open like fireworks, turning into countless fragments. This? Impossible. Tens of thousands stared wide-eyed, shocked, as their collective attack was countered by just one mouthful of pure Qi. Is this a dream? Can anyone be so powerful? What realm is he? Could he be a perfected king? Someone muttered in disbelief, appearing very terrified. Even more were frozen in shock. They had never seen anyone so powerful that one person could single-handedly suppress the attacks of tens of thousands. Whoosh! The colossal palm formed by Brent's clear Qi created a sonic boom in the sky, tearing through the void and smashing into the crowd's attack. With undiminished force, it surged toward them. Hurry! Quickly form the array, work together to resist it. Faced with this devastating blow, everyone was thrown into chaos, their expressions filled with terror. Dozens of formidable Hamiltons roared, unleashing all their power to form a massive defensive light dome above their heads. Bang! In that life and death moment, tens of thousands united, pouring out all their strength without reserve, integrating their powers into the protective array above. After absorbing the overwhelming power from tens of thousands of sources, the array gently vibrated. The entire defensive array emitted thick waves, becoming exceedingly solid and substantial. Can we hold it? The combined power of tens of thousands, plus the array's enhancement, even a perfected king couldn't breach it. Everyone looked up at the sky, hearts full of dread. Whoosh! In an instant, the giant palm from above the underground city smashed heavily onto the defensive array. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the palm effortlessly shattered the formidable array. It then flashed over the heads of the crowd, crashing down with a deafening boom. Impossible! No! Boom! The entire underground palace shook, the ground collapsing, and tens of thousands were annihilated by Brent's mouthful of clear Qi. An abyss appeared on the earth, spewing molten lava. This. More members of the Tian sect kept rushing towards this place. On their way here, they just witnessed Brent's devastating strike that wiped out tens of thousands. Such a shocking scene instantly terrified those who saw it. Many turned pale, collapsing to the ground in fright, urine seeping from under them. Is he a sage? Everyone murmured to themselves, utterly disbelieving. Brent remained calm. Slaughtering tens of thousands of Tian sect cultivators felt no different than killing a chick for him, not causing a ripple in his demeanor. Thud, thud, heavy footsteps echoed again, resonating throughout the entire underground city. Chapter 104. The Supreme Messenger of the Tian sect. Brent walked deeper into the Tian sect with his hands behind his back, a look of calm on his face. Along the way, he mercilessly slaughtered every Tian sect disciple he encountered. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. Please spare me. The screams of agony rang out continuously, and some people even frantically kowtowed to Brent in fear. But all of this was futile. Facing these ruthless executioners of the Tian sect, Brent felt no pity. His mind was filled with images of the cruelly butchered faces in Nantian Domain and the countless mundane towns that had been wiped out. Hatred surged within him. He wished to exterminate everyone and would not let any of them go. No. The cries of pain did not cease as countless disciples of the Tian sect fell under Brent's feet. Brent, like a killing god from hell, stepped over the corpses of Tian sect disciples and continued his advance into the heart of the Tian sect. The underground city was vast, and the area Brent had just annihilated only accounted for 1% of the entire underground city of the Tian sect. At that moment, deep within the subterranean palace, inside an ominous hall, dark candles flickered with faint light, illuminating numerous cultivators of the Tian sect from Nantian Domain. The Curtis in Nantian Domain, Cedric, led a group of Hamiltons and respectfully handed over a crystal ball to a silver-haired Hamilton. The silver-haired Hamilton stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes shimmering like stars, exuding an aura of supremacy. He looked down at the crystal ball handed over by Patriarch Cedric and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. In just a month, nearly 1 million souls have been collected, far more than other branches of the Titan sect. The silver-haired Hamilton put the crystal ball into his storage bag and revealed a slight smile on his cold face. This time when I return, I will certainly report your efforts to the higher-ups of the Titan sect. The sect will consider allocating more cultivation resources to you. Thank you, Supreme Messenger. Upon hearing the words of the silver-haired Hamilton, Patriarch Cedric and the Hamiltons all showed delighted smiles, bowing down to the silver-haired Hamilton. Boom. Suddenly, loud noises came from the entrance of the Titan sect, accompanied by disciples' agonized screams. Everyone in the hall turned their gaze towards the entrance and probed it with their divine senses. Humph. I didn't expect someone would dare provoke us, the Titan sect, within the boundaries of the Titan world. Go capture that person, break their limbs, and bring them to me. The silver-haired Hamilton's face remained cold as he spoke indifferently, turning away from the Titan sect members. A chilling aura radiated from his body. Yes. Patriarch Cedric bowed and exited the hall. Humph. Someone dares to intrude on our Titan sect at this time, truly courting death. Patriarch Cedric's eyes were filled with anger. He was furious. To disrupt things at this critical moment was unacceptable. It disgraced him in front of the Supreme Messenger. He wanted to flay the troublemaker alive. I order you to gather all forces and quickly suppress this intruder. Cedric roared in fury, then led a large group towards the entrance. Meanwhile, Brent had already breached the inner gate. Boom. Dozens of halls collapsed, and Brent proceeded without resistance, obliterating countless disciples in his path. Brent's face was ice cold. His hatred grew with each kill. In this underground city, he discovered a deep abyss filled with countless xiuxian remains, almost filling up a 10,000-meter pit, emitting a foul odor. It was hard to imagine how Chestery lives the Titan sect had claimed to fill such a vast chasm. Titan sect. Brent's expression hardened, his killing intent surging. The atrocities of the Titan sect were even more abominable than those of the Blood Spirit sect he had destroyed. For their selfish gains, they had slaughtered countless lives. Such a sect, which treated lives like grass, deserved total annihilation. Die all of you, Brent roared, stomping the ground fiercely. Boom. A destructive force swept outward, sending countless disciples and structures soaring high into the air before exploding. Help me. No. Disciples lay writhing on the ground, their bodies shattered, screaming in agony. Humph. Brent coldly watched, his eyes flashing with sword-like beams, slicing through the remaining disciples, reducing them to ashes. He walked steadily and calmly, step by step, slowly heading deeper into the depths of the Titan sect. Stop. The earth trembled as the Titan sect's patriarch led dozens of Hamiltons and a large number of disciples rushing over at lightning speed. The entire sky turned cold in an instant, thick with murderous intent. These were all the Titan sect's elite, every disciple and Hamilton handpicked through rigorous selection. The lowest realm for any Hamilton was the initial stage of the tribulation transcending realm, immensely powerful. Those guarding the mountain gate had their highest rank only at the cavernous void realm. There was simply no comparison between the two, and the disciples here were all cultivators above the third major realm, the mystic core realm. This was also why the Titan sect's patriarch Cedric dared to charge over even after knowing Brent had wiped out so Chestery of their disciples. Little brat, who gave you the courage to create chaos in my Titan sect? If you want to die, I will oblige you. A red-robed Hamilton emitted an aura of the tribulation transcending realm. Seeing the shattered mountain gate and the corpses strewn about, he erupted with uncontrollable fury and roared, launching his attack first. A blood-red giant bell was hurled by the red-robed Hamilton toward Brent. The bell expanded rapidly in the wind, instantly growing to the size of a hill, swiftly descending upon Brent. Scram! Brent raised his head and bellowed in anger, shooting two beams of sword light from his eyes, piercing through space straight at the red-robed Hamilton. Boom! The sword light unstoppable shattered the giant bell and fiercely struck the red-robed Hamilton. Bang! Despite using all his might, the red-robed Hamilton still couldn't stop the sword light. He screamed in despair, being sliced into flying ashes by the sword light. You little punk, daring to kill my Titan sect Hamilton, seeking death. Dozens of Hamiltons roared in rage, each delivering their most formidable attack towards Brent. Kill! Countless disciples also shrieked in unison, simultaneously striking with their spirit weapons, thrusting them directly at Brent. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of attacks descended like a deluge, aiming to utterly suppress Brent. I will not only kill your sect's Hamiltons, but I will also slaughter all of you. Brent shouted sternly, coldly watching these people before him and raising his hand to deliver a palm strike toward the numerous Hamiltons. These people were the root cause of this place's desolation and massacre. They were responsible for slaughtering billions of lives in Nantion domain. They all deserve death. Chapter 105. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Whoosh! Brent's palm tore through the void and struck heavily upon the attacks launched by everyone. Boom! Above the Titan sect, the sky exploded instantly. Even the colossal blood moon hanging above the city was shattered in large part, with blood-red light filling the entire space. No. All attacks were shattered by Brent's single palm strike. Even those hundreds of Hamiltons were slapped to the ground, their bodies shattering in screams. Hundreds of thousands of disciples were also reduced to ashes under this single strike. Seal of Great Een, stamp locking rivers and mountains. After a brief preparation, the Ibrahim finally awakened the supreme treasure of the Titan sect, the Great Een Seal. This was a sacred artifact capable of destroying anything below the Saint Realm. With his peak tribulation crossing stage strength, the Ibrahim struggled to activate the Great Een Seal, slamming it heavily towards Brent. Whoosh! The Great Een Seal whistled through the air, emitting a dark glow that locked the heavens and earth. In an instant, it appeared above Brent's head and then fell down. How dare you, Titan sect! Looking at the Great Een Seal, Brent's expression turned grim as he couldn't help but shout loudly, with piercing light flashing in his eyes, sending out a sky-piercing killing intent. This Great Een Seal was forged from countless xiuxian skulls. It was truly diabolical. Titan sect. Brent glared fiercely at everyone from the Titan sect, genuinely enraged by their wickedness. His body emitted an icy killing intent. With a raised hand, He grabbed the great seal and then fiercely squeezed it with his right hand. Boom. A loud explosion rang out as the great seal shattered completely in Brent's hands. Fiat. The Tian sect's patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and he fell weakly from the sky. He was intimately linked to the great seal. With its destruction, he suffered grave injuries too. Not possible. He actually crushed a sacred artifact barehanded. Lying on the ground, the Ibrahim screamed out, utterly shocked, staggering and falling, disbelief filling his eyes. That was a sacred artifact, boundlessly powerful, the foundation upon which the Tian sect stood in the southern heavenly domain. Below the Saint Realm, everything could be instantly killed by it. But now, it had fragmented, broken by xiuxian hands. Like a dream. How powerful must one be to crush a sacred artifact barehanded? The Ibrahim lay helpless on the ground, looking ashen. How is this possible? Even the Tian sect cultivators who had far away without dying were each stunned into silence, their eyes staring blankly at Brent like statues. The great seal was their faith, their reliance. However, their faith was shattered right before their eyes so easily. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the depths of Tian sect, a silver-haired Hamilton had been watching Brent's every move from deep within. Now he was shocked, speechless, terrified. One who could crush the Tian sect's sacred artifact barehanded would be at least at the Saint Realm. Yet, he was merely a perfected king, no match for the other party. Better to escape first, go seek the saint of our sect. Thinking of this, the silver-haired Hamilton took out a teleportation array platform and turned to flee. Think you can run? Brent gave a cold snort, his cold gaze fixed on the sky ahead. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the void, pulling the silver-haired Hamilton out from midair. The silver-haired Hamilton screamed, blood spurting out all over, bones breaking as he struggled desperately. His face showed sheer terror, disbelief filling his eyes. No one had ever pulled him out of the void like this before. Expressionless, Brent held the silver-haired Hamilton as if he were holding a small chicken, slamming him forcefully before him. Boom. Dust flew everywhere as the silver-haired Hamilton was thrown to the ground by Brent, bones fractured, blood pouring from 7 orifices, writhing on the ground, emitting inhechester cries. Were you the one who ordered them to break my limbs? Brent stomped on the silver-haired Hamilton's chest, looking down on him with a high stance, icy cold eyes. PHT. The silver-haired Hamilton spat out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale, eyes filled with horror, unable to utter a word. The messenger of the higher sect, actually a perfected king. Each member of the Tian sect was stunned into murmuring, eyes wide open, full of shock. Their messenger from the higher sect, a perfected king. He was actually pulled out of the void and stomped underfoot. Is he really a saint? Many people looked at Brent in fear, their faces ashen. Although they deduced from the scene of Brent shattering a sacred artifact barehanded that his cultivation had reached the realm of saints. But it was just a guess. However, the scene before them now clearly confirmed their speculation. Many people drew in a cold breath, their expressions grim. Looking at Brent's face, he seemed so young. To reach the realm of saints at such an age was virtually unprecedented. Let me go. I am the Hamilton who comchesters the southern heavenly domain and 4 other domains for the Tian sect. If you dare to kill me, the saints and great saints of my sect will not let you off. The silver-haired Hamilton struggled with all his might, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. Although he feared Brent's might, having always been in a high position, he had never suffered such humiliation before, being trampled like an ant. He was almost driven mad. I don't need them. I will find them myself. As for you, if I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Brent looked at the silver-haired Hamilton, his eyes shooting 2 beams of icy light. Then he suddenly stepped down hard with his right foot. No. The silver-haired Hamilton screamed in despair, turning to ashes under Brent's foot. He never expected Brent to be so resolute, taking his life without a word. All the bargaining chips he imagined in his heart vanished into thin air. Humph. Brent didn't even glance down at what was left under his foot. He coldly scanned the entire underground city, looking at the remaining Hamiltons and the Tian sect patriarch lying on the ground, barely breathing. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed all those people, restraining them one by one high above him. No, don't kill me. PLE, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Seeing Brent's power and coldness, everyone was terrified, begging for mercy with pale faces. Answer my questions and nothing else. If you speak another word of nonsense, you die. Brent said coldly. For these ruthless killers, he felt no sympathy or pity. Chapter 106. Consecutively destroyed 19 branches of the Tian sect. Everyone, upon hearing Brent's words, was so frightened that they dared not speak a word, their heads lowered. 7 years ago, didn't your Tian sect find a Winchester with a Tian body? Where's that Winchester now? Brent looked down at the people in front of him, probing their expressions with his divine sense. If anyone dared to lie or make any sudden moves, he would crush them mercilessly. Do you know? Brent cast a cold glance at an Hamilton covered in scars, speaking calmly. I don't know. I never. The scarred Hamilton's face was full of terror, frightened to the core by Brent's gaze, shaking his head frantically. Bang! Without further ado, Brent shot 2 beams from his eyes, directly shattering the scarred Hamilton. Bright red blood splattered onto the other Hamiltons, causing their faces to pale and their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. So terrifying. All were filled with fear. They had never imagined they would have such a day where their lives depended on a mere whim of this Chester. The young Chester standing before them killed without hesitation, even more brutal than they were. You tell me. Brent looked coldly at another person. I don't know. No. Before the terrified Chester could finish speaking, he too was shattered in front of everyone. Humph. Is there no one who knows? Brent's cold snort sent chills down everyone's spine. The icy killing intent echesterating from him forced all the Hamiltons to cough up blood, their bodies being torn apart by a powerful force. Splat. The people of the Tian sect screamed in agony, enduring immense physical and mental torment, torture few could bear. Lowering their heads, everyone exchanged glances and then looked towards Cedric, the current patriarch of the Tian sect in the Nantian domain. Seems like you know where that Winchester is? Brent's eyes shot 2 beams of cold light, glaring straight at the patriarch of the Titan sect, his whole body exuding powerful aura. I don't know. Terrified by Brent's imposing demeanor, the Titan sect's patriarch stuttered, intending to speak, but recalling the cruel punishments for leaks in higher ranks, he quickly retreated his neck, swallowing the words that were about to come out. Humph, do you think you can leave here alive? Tell me everything you know, and I'll grant you a quick death. Brent's entire body shook, emitting an aura that instantly severed all the tendons in the Titan sect's patriarch's body, pinning him to the ground immobile. Splat! Cedric screamed in agony, pressed firmly against the ground. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices as he endured immense pain. Violent energy surged wildly within him, tearing at his body, his bones cracking loudly, breaking inch by inch. I'll talk, please stop. Clutching his teeth and roaring, Cedric's face contorted from pain, his eyes red, chest heaving heavily. Where is that Winchester now? Brent looked down at Cedric, his voice icy cold. Cough, cough. That Winchester should be in the main branch of our Titan sect, but I'm not quite sure where the exact location of the main branch is. The Titan sect branches out level by level, with Chestery subsects. The Titan sect in the Nantion domain is just a small sect at the lowest level, barely getting any information. All the Titan sect branches are hidden, not usually contacting each other, only following orders from higher ranks. Sweat dripped from Cedric's forehead, panting heavily. He spoke brokenly about what he knew. Where's the next higher rank located? Brent frowned, continuing to question. If he couldn't find the main branch of the Titan sect temporarily, he would track them level by level until he found the main branch. One day, he would find its location. Perhaps soon, the main branch of the Titan sect would come looking for him first. The next higher branch of the Titan sect in the Nantion domain is located in the Kugu domain, inside the Xuanhuan mountains. After finishing these words, Cedric felt like all strength had left him, collapsing weakly on the ground, despair filling his eyes. The other Hamiltons watched Brent with fear, hearts pounding with anxiety and fear. Xuanhuan mountains. Brent closed his eyes slightly, speaking softly, then slowly lowered his head to look at Cedric below, pointing his finger toward him. Boom. Cedric was reduced to ashes by Brent's single finger. For such an evil person with his hands drenched in the blood of mortals, he felt not a trace of sympathy. No matter now or in the future, whenever he encountered people like this, he would personally extinguish them. You should go down and atone to those innocent beings. Brent slowly raised his head, speaking coldly, then stretched out his hand to grasp all the people before him and squeeze tightly. No, I beg you not to kill me. I know I was wrong. Everyone was screaming in despair, struggling desperately. Bang! With a light sound, Brent remained unmoved, directly crushing everyone to death and scattering their ashes. Whoosh! In a flash through the void, Brent appeared above the Nantion domain Titan sect, lowering his head to look down with a stern expression. Titan sect. Humph. Truly, Titan sect. Brent looked down coldly, then suddenly stamped his foot. Boom! A violent sound spread rapidly in all directions. The earth where the Titan sect resided cracked into huge fissures, stretching thousands of feet deep, even spewing up magma from below. Under Brent's great foot, the entire Titan sect completely vanished. Heaven break, mountain range. Brent raised his head to look south, then turned into a streak of light and vanished from the scene. Boom, boom. Over the next 5 days, Brent continuously emerged in various regions of the Titan world, wiping out 18 subordinate sects of the Titan sect one after another, causing a great stir. Hiss, have you heard? A formidable person has recently appeared, overturning 18 branches of the Titan sect. It's truly shocking. It's not just 18. Just now, news came that he destroyed another Titan sect branch. In a large city, Chestery people gathered around whispering quietly, each face full of surprise, eyes wide with disbelief. This is too terrifying. Who is this person? To dare challenge the Titan sect alone, truly admirable. Humph. Well done. The Titan sect has become increasingly arrogant in recent years, especially slaughtering countless mortals. Someone must have had enough and is retaliating against them. The Titan sect has ruled the Titan world for years, its strength immeasurable. Even there are dozens of saints, and 3 great saints. Legend has it that their old Michael has reached the peak of the great saint realm, almost stepping into the near emperor realm. With such terrifying power, who in the Titan world could match him? My guess is that the person's strength is at most at the saint realm. Although he has destroyed 19 branches of the Titan sect, which is gratifying, I fear that his passionate actions will end in tragedy. Someone pessimistically commented, feeling grateful for the person's actions, but also worried and concerned about whoever wiped out the Titan sect. Chapter 107. The Wrath of Titan Sect. Titan sect is too powerful. For so Chestery years, it has been acting recklessly, and millions of cultivators have dared to be angry, but not to speak. Now, finally, someone has dared to resist. While we all admire his bravery, we also worry about his situation. Many people, after hearing what Brent had done, all showed expressions of surprise, yet they also felt worried. They were not heartless. Over the years, the crimes committed by members of the Titan sect had been numerous and abominable, evoking deep hatred from Chestery. However, the Titan sect was simply too strong. Though they felt anger, they also felt powerless. In the past, there had been powerful cultivators who couldn't stand the Titan sect's actions and tried to resist. But in the end, each of them ended up like moths drawn to a flame, ending in tragedy. No one ever succeeded. To show its untouchable majesty, the Titan sect would even impale the bones of those who dared resist on long spears and parade them throughout the great world of Titan, serving as a warning to anyone thinking of defiance. Now, someone actually dared to challenge the Titan sect again. Not only did he succeed, but he also wiped out 19 of the Titan sect's subordinate sects consecutively. Such a feat was unprecedented in history. After all, for millions of years, no one had ever destroyed a single subordinate sect of the Titan sect. This was madness. Within just a few days, the news that 19 of the Titan sect's subordinate sects had been wiped out spread rapidly in all directions, astonishing everyone. Is this true? Someone dared to defy the Titan sect and destroy 19 of their subordinate sects? This is truly astounding. Haha. Finally, a mighty expert has struck at the Tian sect, relieving us of our grievances. Everyone who heard this news was filled with both surprise and excitement. Finally, someone dared to stand up to the Tian sect. Thank you, Lord Benefactor, for your heroic deed. Our clan will erect an eternal monument for you and pray for you daily. Some large clans looked toward the sky gratefully, hope filling their eyes. We prostrate before you, Lord Benefactor. There were Chestery others who had long suffered under the cruel oppression of the Tian sect. Upon hearing of Brent's exploits, they became so moved that they shed tears and knelt down to thank him. After the excitement, they then thought of the terror of the Tian sect, and anxiety welled up in their hearts. What will the Tian sect do next? An event of such magnitude, 19 subordinate sects wiped out, was a slap in the face for the Tian sect. The Tian sect certainly wouldn't let this go unpunished. Whenever a powerful resistor appeared in the past, the Tian sect would send out a special enforcement team with an endless army, striking with overwhelming force to thoroughly eliminate the resistor. Now, the main sect of the Tian sect must have already received the news. Will he survive? We hope Lord Benefactor can escape danger. Countless people raised their heads to the sky, kneeling on the ground praying for Brent. In the South Heaven domain, amidst a great mountain, Hideo led his family in rebuilding the Sure clan, constructing a small town. Sigh. At that moment, Hideo also lifted his head to look at the sky. Lord Benefactor, is it you? We hope you are safe. From the news of the Tian sect in the South Heaven domain being destroyed, combined with recent events, Hideo directly guessed that these were the deeds of their benefactor. When all members of the Sure clan heard the news, they were stunned into silence. Clan leader, what did you say? Our benefactor destroyed 19 subordinate sects of the Tian sect. All these things were done by Lord Benefactor? Everyone exchanged glances, disbelief evident on their faces, their hearts churned with immense waves. They were profoundly shaken. In their minds, the Tian sect was like an unmovable mountain, impossible to shake. Now, their savior had taken it upon himself to fight against the entire Tian sect, which was truly shocking. Lord Benefactor not only wiped out the Tian sect in the South Heaven domain, but also 18 other branches in other regions. How terrifying. No wonder Lord Benefactor said he could slay a Saint Realm cultivator with one hand. But the Tian sect has profound reserves, not only with saints, but also with great saints. Can Lord Benefactor resist the entire Tian sect? After the initial excitement, every member of the Sure clan wore worried expressions, concerned about Brent's future. May Lord Benefactor turn danger into safety. Everyone knelt on the ground, silently praying with devout expressions. Over the next few days, a message spread like wildfire across every corner of the great world of Tian. The main sect of the Tian sect finally displayed its wrath. A blood-red assassination order spread rapidly across the entire great world of Tian. They directly dispatched 9 sages, leading 1,000,000 disciples, vowing to exterminate the one who dared challenge the dignity of the Tian sect. Heavens! 9 sages, that's 9 sages. Who can stand against them when they come together? Not only 9 sages, but also 1,000,000 cultivators. This is simply a death trap. According to rumors, among the 9 sages, there is even a deputy sect master who has reached the great sage realm. Many people, upon hearing this news, were so shocked that they stared with their mouths agape, collapsing directly onto the ground. It seems that the Tian sect is truly enraged this time. Sending out 1 sage was already astonishing enough in the past. Now, they actually send out 9 sages, including 1 great sage. They won't stop until they achieve their goal. The Tian sect's move isn't just about killing the resistor. It's also to show their might to the world. They are clearly telling everyone that whoever dares to resist will face their overwhelming wrath. Everyone took a deep breath, filled with deep fear and terror. The Tian sect is too powerful. 1,000,000 cultivators and 9 sages. Just thinking about it makes one feel suffocated, filled with despair, let alone fighting against them. With such overwhelming force, who in this world could possibly have the strength to resist the Tian sect? The resistor is in danger now. His days are numbered. What a pity. Such a formidable expert. Yet he will ultimately fall at the feet of the Tian sect. Many people sighed. No one believed that anyone could survive the encirclement of 9 sages. Chapter 108. Annihilating a branch sect in front of a 1,000,000-strong army. 3 days later, the 9 saints of the Great Een sect led 1,000,000 cultivators to the southern sky domain. As far as the eye could see, 1,000,000 cultivators stretched endlessly like an ocean, with no end in sight. Attack! 1,000,000 voices roared in unison, their cries piercing the heavens. An overwhelming aura of death radiated from them, transforming the world into a bitter winter, with frost covering the earth. It's terrifying. With such power, who can resist? Many onlookers standing afar were terrified by the might of the Great Een sect's army. Their faces turned pale, and they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear. 1,000,000-strong army, banners of blood flying, advanced steadily. The 9 saints stood at the center of the vast army, emitting an overpowering aura that towered like 10,000-foot mountains. Even just a glance from afar made Chestery cultivators feel suffocated, with an urge to kneel and bow down. Though a 1,000,000-strong army sounded simple and easy, when witnessed firsthand, it was an entirely different scene. 1,000,000 cultivators flew swiftly through the sky, blocking out the sun. That cold, lethal aura felt like an infinite, world-ending palm slowly descending upon everyone. This awe-inspiring power deeply shocked everyone. 1,000,000-strong army, resplendent like heavenly authority, truly terrifying. Many people were left gasping for air, dumbstruck. Whoosh! The army advanced quickly, openly displaying its audacity and fearlessness to all. Soon, news spread from within the ranks of the Great Een sect. Everyone learned the purpose of the Great Een sect. Hurry to Yuyang Valley. The Great Een sect has mobilized its entire strength to determine that the person is in Yuyang Valley. Now, the 9 saints of the Great Een sect have already surrounded Yuyang Valley with a 1,000,000-strong army and sealed off the entire space. That person is cornered, with no way out. Countless people rushed to the city's Kansongjun, opening the domain gates. Destination, Yuyang Valley. Meanwhile, outside Yuyang Valley, the Great Een sect's 1,000,000 cultivators had already formed an impenetrable encirclement. Looking out, The million great insect cultivators in purple robes filled the skies and lands, like a vast, dark purple cloud, each estimating a terrifying and icy aura. The 9 saints stood together, gazing at Xiuxian Valley, emitting shocking waves of power that pierced the heavens. So terrifying. When a saint is enraged, millions fall, truly not an exaggeration. At the outermost perimeter of Xiuxian Valley, Chestery people had gathered. All were stunned by the overwhelming aura emitted by the great insect's army. Especially the aura from the 9 saints made their bodies tremble uncontrollably, feeling like they would be torn apart. Too powerful. With such depth, who can stand against the great insect? Alas, what a pity. It's been so long since someone dared to defy the great insect, but now they are about to fall. Many sighed, sorrow evident on their faces. Recalling years past, Chestery brave souls had challenged the cruelty of the great insect, only to be brutally killed and displayed as warnings across the great realm. Now, a similar scene seemed about to unfold again. Why hasn't he come out yet? What is he doing inside Xiuxian Valley? Could there be some secret? Everyone looked towards Xiuxian Valley, puzzled. Boom! A loud noise, accompanied by cries of terror, erupted from deep within Xiuxian Valley. Thud! The earth shook, and a powerful storm carrying a thick scent of blood swept outward. Then, Xiuxian Valley fell into eternal silence. SSS. Could there be a branch sect of the great insect in Xiuxian Valley? Upon hearing the screams, some speculated. It seems there really is a branch of the great insect here. Is he inside, annihilating the great insect members? Many were left speechless upon realizing what was happening inside Xiuxian Valley. Surrounded by a million-strong army, he dares to destroy one of their branch sects right before their eyes without hesitation. Such courage is truly astounding. He is actually so domineering. Many people gaped in amazement, their eyes filled with shock. They had never seen such a dominant person. Regarding the events outside Xiuxian Valley, they did not think that someone inside Xiuxian Valley could annihilate a branch sect of the Tian sect without the slightest notice. The overwhelming aura of the Tian sect's million-strong army could be sensed for 1,000 miles around. Naturally, those inside Xiuxian Valley could not have been unaware. Even so, facing certain death, that person remained fearless and even boldly destroyed their sect right before the eyes of the Tian sect's million cultivators and the 9 saints. Countless people were shocked speechless, staring with wide eyes, their mouths dry. The million cultivators of the Tian sect naturally also knew what had happened deep within Xiuxian Valley. All faces turned cold, an endless rage burning within them as they stared coldly towards Xiuxian Valley. At this point, instead of panicking and coming out to kneel before them and beg for forgiveness, he dared to destroy one of their branch sects right before their eyes. This was clearly a direct slap in the face of everyone. Kill! A million voices roared in fury, unleashing their anger. Once they caught the provocateur, they would eternally imprison his soul in the blood sea hell for eternal torment, while his body would be skinned and nailed to a long spear as a warning to all in the Tian realm. Get out here! A roar echoed through the heavens, and a blood-soaked figure charged out from among the million troops. His eyes flashed like lightning, exuding the overwhelming aura of a great king realm cultivator, boldly glaring at Xiuxian Valley before thrusting his spear deeply into its depths. Whistle! The spear whistled through the air, swelling to mountainous proportions in mere moments, crashing down forcefully. Whoa! That spear! It's too powerful. This is the strength of a great king? Too terrifying. Many onlookers were frightened, their faces pale, barely able to stand under the oppressive force of the spear, stumbling back. Some cultivators who were too close to the spear were directly shaken, coughing up blood, lying on the ground struggling, their faces pale as they looked up at the spear in terror. A great king is this terrifying. Everyone was stunned, faces full of shock. The strongest in the entire southern sky domain was merely a great king. Ordinarily, seeing them, let alone witnessing their power, was nearly impossible. Everyone knew how terrifying great kings were, but no one knew just how terrifying. Today, they witnessed it firsthand. A great king's full-strength attack truly could level everything within thousands of miles, just as legends said. If great kings are this terrifying, what about the saints? They are countless times more powerful than great kings. The Tian sect has dozens of saints. With such might, who can resist? Many were deeply moved. Facing the Tian sect's power left them without even the courage to feel despair. Get lost. Just then, amidst everyone's shock, a voice resounded from deep within Xiuxian Valley, echoing through the heavens. Immediately after, a beam of light, like a gaze, shot rapidly from Xiuxian Valley. Chapter 109. A glance that killed a sage. Boom. The beam instantly shattered the 1,000-foot-long spear, passing through its fragments and swiftly piercing toward the great accomplished king. What? The great accomplished king's face was filled with shock, his expression panicky. Seeing the light hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, he had no way to evade. All he could do was passively defend himself. Bang! Bang! Explosions resounded in the sky as the light, unstoppable, obliterated every attack launched by the great accomplished king and struck him directly. Pooh! Ah! Accompanied by a desperate scream, the great accomplished king disintegrated under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of people. Boom! A thunderclap echoed through the sky, leaving behind only a slowly dissipating mist of blood and ash. This, my eyes aren't deceiving me. Such a powerful great accomplished king was turned to ashes in one hit. That's a great accomplished king, and yet, he was powerless. He's too strong. Countless people gasped deeply, constantly wiping their eyes, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Those nearly peerless figures, standing at the pinnacle of Huchester power, would also have their day of downfall, like a dream. A great accomplished king has been killed. How will Tian sect respond? Many people couldn't help but look at the Tian sect's million-strong army, enjoying seeing them flounder. Hiss! A cold wind blew, and within moments, the temperature of the entire world plummeted, ice beginning to form. The members of the Tian sect looked grimly at Xiuxian Valley with hateful gazes, radiating an overwhelming cold, killing intent from their bodies. In the span of a few breaths, the other side had slapped them twice in front of everyone. This was utterly humiliating. They had originally come here in great pomp, hoping to crush the rebels decisively and terrify everyone. But now, it was completely opposite to their initial intentions. If things continued this way, even if they killed the rebel leader forcefully, it would lose its original meaning. The dignity of the Taiyin sect cannot be disgraced. Kill. A cold and heavy voice suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth. Kill. A million soldiers roared together. In an instant, all the Taiyin sect cultivators moved, advancing step by step toward Yuyang Valley, ready to display their wrath. Just then, a muffled sound echoed from deep within Yuyang Valley. Thud. Like thunder, it shook the heavens and earth, instantly shattering the aura field formed by the Taiyin sect's million cultivators. Thud. Thud. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a white figure slowly emerged from the ruins of the Taiyin sect in Yuyang Valley. His white robes were spotless, his long hair flowing over his shoulders, and his face calm as he stepped forward into the air, coming before everyone. Many people watching Brent were filled with astonishment. Facing 9 sages, a million cultivators, and this overwhelming killing intent, he appeared so calm, not even the slightest change in expression. He stood quietly there, hands clasped behind his back, unafraid. One Chester faced a million troops, completely composed. Arrogance. Stirring up such a grand spectacle for our sect, you can take pride in your death. A resonant voice exploded in the sky, shaking the void continuously. A sage, displeased with Brent's demeanor, was pressuring him with sage aura. Boom. The void ruptured, and all auras exploded and dissipated 1,000 meters away from Brent. Brent stood his ground, slowly lifting his head to scan the crowd of Taiyin sect, his gaze icy. He had destroyed 19 branches of the Taiyin sect, but still hadn't located the headquarters. Now that the Taiyin sect sages had brought people to besiege him, this would help save him some trouble. Surely sages should know the location of the headquarters. At this thought, a hint of a smile appeared on Brent's face. Many people saw Brent smiling faintly and shouted in shock. Facing certain death, anyone else would have been frightened senseless, awaiting despair and death. Yet he still smiled, remaining so composed. Has he accepted his certain death, choosing to meet it calmly? Someone speculated. Many people slowly nodded in agreement. No one believed he could survive against 9 sages and a million cultivators, because it was simply impossible. Taiyin sect was too powerful. Young Chester, you exterminated 20 branches of our Taiyin sect. This crime is unforgivable. A sage slowly took a step forward, hands clasped behind his back, and disdainfully raised his hand towards Brent, shooting out a blood-colored sword beam. Whistling, the blood-colored spear sword beam surged in the storm, stretching over a kilometer long, with bloodlight piercing the sky. Roar! Countless wrong souls inside the spear were wailing fiercely, carrying an aura of destruction, thrusting straight at Brent. This is the power of a sage. Is he going to destroy heaven and earth? Countless people stared with wide eyes, retreating in terror. They had been awestruck by the might of a great accomplished king, left breathless by that overwhelming power. But now, witnessing a sage's move, they realized that the might of a great accomplished king was like nothing more than an ant before a sage. The gap between the two was too great, like the difference between clouds and mud. People fled frantically from the area, despite being dozens of miles away from the spear. Yet they were still injured by the spear's momentum. Some were even cut apart by it, coughing up blood. How can anyone stand against a sage? The might of a sage is simply too powerful. That Chester will surely die this time. Many retreated to a distance, eyes wide, not blinking as they watched the center of the battlefield. Scram! Brent shouted, stirring up winds and clouds. His eyes shot out 2 beams of light, instantly shattering the blood-colored sword beam and then striking towards the sage without losing momentum. The sage was taken aback, hurriedly defending himself by launching dozens of attacks, even sending out his own life-bound holy weapon. Bang! Bang! Brent's gaze shattered everything, finally striking the sage directly. No! Boom! The sage let out a despairing scream and exploded into ashes. What? He actually killed a sage with just a glance. Those watching around were all shocked to the point of collapsing on the ground, staring blankly at the battlefield with disbelief etched on their faces. That was a sage, immensely powerful, capable of easily annihilating everyone in the Southern Heaven domain. Yet now, a sage was killed by just a glance from that Chester, leaving them dumbfounded. So, how powerful is he really? After the shock, Chester looked at Brent in awe and horror. Throughout, they hadn't sensed any fluctuation of energy from Brent. If it weren't for him destroying such a powerful cultivator, they wouldn't have believed he was a cultivator at all. Because no matter how they perceived him, they felt no cultivation fluctuations from Brent, making him seem completely ordinary. Chapter 110, Annihilation with One Palm. Everyone from the Taiyin sect looked at Brent with astonished expressions, completely shocked. Annihilating a sage with just one glance. Such power was far beyond what an ordinary sage could achieve. Could he be a great sage? The army of 1 million troops also began to waver in their resolve. The remaining 8 sages had dark expressions. They all looked towards the center where a purple-haired Hamilton stood. That Hamilton was none other than a great sage of the Taiyin sect, and was currently the deputy head of the enforcement hall. Humph. Regardless of whether he is a great sage or not, we must combine everyone's strength and kill him with one blow. The purple-haired Hamilton's eyes blazed with boundless bloodlight as he roared, lifting his hand to launch a crimson battle puppet. Then he stepped into the spirit core of the crimson battle puppet, while the other sages rushed into key positions within the puppet. Activate the Taiyin sect's immortal slaying formation, and destroy this villain. Following the purple-haired Hamilton's roar, all disciples of the Taiyin sect cast their spell formations simultaneously, pointing their fingers toward the sky. The heavens shook, and the clouds turned dark. A vast expanse of slowly rotating blood-colored clouds appeared across the entire sky. An enormous crimson battle puppet, towering 3,000 zhang tall, emerged instantly before everyone's eyes. Roar! The crimson battle puppet was fully activated. It drew on the spiritual energy of 1 million cultivators, 7 sages as its foundation, and a great sage as its consciousness, radiating a powerful aura. That aura contained traces of imperial might. Heavens, is that a near emperor? Someone exclaimed, their face full of shock, heart pounding. It's not a near emperor, merely containing a trace of near emperor might, touching the edge of the near emperor realm. But even this trace of near emperor might is something a great sage can't resist. Hiss. Just this trace of near emperor might creates such an astonishing scene. Too terrifying. Many people took deep breaths, looking at the mighty crimson battle puppet in horror, trembling uncontrollably. That's a near emperor. Who in the world can contend with it? After being shocked, everyone raised their heads to look at Brent. Facing a near emperor, can he survive? Countless eyes were locked on Brent, their gazes filled with pessimism. Subsequently, everyone shook their heads lightly, feeling that Brent would likely not escape his fate. The might of a near emperor was unstoppable. Interesting. Brent remained standing calmly in the sky, making no move. His eyes showed a sense of intrigue, finding the xianxia's combined formation very fascinating. If he could master this formation, it would greatly benefit the future development of the Chu clan. This was why he hadn't hurried to destroy those people. Indeed, in just a breath, Brent nodded, thoroughly understanding the formation and committing it to memory. Arrogant. At death's door, you still dare to act so arrogantly. Seeing Brent standing silently, the purple-haired Hamilton shot 2 beams of cold light from his eyes and controlled the crimson battle puppet to charge at Brent. Roar. The crimson battle puppet roared, its massive body almost filling the entire sky, blocking out the sun. It clenched its fist ablaze with raging fire, carrying countless Tao symbols, and smashed down heavily upon Brent. Crack. Space was shattered by the crimson battle puppet, chaotic energy spread, sealing off all of Brent's escape routes. Boom. The void exploded, and heaven and earth changed colors. Around Brent, Tao flowed. The fist of the crimson battle puppet halted 1,000 meters away from him, as if hitting an invisible wall, unable to advance any further. Heavens. Look, he stopped it. He actually stopped the attack of a near emperor. Not only did he stop it, but he did so calmly. His body never moved an inch. Hey, what realm is he in? Is he also a near emperor? Countless eyes stared blankly at Brent, gasping in disbelief at what they saw. Brent had brought them too much astonishment. Initially, they thought he was just a sage who would be mercilessly destroyed by the Titan sect, ending up tragically. But when he killed a sage with one glance, everyone was stunned and believed he was a great sage. Now, he had effortlessly blocked the Titan sect's semi-near emperor skeleton. This was absolutely beyond the capabilities of a great sage. Only a near emperor could do this. Only a near emperor could be so calm. He is truly a near emperor. Countless mouths hung open in amazement. This was indeed shocking. Impossible. All the people of the Titan sect also looked at Brent in shock, their expressions horrified. They had rallied all their forces from 1,000,000 people, bursting with the power that touched the edge of the near emperor realm. They intended to kill the rebel in one strike and demonstrate the supreme authority of the Titan sect. But now, this was the result. Not only did they fail to break through his defense, but they couldn't even kill him. The gap between their strength was too large. In an instant, everyone in the Titan sect turned pale, filled with despair. Even the purple-haired Hamilton seated on the blood-colored battle puppet's spirit platform had slightly trembling lips and a deathly white face. They had all underestimated Brent's strength, thinking it was much simpler. Combat ability is passable. Let me see how your defense holds up. Brent spoke calmly, and then his aura surged abruptly. A powerful force swept across the world, and he raised his hand to strike the blood-colored battle puppet. Who? Brent's phantom palm blocked out the sky, more than 10 times larger than the blood-colored battle puppet. It penetrated space and smashed heavily towards the battle puppet. No. Seeing the palm emitting majestic power, all 1,000,000 cultivators' faces changed drastically, collectively roaring in panic. Kill. At the moment of life and death, everyone burst into full power, rapidly uniting to control the blood-colored battle puppet to resist Brent's attack. Roar. The blood-colored battle puppet roared as if revived, taking a large step forward and striking its fist towards Brent's palm. Boom. The sky and earth shattered, chaos energy spread. Brent's palm struck the blood-colored battle puppet's fist forcefully. Bang. The blood-colored battle puppet's fist visibly distorted and crumbled under Brent's direct blow. Then, its entire arm exploded under Brent's next palm strike. Brent's palm created a sonic boom in the air, continuing its unstoppable momentum until it struck the chest of the blood-colored battle puppet. Boom. A loud noise echoed throughout the heavens. Under countless pairs of eyes, the blood-colored battle puppet shattered like a porcelain vase. No. The 1,000,000 Titan sect cultivators were reduced to ashes by this single strike. The purple-haired Hamilton screamed in despair, his body engulfed in raging flames, disintegrating in midair. Of the 8 sages inside the blood-colored battle puppet, 4 were killed by Brent, while the remaining 4 fell to the ground like shooting stars, leaving deep craters behind. This was still because Brent had shown mercy. Otherwise, everyone would have been obliterated in that strike. Am I seeing things? That near emperor-level blood-colored battle puppet was destroyed by just one palm. Someone kept swallowing saliva, lying helplessly on the ground, staring incredulously at the distance. 1,000,000 cultivators were so easily wiped out. 8 sages couldn't even put up a fight? Countless people stared dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. The power of a near emperor was terrifying. Cough, cough. The 4 surviving sages spat out blood profusely, even their internal organs. Their bodies were covered in cracks, bleeding non-stop, severely injured, their life force flickering weakly. Run fast. The remaining 4 all looked at Brent in horror, faces filled with despair, shattering space, and stepping into it, attempting to flee. You think you can escape? Brent coldly snorted, his expression indifferent. He lifted his hand and reached out into the void. Chapter 111. Did I come too late? No. The 4 saints screamed in terror as Brent grabbed them out of the void. Their bones cracked endlessly, and no one knew how Chestery had been broken by Brent. Thud. Brent casually tossed the 4 saints to the ground before him, then cast a series of seals to suppress all of them. All 4 saints coughed up large amounts of blood, revealing pained expressions as they lay on the ground struggling, looking at Brent with fear. Tell me where the body with Chester captured by the Grandine sect is? Brent, like a grim reaper, looked down at one of the saints with icy eyes. I don't know. Before the saint could finish speaking, Brent pointed a finger, shattering him. The spattered blood even hit the other 3 saints. The 3 saints trembled violently, not daring to wipe the blood splashed on their faces. You tell me. Brent turned to another, speaking calmly. Bang. This saint glanced at the others, hesitated for a moment, and was again shattered by Brent's finger, turning into a pool of blood. Do you say? Brent repeated those 2 words, slowly walking toward the 3rd saint, staring at him coldly. The remaining 2 saints were nearly driven to madness by fear. A slight hesitation would mean death. They had never seen such a savage person. I'll speak. Don't kill me. Once unsealed, this saint feared Brent would shatter him with a finger, so he hurriedly knelt, begging for mercy. Speak. Brent spoke expressionlessly, the cold aura still suppressing the saint like a sharp blade. I'll tell you. That Winchester is now in the headquarters of our Grandine sect, and our headquarters are located in an isolated place, in the deepest part of the Ghost Rift Abyss. That saint's face was pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, almost at the brink of mental collapse. How is that Winchester now? Brent's eyes narrowed as he asked urgently, visibly agitated with deep concern. She. The saint hesitated, afraid to speak. Brent felt a sudden sharp pain in his heart, sensing ominous signs from the saint's expression. Did my sister already? No, it can't be. Brent shook his head, glaring coldly at the saint beneath him, shouting anxiously. Hurry up, how is she? Cough. Suppressed by Brent's overwhelming presence, the saint coughed up blood, his face contorted in agony, his whole body spasming. After some hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spoke. The Winchester now? I really don't know exactly. After 7 years, just a few days ago, our sect finally gathered enough souls. The old patriarch has already begun refining them. By now, he has probably finished refining and is preparing to devour her origin essence. To save his life, the saint blurted out everything. What? Brent was shocked, stepping back, staggered. Did I come too late? The hobby has already started? No, it can't be. Brent's eyes were vacant, his face filled with deep grief, his heart bleeding. Grandine sect. Brent roared, his eyes shooting beams of light, his entire body radiating intense killing intent, vanishing on the spot, heading straight for the Ghost Rift Abyss. The 2 sealed saints, unable to withstand Brent's killing intent, were instantly shattered. Grandine sect, if you dare harm my sister, I swear, I will make sure you suffer more than death. Red-eyed, Brent roared furiously, racing towards the Grandine sect's headquarters without a second thought. Boom. Space shattered as Brent's figure vanished from the scene. Huff. A gentle breeze blew, and the crowd watching in Rain's Sun Gorge stood stunned, looking at the battlefield littered with corpses. Millions of troops of the Grandine sect, 9 saints, including a great saint, had all been easily slaughtered by one person? Am I dreaming? One person wiping out 1 million troops, such a feat must be unprecedented. Countless people murmured, still immersed in profound shock. Good job annihilating them. A loud laugh suddenly echoed through the crowd, filled with satisfaction and relief. At this moment, everyone finally snapped out of their shock. They looked again at the battlefield littered with the mutilated bodies of Taiyin sect members, their faces visibly showing excitement. What a good slaughter. These pests from Taiyin sect got what they deserved. Hey, I was too stunned to realize that all these dead were members of the Taiyin sect. F***ck. Even if they're dead, I still want to trample on them to vent my anger. After the initial shock, enthusiastic laughter erupted here, with everyone cheering and venting their pent-up anger. Some people even rushed towards the battlefield with venomous looks, using spirit artifacts to hack the remaining limbs of Taiyin sect cultivators into pieces. Was that Chester sent by heaven to save our Taiyin great world? Many people gazed in the direction Brent had left, filled with hope. Very soon, news of what happened here spread like wildfire throughout the entire Taiyin great world. Heaven, did you hear? A quasi-emperor appeared in our Taiyin great world, and with just one palm, he killed 1 million Taiyin sect cultivators. It's astounding. And it wasn't just that. It said that Taiyin sect even sent out 9 sages, including a great sage, and they were all wiped out without any resistance. So powerful. That's a quasi-emperor. It's rumored he's heading straight for Taiyin sect's headquarters. Could he be seeking retribution against the Taiyin sect? Upon hearing this news, Chestery were utterly shocked, staring blankly at the sky, looking towards the direction of Rain Sun Gorge. The Taiyin sect has brutally ruled our Taiyin great world for millions of years. Countless innocents have died by their hands. Is someone finally going to hold them accountable? This is the karmic retribution for Taiyin sect. In 7 years, they've massacred billions of lives, treating life as grass. Such a ruthless and cold-blooded sect can only find its end in destruction. But will that person succeed? The Taiyin sect has deep roots, and over millions of years, countless experts have emerged from it. Could they also have emperors among them? Heaven bless our Taiyin great world. We hope that person succeeds in uprooting this plague that has plagued our world for millions of years. Countless people knelt devoutly on the ground, praying earnestly with worried faces. Chapter 112, The Ghost Abyss. The Ghost Abyss. Taiyin sect. Main sect. In a dark and damp secret chamber, a Winchester in red lay quietly on a stone platform. She had an exquisite face with a beauty mark between her brows, looking as pure as a lotus emerging from water, resembling a celestial maiden from a painting. However, her eyes were tightly closed now, her chest rising and falling gently, as if she were asleep. Creak. The door to the chamber was pushed open slowly, and in Hamilton Lee Chester with a hunched back walked in slowly. The old Chester was very old. Only a few white hairs remained on his bald head, and the wrinkles on his forehead drooped down almost covering his eyes. His entire body emitted a heavy aura of decay, as if he could die at any moment. However, despite looking like withered wood, the aura Chesterating from him was unusually powerful. After so Chestery years, I never thought I would encounter a Taiyin body within my lifetime. Truly, heaven has not forsaken me. The old Chester's voice was hoarse, rasping like a broken windbox, sharp and grating. His eyes were deep and cold, looking greedily at the Winchester before him, his icy face showing a hint of excitement. Haha, having devoured countless souls, my divine art is now perfected. Once I absorb your essence, I will surely break through my limitations and reach the quasi-emperor realm. The hunched old Chester exuded a powerful aura, which faintly carried a trace of imperial might. As he spoke, two blood-red beams shot out of his eyes. He continuously made hand seals, and hundreds of thousands of runes flowed in his hands before being directed straight at the Winchester. Buzz. Space trembled as a sphere of light suddenly appeared in the chamber, enveloping both the old Chester and the Winchester on the stone platform. The sleeping Winchester showed signs of pain, her brows knitted tightly, her body trembling slightly. Yet she seemed to be sealed, unable to wake up despite enduring great agony. Haha, how delightful. The old Chester laughed wildly, his expression agitated, a look of intense satisfaction spreading across his face. He extracted the traces of origin blood from the Winchester's body one by one, gradually integrating them into his own body and refining them slowly. Haha, faster, I can't wait anymore. The excitement gleamed in the old Chester's eyes as he accelerated the extraction process. In just 1 hour, no, perhaps half an hour, he would take that step. Quasi-Emperor, I will be the first to achieve this realm in the millions of years of the Taiyan Great Realm. Huh. Laughter echoed madly in the chamber, powerful auras seeping through the door, suppressing the guards outside until they coughed up blood and shattered. Humph. The old Chester looked coldly at the door, his expression unchanged. With a wave of his hand, countless spells covered the entire chamber in layers of formations. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the ghost abyss, space rumbled. Buzz. A figure emerged rapidly from the void, arriving at the perilous area where the ghost abyss was located. He glanced at the dangerous terrain before him and stepped in without hesitation. Boom. Bang. Soon, deafening explosions and piercing screams echoed throughout the perilous area. A figure shattered countless attacks within the area, breaking through layer after layer of restrictions, flashing toward the top of the ghost abyss. Whoosh! Ghastly howls resonated continuously from the depths of the abyss. At the same time, fierce winds blew upwards from the abyss, carrying bones scattering along its sides. The entire abyss exuded a chilling and terrifying aura, like the entrance to a den of wickedness, endlessly devouring and expelling bones. Ghost abyss. Humph. Brent stood in the sky, glancing down at the abyss, then defied the fierce winds and entered without hesitation. Buzz. Brent's entry triggered the formation set up in the abyss. Instantly, countless powerful formations lit up, launching massive attacks at him. Humph. Brent's eyes turned cold, and with a shake of his body, a powerful aura swept out in all directions. Bang. Bang. Numerous formations exploded and disintegrated completely. Even the million-year-old continuous gusts from the ghost abyss were stilled by his presence. Whoosh. Brent flashed rapidly to the bottom of the ghost abyss, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. The bottom of the abyss resembled a broken miniature world. However, this world was filled with death and silence, devoid of any vitality. The entire world was chillingly cold and sinister, filled with the stench of death. The ground was covered in white bones, silent and still, as if no life existed here. Countless huge tombs rose from the depths of the abyss, densely packed, stretching far beyond sight. Among these tombs, dozens stood towering at 1,000 feet high, like massive mountains, grand and heavy. Disciples of the Taiyan sect had long discovered Brent. When he arrived here, the disciples guarding the tombs in front of the sect slowly opened their eyes, looking at him coldly. No one spoke, nor did anyone show any emotion. They were like mere instruments of slaughter, simultaneously casting spells without hesitation. Buzz. Tens of thousands of large tombs shook in unison, converging into a colossal blood-colored sword that shot towards Brent with a roar. Shua, where are you? Brent's expression was urgent as his divine sense probed the entire abyss, but he found no trace of Nora. Could it be that Shua has already been? Brent muttered to himself, his face pale, eyes filled with sorrow and regret. Had he come too late after all? He felt defeated, having tried so hard only for everything to end in nothing. No way. Brent lifted his gaze to look at the Taiyan sect members, his eyes brimming with icy killing intent, almost driven to madness. If anything had happened to Shue, he would make the entire Taiyan sect pay. You're asking for death. Brent's face was stern as he roared, shattering the blood-colored longsword with a slap, then directly slapped towards those tombs. Boom. No. Tens of thousands of tombs exploded, hundreds of thousands of Taiyan sect disciples screaming as they disintegrated. Brent cleared a wide path before him. Thud. The immense commotion startled all the cultivators within the tombs. Buzz. In an instant, all the tombs trembled. Light beams shot up to the heavens, countless Taiyan sect disciples appearing on top of the tombs. All of them looked at Brent coldly, expressions cold and filled with killing intent. The temperature of the entire underground world dropped instantly due to the overwhelming killing intent echesterating from the Taiyan sect disciples. After annihilating the million-strong army of the Taiyan sect, Brent had rushed here nonstop. Thus, the Taiyan sect members were still unaware of outside events, ignorant of Brent's astonishing power and feats. Even now, despite knowing Brent had killed tens of thousands of them in one strike, their emotions remained unchanged, seemingly devoid of fear. Because this was their Taiyan sect headquarters, with sages and great sages seated here, along with countless resources who could challenge them across the entire Taiyan Great Realm. Anyone who dared to intrude into their headquarters would be killed without fail. Chapter 113, Annihilation with a Flick of the Finger. Bold indeed, to dare invade the forbidden grounds of my Taiyan sect. You seek death. A black-robed figure burst forth from a 1,000-foot tomb, emitting an aura of the great sage realm. He brandished a broken divine slaying banner and roared as he swiftly charged towards Brent. Kill. Hundreds of thousands of Taiyan sect disciples shouted in unison, casting spells and channeling all their spiritual energy to enhance the power of the divine slaying banner, aiming to fully activate it. Whoa! The banner's surface billowed violently in the wind, and the tormented spirits of countless beings screamed in agony, struggling on its surface. With a quiver, the xiuxian banner, a quasi-emperor artifact, was thoroughly activated. It emitted myriad threads of dark light, radiating overwhelming power, and quickly descended upon Brent. Scram! Cassius's face was icy cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His aura surged as he raised his hand and struck towards the divine slaying banner. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed through the abyss as the divine slaying banner shattered into countless fragments under Brent's palm. Tui! Countless disciples were obliterated by the aftereffects of the exploding quasi-emperor weapon. Even the towering tombs rising from the earth crumbled like wheat stalks before the force. Crack! Brent broke through the shards of the divine slaying banner, grabbing the Arlo by the neck. The latter's face turned crimson, eyes bulging, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Where's the Winchester with the body who you abducted? Brent snarled with a cold gaze, his body radiating intense killing intent. His hands tightened around the Arlo's neck, threatening to snap it. Cough cough. The Arlo struggled fiercely, his face a mix of shock and despair, trying desperately to break free from Brent's grip. But his cultivation had long been sealed by Brent, making any resistance nearly impossible. Even breathing became laborious. I don't know. The Arlo clenched his teeth, unwilling to yield. Don't know? Brent's expression hardened, cold lightning flashing from his eyes. He tore off one of the Arlo's arms, and then the other. Let me go. Tui! The Arlo screamed in pain, enduring immense suffering. Where's that Winchester? Brent's expression grew anxious, his voice icy cold. He squeezed the Arlo's neck tighter, shaking him. Just tell me. Brent's body trembled with urgency. Every second passing put Nora in greater danger. He couldn't wait any longer. He needed to find Nora as soon as possible. The Arlo howled in agony, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Another resounding vibration echoed through the abyss, filling the entire world with an unparalleled aura. The remaining Tian sect disciples, led by 8 sages, fully activated all the formations in the area, summoning another blood-colored war puppet. This puppet, infused with the collective strength of the sect, stood 10,000 feet tall, overshadowing the entire sky. In its hands, it held a massive broadsword, increasing its power to an even higher level. That was a complete quasi-emperor weapon. Roar! A furious roar pierced the heavens. The aura echesterating from the blood-colored war puppet far exceeded the great sage realm, reaching the terrifying first tier of the quasi-emperor realm. It wielded the quasi-emperor weapon, roaring as it charged at Brent. Whoa! The void shrieked, the heavens shook, and the blood-colored war puppet's broadsword emitted piercing bloodlight, slicing straight at Brent. Scram! With an urgent look, Brent held the Arlo with one hand while striking the blood-colored war puppet with the other. Boom! A deafening explosion sent powerful waves rippling outward, shattering chunks of the small world and tearing apart vast spaces, merging them into the void. Crack! The quasi-emperor broadsword was snapped in two by Brent's palm, breaking into countless pieces. Then, Brent's hand penetrated through the shattered weapon, striking the blood-colored war puppet directly. No! Hundreds of thousands of voices within the puppet screamed in despair, though they fought desperately, causing chaos in the skies with their attacks. But they could not withstand Brent's palm. Boom! The ground split open, the heavens collapsed, and the blood-colored war puppet exploded under Brent's palm. All the Tian sect disciples were annihilated. This can't be. The Arlo, whose neck was gripped by Brent, had his eyes filled with sheer terror. He stopped struggling, completely stunned. That blood-colored war puppet was the embodiment of all their Tian sect's power, reaching the terrifying quasi-emperor realm. It was the quasi-emperor realm. Its rank alone was enough to stand atop the entire Tian Great World, its combat power almost reaching the pinnacle of Huchester capability. Though it had just stepped into that realm, it wasn't something anyone could easily oppose. Yet, such overwhelming power was still destroyed by a single palm from the Chester before him. What realm is he? The Arlo looked at Brent in shock, his heart trembling with disbelief. His previous insistence stemmed from a sliver of confidence. He believed that with the help of the blood-colored war puppet, their Tian sect could surely defeat this Chester. But now, that last shred of confidence was shattered effortlessly. The Arlo's face turned ashen, his eyes losing all color. After annihilating the blood-colored war puppet with a palm, Brent showed no change in expression. He cast a cold glance at where the war puppet exploded, and then slowly lowered his head to look at the Arlo in his hand with an icy gaze. Tell me, where's the Winchester? Brent lost his patience. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, severing the Arlo's legs. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy wreaked havoc inside the Arlo's body, continuously destroying his meridians and flesh. The Arlo's face contorted in agony, his whole body convulsing. I'll talk. In the underground palace. The Arlo screamed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, the intense pain almost causing him to faint. Underground. Brent's eyes were icy cold. He suddenly looked down at the earth. Even after probing tens of thousands of meters beneath the ground, he found no trace. Bang! Brent struck the earth with a palm. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Deep fissures tore through the earth, creating a 10,000-meter deep abyss on the spot. Brent's eyes narrowed. He still didn't detect anything unusual. However, he did sense a faint fluctuation much deeper down. If not for his keen perception, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. It was the aura of an array formation. Clang! Just then, the void behind Brent suddenly split open. A long sword glowing with blood-red light tore through the heavens and earth, carrying a torrential force as it rapidly stabbed toward him. Another red-robed great sage of the Tian sect had emerged. The 3 great sages each controlled one of the 3 most powerful branches of the Tian sect. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators Brent had slain were merely under the control of the black-robed great sage. The power under the red-robed great sage's Comchester was hidden in the void above the Tian sect. They seized the opportunity, striking unexpectedly when Brent was distracted. Chapter 114. Death to those who obstruct me. Kill. The bead and hundreds of thousands of disciples roared in unison. They activated all the formations within the void world, combining their forces to deliver this overwhelmingly powerful strike. Whistling sound. The blood-red longsword was a quasi-emperor grade weapon. When fully activated, its might was glorious, like heavenly authority. This was also why the bead chose to attack despite seeing Brent easily annihilate the Atticus. Scram! Brent bellowed, flinging the Atticus toward the red longsword before swiftly grabbing the sword himself. No! The Atticus screamed in terror as he was instantly pierced by the red longsword and exploded. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted at Brent's fingertips. He extended 2 fingers and effortlessly clamped down on the blood-red longsword, stopping it from advancing any further. Humming sound. The blood-red longsword, having spirit, struggled wildly. It released thick beams of sword chi from its blade, trying to sever Brent's fingers and break free. What? Impossible! The bead cried out in horror, staggering backward in shock. That blood-red longsword was a quasi-emperor grade weapon, coupled with everyone's combined strength. Its power had already shaken heaven and earth, capable of almost effortlessly slaying low-rank quasi-emperors. But now, the longsword was blocked so easily, just by using 2 fingers. 2 fingers. How? How is this possible? It can't be. Is he an emperor? Impossible. Hundreds of thousands of Taiyin sect cultivators were also stunned, staring in disbelief at the white figure in the sky, falling into deep fear. The blood-red longsword continued to struggle violently, emitting faint roars from the blade, filled with defiance and madness. Humming sound. The entire longsword radiated endless blood-colored light, tearing through the surrounding void with streams of sword chi. A mere sword spirit dares act this way. Brent's eyes shot cold glares. His fingers abruptly trembled, instantly shattering the sword spirit of the blood-red longsword. Then, holding the longsword, he swept horizontally towards the bead and others. Humming sound. A massive beam of sword light, resembling a mountain, carried a destructive aura that split the heavens and earth, slashing toward everyone like lightning. No! Everyone from the Taiyin sect screamed in panic, their faces drained of color as they frantically fled. Faced with such an invincible supreme powerhouse, everyone lost the courage to resist. Boom! The heavens collapsed, as if it were the end of the world. The depths of the ghost kiln chasm were instantly leveled, and the space where the bead stood exploded. The entire small world crumbled. The bead and Chestery disciples disintegrated under the power of the sword light. Dong! Brent's face was stern. He raised his longsword and cleaved open the ground, creating a gash tens of thousands of meters deep. Deep within the earth, enveloped by layers of formations, another vast palace complex suddenly appeared before Brent's eyes. Humph! Brent's gaze was icy cold. His figure vanished from the spot, reappearing instantly before the formation. Then he pushed it with his hand. Boom! Dozens of layers of formations burst apart, revealing a vast palace complex to Brent. Who are you? Dozens of purple-robed cultivators rushed out of the palace complex, rushing towards Brent with murderous intent. Scram! Brent barked, coldly raising his eyes to look at them. A sky-piercing killing aura swept towards those dozens of purple-robed cultivators. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by screams of agony, all the purple-robed cultivators shattered, leaving only pools of blood drifting in the air. Boom! Numerous buildings shattered under Brent's killing aura. Hundreds of Taiyin sect disciples who hadn't yet attacked were reduced to ashes along with the collapsing structures. Bold one, who dares intrude into our Taiyin sect? Seeking death. A loud roar echoed throughout the underground space. Huffing and puffing sounds. In an instant, countless Taiyin sect cultivators surged forward from afar. Shwa! Brent's eyes shot cold glares. This underground palace complex was filled with restrictions, but he couldn't sense Nora's presence with his divine perception in this space. However, he detected a trace of Nora's aura in this area, but that aura carried a hint of fresh blood. No! Brent's expression turned urgent, his heart sharply constricting. Stay out of my way. Death to those who obstruct me. Looking at the large number of Taiyin sect cultivators charging towards him, he angrily roared, coldly, and charged forward with the longsword in hand. No! Pooh! The death cries of the Taiyin sect disciples echoed continuously as countless mutilated corpses fell from the sky, like dumplings in a boiling pot. Brent charged through the ranks of Taiyin sect disciples. Bang! Bang! A large number of Taiyin sect cultivators exploded into ashes. All the Taiyin sect disciples here were slaughtered, including the leading great sage who was instantly killed and torn into pieces. No one could stop Brent's advance. Shwa! Brent, like an ice-cold god of death, rushed straight into the depths of the palace complex. Boom! Boom! On his way, Brent broke through countless layers of restrictions, killing Chestery cultivators who dared to block him, rapidly approaching the deepest part. Humongous boom! In the deepest part, the largest formation barrier exploded. It was split open by Brent's sword, revealing itself entirely before him. Who? The Hamilton inside the palace abruptly looked up, 2 beams of blood-red light shooting from his eyes, filled with murderous intent. He was at the critical moment of consuming something. No one dared to disturb him now. Such interruption would be tantamount to seeking death. Due to the Hamilton's personal strengthening of the formations here multiple times to prevent external disturbances, all outside information had been blocked. Thus, he remained unaware of what had happened in the Taiyin sect. At the moment the formation shattered, everything was revealed to the Hamilton's senses. This. As his divine sense swept out, he was horror-stricken to discover that almost all of his Taiyin sect headquarters had been butchered, countless disciples died untimely deaths, and rivers of blood flowed across the land. How can this be? The Hamilton's eyes widened, his wrinkled face full of shock and fear. He found that even the great sage guarding him had been killed. Shwa! Brent roared in anger. He also sensed Nora's aura and perceived that a decaying old Chester was extracting her origin essence, quickly devouring it. At this moment, Nora's breath was weak, flickering like a dying candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Stop it! Brent yelled, his hair flying wildly, radiating immense killing intent. With a flash of his body, he swiftly attacked the Hamilton. Chapter 115. If I say I will extinguish your 3 souls and 7 spirits, I won't go back on my word. It's you. You slaughtered my tiny sect. The Hamilton suddenly lifted his head. He had naturally seen Brent as well, and his face was filled with resentment and venomousness. He hated Brent for interrupting him at this critical moment. He wished he could skin Brent alive. However, he couldn't stop the devouring now. Once stopped, all of his previous efforts would be in vain. Thinking of this, the Hamilton's expression turned fierce. He still didn't stop devouring the origin of the Winchester in front of him. As long as he could completely devour the Winchester's origin, he could advance to the near Emperor realm in an instant. At that time, no one would be his match. He swore to make that villain outside the room, who had slaughtered the Tyne sect, pay with blood. Hurry up. The Hamilton had gone mad. His aged face was almost contorted. To speed up the devouring process, he spared no expense, even damaging his own tendons and meridians, consuming his essence. Because he knew the person outside wouldn't give him time. Time was running out for him to complete the devouring. Fortunately, he had already devoured 99% of the origin. Only a sliver was left for success. Just a sliver. Haha. I'm about to become a near emperor. The Hamilton laughed wildly, the wrinkles on his face somewhat smoothing out. Stop it, Brent roared. His hair flew wildly, and his entire body erupted with a bone-chilling killing intent. Without bothering to break through the formation in front of him, he charged straight forward. Bang! Bang! The sound of breaking echoed repeatedly as Brent used his body to shatter layer after layer of protective formations guarding the Great Hall, finally reaching close. Get lost. Brent's eyes were bloodshot. He smashed through the walls of the Great Hall, appearing in the small room where the Hamilton was, stomping towards him with uncontrollable anger. Younger generation you? The Hamilton's face showed surprise, his complexion turning very ugly. He hadn't expected the person who rushed in to be so powerful. The aura echesterating from him made him tremble with fear, like facing an emperor. But now he had no way out. If he didn't resist, he would die. Go to hell. The Hamilton roared in anger, forcing himself to abandon the devouring of the Winchester's origin. His whole body radiated with bloodlight, and he extended 2 withered hands, striking heavily at Brent. If you dare to hurt someone from the Chu family, I will extinguish your 3 souls and 7 spirits. Brent roared furiously, his killing intent surging like the sea. He sensed Nora's aura, her origin being devoured to near death, and her aura weakening. She could die at any moment. Brent waved his hand, and a thick, sturdy light barrier enveloped Nora. His raised foot didn't stop either. It seemed to have crossed the river of time, stamping heavily on the bald Hamilton's hands. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed in the room. In an instant, Brent's foot crushed the bald Hamilton's palms, then his arms, and finally directly stomped on the Hamilton's face. The Hamilton screamed miserably. His nose, eyes, even his mouth were stomped into his skull by Brent's foot, and his body was stamped into the ground. I am the patriarch of the Tyne sect. How dare you kill me? The Hamilton was covered in blood, struggling and threatening Brent in muffled speech. So what if you were the Tyne sect patriarch? I kill you just because I can. Brent roared, shooting 2 rays of cold light from his eyes, piercing the Hamilton's dantian. Then, countless runes flashed around his hands as he grabbed the origin the Hamilton had devoured. No! The Hamilton cried out miserably, his face full of despair, watching helplessly as all his hopes were snatched away. What was more devastating was yet to come. He watched in terror as Brent's icy gaze seemed to freeze his soul with its overwhelming killing intent. If I say I will extinguish your 3 souls and 7 spirits, I will never go back on my word. Brent's hair flew wildly, his expression grim. His right foot slammed down hard. No. The Hamilton screamed in agony, his entire body glowing as he struggled fiercely. But all of this was futile. Boom. Thick stone floors shattered, the earth sank deep, and the Hamilton fragmented under Brent's foot, turning into ashes. And his soul was also pierced by Brent's eyes, dissipating completely. Shwa. Brent slowly lowered his head, looking at Nora lovingly, softly calling out her name. Then, he gently returned the Tyne body's origin to Nora's body strand by strand, put a pill in her mouth, and helped her dissolve it with spirit energy. In just a few breaths, Nora, who had been barely holding on, started to show signs of improvement. The paleness of her face gave way to a slight flush. But due to the severity of her injuries and the fact that her devoured origin hadn't fully recovered, she remained unconscious. Patriarch was killed. He was stomped into ashes with 1 foot. This. The remaining Tyne sect cultivators stared at Brent in horror, collapsing to the ground in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Their once invincible old patriarch had been killed by a young Chester with 1 stomp, as if it were a dream. Everyone felt hopeless. How could they possibly oppose such a powerful individual? Shwa. Big brother came too late. Brent looked at Nora with concern, gently smoothing her disheveled hair, then prepared to carry her away from this place. However, at that moment, the entire underground palace complex suddenly began to shake. Deep within the netherworld, there was a small stone room surrounded by layers of formations. At that time, inside the small stone room, a long-haired Chester whose entire body was bound by bronze chains suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of red light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the formations straight toward Brent. Boom! The entire stone room exploded as the long-haired Chester shattered the bronze chains and rushed rapidly toward Brent. You dare to speak of exterminating the Tyne sect? I'll destroy you for destroying my Tyne sect. The long-haired Chester roared, emitting a formidable aura, filling the underground palace with an overwhelming killing intent. Near Emperor. There is actually a near Emperor sleeping in the depths of our Tyne sect's underground palace. We're saved. We're saved. The surviving Tyne sect disciples, their previously despairing faces now full of excitement, all looked up at the long-haired Chester above them in the underground palace, their eyes filled with reverence and awe. Die! The long-haired Chester, resembling a blood demon, produced a booming sound in the underground palace, thrusting a black gold spear straight at Brent. Chapter 116. A deity to whom billions of souls willingly kneel. Arangsu. Cassius still frowned, looking down at the unconscious Nora with worry etched on his face, anger surging within him. The harm inflicted upon Nora by the Titan sect over these years had been too deep. Seeing his beloved sister tormented to this extent, it felt as if his heart was being cut by 1,000 knives. An intense rage burned fiercely in his chest, restrained only by sheer willpower. Then, after sensing the boundless killing intent from the long-haired Chester, Brent suddenly raised his head and faced the assailant, advancing instantly. But before he left, Brent cast dozens of array flags to protect Nora within an array formation. Just you? A mere quasi-emperor trying to kill me. Brent was in a towering rage. He roared, his long hair swirling wildly as 2 lightning bolts shot from his eyes, shattering the long-haired Chester's red beams. In the next instant, Brent's entire body expanded 1,000-fold. Like a demonic god, he stomped towards the long-haired Chester. Young whelp you, Ark, I shall kill you 1,000 times over. The long-haired Chester's fury reached its peak, radiating overwhelming blood chi throughout his body. No one had ever dared to step on his head since his birth. It was outright humiliation. Kill, he roared, his black gold spear piercing through space with a sonic boom, aimed directly at Brent. Bang! A dazzling light mixed with an explosive roar. Brent's massive foot smashed the long-haired Chester's spear into pieces, then ruthlessly crushed his chest. Ayah! The long-haired Chester screamed, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth, shock and disbelief clouding his eyes. To think, as a quasi-emperor who had survived countless ages, making countless beings prostrate themselves before him, enjoying incomparable glory. Now, he lay beneath someone else's foot, powerless to resist. Such an enormous disparity left him unable to accept it. No, his face twisted with humiliation, yet the formidable aura Chester radiating from the other party rendered him completely defenseless, leaving him awaiting death helplessly. Boom! The ground crumbled, and under Brent's foot, the long-haired Chester turned into a bloody mist, leaving no trace. One of our sect's quasi-emperors was just trampled to death. All disciples were shocked, their eyes wide open as they stared at Brent. Their excited expressions hadn't even faded when they witnessed the terrifying scene, leaving everyone speechless. What about him? Many bodies trembled in despair as they watched Brent, slowly retreating backward. Run quickly! Everyone shouted in panic, fleeing in all directions, desperately trying to escape. Do you think you can run? Brent slowly withdrew his right foot, coldly observing the remaining Titan sect disciples, then pressed his hand toward them. These executioners, each carrying countless aggrieved souls, all deserve to die. No, don't kill me, I don't want to die. I beg you, spare me. Desperate screams filled the air as people tried in vain to escape. Yet no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun Brent's attack. Boom! The entire underground chamber shook violently, the earth cracking open with countless fissures. Titan sect's underground palace was leveled by Brent's single strike, leaving nothing but desolation. Every disciple exploded under Brent's palm. Boom! The array above the underground palace shattered, no longer able to support the entire space, as tons of earth rained down, quickly filling the area. The void trembled. Holding Nora, Brent rose above Titan sect, then vanished like a streak of rainbow light. Boom! Dust flew up, sounds echoing loudly. The ghost abyss rapidly disintegrated. The earth split open, chunks of stone collapsing, utterly burying Titan sect's headquarters. A sect that had existed for millions of years was erased from existence by Brent, completely wiped out. 3 days later, news spread like 10,000 thunderclaps, resonating across the entire Great Een realm. Titan sect's main branch had been destroyed. Among the casualties were 3 great saints, dozens of immortals, and several million powerful disciples. Even Titan sect's old patriarch, a half-step quasi-emperor, was also killed by a single stomp. Rumors suggested that within Titan sect's main headquarters slept an incredibly powerful quasi-emperor, but he too failed to prevent the destruction, falling victim to ruthless slaughter. The Ghost Pit Abyss, where Titan sect's main branch resided, had been completely destroyed and sank underground. At this moment, the Ghost Pit Abyss was filled with countless souls wailing endlessly, truly becoming a valley of ghost cries. As soon as the news spread, it immediately caused a huge sensation across the entire Great Een realm. Billions of living beings lifted their heads and hurriedly looked towards the direction of the Titan sect's headquarters, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. The Titan sect was destroyed. It was actually wiped out by someone. Haha, the Titan sect was destroyed. Many people gasped in horror, their scalps tingling, and their hearts shaken to the core. The Titan sect had been passed down for millions of years, with unfathomable depths. The old patriarch was a powerhouse at the half-step quasi-emperor realm, and they even had quasi-emperor level powerhouses sitting in reserve. And yet, despite such overwhelming strength, they were still annihilated by someone. Many people were stunned speechless, standing dumbfounded on the spot, still unable to believe the news they heard. Who could have done this? While Chestery were shocked, they also felt immense curiosity about the powerhouse who obliterated the Titan sect. Very quickly, everyone was profoundly shocked by one name. Brent. In just a few short days, he obliterated 20 branches of the Titan sect. It was he who, in the Xiuxian Valley, shattered the Titan sect's million-strong army with a single palm strike and destroyed 9 of the Titan sect's great saints with another. And it was he who personally obliterated the main branch of the Titan sect. Brent. Countless people deeply engraved this name into their souls and knelt in gratitude repeatedly. In no time, Brent's name spread throughout the entire realm. Meanwhile, when all living beings in the Great Een realm learned of this news, the hatred that had been suppressed in their hearts for years finally erupted. The higher-ups of the Titan sect were all slaughtered within a few short days. The entire sect was on the verge of total collapse. Faced with such an unprecedented opportunity, people from various regions of the Great Een realm, those who had been mercilessly oppressed by the Titan sect, could no longer suppress the hatred in their hearts. Countless people, with red eyes and led by powerful cultivators, attacked every branch of the Titan sect, seeking revenge. No, I beg you, spare me. I know I was wrong. For a moment, desperate pleas filled the entire Great Een realm from the Titan sect disciples. When you butchered my family, did you think of sparing them? You monsters didn't even spare newborns. How can I face those who are dead if I don't kill you? I wish I could drink your blood and eat your flesh. All those taking vengeance, with red eyes and full of sorrow and anger, tore apart each Tian sect disciple alive. Within just 10 days, war spread across the entire Great Een realm. All the Tian sect's branches were completely annihilated, with not a single person left alive. A sect that had existed for millions of years was thoroughly erased from the Great Een realm. Haha, the Tian sect is gone, finally gone. Wah. For millions of years, the mountain that pressed down on all of us in the Great Een realm has finally been pushed over. Fellow clansmen, do you see? The Tian sect is gone. Your great vendetta has finally been avenged. Countless people knelt on the ground, laughing to the heavens or crying tears of joy, releasing years of suppressed hatred and sorrow in their own ways. While feeling exhilarated, they were also grateful to one person, Brent, a Chester who brought them back into the light, a Chester who opened up a bright and sunny sky for them, a deity whom all living beings in the Great Een realm would remember for eternity. Chapter 117. Could he be a deity? In just one night, throughout the various major domains of the Tian Great World, countless massive statues emerged from the ground. All of them bore the likeness of Brent. Countless people knelt before Brent's image, with sincerity and devotion as if worshipping a deity. In the Southern Heaven domain, the Sure clan. Half a month ago, after Brent rescued Nora from the headquarters of the Tian sect, due to severe damage to her primordial essence, her injuries were grave. Therefore, Brent did not rush back to the Chu family. Instead, he chose to come to the Sure clan to stabilize Nora's injuries before returning to the Chu family. During these half months, news that Brent had obliterated the Tian sect spread like a fierce wind throughout the entire Tian Great World. Naturally, it reached the city of Southern Heaven. When the people of the Sure clan heard the news spreading outside, they were directly shocked into a daze. Everyone suddenly looked up towards Brent's room with awe and excitement. None of them could have imagined that the person who saved their entire clan was so powerful, having annihilated the Tian sect. After all, this was the Tian sect. It had existed for millions of years, with dozens of sages alone within its ranks. Rumors even spoke of quasi-emperor level powerhouses. What an overwhelming force. Just thinking about it would make anyone's scalp tingle in dread, filled with despair. Let alone resisting. Just the thought would send shivers down their spines, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. Yet everything was easily brought to an end by the young Chester in the house before their eyes. The mountain that had weighed upon billions of lives in the great world for millions of years finally crumbled. And all of this, owed to the person in the house before them. Many people in the Sure clan, including the Hamiltonly, rose from their seats after hearing the news and bowed gratefully towards Brent's room, not willing to rise for a long time. I can't believe our benefactor is so powerful. Hideo was very excited, constantly looking at Brent's location. His face was full of smiles, feeling more relieved than ever before. The sky over the entire Tian Great World seemed to reflect his smile, with sunlight breaking through, restoring clarity. Half a month already. Why hasn't our benefactor come out yet? A look of worry crossed Hideo's face, anxiety surfacing in his heart. Half a month ago, he saw Brent anxiously bring a heavily injured Chester here, asking for a room to heal. But half a month passed swiftly, and there was still no sign of movement from inside the room. Hideo felt a growing unease, imagining some dire possibilities. However, due to the room being sealed off with restrictions, he had no idea what was happening inside. Can our benefactor save that Chester? Hideo sighed softly, shaking his head lightly. At the time, the Chester in Brent's arms showed no signs of life. In other words, she was practically dead. Reviving someone from the dead was incredibly difficult, akin to moving mountains. He couldn't imagine anyone in the world having such power. Perhaps only the legendary deities had such abilities. I hope our benefactor can sigh. Hideo recalled Brent's anxious state back then, guessing that the Chester must have been extremely important to him. He feared that Brent might not be able to bear such a huge blow, potentially collapsing mentally and doing something terrible. Thus, during these half months, he led his clansmen to stand guard outside the door without leaving, waiting for any orders from Brent. Meanwhile, inside the room, Brent let out a deep breath while sitting in the room, his tense face relaxing slightly. These days, he had been meticulously treating Nora's injuries, not only fully restoring her primordial essence, but also purifying her constitution with Chestery top-grade elixirs, greatly enhancing her innate potential. With this improved foundation and the original essence of the Tian body, her path to cultivation would be smooth and efficient. Hack! Nora coughed lightly in bed, and then slowly opened her eyes, as if waking up from sleep. Then, Nora sat there, frozen like a wooden statue, staring unblinkingly at the person before her. The person she missed for thousands of days and nights. The brother who loved and cared for her tenderly, actually, appeared right in front of her. He was sitting next to her, smiling at her with loving and concerned eyes. Am I dreaming? Nora muttered to herself, closing her eyes in disbelief before slowly opening them again. Her chest heaved violently, fearing this was all a dream. This scene had replayed countless times in her dreams. Xianxia, you're awake. A soft call gently echoed into Nora's ears. That voice was so familiar. Nora's body trembled with excitement. She finally confirmed that everything before her was not a dream. Brother, Nora called out, tears already soaking her eyes as she quickly sat up from the bed and threw herself into Brent's embrace. What? Brother. Nora's face was filled with emotion, continuous teardrops slipping from her watery eyes. Xianxia, don't cry. It's my fault. I came too late. Brent gently patted Nora's back, his face full of self-reproach. Brother, do you know? Our Chu family has already been. Nora choked, tears continually falling down her cheeks, filling her eyes with deep sorrow. I know everything. Brent gently wiped away Nora's tears and recounted what had happened to the Chu family over the past days. The next day, Brent was about to leave with Nora, preparing to return to Eastern Wasteland. Hideo led all the clan members, their faces filled with reluctance, to respectfully see Brent off. Patron. Hideo looked at Brent, his admiration almost reaching its peak. He never imagined that someone almost dead could be revived by his patron. This was simply astonishing. Could he be a deity? Hideo was deeply moved, unable to calm down for a long time. Patron, Are you leaving now? Hideo took 2 steps closer to Brent, his face showing both reluctance and gratitude. There are matters at home that need immediate attention. Please return as well. No need to send me off like this. Brent nodded slightly, pulling Nora and slowly rising into the sky, ready to depart. Patron, Hideo softly called out, sincerely trying to detain him. At the same time, a grateful voice came from afar. Patron, please go slowly. In the distance, Chestery cultivators swiftly flew towards the scene, both in the sky and on the ground, nearly filling the entire area. Chapter 118. Willing to accept Ngong as our common lord. Someone had spread the news of Brent's presence among the Xiu clan. Within a few short days, Chestery cultivators in the Taiyin Great Realm had learned about this. Countless cultivators were rushing towards Nantian Domain, all hoping for a chance to see Cassius's true appearance. At that moment, the mountainous area was filled with cultivators who were so moved that their bodies trembled with gratitude and devotion. All were speeding towards Brent with utmost sincerity. Brent stood quietly in midair with Nora beside him, watching these people with confusion and not choosing to leave at the moment. He didn't understand why they had come. Therefore, he intended to find out their purpose. In a breath, countless people appeared before Brent. Everyone looked at Brent with immense gratitude, wishing to deeply engrave his appearance in their hearts. We thank our benefactor's righteousness for saving us all from the suffering in the Taiyin Great Realm. Millions of cultivators knelt together towards Brent in the sky above the Xiu clan, forming an overwhelming mass. More cultivators were still rushing here from afar. Brother, this is... Nora looked at Brent in front of her with shock, greatly astonished. She couldn't comprehend what her brother had done that led to so Chestery cultivators willingly bowing down, sincerely kneeling to him. It must be understood that, in the cultivation world, unless it was one's Hamilton, even the most powerful cultivator could not make others kneel under any threat. This involved the dignity and the Tao heart of the cultivators. No one could subdue them. Yet today, she saw millions of cultivators kneeling to her brother with profound sincerity. This scene left her stunned. My destruction of the Taiyin sect had its reasons. You don't need to be so grateful. Brent spoke calmly. His expression was as calm as water, raising his hand lightly to use his primordial power to lift all the kneeling cultivators. Your great grace, we can never forget. After hearing Brent's words, everyone's face was filled with gratitude, looking at Brent with even greater respect and piety, almost as if he were a deity. Originally, they thought that someone as terrifyingly powerful as Brent would certainly have a cold and proud personality. Such individuals should be high above the heavens, looking down on all life as insignificant. Most of the higher-level cultivators they encountered treated them like inferior beings with disdain and contempt. However, Brent was unexpectedly approachable. Facing their reverence and gratitude, he showed no arrogance, and even personally used his primordial power to lift them up. Being treated courteously by such a strong person was a supreme honor for these cultivators. Now that the Taiyin sect has been destroyed, you can cultivate peacefully. From now on, you are free. Brent remained unperturbed, his gaze clear, without a trace of pride, as if what he had done was trivial. Your great kindness, we are forever grateful. We wish to bow to you as our lord, ruling the Taiyin Great Realm. We will follow you to the death. Countless cultivators knelt again, shouting Brent's name, full of hope. You do not need to appoint me as your lord. As fellow Huchesters, we should support each other. From now on, live freely. Just adhere to justice and remain guilt-free. Brent gently shook his head, declining their request. We will follow your Comchester, benefactor. Countless voices echoed in unison, feeling disappointed but having to accept this fact. Strive in your cultivation. Perhaps in the near future, I might stand side by side with you in battle. Brent spoke again, thinking of the hidden anomalies lurking in the dark, unsure what kind of plot they were weaving. Perhaps one day, the entire world might fall into war, and he might need Huchester cultivators to join the fight. We swear to follow you to the death. Countless voices roared with gratitude. Facing such a magnanimous powerhouse, they all submitted wholeheartedly. In a short time, tens of millions of cultivators had gathered in Nantian Domain, all willing to bow to Brent. In that case, after traveling thousands of miles, I am willing to impart Tao teachings for 3 days, clarifying your Tao hearts and guiding your paths forward. I hope you can gain something from it. Having said that, Brent slowly sat cross-legged in the air. Subsequently, sounds of the great Tao continuously resonated throughout the sky. Upon hearing Brent's words, countless cultivators excitedly sat cross-legged on the ground. Hearing the Tao teachings from an imperial-level cultivator, this was something they wouldn't have dared to dream of. Buzz, the sky shook, and all the Tao patterns in the entire world resonated with Brent's voice of the great Tao. Golden light shone from Brent's body, as if he were a divine king sitting high in the 9 heavens. Around him, various miraculous phenomena appeared. Golden lotuses blossomed in midair, flowers bloomed everywhere, cranes flew gracefully, and fairy maidens danced lightly. Various wonders filled the sky. Tens of millions of cultivators listened intently, lost in a state of rapture. Brother, Nora stood beside Hideo, who had told her about what Brent had been doing recently, leaving her utterly stunned. She felt both shocked and delighted. She was shocked that Brent would risk his life alone just for her, killing millions of evil cultivators and confronting the entire Taiyin sect. She was delighted that she hadn't imagined how powerful her brother had become, so powerful that even an imperial-level cultivator was no match for him. Brother, Nora covered her face and wept, looking at the revered figure above. A strange sadness welled up in her heart. How much hardship and pain must her brother have endured to become so powerful? She could imagine his despair and grief when he returned only to find his entire clan destroyed. For us, brother has sacrificed too much. Nora raised her head to look at Brent in the sky, her heart heavy with sorrow and her eyes full of pity. Boom. The void shook as someone suddenly enlightened while listening to Brent's Tao teachings. That person wept with joy, having remained at the tribulation-transcending realm for thousands of years, believing he would never break through again. Yet today, his lifelong dream was fulfilled. I thank you, benefactor. He rushed forward, filled with gratitude, bowing repeatedly to Brent. Boom. Another person enlightened, shaking the earth and sky. Boom. Boom. The void continued to tremble. In a short time, Chestery people broke through major cultivation realms. Others, though not advancing in rank, gained clear guidance for their future paths, avoiding Chestery pitfalls. Before long, 3 days had passed. Countless cultivators had listened to Brent's Tao teachings, greatly improving their cultivation realms and gaining immense benefits. Boom! The sound of the great Tao faded away, signaling the end of the teachings. Brent slowly opened his eyes and stood in the sky. The teachings are over. Cultivate diligently and strive to become stronger. However, do not harm other living beings like the Tine sect did. Also, if you encounter any irrepressible evil cultivators wreaking havoc and committing massacres in the future, come seek me at the Chu family in the desolate region of Eastern Wasteland. Brent spoke calmly, then took Nora with him, breaking through space and disappearing into it. Farewell, my lord. Countless cultivators shouted together, their voices resounding. They bowed deeply, reluctant to rise. Benefactor. Hideo looked in the direction Brent had left, his body trembling with gratitude. Then, he stared at the storage bag in his hand, taking a deep breath to calm his excitement. This was a gift Brent had left him before departing, some pills and spirit weapons to thank him for these past few days of care. At first, he thought Brent would give him some slightly higher grade pills. But when he opened it, he was completely taken aback, mouth agape, unable to look away. What's inside? This is actually... Hideo's excitement made him almost incoherent. Then, he carefully tucked the storage bag into his robes, keeping it close to his heart. Benefactor. Such great kindness will never be forgotten by our Sure clan. Hideo made a vow in his heart, and once again knelt, thanking Brent in the direction he had departed. Chapter 119. This is self-sacrificing spirit. Wasteland, the Chu family residence. Accompanied by a tremor in the void, Brent appeared in the courtyard of the Chu family with Nora. Giles was bending down to tidy up things in the yard. Sensing the vibration behind him, he slowly turned around. Then, he was completely stunned. Eden, you've brought Miss Nora back. Giles's voice quivered with excitement. Tears streamed down his aged face as he wiped them away while quickly walking towards Brent and Nora. Giles. Nora's face was also filled with excitement as she hurriedly stepped forward to greet Giles. Big Sister Xue. Pablo saw Nora and rushed over with surprise and excitement on his face. Auntie. Following that, Calvin exclaimed and walked out from another courtyard. Soon, everyone in the Chu family had gathered together. Everyone. Tears welled up in Nora's eyes, and she was overwhelmed with joy. She had always thought that all her family members were gone. But now, seeing so Chestery familiar faces again, her excitement was indescribable. Xue, don't cry anymore. It's good that you're back. Giles gently wiped the tears from Nora's cheeks, his eyes full of kindness and love. Yes, Big Sister Xue, we are all very happy to see you return. Everyone gathered together, talking and comforting Nora. Master, you're back? Little lion, I missed you so much. A loud roar came from afar. Immediately, the Able wobbled its chubby body and flew back eagerly. Brent looked at the nearly spherical Able and said with a strange expression, a month apart. How did you get so fat? The Able grinned awkwardly at Brent. Ahem. Master, you don't know? It's like, these spirit fruits here seem to have spirits, begging me to eat them. You know I'm kind-hearted, so I naturally fulfilled their wishes. And after I came here, everyone treated me so warmly, offering all kinds of delicacies. Naturally, I didn't refuse. So I ended up like this, But this isn't fat, it's plump. The Able spoke shamelessly without blushing or feeling ashamed. Really? All those things went into your mouth voluntarily. Brent noticed something was off with the Able's words, sensing that it must have done something wrong again. Ahem, well. The Able's face turned red, looking caught in the act. Pablo also chimed in, looking at the Able with disdain. Brother Fan, you don't know. In this month, the Able wreaked havoc on the entire Chu family. It got so fat because it ate everything except the forbidden spirit fruits you told it not to eat. Yes, not only did it eat the spirit fruits, it even stole my roasted chicken, too greedy. It also ate my candy, and the spirit pills I refined. Suddenly, a crowd surrounded and criticized the Able, filled with indignation. Apparently, over the past month, the Able had caused quite a bit of trouble for everyone. You can't treat me like this. The Able, with wide eyes, stumbled back 2 steps, speechless. Then, it glanced at Brent fearfully, pounced forward, hugged his leg, and burst into tears. Wah, Master, don't listen to them. I did all this to prevent them from eating the spirit fruits and disrupting their cultivation. This is my self-sacrificing bravery. After speaking, the Able didn't forget to lick its paw and smear some tears on its eyes, pretending to be heartbroken. Brent lightly shook his head, amused by the Able's antics. Just now, his divine sense swept through and indeed found Chestery places in the Chu family residence dug up like dog burrows, with deep pits appearing on the ground. The spirit fruits that originally hung from the trees were mostly gone due to the Able's antics. However, thanks to the abundant spiritual energy here, it wouldn't take long for everything to recover. Brent wasn't overly angry. Behave yourself in the future. He pulled on the Able's ears slightly, somewhat helplessly. For such a wild, ancient creature, this level of mischief was actually not bad. Nora looked at the Able and was amused by what it had done, unable to hold back her laughter. What a cute Able. Nora reached out and gently patted the Able's head, her eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing the Able in this state, everyone burst into laughter. Over this period of time, they had become acquainted with the Able. They only teased it for its mischief and weren't truly angry. Humph. Greedy thing. Nancy gave a cold snort, clenching the candy in her hand tightly, as if guarding against a thief. That night, all members of the Chu family gathered in the hall, raising their glasses to celebrate Nora's return. Everyone toasted each other, the atmosphere lively. Brother Fan, look at me. I am now a cultivator at the 3rd major realm of Mystical Pill Realm. Pablo couldn't wait to tell Brent, his face full of excitement and happiness. Great job. Indeed, your progress is fast. Brent smiled and nodded, feeling very pleased seeing Pablo's growth. All thanks to Brother Fan. Without that mysterious space, I wouldn't have grown so quickly. Hearing Brent's praise, Pablo beamed, his eyes squinting from sheer joy. Little Mac, you ungrateful one, don't forget about me too. How could you forget my efforts? The Able, with a flushed face from drinking, shouted slurringly. Nonsense. You just beat me up. You did nothing else. How could you say that? That was to help stabilize your realm. Does stabilizing the realm require continuously hitting my bottom? It was just an accident. Accident my foot. You just wanted to beat me up. After speaking, Pablo rubbed his bottom, looking at the Able with anger in his eyes. Watching their argument, everyone laughed loudly. Hee, I didn't expect that within a month of my absence. All of you have made significant progress. Xingyang has also advanced to the 6th major realm. Brent looked around at everyone, feeling very satisfied. In that mysterious space, 1 month passed there, but almost 10 years passed inside. I broke through by a stroke of luck. Dirk blushed slightly, looking down modestly. Xingyang, you don't need to be humble. Your hard work, we can all see it. Giles patted Dirk on the shoulder, equally pleased with his growth. He knew how much effort Dirk had put into improving his strength rapidly. Today is a good day. Come, let's raise our glasses together. Brent laughed heartily, his face starting to turn red with slight intoxication. I won't go home until I'm drunk too. Nora and Magnolia sat together, their cheeks also flushed, cheerfully raising their cups. Chapter 120. This scourge is finally gone. The next day, in this short period of time, Brent restored the Chu family estate to its original appearance, with lush vegetation flourishing once again everywhere. Additionally, he selected an area within the basin and set up chest cultivation formations there, expanding some spaces as well. In those expanded spaces, he placed several not-so-powerful demon beasts. It was for the family members to use in their cultivation. Because there was a space within the family that accelerated time by 100-fold, he was worried that the cultivation speed would be too fast for the family members, leading to shaky foundations which could affect their future growth. Therefore, placing these demon beasts in the constructed space could effectively make up for this flaw. Time passed swiftly, another day went by. All members of the Chu family gathered in an exquisite room. Aaron Xue. Back then when you and Aaron Elena fell into the river of Great Een simultaneously, and as I searched along the way, I only found your aura but no trace of Aaron Elena. Do you know where Aaron Elena might have ended up? Brent looked at Nora, his expression tinged with a hint of doubt. The others also cast anxious glances towards Nora. Nora fell silent for a moment, her face filled with sorrow as she lowered her head and spoke slowly. Back then, my brother and I fell into the river of Great Een at the same time. I was swept downstream by the swift river current. In the panic, I seemed to see Aaron Elena being swallowed by a spatial rift deep within the river. And when I tried to save him, I was knocked unconscious by the demon bones inside the river of Great Een, losing consciousness. From then on, I never knew what happened to Aaron Elena. What? Fallen into a spatial rift. Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with surprise. Aaron Elena. Brent's eyebrows furrowed tightly, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Spatial rifts were extremely dangerous. Ordinary cultivators who entered would surely die, being instantly shattered and unable to survive. Even powerful cultivators relied on spatial spirit artifacts to briefly traverse the void and didn't dare travel recklessly, because one small misstep could lead to them losing direction, forever lost in the void. Even he, though fearless against all else, if he fell into the chaotic spatial rift, could still get lost and would need a long time to find his way out. Now, hearing that Ollie had fallen into a spatial rift, he naturally felt immense worry. How did Aaron Elena? The others, upon hearing that Ollie had fallen into a spatial rift, also showed deep concern. They naturally knew the dangers of spatial rifts. Even Dirk, who was at the 6th major realm, would face significant danger if he fell into one. As for Ollie, at that time when he fell, he had just broken through to the 2nd major realm, the condensation realm. At such a level, falling into a spatial rift meant almost no hope of survival. No matter what, I must go back to the river of Great Een. If alive, we will see him. If dead, we will see his remains. Brent said solemnly, determination flashing in his eyes, tinged with sadness. It might be good to check. There may still be a glimmer of hope. Giles sighed lightly, his face filled with reminiscence, sighing inwardly. Aaron Elena. The others remained silent. Upon learning about Ollie's news, Brent didn't hesitate. He immediately decided to return to the river of Great Een to search for any traces left behind by Ollie. Before leaving, Brent called Dirk to his side. Xingyang, you must take care of matters at home while I'm away. Brent spoke slowly, turning to look at Dirk behind him. Big brother fan, don't worry. I'll be here, everything will be fine. If Mac and the others enter to battle the demon beasts, I will watch over them closely and ensure they don't come to any harm. Dirk lifted her slightly flushed cheeks, promising Brent. I trust you to handle things. But don't be overly protective. Only step in when it's a life or death situation. Brent nodded gently, noticing Dirk's still bashful demeanor. He was concerned she might protect them too much. Yes, I understand. Dirk, embarrassed under Brent's gaze, quickly lowered her head. I'm leaving. Brent spoke calmly, preparing to set off for the river of Great Een. Master, please don't go. Little lion can't bear to part with you. Whoa. Just then, the 9-headed lion suddenly darted out from a cluster of trees, swiftly flying in front of Brent, hurriedly reaching out with its claws to cling to Brent's leg. Master, please let me accompany you. I can be of help. The 9-headed lion raised its head, looking pitifully at Brent with pleading eyes. During this month, it had been guarding the Chu family estate without moving an inch, akin to being in prison. For such a restless creature, it felt like enduring punishment. If it didn't go out for some fresh air soon, it felt like it would suffocate itself crazy. All right, then you can come with me. Brent pondered for a moment and nodded gently. He worried that if he left, according to the Abel's nature, it would probably turn the Chu family upside down again. So, he decided to take this troublemaker with him. Moreover, the Abel was quite powerful. Taking it along could indeed help with something, like gathering some information for him. Woo. The Abel wiped away fake tears, and upon hearing Brent's words, it looked up at Brent, hardly believing what it heard. Master, you just said? To let me come with you. It had thought it needed to Xuanhuan da, entangle persistently, beg shamelessly for Brent's permission. But now, it seemed its Purforchesters was a bit overdone. Haha, do you have anything to pack? We're leaving immediately. Brent shook his head, laughing bitterly, finding it hard to resist smiling as he watched the Abel's funny antics. Haha. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I'll definitely do my best. Upon hearing Brent's agreement, the Able jumped up happily, grinning from ear to ear. Master, please wait for me a moment. Overjoyed, the Able excitedly jumped and quickly flew towards the Chu family courtyard. Haha, little Mac, I'm going out. Stay at home and don't miss me too much. Hehe. Xianxia, your majesty is leaving. You must practice diligently. I'll check on your improvement when I come back. Little xiuxian, haha, your pills are really delicious. The Able laughed proudly, boasting to each of the Chu family members, wishing it could shout with all 9 of its mouths. Haha, congratulations. Brother Lion, you should stay out for a while longer. Enjoy yourself. Hearing that the Able was going out, Pablo's eyes lit up, becoming even happier than the Able itself, hurriedly praising it. In this past month, his bottom had suffered greatly and still hadn't recovered from the swelling. You greedy one, if you dare to steal my pills again, I'll make you a tinile tonic pill, making you sit in the toilet for a whole year. Magnolia bit her shiny little tiger teeth, dimples appearing on her face, crossing her arms with a frown. During this period, no matter whether they were good or bad, even unfinished ones, all the pills she refined had been consumed by the Able. She was so angry she wished she could pull out all its whiskers. Haha, this troublemaker is finally leaving. Heaven, it has been such a nuisance. Everyone in the Chu family sighed in relief upon hearing that Brent would take the Able away. Indeed, these past few weeks, they had been tormented by the hyperactive Able. Ever since the Able arrived, it never settled down, its 9 large mouths constantly causing chaos. The entire Chu family was always in turmoil, full of disorder. Buzz, the void vibrated, and Brent vanished from the yard with the Able. Phew, seeing Brent take the Able away, everyone looked visibly relieved. Finally, the house would be peaceful. Chapter 121, Demons and Ghosts, be gone. Master, where are we going? The Able looked at Brent with an excited expression, its heart racing with anticipation. Previously, when Brent and the others were discussing matters, the Able had seized the opportunity to sneak some of Magnolia's elixirs, so it was unaware of Brent's destination this time. Haha, we're finally getting out. The Able grinned widely, excitement filling its mind as it began to concoct a grand plan. Hehe, once we get out there, I must capture 2 powerful Hutchester clansmen to ride on. Then I'll parade around on them. That scene, TSK. The Able, will definitely be the brightest star on the street. The Able squinted its eyes, fantasizing happily, feeling incredibly thrilled. We are going to the river of extreme. Brent stood calmly with his hands behind his back, face unperturbed. WWH. What? The river of extreme. The Able stared with wide eyes, its smile freezing on its face. It hurriedly looked up at Brent, its face instantly turning green. Master, did you just say we're going to the river of extreme? The Able's voice almost cracked with fear, finding it hard to believe the place Brent mentioned. The river of extreme has always been perilous, hiding countless bizarre beasts. Those who fall in almost never come out alive. Although it had never seen it, the horrifying legends of the river of extreme had deeply rooted themselves in its soul. When it was little, its old Chester would always scare it by threatening to throw it into the river of extreme. So it had a natural fear of the river of extreme. Now, hearing Brent say they were going to the river of extreme, it was frightened out of its wits. We have something to do at the river of extreme. Brent spoke lightly, nodding gently. Master, yes. I just remembered, there's rain outside today. My clothes that were drying haven't been collected yet. I need to go back to collect them, so I won't be able to go with you. Master, you can go to the river of extreme by yourself. Having said that, the Able cautiously watched Brent, inching away slowly, trying to sneak off. At this moment, it felt utterly miserable, regretting not checking the day's horoscope before going out. It knew all too well that its master always chose unconventional paths, yet it still clung on to him. Wasn't this like rushing headlong into trouble? Standing there, Brent naturally noticed the Able's small moves and couldn't help but smile. Without caring whether the Able wanted to go or not, he directly reached out and grabbed it, opening a spatial rift, then vanished from above the Chu family's residence. Leaving such a menace at the Chu family could result in heaven knows what kind of chaos. F***ck? This is too much. My dream of having Hutchester clansmen as mounts. The Able's face fell. It let out a mournful cry in its heart and followed Brent, disappearing on the spot. Dom. The void split open, and 2 figures stepped out onto the surface of the river of extreme. Brent stood silently, his divine sense spreading out as he searched for the spatial rift Nora had spoken about. So, this is the river of extreme? The Able stood behind Brent, looking at the river of extreme with reverence and intense curiosity. The black river of extreme had churning waters that exuded a sinister coldness. Occasionally, strange and eerie creatures would appear, splashing water. Those skeletons. The Able's face showed shock as it gazed at the floating, oddly shaped skeletons in the river, filled with dread. Some of the skulls still flickered with faint spectral fires, seeming to possess intelligence, staring at them with cold, empty eye sockets. Oh no, demons and ghosts, please leave, demons and ghosts, please leave. Old Chester, you must protect me from up above. The Able kept praying, shrinking its neck, feeling extremely uneasy. It feared these things most, moving closer to Brent again. At this moment, Brent frowned slightly, standing still on the river surface, searching for any traces left by Ollie. I found it. Suddenly, Brent's face lit up with joy. He discovered a spatial rift among the countless tiny rifts deep within the river of extreme. There, he sensed a trace of Ollie's aura. Let's go. We're heading down. Brent spoke lightly, stepping into the river of extreme without further ado, heading toward the rift. Master, wait for me. The Able shouted, hesitating as it looked at the dark river of extreme, then jumped into the river. Plop. The river of extreme churned up a large splash of water, and after the Able fell into it, it swiftly chased after Brent's direction. Swish swish. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose over the river of extreme, with towering waves rolling endlessly into the sky. Demons and ghosts, be gone. Demons and ghosts, be gone. The Able traversed the river water in fear, muttering incessantly. Roar. All of a sudden, a roar sounded from within the waters of the river of xiuxian. Then, countless bizarre and evil creatures emerged from the river, roaring as they all lunged madly at the Able. What the heck? What are these things? The Able was greatly alarmed. It had never seen such strange and evil creatures before, and their vast numbers instantly frightened it. Scram! Get lost, all of you! The Able roared in terror, hurriedly unleashing its full strength to fend off the evil creatures around it. Bang! Bang! In an instant, numerous eerie evil creatures were shattered by the Able. But there were two chestery strange evil creatures in the river of xiuxian. Although some were repelled by the Able, more quickly rushed in from afar. I'll beat you! Beat you! Beat you! Demons and ghosts, begone! Demons and ghosts, begone! The Able roared, frantically fighting back with panic on its face. Roar! At this moment, a quasi-emperor-level evil creature, radiating formidable energy, roared as it charged over from afar. Seriously? This isn't fair. I don't want to become one of your kind. The Able felt a bit overwhelmed, watching the approaching quasi-emperor-level evil creature from afar, its actions involuntarily pausing in fright. Roar! Those evil creatures that had closed in on the Able couldn't miss such a perfect opportunity, and instantly pounced madly. Ouch! Holy crap! The Able screamed in panic, one hand clutching its behind while shattering the evil creature that ambushed it from behind. Master, save me! The Able was somewhat frantic as several more evil creatures rushed over from afar, emitting traces of quasi-emperor aura. With its current strength, it wouldn't stand a chance against a group of quasi-emperors. Even one quasi-emperor evil creature was beyond its ability to resist. Chapter 1:22 Once Pierced Dark Dungeon. Brent stood before the spatial rift, turning his head hurriedly at the nine-headed lion's cries for help. He had been too surprised and focused on finding the spatial rift, completely forgetting about the danger surrounding them. Now turning back, he witnessed the nine-headed lion surrounded by countless bizarre, demonic creatures. Humph! Brent scoffed coldly. With a wave of his hand, he pointed straight at the evil beings behind the nine-headed lion. Boom! Tidal waves surged, as the evil beings roared in pain. Countless demonic creatures shattered under Brent's single point of pressure. Not even those at the quasi-emperor realm could escape their fate. All turned to ashes. Pant. I'm so unlucky. I almost met my maker just now. The nine-headed lion limped towards Brent, holding its sore bottom, silently resolving to check the calendar for auspicious days before going out in future. This wasn't merely for its own safety, but also for its dignity. Whimper. I guess I'm the first great sage in history to be injured in such an embarrassing place. How disgraceful. The nine-headed lion gnashed its teeth, inwardly lamenting. It munched on healing pills to treat its injuries while glaring hatefully at the shattered bones behind it, wishing for them to experience its pain too. Even if they were bones, it would poke holes through them. How are you? Where are you hurt? I was too hasty earlier and forgot to take care of you. Brent bent down, inspecting the nine-headed lion's injuries. The nine-headed lion blushed and shook its head hastily. Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm fine, already healed. Really? Let me see the wound. Brent didn't seem convinced. Master, really, I'm alright. After consuming several high-grade healing pills you gave me last time, I've fully recovered. The nine-headed lion sweated profusely, taking 2 steps back, afraid that Brent would insist on checking its wound. Well then, since you're fine, let's go. Brent spoke calmly, having already noticed where the nine-headed lion was injured while probing earlier. Given the peculiar location, he didn't comment much further. Subsequently, Brent opened the spatial rift and stepped inside. Pant. The nine-headed lion exhaled with relief, casting a fearful glance behind before hurrying after Brent into the spatial rift. Inside the spatial rift, a brownish light barrier separated the rift from the river of Tyene, preventing its flow into this space. As they moved forward within the rift, the surroundings changed, but the distance covered remained unclear. Bang! Suddenly, the void trembled, leading Brent and the nine-headed lion into a dark space. Where is this? Brent looked around, puzzled. It resembled a dark and damp underground dungeon, spanning only a few kilometers, with tens of prison cells densely packed together. Walls made of unknown materials, incredibly hard, yet bearing deep claw marks and bloody stains, indicated severe torture inflicted on the captives. Scattered white bones lay everywhere, some still shimmering faintly. This dungeon. Brent frowned. The scene was eerily similar to what he saw in the void when crossing the Grandine River. However, this underground dungeon seemed abandoned, devoid of life, and appeared to have been forcefully breached. Even the arrays sealing the dungeon showed signs of violent rupture, remnants of battles scattered everywhere. Master, what place is this? Why does it look like a dungeon? The nine-headed lion looked around curiously. Not sure. Brent shook his head. He found no useful information here, only a faintly sinister aura lingering. Who was imprisoned here? Brent frowned, deducing from the luminous bones that these prisoners must have been extremely powerful. Many were even quasi-emperors. So chestery strong individuals, who would expend such resources to capture them. Could it be the bizarre beings? But why capture these powerful people? And who came here to rescue them? Brent pondered, unable to make sense of it all. Moreover, the place had existed for an unfathomably long time, thick dust covering everything, erasing any possible clues over endless years. Master, come quickly. Look, the exit of this dungeon is here. The nine-headed lion exclaimed in surprise. It had been following footprints on the ground, walking all the way to the depths of the dungeon where it saw the main gate of the dungeon. At this moment, the dungeon gate was in ruins, the gate made of black jade stone shattered by some heavy weapon, more than half of it broken. Let's go. Brent glanced back at the entire dark cage before stepping out. After passing through the gate of the dark dungeon, Brent and the nine-headed lion appeared directly in an unfamiliar area. Where are we? The nine-headed lion watched curiously. At this moment, they stood on what seemed like the sky above a river, with a turbulent river flowing beneath their feet. The surroundings were lush and green, flourishing. This should be another great boundary, but I wonder how far it is from the Donghuang Great Boundary. Brent also focused his gaze on the surroundings, investigating further. That is. With a flash, Brent came close to a small hill and hastily picked up a piece of cloth from the ground. This is Xuanhuan's clothes. Brent murmured to himself, his face showing a trace of excitement. He clutched the clothing tightly in his hand and looked around again. Master, this is Ali's clothes? The nine-headed lion asked curiously. Having stayed with the Chu family for so long, it naturally knew some of the events that happened within the family and was aware that there were still some Chu family members lost outside, their lives unknown. Brent nodded gently, standing quietly in midair, closing his eyes to search for Ali's aura using his divine sense. After several breaths, Brent shook his head. He did not detect any. Master, did you not detect xuanhuan's aura? The nine-headed lion slowly looked up at Brent. No. It seems we can only head for a large city of the xiuxian race, first to inquire for news. Let's go. Brent shook his head gently and walked forward, transforming into a streak of light heading towards the distance. Finally going to a town? The nine-headed lion showed a look of pleasant surprise, feeling very excited. For tens of thousands of years since it was trapped in the Taichu Forbidden Zone, it hadn't tasted the delicacies of the xiuxian race. Thinking about this, the nine-headed lion's mouth watering almost dribbled down. Haha, delicacies of the xiuxian race, your emperor comes. The nine-headed lion laughed joyfully and transformed into a streak of light, chasing after Brent. Chapter 123. Boy, I hear you want to be my mount. Xiuanxia City. This was the largest city within millions of miles of the Shang territory, measuring over 100 miles in length and width, with tens of millions of inhabitants, thriving with activity. Brent slowly entered the city with the nine-headed lion, arriving on the main road of Xiuanxia City, looking around. Xiuanxia City was a place where ordinary beings and cultivators cohabited. On the streets, which were hundreds of meters wide, there were also chestry cultivators walking with their spirit beasts. Therefore, Brent and the nine-headed lion did not stand out as they walked here. Moreover, to avoid attracting attention, Brent had the nine-headed lion transform into an ordinary dragon spirit lion. 5 treasure chicken, candied millennium fruit, spicy 5-flavored earth dragon meat. The voices of vendors advertising their goods echoed continuously down the street, bustling with people coming and going. Master, the nine-headed lion kept glancing at the roadside vendors, attracted by the strong aroma of meat. Drool was already pooling on the ground as it repeatedly swallowed saliva. Hee, whatever you want to eat, go ahead. Brent smiled gently, stroking the nine-headed lion's head and leading it towards the vendors. 15 minutes later. So fragrant. It has been so long since I tasted such delicious food. Haha, little roast chicken, come into this emperor's belly quickly. The nine-headed lion ate heartily, contentedly following behind Brent, rapidly heading towards a towering palace in the city. Fortune-telling hall. Brent looked up at a large sign and softly read aloud. The fortune-telling hall, like the wind spirit hall of the wilderness region, collected and sold information and also issued tasks. Brent came here to inquire about Ali's whereabouts and issue a task to find Ali. Little lion, wait for me here. Brent turned to look at the nine-headed lion still engrossed in eating. He shook his head helplessly with a faint smile on his face. Master, you can go without worry. I won't wander off. The nine-headed lion continued devouring roasted geese, speaking indistinctly with its mouth full, a ring of roasted earth dragon meat hanging around its neck, its face shining from oil. Just stay here and don't cause any trouble. Brent warned the nine-headed lion, then turned and walked towards the fortune-telling hall. I swear on my lion honor, I absolutely will not cause any trouble. Master, you can rest assured. The nine-headed lion raised its paw like a person, promising Brent. That's good. In front of the fortune-telling hall, the streets bustled with hurried pedestrians and traffic, lively and bustling. Wow, what a beautiful dragon spirit lion. Outside the fortune-telling hall, suddenly a group of armored guards walked up. The young Chester at the forefront was slender with heavy black circles under his eyes, clearly depleted by excessive drinking and indulgence. He hugged 2 beautiful Marthas and slowly approached the nine-headed lion. The guards quickly surrounded the nine-headed lion, pointing their spears at it. The nine-headed lion swallowed the last bite of roasted earth dragon meat, then lifted its head coldly at those surrounding it. Scram, don't disturb this emperor while I'm eating. The nine-headed lion's eyes flashed with cold light, furious at being treated this way as a holy beast. If not for Brent's instructions not to cause trouble or reveal its cultivation, it would have already devoured these people long ago, given its temperament. Huh. The young Chester laughed happily, viewing the nine-headed lion as a treasure, his eyes constantly appraising it. Not bad, not bad. Such a fierce spirit beast suits me well. It can be used as a mount and for beast fighting, truly a win-win. Seize it and send it to my residence. I'll use it in the beast fight soon. The young Chester, who appeared to suffer from weakened kidneys, laughed proudly, constantly caressing the nearby Marthas. This commotion immediately drew Chestry onlookers. Look, xiuxian has brought people out again to capture spirit beasts. Wonder which unlucky friend's spirit beast he's after this time. Any spirit beast favored by Eren usually doesn't survive more than half a month, all used for beast fighting until they are killed. This dragon spirit lion is doomed, probably won't live past half a month either. xiuxian has actually become more restrained now. Back then, he used to force people into fights everywhere, harming countless innocent friends. There's nothing anyone can do. His father is the city lord of Xiuanxia City, whose strength has reached the transformation realm and is reportedly at the 7th great realm, the tribulation crossing realm. Who can be his match? Everyone shook their heads in sighs, already accustomed to such scenes. Only Eren dared to snatch other spirit beasts on the street for amusement. These people could only secretly lament, but dared not say anything, only offering sympathy to the spirit beast's owner. Buzz. Over 10 guards acted ruthlessly, raising their hands to throw beast-catching spirit nets at the nine-headed lion, attempting to trap it within the large nets. A bunch of brats actually dare to lay hands on this emperor. Looking for death, the nine-headed lion had an explosive temper to begin with, and seeing someone provoke it pushed it over the edge. Bang! The nine-headed lion raised its paw and shattered over 10 large nets in one swipe. The guards who threw the nets were also slapped to death by its massive paw. Thud! Immediately after, the nine-headed lion leaped up and plopped down on xiuxian like a meat mountain. PFT. xiuxian screamed in agony as the weight of the nine-headed lion crushed dozens of his bones. He spat out a mouthful of blood, almost losing consciousness. The nine-headed lion didn't care, it bared its fierce teeth, looking down at xiuxian coldly. Boy, I hear you want to be my mount. Ah, xiuxian cried out in terror, his face contorted in pain. He barely had the strength to respond to the nine-headed lion. Quickly let go of young master. You cursed spirit beast, daring to harm your master. Although the remaining guards were shocked by the power of the nine-headed lion, when they saw their young master almost die, each gritted their teeth and shouted anxiously, charging towards the nine-headed lion. If anything happened to Eren, all of them would follow him to their deaths. Buzz. They combined their strength to release a refined gourd made from superior materials, intending to capture the nine-headed lion inside. Scram. Trying to contain this emperor with such a low-level magical artifact. The nine-headed lion roared in anger, swatting at the gourd with its paw. Boom. The gourd exploded into countless pieces. Then its paw sliced through the fragments, pinning everyone beneath it. No. In an instant, cries of agony echoed around. All the guards were killed in one strike by the nine-headed lion's paw, their bodies left in tatters. This spirit beast is too ferocious. This sudden scene stunned the onlookers into wide-eyed shock. I know that gourd. It was specially crafted by a local alchemist for xiuxian. It can contain any spirit beast below the fourth major realm. Yet, it was shattered by this dragon spirit lion's claw. Could this spirit beast have reached the fourth major realm void state? Someone murmured to themselves, astonished by the nine-headed lion's power. If the spirit beast has already reached the fourth major realm, how strong would its owner be? Probably stepped into the fifth major realm already. Others marveled at the strength of the spirit beast's owner. What does it matter if the spirit beast's owner has reached the fifth major realm? His spirit beast injured Eren. He won't escape a tragic end. Once a spirit beast surpasses the third major realm, it develops intelligence. Does it not realize it's bringing disaster to its own owner? This could mean its end. Yes, City Lord Alfie dotes on his precious son to the extreme. If anyone harms Eren, even touching a single hair on his head, Alfie would go berserk. Many were amazed by the nine-headed lion's power, but also predicted its ultimate fate. Boom. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. Someone far away had issued a distress signal, summoning the guards of Xuanxia City. Chapter 124. If I, the Emperor, don't show my might, do you take me for a sick cat? The Able was sitting on Eren without any awareness. It was lowering its head, stretching out its paw to play with him carelessly. Boy, you seemed very proud just now. How dare you make this Emperor serve as your mount? Do you deserve it? The Able bared its big teeth, slowly lowered its head, and glared at Eren with intense killing intent in its eyes. No, don't kill me. I admit I was wrong. Please let me go. Eren turned pale from fright, his eyes filled with fear, his mind deranged by terror, and his body emitting a foul stench with yellowish-white substances flowing out. He, who had been pampered all his life, had never experienced such terrifying moments. Who dared to not flatter and ingratiate themselves when they saw him? Now, he was actually pressed under a spirit beast. It was like a nightmare. Stop. Release our young master immediately. A large troop of black-armored soldiers suddenly rushed out from afar, rushing towards here with murderous intent. Ugh. The Able, smelling the foul stench echesterating from xiuxian, pinched its nose with its paw in disgust, almost vomiting out what it had eaten. Boy, if you can't even take care of yourself, why do you come out wandering around? The Able lightly lifted xiuxian up with its paw, planning to throw him far away, thoroughly disgusted. xiuxian screamed in agony, struggling weakly, his mouth gushing blood, and his arm snapped off directly by the Able's pinch. Beast, release the young master immediately. A group of black-armored soldiers swiftly approached, wielding long knives and spirit swords, preparing to slay the Able and rescue xiuxian. If you want him, then this Emperor will give him to you. Such a disgusting mount, this Emperor doesn't want. The Able, enduring the nausea, raised its paw and flung xiuxian away. Whoosh! xiuxian cried out in despair, crashing into the black-armored soldiers like a streak of light. Bang! Bang! The sound of impact mixed with screams continuously echoed. xiuxian heavily smashed into the black-armored soldiers, passing through them. Oof! The black-armored soldiers were knocked over, cries of pain rising incessantly, some of them dying from the collision. Thud! The ground shook violently, forming a deep pit. xiuxian was impaled by weapons, drenched in blood, lying motionless. Eren great, Eden seems to be dead. Those watching from the surroundings were horrified, their eyes wide with shock, nearly stunned. It's over. The sky is about to change. If the lord of the city knows that his son is dead, he would certainly lose his mind, making unimaginable crazy decisions. Unknown whose spirit beast the dragon spirit lion is, but it killed xiuxian. It's probably doomed, for the ruthless city lord will definitely tear it apart. Many were profoundly shocked, curious about the identity of the spirit beast's owner. I just tossed him lightly, and he died? He's so fragile. The Able looked incredulously at xiuxian, already dead, and examined its paw. Am I really that powerful? Eden, wake up, Eden. Several black-armored soldiers rushed to xiuxian, shaking his body violently, disbelief filling their eyes. If the city lord found out that they failed to protect the Eren family's great young master, in his rage, the city lord would surely dechestered their lives. The spectators, observing the black-armored soldiers' reactions, confirmed xiuxian's death, sighing inwardly, in relief. This evil scoundrel finally died. Haha, this menace has harmed countless people, finally receiving retribution today. Everyone looked gratefully at the Able. Although unintentional, it had unknowingly done a good deed. You mad beast, daring to murder our young lord. Today, you shall not escape death, and your owner will be flayed and hung at the city gate, suffering until death. The black-armored soldiers roared in anger, all charging rapidly towards the Able. They needed to quickly subdue the dragon spirit lion and capture its owner to redeem themselves. Servant of Chester, what did you say? Daring to call this emperor a mad beast? You're courting death. The Able raised its head, baring its sharp teeth, scanning the crowd coldly, then leaped and pounced forward. Thud! The ground trembled, stones shattered as the Able shattered dozens of black-armored soldiers with one swipe. Then it opened its massive mouth, swallowing the remaining dozens whole. In an instant, 100 black-armored soldiers all met their end here. Stop. At this moment, more black-armored soldiers who received the news from afar rushed over from various directions. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps shook the stone fragments on the ground continuously. In a breath, the black-armored soldiers surged forward like a flood, covering every corner in dense blackness. The surrounding onlookers had long been scared away, running far to other places, standing at a great distance, watching this way. Kill. Thousands of black-armored soldiers roared together and charged towards the Able. If I, the Emperor, don't show my might, do you take me for a sick cat? The Able was also stirred into a fury. Its eyes were cold as it roared and rushed towards the black-armored soldiers. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as the Able shattered numerous attacks with one swipe. 2 beams of light shot from its eyes, instantly wiping out all the black-armored soldiers in front. Then it turned and roared angrily again. Roar! A bleak roar thundered in the sky like lightning, transforming into a sharp sword piercing swiftly towards the black-armored soldiers. Countless black-armored soldiers covered their ears, blood gushing from their 7 orifices, falling dead one after another. Many black-armored soldiers standing farther away were also stunned to collapse on the ground, coughing up blood, eyes filled with horror. Is this still the dragon spirit lion? People hiding far away watching were all shocked wide-eyed, disbelieving the scene before them. That dragon spirit lion exterminated thousands of black-armored soldiers in the blink of an eye, including xiuxian Dan realm powerhouses. Could a spirit beast achieve this? Is it a powerhouse in the Voiddong realm? Then how strong would its owner be? Surely not in the same realm as the city lord, both at the tribulation transcending stage. The dragon spirit lion is already so strong. Its owner must be around the same level. However, this is within the city. Even a tribulation transcending powerhouse, when besieged, would find it hard to escape death. Many people revised their understanding of the dragon spirit lion, realizing that ordinary spirit beasts could grow to such an extent, truly astonishing. My son, what happened to you? As everyone was in shock, a heart-wrenching cry came from behind the black-armored soldiers. Chapter 125, Taming a City Lord as a Mount. A Marcus in luxurious robes trembled as he embraced Xiuxian, his face filled with grief and pain. Son, wake up. Alfie cried out in agony, gently shaking Xiuxian's body. Tears streamed down his aged face as regret consumed him. He had been aware of what Xiuxian had done, but as long as it wasn't too extreme, he turned a blind eye and never questioned it deeply. But who would have thought that this excessive indulgence towards Xiuxian would lead to the tragic loss of a younger generation? The overwhelming sorrow made it difficult for Alfie to breathe. He slowly turned his head toward the Able surrounded by the black-armored soldiers. Kill it! Kill it! Alfie roared, emitting an icy aura as he led the family Hamiltons and numerous black-armored soldiers towards the Able. Today is a great opportunity for me to become famous. The Able showed no fear on its face, but instead let out an excited roar as it leaped up and charged straight at Alfie. Xiuxian mount, here I come. The Able shouted excitedly. Among so chestery people, only Alfie's strength was formidable enough to be the perfect mount. Riding him around the world would undoubtedly be impressive. Boom! The earth shook as the Able charged through the black-armored soldiers, sending them flying into the air with loud cries of pain. Beast, stop! Alfie bellowed, joining forces with multiple strong warriors to activate the city's protective array. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically, and a gigantic palm rapidly formed above before crashing down on the Able. Scram! The Able snarled, transforming into its true form. It opened its mouth and spat out primordial energy, striking the massive hand above. Bang! A thunderous explosion resonated in the sky as the sky-blocking giant palm was instantly shattered by the Able. Puff! Alfie and the others were shaken, coughing up blood as they flew back and landed on the ground, their faces filled with shock. This. Everyone was stunned, eyes wide open, fear gripping their hearts. As the main leader, Alfie knew the power of the array. Their city's array was their greatest support. Combined with their strengths, even a fully mature king might not withstand its attack. Yet, the spirit beast effortlessly shattered the array's attack with such ease. Could its strength be at the peak of the mature king realm? Or perhaps it's a sacred beast? At this thought, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, trembling in fear. So terrifying. Even the spectators watching from the side were frozen in shock. So, the dragon spirit lion was just its illusion. The Able is its true appearance. It's an ancient exotic beast, and it seems to have reached the sacred realm. No wonder we haven't seen the owner of this spirit beast all along. This is a sacred ancient exotic beast, immensely powerful. Who could possibly tame it? Who dares to? At this point, everyone realized the power of the Able and began speculating that it might have come alone without any master. This. Lying far away, Alfie's face changed drastically upon knowing the strength of the Able. His body slowly retreated, neck tucked in, preparing to escape. Xiuxian mount, where do you think you're going? The Able had been keeping an eye on Alfie all along. Seeing Alfie attempting to flee, it roared, swiping aside chestery black-armored soldiers and charging directly at Alfie. Boom! The Able descended from the sky and sat heavily on Alfie. It bared its teeth, looking down at Alfie coldly. My mount, where are you going? Puff! Alfie coughed up blood under the immense pressure, staring in terror at the Able pressing him down, almost fainting from fear. Great holy beast, spare my life. I didn't know you were present. Please forgive me. Alfie kept begging for mercy, his eyes filled with fear. As long as you spare my life, whatever you ask, I will agree. At this moment, Alfie wished he could slap himself, filled with deep regret. His spoiled son had caused such a huge disaster. If he had known this would happen, he should have slapped him against the wall and dealt with him personally back then. Oh, you say you'll agree to whatever I ask? The Able stared with big eyes, a flicker of excitement in them. Great holy beast, I realize my mistake. As long as you spare my life, I will agree to anything. Alfie was utterly terrified. His heart and liver seemed to shatter. Xiuxian mount, are you willing to become my mount? The Able looked down at Alfie without any qualms, exuding a thick aura, its voice like thunder. What? Alfie was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, speechless from shock. Upon hearing the Abel's words, the people around also exchanged stunned glances, shocked to their cores. This was the first time they heard of a spirit beast asking a xiuxian to be its mount. It completely overturned their understanding. Did I hear that wrong? It actually wants the city lord to be its mount? At this moment, the area was surrounded by black armored soldiers, and even further away, a large crowd gathered. As far as the eye could see, it was packed with people. However, it was eerily quiet now. No one dared to take a deep breath, all staring wide-eyed at the scene unfolding in the center. Stunned by the Abel's words. How about it? Are you unwilling? The Abel glanced coldly at Alfie, a sneer appearing at the corner of its mouth, slowly lowering its head close to his forehead. No, I'm willing. I am willing to be your mount. Alfie's soul nearly fled his body, his face filled with fear. To save his life, before the Abel finished speaking, he hastily shouted. Haha, xiuxian mount, you know what's good for you. From now on, you are my mount. The Abel laughed loudly, spitting out a blood-colored rune, which directly entered Alfie's mind. Senior you. Alfie cried out in shock, his face pale, realizing the Abel had planted a contract in his mind. In an instant, Alfie's face turned ashen, his life was ruined. It wouldn't be long before his name spread throughout the entire Shang region. My dream of having a xiuxian mount, finally realized. The Abel paid no attention to Alfie's terrible expression, basking in its own joy, grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 126. You are the owner of that sacred beast? Growl. Low growls came from the belly of the nine-headed lion. Trent. I, your emperor, am hungry. Quickly take me to eat something delicious. The nine-headed lion covered its stomach, a look of satisfaction on its face. It shrank in size and jumped directly onto Alfie's head held high, very proud. Yes. Alfie's face was ashen, not daring to resist. He lowered his head in response. This is my dream come true. A smile spread across the nine-headed lion's face. Under the reverent gazes of countless xiuxians, it stepped on the heads of xiuxian powerhouses, destined to be famous for eternity, exceedingly great. Huff. Alfie's face was pale, leading the nine-headed lion away from the scene. What did I just see? A primordial beast actually made the city lord its mount. Damn it, has this world gone mad? Even a spirit beast goes around collecting mounts. Those who remained, including the black-armored soldiers and observers, watched the direction the nine-headed lion disappeared, looking at each other in shock, rubbing their eyes nonstop, somewhat dazed. This event turned around too quickly. Initially, everyone thought that the death of Eden would become a major disaster for all of Xuanxia City, but none of them had expected it. In the end, the scene ended so comically. That city lord they regarded like a deity ultimately became a spirit beast's mount. It was jaw-dropping. Everyone was still in a state of confusion, full of disbelief. That's a primordial beast that has achieved sanctity, truly astonishing. How tens of thousands of years have passed. Not to mention saints. I haven't even seen a fully accomplished king. And now, our city actually has a sanctified primordial beast, truly astonishing. It's reasonable that the city lord couldn't fight back and was subdued. Just can't figure out, are all sanctified primordial beasts this peculiar? Do they want xiuxians as mounts? For such a powerful primordial beast, who could possibly subdue it? Subdue? Are you daydreaming? That primordial beast is immensely powerful. Haven't you seen that it has achieved sanctity? According to me, the person who can subdue it hasn't even been born yet. People who stayed here looked at the figure of the nine-headed lion riding away with the city lord, lingering for a long time, discussing among themselves. Boom. At this moment, the door of xianxia slowly opened, and a xiuxian in white came out from inside. This is... Brent walked to the door of the hall, standing on the high steps, hands behind his back, slightly frowning, raising his eyes to look around. At this time, the road was bustling with people, chaotic everywhere, bluestone ground covered in blood, broken weapons scattered everywhere. Many black-armored cultivators were cleaning the street, picking up shattered corpses one by one. There was still a hint of the aura left after the collapse of the formation in the air. Everything here looked as if it had just experienced a fierce battle. Where's Little Lion? Brent muttered softly, looking around. He didn't see the figure of the nine-headed lion either, due to the numerous restrictions set up within xianxia, isolating everything. Therefore, he didn't know what was happening outside. Moreover, not only xianxia, but the entire Xuanxia city was divided into chestery areas, each area surrounded by formations. He also temporarily couldn't sense the presence of the nine-headed lion. Sir Taoist friend, did you see the longling lion in front of this door? Brent asked a middle-aged Taoist standing in front of the door as he walked out. What did you say? That sacred beast is your spiritual pet. The middle-aged Taoist exclaimed in surprise, looking at Brent in shock. Shoo. In an instant, all those who heard the middle-aged Taoist's exclamation looked at Brent in disbelief, deeply shaken. Heaven, that powerful sacred beast is actually his spiritual pet. That is a primordial beast that has achieved sanctity. Its power is so overwhelming. It is actually his pet. How powerful must he be then? Someone screamed in horror, mouth wide open in astonishment. Why does he look so young? And why do I feel no trace of power from him? Could that sacred beast have been tamed by his senior? Some felt startled while others felt curious. That longling lion is my spiritual beast. Do you know where it is now? And why do you call it a sacred beast? Brent nodded gently, noticing the unusual expressions of the people around him, also glancing at the scattered bodies and shattered weapons on the street. At that moment, he had an ominous premonition. Could someone have recognized the nine-headed lion and taken it away? Brent's expression was stern as this possibility crossed his mind. Though he was puzzled, feeling that such a powerful nine-headed lion should be hard for anyone to subdue, he also knew that there were always more capable people in the world. It was possible that within the city lord's residence, there was an Empyrean-level expert who had forcefully captured the nine-headed lion. Brent scoffed inwardly. How dare someone move his spirit beast? It was a death wish. The sacred beast of the senior should now be at the city lord's residence. Earlier, it caught the eye of xiuxian, the son of our city's Lord Alfie, who wanted to make it his spirit pet. Then, the city lord's residence. What boldness! Brent coldly snorted. not waiting for the middle-aged Taoist to finish speaking before his figure rapidly flickered and vanished on the spot. What the hell? How fast? Many people looked at Brent's flickering figure, a speed that surpassed their perception, instantly drawing exclamations from Chestery. No wonder he could tame the nine-headed lion. Just based on this speed, it's clear that this person must be an incredible super expert. If the nine-headed lion is already a sacred beast, what level must that person be at? Phew, could it be a great sage? Countless eyes followed the direction Brent disappeared, filled with shock, trembling down to their souls. Hurry, head to the city lord's residence. Something big might be happening. The crowd shouted, rushing toward the city lord's residence. At the city lord's residence. Buzz. A figure flickered, gradually materializing before appearing at the gates of the city lord's residence. Who are you? How dare you stand so openly above the city lord's residence? So audacious. The black-armored guards at the gate of the city lord's residence raised their heads to look up at Brent in the sky, each showing murderous intent and rushing forward to apprehend him. Scram. Brent's expression was stern as he opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of clear air. Bang. Bang. Ah. The 8 black-armored guards who rushed up were all shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Boom. The main gates of the city lord's residence along with dozens of buildings behind them exploded under this breath of clear air. Who dares to disrupt the city lord's residence, seeking death? Many patrolling black-armored soldiers in the city lord's residence heard the commotion here and loudly charged over. Chapter 127. Breaking down the mayor's manor. In a breath, thousands of people stormed out from within the mayor's manor. Thousands of pairs of eyes fell upon the shattered gates of the manor, each face brimming with fury. Someone had dared to destroy the entrance of the mayor's manor right before their eyes. If outsiders knew about this, where would they put their faces? It was you who caused a ruckus in my mayor's manor. Take him down. Several leading figures in black armor looked coldly at Brent. Without any further words, they immediately calm-chesterted their subordinates to launch attacks towards Brent. Kill. The murderous intent each chesterating from thousands of people swept across heaven and earth as they followed their respective leaders and launched spells in unison. A violent shake reverberated through the sky, producing a blinding light. Whoa. Following closely, a spear 100 zhang long emerged in the sky, trailing several thousand zhangs of light as it stabbed straight towards Brent. All the black-armored soldiers watched Brent with mocking, cold grins. Even the Lord Mayor couldn't resist the combined attack of all these people. Death for the person in front of them was certain. Humph. Brent stood quietly in the sky with folded hands behind his back, gazing up at the rapidly approaching spear, unperturbed. A beam of light echesterated from Brent's eyes, instantly striking the spear. Bang! A thunderclap resounded in the sky. The spear disintegrated instantly, and Brent's gaze remained piercing towards the thousands of black-armored soldiers, still full of power. What? Impossible. Every black-armored soldier stared with widened eyes, unable to believe what they saw. When they charged over and saw the destroyed gate, they already sensed Brent's strength. So, they launched their strongest combined attack without hesitation. Yet, the sight before them stunned them completely. Their collective attack was easily shattered by that Chester with just a look. Yes, just one look. In an instant, everyone gulped down their saliva, expressions turning drastically, panic spreading. Whoa. Roaring through the sky, the beam of light flickered in the air like a flaming spear speeding towards those thousands of black-armored soldiers. Quickly, resist together. The faces of thousands of black-armored soldiers changed drastically. They continuously attacked, trying to break it. Dozens of layers of protective shields formed instantly in the sky along with countless attacks landing on the beam. Bang! Bang! The light transformed into a spear broke through all defenses, shattering every attack on its path, finally impaling heavily onto the thousands of black-armored soldiers. No. Boom. A loud explosion. The ground shook. Dust rose, leaving a large, deep crater in place. Thousands of black-armored soldiers were annihilated. Even half of the entire mayor's manor crumbled under Brent's gaze, turning numerous buildings into ashes. This, too powerful. Just one look and he killed thousands of strong black-armored soldiers. No wonder he can be the master of the able. Truly terrifying. Many people far away, seeing Brent's mighty figure, breathed heavily, staring wide-eyed, muttering, "Where's the Lord Mayor?" A resonant voice echoed, destroying Chestery broken buildings as it swept toward the depths of the mayor's manor. At this time, deep inside the manor, the able lay comfortably on a soft rug, waiting for the maidservants to feed it roasted meat with its mouth wide open. Haha, so comfortable. The able laughed heartily, sipping wine while eating until its mouth dripped with oil. "Master, are you satisfied with the food?" Alfie stood respectfully beside the able, showing utmost humility. "Yes, very good, very good." The able nodded constantly, almost forgetting Brent entirely. Boom. Just then, the earth-shaking noise from the courtyard penetrated through layers of restrictions to reach here. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my mayor's manor? Alfie glared into the distance, thick killing intent enveloping him. He was already in a bad mood, forced to be the mount of a powerful holy beast, which left him extremely aggrieved. And now someone was bothering him again, looking for death. "Master, I will go check." Alfie reluctantly asked permission from the able. Yes, go ahead. The able was drinking to the point of intoxication, almost collapsing in a daze. Alfie's face turned ashen. He led a group of experts through layers of array formations and restrictions, arriving at the front courtyard of the city lord's mansion. "How dare you? You actually dared to destroy my city lord's mansion?" Looking for death, Alfie, seeing the front courtyard turned into ruins, was infuriated. He led a group straight toward Brent. "Young Chester, how daring you are to intrude and cause trouble in my city lord's mansion like this, seeking your own death. City lord, don't let such a mere youth trouble you. I'll take care of him." "Let me do it. I will." Those following Alfie, eager to impress him, glared angrily at Brent and swiftly charged out. In an instant, the sky flashed with light as dozens of attacks rushed down, covering Brent. "Are you the city lord here?" Brent gave a cold snort, hands clasped behind his back, slowly raising his eyes to look at Alfie and the others, with rays of light shooting from his eyes. Bang, bang. Dozens of attacks exploded fiercely in the sky, even shattering those spiritual weapons that were hurled at him. The dozen or so people charging at Brent screamed in terror. Upon making contact with Brent's gaze, they exploded instantly, turning into ashes. Phew. Alfie spat out a mouthful of blood, falling to the ground like a bird with broken wings. How is this possible? He looked at Brent in shock, terrified. He was a super expert at the 7th major realm, the Tribulation Crossing stage, yet he was critically injured by just a glance from the other side. How powerful could the opponent be? Who are you? Alfie, shocked, stared at Brent, clutching his chest and lying on the ground unable to get up. Thud. Brent said nothing, taking a slow step towards Alfie. You. Seeing Brent raise his eyes to look at him again, Alfie was scared witless. Don't kill me. My master is a super expert. If you kill me, he won't let you off. Super expert? Hearing Alfie's words, Brent's eyes narrowed, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, there was a superpower within the City Lord's mansion holding the able captive. Go call him out. I want to see just how strong he is. Brent stood calmly in the sky, composed, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 128. He was really the master of that sacred beast. Master. Upon hearing that his opponent would not kill him, Alfie immediately got up, panic-stricken, and rushed into the depths of the city magistrate's residence. Master, save me. Someone is attacking us. Alfie ran and scrambled in a panic until he reached the nine-headed lion. What? Someone actually wants to harm my pet xiuxian? I guess he doesn't want to live anymore. The nine-headed lion shook its head, instantly sobering up as its entire body shuddered, revealing an angry expression. It had just acquired a pet xiuxian when someone dared to attack, which was clearly a slap in its face. Let's go. I will help you get back your reputation. The nine-headed lion roared, intimidatively leading Alfie toward the front yard. Haha, my master is here. Just wait for your doom. Alfie laughed wildly and charged out first, glaring fiercely at Brent. Roar. Who is it? How daring. To dare bully my pet xiuxian. I'll devour him. The nine-headed lion roared, emerging from the depths of the city lord's residence, covered in waves of bloody aura. Thud. Thud. The earth-shaking steps resounded as the nine-headed lion transformed into a giant beast thousands of feet tall, each strand of chest ears shimmering with cold light, exuding overwhelming vitality, demonstrating boundless might. Its heart was filled with extreme satisfaction. Such an astonishing entrance must have stunned everyone, making them worship it in awe. After I crush this provocateur in one blow and shock the onlookers, my fame will spread far and wide. The nine-headed lion laughed with excitement and pride. Alfie watched as the nine-headed lion approached him. Biting his teeth, he looked at Brent with intense hostility and said coldly, Boy, my master is here now. There's no chance for you to escape. Why don't you end yourself early? Let's see who's courting death. The nine-headed lion stepped into the front courtyard, baring its huge mouth, looking down at the white-robed cultivator standing aloft. The nine-headed lion's laughter abruptly stopped as its 18 eyes widened in surprise, stunned. And master. No matter how hard it tried to guess, it couldn't imagine that the person Alfie wanted it to confront would be its own master. Master, it's him. It's him who dared to challenge your majesty. Quickly subdue him. Alfie laughed wildly, pointing viciously at Brent without noticing the nine-headed lion's expression. Damn, I'll hit your head. Didn't you see who that is? Bang. The nine-headed lion angrily slapped Alfie aside, rapidly shrinking down to size before running obediently to Brent. It no longer held the earlier majestic and domineering demeanor, squatting humbly before Brent. Master, why did you come here? The nine-headed lion's face was full of flattery, its tail wagging enthusiastically. And master, Alfie struggled out of the rubble and saw the nine-headed lion docilely crouching before Brent. Its big eyes were wide open, clutching its chest, completely stunned. Is this a dream? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looking again at the nine-headed lion. That incomparably powerful nine-headed lion, whose strength terrified everyone in the city, had a master? Alfie gaped in astonishment, forgetting to breathe. He really is the master of that sacred beast. Those watching from afar also sucked in their breath sharply, their eyes filled with shock. They all witnessed the nine-headed lion's imposing entry and then its immediate compliance upon seeing Brent, leaving everyone speechless. This was a sacred beast, actually tamed by someone. Brent stood silently in the sky, after a moment's thought, realizing everything. There were no imperial-level powerhouses in the city lord's residence, and the super powerhouse mentioned by Alfie was the nine-headed lion. All was due to his overthinking. Master. Upon knowing Brent had caused such a scene for its sake, the nine-headed lion looked gratefully at Brent, deeply moved. Good. I'm glad you're fine. Brent smiled faintly, stroking the nine-headed lion's head. Master, this time I came out to the city lord's residence not only for fun. I also learned about Ollie's news from them. The nine-headed lion raised its head, grinning widely with a look of seeking approval from Brent. Oh, Aaron Elena's news. Brent's eyes lit up, a hint of excitement in his expression as he looked down at the nine-headed lion. Pet xiuxian, come over here. The nine-headed lion slapped Lars on the head and lifted him into the air, bringing him right before it. Master, all the information I have is from him. If you need to know anything, just ask him. The nine-headed lion pointed at Lars while looking at Brent. Predecessor. Lars rubbed his sore head, trembling with fear, his head lowered, not daring to look directly at Brent. He was filled with regret for having boasted too much, even arrogantly telling the nine-headed lion to devour its own master. This was truly like searching for trouble in a privy. Do you know about Ollie? Brent asked coolly, examining Lars. He had questioned the Heavenly Destiny Hall for half a day and only obtained some fragmented information about Ollie. For the latest news, the Heavenly Destiny Hall would need to retrieve it from headquarters and send it over, which would take at least 3 days. He had only posted some tasks to search for Ollie and planned to wait 3 days to see the results. Smack. The nine-headed lion struck Lars's head again, enjoying the act thoroughly. Pet xiuxian, my master is asking you a question. Why are you trembling and not speaking? Predecessor. I. Smack. What do you mean by I? Speak up. Another slap followed, with the nine-headed lion grinning broadly and very pleased with itself. Lars winced in pain, holding his head, completely losing his temper. Predecessor, this isn't the place to talk. Let's move somewhere else. Lars glanced fearfully at the nine-headed lion, then looked up at Brent for their opinion. Brent observed the crowd gathered around the city lord's residence and nodded slightly. He said slowly, "Very well." With that, the three figures vanished from the scene. Chapter 129, Alliance of the Eight Sects. Deep within the city lord's residence. In a magnificent hall, Brent sat in a high position, with the able crouching at his feet and Alfie standing below the platform, his face full of reverence. "Tell me everything you know about Ollie." Brent looked down at Alfie, a flicker of hope rising in his heart. He was uncertain if the Ollie that Alfie knew was really his brother. In this vast sea of people, how Chestery shared the same name. There could be hundreds of thousands, even millions of people named Ollie. He only harbored a faint hope regarding the Ollie mentioned by Alfie. What if that person was indeed his brother? "Senior, let me start with what I learned 3 months ago when I was in the Tianfeng domain." Alfie glanced nervously at Brent, then slowly began his story. 3 months ago, after visiting several major domains, I met an old friend in the Tianfeng domain. It was from him that I heard about a Chester named Ollie. 7 years ago, a Chester named Ollie in Tianfeng City suddenly became well known. The reason was simple. He used a broken Emperor-grade weapon during a conflict. That's an Emperor-grade weapon. It's the dream of so Chestery to possess such a spiritual artifact. Instantly, it caused a sensation throughout the entire Tianfeng domain. Later, people traced Ollie's background and discovered that he wasn't a cultivator from the Tianfeng domain at all, but someone who had been washed ashore from the Great River. The broken Emperor-grade weapon in his possession also came from there. For an unaffiliated cultivator without any roots, yet possessing an Emperor-grade relic, it was like a moving treasure trove. Countless people set out to find Ollie, eager to seize the broken Emperor-grade weapon. The major sects in the Tianfeng domain quickly acted, dispatching their disciples to hunt down Ollie. Even neighboring regions sent reinforcements upon learning of the news. In no time, the entire Tianfeng domain was filled with people hunting Ollie. For 7 years, the Tianfeng domain has been in turmoil, with battles breaking out everywhere. Ollie was besieged multiple times, but each time, using the broken Emperor-grade weapon, he Chesteraged to turn danger into safety, killing Chestery of those who pursued him and escaping. It was truly remarkable. Aaron Elena. Brent's expression turned excited as he stood up abruptly. After considering everything Alfie had said, he was now certain that the Ollie mentioned was his brother. "Humph. Those fools are courting death by daring to hunt my master's brother. I'll devour them all," growled the Able, getting up and baring its teeth in anger. "Where's my brother now?" Brent appeared beside Alfie, gripping his arms tightly, asking anxiously. He couldn't have imagined that everyone in the Tianfeng domain had been hunting his brother for 7 long years. He couldn't bear to think about the hardships his brother had endured or how he survived under such dire circumstances. Brent raged inwardly, vowing that if anything had happened to his brother, he would make every individual involved in the Tianfeng domain pay the ultimate price. "Ollie is Senior's brother?" Alfie's eyes widened in shock, utterly astonished. Didn't the whole Tianfeng domain say that Ollie had no background or foundation? Yet, the person before him claimed Ollie was his brother? A cultivator who could subdue a sacred beast must have already reached the great sage realm at the very least. Perhaps even stronger. How could he be considered rootless? Alfie inwardly cursed, feeling both amazed and fortunate for not being involved. A great sage cultivator turned out to be Ollie's Hamilton brother. Such news would surely stun the heavens. The entire Tianfeng domain had only a handful of great sages. Each one of these great sages was akin to an exalted ancestor, sitting high above the 9 heavens, revered and worshipped by countless others. They could destroy countless lives with just a flick of their fingers. If it were known that Ollie's Hamilton brother was a great sage, how Chestery would be frightened out of their wits. "Slap. Pet, my master is asking you a question. Why are you spacing out?" The Able angrily raised its paw and struck Alfie on the head again. Senior." Alfie clutched his head, looking around dazedly before regaining his senses. "Senior, when I returned a month ago, the situation in the entire Tianfeng domain had changed dramatically. Just a month ago, after feuding for so Chestery years, the 8 super sects of the Tianfeng domain suddenly stopped. They announced a merger and formed the Alliance of the 8 Sects. In order to obtain the Emperor-grade weapon, the Alliance of the 8 Sects joined forces and dispatched numerous disciples to drive away all forces that sought to claim the broken Emperor-grade weapon. Then they spared no effort in sending countless people to investigate Ollie's whereabouts. Before I returned, I heard that the Alliance of the 8 Sects had cornered Ollie at the edge of the Fallen God exclusion zone in the eastern part of the Tianfeng domain. Now, I estimate that the Alliance of the 8 Sects has probably already found Ollie's location and might have already captured him." Alfie quickly relayed all the information he knew. He trembled slightly, cautiously looking at Brent. He felt that as an insignificant person, Ollie would likely have been killed by the Alliance of the 8 Sects. But, facing Brent and this mighty great sage, he dared not say so. The Alliance of the 8 Sects. What a wonderful Alliance of the 8 Sects. Brent's face was cold, his eyes narrowed, emitting a thick killing intent from his whole body as he walked out. "Little Lion, let's go to the Fallen God exclusion zone." Brent was anxiously distressed, wishing he could instantly appear beside Ollie. The Alliance of the 8 Sects had been besieging Ollie for a month. Faced with such powerful forces, Ollie likely had no power to resist. He didn't even dare to imagine Ollie's current situation. More frightening was the possibility of witnessing a heart-wrenching scene in the Fallen God exclusion zone. "Aaron Elena, you must wait for me. Big brother is coming." Brent roared in his heart, opening the void with a wave of his hand, and vanished directly towards the Fallen God exclusion zone. "Master, wait for me, I'll be right there." The Able, seeing Brent's urgency, rushed out of the door in a panic and hurriedly followed. However, before leaving, it cast a profound glance at Alfie. Then it bared its teeth, glaring fiercely, and said coolly, "Pet, I'm leaving now. Treat your citizens well. Don't take advantage of my name to commit evil. If I find out, you know what will happen." I wouldn't dare. I'll definitely treat the citizens well and keep the peace. Alfie was pale with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably, afraid that the Able might kill him on the spot. Humph. Good. I will return. The Able took one last deep look at Alfie, then tore through the void, quickly chasing after Brent. Chapter 130, Siege in the Divine Fall Restricted Area. The Skywind Domain. On the edge of the Divine Fall Restricted Area, at the base of a 10,000-foot mountain, a blood-covered young Chester sat cross-legged inside a cave, swallowing handfuls of healing pills. At the base of a 10,000-foot mountain, a blood-covered young Chester sat cross-legged inside a cave, swallowing handfuls of healing pills. Cough, cough. His chest heaved violently, his body riddled with wounds and still bleeding profusely. Despite his miserable state, his eyes were unusually clear, radiating an air of resilience and defiance. Boom. A loud explosion sent rocks flying in all directions. The mountain where the youth was located shook violently as it was cleaved in two by brute force, chunks of stone bursting outwards. Bang, bang. The sound of formations breaking echoed continuously. The stones arranged at the cave entrance collapsed. Oh no. The youth's face turned pale with shock. His eyes flashed with a fenghuang de gongmong. Yaojia li kuratung yun di jianlachilat. His position had been exposed. Haha. Ollie, surrender now, or you'll be trapped. This area is surrounded by people from our 8-sect alliance. You won't escape, even if you had wings. Why don't you come out? Or would you prefer to stay like a stinky rat hiding in its hole? Huh. Humph. Ollie, just surrender peacefully so we don't have to waste time on you. Otherwise, once you anger us, you'll suffer a painful death with your skin peeled off and bones pulled out. Outside the cave, 7 individuals stood scattered around the cave entrance, their expressions cold and menacing as they stared inside. Bang! The cave trembled and debris flew everywhere as a figure shot out swiftly, charging directly at the 7 men. Humph, let me surrender? With you lot being nothing but trash? Dream on. Ollie roared, emitting a powerful aura as he instantly reached one of them, striking a fierce punch toward his head. You. That person's face was full of panic and disbelief. He hadn't expected Ollie to emerge so decisively and counterattack them. This was entirely unexpected. Moreover, Ollie's speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Get lost. The Chester shouted angrily, barely Chester-aging to defend himself in a hurry. Well done. You actually dared to charge out from the cave. With you, a cultivator at the 3rd major realm of Profound Core, daring to attack us? You're asking for death. Ollie, how dare you? Seeing Ollie burst out of the cave, not choosing to flee but attacking one of them instead, the others were instantly enraged, their faces turning red with indignation. Though these 7 were also cultivators at the 3rd major realm, none of them were lacking in pride. Ollie's actions were like a slap in their faces. Without hesitation, everyone roared and launched attacks filled with killing intent at Ollie. Buzz, buzz, die. The void trembled as dazzling attacks shot straight at Ollie. A bunch of weaklings, what do I have to fear? Ollie yelled, his long hair disheveled, completely ignoring the attacks behind him. His extended fist did not hesitate for a moment, smashing fiercely into the arm of the cultivator before him. Ah, crack. The sound of shattering bones mixed with screams rang out incessantly. In an instant, Ollie shattered the cultivator's hand, then his arm, finally delivering a heavy blow to his face. Yeah, you poo. The cultivator screamed as his entire face contorted grotesquely, his eyes bulging out, nose and chin instantly smashed flat, teeth flying in all directions, and blood splattering everywhere. Yeah. With a soft crack, the cultivator's body exploded midair, showering down in a spray of blood. Ollie's single punch had destroyed a 3rd major realm cultivator. Dom. Without any hesitation after destroying the cultivator, Ollie turned and delivered another crushing punch behind him. Bang, bang. The sky resounded as attacks exploded in midair. All the attacks launched by the others were nullified by Ollie's punch, not a single one injuring him. 4th realm. You've actually advanced to the 4th major realm, Void Mystic Realm. The remaining 6 looked at Ollie in horror, disbelief clearly visible in their eyes, their hearts filled with shock. For the past 7 years, he had been relentlessly hunted, fleeing like a stray dog, constantly living in fear. Yet, despite such perilous circumstances, he Chester-aged to break through under constant pursuit. And during these 7 years, he actually broke through 2 major realms consecutively. This. Everyone looked at each other with fear, deeply shocked. For someone to break through under such severe injuries, his talent was truly astonishing. If placed in a spiritual, energy-rich cultivation holy land, they couldn't even imagine what realm this person would reach. Humph. Even if he has broken through to the 4th realm, so what? No matter how talented he is, it's useless. He is gravely injured and on the verge of death. How strong could he still be? We can still kill him, right? I think he is at the end of his strength, about to expire. Killing him will not be a problem. We will fight him together. As long as we kill him, the sect's reward will surely help us advance another major realm. Risk for riches, let's do it. The remaining 6 glanced at each other, all making up their minds, looking up at Ollie with murderous intent, radiating intense momentum. Boy go dot. Haha, I like killing geniuses the most. In the blink of an eye, the 6 had surrounded Ollie. They rapidly formed hand seals with their raised hands, using themselves as foundations, instantly forming an array formation that enveloped Ollie. Buzz. The formation lightly trembled, emitting blinding light. Boom, boom. Streams of heavenly lightning mixed with mystical divine fire quickly materialized atop the formation, then directly struck down at Ollie. Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the capability. Ollie roared, gritting his teeth. His pale face had no color left, forcing out the spiritual energy within his body, pushing himself to his peak state. Then, he leaped up, fiercely smashing a punch at the formation above his head. Bang! Thunder exploded. The formation shattered like glass from Ollie's single punch. All of you, go to hell. Ollie roared again, anxiously rushing towards the 6 people. Time was running out. He couldn't afford any delay. This battle would certainly alarm people far away. If those people rushed over quickly, he would be in grave danger. Moreover, the previous few were right. He indeed reached the end of his strength, possibly unable to hold on anytime soon. Kill! Ollie roared, punching through one cultivator's chest and slamming him into another behind him, crushing both. Bang! Bang! Two more screams. Two more cultivators died by Ali's hands. How? How could it be? The remaining two cultivators were terrified. They couldn't understand why Ali, who suffered heavy injuries, still possessed such formidable power. Scared witless, the two lost their courage to fight, exchanging glances before turning to flee. Stay here, Ali shouted, rushing up with murderous intent. Ah, no. Two more cries, and the two were also smashed apart by Ali. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed from the sky, an octagonal star pattern glowing brilliantly. That was a signal sent out by a cultivator at the moment of death. Oh no. Ali looked up at the pattern in the sky, his expression changing drastically, suddenly alarmed. He was severely injured, only forcing himself up for the brief moment to swiftly kill those few. If someone else arrived now, he would have no strength left to resist, facing certain death. Young Chester, where are you escaping to? A loud shout came from afar, shaking the heavens. Immediately after, dozens of people rapidly closed in from the distant mountains. Chapter 131, boldly charging in. The world trembled, and the weather turned stormy. A white-haired Hamilton, from 10,000 meters away, slashed an astounding longsword toward Ali. Whistle. The longsword tore through the sky with astonishing power, dragging a trail of dazzling sword-light dozens of meters long, howling as it pierced towards Ali. Oh no. Ali's face was filled with shock. The longsword was too fast, reaching his eyes in an instant, making it impossible for him to dodge. Kill. In a rush, Ali roared, hastily pulling out a broken grand cauldron from his chest. He then gritted his teeth and spat a mouthful of blood onto the cauldron, activating it, before sending it toward the longsword. The cauldron quivered slightly, emitting a faint glow, unsteadily smashing into the longsword. Boom! The longsword struck heavily against the grand cauldron, producing a deep sound, and the entire cauldron was knocked flying backward, colliding with Ali. Spit! Ali painfully spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale as he was hurled away. Cough! Cough! A cloud of dust swirled on the ground, debris flying around. Clenching his teeth, Ali struggled to breathe deeply and quickly stood up. Then, he grabbed the broken grand cauldron and glanced at the people far away, before turning his head to look at the Godfall Forbidden Zone, hesitating for a moment. Subsequently, his figure flickered and vanished from this place. Young Chester, you dare? The white-haired Hamilton roared loudly, leading everyone to charge here. He looked coldly at the Godfall Forbidden Zone, hesitated for a moment, and then with murderous intent charged into the Godfall Forbidden Zone. At the same time, above the boundary of the Godfall Forbidden Zone, space rippled gently. Following this, two figures slowly appeared in the sky. Master, is this the Godfall Forbidden Zone? The Axel opened its large eyes curiously, looking around the vicinity of the Godfall Forbidden Zone. Brent nodded lightly, and also looked up at the Godfall Forbidden Zone. The Godfall Forbidden Zone was vast, occupying 1/5 of the entire Xuanhuan Great Domain. Around the Godfall Forbidden Zone were surrounded by mountain ranges. At this moment, the outer region of the Godfall Forbidden Zone, an area spanning tens of thousands of miles, was surrounded layer upon layer by cultivators of the 8 Sect Alliance. To prevent Ali from escaping, and also to stop outside cultivators from entering, the 8 Sect Alliance had set up numerous barriers here, dividing it into chestery zones. They were searching zone by zone for Ali's figure. Outside the 8 Sect Alliance, chestery spectators gathered, wanting to see what kind of person this Ali was. Heard that this young cultivator named Ali only appeared in our Xuanhuan region 7 years ago. Later, because he revealed he possessed a damaged imperial artifact, he attracted such a fatal disaster. Indeed, it's astonishing that over these 7 years, despite constant pursuits, he chesteraged to survive till now. One can say he has incredibly good luck, but I think his luck has run out. This time, the 8 Sect Alliance spent a lot of effort to have a divine fortune teller calculate his approximate location and trapped him at the boundary of the Godfall Forbidden Zone with hundreds of thousands of people. I believe he can't escape this time. The 8 Sect Alliance is crazy about getting the remains of the imperial artifact. That's right. To keep others from getting their hands on the imperial weapon, they have been killing people without scruple. Us wandering cultivators can only watch from afar, not even daring to take advantage of the chaos. Now that the 8 Sect Alliance has cast its net, this matter will soon be concluded. The chaotic Xuanhuan region over the past 7 years might finally find peace. It's all due to a broken piece of an imperial artifact. Many people waited outside, anticipating the final outcome. They also wanted to see what this broken imperial artifact really was. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from the boundary of the Godfall Forbidden Zone. Then the entire earth shook violently, smoke and dust billowing up. Spit. The earth's tremor turned chestery people into ashes amidst their screams. The barrier set up by the 8 Sect Alliance on the outermost layer was shattered by Brent's palm strike. Even the disciples of the 8 Sect Alliance guarding near the barrier were reduced to ashes. Brent, with a stern expression, walked forward alongside the Axel into the central area of the 8 Sect Alliance's encirclement. Wow, who is this? So fierce, to shatter the outer barrier of the 8 Sect Alliance with one palm, and just stroll inside like this. Someone gaped in disbelief, completely astonished. Look, that person is followed by an ancient strange beast, a Axel. How rare. Could that person be a super powerhouse? Not necessarily. Although ancient strange beasts have enormous growth potential and are almost invincible at the same rank, if the Axel hasn't grown up yet, being tamed is nothing extraordinary. The person who tamed it may not be incredibly powerful. Many people were discussing, unable to figure out the strength of that Chester and the lion. In this world, only one knew their true strength and realm. Others could only roughly guess the other party's realm based on the aura and combat power emitted from them. At this moment, everyone was watching those two figures in the distance with great attention. The restrictions on the periphery might not be very strong, but they can still block cultivators at the 6th major realm. That person must be at least an Empyrean level Grandmaster to destroy it. What if he is? Even we dare not intrude. Not only are the 8 forefathers of the 8 Sect Alliance peerless experts at the Holy Sovereign Realm, but they also have over 100 holy beings under their comchestered. Any one of them could easily kill him. He's clearly courting death. Someone sneered, looking at Brent and his group with disdain in his eyes. I think so too. Walking in like this, isn't this courting death? Huh, that guy must be crazy for the Emperor weapon. But just based on himself, he dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth from the 8-sect alliance. I don't know whether he should be admired for his courage or considered a fool. Those standing outside all looked mockingly at Brent and the Axel's back, speculating and waiting to see them get killed by the 8-sect alliance. Who are you? Courting death. A loud shout came, and in Hamiltonly Cultivator led hundreds of disciples of the 8-sect alliance rushing over hurriedly. The void trembled. Even before they arrived, a spirit treasure had already been cast. A huge tripod as big as a mountain whistled towards Brent and the Axel, its momentum astonishing, changing the weather and altering the atmosphere. Chapter 132, Could he be a sage? Grand Accomplished King. That old Chester is actually a grand accomplished king. The onlookers in the distance were all frightened out of their wits, quickly retreating, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. I told you so. Now it's come to pass. He walked in so arrogantly, and now that he's been targeted by the alliance of 8 sects, it's too late for regrets. He's certainly doomed. Someone sneered, looking self-satisfied, recounting his earlier prediction to everyone else. The alliance of 8 sects has really gone all out this time. Just at the outer perimeter of the encirclement, they have stationed a grand accomplished king. Looks like they're not far from obtaining the Emperor's weapon. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cautious. The alliance started off with a grand accomplished king. Clearly, they aim to instantly kill any provocateurs to intimidate other forces. That Chester is in deep trouble. Regardless of his intentions, he's kicked into an iron plate. The alliance of 8 sects will never let him go easily. They'll unleash a devastating strike and kill him directly. More people stood at a distance, deducing even more information from the current situation. They watched the Chester and the lion in the distance and had already made up their minds about their fate. Haha, pets of Hutchesters, do you dare to block my path? Are you worthy? The Able roared, its eyes icy cold as it charged forward from behind Brent. Get out of my way. The Able grew huge, mountainous, exuding a powerful aura, and slapped towards the grand tripod. Boom! The tripod exploded, turning into countless shards, burning like meteors flying in all directions. Hoo-hoo! After shattering the grand tripod, the Able's claws continued relentlessly, striking heavily against the body of the Hamilton, who was at the peak of grand accomplishment. You! The Hamilton screamed in shock, fighting back with terror-filled eyes. With your strength, you want to block me? The Able roared, its claws like a massive mountain burning with fire, covering the Hamilton completely under them. Bang! Bang! All of the Hamilton's attacks were shattered by one claw of the Able, offering no resistance. Finally, the claw slammed straight into the Hamilton's body. Kaboom! Atsan jiao song ban srijag hongming song, na ming laojer trajie zai kongjong jalid kailad, huarwei liv fei wei. All of you die. Without any hesitation, the Able raised its paw again and struck down those who were charging at them from behind the Hamilton. No. Who? Those who followed the Hamilton, one by one, screamed in panic, all being crushed under the Able's palm. In just an instant, everyone was dead. What did I just see? That Hamilton from the alliance of 8 sects was a grand accomplished king, and he was killed by that Able with just one slap? Too incredible. Could that ancient beast have already grown to the grand accomplished realm? People outside the circle, watching the scene, shouted in shock, disbelief plastered across their faces. Then, everyone looked at Brent, who had been standing behind the Able, their hearts trembling. That Able has reached the grand accomplished realm. It's incredibly powerful. The owner who stands behind it. How powerful must he be? Could he be a sage? No wonder he dared to enter the restricted area of the alliance of 8 sects so boldly. So he's a sage. Everyone drew in a sharp breath, their fear almost paralyzing them, eyes filled with reverence and no hint of contempt. The wrath of a sage is like divine retribution. Ordinary people found it harder than climbing to heaven to even glimpse a sage. Now, right before their eyes, appeared what seemed to be a sage. How could they not be shocked? After killing the cultivators who blocked their way, the Able didn't stop, but quickly advanced deeper into the alliance of 8 sects territory. No, who? Terrified screams immediately echoed within the enclosed area of the alliance of 8 sects, countless cultivators falling beneath the feet of the Able. Humph, a group of Hutchester pets, daring to block my path, courting death. The Able charged forward recklessly, exceedingly arrogant. Its massive body broke through layer after layer of the alliance's restrictions, swallowing numerous disciples whole. Brent walked behind the Able, continuously probing with his spiritual senses to find any trace left by Ollie. Why hasn't anything shown up yet? Brent was extremely anxious. Despite the time that had passed, they still hadn't found Ollie. He couldn't help but start to worry, speculating whether the 8 sects alliance had already found Ollie and captured him. Can't wait any longer. Little Elena is in mortal danger at any moment. Brent muttered to himself, raising his eyes towards the central area surrounded by the 8 sects alliance, stepping out with a face full of killing intent. GG, Hutchester pets, tremble. Your emperor has come to save you. At this moment, the Able was charging ahead, laughing wildly, thoroughly revealing its brutal ferocity as it slaughtered without restraint. Bang! Cries of agony echoed one after another. Disciples of the 8 sects alliance were butchered mercilessly, blood flowing like rivers as they scattered in all directions. Haha, Hutchester pets, none of you can escape. The Able laughed excitedly, ready to charge forward to finish off the fleeing disciples. Little lion, let's go. We need to get to the depths as quickly as possible. Brent flashed forward, creating a wide path with a single finger strike, rapidly vanishing from the scene. He couldn't wait any longer. He didn't want to continue probing step by step. He intended to head straight for the depths, find the upper echelons of the 8 sects alliance, and interrogate them about Ollie's whereabouts. Master, wait for me, I'm coming. The Able roared, killing dozens of cultivators from the 8 sects alliance with a single slap, before quickly chasing after Brent. Whoosh! In an instant, Brent and the Able vanished, charging towards the central area of the 8 sects alliance. This too strong. That Chester spirit beast alone can slaughter the 8 sects alliance without any resistance. What would happen if he himself were to act? Everyone watching outside widened their eyes in constant amazement. So Chestery's strong figures from the 8 sects alliance couldn't even hold on for a breath, being completely annihilated. This scene was so shocking and impactful to them. At that moment, those gathered outside looked at the shattered barriers and the bodies strewn everywhere. Their hearts pounding in awe, they couldn't help but feel tempted. Such a golden opportunity. If they didn't seize the chance to benefit, wouldn't they be fools? Even if not for seizing the remnants of the Emperor weapon called Ollie, simply plundering the belongings of dead disciples from the 8 sects alliance could yield a huge fortune. After all, treasures left by a grand accomplished king were among them. Any single piece would drive them mad. Damn it, let's do it. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor depend on the heavens. I live on the edge of a blade. Such a golden opportunity cannot be missed. Heaven's offer must not be refused. If I miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for boundless wealth, I'll regret it later, and my grandmother will surely rise from the grave to give me a slap. Many people, seeing the scattered spiritual artifacts on the ground, grew feverishly hot-eyed, unable to bear it any longer. Instantly, like a flood, they all surged into the breach created by Brent and the others. Chapter 133. Tell me, where's Ollie? Bang, bang. The sound of prohibitions exploding continuously echoed. Brent, accompanied by the 9-headed lion, was swiftly rushing towards the central area of the 8-sect alliance. Elena, where are you? Brent kept probing around. He and the 9-headed lion had passed through dozens of areas, shattered hundreds of layers of prohibitions, but still hadn't detected Ollie's presence. Brent couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart. Elena. Could it be that he has been killed by the 8-sect alliance? At this thought, Brent's face turned cold, his eyes filled with ice, and his killing intent intensified. If Ollie had really been harmed by the 8-sect alliance, he would make all the members of the 8-sect alliance pay with their lives. Boom. The void trembled as a large crowd hurriedly rushed over from afar. Who are you? To dare intrude into the area designated by our 8-sect alliance. 3 saints, radiating overwhelming power, led Chestery disciples to block Brent and the 9-headed lion. They had rushed over from the center upon hearing the commotion outside, unaware of what happened at the periphery. Where is Ollie, who was besieged by you? Brent's eyes were icy as he looked up at everyone, not immediately attacking them, because he saw that there were saints among them. These high-level cultivators should know about Ollie. A mere person like you dares to covet the remains of the great emperor? Truly overestimating your own abilities. Haha, I'll tell you, those who wanted to snatch the remains of the great emperor died by our hands in no less than 8 or 10 cases, and you will certainly become one of them. To dare kill the disciples of our 8-sect alliance, today you must die, without a doubt. The 3 men released all their might, blood surging skyward, making even the void shake. They stood side by side, looking coldly at Brent. The might of these saints is truly terrifying. I can hardly hold on, and feel like falling to my knees. Too terrifying. Those who followed behind Brent, taking advantage of the chaos, were pale-faced and trembling, quickly retreating. Quickly leave. Damn, I couldn't hold back the impulse to rush in here. Isn't this just seeking death? They are saints. Provoking them means death for all. Many who had rushed and witnessed the might of the 3 saints, feeling regretful and fleeing in panic. All those who have entered the area designated by our 8-sect alliance today will be considered as provocateurs against our sect's dignity and will be executed. One saint shouted, spreading a wave of killing intent high into the sky. Kill. The disciples following the 3 saints roared in unison and charged out to slay those people. Quickly leave. The 8-sect alliance is going to unleash its wrath. They want to kill all of us. That Hamilton is also a saint, but there are 3 of them in the 8-sect alliance. Even he may not escape. Seeing the disciples of the 8-sect alliance charging at them, Chestery became panicked and tried to flee. Boom. Brent's face turned cold. With a light stomp of his foot, he shattered all the disciples rushing towards him. Where's Ollie? Brent de-Chestered it again, his long hair flying, and the sound of the great way resonated in the sky. He had lost his patience. If it weren't for the fear of injuring Ollie with one strike, he would have destroyed the place long ago. Just these people relentlessly chasing Ollie for 7 years made him wish to annihilate them all. Arrogant. Haha, since becoming a saint, I have never seen such a presumptuous person. Afraid not that you'll bite off more than you can chew. Why waste words with an ant? Kill him. The 3 saints moved forward together, emitting overwhelming aura, raising their hands to attack Brent. The heavens instantly fell into chaos, filled with the aura of the Great Way. Whoosh! The attacks launched by the 3 saints tore through the sky like a galactic river, rapidly descending towards Brent. Since you won't speak, I will beat until you do. Brent's expression was grim. He exhaled an incomparable breath, pressing down on the 3 saints. Boom! The galactic river exploded, chaotic energy spread, and all attacks disintegrated in the sky. And that breath still struck heavily on the 3 saints with unmitigated power. PFT. The 3 saints screamed in horror. Despite their desperate resistance, they were no match, spitting blood profusely and crashing to the ground like meteors. Boom! The earth trembled, and the 3 saints grimaced in agony as they spat blood, their faces filled with shock, staring at Brent with wide eyes. Boom! No. All the disciples who followed the 3 saints were swept away by this surge of energy. They screamed in agony as they exploded into ashes. Cough. Cough. Impossible. The 3 saints gasped for breath, clutching their chests, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Their combined strength couldn't withstand the opponent's attack. They were all heavily injured with a single strike. This was beyond their wildest expectations. What? He shattered the attacks of 3 saints in one breath and made them spit blood profusely. It's not just that. The residual force of that breath alone shattered all the disciples of Tine's sect. Truly terrifying. Those fleeing in panic saw this shocking scene inadvertently and froze, repeatedly rubbing their eyes in disbelief. I have a faint feeling that his power is far more than just at the saint realm. To easily suppress 3 saints, he might be at the great saint realm. To confront the 8-sect alliance so fearlessly, if he were only a saint, How dare he? He could truly be a great saint. Countless hearts were shaken. They had witnessed a great saint today, as if it were a dream. Great saint realm. So terrifying. That means he's on par with the leaders of the 8 sect alliance. Even if he is a great saint, the 8 leaders of the 8 sect alliance are all at the great saint realm. Can he really stand up to them alone? I think it's unlikely that all the leaders of the 8 sect alliance are here. That person probably intends to catch them off guard, seize Ali's emperor weapon by force while they are unprepared, and then escape. Perhaps that is the truth. Many people shuddered in awe, unable to contain their astonishment. Tell me, where's Ali? Brent's expression was stern, his eyes cold. His figure loomed over the 3 saints, stepping on them and looking down. Chapter 134, a glare that kills a peak sage. Cough, cough. The 3 sages' faces were deathly pale, with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Fear filled their expressions, but more so was the humiliation. The stronger the cultivator, the more they valued their dignity. Sometimes, dignity mattered even more than their lives. As sages, they had always been high above others, seated atop the 9 heavens, revered and worshipped by tens of thousands. Now, they were being disdainfully trampled underfoot in front of so-chestry people, which was worse than death for them. Moreover, they were sages of the 8 sects alliance, existing like founding patriarchs. This only added to their humiliation. Let go of me. As Hamiltons of the 8 sects alliance, you dare humiliate us like this? The 8 sects alliance will never let you off. Release me. The 3 sages shouted with anger and struggled fiercely. The Tao laws surrounding them tried to shake off Brent's foot and break free. So what if it's the 8 sects alliance? After today, there will no longer be an 8 sects alliance in the world. Cassius's expression was cold, as if he were speaking about something insignificant. Then, he slowly lowered his head and glanced at the 3 sages, saying indifferently, "Since you won't talk, there's no point in keeping you alive." After finishing his sentence, Brent stepped down without any emotion on his face. No, no. The 3 sages screamed in despair, their bodies cracking and exploding under Brent's foot. Hold it. At that moment, a loud roar echoed from afar. An old Chester in a 7-star Tao robe with a dark complexion rushed over, accompanied by 8 sages. You actually dared to kill them. The dark-faced Hamilton glared at Brent, shaking with rage. An aura of the great sage realm swept across the sky, rushing toward Brent. Boom. The earth shook as the aura collided with an invisible barrier 1,000 meters away from Brent, shattering upon impact. So what if I killed them? Brent spoke calmly, showing no reaction, not even a strand of his hair moved. He stood quietly in the sky, hands behind his back, looking at the dark-faced Hamilton calmly. How dare you? Killing the Hamiltons of our 8 sects alliance is a crime beyond redemption. You must be flayed alive, your tendons ripped out, and your flesh used to light eternal lamps to satisfy our vengeance. A Marcus behind the dark-faced Hamilton glared at Brent with murderous intent, stepping forward. Don't think killing 3 newly ascended sages gives you the right to do as you please. Let me show you the power of a 9th stage sage. The Marcus's hair danced wildly, and 2 beams of cold light shot from his eyes. He raised a long spear and thrust it straight at Brent. Crack! The spear emitted an astonishing aura in the void, with lightning coiling around it like a roaring thunder dragon aiming for Brent. The dark-faced Hamilton nodded lightly, satisfied with the Marcus's strength. Such prowess was considered top-notch among all sages. Scram! Brent's expression hardened. He roared, shooting a thick beam of light from his eyes that pierced through the void directly towards the Marcus attacking him. Bang! The void exploded. The light shattered the spear instantly and continued striking the Marcus, its power undiminished. The Marcus let out a scream, then exploded under everyone's gaze. Demon! The dark-faced Hamilton cried out in shock and sorrow, staring at where the Marcus once stood, disbelief clearly visible on his face. He actually killed a peak sage with just one glance. Those watching from afar screamed in shock, their scalps tingling and mouths agape in astonishment. Such terror in the great sage realm. Even sages are like ants before them, easily wiped out. Many people gasped, their eyes wide with amazement. You actually killed my demon. I'll make you die. The dark-faced Hamilton glared at Brent with venomous hate, his sanity crumbling. His entire body exuded the aura of the great sage realm as he reached out to grab Brent, intending to crush him to death. The remaining 7 sages, although shocked by Brent's strength, exchanged glances and also charged at Brent with murderous intent. They were confident they could kill Brent. With the dark-faced Hamilton at 7th level great sage, plus the 7 of them, together they believed they could suppress and slay Brent even if he were a great sage. Kill. The 7 sages combined their power to create a 7-story demon tower, which they pressed down upon Brent. You actually killed my demon. I'll make you die. The dark-faced Hamilton could not bear the excruciating heartache. His face contorted in pain as he attacked Brent with all his might, completely disregarding everything else. I will not only kill him, but I will kill all of you too. Brent's expression was cold, and he exuded a strong aura of killing intent. His figure grew larger as he raised his foot to stomp towards all the sages, including the dark-faced Hamilton. Arrogant. Even if you are a great sage, so what? We can still kill you by working together. All the sages were enraged to the point of their faces turning livid. In the face of such blatant insults, they unleashed all their power, controlling the 7-story demon tower and smashing it down on Brent with full force. The 7-story demon tower rumbled, growing as large as a mountain, descending heavily upon Brent. You're not qualified to kill me. Brent remained unmoved. His hair flew wildly as his figure expanded again, like a towering giant standing between heaven and earth. His eyes shot out beams of light, and the massive foot he raised carried an aura of devastation, stomping heavily on the attacks launched by everyone. Boom! The 7-story demon tower exploded suddenly, turning into fragments that tore through the void. Bang! Bang! Thunder roared, and the void shook. Brent's huge foot shattered all the attacks one after another. Then, Brent's massive foot came down heavily on the 8 people. No. Pooh. Once and Jack after another sounded. 7 sages were drenched in blood, exploding into mist. Even the dark-faced Hamilton at the Great Sage Realm was trampled by Brent until his bones shattered like a meteor hurtling toward the ground. Boom. The earth trembled, and a huge crater several tens of thousands of meters wide was formed. Cough. Cough. Blood flowed from every orifice of the dark-faced Hamilton's body. He lay on the ground, struggling, his eyes filled with terror. Tell me, where's Ollie now, who is surrounded and attacked by you? Brent stood like a god of death, looking down at the dark-faced Hamilton with a cold expression. If it weren't for wanting to know Ollie's whereabouts from the dark-faced Hamilton, that previous stomp would have turned him into ashes. Chapter 135. A great sage was crushed to death with one step. Pooh. The old Chester with a black face spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest heaving violently, his expression filled with fear. He never expected the opponent to be so powerful, surpassing all his imaginations. After all, he was a great sage, possessing heavenly strength. There were few opponents across the entire world. Yet now, he had been humiliatingly trampled underfoot by the other party. Could he be an Empyrean? Terror surged in the black-faced old Chester's heart, disbelief filling his eyes. An Empyrean. For tens of thousands of years, he had never heard of an Empyrean appearing. Senior, are you also here for the remnants of the Great Emperor? As long as Senior doesn't kill me, once our 8-zone alliance obtains the remnants of the Great Emperor, we will surely present them to you. The black-faced old Chester pleaded earnestly. Facing an Empyrean, to survive, he had no choice but to abandon his dignity and make a promise. Tell me, where's my brother Ollie? Brent coldly repeated his earlier question, killing intent glaring from his eyes. What? The black-faced old Chester's eyes widened in shock and bewilderment. Ollie is actually Senior's younger brother. A person as mighty as an Empyrean turned out to be Ollie's Hamilton brother. In these 7 years, they had never heard that Ollie had such a powerful older brother. Had they known this sooner, how could they have dared to openly besiege Ollie? Senior, if I tell you where Ollie is, can you spare my life? The black-faced old Chester no longer possessed the previous overwhelming aura. At this moment, his face was filled with panic, fear flooding his eyes. I want you to tell me where he is right now. Ignoring the old Chester's pleading, Brent remained cold, his eyes shooting beams of light, which instantly shattered the lower half of the black-faced old Chester's body. Then, he sent a wave of spiritual energy coursing through the black-faced old Chester's body, destroying his meridians. Pooh. The black-faced old Chester screamed in agony, lying on the ground, convulsing in pain, his entire body trembling under the immense torment. I'll speak. I only just learned that Ollie, to escape our pursuit, has fled into the fallen god exclusion zone. Amidst the excruciating pain, blood flowed from every orifice of the black-faced old Chester's body. His eyes were filled with reverence as he gritted his teeth and slowly turned to look at Brent. What? The fallen god exclusion zone? You actually forced him into the fallen god exclusion zone. Brent was visibly shaken, losing his composure. Each exclusion zone was extremely dangerous. Forcing Ollie into one was no different from sentencing him to death. Truly a despicable 8-zone alliance, treating my younger brother like this. I shall destroy you. Brent's eyes turned icy cold, his body echesterating murderous intent. He lowered his gaze at the black-faced old Chester, angrily raising his foot to stomp down. No, please spare me, Senior. Despair filled the black-faced old Chester's roar, powerless to resist as he watched Brent's huge foot rapidly grow larger in front of his eyes. Boom. The earth shook again, a deep chasm forming beneath Brent. The black-faced old Chester screamed, his body shattering piece by piece under Brent's foot, turning to ash. Little lion, let's go. To the fallen god exclusion zone. Anxious, Brent hurriedly dashed towards the forbidden zone, accompanied by the 9-headed lion. Phew. Those watching from afar finally dared to breathe loudly after seeing Brent's figure disappear from the area. The scene they had witnessed nearly scared them to death. He actually stomped the old patriarch of the 8-zone alliance to death with one step. And that was a great sage. The 7 saints of the 8-zone alliance also died under his feet, truly terrifying. Many people gaped in astonishment, their scalps tingling. How strong must he be? Even a great sage isn't a match for him. Could he be an Empyrean? Someone exclaimed, deeply shocked. Who else but an Empyrean cultivator could easily slay a great sage? Hiss. I didn't expect Ollie to have such a powerful Hamilton brother. The 8-zone alliance really kicked an iron board this time. Not only did they leave Ollie with nowhere to hide, but they also forced him into the fallen god exclusion zone. This is going to end in a bitter feud. Such a powerful person. Who is he? Why have I never heard of him before? Come on, let's follow quickly and see how the 8-zone alliance will respond. Maybe we can get some benefits from the chaos. As they spoke, Chestery rushed towards the direction Brent had vanished in. Boom. Bang. Brent and the 9-headed lion tore through numerous restrictions along the way, casually eliminating any disciples of the 8-zone alliance they encountered. Countless disciples screamed as they turned into blood mist, leaving no trace of their bodies. Quickly summon our ancestor. A disciple screamed in despair before dying, desperately trying to pass on the message. Boom. Massive octagonal patterns unique to the 8-zone alliance exploded in the sky, transmitting messages from this place outward. Thud. The earth trembled. Brent paid no attention to any actions of the 8-zone alliance. With a cold expression, he swiftly approached the fallen god exclusion zone. Elena. Suddenly, Brent exclaimed anxiously, his figure flashing directly to a pile of rubble. He then picked up a blood-stained piece of clothing from the ground. Master, is this Elena's clothes? The 9-headed lion followed behind Brent, lifting its head to look at the piece of cloth in Brent's hand, asking in confusion. Brent nodded slowly, gripping the piece of cloth tightly. He looked around carefully, and then towards the fallen god exclusion zone. Fallen god exclusion zone. Brent's eyes were full of worry. From the bloodstains on the piece of cloth and the battle marks left here, he deduced Ollie's situation at that time. Back then, Ollie must have been gravely injured, on the brink of death. Yet even in such a dire state, Ollie still Chesteraged to kill several people before being forced by the 8-zone alliance to flee into the fallen god exclusion zone. 8-zone alliance. Brent pronounced these words word by word, filled with intense, killing intent. The fallen god exclusion zone was called a forbidden area for a reason. It was an extremely dangerous place, a dead zone for life. Entering in such a severely wounded state, Ollie had virtually no hope of survival. Thinking of this, Brent became anxious. Without any delay, he stepped toward the fallen god exclusion zone. Hum. At that moment, the space began to vibrate continuously, and a crack appeared in the sky, blocking Brent's path forward. This was a large transmission portal of the xiuxian Alliance, urgently teleporting here from millions of miles away. 7 huge cracks lay across the sky, and hundreds of thousands of xiuxian Alliance disciples stepped out from them. Most notably, the 7 old patriarchs of the xiuxian Alliance were being escorted by their people. Each one radiated overwhelming power, with stars twinkling in their eyes, as they coldly stared at Brent. Chapter 136, Annihilating the Entire Alliance of 8 Sects. Bold whelp, how dare you slaughter disciples of our Alliance of 8 Sects? This crime is unpardonable. An old sect master bellowed, his voice echoing through the heavens like an emperor sitting high in the celestial realms. Seeing the carnage before him, he immediately showed an uncontrollable fury and struck out at Brent with a palm. How can you challenge the authority of our Alliance of 8 Sects? Even if you are a great sage, death will be your only end. The other 6 sect masters shouted together, launching their full force attacks at Brent. Before descending, they had already received messages from their disciples detailing what happened here. However, they were unaware that Brent had already killed one of the senior sect masters. Thus, they still believed Brent was a cultivator at the Great Sage realm. Just one great sage, no matter how powerful, could still be taken down by the 8 great sages within their alliance. Therefore, the 7 sect masters launched their most lethal moves, aiming to execute a fatal strike on Brent without leaving him any chance for survival. 6 great sage artifacts vibrated as the 6 Hamilton sect masters fully activated them, striking fiercely towards Brent. Hundreds of thousands of disciples from the Alliance of 8 Sects roared in anger, nearly filling the entire sky, forming a boundless sea of people attacking Brent. The heavens roared, space tore apart, and the entire world fell into chaos. Countless waves of attacks transformed into a vast and mighty torrent, surging towards Brent. Those who followed Brent into the area, witnessing the terrifying spectacle in the sky, instantly turned pale and collapsed onto the ground, drained of all color. Many could not withstand such pressure, being cut by powerful energies, bleeding heavily, and suffering serious injuries. Too terrifying. The Alliance of 8 Sects is using the full force of all sects to kill that senior. With such power, even a quasi-emperor would be reduced to ashes. Many lay on the ground, eyes wide open, staring in horror at the 2 figures standing in the sky. Words were too slow, events unfolded faster. From the appearance of the Alliance of 8 Sects to completing their fatal strike on Brent, it took less than a breath. Throughout this brief time, Brent never stopped moving. With an anxious look on his face, he broke through layers of restraints, fearlessly confronting everyone from the Alliance of 8 Sects. Scram! A roar echoed across the 9 heavens. Cassius's expression was stern, radiating intense killing intent. Ollie had been chased and escaped into the fallen god's prohibited zone, his fate unknown. He harbored deep animosity toward the people of the Alliance of 8 Sects long ago. Now, with these people hindering him at this critical moment, his anger erupted instantly. Not killing them would not quench his hatred. Brent raised his hand and struck towards all members of the Alliance of 8 Sects. Overestimating yourself. How can you, alone, hope to fight against our entire Alliance of 8 Sects? Dream on. Even if you are a great sage, so what? We in the Alliance of 8 Sects can still exterminate you. Go to hell. Seeing Brent reach out to oppose them, every member of the Alliance of 8 Sects sneered coldly, filled with mockery. Done talking nonsense? Now all of you die. Brent roared, his face icy cold. His palm, as large as a mountain and as swift as lightning, fiercely struck the crowd of the Alliance of 8 Sects. Boom! A massive rift appeared in the sky, shattering the heavens and earth as if the world were ending. All the attacks in the sky were shattered by Brent's single palm, exploding like fireworks in the sky. Bang! Bang! The 6 great sage artifacts aimed at Brent burst into pieces in the air like fragile porcelain. Brent's palm rumbled in the void, relentlessly covering everyone from the Alliance of 8 Sects beneath it. What? Impossible. How can this be? Innumerable people stared wide-eyed, shouting in shock. Their combined ultimate strike, which should have been fatal, was effortlessly shattered by the opponent, causing no harm whatsoever. Many mouths gaped open, stunned into silence. What realm is he in? Countless faces showed despair, their hearts sinking into the abyss. Only now did they realize that the young Chester before them was not just a great sage. He was a quasi-emperor. Everyone looked up at the palm descending towards them, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Although the 7 great sages were greatly shocked, they were not willing to sit and wait for death. Kill. They jointly unleashed their sect's ultimate treasure, a quasi-imperial weapon, in an attempt to block Brent's attack. Kill. As countless disciples felt despair, they knew this was their only chance to survive, so they also exerted all their strength to activate that quasi-imperial weapon. Boom. The quasi-imperial weapon roared, bursting with intense ripples as it was fully activated. It flashed into the sky, radiating brilliant light, and struck heavily towards Brent's palm. The Alliance of 8 Sects, since you have wronged my younger brother this way, then I will destroy you all. From this day forward, there will no longer be an Alliance of 8 Sects in the world. Brent shouted loudly. His palm glowed, exuding profound energy, and then pressed down forcefully. Bang! The quasi-imperial weapon exploded violently, shattered into countless fragments, and scattered flames everywhere. Brent's palm pierced through the debris and fiercely struck the bodies of everyone from the Alliance of 8 Sects. No! Countless disciples screamed in agony as they were instantly reduced to ashes by the powerful aura. The 7 great sages also roared in despair. Their bodies split open along numerous cracks and exploded. Boom! The ground shook as the remaining force of the palm struck the earth, leveling everything around. A crater tens of thousands of meters wide appeared where they once stood, becoming a grave for all who had perished. So terrifying. He actually killed all members of the Alliance of 8 sects with one palm. Those who had followed Brent from afar, intending to take advantage of the chaos, were stunned by this scene, their scalps numb, mouths agape, unable even to speak coherently. The incredibly powerful Alliance of 8 sects was so easily destroyed. He is truly too strong. Countless people watched Brent in shock, as if he were a deity. Aaron, sure, let's go. Brent slowly withdrew his hand, his expression unchanging, and stepped towards the fallen god's prohibited zone. Chapter 137, the Divine Fall Exclusion Zone. He actually entered the Divine Fall Exclusion Zone. Many people, watching Brent's figure disappear into the exclusion zone, immediately wore looks of shock. The Divine Fall Exclusion Zone has always been shrouded in mystery. Over the years, countless individuals have perished within it. Moreover, the more powerful cultivators who enter it face greater dangers. Legend has it that hundreds of thousands of years ago, a near-emperor realm cultivator entered it, but did not come out alive. The Divine Fall Exclusion Zone is terrifying like this. Many people are horrified by the mention of the Divine Fall Exclusion Zone. This time, if not for the possibility of finding treasure, they would never have wanted to come here. That near-emperor probably entered the Divine Fall Exclusion Zone to save his younger brother. However, entering so rashly, he must have surely alarmed the terrifying entities within. Even as a near-emperor, once inside, there's still a risk of death, and there's no guarantee of coming out alive. As everyone looked at Brent stepping into the Divine Fall Exclusion Zone, they were shocked while also feeling he would likely meet a tragic fate. We can wait here for some time and see how things turn out. He is a near-emperor after all. If he comes out, we can pay our respects, which will become capital for bragging later on. Don't dream. From what I see, that near-emperor probably won't come out. A place called an exclusion zone is fraught with danger. The entities within are surely unimaginable powerhouses to us. A near-emperor might just be a slightly stronger ant before them, easily crushed. Many people murmured, their eyes still filled with horror, constantly looking in the direction Brent had stepped into the exclusion zone. Divine Fall Exclusion Zone. Thud, thud. Brent walked within the Divine Fall Exclusion Zone with the able, his footsteps echoing here and there. The area of the Divine Fall Exclusion Zone they treaded upon was an ancient battlefield. Everywhere on the ground were scattered bones of various shapes and sizes. Some bones were like towering mountains, blocking the view ahead, having stood for untold years yet still exuding a sense of desolation. Some bones resembled Hutchester skeletons, but were only a foot tall, with 3 heads, revealing a touch of eeriness. There were even more bones of unknown races, strangely scattered across the battlefield. A chill and icy atmosphere permeated this ancient battlefield. The land here was vast, with distant mountain ranges, deep valleys, and large areas shrouded in thick black fog, resembling an independent small world. The sky was misty and desolate, filled with a sense of oppression. On the distant mountains, there were no plants, just barren red rocks, as if stained by blood. Boom, bang. Since this was an ancient battlefield, like the ancient city in the Tianyin Mountains, it also contained chestry restrictions and arrays. As Brent moved forward, he continuously destroyed numerous incomplete arrays without detecting Ali's aura. The Able followed closely behind Brent, nervously surveying its surroundings. After previous experiences in exclusion zones, it once again put away its arrogance, appearing timid and sticking closely to Brent. Aaron Elena. Brent's expression was somewhat urgent, his heart filled with anxiety. Here, danger lurked at every step. Ali had been inside for quite some time, and he feared something terrible might happen. Why can't I find Aaron Elena's aura? Brent muttered to himself, probing for Ali's aura while scanning his surroundings vigilantly. Boom. Suddenly, a restriction in the exclusion zone was triggered, enveloping Brent and the Able under a wide light barrier. Immediately, the entire barrier emitted formidable fluctuations, shooting out beams of blood-colored blades toward Brent and the Able. Wail. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with countless blood-colored blades, forming a vast web-like cover that blocked out the sun and descended thunderously. Humph. Brent remained calm. He lifted his head calmly, and 2 beams of light shot from his eyes, striking directly upward into the sky. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the sky turned crimson. The array was instantly shattered by Brent, and the blood-colored glow dissipated in the sky. Thud, thud. Brent and the Able calmly walked out of the array, completely unaffected. That is. Suddenly, Brent's anxious figure flashed, and quickly appeared hundreds of meters ahead, looking down at a pool of blood on the ground. This blood, it was Ali's. And this pool of blood was still emitting wisps of black mist, giving off a foul odor. Clearly, it was a sign of poisoning. Brent's eyes narrowed, and his brows furrowed deeply. He identified the poison. It was highly toxic, not only eroding the flesh but also poisoning the mind and dissolving spiritual energy. The 8 Sect Alliance. Brent's eyes turned cold. He never expected that the 8 Sect Alliance, as an unparalleled major sect, would stoop so low, shamelessly using potent toxins to capture a mere junior cultivator. What a fine 8 Sect Alliance. They actually used poison? Such a sect has no bottom line. The Able was also infuriated by the actions of the 8 Sect Alliance, its eyes flashing with icy light. Aaron Elena. Brent murmured to himself, lifting his head to scan the surroundings, his heart filled with anxiety. Ali was already severely injured and had been forced to escape into the exclusion zone, which was dangerous enough already. Now he was also poisoned. With both situations combined, he dared not imagine Ali's condition. We must hurry. Brent was extremely anxious, racing forward swiftly into the ancient battlefield ahead. Boom, boom. One layer after another of restrictions were shattered by Brent as he and the Able pushed deeper into the ancient battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh. A gentle breeze blew, stirring up strands of bone dust that floated and tumbled in the air. From the moment Brent and the Able stepped in, the heaven and earth here seemed to undergo subtle changes. The ancient battlefield was deathly silent. A thin mist began to rise from the ground. An inexplicable aura seemed to slowly echesterate from unknown sources between heaven and earth. Aaron Elena, where are you? Brent's eyes were filled with worry, too anxious to pay attention to the changes around him. Cough, cough. Suddenly, from several kilometers away, a violent cough echoed out. There, a figure was gasping heavily, staggering as if about to collapse, continuously spitting out blood from its mouth. Brent turned abruptly, staring in shock at the distant figure, his eyes full of disbelief. That figure was indeed Ollie. Elena. Brent's expression was agitated. Without a word, he flashed forward, rapidly rushing toward Ollie. At that moment, the ancient battlefield trembled violently, undergoing unimaginable changes. Boom, bang, countless incomplete arrays were activated. In an instant, countless glowing array barriers appeared across the battlefield. Layer upon layer of array barriers filled the entire battlefield, like fireworks exploding in the sky, creating a thunderous uproar. The world seemed to be inverted, with spatial distortions and chaotic energies spreading, emitting a terrifying aura. Chapter 138. The chaotic spacetime of millions of years ago. Boom, wail. Terrifying sounds echoed across the heavens and earth. Countless formations unleashed crazed lightning strikes, hammering the ground down by dozens of meters, turning countless bones into ashes. Brent's face was urgent. He didn't have time to deal with the surrounding formations. In order to reach Ollie as quickly as possible, he charged straight through. Bang, bang. Thunder exploded, the void trembled, and numerous formations shattered in Brent's wake, blasted apart by his overwhelming momentum. Master, wait for me. The nine-headed lion shouted loudly and hurriedly chased after Brent. This is... Halfway through, Brent suddenly stopped, dumbfoundedly staring at where Ollie had been, his eyes filled with shock and disappointment. Why is he gone? Where's little Elena? The nine-headed lion, eyes wide open, looked ahead, confused. Where Ollie once stood was now empty, nothing there at all. It was as if Ollie had vanished into thin air. Little Elena, Brent softly called out, standing still, instantly sensing something amiss. Sigh? I was too hasty and didn't notice such an obvious flaw. Brent sighed lightly, his agitated expression gradually calming. Flaw? What flaw? Was the figure we just saw fake? The nine-headed lion wore a puzzled look, looking up at Brent. Brent shook his head gently and spoke slowly. What we saw wasn't exactly false. It was a real event that occurred here, but not at this location. The space-time here has become disordered. Like a mirage, it projected scenes from elsewhere before us. The nine-headed lion also sensed the anomaly, lifting its head to scan around. Master, if what we saw was true, then doesn't that mean little Elena? It hesitated, showing concern, and left the sentence unfinished. Given Ollie's injuries, he likely faced dire circumstances now. We must hurry out of here. Since little Elena's figure appeared here, it means he isn't far away. Brent's expression was anxious. He moved swiftly, dashing forward rapidly. Whoosh! On the vast battlefield, two figures were moving at incredible speed. Boom! Bang! Continuous loud explosions rang out on the battlefield, shaking the sky. It was the sound of countless layers of formations collapsing. Little Elena, hold on. Big brother is coming to take you home. Brent's expression was stern, his long hair flying as he rushed forward at breakneck speed. Anything blocking his path was instantly shattered without hesitation. Suddenly, thick mist rose over the entire battlefield. Immediately after, chaos ensued, and the entire world experienced seismic changes. Time shifted dramatically, with celestial bodies changing positions. A blood moon prominently appeared in the sky. On the battlefield, violent winds blew up, stirring up clouds of sand, plunging the entire world into chaos within moments. Space-time intertwined, the void collapsed, and the heavens and earth seemed to topple. Master, what's that? The nine-headed lion's eyes widened, staring ahead, terrified. Tens of thousands of meters away, a huge crack split the sky. Through this crack, it saw an ongoing battle involving countless people. The battle within the crack was exceptionally brutal. Countless xiuxians fought fiercely, shedding blood in resistance against a sea of nameless and eerie creatures. The sky crumbled, the earth sank, and the entire world fragmented. The nine-headed lion stared at the battle within the crack, momentarily stunned, eyes locked in shock. That's a fragment of time from millions of years ago. Brent's eyes narrowed as he identified the nature of the scene. It was a fragment of time, somehow replaying before them for some unknown reason. Wail! Bone-chilling cold gusts mingled with countless anguished cries constantly echoed throughout the battlefield. The huge crack in the sky expanded instantly, covering the entire sky and enveloping the ancient battlefield beneath it. Not good, Brent shouted. His expression suddenly changed as he sensed that the spatial rift intended to engulf them all. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck toward the large crack in the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion tore through the void, chaos permeating, and the entire world shook. With one palm strike, Brent penetrated countless layers of formations, but failed to stop the spatial rift's massive transformation. This is... Brent's eyes shot out two astonishing beams of light, as he instantly comprehended the secret of the spatial crack in the sky. It actually contained the great laws of heaven and earth, involving spacetime. Such changes were beyond xiuxian capability, and naturally, no one could stop them. Roar! Howling sounds filled the entire world. The spatial crack, like an inverted small world, engulfed the entire ancient battlefield. In an instant, everything within sight rapidly disappeared. The world became silent. The ancient battlefield vanished, the distant mountains disappeared, and the black fog that enveloped the upper layer of the divine fall forbidden zone vanished without a trace. Everything turned into absolute nothingness. Whoosh! In the void, Brent and the nine-headed lion stood still in this nothingness, as if they were in an absolute vacuum. There was no spiritual energy, no laws, just nothingness. Only the blood moon above their heads continued to emit crimson light. The nine-headed lion trembled, tightly following behind Brent, its eyes filled with shock as it looked around. It had witnessed everything that happened. The scenes of dramatic changes and shifting constellations deeply shocked it. It had never experienced such terrifying events before, as if it were the end of the world, with reality being torn apart. Master, what's happening? The nine-headed lion looked at the nothingness around it, fear evident on its face. For some reason, it felt like it had entered a strange world, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, the surrounding nothingness was full of silence, as if it had already died, entering reincarnation. We've been swallowed by that large spatial crack. It seems we have traveled through time to a previous era of the ancient battlefield. Brent stood silently, scanning his surroundings, observing the anomalies here, confirming his conjecture. Disordered spacetime? Could we have traveled through the river of time and returned to the past? The nine-headed lion stared with wide eyes, its heart trembling in shock. We can't be sure yet. Spacetime is still intersecting and hasn't stabilized. I don't know where this disordered spacetime will guide us. Brent spoke softly, his brows furrowed, his eyes still filled with urgency. Ollie's fate was uncertain, and he needed to rescue him. Yet he was drawn into this chaotic spacetime by the laws of heaven and earth, not knowing when he could get out. Brent was so anxious that beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He almost considered breaking everything apart to escape from here. But he was worried that if he acted rashly and shattered the spacetime here, he might be lost in it forever, which would be counterproductive. Although he wasn't afraid, getting stuck in this chaotic spacetime would make it difficult to find a way out, and no one knew how long it would take. Could Ollie wait that long? Brent couldn't risk it. He could only wait for the disordered spacetime to stabilize and connect with the real world relatively stably before making his move. That was the safest method. Hurry up, Brent shouted inwardly, his expression very urgent. He didn't know which time period of the ancient battlefield this disordered spacetime would take him back to, but as long as he could reappear in the mortal world as soon as possible, he was willing to do so. Chapter 139 Time Rewind. Time seemed to have passed in indeterminate duration. Perhaps it was but a moment, or perhaps 10,000 years. Two figures stood amidst the chaotic flow of time, hurtling forward at incredible speed. My cultivation. The Able suddenly let out a cry of alarm. It looked at its own body in horror, its expression filled with terror. It realized that its realm had plummeted below the great sage realm. It wasn't even a saint anymore, and it was still rapidly falling. If this continued, it would soon become nothing more than an ordinary beast. Master, you must see. What's happening to me? The Able looked at Brent in panic, its eyes brimming with fear and helplessness. Without its cultivation realm, should it fall into danger, it wouldn't even possess the strength to protect itself. No need to worry. The fundamental laws of the original world are receding, making the rules and order incomplete, causing this phenomenon. Once this chaotic spacetime merges with the ancient battlefield spacetime, your realm will recover. Brent spoke calmly, stroking the Able's head in reassurance. Really? My realm will be restored? The Able gazed at Brent with hope in its eyes, still shocked to its core. It's fine, no need to worry. However, since the spacetime of the ancient battlefield is different from now, your realm might be affected somewhat. Brent remained serene, standing in midair as he gazed around him. Heavens, my realm is still dropping. Though I know it will be restored, this emperor is still scared. If it doesn't come back, how can I ride those people to achieve my grand ambitions? The Able muttered under its breath, its face sullen, fearing its dreams would shatter. Master, I'm almost down to the third major realm, the profound pill realm. What about you? What realm are you in now? The Able looked up at Brent, who appeared completely calm, and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I have already cultivated into a being of law, harboring the way within and sealing order inside my body. Changes in the external laws can no longer affect me. Brent spoke slowly, his face unperturbed as he gazed forward. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, sensing a change in the spacetime here. It seemed to be merging with the true, great world. Not affected? Then master, does this mean your realm? The Able stared wide-eyed at Brent, too stunned to speak. It hadn't expected that while its own realm, at the level of great sage, was nearly lost in this chaotic spacetime, its master remained completely unaffected, its realm unwavering. Swallow. The Able swallowed hard, stunned by Brent's immense power. Those were the great laws of heaven and earth. Ordinary beings could not even touch them, let alone reverse their effects. Yet, its master chest arranged to withstand the suppression of these great laws, which was astonishing. In the void, a sudden vibration echoed. Then, the dark emptiness gradually became solid. Faint rays of light penetrated the void, illuminating Brent and the Able. Finally merging. Brent sighed with relief, loosening his previously furrowed brows slightly. He had initially thought that if this chaotic spacetime were to merge with the true great world, it would take several hours. But now it seemed he had overestimated the process. From their entry into the chaotic spacetime until now, only a few moments had passed. Such a short time was acceptable. Elena, hold on. Big brother is coming. Brent's eyes turned cold, urgency welling up within him. He decided that once they exited this place, he would quickly tear through this world. Then, find a way out, break the confinement, and save Elena. We're finally entering the true, great world. The Able's face was filled with excitement. It grinned widely, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. Just now, it noticed its cultivation had partially recovered, albeit only up to the fifth major realm, the pill formation realm. But this was a good sign, and before long, it would be fully restored. This emperor's dream isn't shattered yet. The Able felt elated, following closely behind Brent, taking a deep breath. Boom! Another tremor echoed through the void. The entire chaotic spacetime was slowly merging with the real world. It was a strange scene, like a small bubble slowly merging into a much larger one. At this moment, the two bubbles had just begun to make contact. A massive, transparent, and heavy circular light shield enveloped Brent, the Able, and the blood moon above them. Brent and the Able were like travelers standing in the axis of time, observing the changes happening in the real world through the solid world barrier. Master, look. What is that? The Able let out a cry of alarm, staring in disbelief at the outside world. This is time rewinding. We are about to pass through chaotic time and arrive at the ancient times before this battlefield existed. Brent's face remained calm. He slowly looked up ahead, his eyes as still as water, as if he had foreseen this would happen. At this moment, the external spacetime was in chaos, like a film playing in reverse, with everything rapidly rewinding. Crack! Thunder roared in the sky, and storm clouds gathered. Broken stars were formed, shattered galaxies glittered anew, and massive fissures and bottomless chasms on the ground visibly mended, restoring the land to its flat surface within moments. More shockingly, the scattered bones on the ground began to rapidly reassemble. In an instant, they became complete skeletons, then regrew flesh and blood, transforming into living beings once again. Those things they have come back to life. The Abel's mouth trembled, its eyes filled with astonishment. The deceased creatures were somehow being reshaped and revived by the flow of time. Brent raised his eyes to observe these beings, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. None of the creatures on the ancient battlefield were xiuxian. All of them had bizarre appearances, some with 8 arms, 2 heads, or resembling xiuxian wolf beasts, among other strange forms. Glancing around, there were millions of these peculiar beings on the ancient battlefield. They stood in neat formations, as if waiting for something. Countless banners fluttered in the wind, creating an atmosphere of cold solemnity throughout the battlefield. Chapter 140. The Conquest of the Bizarre Million-Strong Army. Boom. The void trembled, and thunder roared. The entire chaotic spacetime merged thoroughly with the world of ancient times. Brent and the Able slowly emerged in this world from the chaotic spacetime. A blood moon hung high above their heads. Is this the ancient battlefield from before the far past? Brent and the Able stood silently in the sky, scrutinizing this ancient battlefield from long ago. Now, on this battlefield, there were no longer corpses or endless deep craters on the ground. Instead, it was a world where flowers bloomed everywhere. The land exuded vitality, with myriad blossoms in bloom and butterflies dancing gracefully. In the distance, mountain ranges were no longer barren but covered in green, appearing lush and vibrant. Continuing to cast their gaze further, at the edge of their vision was an army composed of bizarre creatures. This army numbered in the tens of millions, arranged in a square formation that seemed boundless like the ocean, impossible to see its end at a glance. A suffocating presence enveloped them, piercingly cold and sinister. Brent looked at the endless army of strange beings. His expression was calm, showing not a trace of agitation. He stood with his hands behind his back, meticulously examining this world. That is, Brent's gaze passed over the boundless army, looking toward the area behind the bizarre army. Deep within the battlefield, among those mountains, there was still a large area shrouded by thick black fog. Above this unknown region, black fog churned endlessly, accompanied by continuous thunder. Occasionally, streaks of blood-red lightning flashed through the sky. Heart-wrenching howls each echesterated continuously from this unknown area, sinister and terrifying. I didn't expect that the dark region within the divine fallen forbidden zone already existed millions of years ago. Brent murmured. This dark territory resembled the real one almost identically. Even with great magical power, he could not penetrate the darkness. Powerful restrictions created by mighty laws blocked any exploration. Master, what place is that? Why do I feel as if my whole body will shatter just by looking at it? Even my mind feels piercing pain, involuntarily sinking into despair. The Able also saw the distant unknown area, its face full of horror, tense, and standing cautiously behind Brent. Brent's eyes narrowed slightly, shaking his head slowly. That area has incredibly strong restrictions in place. What exactly is inside? Even I cannot speculate. And after extensive probing, I have found no method to break through the spatial seal of this place. But I guess, if we wish to return to our original world, the way out might be hidden in that unknown area. What? Master, you mean we are going to enter that dark zone? The Able cried out in shock, its eyes wide with fear. Even at such a great distance from the dark zone, it felt an overwhelming sense of terror and dread, trembling uncontrollably. Its instincts told it that the inside must be perilously dangerous. And now, his master intended to enter, which was truly unprecedented. Who would deliberately venture into certain death? This emperor has truly walked on thin ice, at every step. The Able showed a look of woe, inwardly lamenting. It felt that being with Brent made it age prematurely, being frightened like a coward. Boom, boom. Heavy sounds echoed continuously, resounding throughout heaven and earth. These were the footsteps of millions of bizarre creatures. Since Brent and the Able descended into this world, all the bizarre creatures sensed their presence. At this moment, all their gazes locked onto Brent and the Able. Boom, boom. Silent yet intense, with extremely concentrated killing intent, the million-strong army rapidly advanced toward Brent. Master, they're attacking us. The Able shouted loudly, shocked, and eyes filled with fear. Among those tens of millions of troops, just saints numbered in the hundreds, while great saints numbered dozens. More terrifyingly, behind the army, 6 figures radiating powerful auras approached the quasi-emperor realm. Their raging blood energy surged towards the heavens, even causing stars to fall. Behind these 6 quasi-emperors lay the mysterious dark region. There, it seemed that an unrivaled powerhouse was slowly awakening. Thick waves of bloody aura constantly surged out from the dark abyss, tearing apart the void. Whoosh, whoosh. The aura emitted by the millions of troops rumbled, roaring like towering waves, sweeping towards Brent. They intended to give Brent a warning. Brent remained calm, stepping forward with great composure toward the tens of millions of troops. He couldn't afford to linger here. Ollie was still waiting for him to be rescued, and he must get out of here as soon as possible. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path would be destroyed by him. Scatter! Brent's demeanor was serene. His long hair flew wildly, and a powerful aura echesterated from him, rolling over the vast army like an unstoppable force. Boom! The heavens exploded, and the void tore apart. In an instant, Brent's aura shattered the overwhelming momentum of the million-strong army, then roared towards the leading formation of the troops. Roar! The leading formation consisted of 100,000 strange creatures, all of them screaming in unison and unleashing terrifying attacks, attempting to crush Brent's aura. Bang! Bang! Fireworks erupted in the sky, all attacks being shattered by Brent's aura. Then, his aura transformed into a colossal palm, flashing above the heads of the 100,000 creatures before crashing down heavily. Roar! Boom! The earth trembled, blood spurted, and cries of agony were abruptly silenced. The 100,000 strange creatures were utterly wiped out. No doubt you also participated in the dark chaos back then. Brent's expression turned cold as he gazed at the millions of troops charging at him. On the ancient battlefield in reality, among the countless corpses, Chestery were Hutchester remains. And there were more Hutchester bones, scattered everywhere. It was hard to imagine how brutal that battle had been back then, and perhaps the outcome had been bleak. So Chestery years had passed, and there had never been news of anyone quelling the dark chaos. Brent looked at the Dark Army before him coldly. He speculated that they had arrived in this time period just before the war between the Bizarre Army and the Hutchester Army began. Dark chaos? Let me see who is causing the disorder. Brent muttered to himself. His entire body emitted a powerful aura, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he flashed directly towards the tens of millions of eerie creatures. Hiss! The tens of millions of troops quickly split up under the leadership of 6 quasi-emperors, forming 6 formidable legions that surrounded Brent and the able. Merely eerie beings dare to disrupt the world? Then I will annihilate you all. Brent showed no fear. With a roar, he raised his hand and slapped heavily towards the millions of strange creatures ahead. Chapter 141, Annihilation with a Single Palm. Roar! The million-strong army roared. The death of the vanguard, 100,000 beings, enraged all the strange creatures. They glared at Brent ahead, eyes bloodshot, each of them roaring without reservation as they launched countless attacks at him. The other 5 battalions also roared, launching their coordinated attacks together. In an instant, the sky was as splendid as the sea, countless attacks converging into 6 rivers of primordial chaos, carrying an overwhelming presence, swiftly pressing down on Brent. Scram! Brent roared, his entire body shaking, unleashing a boundless force accompanied by profound principles of the way from within him. Boom! Boom! The 6 rivers of primordial chaos exploded completely, shattered by Brent in the sky. The palm he aimed at the million strange creatures before him never paused for a moment. Wail! Above the heavens, a sound tearing through the sky echoed across the heavens. At this moment, Brent's palm was like a massive star, carrying a world-destroying aura, heavily striking the great army. Roar! The million-strong army screamed. All the strange creatures' eyes were filled with horror. A sense of death permeated their hearts. Boom! They struggled and resisted madly, delivering their all-out attacks towards Brent. A quasi-emperor was also roaring frantically, joining forces with several grand sages and dozens of sages to activate a quasi-emperor weapon, howling towards Brent's palm. Boom! The quasi-emperor weapon was fully activated, burning with raging flames, its resplendent light shining like daylight, exuding a mighty and ancient aura. You dare obstruct me? Brent had a stern expression, his demeanor cold, his palm shaking with power. Bang! With a loud bang, the quasi-emperor weapon exploded abruptly, shattering under Brent's palm, offering no resistance at all. Wail! Then, Brent's palm tore through the sky, instantly breaking all the attacks, directly pressing down on the million strange creatures. Roar! Even before the palm landed, Chestery's strange creatures were shattered by the powerful aura, scattering on the ground. Boom! In the next moment, the entire realm shook violently. Dust rose everywhere, the earth cracked open, leaving behind a palm-shaped crater 10,000 meters wide on the ground. The entire million-strong army was crushed under Brent's palm, all wiped out. The rest of the battalions of the strange creature armies also activated their quasi-emperor weapons, attacking Brent frenziedly. Boom! Brent slowly turned, lightly shaking his palm, sending back the 5 quasi-emperor weapons aimed at him forcefully. Crack! Bang! In the void, 5 splendid fireworks burst. First came the deafening sounds of weapons cracking, then they exploded under everyone's gaze. Boom! The entire sky was filled with firelight. Quasi-emperor weapon fragments burned like meteors, crashing heavily into the army below. Roar! Boom! Instantly, earth-shattering explosions echoed on the battlefield, mixed with heart-wrenching cries of agony. The world was ablaze with firelight. Countless strange creatures were shredded by quasi-emperor weapon fragments, turning into ashes. Many of the remaining severely injured creatures screamed in pain, struggling on the ground. This strike by Brent wiped out a full million of the strange creatures. The entire land was crimson, littered with bones of strange creatures. Rivers of blood slowly flowed into the palm-shaped abyss created by Brent's attack. Wail! For a time, the battlefield was in chaos, with strange creatures fleeing frantically in all directions like headless flies. Roar! At this moment, a chilling roar suddenly erupted among the million-strong army, resonant and ancient, as if an immortal king were roaring in fury. Whisper! Upon hearing this voice, the million-strong army stopped in terror, then quickly converged back towards their original formations. In the blink of an eye, the 5 armies regrouped, forming a powerful legion exuding a formidable aura. Brent stood quietly in midair, watching the movements of the strange creature's army coldly without making a move. In the previous clash, he had discovered a terrifying truth. Before him, the tens of million-strong army, all the strange creatures, had incomplete spiritual consciousness, only retaining the most basic will in their minds. They were all like puppets, only retaining some basic expressions, with no abilities at all, and could only blindly follow others' arrangements. It was as if there was a dark hand behind the scenes controlling them. Even the strongest quasi-emperors had retained only a thread of spiritual consciousness, acting based on instinct. This was terrifying. Who could strip their spirit awareness, leaving them dazed and following others' comchesterds? These were tens of millions of sentient beings. Who could have such enormous power? Could it be you? Brent lifted his gaze to look at the place behind the army shrouded in darkness, toward that unknown region enveloped by terrifying energy. That chilling roar had come from there. Since you won't come out, I'll fight my way to bring you out. Brent's face was stern as he took another step forward, preparing to enter the unknown area. Roar! The remaining tens of millions of creatures roared, emitting a vast and ancient aura as they collectively blocked Brent's path. 5 quasi-emperors gathered, performing secret techniques, then fused into one monstrous dark creature. At the same time, the tens of millions of strange beings quickly cast spells, pointing skyward, pouring all their strength into this dark creature. Roar! The dark creature roared, covered in vicious bone spikes, towering over 10,000 meters tall, exuding waves of 9th-level quasi-emperor power, with a faint trace of an emperor's aura within. Thud, thud, heavy footsteps echoed throughout heaven and earth. The dark creature, like a death god emerging from hell, glowing ominously, swiftly charged at Brent. Interesting. Brent watched the dark creature coldly, his face calm as water, continuing to advance into the dark region deeper in the battlefield. Meanwhile, he extended his hand once again, gently slapping towards the dark creature. Roar! The dark creature let out a loud cry. On its way to attack Brent, it opened its mouth and spat out a black energy orb, hurtling fiercely towards him. The void trembled. The massive orb, like a fallen star, burned with fierce flames, tearing through the sky, speeding towards Brent. Get lost! Brent's figure flashed. In an instant, he appeared before the dark creature, grabbed the black orb, and shoved it straight into the creature's mouth. Chapter 142. Are you the source of darkness? Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the 9 layers of heaven. The massive orb of light exploded inside the mouth of the dark creature, unleashing colossal energy. Roar! The dark creature let out an agonized cry. Most of its head was gone, and its entire body was riddled with cracks from the shockwave, swaying unsteadily as if about to fall. Pooh! Countless mysterious beings controlling the dark creature suffered alongside it, spitting blood profusely before exploding into pieces one by one. Die! After delivering a palm strike, Brent did not stop. He pointed his finger at the sky, swiftly forming seals. The void trembled. From Brent's fingertip, a massive, dazzling long blade materialized. Woohoo! The blade stretched for tens of thousands of feet, emitting a formidable aura, cleaving down towards the dark creature with the force akin to Pangu splitting the heavens. Roar! The dark creature roared in fury, its remaining eye firing beams of light at the blade, while both hands emitted vast power, smashing towards the blade. Bang! Bang! The blade tore through several beams and shattered the dark creature's hands, striking it heavily. Boom! A deafening explosion rent the air, the void fractured, as if the world had been split in two, torn apart. The dark creature, composed of tens of millions of strange beings, was instantly bisected from head to toe by Brent's blade. The dark creature's roar abruptly stopped, its body releasing thick black mist before exploding. Tens of millions of strange beings met their end along with the dark creature, bleeding from all orifices and turning to ashes. Phew! A gentle breeze blew, leaving this place in a brief silence, devoid of any living strange being. Thud! Thud! The void vibrated as Brent, with a cold expression, stepped forward into the dark region. Master he! The 9-headed lion stood far behind Brent, wide-eyed, stunned by Brent's overwhelming power. Those were tens of millions of strange beings, 6 quasi-emperor level experts, and dozens of great saints. All had been annihilated by his master in an instant, turned to dust. This astonishing scene left it utterly shocked. Thud! Thud! The void continued to vibrate as Brent's figure flashed, appearing directly before the dark region. At that moment, a massive beam shot out from the center of the dark region, heading straight for Brent. A mere jumping jack. How long do you think you can hide? Come out. Brent's eyes emitted a burst of light, shattering the beam. Then he raised his right hand and struck the dark region. Boom! The dark region exploded, black mist scattered everywhere, even the ground fractured. The dark area lay in ruins, an unfathomable abyss appeared on the spot. Roar! A piercing roar came from the abyss, followed by the emergence of a bizarre creature, enveloped in writhing black mist. Its black mist twisted and turned as if alive, forming eerie faces that coldly stared at Brent. Woohoo! The bizarre creature roared, radiating an emperor-level aura that swept across the heavens. Brent's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the bizarre creature, surprised by its appearance. Before him stood a creature without a body or arms, composed entirely of various heads of strange creatures. Its whole form was spherical, a ball of countless heads, emitting waves of black mist. Who are you? The bizarre creature called out coldly, its dozens of eyes examining Brent, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. Who I am is not important. And you? Are you the source of this dark chaos? What reason do you have for instigating it? Brent remained calm, shaking off the creature's oppressive aura and staring coldly at it, probing its nature. He was very curious. This bizarre creature was truly extraordinary. What race could it belong to, and where did it come from? At the same time, he wondered, if this dark chaos was caused by such creatures, what was their purpose? If this is the truth, did he already know the deepest secret of the dark chaos today? The source of the dark chaos? I will tell you after you die. But since you have slaughtered tens of millions of my troops and disrupted our clan's plan, I will definitely refine you into my war slave to make up for my losses. The bizarre creature emitted a terrifying aura all over its body, and without further ado, launched an attack directly at Brent. Who? The void trembled as countless large mouths of the bizarre creature chanted spells simultaneously, forming a mental storm sweeping towards Brent. Clang! At the same time, all its eyes shot out beams of light, which converged to form a pitch-black long sword, stabbing straight at Brent. Since you won't talk, I'll beat it out of you. Brent had a stern look on his face. With a cold shout, his entire body shook explosively, instantly shattering the mental storm launched by the bizarre creature. He then raised his hand and slapped toward the black long sword launched by the bizarre creature. Bang! The long sword shattered, exploding in the void. Brent's palm pierced through the fragments of the long sword, slapping straight at the bizarre creature. Impossible. The bizarre creature was stunned, all its heads showing shocked expressions, marveling at Brent's strength. He was at the Great Emperor realm, albeit not fully accomplished, just stepping into the second stage of the Great Emperor realm. But with his strength, plus the trace of origin bestowed by its strange blessing, he could even resist and fight a cultivator at the 4th stage of the Great Emperor realm. Yet now, his attacks were easily shattered by the other party. Could the opponent be at the 5th stage of the Great Emperor realm or higher? The bizarre creature looked up at Brent, still filled with shock. He actually sensed a thick threat to his life from the other party's attack. His intuition told him, If he didn't resist with all his might, he would surely die. In the moment between life and death, the bizarre creature gritted its teeth and activated the hidden mysterious spirit artifact within its body. Chapter 143. Suppression of the mysterious Emperor-level creature. Buzz. With a light tremor, a thick layer of pitch-black light enveloped the entire body of the mysterious creature, encasing it completely. Brent remained unmoved. His palm, shimmering with myriad rays of light, struck the mysterious creature irresistibly. Crack. Boom. The sound of a spiritual artifact shattering echoed as the black light barrier around the mysterious creature was riddled with cracks before exploding into fragments. Brent's hand then heavily struck the mysterious creature again. The mysterious creature let out a terrible roar. Countless heads on its body were shattered by Brent. Its whole body slammed into the ground like a fiery meteor. Boom. It resembled doomsday, with dust rising everywhere. Vast areas turned to nothingness, sinking entirely. Lava ravaged and surged toward the sky. Even the stars in the sky were shaken, showing cracks and collapsing. Across the void, cracks left by the passing heads of the mysterious creature could be seen, with chaotic energy spreading. Thud. Brent appeared directly above the deep crater made by the mysterious creature, stepping on its body while looking down at it critically. Tell me, are you the source of the dark turmoil? Brent asked coldly, his expression unwavering. Cough. Cough. The mysterious creature looked at Brent with terror, all previous arrogance gone, replaced by intense fear and shock. It had nearly been killed just now. If it hadn't clenched its teeth and activated the spiritual artifact within, which contained a thread of special power, it would already be shattered. You, how did you come here? Are you not from this space-time? The mysterious creature widened its eyes in disbelief. It couldn't believe that someone could traverse the river of time to appear here. Brent's eyes narrowed, his brow slightly furrowed, saying nothing. He naturally could not reveal any information to the mysterious creature. And even if the other party tried to deduce his origins, it would be futile since he had already severed the great Tao. Tell me everything you know, Brent said coldly, pointing a thick beam of light directly at the mysterious creature. You. The mysterious creature panicked, urgently firing countless beams of light to resist Brent's attack. Bang, bang. All resistance was futile. Brent's finger shattered everything, striking the creature's body and reducing it to fragments. The mysterious creature screamed, struggling to restore its form. Fear filled the eyes of its numerous heads. Are you the source of the dark turmoil? Brent asked coldly, looking down at the creature beneath him, icy indifference in his eyes. Who are you? The mysterious creature glared at Brent with venom, its sinister mouths wide open, wishing to devour him. Instinct told it that today might be its end. So, it ceased struggling, watching Brent with hatred, trying to probe his secrets. Bang. Brent showed no emotion, raising his hand to strike the mysterious creature again. This time he increased the force, shattering it 3 times in succession. Cough. Cough. It took 10 times longer than usual for the mysterious creature to reassemble itself. Every face expressed excruciating pain, yet hatred still burned in its eyes. Without more words, Brent continued to shatter its body. Since it refused to speak, he would beat it until it submitted. Simultaneously, to prevent the creature from committing suicide under torture, he cast tens of thousands of spells to restrict its movements, preventing any use of spirit power. Now, only its bodily instincts remained. After disintegration, it instinctively gathered back together. This was a unique ability of the Emperor Realm Cultivator. As long as a drop of blood or piece of flesh remained, they were unextinguishable. Unless their spiritual consciousness was destroyed, leaving them as unconscious remnants, followed by the complete annihilation of their physical bodies, they could not be killed. Bang, bang. Sounds of shattering continuously echoed through the heavens and earth. This. The Able stood far away, eyes wide, licking its lips, utterly stunned. In its mind, emperors were synonymous with invincibility, an unbeatable existence. But now what did it witness? An Emperor Realm being was easily toyed with by its master, disintegrating it dozens of times without a second thought. It was truly terrifying. What do you want to know? The mysterious creature could no longer endure the endless agony. It let out a mournful cry, its expression filled with fear, and was forced to submit. Tell me, who are you? Are you the source of the dark turmoil? Brent looked coldly at the mysterious creature beneath him. His long hair flew wildly as 2 glaring beams shot from his eyes, and the sound of great Tao resonated in the sky. Who am I? All faces on the mysterious creature's body showed signs of pain and confusion, as if Brent's words had become the key to unlock its mental shackles. It had never thought about this question or where it came from. It seemed some Wu Xing de Lilang, Kri de Muchulab, Tadajit, intangible force had deliberately erased its memories. Brent watched the struggling mysterious creature below, his whole body glowing brightly. A power containing the rules of the great Tao was directly injected into the creature's body. Buzz. The mysterious creature's body shook violently, and a thick black, strange force was expelled from within it. At the same time, all the eyes of its heads flashed with a fleeting clarity. Who am I? The mysterious creature cried out, all its faces twisting in unimaginable pain. Who am I? I don't know. I also don't know who I am. There's only one voice in my spiritual consciousness that constantly echoes in my mind. It tells me to unleash evil and slaughter the entire world. The mysterious creature's face contorted in agony. Its spiritual consciousness was incomplete, chestery memories beyond recall. It seemed like it was trying to recall something. Then, suppressing the Fengkong Baoned Nantope, crazy and violent thoughts. In its heart, it raised its head to look at Brent, the clear expression in its eyes growing more intense. At the end of reincarnation, death is the ultimate destination. You think the dark turmoil is too simple. There's a huge secret hidden within it. Brent frowned. This was the same phrase he had heard from more than one person. Unfortunately, he still didn't understand the meaning behind it. Brent looked down at the mysterious creature, noticing its abnormal state. He hurriedly asked for the secrets he wanted to know. Tell me everything you know. What is the true origin of the dark turmoil? And what mysterious power exists behind you? There is something behind me. Exists. Chapter 144, touched upon a thread of secrets. Just as the strange being was about to speak, its expression suddenly turned frenzied, and all its faces displayed looks of agony and struggle. Ah! A roar resounded as every head of the strange creature howled fiercely, their eyes turning red. Then, it abruptly erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Boom! That aura directly broke free from the spell Brent had previously cast. It opened its enormous mouth like a Manchester, swallowing towards Brent. A hint of shock flickered in Brent's expression. He realized that the remaining consciousness of the strange being beneath him was rapidly dissipating, on the verge of becoming a mindless beast that only knew slaughter. What is this power? Brent muttered to himself. The same scene reappeared before his eyes. The only difference was that this time the subject was an emperor. This was an emperor. That hidden strangeness could actually control even an emperor. Just how terrifying were they? At this thought, Brent couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Could it be that the hidden mysterious beings surpassed the realm of emperors? Were they immortals? Brent shook his head. He couldn't comprehend it. Though he was powerful, his knowledge was still limited. There were Chestery secrets he didn't know, things he hadn't yet explored. Even now, he was still unclear about how the realms beyond the emperor level were divided. Moreover, through this incident, Brent began to have some suspicions and realizations. If every dark upheaval was the hidden mysterious beings controlling these unconscious emperors for conquests, then this could explain where all the emperors of this world had gone after so Chestery years. Perhaps they were all suppressed by the strange beings. Thinking of this, Brent recalled the dark cages he had seen in the void of the Tyne River. Those numerous powerful beings imprisoned in those cages. Could these be the various powerful creatures that the strange beings had suppressed? Were they being imprisoned and sent to some place? Dark cages? Could it be the 100,000-mile Soul River? Brent's eyes narrowed sharply, his expression stunned as he again thought of the two prime Forbidden Zone and the near immortal realm, where he encountered that near emperor entity. That near emperor cultivator had risked death to tell him some information, to go to the 100,000-mile Soul River to save people. He had also mentioned dark cages. Is that place where countless powerful beings, suppressed by the strange beings over the years, are imprisoned? An overwhelming wave surged in Brent's heart. Combining all the information, he seemed to guess at some truth. However, all these pieces of information were merely guesses, and the true reality still needed further exploration. Brent slowly looked down at the strange creature beneath him. Roar! The strange creature howled, its eyes filled with madness, almost completely losing itself, emitting a powerful aura as it fiercely bit towards Brent. Strange beings. Brent let out a cold snort, watching the frenzied strange creature hurling itself at him. His gaze was both indifferent and tinged with sorrow and compassion. Chester emperors had been turned into such monstrous forms by the strange beings. It was too wicked. Over the years, who knew how Chestery powerful beings had suffered at the hands of the strange ones? They should have had bright futures, ascending to the immortal realms. But now, they were like this. What kind of earth-shattering secret did the strange ones hiding in the dark harbor, and why would they do such cruel things to these people? Brent sighed inwardly, feeling sad for them. Simultaneously, he harbored intense hatred towards the strange beings, yearning to immediately charge into their lair and wipe them all out. I'll release you. Brent sighed, then anger flashed in his eyes. His long hair flew wildly as he stepped down with a heavy step, carrying a profound and desolate aura, stamping firmly on the strange creature. Boom! The void exploded, heaven and earth overturned, stars scattered across the sky, and the entire world trembled as if the heavens were collapsing. Bang! The strange creature burst apart, its body shattering into pieces, its soul riddled with cracks before disintegrating. Hoo! A fierce wind suddenly arose, changing the weather, and a torrential rain of blood poured from the sky. It seemed someone was weeping quietly above, grieving for the fall of an emperor. Blood-stained petals floated along with the rain, spreading over the entire world. This was the sky weeping. This was the unique phenomenon when an emperor fell. When cultivators became emperors, they would undergo great trials and inscribe their laws into the rules of the world, becoming part of myriad paths. When they fell, the world would respond, Chestery-festing such phenomena. Sigh. Brent let out a soft sigh, unable to express joy or sorrow. He had once again personally destroyed a great emperor of the Chester race. He felt a lump in his chest with nowhere to vent. All of this karma was entirely because of the strange beings. 2 rays of cold light shot from his eyes as he gazed into the sky, his heart full of killing intent. Who? In the raging wind, it seemed like a figure appeared, a soul about to dissipate. Moved by this, Brent looked up at the distant figure and sighed again in his heart. That figure was the strange being he had just annihilated. It had broken free from the body originally fabricated for it by the strange beings and returned to its original form. He stood tall and majestic on the sky, sword-like brows and star-like eyes, hair as white as snow, looking calmly at Brent. At the end of the cycle, death is the ultimate destination. The Chester softly sighed, deep sorrow appearing on his face. He nodded slowly at Brent. Be careful, the strange beings will certainly come after you. Having said that, he shook his head, looking at his soon-to-dissipate soul, remaining calm. Then, he looked at Brent again, filled with thick hopes. I once tried to break through the darkness, hoping to clear a bright future for xiuxian, but alas. You must be cautious of some forbidden zones. I hope you can secure a future for xiuxian. The figure spoke intermittently and struggled to reveal more information to Brent, but ultimately, he could not say it, and his soul completely dissipated. Brent looked where the figure had vanished, unable to hide his sadness, and bowed deeply. This was a great sage of xiuxian, who had fought for the future of xiuxian. He deserved this bow. Boom! The heavens rumbled, the entire world splitting into seams, the void collapsing. Time fell into chaos again. Everything here became blurry, as if they had fallen back into a confused timeline. Master! The Able screamed and rushed towards Brent, afraid of being left behind. Brent remained calm. He raised his hand and pulled the Able beside him, frowning as he looked at the surrounding sky. For some reason, he vaguely felt something amiss with this chaotic time, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Was it really as he had guessed, that as soon as they killed the strange being, they would return to the original world? Brent was also uncertain, but the scenery around them did indeed suggest they were walking on fragmented pieces of chaotic time, returning. Chapter 145, Seeing Ghosts. Phew, we're finally going back. That nearly scared the life out of me. The nine-headed lion looked as though he had narrowly escaped death, shrinking his neck in fear, his eyes still lingering with dread. What happened here impacted him greatly. Not only were there millions of troops exterminated, but also an emperor under eerie control. Each incident terrified him deeply. This was a true emperor who ultimately met such a miserable fate. This outcome dealt a devastating blow to it. Then what was the purpose of its future efforts in cultivation? Even if it reached the peak and became an emperor, so what? Wouldn't it just be easily toyed with by that strange power? Thinking of this, the nine-headed lion lowered its head, dejected. It felt a suffocating sensation, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on its heart. Brent noticed the instability in the nine-headed lion's Tao heart. He raised his hand and lightly patted the nine-headed lion's head, speaking mildly. An emperor is not invincible. It's merely a realm, not the limit of cultivation. As long as you work hard, you will eventually surpass the emperor realm. Master, there are other realms above the emperor realm? Isn't it the ultimate goal of cultivation? The nine-headed lion stared at Brent in shock, feeling incredibly stunned. It had always believed that the emperor realm was unbeatable, sweeping through the world without a match. Today, for the first time, it heard this significant news, which instantly shattered its original understanding. I don't know either, but I feel that the emperor realm isn't the peak of cultivation. Look at me. Can't I easily suppress an emperor? Tell me, what realm am I in now? Brent shook his head. He couldn't clearly explain either. He understood too little about this world, Chester's secrets he hadn't had time to investigate. However, based on his speculation, he was certain that beyond the emperor realm, there must be other realms. If the emperor realm represented the strongest, then there wouldn't be so Chestery powerful emperors being suppressed by those eerie powers. The nine-headed lion carefully considered and felt the same way. Emperors indeed were not the pinnacle. One day, I will cultivate to the extreme and transcend. What bullshit eerie. In the future, I'm going to ride the eerie and shock the entire world. Once the nine-headed lion figured everything out, its face regained its ambitious look, full of determination and confidence in its eyes. Space shattered, and a powerful force enveloped Brent and the nine-headed lion, disappearing from their original place. Are we finally going back? Brent's eyes flickered with images of the sun, moon, and stars. He sensed things weren't this simple, but couldn't pinpoint what felt wrong. Thud. In the void, the nine-headed lion stood behind Brent, a blood moon hanging over their heads, following them back. After several breaths, space vibrated again, and fragments of time merged with the real world. Brent and the nine-headed lion slowly emerged from the void, lifting their eyes to survey the surroundings. This. The nine-headed lion screamed, disbelievingly rubbing its eyes and looking at the world before it once more. Before it lay a world blooming with flowers, mountains and streams, peaceful and harmonious. The earth was lush with life, vibrant greenery, blossoms in bloom, butterflies fluttering, like a paradise. And tens of thousands of meters away, there stood a vast army composed of peculiar creatures. Millions strong, the formation stretched endlessly like the sea, emitting boundless killing intent. It's ghosts. The nine-headed lion's eyes widened, mouth agape, unable to speak due to the overwhelming sight. They didn't return to the original world, but somehow found themselves back here, at the very moment they first arrived. Charge! Millions of alien troops spotted Brent and the nine-headed lion, shouting angrily, swiftly charging towards them. Brent's expression was cold, standing silently, visibly moved. He expected unexpected occurrences, but never this situation. They appeared again at the time they first arrived, as if time had reshaped itself, cycling them back. Could we be trapped in this chaotic time loop? Or is someone playing tricks on us? Watching the same scene reappear, Brent frowned, investigating his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. The world shook as a massive army of tens of millions, led by 6 near emperors, rushed over urgently. Boom! The void exploded, attacks filled the sky like a torrential downpour, frenziedly heading towards Brent and the nine-headed lion. Since it's confusing, let's kill our way to an outcome. Brent's face was stern. He took large steps forward and slapped towards the tens of millions of troops. Bang! The earth shattered, chaotic energy spread everywhere, and in an instant, Brent obliterated the tens of millions of troops. Whoosh! Brent stepped into the dark zone once again. Not long after, a thunderous sound echoed across the heavens. Boom! The world was torn apart, celestial bodies in the sky shattered, chaos energy flooded the surroundings, like the end of days. The bizarre creature in the dark zone was destroyed by Brent once more. Boom! Brent carried the nine-headed lion and stepped back through the fragments of time once again. The void gently vibrated, and 2 figures vanished from here. Not long after, Brent and the nine-headed lion emerged from the void once again. It can't be. We're actually back here again. The nine-headed lion screamed loudly, its eyes full of disbelief, staring widely around it. It was still the familiar environment, the world clear and lush with greenery. Tens of millions of strange creatures' army still existed. Brent's face was cold. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the surroundings. Subtly, he sensed something amiss, an indescribable feeling that lingered in his mind. He felt as if he had wandered into a wrong path. Since he entered this world, whether it was his inner true thoughts or everything outside, they all subconsciously told him. As long as the bizarre creature in the dark zone was destroyed, he could return through the fragments of time. But after repeating this twice, it proved that destroying the dark creature was not the key to returning. Then what is it? Brent frowned slightly, his eyes icy, and he raised his head to look around again. Chapter 146, The Blood Moon Above. Roar! A roar shook the heavens and earth. Tens of millions of troops roared, their banners waving as they surged forward again. Scram! Brent let out an angry cry, stepping forward abruptly. A surging wave of power erupted from beneath his feet. Boom! Heaven and earth were thrown into turmoil, Chaos spread through the air, endless storms filling the space, pressing down on all the strange creatures below. Roar! The army of tens of millions roared. 6 near emperors shouted furiously, striking in unison. Yet no matter how hard they resisted, Brent's attack could not be stopped. In a breath, all the strange beings were wiped out by Brent. The key to return, where could it be? Brent muttered to himself, eyes darting around with urgency. He had lingered here for too long, caught in cycles of time. If he couldn't return soon, Ollie would surely be in grave danger. By the time he returned, Ollie might already be a cold, lifeless corpse. Bang! Anxious, Brent smashed the ground before him with a wave of his hand, then tore open the surrounding void, inspecting every suspicious spot. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, constantly scanning the surroundings, deploying myriad methods, piercing the void, and seeing through illusions. Abruptly, Brent noticed something unusual. His gaze fixed, he looked up at the blood moon hanging above him all this time. Through countless jumps, through chaotic timelines, this blood moon had always closely followed them, quietly hovering in the sky without emitting even the slightest hint of presence. It was bizarre. Could it be it? Brent was struck with awe, instantly on high alert. This enormous blood moon, which had been following them all along, had escaped his notice entirely. This didn't make sense. At his level, let alone a massive blood moon, even a speck of dust in the air would be constantly within his perception. But now, after so much happening, he hadn't noticed the blood moon above. It seemed there had been an invisible force subtly interfering with his judgment, making him unconsciously ignore its existence. Finally making your move? Brent muttered, beams of light shooting from his eyes, releasing boundless murderous intent. Someone was Chester-manipulating events behind the scenes, attempting to trap him in past time using the power of time itself, and the one capable of such grand designs. Brent was confident no one in this world could pull it off. The only one capable was that lurking, enigmatic entity hidden in the shadows. Dare to scheme against me? One day, I will make you pay tenfold. With a cold snort, Brent's body trembled powerfully, a formidable aura filling the heavens and earth. Boom! The blood moon exploded, blood-red light flooding the sky. The entire blood moon disintegrated into ashes. Whoosh! Simultaneously, the entire world shook violently. Thunder echoed across the sky, stars shattered, and a vast rift tore through the void as chaotic energies enveloped the world. A powerful temporal force enveloped Brent and the Able, vanishing them from this place. Thud! Not long after, the ancient battlefield's void vibrated violently. 2 figures emerged from the rift, appearing on the ancient battlefield. Phew! Scared me to death. Finally out. The Able sighed in relief, still showing signs of lingering fear as it patted its chest with a paw. After enduring so chestery twists and turns, nearly trapped in the chaotic time-space forever, it thought they might never return. Now, they were finally back. The Able bared its teeth, breathing heavily, involuntarily sighing in gratitude for the real world. Brent's eyes were stern as he surveyed the surroundings, sensing something carefully. He found that the ancient battlefield remained unchanged. Countless Hutchester bones among the countless corpses on the ground still existed. Distant mountains stood intact, and black mist in the dark zones continued to flicker ominously. Everything was just as it was. This isn't an illusion, we are indeed back. Brent spoke calmly, confirming this was the real world. Still, he harbored some doubt. He had clearly wiped out those tens of millions of troops, and almost collapsed that world. Why had none of this affected the real world? Shaking his head slowly, he couldn't figure it out. Little lion, let's go. Not wasting any more time. Brent knew he couldn't afford to delay now. Ollie was still waiting for him to come to the rescue. He would return here later to thoroughly investigate when he had the time. Buzz! Brent's figure flashed as he rapidly dashed towards the heart of the battlefield. His face wore a look of worry. Having stayed in the ancient battlefield for so long, he didn't know how much time had passed in the real world. When he left, Ollie was already gravely injured and poisoned. If too much time had passed, he dared not imagine what condition Ollie might be in now. Master! The Able shouted, seeing Brent's retreating figure. It accelerated with all its might to catch up, understanding Brent's anxious mood. Ollie's fate was uncertain, and they had been delayed in the time fragments for an unknown period. All these factors made Ollie's current situation extremely perilous. Boom! Boom! Resounding explosions echoed continuously across the ancient battlefield, the sounds of formations shattering. Brent raced forward, tearing through one formation barrier after another that blocked his path. His anxiety made him even impatient, smashing some barriers with his body before they could fully collapse. Roar! At this moment, a roar pierced the heavens. The continuous sound of formations shattering jolted terrifying entities from their slumber among the bones. Roar! Roar! In mere breaths, roars resounded endlessly throughout the ancient battlefield. Endless skeletons erupted from the ground, covered in jagged bone spikes. Hollow eye sockets glowed with eerie green light, staring at Brent. Thud! Thud! 3 skeletal figures at the great sage realm stomped heavily from deep within the earth, brandishing bone spears as they charged toward Brent. Roar! A sea of skeletons roared, following the 3 great sages and surged towards Brent. Scram! Brent's expression showed urgency. Without any pause, he bellowed, spitting out a mouthful of clear chi. Buzz! The world trembled as the clear chi transformed into a colossal crescent moon saber, swiftly sweeping across the sea of skeletal figures. Boom! A tremendous explosion tore apart the entire ancient battlefield. The earth split into numerous gigantic fissures as countless skeletons were obliterated by the clear chi. Even the 3 great sage skeletons were powerless, instantly reduced to ashes. Within moments, all the skeletons were annihilated. Brent's figure flickered as he flew rapidly over endless bones, unwilling to waste a single moment. Thud! The earth shook again. Beneath the endless bones, an overwhelmingly powerful aura emerged. An unimaginable entity, also awakened by the loud noise, began to stir. Chapter 147. Awakening the existence deep within the Forbidden Zone. Roar! A terrifying howl echoed through heaven and earth. Hum! Immediately after, 2 blood-red beams shot out from deep within the ground, tearing through the void and shooting straight towards Brent. Those were the gazes of Herbert, filled with endless killing intent. Roar! Blue ghostly flames flickered in the eye sockets of the Herbert, who was slowly sitting up, preparing to step out of the depths to suppress Brent. Brent's face was stern. With a wave of his hand, he shattered those two beams, then flashed over directly to where the Herbert was reviving, stomping down with one foot. Whoa whoa! The heavens roared, and space was shattered by Brent's step. Boom! Heaven and earth collapsed, as if it were the end of the world. Brent's stomp created a huge abyss on the ground, from which magma spewed, rising into the high sky. Roar! Deep within the earth, the Herbert let out a piercing roar. Its body hadn't even risen when Brent stomped down heavily once again. Crack crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed continuously. The blue ghostly fire inside the Herbert's skull scattered on the ground, exploding under Brent's feet, turning into ashes. Huff huff. Looking anxious, Brent did not glance down after his stomp. He swiftly passed through this area, rushing towards the edge of the ancient battlefield. At the same time, deep within the Godfall Forbidden Zone, in a pitch-black and cold grand hall, a powerful existence slowly opened its eyes due to the sounds from the ancient battlefield. Boom! The moment it opened its eyes, the entire grand hall shook violently. The bronze grand hall shook intensely, unable to withstand the aura emitted by this Chester, cracks appearing everywhere. Go see what happened in the outside world. A voice as cold as ice resonated throughout the grand hall. Yes, master. This old servant will check right away. A raspy, harsh voice responded from outside the grand hall, followed by rapid footsteps moving away. Outside the ancient battlefield. Bang! A loud noise sounded as Brent broke through the blockade at the boundary of the ancient battlefield, dashing out into the mountain ranges. This place was where he had previously seen barren mountains within the ancient battlefield. The surface of the mountains was a deep red, as if stained by blood. At this moment, a group of people far away were desperately fighting in despair. No! Save me! Agonized screams echoed from afar, filled with sheer terror. Clearly, they were going through something terribly dangerous. Master, there are people in the distance. The Axel heard the sounds and sniffed the heavy scent of blood, lifting its head to look in the direction the sound came from. Who are they? Brent's eyes narrowed, frowning slightly, feeling somewhat alarmed and uncertain. These mountains were full of restrictions and chaotic spaces. His divine senses couldn't penetrate deep into the valley to understand what was happening. Could they be the ones who stormed in to besiege xiuxian? Is xiuxian among them? Brent guessed in his heart, and then, without hesitation, carried the Axel forward. In the valley at this moment, a group of people were trapped in a powerful array, struggling desperately against the suppression. Boom! Boom! Lightning bolts kept falling from the sky of the array, striking the ground forcefully. A cultivator screamed as the lightning shattered the spirit weapon in his hands, turning him into ashes. Boom! No! Lightning continued, along with the ceaseless cries of agony. Several bodies lay sprawled on the ground, while a dozen or so others struggled under the lead of an Hamilton. They gritted their teeth, holding up a light barrier, resisting the array's attack with all their might, their eyes filled with despair and panic. Clang! Clang! Besides the lightning, the array also had wind blades and sword shadows attacking the protective barrier raised by the Hamilton and others. Crack crack! The entire barrier made cracking sounds, nearly breaking apart. We can't hold on much longer. Quickly supply spiritual power. Everyone could only shout angrily, spitting out their essence blood to strengthen the barrier. At this moment, they all regretted their decision, wishing they hadn't impulsively entered the Godfall Forbidden Zone. Damn it. All because of Ollie, that bastard. If not for him, I wouldn't be here. It's him. I wish I could devour him alive. How dare he bring us to this deadly place. If I ever catch Ollie, I will flay him alive. Many of them roared with hatred, their despair growing as their resentment towards Ollie reached its peak. Bang! Bang! At this moment, loud booms came from afar, emitting thick ripples that made the entire world shake. What's that? Those hiding in the formation also sensed the commotion in the distance, all raising their heads to look far away in surprise. That's a person. He is actually crashing through the Forbidden Zone so recklessly, it's too outrageous. This is the Forbidden Zone. Look, how strong he is. He easily shattered the formations blocking his way. No restriction could stop him at all. I feel like he is rapidly coming toward us. Could he be here to save us? Yes, it must be. We came in to pursue and kill Ollie. The sect leaders spent so much for this, they definitely wouldn't give up on Ollie easily. It must be the senior Hamiltons sent by the higher-ups to capture Ollie. Our sect's Hamilton is just too powerful. Haha, we are saved. Hearing those words, everyone felt a surge of hope, guessing if the figure in the distance was indeed there to rescue them. Boom! The void trembled, and Brent directly flashed before them, coldly lifting his hand and pointing a finger at the formation surrounding them. Bang! With a rumble, the formation shattered instantly, turning into ashes. Thank you, Elder. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, showing great respect as they hurriedly bowed deeply to thank Brent. They hadn't expected the Hamilton who came in would be so powerful. The formation that had nearly killed them was easily destroyed by this Hamilton with such ease. He only used one finger. Just one finger. So strong. Many people shivered, almost suffocating under the pressure of Brent's aura, almost collapsing. But at the same time, a sense of pride arose within them. This was an Hamilton of their 8-sect alliance. If the Hamiltons were this powerful, then the Grandmasters must be invincible. Haha, once our 8-sect alliance gets its unbang fragment of the Empyrean soldier from that little brute Ollie, we will surely dominate the world. All exchanged glances, feeling endless valor arise in their hearts. Brent paid no attention to them, standing high in the air, scanning over everyone coldly. Elena. Brent's heart clenched, his anticipation plummeting instantly. He didn't detect Ollie's life force here, but instead noticed a familiar scent of fresh blood on the people and their spirit weapons. That blood, it belonged to Ollie. Chapter 148. You are Ollie's brother. Brent staggered, his gaze fixed on the bloodstains covering everyone present, filled with profound sorrow. Did I arrive too late? Have they already killed Ollie? No, it can't be. Brent was heartbroken, unwilling to accept such a cruel outcome. Tell me, where's Ollie? He glared coldly at the people in front of him, an overwhelming urge to kill surging within him. If something had truly happened to Ollie, he could not predict what reckless decisions he might make. Report to the Elder, we burst in while chasing that little bastard Ollie. We didn't expect him to be so cunning. He led us around the forbidden zone, and for a moment, we lost track of him. But fortunately, we coated the spirit weapon with poison. That little bastard has been severely poisoned, affecting even his heart marrow. He probably won't last long. We found his trail just a quarter of an hour ago, and we're about to capture him when, unexpectedly, he fought to the death and lured us here, trapping us with the formation. He then fled into the depths of the dark region of the Divine Fall Forbidden Zone without any regard. The crowd from the Alliance of 8 sects clenched their teeth, eyes filled with resentment and malice, explaining the entire situation. That damn Chester is truly despicable, nearly killing all of us. We hope the Elder can take action to catch that little bastard, making sure he wishes he had never been born. He's already heavily poisoned and can't escape far. We are willing to follow the Elder into the deeper Forbidden Zone and help capture that little bastard. All of them bowed deeply, looking at Brent with reverence, pleading for him to act. Brent listened to their account, his hand trembling as he pointed at them, his mind reeling as if struck by thunder. You actually used poison. If anything happens to my brother Ollie, I will make all of you regret ever being born. Brent staggered, his face pale with rage. His disheveled hair flew wildly, and his eyes shot out astonishing rays of light, releasing a chilling aura of murderous intent. Puff, puff. Everyone from the Alliance of 8 sects was violently shaken by this powerful aura, coughing up large amounts of blood, covered in cracks, their tendons and muscles shattered, lying on the ground in agony. What did I hear? He is actually Ollie's brother? It can't be. All faces showed shock and horror, their eyes full of disbelief. That Ollie, who had been relentlessly hunted for 7 years, running like a stray dog. And yet, he had such a formidable brother. This. Everyone was left speechless. Brent glanced toward the depths of the dark region, then immediately dashed forward without hesitation. Before leaving, however, Brent cast a cold glance at the people of the Alliance of 8 sects below, grabbing all of them in one swift motion. No, Elder, please spare me. I know I'm wrong. We are members of the Alliance of 8 sects. If you dare kill us, our alliance will never rest until your destruction. Some looked despairingly fearful, begging for mercy, while others clenched their teeth and threatened Brent. What nonsense is this Alliance of 8 sects? I wiped it out long ago. As for you, daring to chase my little brother into the dark region, I will annihilate your souls. Brent's eyes were icy, his expression stern, filled with boundless anger as he squeezed fiercely. What? The Alliance of 8 sects has been exterminated by you? Impossible. In the midst of desperate voices were endless shock and fear. All eyes widened in disbelief. The mighty Alliance of 8 sects had been wiped out by this Chester? Their leaders were 8 peerless beings at the great sage level. Could they have been slain as well? Many looked at Brent in despair. Just how strong must he be to have easily destroyed the Alliance of 8 sects? However, they would never find out the answer. No. In an instant, all sounds ceased. Puff. Brent crushed everyone into ashes and scattered them with a flick of his hand. His eyes then shot out 2 beams of light, dispersing their souls. Elena, don't you dare be hurt. Your big brother is coming to save you. Worried beyond measure, Brent tore through the void, speeding towards the dark region. Above the dark region, the void exploded with sound, and 2 figures gradually coalesced from nothingness. Brent, accompanied by the 9-headed lion, shattered multiple restrictions and finally arrived at the dark region. He stood high in the sky, his brows knitted together as he probed for traces left by Ollie. The entire dark region was perpetually shrouded in pitch-black clouds above, through which sunlight barely penetrated. Therefore, the area remained in a state of perpetual dimness. Dark clouds rolled incessantly in the sky, occasionally unleashing thunderbolts that struck the ground, creating deep craters. The black surface below was unervingly dark, appearing purplish-black, with faint crimson light echesterating from it, possibly soaked by countless years of blood. The desolate landscape was strewn with bones, stretching endlessly into the distance. Elena. Brent suddenly opened his eyes, his expression revealing a hint of excitement. Just then, his divine senses detected a familiar aura deep within the dark region. It was Ollie's aura. After so long, he had finally found Ollie. Boom. The void trembled, and Brent's figure vanished from its spot. Elena, hold on. Big brother is coming. Brent's face was filled with anxiety, his heart shouting incessantly, revealing profound worry. He sensed that Ollie's aura was very weak, almost at the brink of extinction, teetering on the edge of extreme danger. Clearly, he must be facing a life-threatening crisis. Boom. The heavens and earth shook again, and Brent accelerated, transforming into a streak of light that instantly vanished. Thud. At that moment, the entire dark region violently shook. A roar echoed from deep within the dark region, resonating loudly. Roar. Then, a strange creature, ablaze with black flames, blocked Brent's path. It resembled a wolf, towering thousands of feet tall, covered in menacing bone spurs. It lunged at Brent with an open maw. Humph. Brent gave a cold snort, and 2 beams of light shot from his eyes, instantly shattering the creature. Thud. Thud. The ground shook, and the dark region vibrated continuously. From its depths emerged countless bizarre beasts, roaring as they charged towards Brent. Scram. Brent bellowed, his brow slightly furrowing. Sensing more creatures approaching from deeper within, he stretched out his right foot and stamped on the ground. Boom. The heavens split, the earth cracked. It felt like the end of the world, with the entire forbidden zone shaking uncontrollably. A violent aura swept outwards wildly from beneath Brent's feet. Chapter 149. Annihilating a near emperor with a finger snap. Roar. Bang. Bang. Amidst the cries of agony and incessant explosions echoing through the 9 heavens, countless beasts disintegrated into shattered flesh under the chaotic force. The earth within a 1,000-mile radius fractured into terrifying ravines, obliterating all remnants of formations that once lay upon it, completely leveled by Brent's single stride. Surveying the surroundings revealed only desolation. Not a single beast remained. Thud. From the depths of the dark region, a dull thud resonated as if the lingering impact of Brent's aura had finally struck a solid wall and was halted. Meanwhile, those who watched from outside the Forbidden Zone were each dumbstruck, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed toward the Forbidden Zone where gods fall. The entire Forbidden Zone is trembling. What on earth is happening inside? Could it be that the senior encountered danger within the Forbidden Zone? Humph. I told you before, venturing alone into the Forbidden Zone is courting death. Hee. Who does he think he is to dare enter the Forbidden Zone? Is this rescuing someone, or simply seeking death? Now look at his plight. Many stood at the periphery of the Forbidden Zone, continually peering inward with reverence and curiosity. Of course, there were also those whose faces were filled with mockery and derision. That anyone would dare intrude into the Forbidden Zone, creating such a commotion, it was laughable, tantamount to suicide. How could the dignity of the Forbidden Zone allow such provocation? In the depths of the Forbidden Zone, in the dark territory. Huff huff. Brent took a step forward, his expression calm, then without any pause, his figure flickered and rapidly vanished, heading straight for Ollie. Who dares enter my Forbidden Zone of fallen gods and disturb my master's slumber? You're looking for death. A thunderous shout, imbued with boundless Tao rules, echoed across the 9 heavens, spreading throughout the entire Forbidden Zone and even reaching beyond its boundaries. Thud, thud. The ground in the dark territory continuously trembled as a towering entity, engulfed in black flames, slowly emerged from the depths. Standing over 10,000 feet tall, like a titan who cleaved the heavens at creation, he radiated an endless supply of dark fog, exuding an intensely cold and violent aura while standing there imposingly within the confines of the Forbidden Zone. Black fog hovered above his head, obscuring his features except for 2 blood-red beams piercing through the mist, directly aiming at Brent. Intruders to the Forbidden Zone must die. The towering shadow roared, each estorating a fearsome aura, wielding a black gold spear tens of thousands of feet long that thrust straight toward Brent. Whistle. The spear howled fiercely, tearing the earth apart, rending the heavens with its ferocity. PFT. The overflowing spear energy slashed through the crowd outside the Forbidden Zone, leaving bloody cuts on their bodies as they collapsed to the ground in staggering heaps. What? An existence within the Forbidden Zone has awakened. With such overwhelming power, could he be a near emperor? Many stared in horror at the powerful shadow within the Forbidden Zone, mouths agape, unable to stop drawing cold breaths. Cough cough. Too terrifying. The might of a near emperor, so formidable that even mountains and rivers are shattered with a casual strike. To him, we're less than ants. Is he the lord of the Forbidden Zone? Everyone watched the depths of the Forbidden Zone in dread, terrified at the sight of the towering shadow, fearing for their lives. He doesn't seem to be the lord of the Forbidden Zone. I heard him respectfully address his master. So powerful, yet he's merely a servant within the Forbidden Zone. Heaven. Even the servants here are at the near emperor level. How strong could the lord be? Could he be an emperor? Their souls trembled in fear, mouths quivering, too afraid to imagine the strength of the Forbidden Zone's master. Within the Forbidden Zone, from the moment the shadow emerged until it launched its attack on Brent, Brent never paused his steps. He was anxiously racing forward, unable to waste time dealing with the shadow. Now, seeing the shadow blocking his path, he raised his hand and pushed it aside with one swipe. Scram! His roar echoed through the clouds, carrying boundless force that instantly shattered all the shadow's oppressive aura. Whistle! The immense palm, vast as the sun, shattered the shadow's spear in one blow, enveloping its entire body beneath it. You dare! The 10,000-foot-tall shadow roared in fury, emitting boundless rage, clenching his fists and striking violently towards Brent's palm. Boom! The void exploded, and endless black mist rolled like towering waves, sweeping away rapidly in all directions. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones breaking mixed with blood-curdling screams continuously echoed. Brent's palm directly shattered the shadow's fist, followed by its arm, and finally struck its head. No! The shadow screamed in despair, with black mist churning above its head, unleashing boundless Tao rules in a futile attempt to break free from Brent's palm. But it was all in vain. All the Tao rules were shattered by Brent's palm. Bang! A thunderclap resounded as the shadow's head exploded under Brent's palm, its body crumbling into fragments, and endless dark flames scattered across the ground, forming a sea of fire. A mighty near emperor was thus annihilated. Huff huff. Brent passed through the sea of fire expressionlessly, instantly vanishing from the spot. A near emperor has been destroyed. Outside the Forbidden Zone, people looked up at what was happening inside, each one shocked to their core, their scalps tingling, and hair standing on end. The scene had been too overwhelming, like something out of a dream. That was a near emperor, an existence so powerful that it nearly drove everyone to despair. Yet he was extinguished by a single palm strike, reduced to ashes. Countless people murmured, immense shock surging within them like a tidal wave. How powerful is Ali's brother? Many suddenly recalled that person's identity, and they looked back towards the Forbidden Zone in disbelief. At the same time, they felt fortunate that they hadn't gone mad enough to besiege Ali. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as the 8-sect alliance, easily exterminated. Ali's brother killed the servant of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Will the Lord let him off? No matter how strong that Chester is, he can't be stronger than the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, right? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone might be a great emperor. Who could be his match? Ali's brother's actions will surely invite endless wrath. Everyone was startled, speculating about what would happen next. Thud. Inside the Forbidden Zone, Brent continued his journey. After breaking through a layer of array restrictions deep in the dark region, he finally saw Ali's figure. Chapter 150, The Dark Night. Cough cough. At this moment, Ali was covered in blood, his face darkened, staggering as he struggled against the encircling attacks of several strange beasts. Pooh. Ali spat out a mouthful of black blood. Struck by one beast's claw on his chest, he was flung backward and heavily crashed to the ground. Cough cough. Breathing heavily in agony, Ali gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. Yet, there was not an ounce of strength left within him. The potent poison had already invaded his heart and soul. Even breathing had become extremely labored, let alone moving a finger. Roar! The surrounding beasts roared mercilessly, pouncing at him again. So this is how it ends. Despair clouded Ali's face as he gave up struggling, opened his eyes wide, and waited calmly for death to come. After such prolonged resistance, he was utterly exhausted, relying solely on an indomitable will to keep going. His will was to survive and return to Dongwang to avenge his clan's extermination. This belief was the only thing that kept him alive over these 7 years despite relentless pursuit and persecution. But now, all of his efforts seemed to be coming to an end. How could he accept this? What? He raged inwardly. They say a Chester does not easily shed tears. But at this moment, tears streamed down his face. Over these 7 years, scenes of family members being brutally killed filled his mind. Those mournful images, those cries of despair, those familiar faces falling helplessly before him. Each recollection left him breathless with pain, jolting him awake from nightmares. He was overcome with sorrow. He hated himself for being unable to avenge his clansmen. He despised his own weakness. And yet, this vengeance would remain unfulfilled. Roar! Beasts roared around him, leaping instantly beside him and lunging at his head with open mouths. Clansmen, I'm sorry, forgive me. Reluctantly, Ali closed his eyes, tears of blood streaming from the corners. Elena! Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. That voice was so familiar, even though it had been 10 years. This voice had always been deeply etched in his heart. It was his brother's voice. Brother, where are you? Ali called out softly, recalling his brother's caring figure repeatedly. 10 years had passed. Since entering Tai Chu Forbidden Zone, his brother vanished without a trace. 10 years of longing. But they were never to meet again. In a daze, Ali thought he saw Brent appear before him. Brent's faint smile gave eternal comfort. Am I dreaming? He muttered to himself, slowly closing his eyes. Feeling it might be his final hallucination before death, he sank into unconsciousness. Bang! A soft sound suddenly exploded near Ali's head. The beast biting at him instantly turned to ashes just above his skull. Bang! Bang! Several more soft explosions shattered dozens of beasts surrounding Ali. Brent's silhouette flashed as he arrived by Ali's side, gently lifting him into his arms. Elena! Brent called out softly, urgently channeling spiritual power into Ali's body, forcing out the potent poison using a supreme technique. Pooh! Ali's anguished face spewed a mouthful of dark, foul-smelling blood, then fell back into unconsciousness in Brent's embrace. Without any negligence, Brent hurriedly took out several top-grade healing pills, placed them in Ali's mouth, and helped dissolve them with spiritual energy. Cough cough. After several breaths, Ali gradually regained some consciousness, regaining a hint of color on his pale face. Seeing Ali stabilized, Brent breathed a sigh of relief. Ali's life was saved. As long as he rested properly, he would fully recover in time. Ali, lying in Brent's arms, slowly opened his eyes. For a moment, he froze, bewildered. Looking at the familiar face before him, he couldn't believe what he saw. His brother stood before him. Am I dreaming? Ali stared at Brent, frozen. Elena, you're awake? Brent lowered his head, looking at the revived Ali with a delighted smile. Brother! Hearing Brent's words, Ali's eyes became clear, and he became aware. All of this was real, not an illusion, not a dream. Brother! Ali's eyes shone with tears. He reached out and tightly hugged Brent's back, overcome with emotion. Elena, I'm sorry. I came too late and let you suffer so much. Brent sighed softly, gently patting Ali's back. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from deep within the Forbidden Zone. Thud! Thud! Immediately after, hurried footsteps emerged from the dark territory, causing the entire ground to shake violently. Wish! Wish! Gales carrying boundless killing intent fiercely swept towards Brent. Ding! From a distance, a heavy sound erupted, stopping all gales miles away from Brent as if they had hit a solid wall. Elena, let me help you up. Brent remained calm, ignoring the chaos around him. He gently lifted Ali. Wish! Wish! Ali stood there, gasping for breath, still staggering, feeling the earth tremble beneath him. Suddenly, he looked towards the depths of the dark region, instantly realizing their current predicament. Brother, we need to go now. Ali's face changed drastically. He glanced at the nine-headed lion behind Brent and pulled him toward the outer regions of the Godfall Forbidden Zone. Only now did he realize they were inside the Forbidden Zone. Every step here was perilous. A misstep could mean death. And now, they had awoken terrifying entities within the Forbidden Zone, almost sealing their fate. At this thought, Ali looked at Brent in shock and dismay. His brother had rushed into the Forbidden Zone without hesitation to save him. This was the Forbidden Zone, where 1 in 10,000 might survive. His brother had dared to risk his life to come for him. In an instant, Ali felt infinite gratitude, but also profound guilt and regret. He had put his brother in such danger. But now, it was too late. Thud! Thud! The ground continued to shake, like a magnitude 10 earthquake, with distant mountains trembling incessantly. Boom! A deafening roar split the air as black fog exploded. 6 towering dark knights, each over 10,000 feet tall, broke through the thick mist, appearing before Brent and the others. The 6 gigantic knights wore iron armor, their bodies burning with fierce black flames. Even their warhorses gleamed with fiery light, exuding a cold, chilling aura across the land. The dark knights stared at Brent with icy gazes, their bodies radiating thick, killing intent. You have slain my lord's servants. I bestow death upon you. One towering dark knight suddenly accelerated, giving no time for reaction. He flashed before Brent and the others, raising his spear and thrusting it forcefully forward. Boom! The void exploded. The spear tore through sonic booms, stirring countless great laws, like a pillar piercing the heavens, crashing down. Chapter 151. One step to crush 5 quasi-emperors. Woo! The spear howled, arriving above everyone's heads in an instant before crashing down. It's over. Ali looked at the charging dark knight in terror, his eyes wide open, filled with despair. A mere easy strike from the opponent created such a terrifying scene, almost tearing apart the heavens and earth. So powerful, other than waiting for death, they had no way out. Humph! Brent let out a cold snort. He stood with his back to the dark night, unmoving, while a powerful aura swept out from him. Boom. The void exploded. It seemed as though there was an invisible light barrier blocking the sky above. The Dark Knight's spear could not advance another inch from 1,000 miles away from Brent, and he remained in the same posture with the spear in hand, as if he were frozen midair. Kill! The Dark Knight roared furiously, struggling wildly, his face twisted, enveloped by black mist. A mere quasi-emperor, you dare so much with just yourself. Begone! Brent had a stern expression. He slowly turned around, exhaling a puff of pure energy. Buzz! The heavens shook. That breath of air transformed into a sword shimmering with infinite brilliance, slashing fiercely towards the Dark Knight. Boom! The void exploded again. The sword instantly shattered the spear in the Dark Knight's hands, and then pierced through the Dark Knight's body. A scream of horror echoed. The Dark Knight struggled weakly, his entire body exploding. Wish! Black flames spread down from the sky. These were remnants of the Dark Knight after being shattered. Brother! Ollie raised his head slightly, looking at Brent in front of him with astonishment. That formidable Dark Knight, whose emitted aura nearly crushed everything, its terror-inducing despair. He thought he and his companions were about to die, but in the end, his brother shattered the Dark Knight with just a roar. All this seemed too much for him to accept for the moment. Kill! Seeing the situation, the other Dark Knights roared, emitting even more chilling auras. Without any extra words, they charged forward on horseback, holding their spears, attacking together. Buzz! The void trembled as 5 Dark Knights' spears met, countless symbols flashing. They jointly formed a small world filled with chaotic, violent energy, smashing toward Brent. Woo! The heaven and earth roared, the Tao fragmented. The violent small world emitted faint traces of chaos energy. The small world instantly bloated upon encountering the storm, overshadowing the sun and moon, completely enveloping Brent and his group before plummeting down. Seeking death, Brent revealed murderous intent. His hair danced wildly as he stepped forward, directly charging at the 5 Dark Knights. Boom! Boom! The ground shook continuously. Brent's figure changed with every step, expanding by 30,000 feet. After several steps, he became a towering giant deity, reaching heaven and touching earth, lifting his hand to slap at the violent small world. Bang! The small world exploded violently, emitting boundless terrifying energy. The entire realm turned pitch black in an instant, then burst into light once more. An incredibly fierce gale tore through the sky and swiftly swept across all directions, slicing layer upon layer off the earth, forming a huge pit. The black clouds covering the dark region were blown away, allowing sunlight to seep through. Brent wore a blank expression. After shattering the small world with one palm, he lifted his foot and stepped toward the 5 Dark Knights again. Woo! Terror spread from Brent's body. His enormous foot glowed with 7 colors, forged with countless Tao runes, stomping down heavily. The 5 Dark Knights looked at Brent with fear and shock. Being quasi-emperors, when combined under ancient secret techniques, their attack was almost invincible. This was also why they still chose to act despite witnessing Brent easily killing their companion. Now, they realized they underestimated him immensely. Could he be at the peak of quasi-emperor realm, or even an emperor? The 5 Dark Knights exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. But it was too late now. His foot was already above their heads, ruthlessly stepping down. Kill! The 5 Dark Knights roared in unison, gritting their teeth and using all their strength. They thrust their long spears viciously towards Brent's massive foot. They were not unwilling to dodge. However, the immense foot emitted 10,000 rays of light, sealing off all directions. There was simply nowhere for them to escape. Buzz! Heaven and earth shook as the 5 Dark Knights' bodies flamed up brightly. The flames burning on their bodies split the void. They poured all their strength into their spears, which shone brilliantly as they rapidly merged together, transforming into a peerless mad dragon roaring at the sky. Roar! The mad dragon roared as it charged straight toward the heavens, aiming to shatter Brent's foot. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth turned chaotic, the ear-piercing sound filling the world, even tearing apart the stars above before they crumbled. Boom! Brent's foot crushed all the attacks, stepping down with the force of a mountain flattening an egg. It directly crushed the mad dragon, then continued its descent unabated upon the 5 Dark Knights. No! The 5 Dark Knights screamed in despair, being trampled heavily by Brent. Their bodies shattered inch by inch, along with their warhorses, turning into flying ashes. Boom! Brent's foot landed on the ground, causing the entire dark region's earth to crack, extending all the way deep into the restricted area. Whoosh! A long wind howled as Brent stood quietly within the restricted area. His hair flew wildly, his eyes sharp. He stood with folded hands behind his back, looking afar into the depths of the restricted area. Oh my god! Too terrifying. 6 quasi-emperors were wiped out in one go. He crushed 5 quasi-emperors in one step. Who would dare believe it? Those watching from outside were so shocked that they collapsed on the ground, unable to believe what they had witnessed. They had long been frightened away far from the scene, standing at a safe distance, gazing anxiously into the restricted area. They all saw the horrifying scene that just unfolded within the restricted area. Ollie breathed heavily, his chest heaving violently. He could never have imagined that in just a decade, his brother had grown from an ordinary person to this level. All of this seemed too unreal. Buzz! Suddenly, the depths of the restricted area began to tremble, an even more powerful aura sweeping over from the depths. Chapter 152. Entering the core of the Forbidden Zone alone. Boom! A thunderous clap echoed through the clear sky, darkening it instantly. A blood-red energy beam shot out from deep within the Forbidden Zone, its might piercing the sun and moon. Meteors in outer space were shattered by this surge of energy. What is that? Those outside the Forbidden Zone were shocked and terrified as they felt the changes happening inside. Even the slightest trace of aura echesterating from within made them feel as if their bones were about to tear apart. Such overwhelming power was beyond the reach of ordinary experts. Hurry, escape. The supreme being inside the Forbidden Zone must have been awakened. Heaven, the ruler of the Forbidden Zone has been disturbed. Once enraged, the entire heavenly wind domain can't withstand his fury. Countless people fled in panic, fearing the catastrophic consequences. Hurry, escape. Everyone scrambled away as fast as possible, wishing for extra legs. They all regretted getting involved. It's easy to think watching others get into trouble won't harm you, but now things had gone beyond imagination. One wrong move, and it could all be over here. They might die here. Ollie observed the astonishing changes inside the forbidden zone and the flaming fragments of stars falling from the sky. He turned worriedly towards Brent. Having fled across the heavenly wind domain for 7 years, he naturally knew the dangers of the Godfall forbidden zone. He now understood what was happening at its core. It was the ruler of the forbidden zone, the taboo no one dared mention, symbolizing destruction. Could his brother stand against such a force? Though amazed by Brent's strength, Ollie did not believe he could surpass the forbidden zone's ruler. Brother, Ollie hesitated, looking up at Brent, eager to know his decision. Wait here. Brent remained calm, raising his hand to cast several seals, forming a defensive array around Ollie and the Able. Brother, you. Ollie's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected his brother to choose to enter the forbidden zone instead of fleeing. Brother, please be careful. Worry etched across Ollie's face. Knowing Brent's determined nature, once he made a decision, no one could dissuade him. Just like when he entered the Taichu forbidden zone resolutely back then, unswayed by anyone. No worries. Brent looked calmly into the depths of the forbidden zone, his eyes shimmering with light, stepping steadily forward. He sensed an eerie presence just now at its core. Though only a wisp, that aura felt dense and oppressive. Is there a hidden entity slumbering within? Or has the ruler been tainted by something strange? Brent frowned, pondering possibilities. Suddenly, he recalled the incident in the ancient battlefield, where they were lost in chaotic space-time. Was it triggered by the cosmic laws or orchestrated by some unseen force targeting him? Shaking his head, he couldn't fathom it. This was why he chose not to flee. He wanted to uncover the truth within the core. Is it you? Brent's gaze turned icy, focusing on the heavily shrouded depths. Thud. His figure vanished, dashing straight toward the core. The depths continued emitting terrifying aura, the sky filled with thunder and shifting clouds. Who dares disturb my slumber? A voice boomed through the sky, followed by a cold gaze piercing directly at Brent. Buzz. The universe resonated, the gaze transforming into a long sword radiating cold light, cutting through space, aiming straight at Brent. Remaining unperturbed, Brent raised his arms behind his back, shooting a beam of light toward the same spot. Boom. The two beams clashed, tearing the sky apart. Countless stars exploded, the universe shook. Brent's beam shattered the ruler's gaze-turned sword and struck swiftly deeper into the core. Boom. Another loud boom came from the core. Mountains collapsed, blood-red light surged skyward. The earth trembled violently. Youngster, do you know the cost of provoking me? An angry shout echoed from the depths, a towering murderous intent emerging, ripping apart the void into countless cracks. And do you know the cost of provoking me? With a loud shout, Brent's long hair danced wildly as he walked with his hands behind his back, directly stepping into the depths of the forbidden zone. What? He actually stepped into the heart of the Godfall forbidden zone. People who were fleeing hurriedly in the distance turned back by chance and were stunned to see this. After hearing the shout, everyone also turned to look at the forbidden zone. He is facing the entire forbidden zone alone. That's terrifying. Countless people drew in cold breaths, deeply shocked. Brother, Ollie looked at Brent's figure in shock. He clenched his fists tightly, eyes filled with worry, exclaiming in alarm. Thud, thud. The ground shook, and Brent's tall figure rapidly shrank, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant, entering the depths of the Godfall forbidden zone. What will happen next? Could it be a battle on the level of the ruler of the forbidden zone? Many people were so shocked that their scalps tingled, full of anxiety. At the same time, they were escaping from here without any hesitation. If a battle of that level really happens, not only the entire heavenly wind domain, but even the entire world could be devastated. Thud. In the depths of the forbidden zone, space trembled as a figure slowly materialized. Is this the core of the forbidden zone? Brent muttered to himself as he arrived in the dark land, breaking through several layers of powerful restrictions, and entered the depths of the forbidden zone. He slowly lifted his head, looking around calmly. This was a small world filled with silence and chill, where the sky and earth were permeated with faint black mist, making everything dim. There were no stars in the sky, no sun or moon, just a faint blood-red glow, as if stained by blood. The ground was pitch black, covered with countless blackened bones stretching to the horizon. The entire small world was extremely desolate, almost empty. Only at the center of this small world stood a massive palace. It was held up by countless bronze chains, floating in the sky, emitting large amounts of black mist that filled the entire world. Chapter 153. Could he be the source of the oddity? Brent's eyes glinted with a cold light, his heart shaking. He felt that the black mist enveloping the entire small world was filled with a strong sense of oddity. This aura. It was this intense aura of oddity he had sensed outside the forbidden zone. Could this be the source of the oddity? Brent looked around in shock and suspicion, then shook his head, feeling that this did not quite seem right. If this were the source of the oddity, where would the 100,000 miles Soul River be? Where would the endless sea be? And what about ultimate fear? None of those things he had heard of were present in this small world. Everything remained an enigma. Brent stored all his speculations within him, ceasing to guess further. He slowly lifted his gaze toward the Bronze Grand Hall. Since he had come here, perhaps he could find some answers from this place. After waiting for so long, you finally came in. A cold voice echoed from inside the Bronze Grand Hall, making the entire small world tremble. As you wished, I have entered. Brent stood with his hands behind his back, his expression stern as he calmly looked at the Bronze Grand Hall. Why did you lure me here? Brent spoke again, taking steady steps forward, calmly walking towards the Bronze Grand Hall. What is my purpose? Accompanied by a cold, booming laugh, the entire Grand Hall shattered suddenly, and a towering figure emerged from within. It was a very tall Chester, over 10 feet tall, completely shrouded in a black robe, emitting dense black fog, making it impossible to see his face. Boom. The entire small world could hardly withstand the pressure from the rogue Chester, trembling softly. The rogue Chester hovered in the sky, looking at Brent with cold eyes, a trace of a sinister smile on his face. Kneel down, submit to me, offer your soul for my Chester, and I might allow you to retain a thread of consciousness, living on in humiliation. Refuse and die. The rogue Chester spoke indifferently, his voice resonant like the sound of the great way, carrying a thick air of authority, echoing through the sky. At the same time, waves of oddity echesterated from him, pressing down on Brent along with the resonating sound. Boom. All attacks exploded outside Brent's body, unable to approach him. Brent's eyes narrowed. He sensed even denser oddity from the rogue Chester, causing a shock to his mind. Could the oddity he has been searching for be this rogue Chester before him? Is he the embodiment of the oddity? Questions flooded Brent's mind. In the ancient battlefield, was it you who plotted against me? Brent's eyes glittered, his long hair dancing, exuding a heavy killing intent. What if it was me? What if it wasn't? At the end of reincarnation, death is the ultimate destination. Since you've come here, don't ever think of leaving alive. The rogue Chester looked at Brent with cold disdain, his eyes full of contempt. Then, his whole body shook, and he raised his hand, casting countless spells, striking the entire sky violently. The small world trembled violently, seeming as if some terrifying rule was being invoked. In just a breath, the entire small world underwent a dramatic change. Lightning flashed in the sky, fierce winds raged, and blood-red clouds turned pitch black rapidly. Countless dark raindrops fell like a torrential downpour from the sky, sweeping towards Brent. Boom. Brent watched all this with a calm face. His whole body vibrated, attempting to disperse the approaching black rain. Brent was surprised. He found that the raindrops falling from the sky were formed by souls corrupted by the oddity, filled with madness and brutality, radiating a thick sense of oddity. These souls ignored the aura he emitted and rapidly corroded his protective chi, twisting their bodies wildly, trying to burrow into his body and invade his spirit. In a breath, Brent's entire body was surrounded by layers upon layers of rain, forming a large, pitch-black water sphere. Boom. The entire water sphere trembled fiercely, emitting a strong sense of oddity, trying to refine Brent away. Don't resist anymore. Surrender quietly. The rogue Chester looked at Brent encased in the black rain, wearing a sneering expression. Tainted by the essence of oddity, you can never escape and will completely sink into it. The rogue Chester opened his mouth in a grimace, laughing madly. He had expected Brent to be a powerful opponent, potentially requiring great effort. However, he did not expect that the opponent would be so complacent, almost being suppressed by him instantly. Such a powerful soul. Once offered up, my realm will surely reach another level. The Arlo laughed joyfully. The black robe covering his face was blown open, revealing his entire face. Half of his face had no flesh at all, exposing sinister white bones, and his eyes were pupilless, pitch black and deep. Brent stood still, allowing the oddity to infect him without any panic. After everything that had just happened, he felt that the person before him was not what he had guessed as the source of the oddity. Perhaps, the Arlo resembled the soul he encountered on the Ascension platform, a soul infected by the aura of oddity. What is your relationship with the oddity? And why did you lure me here, planning to hand over my soul to whom? Brent asked out his doubts. He felt that the Arlo before him was different from all the souls he had previously encountered. Not only did this one have a body, but also complete consciousness, and could even control the oddity aura, which was indeed astonishing. He had never seen such an extraordinary soul. What? You are not infected. The Arlo was startled to hear Brent's calm voice coming from within the large water sphere, his eyes full of shock. The black oddity substance could invade anything. Once tainted, it could never be shaken off, quickly turning anyone into a dazed zombie. But the Chester before him, despite being entirely enveloped by dense oddity substance, he remained astonishingly clear-minded, which was truly shocking. It's impossible. I don't believe anyone can resist the invasion of the oddity substance. The Arlo roared coldly, raising his hand towards the sky. Instantly, he gathered all the oddity substances in the sky, then infused them with boundless cosmic rules, embedding them all into the large water sphere surrounding Brent. Buzz! In an instant, the large water sphere expanded thousands of times, emitting terrifying and dense oddity aura. Tiny oddity substance, I don't give it a second thought. Brent's voice emerged from the water sphere, extremely composed and calm. He had long cultivated an impermeable body. No matter how strong the oddity, it couldn't enter his body. Bang! Brent suddenly trembled. An overwhelming aura burst forth from his body, instantly shattering the huge water sphere, and he slowly walked out from within. Chapter 154. Just an emperor, and dare to call himself invincible? Sigh. Brent sighed lightly in his heart. After such a long time of investigation, even though he was involved and enveloped by the bizarre substance, he still couldn't figure out what this strange material was. The things that wrapped around him were all souls stained by the strange substance, not the purest origin of the strangeness. No, impossible. The Arlo looked at Brent, who walked out calmly from the water sphere, in shock, still unwilling to believe what he saw. He had never seen anyone resist the contamination of the mysterious substance. Tell me, where do you come from? Brent's face was stern as he coldly watched the Arlo in front of him, radiating murderous intent. If you want to know where I come from, wait until you die and then I'll tell you. The Arlo glared at Brent coldly. Suddenly, his whole aura intensified. He quickly waved his hands, launching the sky-swallowing gourd directly at Brent. Whistling sound, the sky-swallowing gourd roared and emitted a strong, eerie aura towards Brent. Crackling sounds. In an instant, thunder and wind raged throughout the small world, and countless laws merged into the sky-swallowing gourd's law system. The entire sky-swallowing gourd rapidly expanded, almost filling up the whole miniature world. The pot mouth, as huge as a mountain, looked like the gates of hell, pressing straight down on Brent. Even if the strangeness cannot infect you, so what? This seat can also suppress you. The Arlo roared and sent out tens of thousands of runes again, enhancing the power of the entire sky-swallowing gourd. Just you? Want to suppress me? Brent bellowed, his hair wildly disheveled. He stepped forward abruptly and reached out, striking towards the sky-swallowing gourd. Whistling sound, Brent's palm, as vast as the sky, struck heavily onto the body of the sky-swallowing gourd. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The heavens exploded. The entire sky-swallowing gourd shattered. A massive force shook the entire miniature world ceaselessly, causing crack marks to appear. What? Impossible. The Arlo spat out a mouthful of black blood, staring at Brent with wide-open eyes, disbelief clearly reflected in his gaze. As a cultivator of the 7th heaven realm of Emperor level, he himself stood virtually at the zenith of combat power. Now, having received the enhancement of the strange power, even facing cultivators of the 9th heaven realm of the Emperor stage, he could have a fight. Yet, his full power attack was effortlessly shattered by the other party. All of this left the Arlo stunned. Nothing is impossible. Just an emperor. Dare to call yourself invincible. Brent's face remained stern, and he reached out again, slapping towards the Arlo once more. I don't believe it. Being equally emperors, how can I lose to you? Enraged, the Arlo let out a fierce black light from all over his body. His entire strength erupted as he lifted his hand and also struck towards Brent, intending to confront Brent head-on. Whistling sound, 2 palms, each as vast as the sky, tore through space, roaring as they collided together. Boom! The heavens erupted with myriad thunderbolts. Boundless energy scattered around, completely shattering the entire miniature world beyond recognition. Snap! Brent's palm shattered the Arlo's palm, and then hit heavily on the Arlo's chest. Boom! A deafening sound echoed from the Arlo's chest. An almost transcendent level defensive armor comparable to the level of an emperor's weapon suddenly exploded into ashes. Brent's palm did not stop for a moment, thrusting forward again, striking directly at the Arlo. Tui! The Arlo screamed horrifically, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. Almost the entirety of his chest was penetrated by Brent. Following this, he turned into a streak of light, shooting out rapidly. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted. The Arlo's body crashed through the entire miniature world, subsequently causing it to be completely shattered. And thus, the Arlo was sent out of this miniature world by Brent's single palm, piercing through layers of void, arriving at the periphery of the fallen god Forbidden Zone. Boom! The entire fallen god Forbidden Zone trembled. The sky collapsed, and a massive deep pit appeared inside the zone. Inside the crater lay the Arlo. You've made me furious. The Arlo roared, emitting overwhelming black fog from all over his body, instantly leaping from the crater into the sky. His broken body restored within the blink of an eye, holding a pitch-black jade statue, glaring viciously towards the depths of the forbidden area before rushing forward swiftly. Thump! Thump! Space shook. A white figure slowly walked out from the thick black fog, looking icily at the Arlo. So what if I made you angry? Cassius's expression was solemn. He crossed his arms behind his back, his eyes gleaming. He wasn't eager to make a move, but wanted to learn some information about the weirdness through the Arlo. Don't think you're stronger than me. I'll make you regret it. The Arlo had a fierce expression. He glanced down at the black jade statue, then gritted his teeth, and his entire body transformed into a thick black liquid, quickly merging into the black jade statue. The black jade statue shook violently, emitting a sky-piercing bizarre aura that spread across the entire world. Numerous plants and beasts rapidly withered and died upon contact with the bizarre aura. Roar! The spirit beasts that died slowly stood up again after a short while. They gently shook off their decaying flesh, turning into crazed and berserk undead beasts, mindlessly attacking all living creatures around them. Is this what they look like after being infected by the bizarre aura? Brent was alarmed, watching those undead beasts that now only knew slaughter, deeply shaken in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the piles of white bones in places like the Heavenly Een Mountains and the primordial Jinshu. Note: Jinshir should be translated to prohibited area for consistency. Could those people have turned into these forms after being infected by the bizarre aura? Was this the initial form of the dark chaos? Brent was puzzled, but he felt as if he had a glimmer of understanding. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boundless bizarre aura surged and roared, instantly breaking through the prohibited area, quickly enveloping those fleeing people. No! Hurry, escape! Many people screamed in terror, their faces full of despair, desperately fleeing. Everyone saw the spirit beasts in the prohibited area turn into grotesque forms after being contaminated by the bizarre aura. It was absolutely horrifying. Everyone was terrified. The bizarre aura swept across the land at incredible speed, and in an instant, it caught up to everyone from behind. Screams of agony echoed continuously. Several people turned into skeletons upon being infected by the bizarre aura and became mindless, killing machines. Quick run! Everyone screamed in panic. Their speed was too slow. They could only watch helplessly as the bizarre fog drew closer and closer. No! Just as everyone was about to give up hope, the world shook violently. A dazzling barrier appeared before everyone, blocking the bizarre aura. Chapter 155 Beating the Yuan. The heavens and earth shook. All the strange mists were being gathered by the barrier, as if compressed by an immense force, quickly disappearing before everyone's eyes. Many people still wore expressions of terror. They looked around in confusion, and finally, all eyes turned toward the depths of the Forbidden Zone. In the depths of the Forbidden Zone, boundless strange mists were rapidly converging on a single person. A fierce wind howled as Brent gathered all the eerie auras into his palm with one strike, leaving no trace spreading outwards. Without the obstruction of the strange mist, everyone clearly saw Brent's figure. It's him. He actually saved us. Everyone shouted in surprise, looking at Brent with gratitude. They never expected that in a life or death moment, it was the person within the Forbidden Zone who had saved them all. That was someone of the Emperor realm. In this world, those powerful beings standing high above treated the weak as ants, deigning not to notice their existence. Their lives and deaths meant nothing to them. If the weak showed even the slightest defiance, these strong ones would mercilessly annihilate them. As for them, even if they felt dissatisfaction, there was nothing they could do. They had long become accustomed to such treatment. But today, at the brink of death, they were saved by that supreme power from afar. This came as a surprise to everyone. What virtue or merit did they have to warrant the salvation of an emperor? At this moment, everyone's chests heaved violently, their eyes fixed on the person in the forbidden zone, filled with immense gratitude. Such bizarre mists can't harm our benefactor at all. Truly astonishing. Many people, while feeling grateful, also marveled at how calmly Brent collected the eerie aura. But the aura emitted by that Arlo in the forbidden zone is very powerful too. I hope our benefactor can defeat him. While amazed by Brent's strength, everyone also worried about his safety. At this time, the aura chest rating from the Arlo was more than 10 times stronger than before, deep within the forbidden zone. After merging with the black jade figurine, the entire figurine transformed into the image of the Arlo, releasing an even more formidable aura, almost tearing apart the heavens and earth. Though his face contorted in pain, his eyes flashed with viciousness as he roared and charged at Brent. Boom! The Arlo grew larger, towering like a mountain with each breath. He held a pitch-black sword, fiercely slashing at Brent. Go to your death. A loud roar echoed through the heavens as the Arlo's sword radiated endless light. The mere trace of its aura shattered the void, chaos energy spreading. Above the sky, countless stars crumbled and exploded. Whoosh! The sword howled as if tearing through the heavens, striking directly at Brent. Humph! Brent gave a cold snort, slowly stepping forward, his figure flickering as he appeared close to the Arlo, then raised his palm and slapped toward him. In an instant, darkness enveloped the world like nightfall. In the sky, a boundless giant hand appeared, covering the entire sky, ablaze with fire, and struck heavily against the black glowing sword. Boom! The heavens exploded, space fractured, numerous stars shattered, and chaos energy surged like the end of the world. Brent's palm shimmered with myriad runes, instantly shattering the black glowing sword, causing it to explode in the sky. Then, his right hand passed through the debris of the sword, striking heavily at the Arlo. The Arlo's face paled in shock. He never imagined that his greatest advantage could be so easily destroyed. His opponent's strength seemed beyond his comprehension. Facing life and death, the Arlo went berserk. He clenched his teeth, his body emitting intense dark light, forming spear-like shapes continuously thrusting at Brent's palm. At the same time, he clenched his fists and fiercely pounded towards Brent's palm. Bang! Brent remained calm, gently shaking his palm, shattering all of the Arlo's attacks in the sky. Then his palm, unimpeded, struck heavily on the Arlo's head. Bang! A loud explosion. The black jade figurine surrounding the Arlo burst into fragments. A xianxia sounded. The Arlo's head rapidly deformed under Brent's palm. His nose, eyes, and all facial features were smashed into his skull by Brent's single palm. Even half of his skull shattered, with something like black tofu scattered. The entire body of the Arlo let out a miserable scream and was thrown heavily like a burning meteor to the distance. Boom! Countless mountains were struck and collapsed far away. Vast areas turned into scorched earth, smoke soaring up to the heavens. The entire forbidden zone shook non-stop. A powerful storm swiftly swept in all directions, even shocking people who were fleeing in panic far away, causing them to spit blood profusely and fall from the sky. He actually slapped the Yuan flying out. Someone heard the cry of the Yuan and inadvertently looked back, only to witness a spine-chilling scene. The Yuan, regarded as a taboo-like existence, was actually smacked under someone's palm, akin to a tale from Arabian Nights. What? Slapped the Yuan flying? Many people hearing that person's exclamation couldn't help but turn to look at the forbidden zone, instantly becoming dumbfounded. I will kill you. The Arlo roared, his body rapidly writhing, wounds healing in an instant. At this moment, he was uncontrollably enraged, his eyes filled with madness and anger. He was humiliated before so chestry people in such a humiliating way, which was more unbearable than death. Moreover, if it weren't for a trace of mysterious essence within him, he would have been killed by that blow just now. You talk too much. Brent's face was stern. Unexpectedly, the opponent survived under his hands. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But it was merely a hint of surprise. If one strike can't kill him, then he would do it again. Chapter 156 Your life or death is decided by me. In an instant, Brent flashed and arrived directly above the Arlo. He glanced down at him and then stomped down heavily. You are too outrageous. The Arlo roared in anger, his eyes blazing with fury as the other party actually stomped on him. He howled and wildly unleashed all his strength without reservation, attempting to shatter Brent's foot and break free. Bang! Bang! In a moment, violent explosions echoed in the sky. Brent's large foot shook violently, scattering all of the Arlo's attacks. Then he stomped down heavily on him. Puff! The Arlo let out a miserable scream, spitting out blood as his body was smashed rapidly toward the ground by Brent's large foot. Dong! The earth trembled, and the void shattered in an unsightly way, with the entire sky seeming to collapse. The Arlo spat out another mouthful of blood, his face twisted, his entire body disintegrating except for his head, which he had chest rage to protect. Brent was like a deity, one foot stomping on the Arlo's head, collapsing countless earth before descending deeper, sinking into the ground tens of thousands of feet. Boom! The earth boomed again with a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the heavens. Half of the divine fall forbidden zone was shattered, the earth split apart, turning into an abyss. Tell me who you are. What relation do you have with the strangeness? Brent's long hair danced wildly. Cold light shot from his eyes as he looked down at the Arlo under his feet indifferently. Cough cough. The Arlo coughed up a lot of blood, looking at Brent with venomous eyes. You can't kill me. One day I will come back. The humiliation of today will be avenged. The Arlo roared, the only remaining part of his head surging with energy, intending to self-destruct. Your life or death is decided by me. Did I allow you to die? Brent's eyes were icy cold. A cold gaze instantly struck the Arlo's head and cast countless spells, assaulting the Arlo's consciousness. Bang! Cracks appeared on the Arlo's head, and through these cracks, one could see the dark, tofu-like substance inside flowing out with large amounts of black pus blood. Blood flowed from the 7 apertures of the Arlo's head, His cries of pain never ceased, his entire face nearly crushed together, his pitch-black eyes protruding, enduring immense pain and torment. Tell me, who you are? Brent was cold like a god of death, his eyes ice-cold, judging the sinful soul under his foot. Haha, don't waste your effort. Even if you kill me, you won't get any information from me. The Arlo laughed wildly, his eyes still showing madness and resentment, not showing any sign of giving in. He knew that no matter what he did today, he couldn't escape being killed by the other party. Therefore, he was unwilling to say anything. If so, then die. After hearing the Arlo's words, Brent no longer wasted time. Xuanhuan. He shouted coldly and lightly shook his big foot, sending a wild energy straight into the Arlo's head. At the end of reincarnation, death is the ultimate destination. I'll wait for you in the 100,000-li soul river. The Arlo roared with hatred, and his entire head exploded into ashes. The void quivered, and the entire world seemed to sway slightly at this moment. Thunder rumbled in the sky as if some kind of rule had been triggered. The void split into countless cracks, with chaotic chi floating and fragments of chaotic time dancing. A faint gray mist slowly wafted out from where the Arlo's head turned to ashes, trying to hide itself in the void. Brent's eyes narrowed as he instantly sensed something abnormal. His eyes shot two beams directly towards the mist. Bang! The mist exploded, burning fiercely amidst the scattered mist. A shrill cry came from the gray mist. It was the Arlo's voice. He screamed painfully in the flames, struggling desperately. After a short while, a gentle breeze blew past, dispersing the mist. All traces vanished. The Arlo's screams abruptly stopped, as if completely dead. Brent was shocked as he looked up at the sky, gazing into the unknown. Although the Arlo was burnt to nothingness, threads of mist still seeped into the void. As if being drawn by some power, deep down, he felt that the Arlo wasn't completely annihilated, and part of his remnant soul had hidden in some distant place. After the soul of the Arlo was shattered by him, he sensed a place in the void filled with dense and eerie energy that had linked with this area, attempting to draw away the remaining soul of the Arlo. What is that place? Could it be the 100,000-li soul river? Brent speculated, his heart trembling as he kept staring at the sky, investigating any clues. After a long time, Brent shook his head and sighed softly. The unknown region that tried to draw the Arlo's soul was merely a projection here, intangible and elusive, making it impossible to deduce its exact location. Where exactly is the 100,000-li soul river? Brent muttered to himself, feeling both curious and eager about this place. Many people had mentioned this place before, even including the ancestor of the Chu family he met in the Tianyin Mountains. Could it be that some of my ancestors from the Chu family were lost in the 100,000-li soul river? Brent wondered, thinking it was very likely. However, at present, he had no leads. The information he had gathered was fragmentary and incomplete, making it impossible to piece together. Everything was shrouded in mist, leaving nothing clear or definite. He could only explore step by step, inching closer to the truth. Outside the forbidden zone, Chestery terrified people stared at the majestic figure within the Jinshu, all stunned for a moment. So, damn terrifying. He stomped the master of the forbidden zone to death with one foot. Is he an immortal? Many people were so shaken that their bodies trembled, filled with awe. That was the master of the forbidden zone after all. A forbidden existence since ancient times, undying and imperishable, always high above, looking down upon the entire Hutchester world. Yet now, a forbidden one died right before their eyes. Slap, slap. Many people mechanically slapped their cheeks, still unable to believe what they had seen. After stomping the Arlo to death, Brent retracted his right foot expressionlessly and turned to vanish from the spot. Brother, Ollie shouted, looking at Brent with shock, his face full of excitement and agitation. That scene had been too shocking. His brother actually stomped the master of the forbidden zone to death with one foot. The master of the forbidden zone. That's an emperor. Ollie's chest heaved violently as he rushed towards Brent, still stunned. Elena, how are your injuries? Brent came to Ollie's side and looked down at him. Brother, I'm fine. After taking some pills, my injuries are improving. Ollie shook his head and then looked at Brent in surprise, finally voicing his confusion. Brother, after 10 years apart, how did you become so powerful? We'll talk about this later. Let's leave here first. Brent smiled slightly, glanced around, and then raised his hand to open the array, carrying Ollie and the nine-headed lion away from the place. Chapter 157. Hurry and save him. In the sky, three figures vanished like shooting stars. Brother, let's quickly go to the headquarters of the Eight-Sex Alliance. I have a good brother who was captured by the Eight-Sex Alliance to save me. His fate is now unknown. Let's hurry over there to rescue him. Ollie looked anxiously at Brent, his eyes filled with worry. What happened? Tell me in detail. Brent furrowed his brows slightly. Seeing Ollie's nervous and anxious expression, he realized the seriousness of the matter. Boom. The void exploded as Brent sped up towards the headquarters of the Eight-Sex Alliance, while asking Ollie about the situation. Brother, this matter starts 7 years ago when I came here from the Tianyin River. Ollie's voice was low, slowly lowering his head, showing a look of sadness. Then he looked at Brent again. 7 years ago, I fell out of a spatial crack deep in the Tianyin River, arriving at Tianfeng Domain. At that time, I was severely injured and near death. Fortunately, Helmet found and rescued me. Helmet was very kind and pure-hearted. He spared no effort in treating me. After my wounds healed, the two of us started exploring together. In these 7 years, we've gone through countless dangers and trusted each other as life and death brothers. Later, while exploring a mysterious realm, an evil cultivator tried to seize our medicinal herbs. During the struggle, both Helmet and I teamed up to kill him. But it angered the sect behind the evil cultivator. They mobilized their entire sect to chase and hunt Helmet and me relentlessly. Eventually, Helmet and I were forced into a corner. In desperation, I used the Emperor's remnant armament obtained from the Tianyin River, annihilating all pursuers. But news of my possession of the Emperor's remnant armament leaked out. Within days, almost everyone in the Tianfeng domain knew I had the Emperor's remnant armament. Everyone went mad, searching for me recklessly to seize it. For 7 years, we have been hunted by countless people, always on the run. Helmet often risked his life to help me escape. But a month ago, while protecting me, he was unfortunately captured by the 8th Sex Alliance. I learned from an 8th Sex Alliance disciple that Helmet endured unimaginable torture within the Alliance. While trying to gather information about Helmet, I was discovered by the 8th Sex Alliance. So I was chased and cornered around the fallen god prohibited area by the 8th Sex Alliance. Brother, let's hurry to the 8th Sex Alliance. It's been over a month. I'm worried about Helmet. Ollie choked up, looking anxious. He couldn't bear to think if his good brother was still alive. Elena, don't worry. Helmet will be fine. Brent patted Ali's shoulder gently, comforting him. He knew the entire story and felt admiration for Helmet. Helmet is indeed a righteous and loyal person. Even I hold great respect for him. The Able also nodded in agreement, expressing high regard for Helmet's character. 8th Sex Alliance. Brent's face turned grim, his eyes flashing with light, filled with growing murderous intent. The 8th Sex Alliance not only hunted down his brother ruthlessly, but also harmed someone who once saved his family. Such actions crossed his bottom line. Touching a hair of his family was taboo. Anyone who dared would be exterminated. And harming those who saved his family touched another line. Whoever dared would face annihilation. Let's go. We're heading to the 8th Sex Alliance. The void rumbled as Brent carried Ollie and the Able, turning into a streak of light that rushed towards the headquarters of the 8th Sex Alliance. Boom. In a blink, the space before the 8th Sex Alliance gates exploded violently. Then, 3 figures emerged slowly from the void. At this moment, the 8th Sex Alliance remained under strict guard, with disciples patrolling everywhere in the sky and within the sect. Due to the short time, the news of their patriarch's demise hadn't spread yet. How dare you? Who dares intrude on the 8th Sex Alliance, seeking death? A loud shout echoed from the gate of the 8th Sex Alliance. Immediately after, hundreds of disciples, brimming with killing intent, charged out. When sects visited each other or when ordinary cultivators came to pay respects, they would always send a visiting card in advance. Even if they arrived in a hurry, they would notify the disciples at the sect gate. Someone like Brent appearing brazenly before their mountain gate, and in such a domineering Chesterner, was clearly a provocation. Naturally, the people of the 8th Sex Alliance were furious upon seeing Brent. In an instant, overwhelming attacks rained down on Brent and his companions like a storm. Scram! Brent stood before the gate of the 8th Sex Alliance, his expression cold. With hands behind his back, he exhaled a clear breath. Buzz! The heavens and earth erupted as a greenish-red light surged toward the gate of the 8th Sex Alliance like lightning. Bang! Bang! Explosions echoed continuously. All the attacks from the 8th Sex Alliance disciples were shattered. Even the hundreds of disciples rushing over were swept away by the greenish-red light, exploding without a chance to scream. Boom! The ground trembled, and dust flew everywhere. The gate of the 8th Sex Alliance was struck by the greenish-red light. Instantly, it crumbled into pieces, with countless disciples screaming and turning into blood mist. Let's go. We're going inside. Brent's face remained calm as he spoke indifferently, walking into the 8th Sex Alliance compound in a flash. Who are you? How dare you intrude into our 8th Sex Alliance? Are you courting death? Our Hamiltons in the 8th Sex Alliance are 8 great sages. How dare you bully us like this? Even if you're a deity incarnate, you will die today. The dignity of the 8th Sex Alliance cannot be violated. Kill. From deep within the 8th Sex Alliance, tens of thousands of disciples rushed out in an instant, roaring furiously as they charged at Brent. Brent's expression was cold, like a killing god. Without uttering a word, he merely raised his head to look at those charging towards him. Buzz! The void trembled as 2 brilliant beams shot from Brent's eyes, their radiant glow dimming the world in that moment. Roar! These beams were enormous, resembling 2 roaring dragons racing through, sweeping endlessly toward the 8th Sex Alliance members. This. Countless people were stunned by Brent's imposing aura, their faces showing panic. The attack had exceeded their expectations. But now, those 2 roaring dragons were already before their eyes, leaving them no room to dodge. Kill! Under the threat of life and death, everyone roared furiously, unleashing all their attacks recklessly. Thud! Attacks filled the sky like countless shining spears shooting towards the heavens, trying to shatter those 2 beams. In an instant, the attacks collided. Chapter 158, raiding the headquarters of the 8th Sect Alliance. Bang! Bang! Thunder roared in the sky, and the air was filled with flashing flames. Countless attacks were shattered by the rampaging dragon, which then roared as it struck everyone forcefully. Boom! Like the world turning upside down, a massive mushroom cloud slowly rose within the 8th Sect Alliance, followed by a raging wave of energy spreading in all directions. No! Spit! In an instant, tens of thousands of disciples of the 8th Sect Alliance disintegrated amidst xiuxian, ranhongla, dadi. Thud! The earth trembled as Brent stepped forward slowly. He looked like a god of death, his face stern as he continued deeper into the alliance with Ollie and the Able. They're attacking the mountain. They're attacking the mountain. Hurry, go summon our sect's sage. Chilling voices echoed throughout the 8th Sect Alliance. Many unaffected disciples were terrified at the sight, screaming in panic as they rushed towards the depths of the sect, their pants wet from fear. Shut up. Brent's expression remained cold as he shook his body slightly. A powerful aura transformed into countless swords that swept toward them. Bang! Bang! The earth shook, smoke rose everywhere, and even the sky cracked open with enormous fissures. No, don't. The screams abruptly stopped as all the disciples were slaughtered to the last one. How dare you? At this moment, an angry roar came from deep within the 8th Sect Alliance. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands more surged out from the depths of the alliance. Everyone glared angrily at Brent, their eyes icy with killing intent. You dare to defy the 8th Sect Alliance so brazenly. This sin cannot be forgiven even if you die 10,000 deaths. And Hamilton Lee Sage roared, raising his hand to launch a beam of light into the sky. Suddenly, the entire realm of the 8th Sect Alliance shook violently. Countless massive array stones emerged from the ground, shining brightly, creating an overwhelming sight. Thud! The vibrating array stones emitted gigantic beams of light, which rapidly converged. Clang! A resounding noise filled the air as a colossal celestial furnace burning with raging flames appeared above the 8-sect alliance. Kill. Over a dozen sages, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of disciples, shouted in fury. They simultaneously cast spells to activate the celestial furnace, pressing down on Brent with all their might. This strike mobilized the full power of the entire sect, aiming to annihilate Brent. The world turned chaotic, and a primordial energy spread everywhere. Innumerable lightning bolts accompanied the celestial furnace, appearing above Brent's head before crashing down. Brent stood calm, taking a slow step forward. He extended his finger from behind him, gently pointing at the descending celestial furnace. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the heavens. The celestial furnace shattered under Brent's finger, exploding in the sky, with blazing fire raining down like fiery rain. What? Impossible. No. Everyone stared upward with wide eyes, disbelief filling their gazes, leaving them completely stunned. They had pooled all their strength and resources to conjure the celestial furnace, an effort that even a great sage would struggle to withstand. Yet, what they saw left them in utter despair. The mighty celestial furnace was effortlessly destroyed by just a single finger. One finger. It felt like a dream. Is he an extremely powerful near emperor? Who is he? He's terrifying. Why is he trying to destroy our 8-sect alliance? All eyes gazed up at the few figures in the sky, bewildered. Previously, they had focused all their attention on Brent, never noticing the people behind him. Only now did someone notice the two figures standing behind Brent. That person is Ollie. Someone screamed in disbelief upon recognizing Ollie. What? Ollie? Why is he here? Weren't we told he was trapped in the Godfall Jinchu? To capture him, 8 of our patriarchs went to the Godfall Jinchu. Why is he here? Seeing Ollie standing behind Brent, countless people were mentally shaken, shocked beyond words, and deeply confused. They had mobilized millions of cultivators with the full force of their sect to capture Ollie in the Godfall Jinchu. Yet now, Ollie stood safely before them. This directly left Chestery people puzzled, unable to figure it out no matter how hard they tried. 8 great ancestors actually all went to the Godfall Jinchu. Otherwise, how could our 8-sect alliance be so humiliated? Many people looked at Brent with eyes full of resentment. While feeling desperate, they also harbored deep hatred towards Brent. If their great ancestors had not left the sect, how could they have been beaten so miserably, leaving their entire sect in ruins? 8 great sage realm great ancestors. They believed that as long as one great ancestor stayed in the sect, let alone the enemy invading the interior of their 8-sect alliance, they wouldn't even be able to breach the mountain gate. All invaders would be exterminated, their souls destroyed and plunged into hell. Unfortunately, everything was hypothetical. Their great ancestors were simply not in the sect. Report. At this moment, a hurried and panicked cry came from outside the 8-sect alliance. A blood-stained figure staggered forward, coughing up large amounts of blood as he rushed towards the 8-sect alliance like a meteor. Report. Cough. Someone who claims to be Brother Ollie appeared in the Godfall Jinchu. That person is unbelievably strong, not only killing countless cultivators of our 8-sect alliance, but also the 8 great ancestors. Wailing, everyone from our 8-sect alliance in the Godfall Jinchu was wiped out. Everyone was killed to the last person. The Chester coughed up large amounts of blood, his heart filled with profound sorrow. Even before reaching the place, his voice had already penetrated, urgently relaying the information he knew. His consciousness was already fading, holding on by sheer willpower. What? Ollie's brother. In the Godfall Jinchu, he exterminated all disciples of our 8-sect alliance. Even the 8 great ancestors died at his hands. Each piece of news he brought in struck like thunder in the hearts of everyone present, causing everyone in the 8-sect alliance to gape in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief, standing there as if turned to stone. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on Brent. Chapter 159. Is he an immortal spirit? He is actually Ollie's brother? Wasn't it rumored that Ollie was a wild cultivator with no lineage? How could he have such a powerful brother? Our sect's 8 ancestral Hamiltons were all great saints, and yet they were all wiped out. Cough. Impossible. Countless people were stunned to the point of numbness, looking up at the sky with fearful eyes, their faces showing despair. Such a powerful person had even exterminated their 8 ancestral Hamiltons. How could they possibly resist? What could they use to fight back? Many people, upon hearing this news, directly spat blood in shock, finding it hard to accept this sudden blow. Phew. The figure relaying the message from afar staggered into the 8-sect alliance. At this moment, his life force was rapidly fading, and he appeared as if he would not be able to hold on much longer. The last person who claimed to be Ollie's brother entered the Divine Fall Forbidden Zone alone to save Ollie. He not only exterminated several near emperors within the Forbidden Zone, but even killed its ruler. The entire Divine Fall Forbidden Zone was obliterated. Hurry, report this to our sect's holy beings as soon as possible so they can prepare. Let them. His cries continuously echoed in everyone's ears. Then, his voice suddenly stopped. The messenger stood still in midair, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Brent. Cough, cough. You. The Chester stared blankly at Brent, eyes wide with shock, stumbling backward as a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Cough, cough. He pointed at Brent with trembling fingers. Then his eyes lost their light, his life force quickly fading as he fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. He annihilated our 8-sect alliance by himself, even killing the ruler of the Forbidden Zone. The entire Divine Fall Forbidden Zone has been destroyed. Countless people slumped to the ground, mentally shattered. The Divine Fall Forbidden Zone. How Chestery spoke of it in fear and awe. For countless years, it was a taboo-like existence. And now, it had been completely destroyed by someone. To what extent must one be powerful to achieve this? Is he an immortal deity? Ollie actually has such a powerful brother. But we pursued and attacked him for 7 whole years. Everyone was so scared they couldn't even feel despair anymore. Their eyes were devoid of any emotion. They understood the purpose of his visit. This was revenge. Boom, boom. Sounds of the great Tao echoed through the sky. Brent's expression was cold as he slowly advanced towards the people of the 8-sect alliance with his hands behind his back. Anyone who dared to pursue and harm his family, he would never let them go. If today his strength was merely that of a holy being, the 8-sect alliance probably wouldn't have spared him either. Therefore, Brent felt no pity. For enemies, only extermination. Now that you know my purpose, rest assured in your deaths. Brent spoke coldly. He did not kill the messenger prematurely, so everyone could understand why they were being exterminated. Subsequently, Brent raised his hand and gently pressed it down, an overpowering aura surging from his palm. Bang! Heaven and earth exploded, clouds changed colors, and a powerful wave surged forth, roaring and sweeping in all directions. Bang! Bang! Explosive sounds resounded nonstop, buildings turning to ash, numerous protective barriers collapsed, and the ground cracked open. No! Every disciple of the 8-sect alliance screamed in terror, with nowhere to hide, all crumbling under Brent's palm. Even the dozen or so holy beings had looks of terror and despair, exploding under the pressure. Boom! The heavens split, the earth cracked, dust rose, resembling the end of the world, molten rocks spewed upward. Crack! Mountains collapsed into huge pieces of debris flying in all directions. Phew! Phew! A gentle breeze blew over the land as half of the 8-sect alliance turned into scorched earth, smoke rising and flames leaping high. Go deeper. Brent spoke calmly, taking steps that flashed toward the depths of the 8-sect alliance. Due to his earlier strike, almost all the 8-sect alliance's formations had been shattered, making it easy for Brent, following the information provided by Ollie, to locate where Helmet was imprisoned. It was an underground dungeon that was now in ruins, emitting a thick scent of blood. Bang! Brent shattered the remnants of the dungeon's formation restrictions with one finger, then used his essence energy to move the rubble aside, rescuing a Chester covered in blood. Ching Song. Ollie hurriedly rushed to Brent's side, anxiety written all over his face as he took Helmet into his arms. At this moment, Helmet's eyes were tightly shut, exuding a deathly aura, unconscious and on the brink of death. His body had been pierced with dozens of bloody holes by the 8-sect alliance, and his fingernails had been brutally torn off. The flesh was already rotting, emitting a foul stench. Furthermore, 2 massive bronze hooks had been driven through his clavicle, locking him in place, exposing his white bones through the wounds. Ching Song, wake up! Ollie's expression was frantic as he looked at Helmet's injuries, filled with worry and uncertainty as he gently shook him. He is too heavily injured and also poisoned. Let's heal him first. Brent's eyes narrowed. He could feel Helmet's life force rapidly weakening, on the verge of extinction. Brent immediately cast a hand seal, pumping a large amount of spirit power into Helmet's body. He then fed him medicinal pills which dissolved inside his body, stabilizing his injuries slightly. The 8-sect alliance, they actually tortured a person to such an extent. How evil. The Able couldn't bear to look at Helmet's battered form. It turned its head away only to see a group of people panic-stricken, crawling out of the collapsed dungeon. It's you crazy people who tortured someone like this. I will send you all to your afterlife. The Able roared in anger and charged at them without hesitation. Spare our lives. We won't dare anymore. We know we're wrong. Please spare us. These people, having witnessed the overwhelming strength of Brent and the others, were already scared out of their wits, feeling utterly hopeless, devoid of any courage to resist. Seeing the Able charging at them in fury, all were terrified, kneeling down and begging for mercy. Go repent in hell. The Able roared mercilessly and, with one swipe of its claw, crushed everyone underneath. Chapter 160. The Alliance of 8 Sects, erased from existence. No, I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Terror was etched on everyone's face. One by one, they collapsed on the ground in fear, watching helplessly as the 9-headed lion's claws loomed before their eyes. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the entire dungeon shattered completely, a hole blasted through it. Everyone was pounded into bloody pulps by the 9-headed lion, blood splattering everywhere. Elena, don't worry. Ching Song's injuries have stabilized somewhat. He's out of immediate danger for now. Brent let out a sigh of relief, withdrawing his palm from Helmet's body. He then turned to Ollie, offering him comfort. We should find a place first, and once I thoroughly cleanse the poison from his body, with proper rest, he'll be able to recover. Brent slowly stood up, surveying the surroundings, and voiced his plan. Sure, I'll follow brother's lead. Hearing Brent's words, Ollie glanced down at Helmet whose breathing had gradually steadied, slightly easing his tense heart. Let's go. We're heading to Xuanxia City first. Brent thought of Lars in Xuanxia City. His place would be suitable for Helmet's recuperation. Buzz. The void vibrated as Brent carried everyone away from this place. Boom. A loud bang sounded behind them, flames soaring high across the entire alliance of 8 sects. With a single strike, Brent turned it into an unfathomable abyss, erasing it completely from existence. Everyone was annihilated. Thus, the alliance of 8 sects was erased from existence. Moreover, as he left, Brent struck a blow from tens of thousands of miles away, obliterating the sect that had once pursued Ollie with all its might using just one force. If not for them, Ollie wouldn't have suffered so much. Naturally, Brent wouldn't let them off. Time flew by. In just a few short days, astonishing news spread like a whirlwind across the entire Heavenly Wind domain and quickly reached even further. Phew, have you heard? A few days ago, the alliance of 8 sects mobilized millions of disciples to encircle and kill Ollie. It was supposed to be a piece of cake. The unbaying of the great emperor would certainly change hands. But at the last moment, things took a turn. A person claiming to be Ali's Hamilton brother appeared in the Divine Fall exclusion zone. That person was incredibly powerful. Not only did he fiercely wipe out millions of disciples from the alliance of 8 sects, but even the 8 Grand Saint Realm forefathers of the alliance were easily exterminated by him. On a mountain where numerous cultivators gathered to discuss doctrines, Chestery people leaned in closely, listening intently to an Hamiltonly cultivator recount what he had witnessed. What? Impossible. That's the alliance of 8 sects. 8 forefathers at the Grand Saint Realm, plus a powerful quasi-emperor weapon. They were almost unbeatable below the quasi-emperor realm. Who could kill them? Someone exclaimed in shock, hurriedly looking up at the old cultivator with disbelief. Is this true? Millions of disciples and 8 forefathers of the alliance of 8 sects were wiped out? Was that person a quasi-emperor? Others hearing this news were equally shocked, faces full of astonishment, hardly believing what the old cultivator said. How could I dare to speak falsely? I saw it with my own eyes. The person who claimed to be Ali's Hamilton brother didn't just massacre the alliance of 8 sects, but also ventured alone into the Divine Fall exclusion zone to save his younger brother Ali. The old cultivator's expression was agitated. Even thinking about the scene he witnessed a few days ago still left him trembling with awe and reverence. What? He ventured into the exclusion zone? How dare he? Even if he were powerful, a quasi-emperor, stepping into the exclusion zone would risk losing his life. Isn't the exclusion zone something he can't enter at will? Yes. Many quasi-emperors are rumored to have fallen within the Divine Fall exclusion zone. For him to go in is no different from seeking death. Senior, what happened to that person? Did he die inside the exclusion zone? Many people gathered around, their faces brimming with curiosity as they awaited the old cultivator's answer. The old cultivator took a deep breath, calming his wildly beating chest, before glancing at everyone with a profound smile. Senior, stop teasing us. Tell us already. What happened to that person later? Did he die in the exclusion zone? With such power, how could an ordinary person be his match? Could it be he finally fell at the hands of the master of the exclusion zone? Some were on tenterhooks, ears pricked up. Others, seeing the old cultivator's deliberate mysteriousness, wished they could grab him by the neck and make him spill everything right away. Phew. The old cultivator exhaled deeply again, calming himself before speaking slowly. You're all wrong. Everyone guessed wrong. You wouldn't believe it. That person was incredibly powerful. He stormed into the exclusion zone alone, invincible. Not only did he extinguish several powerful quasi-emperors with a wave of his hand, but even the master of the exclusion zone was utterly powerless against him and was stomped into ashes. The entire Divine Fall exclusion zone was devastated. From then on, the Divine Fall exclusion zone was erased from the world. The old cultivator said all this in one breath, his face full of shock as he wiped the sweat off his forehead, as if it had taken a great deal of effort. Silence. Dead silence. Everything around them was quiet. Everyone was stunned speechless by the Hamilton's words, their expressions petrified. Many were so shocked that they collapsed directly onto the ground, their eyes dazed. Is this true? Not only did that person not die, but he even killed the master of the exclusion zone. The master of the exclusion zone, a taboo-like existence, rumored to be an emperor as well. Could such a being actually be slaughtered? The entire Divine Fall exclusion zone was destroyed. After a long while, Chestery people finally took deep breaths, their faces filled with horror as they murmured to themselves. Some were still in a daze, pinching their thighs to check if they were dreaming. Phew, that person is so powerful. Is he perhaps an emperor at the peak realm? Or maybe, he's a celestial spirit? Celestial spirits. For tens of thousands of years, legends about them have always circulated in the world, but no one has ever seen them. Now, there's actually a celestial spirit in this world. Where is that person now? If we could meet him, our lives would be without regret. All the people present were deeply shaken, completely dumbfounded. Many yearned to pay homage to Brent and worship him. For a moment, the incident of the Divine Fall exclusion zone spread like wildfire, echoing across the entire great world. Chapter 161, Lars's Sense of Pride. Xuanxia City, City Lord Manor. After a brief period of repair, the City Lord Manor had been restored to its original splendor, exuding opulence once more. At this moment, Brent was in one of the rooms within the City Lord Manor, healing Helmet's injuries. Meanwhile, Ollie and the Able stood quietly outside the door, anxiously waiting. 3 days ago, when they brought Helmet here, his suppressed injuries flared up again. During the alliance of the 8 sects, Helmet had endured such prolonged torment, with the potent poison deeply penetrating his heart and soul, causing his entire body to decay, his life hanging by a thread. At that time, Brent had only Chester Age to barely suppress his injuries, without completely curing them. By the time they reached Xuanxia City, Helmet's breath was so faint that he nearly died. In a critical moment, Brent used his great power to protect a sliver of Helmet's true spirit from perishing, barely saving his life. These past 3 days, Brent had continuously treated Helmet's injuries. Tap tap. Soft footsteps sounded as a Marcus in elaborate attire walked into the grand hall. Huff huff. Lars panted heavily, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief as he cautiously approached the Able and Ollie. Hearing the footsteps, the Able and Ollie both looked up toward the main entrance of the hall. Master, is this what you wanted? Lars bowed deeply, respectfully handing over the storage pouch in his hands to the Able, not daring to breathe heavily. Pet, you may leave. Stay outside and guard well. Don't let anyone disturb Master. The Able snatched the storage pouch from Lars's hand and then gave a cold instruction. Yes, Master, rest assured. I have deployed Chestery people around the grand hall. Not even an ant will get in. Lars hurriedly nodded, took out a wet towel again to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and slowly turned to exit the hall. Before leaving, he cast a reverent glance at the room where Brent was, then quickly lowered his head, his expression filled with awe. He knew everything about what Brent had done in the Tianfeng domain. When he first heard this news, his legs went weak, and he collapsed on the ground in shock, taking a long while to recover. He originally thought that if the Able was a holy sage, then Brent would be no more than a great holy sage at his strongest. A great holy sage, though powerful beyond his comprehension, was still within reach. But he never imagined that Brent would be so much stronger than he could ever conceive. The alliance of the 8 sects, 8 great holy sages all fell to his hands. 1,000,000 cultivators vanished in an instant. Such a mighty sect was so easily eradicated from the world. Even the ruler of the Forbidden Zone wasn't his match, being crushed to death with one step. The entire Divine Fall Forbidden Zone crumbled. Huff huff. Too terrifying. Lars kept sighing inwardly. Just thinking about these things made his scalp tingle, his whole body tremble uncontrollably, and his breathing quicken. Each of these earth-shattering events struck his heart like heavy blows. With such strength, what level must he have reached? To be able to kill the ruler of the Forbidden Zone, it would require nothing less than the peak Emperor realm. Camden must have at least reached the peak Emperor realm. The Emperor realm, the pinnacle of xiuxian existence. Stars danced in Lars's eyes, and at this thought, He was almost breathless with amazement. As for the rumors that Brent was a celestial spirit, Lars did not believe them. Regarding celestial spirits, for countless years, there were only legends, never any confirmed existence. They were just illusory beings. So he firmly believed that Brent was a peak emperor. Even a peak emperor was an existence far beyond his reach, an existence he needed to revere and look up to for all eternity. Tap tap. Lars slowly exited the grand hall and respectfully guarded outside the door. Unable to resist, he glanced back at the room behind him, a smile of excitement spreading across his lips, his heart blooming with joy. Heaven has been kind to me. I can actually be so close to an emperor. Lars had never dreamed that he would one day have any connection to an emperor. The Able was Brent's spirit beast, and he was the Able's xiuxian pet. Considering this relationship, it was significant indeed. Haha. Lars couldn't help but laugh aloud, feeling an intense sense of pride rising within him for becoming the Able's spirit pet, his face full of satisfaction. Moreover, the benefits he received were not limited to just this. An emperor was staying in his city lord manor. If outsiders knew this, how Chestery people would be envious and jealous. From now on, his city lord manor would surely become a holy site in the hearts of countless people. Because within the Chesterer, there would invisibly remain a trace of the emperor's aura, containing the laws of heaven and earth, which would be a divine treasure. Many cultivators could even break through their limitations relying on this trace of imperial aura. Thinking of this, Lars's smile grew even wider. Bang! A large claw descended from the sky, directly slamming Lars to the ground. Xiuxian pet, what are you laughing about? If you disturb the master, I'll make you pay. The Able stood beside Lars, looking down at him angrily with knitted brows. Cough cough. Aye, master, I was wrong. Lars looked gratefully at the Able. He had indeed lost himself in excitement just now, almost forgetting that Brent was saving someone in the room. Pant pant. Lars clutched his head, wincing in pain but not daring to cry out, afraid of disturbing Brent. Squeak. The door to the room in the grand hall slowly opened, and a white figure walked out from inside. Brother, how is Xingsong? Ollie hurriedly approached, anxiously looking at Brent, then glancing towards the room. Master. The Able softly called out, then walked over to stand beside Brent. Camden. Lars, still holding his head, slowly approached, full of reverence, bowing so he didn't dare look Brent in the eye. Haha, it's fine. Xingsong's injuries are almost healed. His body is just a bit weak. With some adjustment, he will recover. Brent smiled faintly, reaching out to pat Ollie's shoulder, comforting him. Elena, go see him. Yes. Brother, I'm going in. Ollie, too worried to say more, rushed into the room. Xiuxian pet, what are you staring at? Didn't you hear Master say to adjust? Hurry up and prepare the spirit medicines and tonics for Helmet. The Able extended its paw again, slapping Lars's back of the head as a reminder. Yes, I'm going right now. Lars clutched his head, glanced reverently at Brent, then hurriedly bowed and walked out of the grand hall. Chapter 162. All conditions are ready except favorable winds. 2 days later. Hack. Although Helmet's complexion was somewhat pale and his body still frail, he had already regained consciousness from his comatose state. Xingsong. Ollie had been constantly by Helmet's side, taking care of him without moving an inch during the past 2 days. Seeing that Helmet was slowly regaining consciousness, he hurriedly came forward and gently helped him up, leaning him against the bed's backrest. Ollie, why am I here? And you? Ollie, why am I here? And you? Helmet opened his eyes wide, looking at Ollie with a puzzled and unbelievable expression on his face. Helmet opened his eyes wide, looking at Ollie with a puzzled and unbelievable expression on his face. In his memory, he should have been in the dungeons of the 8-Sect Alliance, enduring torture. And Ollie should have been suffering the encirclement and slaughter by the 8-Sect Alliance in the Divine Fallen Forbidden Zone, right? But now, he found himself safe and sound, lying in a room recuperating. And the one who was taking care of him was none other than Ollie. This scene seemed just like a dream. What happened in between? Why are we here? Looking around at this unfamiliar environment, Helmet turned to Ollie again, full of confusion. Xingsong, it went like this. You were poisoned severely in the 8-Sect Alliance and were near death, but at that moment, sitting beside Helmet, Ollie recounted everything that had happened over the past few days. After listening to Ollie's account, Helmet was profoundly shocked for a while, his eyes revealing a dazed expression. Ollie, your Hamilton brother not only wiped out the 8-Sect Alliance, but also destroyed the Forbidden Zone? Helmet's chest rose and fell violently as he looked at Ollie with shock-filled eyes, trembling all over. He felt as if his mind was muddled, filled with an unreal sensation. Just moments ago, they were struggling on the brink of life and death. And now, they were lying in a comfortable, quiet environment, chatting softly. Moreover, there was a godlike presence guarding them. All this seemed like a dream. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't imagine that Ollie's Hamilton brother could be so powerful. Xingsong, rest assured and recover. From now on, no one will be able to hunt us down. Ollie nodded slowly and said calmly. Even until today, he remained stunned by the massive impact, unable to fully regain his composure. Hee, you're awake. A gentle voice sounded slowly, followed by a figure materializing in front of Helmet's vision. Senior. Helmet stared wide-eyed, his lips trembling with excitement. Struggling, he tried to get off the bed to pay homage to Brent. Hee. Since you and Aaron Elena have become sworn brothers, you are part of the Chu family now. There's no need to be so formal. Brent spoke softly, stepping closer to Helmet and gently patting his shoulder. Senior, thinking of how Brent disregarded everything and charged into the headquarters of the 8-Sect Alliance to save him, eventually annihilating the entire alliance, Helmet felt immensely grateful. 3 days later. The void trembled as Brent brought Ollie and the others back to the Chu family estate. Seeing Ollie return safely, everyone in the Chu family rushed out to greet him, their faces brimming with joy. Aaron Elena, elder brother Ollie. Everyone happily approached Ollie and the others, looking at them with deep concern. Hee, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Giles watched the Chu family members gathered back by Brent, tears streaming down his happy old face, his lips trembling uncontrollably. That night, everyone gathered together, raising their cups and drinking heartily. The long-awaited laughter and cheer continued until dawn. Everyone was delighted, drinking until they were thoroughly drunk. During this time, Ollie solemnly introduced Helmet to everyone in the Chu family. Everyone held Helmet in high regard and gratitude. If not for him, they might never have seen Ollie today. Time flew by swiftly. In a blink, 3 days had passed. 3 days ago, when Ollie and Helmet first arrived at the new location of the Chu family and saw the surroundings, they were so astonished that they gaped with open mouths, rubbing their eyes repeatedly, unable to recover their composure for a long time. The Chu family spanned dozens of kilometers, filled everywhere with dense spiritual energy. Even the small ponds by the roadside were formed from spiritual energy. The ground was planted everywhere with spirit trees, laden with colorful fruits. Countless spirit herbs, medicinal kings, even holy herbs grew beside immortal trees, emitting a thick aroma of medicine, making people irresistibly entranced. As far as the eye could see, the scenery was breathtaking, resembling a fairyland. When they learned that the Chu family had a cultivation space with 100-fold acceleration, both of them were so shocked that their mouths dropped open, dumbfounded. Such a miraculous thing was unheard of for the two. They hadn't even dared to dream about it. Facing such a holy place for cultivation, after getting familiar with everyone, Ollie and Helmet couldn't wait to enter the accelerated space and began rigorous training. The Able followed Brent all the way. After witnessing so chesterly powerful enemies, it was greatly discouraged. It never imagined that, as a great sage, all the opponents it encountered were freaks, either near emperors or emperors. It didn't even have the strength to fight as a minor player. This made the highly self-respecting Able particularly unable to bear it. The Able gritted its teeth, grabbed a large basket of spirit fruits, and rushed into the acceleration space without looking back, starting its great nirvana. Before leaving, it boasted that it would not emerge from seclusion until it reached the near realm. Seeing even the lively and active Able engaging in diligent practice, the rest of the Chu family was also struck. They all entered the acceleration space one after another to cultivate, fearing being outshone by a lion. Chuck, Brent saw everyone practicing so diligently, nodded slowly, feeling profoundly comforted. A life tree swayed in the Chu family basin, exuding delicate fragrance and sparkling with a hint of crystal, elevating the Tao aura of the entire basin to a new level. This was a fairy tree obtained by Brent from the depths of the fallen deity prohibited area. The fairy tree stood 99 feet tall, 3 feet thick, lush with leaves, and emitted a gentle set of Tao rules, which could purify one's constitution. Dozens of xiuxian fruits hidden among the branches were fragrant and potent, far exceeding even the supreme elixir rejuvenation pill by tens of times. Helmet's rapid recovery owed much to the fruits of the Tree of Life. At this moment, Brent was seated cross-legged beneath the Tree of Life, meditating with his eyes closed. Now, most of the lost members of the Chu family had been found. He needed to prepare for his next move. That was to revive the clan members. Brent slowly opened his eyes, a hint of sorrow flashing in them. He then took out a small jade cauldron from his bosom and gently opened its lid. Inside the jade cauldron were hundreds of souls. These were the spirits of hundreds of Chu family members. Currently, all the souls had their eyes closed, devoid of vitality, aimlessly floating within the cauldron. However, these souls were in a very solid state. During this period, he constantly nourished the souls with his spiritual power. When he first obtained the souls of his clansmen, they were almost dispersed, extremely weak, and could scatter with even a slight touch. Fortunately, through his constant efforts, all the souls finally stabilized. Now everything was ready except the favorable wind. Once he refined the 9 transmutation immortal pill, the deceased Chu clan members could be revived. Elon, Steph, clansmen, soon I will bring you back to life. Brent murmured to himself, his face filled with determination, then solemnly put the 5-colored cauldron back into his bosom. Chapter 163, 9-turn immortal pill. 9-turn immortal pill. Brent muttered to himself, his brows slightly furrowed, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. He was thinking about how to find the materials needed to refine the 9-turn immortal pill. The 9-turn immortal pill. Its effects were powerful, considered the strongest elixir in history. However, it was also the most difficult pill to refine. Historical records only mention that during the Age of Immortals, when the path to immortality had yet to be severed, an immortal king once spent millions of years refining it successfully, shocking all under heaven and earth. But this was just a legend, and no one knew if it was true. The difficulty in refining the 9-turn immortal pill wasn't just due to the complicated and challenging steps required, but also because it needed various favorable conditions like timing and location to even attempt its refinement. The most challenging part was gathering the ingredients needed for its refinement. The 9-turn immortal pill required 99,999 auxiliary ingredients and 3,600 neutralizing materials. Most importantly, there was the medicinal guide. It required 9 immortal herbs as the guide. This was the key to refining the pill. One must understand that herbs in this world are categorized into chesterly levels, from ordinary herbs, 1st to 9th grade spiritual herbs, small medicinal kings, true medicines, holy medicines, to immortal medicines, a total of 15 levels. Among these, the immortal medicines are the top-tier herbs. Each stalk of an immortal herb is incredibly precious, capable of bringing the dead back to life and healing withered bones. Throughout endless ages, very few immortal herbs have appeared in the entire world. And after such a long period of time, chesterly immortal herbs have already vanished into the annals of history. It is unknown how chesterly immortal herbs still exist in this world. Even if some residual immortal herbs do exist today, they are either in desolate lands or restricted areas, making them extremely hard to find. Thinking of this, Brent couldn't help but shake his head, sighing slightly. With so chesterly immortal herbs needed, he didn't know when he could gather all the materials. As for the auxiliary ingredients, as long as he searched diligently or ordered others to do so, they could be gathered. But these immortal herbs, they were too difficult to obtain. Even if he explored each restricted area, it might take an indeterminate amount of time. Moreover, not all restricted areas would necessarily have immortal herbs. The only consolation was that he had obtained a Tree of Life in the Divine Fall restricted area. Death's extremity gives birth to life. The tree of life grew in the depths of the restricted area, atop countless bones, absorbing life essence for countless years. It contained rich vitality, making it the best medicinal guide for refining the 9-turn immortal pill. I still need 8 more immortal herbs, Brent murmured softly, contemplating how to obtain these immortal herbs. Alas, Brent sighed softly. He had thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out where to find these immortal herbs. Immortal herbs were too mysterious, rarer than emperors. There were no records or legends about them in the world. No matter what, even if I search the entire world, I will find them. Brent's eyes gleamed with determination. He had no intention of giving up. For his clan, even if it meant overturning the entire continent and searching the netherworld, he would do whatever it takes. Master, Master, a hurried voice came from afar, reaching Brent's ears. Immediately after, Giles flew over hurriedly from the distance. Giles, what's wrong? Brent slowly stood up and came before Giles, lifting his hand to support him. Master, outside the valley, there's a nearly dying cultivator kneeling and asking to see you. Giles looked anxious and pointed towards outside the valley. Outside, he had encountered that person while preparing to leave for business, not far from the valley's entrance. He saw the person severely injured, covered in blood, staggering, and almost collapsing, barely clinging to life. Despite this, the person was desperately rushing toward the Chu family, looking urgent as if carrying an important message. Feeling the urgency of the situation, Giles did not ask further. After hearing the person wanted to see Brent, he fed him several healing pills and immediately returned to the Chu family. Seeking me out? Brent looked puzzled. He hadn't noticed anything unusual outside the valley since he had been focused on finding a way to revive his clansmen. At that moment, he lifted his head, his eyes gleaming deeply, and slowly looked toward the valley's entrance. Cough, cough. At this moment, outside the new residence of the Chu family, a bloodied young cultivator was spitting out large amounts of blood, lying motionlessly on a large blue stone, his eyes unfocused, seemingly on the verge of death. It's him. Brent's eyes narrowed sharply. He recognized the person. That person. He had met in the primordial restricted area. He vaguely remembered his name was Dom. Back then, among a group of people, they had tried to dissuade him from entering the primordial restricted area. What left a particularly deep impression on him was the Winchester named Audrey among them. That Winchester was very innocent and kind, and she had also tried her best to dissuade him. To express his gratitude, he had given that Martha a jade pendant. Why would he be here? Could something unexpected have happened? Brent felt puzzled, his figure flickering as he quickly vanished from the spot. The void trembled, and a figure appeared beside Dom. Brent waved his hand, releasing a stream of spiritual energy to stabilize Dom's injuries, then sent a pill into his mouth to treat him. Breath. After a moment, Dom gradually regained consciousness, clutching his chest and taking deep breaths. Cough, cough. Dom gasped for air, continuously coughing up blood from his mouth. His face was deathly pale as he struggled to look up at the person standing before him. Predecessor. Dom looked at Brent in front of him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief and looking at Brent again. What happened? Why are you here? Brent asked calmly, his brows slightly furrowed as he looked down at Dom. He sensed a peculiar aura echesterating from Dom. That aura, surprisingly, contained a hint of eerie xiuxian. Predecessor, I beg you, please save my spirit stream sect. Dom's face was covered with tears and blood, disregarding his own injuries, struggling to kneel in front of Brent, his eyes filled with anxiety and urgency. He kept bowing to Brent, even knocking his forehead bloody. Chapter 164, The Great Change of xiuxian Sect. Brent saw Dom in such a state, and felt the severity of the situation. What exactly happened? Tell me everything in detail. Brent raised his hand, using his spiritual power to help Dom up, and looked at him with deep eyes. Dom took a deep breath, calming himself. He looked up slowly at the sky, lost in painful memories. Senior, my sect is xiuxian Sect, located in the Lihua domain, 1,000,000 miles from here. 2 days ago, where my sect was located, something suddenly changed for unknown reasons. The earth started to shake. Boundless black mist rose abruptly, enveloping the entire sect beneath it. Shortly after, almost in the blink of an eye, a huge chasm opened up in the ground, and the entire sect sank into the earth. Most people in the sect were caught off guard and fell into it. I was training outside, unaware of what had happened. By the time I fought through the thick fog to return to where the sect was, I witnessed this terrifying scene firsthand. xiuxian Sect isn't a major sect, but our ancestor has the strength of peak tribulation transcendence realm. Yet, no one flew out after the entire sect sank in. Instead, heart-wrenching screams kept coming from inside. They seemed to be suffering from some unimaginable terror, dying miserably one by one. Speaking here, Dom drew a deep breath, tears streaming down his bloodstained face, still filled with horror. In a panic, I rushed towards that abyss, trying to save them. But I couldn't make it through. Suddenly, numerous terrifying creatures emerged from the collapsed abyss. They roared in the black fog, killing the remaining disciples of xiuxian Sect. I was also besieged by these creatures. Though I fought fiercely, I could only helplessly watch the abyss, feeling powerless, suffering severe injuries, almost dying. Just before death, the only person I thought of was you, Senior. Only you can save all the people of xiuxian Sect. Senior, I beg you to come to the aid of xiuxian Sect. Dom looked up at Brent, hope filling his eyes, and knelt again, kowtowing continuously. xiuxian Sect, terrifying creatures? Brent's eyes gleamed as he listened to Dom, piecing together various guesses, seemingly grasping the secret behind this. xiuxian Sect's sudden change might be related to something eerie. Brent frowned, inexplicably thinking of the Winchester named Audrey. Her voice and appearance, her pure and kind smile, left a deep impression on him. Now, the entire xiuxian Sect faced such a disaster. 2 days have passed, and who knows how much has changed. What happened to the people of xiuxian Sect? Is she still alive? Let's go. First, to xiuxian Sect. Knowing the urgency, Brent grabbed Dom and stepped into the void. The heavens split open as 2 figures rapidly emerged from the void. With a ripple in the void, Brent arrived at xiuxian Sect's location in just a blink, covering 1,000,000 miles. Brent and Dom stood high in the air, flying toward xiuxian Sect while observing the surroundings. At this moment, Lingxi sect and its surrounding 10,000 miles were shrouded in thick black mist. The black mist was dense, containing endless Tao rules, forming a chaotic array space that isolated spiritual senses. Even Brent couldn't see through the thick mist. In the black mist, continuous, terrifying roars echoed, as if chestery strange creatures were moving within. Brother Taoist, don't approach the black mist, it's very dangerous. Stay away. Stay far from the black mist. Once trapped inside, you will lose your sense of direction and never escape, being devoured by the creatures within. Yesterday, a 6th major realm expert entered to investigate and hasn't returned. He probably perished inside. Seeing Brent and Dom approaching the black mist, several people warned them. The events of 2 days ago naturally drew attention from everyone nearby. Over the past 2 days, chestery people gathered close by, standing at a distance, watching the black mist. Nearby sacred lands, hearing the news, also rushed here immediately. Einothermore, just today, the 2 holy lands each dispatched a team of people, led by accomplished realm kings, to charge into the black fog. But there is still no news of them, not knowing if they have been lost inside or all perished. Faced with such mysterious black fog, the 2 holy lands were shocked and also deeply pained. Losing 2 accomplished kings was an unbearable pain for them. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly. At this time, everyone had a worried look on their face. Because the black fog was expanding every moment, having expanded to cover 10,000 miles in just 2 days. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Lihua domain would be entirely enveloped by the black fog, being completely devoured. This was a terrifying outcome. Moreover, the speed of the black fog's expansion was rapid. By then, who knew how chestery people would not be able to escape and would die within the black fog? The crowd listened to the terrifying roars coming from inside the black fog, their faces pale with fear. It was almost a hopeless situation. There was currently no way to stop the black fog's expansion. The sages of the 2 holy lands were now gathering everyone to discuss the matter. They were both requesting aid from neighboring realms while trying to unite all the forces in the Lihua domain to establish a powerful formation, hoping to seal off the area covered by the black fog and see if it could stop its spread. Everyone was preparing urgently, hoping to prevent the disaster from happening. Otherwise, even if they prepared fully, if the area covered by the black fog expanded several times over, the materials they would need would skyrocket by tens of times. At that point, even the sages would be powerless. The people of the Holy Lands looked anxiously around the area shrouded by black fog, watching the depths of the fog with concern and horror in their eyes. They had never seen such bizarre occurrences. Once someone stepped into the black fog, they vanished like stones thrown into the sea, completely out of contact. In the distance, chestery cultivators were hurrying to evacuate the surrounding mortals, ensuring they could survive this disaster. Mortals were the foundation of any major sect. Without mortals as a base, a sect would merely be an air castle. So at this moment, whether it was the Holy Lands or small sects, they were sending disciples to relocate mortals to safety far away. Master, great master, fellow disciples, where are you? Dom looked at the earth shrouded in black fog before him, his eyes red, expression tense, muttering to himself, his face full of helplessness. He simply couldn't save those people. He could only watch helplessly as those fellow disciples screamed in despair and were mercilessly devoured by the terrifying creatures. Let's go in. Brent had never stopped moving since arriving here. At this moment, he looked sternly ahead and then swept Dom up, directly stepping into the area shrouded by black fog. Chapter 165. That person is actually Camden. Fellow Taoist, don't go in. It's dangerous. Quickly retreat. Those guarding around the black mist saw Brent rush straight into the dark area and urgently shouted. But before their voices could settle, Brent's figure had already vanished from this place. We told them it's dangerous, but they still went in. Are they eager to reincarnate? Humph, not heeding warnings. Dying would be what they deserve. I see the Chester looks anxious, probably because his relatives are trapped inside. He might be rushing to save them. The Great Achievement King couldn't come out alive after entering. What difference does he make? Just throwing away a life for nothing. Many people watched where Brent's figure disappeared and chattered incessantly. Every face was filled with contempt and disdain. Even knowing that person rushed in due to urgency, there was no trace of sympathy at all. If one doesn't have the capability to save their loved ones, then they should stay put. Why create trouble? Hey, didn't the 2 figures who entered the black mist just now include a white-robed Chester who resembles the person who once made waves throughout Eastern Desolation? At this moment, among the onlookers from afar, someone hesitantly voiced their doubt. Fellow Taoist, you mean Camden from the Wasteland Domain? Someone understood the meaning behind those words, shocked and horrified as he spoke. Yes, now I realize why that figure looked so familiar. That person who rushed in is clearly Camden, who obliterated the grand purity sacred. So did I? Yes, it's him. It's Camden. I've seen his portrait before. For a moment, chestery people who knew about Brent recognized that figure. No wonder that person ignored our warnings and fearlessly stepped into the black mist. Turns out he is actually Camden. We, who have eyes but no insight, didn't recognize Camden and even mocked him. What a disgrace. Camden actually came to our fire domain. Could he be here to help us suppress the danger? Yes, it must be so. Camden is not only incredibly powerful, but also a great contributor, having exterminated the Blood Spirit sect and saved countless people from peril. This time, he must have discovered the anomaly here and has come to prevent the disaster. Many people's faces showed excitement, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm. Quickly inform the Holy Lord. Camden has come to help us. Many disciples of Holy Lands were excitedly flying toward the direction of the Holy Land to spread this good news. With such a powerful person coming to aid them, everyone felt like they had taken a tranquilizer pill, their nervous expressions gradually calming down. In no time, the entire fire domain knew about Brent entering the black mist. Great banners fluttered in the wind, a solemn atmosphere permeating the entire world. 2 holy lords of the Holy Lands, along with hundreds of patriarchs from various sects, stood together where Brent arrived in the fire domain. They all gazed at the black mist with excited expressions. Camden has actually come. According to rumors, Camden obliterated the grand purity sacred with a single palm strike, leaving the three great sages powerless. So his strength must be at least a great sage. A great sage has come to help us overcome this difficulty. This matter will certainly be resolved without major mishaps. Our fire domain is saved. Many ancestral Hamiltons of sects discussed with reverence, deeply respecting Brent. The two sages quietly stood in front of the numerous sect Hamiltons, hands clasped behind their backs, looking far into the mist-covered area. Their faces weren't as excited as the other Hamiltons. Camden. Hope Camden can help us eliminate the danger here. Yes, only Camden can help us. The two sages murmured to themselves and exchanged a glance. They saw a hint of abnormality in each other's eyes, impatience. As leaders of holy lands with long traditions, they knew much more than the smaller sects established 10,000 or thousands of years ago. This incident was very similar to the dark turmoil recorded in their sect's history. The dark turmoil, which began several million years ago, started with this same scene. Boundless black mist each estimated from unknown places and quickly spread across the entire world. Then terrifying creatures would surge out from underground, unleashing brutal and bloody massacres. The whole world would fall into endless war. If this really is a precursor to the dark turmoil, even an unrivaled Empyrean would not be able to quell this unrest. The two sages felt very heavy-hearted, their eyes fixed straight on the place shrouded in black mist, and their hands were tightly clenched due to nervousness. Though they had lived for tens of thousands of years with a mindset cultivated to be unperturbed by events, nothing had ever disordered their emotions. But such an enormous event left them unable to calm down. At this moment, their hearts churned like raging waves. If the dark turmoil was indeed beginning, all life in the world would fall into warfare, countless lives would perish. This would be a terrifying disaster. May Camden save our Hutchester race from this fiery ordeal and suppress this calamity. The two sages bowed together toward where Brent's figure vanished into the black mist, their eyes filled with intense hope. May Camden save our Lihua domain from peril. Numerous ancestral Hamiltons and countless disciples also bowed deeply toward the black mist. Disciples, listen up. Set up formations as soon as possible to prevent the black mist from spreading further. Also, urgently seek aid from other regions. We need sufficient strength to resist this black mist. The two sages spoke solemnly, issuing edicts. To be safe, they had to do everything they could. At this time, in the region covered by black mist, two figures moved rapidly. Boom, bang, thunder-like sounds exploded continuously. In the thick black mist, flashes of blinding light occasionally flickered. Roar, countless terrifying creatures howled, all rushing towards Brent fearlessly, trying to tear him apart. Die, Brent shouted, his entire body's aura shaking explosively, instantly shattering all the terrifying creatures that rushed at him. Whoosh, whoosh, his face stern, he flew over the remains of the terrifying creatures, swiftly heading towards where Lingxi's sect was located, leaving behind a trail of blood and flesh. Roar, roar, in the thick black mist, the howling never ceased. It seemed as if the terrifying creatures were endless. Brent had just wiped out one group when Chester Moore would surge forward almost instantly. Humph, let's see if I can't cleanse them completely. Brent sneered, a thick beam of light shot out from his eyes, directly hitting the ground ahead. Boom, the earth shook, the entire ground trembled continuously. Endless black mist emitted countless beams of light piercing the sky, and a fierce gale swept out like countless long knives, slashing towards the surrounding terrifying creatures. Roar, accompanied by shrill howls, all the terrifying creatures blocking Brent's path were annihilated. Chapter 166, Who is laying the trap in secret? This. Dom had been following Brent all along. He watched as Brent effortlessly exterminated countless terrifying creatures. For a moment, he was so stunned that his eyes widened, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Those terrifying creatures that rushed over were strange-looking, resembling a combination of wolf beasts and pangolins. Moreover, the aura they emitted was exceptionally powerful. Some of the creatures' auras were even much stronger than their Great Michaels. No, it surpassed their Great Michael by Chestery times. He felt that just one such creature could wipe out their entire sect. But now, so Chestery terrifying creatures came roaring in groups, rushing madly towards them. Yet, they did not hinder them at all. All the creatures that rushed up were easily exterminated by the Chester and wiped before him. Even those creatures that made him tremble with fear just by looking at them seemed like paper, shattered with a glance. This completely shocked him. Camden. Dom looked up at Brent in front of him, his fists clenched tightly, utterly astonished. At the same time, Dom was filled with excitement. Such a powerful Brent would surely be able to save everyone from his sect. Great Michaels, fellow disciples, please hold on. We are coming to rescue you. Dom couldn't help but shout in his heart. His face showed signs of urgency. Looking at the surrounding terrifying creatures, he thought of the people of Spirit Stream sect and couldn't help but feel a touch of despair. The outer area was already so dangerous, while his entire sect was trapped in the central area, shrouded by black mist. It would likely be even more dangerous there. Thinking of this, the last shred of hope in his heart was almost gone. Facing such peril, his entire sect might not survive even for a moment and would be slaughtered by the terrifying creatures in an instant. Now, 2 days had already passed. Was anyone still alive in the sect? Huff huff. Brent noticed Dom's expression and felt a hint of worry, concerned about the safety of the people of Spirit Stream sect. In such dire straits, those people wouldn't last long. Boom. Thinking of this, Brent increased his speed further, racing toward the central area like a streak of light. Brent frowned slightly, looking around. Upon entering the black mist, he sensed something unusual, but he had been too anxious to save people to pay much attention then. Only now did he realize how abnormal it was here. From where he entered the black mist to his current position, the eerie aura had become several times more concentrated, becoming more noticeable the deeper he went. Moreover, the closer they got to the center, the denser the black mist became. The black mist not only obstructed vision, but also blocked spiritual awareness. If not for his innate divine perception, which wasn't affected by the mist, others might have been lost here forever. But this wasn't the strangest part. For some reason, the area covered by darkness had inexplicably formed countless layers of restrictions. Illusion formations, maze formations, death formations, and countless other formations obstructed his path. Yet, he saw no trace of xiuxian interference, as if they were naturally formed. And within these countless formations, there was a hint of spatial law, affecting the entire dark-shrouded region. Originally, across tens of thousands of miles, despite the numerous formations blocking his way, he would need only a few breaths to reach the center. But now, with the enhancement of xiuxian spatial formations, the region had been infinitely expanded. They were like small worlds layered together, causing the space to rapidly expand. Under such circumstances, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the center. Brent frowned slightly, scanning his surroundings. He knew time was pressing, and he couldn't afford to delay any longer. The danger here was enough to make even a sage lose their way, let alone a king realm cultivator. The people of Spirit Stream sect had been trapped here for 2 days. What was their situation? Considering their strongest cultivator was only at the Tribulation Transcender stage, how could they possibly resist the attack of these terrifying creatures? Were those people still alive? Brent felt uncertain. Everything here was unknown. Buzz. At that moment, the entire world shook again. The area covered by black mist seemed to be infiltrated by an unknown aura, causing the black mist to roll violently. Senior. Standing behind Brent, Dom did not notice anything unusual either. He looked at Brent in front of him with confusion, wondering why he had stopped. Humph. Brent's eyes were cold as he once again cast a cold glance around. Although he couldn't sense any abnormalities, his intuition told him that the more normal things seemed, the more bizarre they actually were. He felt as if everything here had been prearranged by someone. Someone was secretly setting a trap, waiting for someone to jump into it. Brent's face was stern as he couldn't guess who had set the trap or who was supposed to fall into it. Could the person setting the trap be the one causing all this strangeness? Who was he trying to lure into the trap? Could it be me? Brent wondered in his heart. Looking at the dense, eerie aura surrounding him, he felt that the mastermind behind this was most likely the mysterious entity causing all this strangeness. If it's me, then I want to see what kind of chessboard you've laid out for me. Brent sneered, showing no fear. If provoked, not only would he shatter the opponent's chessboard, but he would also destroy the person setting the trap. Let's go. Brent spoke calmly, his figure flashing as he sped towards the dark abyss. Boom, boom. Deafening sounds echoed from within the black mist. Countless formations and terrifying creatures exploded in front of Brent, none of which chest-raged to hinder him in the slightest. Rumble, bang. The intense sounds reverberated through the heavens, even reaching the outside world. In the region covered by black mist, the ground was shattered, and voids echoed with thunder, releasing chaotic energy. Countless spaces exploded. Brent single-handedly dischestertold all spatial formations, whether created by them or by the terrifying creatures. He was like a mighty deity, ruthlessly demolishing everything that stood in his way to reach the central area as quickly as possible. Buzz. A massive beam of light shot out from Brent's finger, glowing brightly and as thick as a mountain, piercing straight ahead. Boom. Another deafening sound resounded as the beam of light penetrated countless layers of formation restrictions, shattering all the terrifying creatures along the way, directly opening a path to the central area. Go. Brent's expression remained stern as he swept Dom along with him into the tunnel cleared by the beam, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Chapter 167 Bottom of the Abyss. Whoosh. The boundless black mist churned and surged as if it had gained sentience, slowly contracting in an attempt to coalesce and stop Brent. At this moment, all the cultivators surrounding the black mist sensed the disturbance from the dark region. They abruptly lifted their heads to gaze at the dark area, looking intently. Just now? What was that? I saw rays of light pierce through the black mist just now, followed by a loud noise. That commotion must have been caused by someone fighting against something. Could it be that Camden is battling terrifying creatures inside? Many people stared with wide eyes, fixating on the area shrouded in black mist. Not even a great king entering the black mist would stir any ripple. But now, someone has created such a disturbance that the entire dark-covered region trembled, radiating endless light. Such power must be overwhelmingly powerful beyond their imagination. Are the creatures inside too formidable? Can Camden defeat them? While everyone marveled at Brent's strength, they also grew deeply concerned. The dark region is too perilous. Even their holy lord dare not rashly enter. And now, Brent went alone into the mist-covered region to confront all the terrifying creatures single-handedly. Such courage earned the respect of everyone. But simultaneously, they felt anxious and worried about Brent's safety inside. Hope Camden can return unscathed, cleanse all terrifying creatures, and quell the chaos here. Most people did not feel confident, for the dark region harbors unknown dangers that are incredibly perilous. Though they wished to help, they felt powerless and unable to fight alongside Brent. They could only pray in their hearts, hoping Brent would remain safe. Look, the black mist-covered area is retreating. Someone noticed an anomaly and looked at the mist-covered area in shock. Hearing the exclamation, everyone hurriedly looked down toward the boundary of the darkness. Really? It really is retreating. Could this be due to Camden's actions inside? Yes, that must be it. Haha, Camden is fine inside. Thank you, Camden. Many people stared with wide eyes into the depths of the black mist, showing expressions of excitement. Some even knelt on the ground, bowing gratefully towards Brent. Inside the dark region, boom, void exploded. Brent brought Dom smashing through layers of restrictions, arriving at the original site of Xianxia's sect. Cassius's expression was stern. He looked forward. In front of him, thousands of meters away, lay a colossal abyss spanning hundreds of thousands of meters. Endless black mist spewed out of it, rapidly spreading outward. At the edge of the abyss, skeletal remains were scattered everywhere, almost completely stripped of flesh. Some terrifying creatures still lingered around the bones, greedily licking the remaining traces of blood, consuming their bones. Dom's eyes turned red, his body trembling, revealing deep hatred and sorrow. Those were his fellow disciples. Now, they met such a miserable end, leaving behind only shattered remains. Humph. Seeing those creatures, Brent snorted coldly, and a powerful aura shot from his eyes. Bang, bang. Explosions resounded instantly. All the terrifying creatures surrounding the abyss were obliterated by Brent. Let's go down and see. Cassius spoke firmly, not hesitating, directly carrying Dom down into the abyss. Roar. Countless more terrifying creatures within the abyss rushed outwards. Seeing Brent, they roared and attacked him fiercely. Die. Brent remained expressionless, shouting loudly. A stream of pure energy emitted from his mouth. The void shook. Instantly, countless long knives seemed to coalesce in the air, stabbing viciously into the bottom of the abyss. Boom. Shocking explosions echoed within the abyss as countless terrifying creatures screamed, getting sliced into ashes by the long knives. Even the chestery layers of formations obstructing the abyss were shattered by Brent. In a breath's time, the entire abyss passage was cleared of all terrifying creatures. Whoosh! A strong wind howled as Brent and Dom quickly moved towards the bottom of the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, it was a deathly cold underworld, emitting thin black fog slowly dispersing throughout the area. The terrain here was uneven, with numerous 10,000-foot-high mountains protruding. Endless blood rivers flowed tumultuously and surged here. Boom! The earth trembled slightly as Brent and Dom arrived at the bottom of the abyss, then lifted their eyes to look ahead. Dom couldn't bother to look around. The moment he landed, his eyes fixed straight ahead on a large area. At a glance, everything in sight was a mess. After the entire Xianxia sect fell into the abyss, it was directly shattered into pieces, completely fragmented. The originally spirit-filled immortal mountain collapsed, breaking into countless pieces of rubble. The ground was littered with fragments of collapsed buildings, plants, trees, chestery spirit artifacts, pills, books, and more scattered among the rubble. Amidst this jumbled rubble were numerous skeletons that had been gnawed down to half, sprawled out haphazardly, leaving pools of blood beneath them that hadn't yet dried. Ancestors, masters they? Dom murmured, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. His lips quivered, his eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists tightly, almost stumbling and falling to the ground. Brent's expression was icy cold, his eyes scanning everything here, meticulously investigating the shattered Xianxia sect. Overall, it didn't seem like Xianxia sect was destroyed by an attack. Instead, it likely smashed through layers of formations when it fell here, shattering upon impact. Over a dozen mountains, and the structures on them probably crumbled during that fall. Seeing this, Brent's heart steadied slightly. If they weren't shattered by an external force, some people should have survived. However, he noticed something unusual from those several hundred skeletons. Their bones were clearly broken by external force, and there were marks of bites left behind. This indicated that after the people of Xianxia sect arrived here, they encountered danger and were discovered by the terrifying creatures here. Then, after a desperate fight, some died while others chose to escape. She's not here. Brent's eyes gleamed as he explored every place. From the several hundred skeletons, he didn't detect Audrey's aura. This meant she didn't encounter peril when she was here. Elder Chu, are there any other survivors from my sect? Dom suppressed his inner sorrow, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Brent. Chapter 168, Another Small World. Brent looked up at the scattered remains on the ground, shook his head, and let out a soft sigh. There should still be survivors. From the entrance of the abyss to here, there are about 1,000 skeletons. The remaining people must have fled elsewhere. However, the entire underground abyss is chaotic, filled with countless restrictions, and it's not just one small world. I don't know if they were trapped by the restrictions, or if they hid in other spaces. As for whether they are still alive, I can't speculate. Brent raised his eyes to look around, not feeling very confident about anyone surviving here. The underground abyss was teeming with terrifying creatures, even those at the Sage Realm. The members of Spirit Stream sect were not very powerful. Once they encountered a terrifying creature at the Sage Realm, their chances of survival would be almost non-existent. From the traces left on the ground, it seemed that those people had tried hard to escape through the exit of the abyss. Unfortunately, the path to the exit was filled with restrictions. Unable to break the formations within the passage, they reluctantly chose to seek another way out. Let's go ahead. Brent gazed forward, ready to follow the trail left by the members of Spirit Stream sect into the depths of the abyss. Whoosh! With a flash, Brent swept Dom along and charged into the deeper parts of the abyss. Roar! Terrifying creatures in the underground abyss detected the presence of Brent and Dom and rushed over, roaring loudly. Boom! Boom! Heavy thuds resonated as numerous gigantic terrifying creatures, like small mountains, emitted overwhelming auras, burst through the black fog, and lunged fiercely towards them. Whistle! Above the sky, countless more terrifying creatures flapped their decaying wings, emitting piercing cries, diving down. In an instant, the entire mountainous area was overrun with terrifying creatures, seemingly endless. Seeing this horrific scene, Dom's eyes filled with terror, and he stood frozen in shock. His usual boast was having witnessed a battle between two experts at the sixth major realm, the Void Opening Realm, who could collapse mountains and shake the heavens. Compared to that, this situation was far more intense and beyond anything he could have imagined. The surrounding terrifying creatures were like a sea, stretching endlessly. Each emitted a powerful aura, comparable to their grandmasters. Countless grandmaster-level terrifying creatures were charging towards them. Senior. Dom looked at Brent in front of him, fear evident in his eyes. He knew how powerful Brent was, even beyond what he could imagine. But now, facing an ocean-like number of such powerful creatures, he couldn't help but worry if Brent could handle it. No worries. Sensing Dom's expression, Brent remained calm, hands behind his back, speaking softly. Then, Brent took a slow step forward, and his aura abruptly surged like an unsheathed long sword, radiating murderous intent. He stomped firmly on the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and a fierce energy swept from Brent, wreaking havoc. Whistle! Gale force winds roared across the sky, forming a massive wave enveloping all the terrifying creatures. Roar! Roar! Roars echoed everywhere, and countless creatures were torn apart by the wind, blood, and flesh scattering. Whoosh! The world became eerily silent. No more roars, only rivers of blood flowing slowly. Dom stood behind Brent, mouth agape, stunned by the sheer destruction. An endless sea of terrifying creatures had been completely annihilated with just one step. How powerful must one be to achieve this? We continue. Brent's face remained calm, and he swiftly moved forward with Dom along the trail of Spirit Stream Sect. Along the way, they encountered several deceased members of Spirit Stream Sect. Their deaths were tragic. They had been gnawed down to broken skeletons and scattered remains. Bloodstains dotted the ground along their escape route, extending deep into the abyss. Brent frowned. From the bloodstains continuously dripping on the ground, he deduced that those people had been constantly ambushed by terrifying creatures during their escape, putting them in an extremely precarious situation. Otherwise, the members of Spirit Stream Sect would never leave their fellow sect members' bodies unattended. They had collected quite a few remains of the Spirit Stream Sect members along the way. Master! Suddenly, Dom cried out sorrowfully, his trembling body darting forward quickly to hug his skeleton tightly. He saw a broken purple long sword in the skeleton's hand, and that sword belonged to his master. Dom choked back his sobs, gritting his teeth hard while tears of blood trickled down from the corners of his eyes. He never thought that his master, who treated him like his own child, would perish here. His master was so powerful, being the third best expert in Spirit Stream Sect with Transcend Tribulation Realm cultivation. How could he have perished here? Brent noticed that there were chestry bones on the skeleton that had been broken by external force. Moreover, in chestry places where defensive measures could have been taken, bones were also broken. He roughly guessed that Dom's master must have sacrificed himself to cover for everyone else, falling victim to the overwhelming attack of terrifying creatures. Sigh, let's go. Brent stood next to Dom, sighed, gently patted his shoulder, and then continued moving forward with him. Time was now critical. Others were still waiting for their rescue. They couldn't afford to delay. Whoosh. A moment later, Brent and Dom followed the blood trail to the end of this abyss. Brent raised his eyes to look ahead. At the end of this abyss, it connected to another small world. Currently, at the boundary between the abyss and the small world, the formation had been shattered by force. The traces are fresh, and there are still bloodstains here. It seems they fled into this small world. Brent murmured softly. Without lingering, he instantly stepped into that small world. Chapter 169 Nine Colossal Statues. The void trembled, and two figures appeared in an unfamiliar world. Brent's expression was calm. With his hands behind his back, he lifted his eyes to survey the surroundings. This was a small world filled with the breath of death. There was no land here. As far as the eye could see, it was all a sea of blood. The sea of blood surged incessantly, erupting with terrifying sounds one after another. What caught Brent's attention most was the 9 colossal statues standing at the center of the blood sea. Each statue was 100,000 feet tall, standing between heaven and earth as if they were deities who had split the heavens and the earth. Although they were lifeless objects, they emitted a thick aura of desolation that struck one's spirit profoundly. Each stone statue depicted a xiuxian clad in armor, wielding weapons, their postures appearing as though engaged in battle. Such lifelike poses compelled Brent to take another look. Generally speaking, statues were used for worship and prayer, typically with stern and divine expressions rather than such fierce demeanor. Brent's eyes narrowed as he sensed something unusual. He found that each statue bore an expression of deep despair, as if confronting an invincible entity, evoking a sense of helplessness. It seemed they were battling unimaginable foes when some powerful spirit weapon instantly obliterated their souls, causing them to die on the spot. Their remains had been deliberately transformed into statues by someone using great magic power. Brent frowned slightly. Everything about this was too out of the ordinary. Who were these statues? Whom were they battling? And what happened to them that caused such despair and powerlessness? A series of questions swirled in Brent's mind. Unfortunately, there was no one to answer him. Sigh. Mysteriously, Brent seemed to hear a sigh, carrying deep powerlessness and despair. He felt a surge of sorrow, a hopeless sadness permeating the entire realm, each estimating from the 9 colossal statues. We have failed, unable to defend our homeland, letting darkness rampage. We are sinners of the ages. People, forgive us. One voice of sorrow followed another, lingering in his ears. These were the last lingering thoughts of the 9 colossal statues, echoing across the river of time, resonating throughout the world. Brent's eyes glinted, raising his head to gaze at the 9 statues. His face revealed deep reverence. He heard the statues' sighs and their unyielding resolve. He heard everything. He hadn't expected that these statues had fought to clear the skies for xiuxians, sacrificing themselves here. They were heroes of xiuxian, people with great aspirations. Sadly, they failed. All died here. Eerie. Looking around, Brent's heart filled with killing intent. In such an environment, creating such a large-scale event, instantaneously slaying 9 strong individuals, besides Eerie, he couldn't think of anyone else. More infuriatingly, even after these 9 xiuxian heroes perished, Eerie did not stop. Instead, it turned them into gigantic statues, leaving them in the sea of blood as a form of boasting. This was a blatant humiliation of xiuxian strength. Ancestors of the xiuxian race, rest in peace. The unfinished resolve you bear will be taken over by me. I will create a bright future for our people. Looking at the 9 colossal statues, Brent's face showed a trace of sadness. He then bowed respectfully. Every person who fought for xiuxian's future deserved his reverence. This. Dom also looked up at the towering statues, his face revealing shock. Those statues were too massive, even taller than the tallest mountains he had seen. Just a glance at them made him feel as if his spirit would sink. Such sights deeply stunned him. Senior, why do I feel profound sadness and unwillingness? Dom couldn't hear the statues' unresolved wishes. He wiped away tears from his face, looking up at Brent, then at the 9 enormous statues, feeling a heavy weight of sorrow press upon his chest. They are our ancestors who sacrificed themselves for the future of our race. Brent sighed softly, briefly explaining the matter of the 9 statues to Dom. Dom, hearing this, widened his skeletal eyes in astonishment. Following that, he filled with reverence and bowed respectfully towards the statues. Rustle. At the center of the blood sea, between the statues and the blood sea, there were countless spatial rifts. These spatial rifts varied in size. The larger ones spanned several thousand feet, while the smaller ones were only palm-sized. They opened and closed, mercilessly devouring anything that came near. Brent was observing the entire blood sea while continuously probing for the aura of the xianxia sect members. Why can't I find them? Could they have all perished here? Brent's expression was stern, his brows slightly furrowed as he scanned the surroundings. They had followed the trail of the xianxia sect to this place. Logically, their traces should still be here. But now, he couldn't find any traces left by those people at all. The trail of the xianxia sect members vanished completely after entering this world. Could they have been scattered by the blood sea? Brent murmured to himself, lifting his head to look at the 9 colossal statues once again. Brent's eyes narrowed sharply. At the largest spatial rift near the 9 colossal statues, he detected some traces. There were Chestry people's traces there. Did they all enter that spatial rift? Brent was puzzled and somewhat surprised. In the real world, the void they traversed was quite stable. As long as one was powerful enough or had strong spirit artifacts for protection, they could travel freely. Spatial rifts, however, were naturally formed danger zones, very unstable, like deadlands. They posed great danger, capable of annihilating a person's soul with ease. If one wasn't strong enough or encountered spatial turbulence within the rift, they could easily be shattered by the spatial storms in the void. For the xianxia sect members, entering the spatial rift without strong spirit artifacts would be nearly certain death. So that's how it is. Brent lifted his gaze towards the endlessly surging blood sea. Sensing the powerful life force deep within the blood sea, he instantly understood. The xianxia sect members must have encountered tremendous danger here, forcing them to flee into the spatial rift as a last resort. Let's go. Brent no longer hesitated, stepping forward directly toward the 9 colossal statues. He wanted to see what kind of powerful creatures lived in this blood sea, driving the xianxia sect members to such extremes. Chapter 170, Blood Sea Anomaly. Splashing. The blood water surged and flowed into the high sky, then plummeted down sharply with roaring sounds. Since Brent stepped into this place, the entire blood sea underwent a mysterious transformation. The originally turbulent sea of blood had now plunged into complete turmoil. Whoosh, whoosh. Above the boundless blood sea, 2 figures rapidly advanced, speeding towards the depths of the sea. Splashing. At that moment, the vast blood sea began to churn violently, forming thousands of zhong waves in an instant, rushing towards Brent. Cassius's expression was grim. His body didn't pause for a second, only exhaling a breath through his nostrils. Boom. A loud explosion shook the air. The massive wave burst open, scattering blood rain across the sky like a crimson downpour. Yet, none of the falling blood touched Brent in the slightest, all dissipating into a bloody mist within 1,000 zhong range from him. With a cold face, Brent rushed through the endless blood rain, sensing numerous crimson skeletons hidden beneath the blood ahead. He raised his hand and struck forward. Boom. Another deafening sound echoed as the entire blood sea exploded again. An immense amount of blood surged toward the sky, almost filling it completely. Roar. Simultaneously, Chestry bizarre creatures in the blood sea let out agonized cries before being utterly shattered. Whoosh, whoosh. Brent's expression remained stern without any pause as he continued toward the 9 colossal statues. Roar. A deep and resonant roar abruptly sounded. Amidst the boundless crimson ocean, a magnificent skeleton of a xuanhuan emerged. Its size was unimaginable. With its wings spread wide, they appeared to be 10,000 zhong wide, resembling 2 giant black iron fans spanning the horizon, blocking the light of the sun, moon, and stars. Its head was sharp like an eagle's, its beak sharp enough to seemingly cut through the heavens, glinting with a chilling shine. Its eyes blazed like burning flames, while its long tail, snake-like in appearance, swayed flexibly, stirring up fierce whirlwinds with each movement. What is that? Dom watched the xuanhuan in awe, nearly stammering. His eyes were wide open, and his body trembled. He had never seen such a strange and powerful creature. Just its sheer size occupied half the sky, so vast that he felt suffocated under its presence. It was hard to imagine how powerful it would be if it released all its aura. Roar. The xuanhuan roared, its eyes flickering with icy blue light as it flapped its massive wings and charged at Brent. Boom. Gigantic waves rose, its wings churning the blood sea into countless blood spears, raining down on Brent like wind and hail. Scram. Brent shouted coldly, his whole body trembling powerfully. A tremendous force radiated from him, spreading rapidly in all directions. Bang, bang. Countless spears exploded, shattered by Brent midair. Roar. The xuanhuan roared and lunged at Brent instantly. It opened its huge mouth, spewing endless black flames that engulfed Brent below. Just a remnant of a young xuanhuan, daring to act so rashly. Even in your prime, you couldn't harm me a bit. Brent's voice was calm. He slowly stepped out of the flames and lifted his hand, slapping towards the xuanhuan. Whoosh. A gigantic palm seemed to fill the heavens, covering the entire sky. Roar. The xuanhuan roared, transforming into a phoenix enveloped in raging fire. It stretched its sharp claws and fiercely clawed at Brent. Meanwhile, its mouth emitted thunderous screeches, trying to disturb Brent's spirit. Humph. Brent's expression was cold and unaffected by the screeches of the phoenix. His palm directly smacked against its claws. Boom. The void trembled, torn apart by vast rifts. The sound of bones cracking reverberated throughout the world. Brent's palm shattered the phoenix's claws first, followed by its leg bones, finally piercing through countless fragments and covering the entire phoenix under his palm. Bang! Almost the entire world seemed to explode as the xuanhuan skeleton was obliterated into ashes by Brent's palm. This. Dom stood behind Brent, rubbing his eyes dumbfounded, filled with awe. Such a terrifyingly powerful creature. And it was shattered right before his eyes, defenseless like an ant. All of this was too overwhelming for him. Whoosh, whoosh. Brent slowly retracted his right hand, his expression unchanged, carrying Dom forward to the 9 stone statues. At this moment, the entire world shook violently as an indescribable aura filled the air. Boom. The blood sea suddenly surged fiercely, with howling winds and blood rain everywhere. Numerous thick blood columns rose like dragons connecting the sky and the sea. In an instant, chaos enveloped the Blood Sea realm entirely. The void itself became unstable, tearing apart to form massive cracks. Meanwhile, countless crimson skeletons emerged from the depths of the Blood Sea. Instantly, the heavens and earth were filled with these skeletal figures. Wailing, all the crimson skeletons madly charged at Brent without hesitation. Humph! Brent gave a cold snort, and his body trembled slightly, easily shattering the numerous skeletons rushing towards him. However, the sudden changes in the Blood Sea compelled him to slow down a bit. The towering blood columns and endless skeletons were not what concerned him. Rather, it was the unpredictable spatial rifts that kept appearing around him. He had to be cautious with those rifts because they could abruptly materialize beside him, posing a risk of engulfing him. Though he wasn't afraid, he knew he could emerge unscathed from them. It would take time and effort. With so chestery spatial rifts, crashing through them would delay his arrival at the 9 colossal statues significantly. Time was of the essence for him, so he had no choice but to slow down a little, carefully advancing toward the 9 statues. Even though he slowed down, for Brent, it still meant covering hundreds of thousands of miles in a flash. Reaching the 9 colossal statues within the Blood Sea took only the blink of an eye. What happened here? Dom looked around in terror, his fingers gripping tightly together, turning pale due to tension. Though he couldn't sense the impending events, he instinctively felt his scalp tingling and his body shaking uncontrollably. Even his soul felt inexplicable panic, an alarm set off by his own spirit. Brent's brows furrowed slightly as he surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze, using his divine sense to investigate. It seemed like the chaos in the Blood Sea was deliberately orchestrated, with those numerous thick water columns and the spatial rifts hindering his approach to the 9 colossal statues. 9 stone statues. Brent's eyes deepened as he slowly turned his gaze toward the 9 enormous stone statues in the Blood Sea. Buzz. Suddenly, an extraordinary change occurred at the location of the 9 stone statues. Crack. Large pieces of stone fell off the statues, causing monstrous waves in the Blood Sea, while their entire bodies trembled as if awakening. Bang! A powerful aura echesterated from the 9 stone statues, filling the world and growing stronger by the second. Chapter 171, 9 stone statues. Resurrected. Brent raised his eyes to observe the changes in the 9 stone statues, a hint of surprise flashing in his gaze. Just moments ago, he had clearly detected not the slightest anomaly in the 9 statues. Not only were there no signs of life force, but even a trace of spiritual energy was absent. They were merely 9 ordinary stone statues. Yet now, they appeared as if resurrected, emitting powerful aura from head to toe. This all seemed too peculiar. That is, Brent's eyes narrowed sharply. He noticed thick currents of aura cascading down from the sky above the crimson world, pouring into the heads of the 9 stone statues through the void above their heads. The aura was laden with an intense and eerie presence. Moreover, it seemed to contain wisps of sentient souls within it, as though one collective soul was rapidly inhabiting these stone bodies. Not only that, but the boundless sea of blood roiled beneath them, quickly creeping up from the base of the statues' feet. At this moment, the Blood Sea had already surged up to the chests of the 9 statues, still climbing swiftly towards their heads. Buzz! In the next instant, the heads of the 9 stone statues were completely engulfed by the Blood Sea. Following that, the 9 stone statues trembled mightily, as if thoroughly revived. Their petrified eyes snapped open, shooting out 2 beams of blood-red light directly from their eyes, with a formidable aura echesterating from their entire bodies, filling the entire world. That aura was exceedingly violent, radiating an aura equivalent to the pinnacle realm of an anointed one at the 9th heaven level, and verging on the great emperor realm. Swoosh swoosh. 9 towering stone statues, entirely crimson like snow, gripped weapons in their hands, coldly staring at Brent before treading across the sea of blood, advancing rapidly towards him. Buzz! Heaven and earth shook. Before the stone statues reached him, 18 10,000-foot-long beams of blood-red light shot towards Brent first. These were the cold gazes of the 9 colossal stone statues. The 18 beams interwove into a roaring crimson dragon, carrying boundless power, charging straight towards Brent. Eerie. Brent stood quietly in place, fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with coldness and fury. The hidden malevolent force had actually refined the predecessors of the xiuxian race, using their bodies as weapons against him. Facing him directly, it defiled the martyrs of his race in such a chesterner. This was not just disdain and contempt for him, but also disrespect and insult towards his entire xiuxian race. He naturally raged to the extreme, the fire of anger in his heart surging toward the heavens, wishing nothing more than to strangle those hidden forces one by one with his bare hands. Predecessors of the xiuxian race, let me liberate you. Brent watched as the 9 towering stone statues charged towards him, sighing softly, a trace of sorrow surfacing in his eyes. But immediately after, he emitted a fierce killing intent from his entire body. This was fueled by his hatred for the hidden malevolence. Anyone who dared to defile the predecessors of the xiuxian race must die. With a cold expression, Brent took a slow step forward. Then his whole body shuddered, his right foot enveloped in chaotic energy, shimmering with myriad lights, firmly stepping down onto the sea of blood beneath him. Dom! A powerful aura swept across heaven and earth, roaring wildly, violently colliding with the 9 stone statues. Boom! The entire world erupted explosively. The 18 beams of blood-red light were all shattered by Brent, and even countless blood-red skulls nearby were obliterated, reduced to powder. This was not the end. The remaining power of that aura lifted waves upon waves of enormous waves, slamming ferociously into the 9 blood-red stone statues. Roar! The 9 blood-red stone statues roared, each unleashing countless attacks, trying to shatter the 100,000-foot-high tidal wave in front of them. Instantly, the combined attacks from the 9 statues formed a giant, heaven-covering net descending over the massive tidal wave. Boom! Heaven and earth swayed, plunging the world into darkness for an instant, then being flooded by blinding light. The vast net did nothing to stop the tidal wave, being instantly torn apart by it. The 100,000-foot-high tidal wave struck the 9 blood-red stone statues directly. Thud! Thud! Thud. Explosive sounds echoed, causing the 9 statues to stagger uncontrollably, all retreating unsteadily backward. Crack, crack. Continuous cracking sounds came from the statues, large chunks of stone falling off. Cracks spread over the 9 blood-red stone statues from their feet to their heads, large fissures filled with billowing black mist. Roar. The 9 blood-red stone statues roared angrily, gritting their teeth to forcibly stop their retreat, then lifted their eyes to coldly regard Brent. Swoosh swoosh. The sea of blood churned once more, swiftly rushing back towards the bodies of the 9 stone statues. Their bodies were like dry sponges encountering a pool of clear water. With each breath, the cracks on all the stone statues rapidly healed, and then completely restored. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from above the sky. Brent walked towards the 9 blood-red stone statues with his hands behind his back, his face stern. He could not delay any longer. The people of Xianxia sect were waiting for him to rescue them. Humph. Can you rely on the blood sea to heal? Then I will shatter you completely, and see if you can still heal. Brent's face was cold. He strode toward the 9 stone statues, then raised his hand to cover them. Whisper. A giant palm almost covered the entire sky, then it fell with overwhelming force. Boom. The entire world shattered into pieces. Even the countless crimson bones at the bottom of the blood sea were forced out, surging toward the high sky. Roar. The 9 blood-red stone statues roared fiercely, raising their weapons to strike hard toward the sky. Bang, bang. Thunderous sounds exploded in the sky. The 9 spirit artifacts had no resistance against the giant palm, instantly shattering upon contact. In the next instant, the giant palm howled as it crashed down onto the 9 blood-red stone statues. Boom. For a moment, the world was in chaos, akin to the end of the world. Nearly all living creatures in the world were annihilated by Brent's single palm. Even the 9 blood-red stone statues broke into pieces, then exploded violently. This is too terrifying. Dom had been closely following behind Brent. Witnessing such an apocalyptic scene, he was momentarily stunned. One palm obliterated an entire small world. How could there be such immense power in this world? Brent stood motionless in the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. He lifted his eyes to survey the surroundings, extending his divine senses to explore. Indeed, that one palm shattered the 9 blood-red stone statues, but he did not detect the fragmentation of the souls within them. Those souls seemed to vanish into thin air at the moment the statue shattered. Brent suddenly looked down at the blood sea beneath his feet, sensing its abnormality. Chapter 172. Want to refine me? Then I'll refine you first. Actually merging souls into the blood sea. Brent was surprised and doubtful. He discovered 9 powerful souls hidden within the blood sea, plotting malevolently from 9 directions, swiftly advancing towards him. Those souls were concealed so deeply that they almost merged entirely with the entire blood sea. If not for his quick divine perception, he would indeed have been deceived by them. Come out now. Brent's expression turned cold as he stepped heavily onto the blood sea. Bang! The blood sea surged, boundless waves carrying violent energy rushing outwards in all directions. Roar! The 9 souls screamed. Seeing they had been discovered, they suddenly burst out from the blood sea. Bang! 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 Streaks of blood-red light shot up from the blood sea, piercing the sky before disappearing into it. In an instant, the world shook, and the whole sky transformed dramatically. The 9 gigantic souls swelled wildly, their bodies emitting blood-red light like mist, blocking out heaven and earth. Boom! Instantly above the sky, a huge, heaven-obscuring curtain formed, suddenly descending upon them. At the same time, the blood sea surged, and a blood-red net appeared below the sea, rapidly enveloping them. In a flash, both sky and ground were filled with nets. The 2 giant nets enclosed the entire small world, sealing off all their escape routes. Boom! Between the 2 nets, endless blood-colored lightning crashed down wildly. Within the lightning, countless wind blades and sword beams wildly pierced toward Brent. This! Dom screamed, staring at the sky's transformation in horror. He had just thought they had won, easily destroying the 9 enormous blood-colored stone statues. His shock hadn't even subsided when the situation suddenly turned, transforming drastically and directly pushing them into a desperate predicament. That formation composed of 9 souls enveloped heaven and earth, naturally trapping them in the middle as well. Clearly, they intended to form this array and thoroughly refine them. No problem. From beginning to end, Brent's expression remained unchanged. He lifted his head slowly to gaze at the sky, unperturbed. He did not expect those souls to be so strange. They could divide themselves into myriad parts before death, dispersing and merging into the blood sea. Only thus did they avoid his lethal strike earlier. Moreover, they not only escaped death but could also gather together to form such a powerful formation, which was indeed unexpected. However, escaping one brush with death means nothing more than facing another. If this is your final move? Brent's face was icy cold as he took a slow step forward. His body instantly grew to 10,000 feet tall, towering over everything as he faced the vast, heaven-obscuring net. Boom, boom. Limitless blood-red lightning struck, all exploding outside of Brent without coming near him. Humph. Thinking that covering the entire heavens and earth can trap me. Foolish dreams. Brent's eyes flashed with brilliant light. With a roar, his figure once again expanded, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, instantly filling the entire world. Roar. Fierce roars echoed throughout heaven and earth. Those were the screams of the 9 blood-red souls, controlling the vast net to tremble violently, fiercely resisting. Brent's aura forcefully penetrated the net, then encircled the 9 blood-red souls forming the heaven-obscuring net. At this moment, Brent's aura was quickly contracting, rapidly compressing the entire blood-red net. Roar. The 9 blood-red souls struggled wildly, continually releasing fierce energy, trying to break free from Brent's control. Blood-red beams like sharp spears continuously stabbed at the prison formed by Brent's aura. Thud, thud. Yet, all their struggles were futile. Countless spears shattered immediately upon contact with the prison, unable to hinder Brent at all. In an instant, the vast net that originally covered the small world shrank to only 10,000 feet, easily held in Brent's hand. Humph, want to refine me? Let me refine you first. Brent looked down at his palm, resembling a cruel celestial being, his eyes ice cold. The right hand shimmered with endless runes before gently closing. Roar, roar. The 9 blood-red souls struggled and screamed wildly inside Brent's palm, fiercely resisting. Boom. A loud explosion sounded from within Brent's palm. Infinite blood mist spread, and the xiuxian of the 9 blood-red souls abruptly stopped. They had all been crushed by Brent, turning into wisps of unconscious smoke. Bang! Brent's eyes shot out 2 beams of light, dispersing their remaining smoke. Let's go. Brent spoke indifferently, raising his head to take another look at where the 9 enormous stone statues once stood. Then, his figure flickered, and in one step, he arrived before the huge rift in space. He brought Dom along and stepped into it. Thud! In no time, the 2 figures emerged from the spatial rift, appearing in a strange small world. Brent slowly lifted his head and looked at this small world. The sky and earth in this small world were hazy with a faint yellow fog, everything blurred. The ground was densely covered with bones stretching endlessly to the horizon. At a glance, countless 10,000-foot-tall bone mountains rose up to the clouds. Gray-black smoke drifted slowly from the peaks of these bone mountains, disappearing into the sky. The entire world was silent, filled with an aura of death and coldness. Why are there so chestery bones here? Dom, walking beside Brent, looked around fearfully, his face full of shock. He had never seen so chestery bones. Just the ones in front of him numbered in the billions. Moreover, countless bone mountains extended far away. It was hard to imagine how chestery people must have died to create such a terrifying scene. Could an entire era's worth of lives be buried here? Brent looked at the environment calmly, not affected in the slightest. Although he was puzzled by these bones, they were nothing new to him. He extended his divine perception, searching for traces left by the Xianxia sect group. I found it. Brent's eyes lit up. He detected the lingering presence of the Xianxia sect members. Large areas of the bones had remnants of their blood on them. It seemed that after fleeing into this place, those people were still not safe and continued to be attacked by unknown entities. Fortunately, he did not detect any fresh remains here. This indicated that none of them had perished here. What made him frown was the countless restrictions in the space, both above and below, and an inexplicable aura. His divine perception could not penetrate these numerous restricted zones to pinpoint the exact location of the Xianxia sect members. Let's go. Brent spoke gently. Since he couldn't locate them, he would have to follow the trail they left behind to continue searching. Whoosh. The 2 figures moved swiftly, following the trail left by the Xianxia sect, while continuously probing with their divine perceptions. Boom. Just then, the entire world shook violently. Immediately, the countless 10,000-foot-tall bone mountains on the ground began to undergo startling changes. Chapter 173, The White Bone Emperor. Countless wailing spirits howled as they erupted from the top of the colossal White Bone Mountain, instantly filling the entire sky and land. The boundless sea of white wailing spirits, like an ocean spread across the sky, surged together, tearing at each other as they madly lunged toward Brent. At the same time, countless 10,000-tall white bone mountains shook incessantly. Crack, piercing sounds echoed throughout the heavens and earth, as if coming back to life. All the bones of these countless giant white bone mountains quickly gathered together, transforming within moments into a massive white bone giant. Standing over 10,000 jang tall, this white bone giant had a blazing dark blue flame atop its head, wielding a long bone spear while exuding an overwhelmingly powerful and cold aura. Thud, thud. The ground trembled continuously as the white bone giant's feet stamped on it, its spear spinning nonstop. Great Tao runes bloomed, rapidly striking toward Brent. This. Dom watched in terror, his face turning pale as paper, blood drained. This sudden change was too abrupt. Infinite white bone giants and sky-filling wailing spirits filled the entire space, instantly, surrounding them tightly. It seemed almost like a death trap. The white bone giants alone were driving him to despair, and the wailing spirits were even more terrifying. Legend has it that wailing spirits are born from countless vengeful souls devouring each other. They are extremely creatures. Ordinary spiritual energy attacks barely harm them. Only those utmost yang techniques could kill them. For instance, the Thunderflame sect's Great Sage level technique, Thunder Raging, or the Fiery Flame sect's Quasi-Emperor level technique, Blazing 9 Heavens. But he had no chance of ever learning such techniques. Without being restrained by powerful techniques, these wailing spirits would ignore all attacks, swiftly entering cultivators' bodies, consuming their souls and essence blood, leading to gruesome deaths. Senior. Dom trembled slightly, looking up at Brent before him. They're just wailing spirits. It's nothing. Brent's expression was stern, with not a hint of panic. His eyes flashed piercingly, and numerous great Tao principles condensed in his right palm. Then he launched them toward the sky. Boom. A thunderous roar sounded in the sky as a blazing sun, emitting 10,000 zhonglong rays, suddenly exploded, infinite white light illuminating the entire world. Sky-filling wailing spirits screamed painfully, dissolving like snowflakes when touched by the white light. Within moments, all wailing spirits were completely obliterated. Roar. The countless white bone giants also affected by the light emitted white smoke from their bodies, staggering, rapidly melting, but still resilient and not dying. Brent frowned slightly, slowly clenching his right hand, then flipping it down, pressing lightly. With Brent's hand movement, the entire sky underwent astounding changes. Above, the endless light turned into spears radiating piercing cold glow in an instant. Then, like torrential rain, these spears fiercely plunged toward the earth. Roar. Countless white bone giants roared in unison, lifting their heads to attack recklessly against the spears rushing toward them. Boom, boom. Deafening explosions resounded through the skies, shaking the whole world violently. Deep ravines several tens of thousands of meters deep appeared on the ground, stretching far. Many white bone giants were pierced by the spears and exploded into fragments. Other white bone giants, riddled with spears, were pinned dead on the ground. Whoosh. A gentle breeze blew, followed by eerie silence. All the white-bone giants and wailing spirits were annihilated by one palm strike. This? Dom's mouth quivered, unable to utter a word as he stared at the desolate surroundings. Brent slowly retracted his right hand, ready to continue venturing deeper into this world. Right then, countless shattered bones on the ground flowed like water, sinking rapidly into the earth. An intense rumble occurred, causing the whole ground to shake uncontrollably as vast areas sank, forming a huge abyss on the surface. Thud, thud, heavy footsteps continued echoing. From the abyss, a towering white-bone giant emerged, standing 100,000 jong tall. It was a composite body formed from countless bones, shining blindingly, each estimating the aura of an Emperor realm being. Roar! The white-bone Emperor let out a roar, blocking Brent's path forward, its eyes coldly fixed on Brent. Thud! The void trembled, and the white-bone Emperor vanished from its original position. Immediately after, its figure flickered and appeared right before Brent. Then it raised its hand and struck out. The white-bone Emperor's hand was aglow with light. Countless white bones gathered in its palm, instantly forming a massive white-bone bell. The white-bone bell was as vast as the sky, almost covering the entire firmament, roaring as it came crashing down to pin Brent beneath it. Just an Emperor realm, and you think you can suppress me? Brent's face was stern as he slowly lifted his head to look up at the sky. Heaven and earth shook, and two thick beams of light shot from Brent's eyes, striking directly on the white-bone bell. Bang! Thunder exploded in the sky, tearing apart the void into countless cracks. Brent's gaze shattered the white-bone bell outright, and the remaining power hit the palm of the white-bone Emperor without losing its strength. Ding! The void erupted, and in an instant, the white-bone Emperor's palm crumbled. The white-bone Emperor itself staggered back, its body retreating continuously. Its 100,000 jong tall body thundered onto the ground, creating deep pits one by one. Roar! The white-bone Emperor roared furiously, forcefully stopping its retreat before lunging at Brent again. Die! Brent's face was cold, his form enlarging like a deity, reaching from heaven to earth, lifting his foot toward the white-bone Emperor. Roar! The white-bone Emperor roared, its body transforming into a long white-bone spear, emitting a mighty aura. It shot toward the sky and stabbed fiercely at Brent's foot. Boom! Heaven and earth collapsed, the whole world shaking incessantly, with chaotic energy spreading everywhere. The white-bone spear couldn't withstand Brent's foot for a moment, developing cracks immediately. Roar! A mournful scream echoed from within the white-bone spear. The white-bone Emperor struggled desperately, the entire spear shimmering with myriad rays of light, radiating waves of mad energy. Brent's face remained cold, his foot never paused even for a moment, relentlessly stomping the spear until it shattered inch by inch. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening explosion that echoed through the 9 heavens. The white-bone spear burst under Brent's foot, turning into dust. A faint trace of energy drifted from the fragments of the white-bone spear, attempting to vanish into the sky. Chapter 174, Netherworld. Want to escape? Brent gave a cold snort, and 2 beams of light shot from his eyes, striking directly upon that remnant soul. Bang! A thunderclap sounded, and the remnant soul was instantly scattered. Marco was utterly dead. Let's continue on our way. Brent's expression remained cold. He shrank in size and swept Dom along with him, treading deeper into this world. Whistling winds. The 2 figures traversed through thick mist, shattered numerous array restrictions, and arrived at a sea of flowers. How can there be a sea of flowers here? Dom looked at the boundless sea of flowers before him. His face revealed astonishment. In this world filled with death and chill, the sudden appearance of a sea of flowers was indeed eerie. Moreover, each flower here was abnormally large, with a diameter reaching 3 zhong, petals exceptionally alluring, vividly crimson red, fresh as blood. This is... As they approached, Dom finally discerned the true nature of this sea of flowers and was stunned into exclaiming aloud. Because stretching endlessly were flowers, and at the heart of each bloom was a corpse enclosed. Those corpses varied greatly in form. There were xiuxian, beast races, and some unknown other races. This sea of flowers. Brent gazed at the sea of flowers before him, his face revealing bewilderment. It felt familiar to him. Back then, he had also seen a similar scene within the primordial prohibited zone. The flower sea in the primordial prohibited zone stretched endlessly as well, with a corpse buried beneath each plant. And now, in this flower sea, a corpse was actually enclosed within each flower. Could there be any connection between these two? Brent's eyes narrowed sharply, and then he carried Dom into the sea of flowers. No fluctuation of souls. Brent probed calmly, finding no abnormality within the flower sea. Besides being somewhat chilling in appearance, there was nothing special about it. Who on earth has such great prowess to create such a scene? What is their purpose? Brent lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, feeling puzzled inside. Suddenly, Brent's eyes narrowed. His figure flickered as he quickly arrived before a flower, his eyes shimmering with ripples. Ebenezer. Brent carefully examined the Ebenezer enclosed in the flower, his heart shaken unceasingly. Hadn't Ebenezer been annihilated by him? Even his soul had been shattered. Why would he appear here? Bang! Brent furrowed his brows slightly, his eyes flickering with light. A beam of light shot out, instantly shattering the corpse of Ebenezer in front of him. Whistling winds. After Ebenezer was shattered, his entire body turned into white mist without a solid form. Moreover, soon those white misty soul bodies were drawn by the flowers, slowly coalescing back together bit by bit, forming once again the figure of Ebenezer, just less solid than before. So this is a remnant soul devoid of consciousness. Brent was amazed. The flowers contained a mysterious restriction, and he only discovered the anomaly after breaking that layer of restriction. At the center of the flowers wasn't a corpse. These were the residual souls of living beings who drifted in the heavens and earth after death, attracted by the flowers here, ultimately gathering and forming shapes. Who did this? Isn't this bizarre? What could they be collecting these souls for? Brent shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. Subsequently, Brent cast his gaze towards the depths of the flower sea. The answer might lie deep within. Whistling winds. The two figures sped through the flower sea rapidly, heading straight for its depths. Brent's brows were slightly furrowed. Along the way, he detected Chestery familiar soul auras within the flower sea. The old patriarch of Blood Spirit Sect, Blood Demon Ancestor, 3 sages of the Taiching Sacred Land, and Chestery other powerful figures, all their fragmented souls wandering in the heavens and earth, had been lured here by the flower sea and reappeared in form. Einothermore, the stronger the cultivator, the taller the flower enclosing their soul. Among them, the flower enclosing Ebenezer's remnant soul was about 100 xiang in size. In the boundless flower sea, there were no fewer than 100 flowers similar in size to Ebenezer's. Even in the central position of the flower sea, there were 2 flowers even larger than Ebenezer's, reaching 500 xiang in size. Who on earth is collecting these residual souls of the powerful? Brent stood before the 2 largest flowers, looking down at the 2 remnant souls below him, his face full of doubt. These remnant souls had long died, losing their consciousness and will. Even if lured here, there was no way to resurrect them. Moreover, he did not detect any sinister aura from these flowers. Clearly, all this was not caused by something ominous. Subsequently, Brent shook his head with a sigh. He had no clue. He felt that in the depths of this world, there seemed to be another layer of mysterious veil enveloping everyone's hearts. Whistling winds, Brent did not linger any longer. He quickly traversed forward, speeding toward the depths of the flower sea. Rushing waters. From the depths of the flower sea came sounds like waves crashing, accompanied by mournful howls. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures arrived at the end of the flower sea. Camden, look, there's a huge monument ahead. Dom cried out in surprise, pointing towards the front, eyes fixed on it without blinking. Brent's eyes narrowed. His figure flickered as he quickly arrived before the stone monument, lifting his head to scrutinize the towering monument before him. This 100-xiang-tall white bone monument was carved entirely from a single bone, resembling the tooth of some kind of creature, piercing into the clouds and emitting a chilling, terrifying aura. The words, Yellow Spring, were inscribed on the bone monument in blood-red light. Upon closer inspection, these 2 large characters were composed of countless blood-red souls, silently struggling, slowly writhing on the colossal white bone monument, radiating a demonic strangeness. Behind the Yellow Spring monument was a surging river. The river roared, bellowed, churning up thick, deep yellow water, flowing swiftly, each estuarating a bone-chilling coldness that penetrated the soul. The entire Yellow Spring water seemed to span the entire small world, its length unknown. Its width also stretched endlessly, beyond sight. Above the Yellow Spring River, there floated a vast amount of yellow mist, and numerous spatial rifts existed. Countless bolts of lightning occasionally struck down from the sky, landing on the Yellow Spring River, splashing up huge waves of water. On the surface of the Yellow Spring River floated Chestery, decaying corpses, tumbling with the river water. Brent watched the corpses floating on the river water, his face showing slight surprise. Some of the corpses wore ancient clothing, their heads adorned with hairpins from that era, resembling figures from the mythical age. However, their flesh was extremely decayed, unrecognizable, as if they had been soaked in the Yellow Spring River for countless years, with traces of corpse water seeping out from their bodies. There were also cultivators from recent ancient times floating on the Yellow Spring River, rising and falling with the river water. Their faces showed extreme terror, eyes wide open, unable to close even in death, still struggling in their last moments. Chapter 175 on the Bridge of Life and Death. Could this netherworld river also connect to the outside world, like the Great Een River? Brent looked at some fresh corpses in the river water, speculating. He couldn't understand where these ancient corpses came from. Moreover, judging by their ornaments, they were definitely not ordinary people. Some of the corpses still had an exalted sage-level spirit treasure embedded in their heads. Exalted sage realm. Such a level was almost considered peak force within a great sect, serving as the foundation of its power. How could they die here? At the same time, he felt deeply puzzled. Is this massive river really composed of the waters of the netherworld? Brent murmured. He had once read legends about the waters of the netherworld in a book recording oddities in the Huchester world. When cultivators died, their souls would all escape into hell. And there is a river called the Netherworld River in hell. The netherworld water is formed from countless souls melting together bit by bit, and those dead souls would be absorbed into the netherworld water, going through its baptism. The description of the netherworld in that book matched exactly what he saw today. Brent frowned. They had broken through several layers of space. Could they have intruded into the legendary hell? If this was hell, according to ancient texts, there should be a bridge of life and death over the netherworld river. Where is that bridge of life and death? Brent lifted his eyes to look around, then quickly moved along the edge of the netherworld river, wanting to verify it. Oh, the howling wind whistled as 2 figures flashed. In just a moment, an imposing bridge actually appeared before them. Bridge of life and death. Brent exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. They had indeed found the legendary bridge of life and death. The bridge of life and death was extraordinarily wide, made entirely of endless bones, shining with a ghostly white light, spanning above the entire netherworld river. One thought leads to life, one thought leads to death, the bridge of life and death, guiding to rebirth. 12 crimson large characters were carved on the steels on both sides of the bridge of life and death, emitting a vast and profound aura. Camden, did we arrive at the legendary hell? Dom looked at the bridge of life and death in front of him with shock, then slowly raised his head to look at Brent. He had also heard legends about hell, but only considered it a legend, thinking it impossible to exist. But unexpectedly, he actually witnessed the legendary thing today. Brent gently shook his head and said faintly, I'm not sure either. Although it's the same as the rumors, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're in hell. Let's go. First rescue the people from your sect, and then explore further. Brent looked at the pool of blood at the entrance of the bridge of life and death, then led Dom onto the bridge. Dom. The bridge of life and death lightly shook as Brent broke the formation restrictions at the entrance of the bridge and entered the bridge of life and death with Dom. Brent looked down at the bridge deck. The deck of the bridge of life and death was scattered with large patches of blood, and there were several corpses torn to pieces, internal organs strewn everywhere. Obviously, those people were attacked immediately after entering the bridge of life and death. They. Looking at the scene before him, Dom was filled with sorrow, staggering, almost unable to stand. He walked step by step towards the skeletal remains, face filled with grief, trembling while gathering up the bloody bones. Brent frowned slightly, sensing a familiar aura from these corpses. These people, he had seen them before in the xiuxian. Note, xiuxian doesn't have a proper English translation provided. It may refer to a restricted area or a taboo place. He hadn't expected them to die here. There. Brent slowly raised his head, looking towards the end of the bridge of life and death. He seemed to sense a slight tremor there. That tremor. It resembled the effect caused by a battle. Could it be that the xianxia sect members are fighting? Brent was surprised and doubtful, then took Dom and flew again towards the end of the bridge of life and death. Boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed constantly on the bridge of life and death. Restrictions invisibly evolving layer by layer on the bridge of life and death were shattered by Brent, who disappeared from the spot like a streak of light. Dom. At that moment, the entire bridge of life and death suddenly shook violently, as if struck by something terrifying. The netherworld below the bridge churned fiercely, waves surging toward the sky, endlessly pounding the bridge. And at this moment, the floating decayed corpses on the surface of the netherworld river abruptly opened their eyes, beams of light shooting straight into the heavens. Roar. Ear-piercing roars resounded throughout the skies and earth. Countless corpses suddenly leaped up from the surface of the netherworld river, like sharp swords, all attacking Brent. Humph. Brent's face was stern, not caring about the oncoming corpses at all. His whole body shook, and a powerful aura instantly swept out. Bang, bang. In an instant, countless corpses exploded upon contact with that aura, their bodies shattered into pieces, scattering bones all over the bridge. Whoosh, whoosh. From start to finish, Brent didn't pause for a moment. He rushed through, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Dom, dom. The bridge of life and death continued to shake, and the corpses in the netherworld river seemed endless. Even after countless corpses were shattered by Brent, more still emerged from the river, quickly filling the entire surface. They roared, their eyes flashing with Fengkong de Gamong, Sunchu, Jingying de Jarzik, Xingso de Chongshang le Chufan. Brent frowned slightly, his eyes flickering as a thick beam of light shot out from them, piercing forward swiftly. Bang, bang. In an instant, explosions echoed everywhere. That beam of light quickly passed through the bridge of life and death, shattering all the corpses on the bridge. Roar. Another loud roar came from the netherworld river. Rush, rush. The netherworld water churned violently, like stormy waves, continuously crashing against the bridge of life and death. A massive decaying corpse slowly stepped out of the netherworld water, its cold gaze fixed on Brent. It was over 1,000 feet tall, wearing tattered battle armor, holding a bronze war axe, emitting an aura of the great emperor realm. The void trembled as the gigantic decaying corpse flashed, instantly appearing before Brent, and then swung down its massive bronze war axe fiercely. Dom. The void shattered. The war axe emitted a fierce aura, tearing apart the heavens and earth with deep cracks. It carried immense force, resembling a primordial battle axe, seemingly capable of splitting the entire world. Scram! A loud shout reverberated through the skies. Brent's face remained stern as he raised his hand to slap towards the roaring bronze war axe. Chapter 176. The People of Spirit Creek Sect. Bang! The entire world seemed to explode, a blinding light illuminating everything, followed by a raging energy sweeping across the heavens and earth. Crack! The bronze battle axe emitted a tremendous sound, shattered into countless pieces by Brent's palm. Then Brent's massive hand plunged through the bronze fragments, striking directly at the zombie's skull. Roar! The zombie howled, its yellow eyes gleaming with an eerie light. It opened its mouth, spitting out extremely cold yellow spring water toward Brent. Buzz! The yellow spring water vibrated and instantly transformed into a long sword shimmering with yellow light. As the yellow sword appeared, it felt as if all of creation had frozen. Even the surging yellow springs formed thick layers of ice, with countless zombies in the river frozen solid. Not just their bodies, but even their souls. Whistling, the yellow sword tore through the void as if rushing from the flow of time, slashing fiercely toward Brent's palm. Die! Brent's expression remained cold. He gently shook his hand, instantly breaking free from the yellow sword's restraint, then slammed it heavily onto the tip of the yellow sword. Boom! Another explosive sound echoed through the sky. Brent's enormous palm crushed the yellow sword until it shattered inch by inch and finally exploded into pieces. Whistling. Immediately after, Brent's palm struck the zombie's skull without resistance. Roar! The zombie howled fiercely, struggling desperately. Its head glowed intensely, each chest radiating profound energy as it attempted to break free from Brent's grasp. But all efforts were in vain. Bang! Brent's palm shattered every obstacle the zombie put up and smashed its head to pieces, slamming its body heavily into the yellow springs, causing an explosion. Boom! The river of yellow springs surged. All the ice shattered, once again resuming its turbulent state. Brent slowly withdrew his hand. However, a soul yellow bead was now in his palm. This was the essence inside the zombie's body. In death lies birth. The zombie was formed from a corpse that had cultivated and reached the great emperor realm. The bead inside it contained an unusually dense life force. It was the essence of life. Although not comparable to immortal herbs, using it as a substitute for auxiliary materials in refining 9 transmutation immortal pills would still be quite suitable. Let's go. Without lingering, after retrieving the soul yellow bead, Brent charged towards the end of the life-death bridge. Meanwhile, not far from the end of the life-death bridge, a brutal battle was unfolding. No, help me. Terrified screams and desperate pleas for help rang out incessantly. The people of Spirit Creek Sect were huddled within a crumbling defensive barrier, barely holding off the attacks from all around. Above them, the sky was filled with resentful spirits, each like a black mist cloud. These resentful spirits, apart from blood-red glowing eyes, had nothing but a large mouth full of fangs occupying their bodies. Moreover, chestery of these countless resentful spirits emitted powerful energies, their strength rivaling that of perfected realm cultivators. Whistling, the resentful spirits howled endlessly, rushing madly towards everyone. At this moment, the giant defensive barrier was densely covered with resentful spirits. Those inside the formation watched the sky, filled with resentful spirits, terrified, and filled with despair and panic. Boom, boom. Continuous crashing sounds resonated as the resentful spirits savagely bit into the defensive barrier. The huge defensive barrier flickered continuously, cracks appearing everywhere, as if reaching its limit. Crack. The sound of the formation cracking hit everyone like heavy blows. It seemed that the next instant, the protective barrier would shatter, torn apart by countless resentful spirits. We must hold on. Everyone gathered together, watching the formation in terror, sweat pouring down their foreheads, trembling with tension, their weapon-holding hands pale from stress. They prayed inwardly, hoping the defensive barrier could withstand the attack from the resentful spirits. But in the next moment, their hopes were shattered. Whistling, the resentful spirits howled wildly, biting holes the size of heads in the formation, then screaming as they squeezed through the gaps. Roar! In an instant, dozens of resentful spirits rushed into the formation through the breaches in the defensive barrier. They howled, red-eyed, lunging toward everyone to tear and bite. They're breaking in again. Kill them quickly. The rest of you must repair the barrier as soon as possible. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, gritting their teeth and charging forward. Behind them were dozens of cultivators covered in blood, sitting cross-legged on the ground with pale faces, having lost their ability to fight. Scattered on the ground were over 10 corpses that had been brutally torn apart by the resentful spirits. Kill. Leading the charge was an Hamiltonly cultivator with white hair. Despite being injured and his snow-white hair drenched in blood, he emitted a terrifying aura, reaching the peak of the 7th Great Realm, Tribulation transcending stage. He roared and leaped into the air, slashing a sword that instantly shattered a resentful spirit of equal strength. Michael, watch out. At the same moment, a shocked cry came from behind the old Chester. Crack. The old Chester screamed in agony. Another resentful spirit had bitten a large chunk of flesh from his arm, exposing the white bone beneath. Moreover, the resentful spirit continued to roar, its mouth wide open as if intending to bite off his entire arm. Michael, Austin. The others rushed forward anxiously and panicked, trying to help the old Chester. Die. The old Chester growled, clenching his teeth and using his other hand to strike the resentful spirit, turning it into ashes. Cough. Cough. The old Chester coughed up blood, his face growing deathly pale. His body staggered, almost unable to stand. Several people who rushed over immediately helped him, slowly retreating while supporting him. Pant. Pant. Everyone panted heavily, their chests rising and falling rapidly, but fear still lingered on their faces. However, the dozens of resentful spirits that had rushed in were all eliminated by their combined efforts. The gaps in the defensive barrier had also been hastily repaired, temporarily sealing it. For a short while, those resentful spirits wouldn't be able to break through. The crisis seemed to be averted. But this was only temporary. Chapter 177. The Bead. Everyone wore an expression of despair. They looked at the yin-yang, revenge spirits, filling the sky, not a single hope of survival sprouting in their hearts. They, numbering in the thousands, due to their entire sect suddenly collapsing without warning, had fallen into this endless abyss. In just a short while, the complete disintegration of the sect caused nearly half of the thousands of people to perish. Truly, the losses were heavy. Moreover, after falling into the abyss, within a very brief time, countless terrifying creatures rushed out. They roared, madly slaughtering numerous disciples and swallowing them whole. At this life and death moment, with the help of a powerful defensive array, the old patriarch barely chesteraged to turn the tide, gathering chestery disciples together to fight a bloody path out, hoping to escape. But when they prepared to escape from the abyss they fell into, they despondently discovered that the entire abyss was filled with restrictions. They could not break through these restrictions. They had no power to escape from the passage of the abyss. Reluctantly, they could only seek another way out. Along the way, relying on the strong defensive array, they fought fiercely, battling continuously. They charged through the abyss, crossed the blood sea, and ultimately fought their way onto this bridge between life and death. Yet, they also suffered grievous losses. Thousands of descendants had almost been completely wiped out, leaving only more than 100 of them now, each carrying injuries and with their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Now, they still had not found an exit, still had not found hope for survival. It seemed they were all going to die here. One after another, everyone turned their heads to look at the Winchester in white whom they had protected at the center. At this moment, her face was pale, streaks of fresh blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, and she seemed almost unable to hold on any longer. Even so, her hand still clung tightly to a bead riddled with cracks. The bead, crystal clear like jade, shone faintly like a tiny star. The defensive array above their heads was precisely generated by this bead. Had it not been for this bead, forget about fighting their way alive to this place. When they first fell into the abyss, they would all have already died. Everyone was amazed by the power of this bead. Its strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The defensive array produced by this bead withstood everything when faced with the onslaught of countless terrifying creatures. Not a single terrifying creature broke through. And during the fierce battle in the Blood Sea, the bead even withstood the heavy blows from several saint-level skeletons. Even when they encountered a great saint realm ghost attempting to destroy them in this hellish place, the crystal-clear bead still held its ground, withstanding its attack and saving all of them. At this moment, everyone felt immense gratitude toward Brent. Regarding Audrey and others' matters in the xiuxian prohibited area, everyone knew about it. That their disciple could form such a bond with such a powerful person made every member of the Spirit Stream sect feel incomparably honored. The old patriarch of Spirit Stream sect was even happy enough to personally give Audrey and others chestery rewards. As for Brent, they were well informed too. Just a few days ago, they planned to visit the Chu family to pay respects to Brent, wanting to personally thank him for his great kindness. Unfortunately, before the Spirit Stream sect could go, they suffered such catastrophic disaster. Camden. Many people, looking at the array light barrier above them full of cracks, remained deeply shaken in their hearts. Even at this stage, the defensive array remained tenacious, unbroken. I didn't expect the item Camden casually gave us to be so powerful, actually capable of withstanding attacks from Great Saint Realm ghosts. Truly astonishing. Indeed shocking. That's a Great Saint level being. For how Chestery years has the entire Eastern Wasteland lacked such a powerful figure? Had it not been for the multiple attacks from that Great Saint Realm ghost which covered the protective shield with countless cracks, perhaps we could really have escaped from here. Sigh? There's no point talking about what-ifs anymore. Many faces showed sorrow, their eyes filled with a deadened resolve, having lost faith in surviving. If only Camden were here. Since the item he gave can withstand attacks from a Great Saint, his realm must far surpass the Great Saint realm, right? Someone sighed softly, expressing their hope. If Camden were here, he could surely destroy those surrounding revenge spirits and save us from here. Another person standing next to him also chimed in, holding great admiration and reverence for Brent. Audrey, standing at the center of everyone, also sighed in her heart, then lowered her head to look at the jade-colored bead in her hand, slowly lifting it up to clutch it tightly against her chest. Yes, if only he were here. She didn't know why, but every time she thought of that Chester in white, and his faint smile, an incomparable sense of peace would fill her heart. But I will never see him again. Audrey's expression was despondent. She lowered her head, her face filled with sorrow. She wasn't sure if this sadness was because she was going to die and felt disheartened as a result, or because she could never see that person again. Everyone, stop indulging in random thoughts. This is the Abyss Underground. Camden is far away across several major realms. He can't possibly be here. Hurry up and treat your injuries. Gather your spiritual energy. The spirit items given by Camden have saved us countless times already. What remains depends on ourselves. People of Spirit Stream Sect are not cowards who fear death. Our lives are in our own hands, and we will not sit around waiting to die. Disciples, follow me in one final assault to fight for a glimmer of hope. After taking a revival pill previously given by Brent, the old patriarch of Spirit Stream Sect became stronger, his injuries visibly recovering. Now, his eyes flashing with determination, he stood before everyone, ready to lead them through the encirclement of revenge spirits, carving out a path to survival. We wish to follow our revered ancestor, whatever may come. Even death shall not make us falter. Many disciples stood up, their faces resolute, bowing respectfully to the old Chester. Haha, very well, then let's carve out a bright future together. The old Chester laughed heartily, his entire being like a sharp sword radiating powerful energy. Together with the disciples, they surged forward amidst endless revenge spirits, heading towards the distance. Bang, bang, thud. Instantly, the sounds of collisions, explosions, and screams rose and fell. The people of Spirit Stream Sect fought bravely, cutting down the revenge spirits charging into the formation with all their might. However, as the revenge spirits continued their relentless attacks and bites, the light barrier of the formation began to flicker rapidly. More and more cracks appeared on it, and the holes torn open grew larger. Within just a few breaths, the formation was nearly at its breaking point. A large number of revenge spirits rushed in through the gaps in the light barrier. Chapter 178 Brent arrives. Hurry, quickly kill them. Many people rushed forward, their faces anxious as they frantically slashed at the Yuan creatures that surged in. Someone screamed in agony. An entire arm was bitten off by the Yuan that rushed in. Before he could even struggle, his head was torn apart by the Yuan. There are two Chester Yuan rushing in. Quickly protect those severely injured disciples. Urgent voices echoed incessantly within the formation array, with everyone engaged in a frantic battle. Don't save us. It's not worth it. Some of the heavily wounded disciples watched their fellow sect members die tragically to protect them. They felt immense grief, unable to accept that they had become a burden. Roars of anguish filled the air. These heavily wounded disciples, their eyes nearly bleeding from sorrow and rage, decided to sacrifice themselves to avoid dragging down their fellow disciples. They jumped up wildly, embracing the Yuan, choosing death together with them. Even those whose hands were severed still bit at the Yuan fiercely with all their might. No, don't. The other disciples shouted in despair, rushing towards them in an attempt to stop them. Bang, bang. Instantly, the fighting became more intense. Despite their efforts to prevent it, Chestery disciples died forever. Kill. All turned their grief into fury. They all went mad, their eyes bloodshot as they cut down the Yuan that surged in. Crack. The cracks on the protective barrier increased, emitting faint sounds of cracking. Not good. The barrier is breaking. Everyone looked up at the protective barrier above them in panic, their faces showing despair. Even with the protection of the formation, they were pushed to this dire situation, suffering heavy casualties. Once the barrier breaks, they might not survive a single breath, instantly being devoured by the Yuan. Boom. At this moment, a distant vibration occurred in the void. Immediately afterwards, a powerful roar echoed from afar. A powerful aura swept across the sky like a violent wind. Wail. Countless Yuan parted in fear, trembling and retreating. At the end of the path appeared a massive Yuan. It was the king of Yuan. Roar. The Yuan roared, emitting an aura of great sage realm, which pressed down through the formation towards everyone. Without hesitation, it flashed and charged directly at the crowd. Many people spat out large amounts of blood due to the pressure, collapsing to the ground. That's actually a great sage realm Yuan. We're doomed. Everyone watched in terror as the great sage realm Yuan approached rapidly. Their faces were ashen, feeling utter despair. Even the old ancestor of Lingxi's sect, looking at the huge Yuan charging, lost the will to resist. This was a great sage. They were already powerless to resist. Now, the formation was already damaged beyond repair, about to shatter completely, leaving them without any means of defense. Boom. A loud explosion resounded as the entire barrier shattered. The great sage realm Yuan broke through the formation, directly confronting everyone. Roar. The great sage realm Yuan roared, its body expanding like a towering mountain. It opened its gaping maw, enveloping everyone beneath it. Whale! The countless Ling roared and rushed crazily towards the group. Michael! No! At this critical moment, everyone was terrified, staring wide-eyed at the looming danger above them. Whale! The mouth of the great xiuxian, full of fangs, tore through space, coming closer and closer. Finally, it enveloped everyone under its mouth. The world darkened in an instant. Inside the mouth of the great xiuxian, all spiritual energy was sealed, creating an isolated space. Everyone felt trapped like they were in steel, barely able to move. The old patriarch's face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He sighed softly, feeling both unwilling yet helpless. He lacked the strength to save these people. Are we going to die? Audrey whispered softly, clutching the broken bead tightly to her chest and slowly closing her eyes. She also had regrets deep in her heart. Beast, stop! Just as everyone was despairing and waiting to die, a cold, stern shout came from afar. Immediately after, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Suddenly, everyone's vision brightened, and they realized that all the restrictions that had enveloped them were gone. This is... Everyone blinked in confusion, opening their eyes wide. Above them, the massive Ling creatures disintegrated like snowflakes, slowly drifting down from the sky. It's dead. A great sage realm Ling just died right before our eyes. Who killed it? I think I heard an angry shout just now. Many people muttered to themselves, gently rubbing their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Look there, someone shouted in surprise. Through the flying ash, he saw two figures rapidly approaching from the distance. Yes, the one coming is Dom. There's another person with him. That person is... Those with keen eyes recognized the newcomer and immediately called out excitedly. He actually came to save us. Am I dreaming? All faces showed intense excitement, their eyes filled with disbelief. They never thought their dream would come true. He actually really came? Appeared here. Audrey murmured, her mind shaken by Brent's appearance. Her face lit up with joy, her eyes fixed on Brent's rapidly approaching figure. Whale! At the same time, with the loss of the great sage realm Ling's control, the countless Ling creatures plunged into utter madness. Their red eyes seemed fearless as some continued to attack the crowd of Lingxi's sect, while others roared and charged towards Brent. The people of Lingxi's sect screamed in terror as the Ling creatures surged toward them again. The flicker of hope they had just felt was extinguished once more. Without the protection of the formation array, they knew they couldn't hold out against so Chestrian Ling no matter how hard they tried. And now, Brent was still far away, perhaps too distant to reach them in time. No, everyone fell into despair. In a brief moment, they had experienced a feeling of falling from paradise to hell. Chapter 179, Could it be a conspiracy? Die. Brent's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared before everyone. His expression was cold as he cast a cold glance at the boundless xuanhuan, vengeful spirits, in front of him, radiating an overwhelming aura from his body. Heaven and earth trembled, and space quaked. Brent's body shone like a blazing sun hanging high up in the sky, emitting 10,000 rays of light. Clang! Infinite beams of light transformed into sharp swords, like a web of blades, swiftly dashing towards all the vengeful spirits with fierce strikes. Wailing! In an instant, the entire sky was filled with explosions and the cries of the vengeful spirits. Countless vengeful spirits exploded upon being pierced by the long swords. Whistling, a gentle breeze blew, and in an instant, all the vengeful spirits were exterminated. The sky returned to its clear state, and this place fell into an eerie silence. The crowd from Spirit Creek sect stared wide-eyed, shocked by the cleared sky, and fell into a daze. This is terrifying. He eliminated all the vengeful spirits with just a wave of his hand. Even the vengeful spirits of Great Sage Realm were easily killed by him. That was a great sage. I didn't think Camden could be so powerful. Everyone looked at Brent heavily, their eyes full of shock and awe. Thump thump. Brent's face remained calm as he brought Dom along and landed before the crowd. Ancestor Master. Dom shouted, grief-stricken, directly kneeling before the Hamilton. Little Chong, get up. The old patriarch of Spirit Creek sect sighed lightly and helped Dom up from the ground. Seeing Dom and Brent at that moment, he had guessed the whole sequence of events. Without waiting for further words, the old patriarch hurried forward 2 steps, approached Brent, and bowed deeply. On behalf of the entire Spirit Creek sect, thank you, Camden, for saving us. We will remember your kindness forever. We are grateful to Camden for saving our lives. The other disciples of Spirit Creek sect followed the old patriarch, bowing down with gratitude. Wade, please rise. Rescuing you was just a trivial matter. There's no need for such grand courtesies. Besides, I once promised Linger that if Spirit Creek sect encounters a crisis, they can seek me out. Brent quickly moved forward 2 steps, reaching out to help the old patriarch up. At the same time, he sent out his spiritual power to help the rest stand up as well. Camden. Upon hearing Brent's modest words, everyone looked at him with even greater excitement and reverence. Such a powerful person could still be so approachable. It truly exceeded their expectations. When they first heard Audrey speak of Brent's amiability and kindness, they harbored some doubts. Now it seemed they were wrong. Audrey stood behind the crowd, secretly watching Brent all along. When her gaze met Brent's, she shyly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed as she nervously rubbed the edge of her clothes. Seeing that Audrey only suffered from excessive spiritual power depletion and minor external injuries, not serious harm, Brent's lips curled into a faint smile, finally putting his mind at ease. Toward Audrey, Brent felt a vague sentiment that lingered in his heart, indescribable. He just felt that as long as she was safe, everything was fine. Surveying the people of Spirit Creek sect, Brent saw Chestery were covered in blood, seriously injured, and several lying unconscious on the ground. Wade, let me guard while you treat your wounds first. Afterward, I'll escort you all out. Brent spoke calmly, casually handing over a storage bag to Dom, instructing him to distribute healing pills to everyone. Oh, this is revitalizing pill. It really is revitalizing pill. Heavens, I never thought I would be able to consume such legendary top-grade medicine. Many cried out in surprise, their faces showing excitement. trembling slightly as they gazed wide-eyed at the pill in their hands. This happiness came too suddenly. They not only escaped death, but also received such great fortune. This impact was too immense for them. Initially, when they heard Audrey and others were granted revitalizing pills by Camden, they were envious, dreaming of what it would be like to have one. Unexpectedly, today, they fulfilled their wish. Camden, the old patriarch's body was trembling too, his eyes full of gratitude and shock. He couldn't believe that Brent gave them so chestry top-grade medicinal pills, a total of more than 100. These were top-grade medicinal pills. These pills could be considered as the foundation of a sect. Just like that, Brent casually gave them away. Once they had these pills, chestry of the seriously injured disciples could be saved. This favor was too great. He couldn't even imagine how to repay Brent's kindness. Brent saw the old patriarch's agitated expression and smiled slightly, slowly speaking. Wade, there's no need for such shock. These are just pills for healing wounds. Quickly have the disciples start their recovery. Your grace is incomparably overwhelming. The old patriarch was moved to tears, his lips trembling as he bowed deeply to Brent again. After a moment, everyone from Spirit Creek sect sat cross-legged on the ground and began treating their injuries. Brent stood with his hands behind his back, calmly gazing around. Since arriving at the life-death bridge, he had been focused on rescuing the people of Spirit Creek sect and hadn't carefully examined the surroundings. Now, as he looked around, he noticed some peculiarities. At the end of the life-death bridge, a 3-zhang-wide bluestone path connected to it, winding and stretching into the distance. On both sides of the bluestone path, as well as nearby, lay countless bones scattered about. Due to the passage of time, chestery bones had turned to powder, covering the bluestone path. At the end of the bluestone path, faint black mists obscured the view, making it unclear where the path led. Beyond the black mists, a hazy area appeared, as if numerous mountains rose up, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. Brent's eyes narrowed, his brows furrowing slightly. He sensed a peculiar aura from within the distant black mists. In the mountains beyond the mists, this aura became even more intense. Could it be that deep within these mountains, there lies an ancient emperor in slumber, similar to the divine fall forbidden zone? But what was the purpose of drawing the people of Spirit Creek sect into the depths of this land? Was it just an accident, or part of a conspiracy? Brent murmured, integrating all the information in his mind as he pondered along the way. What could it be? A moment later, Brent shook his head lightly, still without any clear answer. Then, Brent scanned the surroundings, his brows furrowing slightly. His divine senses told him that this was far from coincidental. It seemed as though someone was deliberately guiding these events in the background. Chapter 180, Mysterious Summoning. Could it be because of me? Brent speculated, a faint guess forming in his mind. From the Taichu Forbidden Zone, he had met the people of Spirit Creek sect. Then, Spirit Creek sect suddenly fell into an abyss, plunging into dire straits. And now, he had stormed into the underground abyss to save everyone. Though these events seemed unrelated at first glance, they were intricately connected upon closer reflection. It was as if someone was continuously calculating and guiding him here from the shadows. How did they know I would definitely come here to rescue the people of Spirit Creek sect? Brent pondered, a hint of caution creeping into his thoughts. If this was truly the case, it appeared that the enigmatic entities had thoroughly studied his personality before making their move. Enigmatic ones, I'd like to see what your purpose is in luring me here. Brent's face grew stern, a surge of killing intent rising within him. How dare they scheme against him like this? He would surely send them a grand and hefty gift. The mountains shrouded in black mist shook violently. The sky cloaked in dense fog suddenly emitted 10,000 rays of rosy light. Following this, an ancient and desolate aura swept across from the mountains. Boom! This aura was overwhelmingly powerful, like a massive tidal wave that obscured the entire sky, sweeping toward everyone. What's happening? The distant tremors startled the people of Spirit Creek sect who were recovering from their injuries. All eyes turned toward the depths of the mountains, only to witness the fierce storm surging towards them. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale with fear. This. Quickly retreat. Camden. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the towering waves above, carrying a vast and mighty force pressing down on them heavily. The terrifying pressure made their breathing stop. Even the old patriarch turned deathly pale. This power was too overwhelming, far surpassing the great sage realm. It was as if a divine being was roaring, let alone resisting. Even a slight brush with it would be enough to turn one into dust. I want to see who dares cause chaos. Brent spoke calmly, his hands behind his back, stepping forward lightly with composure. Boom! Instantly, an even more powerful aura surged out from beneath Brent's feet, radiating outward from him. Bang! The heavens cracked open, the sky turning turbulent. The aura sweeping from the mountains was instantly shattered by Brent's chesterated power, and his aura continued to strike back into the mountains. Crash! Within the mountains, endless black mists churned, and countless thunderclaps echoed. Countless restrictions were scattered, and shrill screams of pain resounded from within the black mist, as if numerous terrifying creatures had been shattered. In an instant, everything was calm. This. Camden. Everyone looked at Brent in shock. Such a powerful aura, almost surpassing the great sage realm, had been effortlessly dispelled by him. Could Camden really be a near emperor? Many were astounded, looking at Brent with even greater reverence. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, originating from deep within the mountains. The entire world shook, the temperature plummeting sharply, as if it were winter. What is that roar? Did we wake something terrifying here? Many looked at the mountain depths in terror, feeling cold all over, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. An indescribable pressure enveloped them, making them feel like kneeling down. Boom! The mountains shook again, and from within the thick black mist, countless beams of light shot out. The sky-high beams of light were like projections, filled with bizarre scenes. There were fairies dancing in a blood-red sea of bones. There were flowers blooming amidst a desolate land. And there were countless ordinary souls devoutly worshipping a colossal bronze coffin. One eerie scene after another flashed in the rosy light. Simultaneously, low murmurs echoed throughout the world, sounding like whispered conversations or mournful cries. A serene yet chilling aura spread across the land, simultaneously peaceful and bone-chilling. Such strange phenomena left the people of Spirit Creek sect feeling a coldness in their necks and an inexplicable sense of dread. Camden. Many looked at Brent bewilderedly, unsure of what was happening. Brent gently shook his head and spoke calmly. I'm not sure exactly what's happening there. I need to go and see it for myself to understand the cause of this phenomenon. What? Camden, you want to go deep into those mountains? No, that's too dangerous. Yes, Camden, the depths of these mountains are projecting such bizarre scenes. It must be extremely perilous inside. You can't risk your safety. Many people were startled upon hearing that Brent intended to venture into the depths of the mountains. They quickly tried to dissuade him. The old patriarch of Spirit Creek sect also looked at Brent in shock, as if he wanted to say something but held back. This underground world was too eerie, filled with dead spirits and creatures on every corner, including evil entities of the Great Sage realm. And now, with such terrifying fluctuations each estimating from deep within the mountains, its aura surpassing the Great Sage, there must be near Emperor-level evil beings inside, possibly even Emperor-level monstrosities. Such a perilous place made him worry about any accidents befalling Brent. It's fine. You all don't have to worry. I know what I'm doing. Brent gave a faint smile, looking composed and calm. Seeing Brent so unperturbed, everyone's reverence for him deepened further. Xuanhuan stood far away. Upon hearing that Brent still insisted on going deep into the mountains, her face showed concern as she hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Then she seemed to think of something and slowly stopped. She lowered her head, secretly observing Brent. Although Brent noticed, he did not pay too much attention. At this moment, he frowned slightly, gazing intently at the depths of the mountains. For some reason, he seemed to hear urgent calls coming from deep within the mountains. That voice, it sounded like a dying creature struggling and fighting in despair. Could it be that some living beings are imprisoned in the depths of these mountains? Brent speculated in his mind. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. Everything was too mysterious, he couldn't guess. However, regardless of what lay in the depths of the mountains, he had to go and see for himself. He had promised to deliver a grand gift to those mysterious entities lurking in the shadows and wouldn't go back on his word. Chapter 181. Lone Hero in Darkness. This place is fraught with danger. Who knows how chestery perils lurk in the shadows? I can't leave you all here and feel at ease. Please bear with me for a moment. I will temporarily take all of you into my sleeve and release everyone when we reach a safe place. I wonder if you all are willing. Brent slowly spoke, expressing his thoughts. In the cultivation world, taking someone into a spatial container without their permission was considered a provocative and insulting act, because spatial artifacts were only used to suppress and imprison enemies during combat. This was a technique meant for foes. When using it on allies, naturally one had to obtain their consent. We are willing to follow Camden's arrangements. Upon hearing Brent's thorough consideration for their safety, the people of Xianxia sect naturally had no objections and were instead filled with gratitude towards Brent. Very well then. Bear with me for a moment. Brent smiled slightly and then waved his hand towards the crowd. A streak of green light flashed, and everyone vanished from this place. Having done this, Brent did not linger for a moment and turned to walk deeper into the mountains. Whoosh whoosh. A figure flickered across the land, swiftly traversing. Brent's expression was stern, and he gazed deeply into the depths of the mountains. He increasingly felt that his previous suspicions were correct. The aura each echesterating from deep within the mountains contained not only a trace of strange energy, but also a unique fragrance characteristic of immortal herbs. Thinking about this, Brent's eyes narrowed, feeling some caution in his heart. He needed immortal herbs to refine the 9-turn immortal pill to revive his clan members. And now a trace of an immortal herb appeared here. Could this be mere coincidence? Brent shook his head lightly, feeling the matter wasn't so simple. I want to see what sinister plot is hidden here. Brent's gaze was icy cold as he stepped into the thick black fog. Roar! Just as Brent entered the fog, mournful roars suddenly resounded. Immediately after, countless pairs of crimson lantern-like eyes lit up in the fog. Below these densely packed eyes were blackened vengeful spirits. Their entire bodies were pitch black, emitting strands of eerie energy. They were larger than the white vengeful spirits he had killed earlier, and the energy they exuded was far more powerful than those white vengeful spirits. Whoa! Countless vengeful spirits howled, and, led by several Great Sage Realm vengeful spirits, rushed madly toward Brent. Brent remained calm, his body continuing forward without any pause. He simply waved his hand toward the countless vengeful spirits. Space trembled as a blinding fireball materialized in Brent's hand. Crack crack. The fireball burned fiercely, its high temperature even cracking space, warping it. With a cold expression, Brent casually flung the fireball into the group of vengeful spirits. Whoosh whoosh. A strong wind howled. The enormous fireball expanded rapidly in the storm, like a mountain peak, and smashed heavily into the group of vengeful spirits before exploding with a roar. Boom. The earth shook, and flames filled the sky. Fierce flames filled the entire sky. In an instant, the entire world became a world of fire, with flames everywhere. Whoa! Countless black vengeful spirits screamed mournfully as their bodies were ignited by the flames, burning fiercely like cotton catching fire. Roar! Even those Great Sage Realm vengeful spirits had no resistance against it. One by one, they howled, frantically fleeing and struggling in the group of vengeful spirits, before finally turning completely into ashes. In a breath, the sky full of vengeful spirits were incinerated cleanly amidst their miserable screams. Whoosh whoosh. Brent's figure flickered, and after dealing with the black vengeful spirits, he once again ventured into the mountains. Bang bang. Thunderous explosions echoed throughout the world. It was the sound of restrictions being shattered. Without a word, Brent broke through countless restrictions along the stone path, eventually arriving at the end of the stone path. At the end of the path stood a massive blood-red stone pillar, radiating blood-red light, and emitting a terrifyingly cold and fearsome aura. Devil-suppressing stone. Standing before the huge pillar, Brent slowly read aloud the large characters carved on the stone pillar. The devil-suppressing stone was suffused with a rich blood-red aura, as though soaked in copious amounts of fresh blood. Mournful wails emerged from the base of the devil-suppressing stone. Devil-suppressing stone. Could it be suppressing countless abnormalities beneath it? Brent muttered softly, his eyes gleaming with light, a hint of doubt arising in his heart. However, he did not investigate further and once again looked around. Behind the stone pillar was a vast expanse of pitch-black mountains, towering like giants holding long spears, pointing them at the sky. Between the mountains, there was a narrow path that twisted and turned, leading deep into the mountains. Tap tap. Brent slowly stepped forward, preparing to follow the narrow path into the depths of the mountains. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Brent was about to step onto the narrow path, gusts of cold wind suddenly swept through the entire world. Blood-red lightning flashed across the sky, thunder roared, and terrifying screams echoed from afar. Brent slowly raised his head to look ahead. At some point, 3 figures had appeared on the peaks of the 3 great mountains behind the demon-suppressing stone. One of the figures was a blood-stained xiuxian skin, with 2 streaks of blood tears running down its hollow eye sockets, staring straight at Brent. Another figure was a blood-colored skeleton sitting cross-legged atop the mountain peak. One hand pointed at the sky, while the other hand rested before its chest, clutching a string of blood-red prayer beads, slowly spinning them. The third figure was fully enveloped in a black robe, obscuring its true appearance, with only 2 eerie flames glowing where its head should be. The 3 figures sat separately on the 3 mountains, resembling 3 evil deities, radiating an aura of power at the pinnacle of the near-emperor realm, blocking Brent's path forward. Brent's eyes narrowed as he focused on these 3 figures, instantly recognizing something amiss. These 3 figures were of one origin. Simply put, they were manifestations of one person's flesh and blood. Driven by an evil force, their skin, flesh, and bones had been separated, then tainted by a sinister energy, transforming them into these not quite xiuxian, not quite demon forms. Looking at these 3 figures, a trace of sorrow flickered in Brent's eyes. He thought of the chaotic space in the ancient battlefield, where a mighty emperor, whose body was covered in heads, once fought. That emperor had struggled desperately to break through the darkness and bring a clear and bright world to xiuxian. Sadly, he failed. Cruelly dismembered by those malevolent entities, his soul torn apart, twisted into a monstrous form. Now, Brent encountered another such emperor. An indescribable sadness welled up within Brent's heart. He felt powerless, unable to revive these lone heroes who fought in the darkness. They were all respectable. Chapter 182. It appeared again. Humph. What a bizarre scene. Brent sneered, his eyes emitting 2 beams of blinding light, while an intense killing intent spread throughout his body. For the bizarre entities lurking in the dark, he wished to drag them all out from their hideouts and strangle them to death one by one. Sigh. Brent slowly lifted his head, looking up at the 3 figures atop the mountain peak, with an unrestrained sadness in his eyes. Roar. Deafening roars echoed across heaven and earth. The 3 figures stood up simultaneously, exuding overwhelming sinister energy. Their bodies flickered as they appeared right before Brent, each revealing its unique abilities and launching attacks towards him. The hollow eyes of the xiuxian skin emitted 2 cold rays of light. It opened its mouth to laugh in a chilling xiuxianer, its horrifying voice echoing throughout the world. This sound was extraordinarily evil, not only bewitching the mind but also stripping away souls, plunging opponents into a state of decadence, becoming soulless husks. Whine. The blood-colored skeleton moved silently. With every step, it shimmered, swinging the prayer beads it held straight at Brent. Boom. The void trembled. The prayer beads expanded rapidly, each bead instantly growing larger than a mountain. 18 prayer beads spun around, forming a mysterious space, ready to trap Brent inside. At the same time, the figure in black robes made its move. Its entire body transformed into a massive robe, covering the entire sky, aiming to envelop and suppress Brent, refining him. Boom. Brent's whole body shook, emitting a fierce aura that fiercely collided in all directions. Bang. Bang. The 18 enormous prayer beads exploded upon contact with this aura, filling the sky with endless bloody mist. Roar. The 3 figures were hit by Brent's aura, their bodies flying back rapidly, then shattering into pieces. Hum. The void trembled. The shattered bodies of the 3 figures quickly recombined, forming a Arlo radiating an emperor-level aura. The Arlo was enveloped in sinister energy. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with madness and brutality, like a beast caught in a frenzy. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the demon-suppressing stone into his grasp, then embraced it and slammed it heavily towards Brent. Hum. The earth shook violently. The demon-suppressing stone emitted brilliant blood-colored light. Countless souls screamed and struggled within it, invisible rules resonating with the great laws of the universe. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world was suppressed, space as hard as iron, frozen in place. Whoosh. The demon-suppressing stone grew as vast as the heavens, overshadowing everything beneath it. It blocked all Brent's escape routes, cracking the void as it pressed down on Brent at high speed. Brent remained calm, his body vibrating slightly as he shattered the spatial lock. Then he slowly extended his right hand behind him, slapping the demon-suppressing stone with a palm. Boom. Heaven and earth became chaotic, as if in the primordial chaos where everything perished, and even the laws of the universe experienced a brief vacuum. Brent's single slap shattered the demon-suppressing stone into countless fragments. Crack. Without pausing, Brent's hand passed through the debris, seizing the head of the Arlo. Then, holding the Arlo's head, Brent smashed him forcefully into the ground before him. Boom. Another loud roar echoed, shaking the entire small world. The earth tore apart, creating a massive abyss. The Arlo howled painfully as his body shattered in the abyss. Roar. The Arlo roared madly. In an instant, his body reformed. He flickered, transforming into a beam of light, trying to burst out of the abyss. Brent's expression remained cold, looking down at the Arlo as he reached out and slapped again. Hum. The Arlo roared furiously, firing numerous attacks towards the exit of the abyss. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly and pounded them towards Brent's palm. Bang. Bang. Brent's palm shattered all of the Arlo's attacks, landing a blow on his chest, and smashing him back into the abyss once more. Roar! The Arlo continued to roar, reforming and rushing at Brent again. Brent's expression was icy cold. Standing still without a word, he raised his hand and slapped once more. Boom! Boom! Continuous booms echoed. The abyss deepened continuously, extending underground for who knows how Chestery, 10,000 feet. In a short moment, Brent shattered the Arlo's body dozens of times. Each time his body shattered, large amounts of black sinister energy escaped from the Arlo's body. Finally, after the Arlo's body had shattered Chestery times, his bizarre aura weakened significantly, and even his realm was about to fall from the Emperor level. Brent wanted to try to awaken the Arlo. This was also why he did not kill him. Now, seeing the right moment approaching, Brent's figure expanded dramatically, transforming into a 10,000-foot giant. He reached down into the abyss to grab the Arlo. Roar! The Arlo struggled fiercely, with the great rules flickering continuously, attempting to escape Brent's grasp. Humph! Obstinate! Brent sneered coldly, his hands flashing with countless beams of light, and he crushed the Arlo in his hand. Whine! The Arlo barely reformed, and a glimmer of clarity appeared in his disordered consciousness. A look of fear showed on his face. Awake! Brent lowered his head and shouted loudly. Two astonishing beams of light shot out from his eyes, striking directly at the Arlo. At the same time, countless runes blossomed from his hands and continuously struck into the Arlo's body. Roar! Oh! The Arlo clutched his head, struggling in pain. His body kept rolling in Brent's palm, his face contorted, his eyes sometimes clear, sometimes confused. Brent's gaze penetrated through layers of spiritual sea, discovering two fragmented souls deep within the Arlo's remnant soul. One fragment emitted a white glow, while the other was as black as ink, emitting a strong, eerie aura. The two fragments were intertwined, rolling over each other, as if resisting each other. Disperse! Brent raised his hand and pointed, a blinding beam of light striking the black fragment in the Arlo's spiritual sea. Ah! The black fragment screamed in agony when hit by Brent's beam. It was another spirit hidden within the Arlo's spiritual sea. It emitted an intense, eerie aura, extraordinarily powerful. Now, it was shattered by Brent. Without the interference of this eerie fragment, the Arlo fell into a peaceful state, lying motionless in Brent's palm. Mysterious power, it appeared again. Brent's eyes narrowed as he watched the Arlo's remnant soul rapidly dissipate, being eroded and destroyed by some mysterious force. This force was too familiar to Brent. Whenever he was about to learn the truth from the remnant souls, a mysterious power would always appear in the world, shattering the remnant souls in his hands. Brent had never figured out what this force truly was. And now, it appeared again. Chapter 183, Chaos Pearl. Boom. The void trembled, and a green pearl shimmering with an indistinct light appeared in Brent's palm. He then drove it into the Arlo's sea of consciousness. This was a spirit treasure he had refined using a thread of chaos stone combined with countless formations, specifically to counter this mysterious power. It was named the Chaos Pearl. This enigmatic force had repeatedly obstructed his investigation into the truth. How could he possibly remain unmoved? Now, it was time to see if his method would work. A shimmering protective dome enveloped the Arlo's soul, offering comprehensive protection for his fragmented soul. It's working. Brent's eyes gleamed as he carefully examined the Arlo's condition. The Chaos Pearl he had created, based on spatial chaos with Chaos Stone as auxiliary, slowed down the passage of time and froze space. It truly blocked that strand of mysterious power from the heavens and earth outside the luminescent shield. Cough cough. The misty barrier emitted faint light, greatly alleviating the Arlo's suffering. Yet, the Arlo still appeared in agony. Brent's eyes darkened, his brows slightly furrowed. He realized that although the barrier blocked the external mysterious force, it failed to prevent the mysterious force from eroding the Arlo's soul from within. The Arlo's soul continued to fragment. That force was not from the world outside, but deep within the Arlo's soul. It was akin to an unknown entity parasitizing his soul. This unknown force had fused with the Arlo's soul. In special circumstances, this unknown force would be triggered, causing the host's soul to shatter. Currently, the Arlo's soul was being corroded and dispersed by this unknown force. However, the Chaos Pearl also played its role at this moment. It emitted a gentle light, slowing down the disintegration of the Arlo's soul. This was the power of time. Suddenly, the Arlo regained consciousness. He struggled and screamed in pain, clutching his head and howling, his body convulsing continuously. At this moment, his eyes showed a glint of clarity. He struggled to look up at Brent, then glanced at the misty barrier surrounding his body, realizing that Brent was trying to save him, not causing harm. Don't worry about me. Go deeper. Save the ghost. The Arlo gritted his teeth, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Suffering from immense pain, his hands clenched tightly, even piercing into the flesh of his palms. To convey information, not only did his soul rapidly collapse, but so did his body. Who do you want me to save in the depths? Brent's expression was anxious. He emitted a terrifying aura, forming multiple protective barriers around the Arlo to resist the mysterious force's assault. Meanwhile, Brent continually infused spiritual energy to strengthen the defense of the Chaos Pearl. Save, buzz. Just as the Arlo struggled to utter the final word, the entire world shook violently. A force beyond defiance seemed to descend upon the world. This force involved a curse, carrying boundless heavenly rules. Like a flood, it surged wildly towards the Arlo. Scram! Brent shouted loudly, his long hair flying. Emitting a fearsome aura, he raised his hand and struck the sky, attempting to shatter this force. Boom! The heavens shook, the void exploded, and blinding light illuminated the entire world. That formidable aura was shattered by Brent right above the sky. Bam! At the same time, the Chaos Pearl exploded inside the Arlo. A cry of unwilling despair echoed. The Arlo roared as his soul burned in Brent's palm, turning to ashes. Brent stared blankly at the shattered Chaos Pearl in his hand, astonished. The mysterious force that invaded the Arlo was a kind of rule power he didn't know. By shattering those unknown forces earlier, he merely triggered something deep within the Arlo's soul. Despite his efforts, he couldn't protect the Arlo's soul. However, at this moment, he felt a hint of doubt arise in his heart. Could this mysterious force only target souls infected by bizarre auras? For normal cultivators like himself, this force seemed never to have acted. Otherwise, why didn't it come after him? Wouldn't it be more stable to kill him directly? Brent shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. Alas, a soft sigh echoed through the heavens and the earth. A look of sorrow appeared on Brent's face. Another Huchester cultivator had been killed by the bizarre force. From the other Chester's words and expression, he sensed that the Arlo, like the ancient battlefield's great emperor, was someone who once fought for xiuxian. But he too had failed. Deeper. Brent's eyes turned cold. He raised his gaze towards the depths of the mountain range, a boundless killing intent surging in his heart. Since all clues pointed to the depths, he would go there to see what secrets were hidden. Thud, thud. The earth trembled as Brent, filled with murderous intent, stepped into the narrow path leading deep into the mountains. Calling it a narrow path wasn't entirely accurate. At its widest point, it was only 50 meters across, and at its narrowest, only one person could pass through. On either side of the path were towering mountains that seemed to connect heaven and earth, their peaks invisible from below. Walking along the path, one could only see a sliver of sky above. Whoosh, whoosh. Brent's figure darted like lightning, rapidly moving through the narrow path. He chose this route rather than directly leaping over the mountains to see if anyone had left any clues here. At the same time, he was also curious about what lay deep within the mountains. The strange forces had placed a great emperor to guard the entrance of the mountains. If there was nothing important inside, he wouldn't believe it. Is it to protect some immortal herbs deep within the mountains? Brent muttered to himself, speculating. Then he shook his head, feeling that although immortal herbs were valuable, one great emperor would be enough to guard them, and no additional power was needed. Brent also recalled the Arlo's desperate message as he died. Before dying, the Arlo struggled to convey a message, telling him to go deeper to save someone. Could the strange forces be suppressing someone important deep within the mountains? Brent's pupils constricted, feeling shocked. What kind of person did the strange forces imprison that made a great emperor risk his life to desperately deliver the message? Chapter 184. The City of Reincarnation. Could it be an immortal spirit? Brent muttered to himself, feeling startled at the thought. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, what kind of person could make an emperor desperately seek help? The hidden horrors can even subdue an immortal spirit? Brent's gaze turned profound as he felt an unprecedented pressure. Now, he was in the open, while the horrors were in hiding. The horrors knew him inside out. Even this crisis had shadows of the hidden horrors' machinations, luring him here. Even this crisis had shadows of the hidden horrors' machinations, luring him here. But until now, he still did not know what the horrors truly were. Were they Huchesters? Or some demonic entities? He didn't know, nor did he know the true extent of their power. Humph. Brent's eyes narrowed as he gazed into the depths of the mountains. An overwhelming aura of killing intent rose from him. What if he didn't know anything about them? Then he would fight his way through and find out clearly. Whoa! Suddenly, on the narrow path leading deep into the mountains, endless cries sounded. Immediately after, countless terrifying creatures appeared before Brent. Crack crack. The sky was filled with these horrifying creatures, densely covering every surface like ants, on the path, mountain walls, even the sky. They all had red eyes and charged at Brent crazily. This. Brent watched the overwhelming tide of horrors charging at him, his eyes widening, staggering slightly, almost disbelieving. These terrifying creatures covering the mountainside were all formed from Huchester corpses. Some had 8 arms and 2 heads, spider-like, swiftly climbing. Others had 8 legs, for arms, and a head growing from their belly, resembling a standing crab. Countless Huchester corpses were composed into various terrifying creatures, continuously surging toward Brent. Horror! What an abominable horror! You dare to humiliate my Huchester race like this. Brent's face was icy cold, eyes shooting astonishing light. These creatures weren't naturally formed, but molded by horrors from Huchester bodies, much like that emperor covered entirely in heads. How cruel and bloodthirsty this was. What did they think Huchesters were? A toy for them to abuse and play with at will? Envy filled Brent's chest. He wished to tear apart the heavens and earth, exterminating all the horrors. AI. Brent sighed softly, looking at the countless horrors before him, his heart filled with boundless sorrow. Let me release you. Brent slowly extended his palm, gently pressing down on all the horrifying creatures. Boom. A deafening roar echoed, boundless firelight burning across the sky. It seemed as if the world would shatter, mountains collapsed, the narrow path obliterated into nothingness. Roar. Whoa. Endless horrifying creatures screamed in agony as they were crushed by Brent, then enveloped by fire, burning into ashes. Gusts blew, smoke soared towards the sky. This place was left empty, all the horrors shattered into nothing by Brent's palm. After doing all this, Brent said nothing. He took another step, continuing his journey deeper into the mountains. However, at this moment, Brent's gaze was extremely dark, and the killing intent surrounding him swept through the 9 skies. Bang! Bang! Brent destroyed everything blocking his path, his figure flashing as he arrived deep within the mountains. What is that? Brent's eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. In the center of the encircled mountains, a massive city emerged. The city was built atop a mountain of infinite bones. It was enormous, like a fallen star spanning the land. The entire city was pitch black, each estuarating a cold and desolate aura. It resembled a sovereign seated high above the 9 heavens, overlooking all xiuxian. Before the city gate stood a towering stone monument. On the monument were carved the 3 words, City of Reincarnation. Above the City of Reincarnation was a chaotic realm where numerous thick white fog tendrils connected the city to chaos like chains. Below the bone mountain where the City of Reincarnation rested lay a sea of dense fog. At this moment, the fog sea roiled, occasionally emitting chilling howls. Tread. Brent stood with his hands behind his back, his face stern as he walked towards the City of Reincarnation. Perhaps, he would find the answers to everything within the City of Reincarnation. Moreover, from the aura emitted by the City of Reincarnation, Brent sensed a faint fragrance of immortal herbs. It was quite likely that there would be an immortal herb growing within this city. Am I finally going to uncover the mystery and see the light? Brent muttered to himself. From the moment his conjectures were confirmed, he knew all this was set up in secret by the horrors, luring him here. And at this moment, in the city of reincarnation, there must be an extremely dangerous trap waiting for him to fall into it. Brent's face was cold and stern. He felt no fear. Instead, there was a hidden anticipation deep in his heart, a hope to soon see the truth. Thud, thud, heavy footsteps sounded. Brent stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed, stepping into the fog sea. He vanished in an instant like a streak of light. Who? The fog sea surged as if countless unknown creatures inside it were excitedly stirring due to Brent's appearance, roaring continuously. One flower, one world. Indeed, I knew this fog sea wouldn't be so simple. Brent stopped and looked around, then raised his eyes towards the not-so-distant city of reincarnation, fully aware. With his speed, he could cross the fog sea and reach the city of reincarnation in an instant. But now, he found that the distance between him and the city of reincarnation never changed. The fog sea appeared not too vast, but once inside, one realized it was almost boundless. The entire fog sea was filled with countless spatial restrictions connected to form a vast and immense space. Even Brent, with his speed, didn't know how long it would take to traverse this fog sea. Humph, Brent snorted, naturally unwilling to blindly force his way through the fog sea. Though in the world of the fog sea, it was vast beyond measure. But once out of its space, it was merely a fog sea. Rush, rush. Just as Brent was about to strike and collapse the fog sea, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh, whoosh. Endless roars suddenly erupted, followed by massive waves rising in the fog sea. Roar. Dozens of gigantic skeletal dragons surged out of the fog sea, roaring and flapping their massive wings, tearing towards Brent. Behind Brent, dozens of powerful beast skeletons blocked his retreat, also charging towards him. Whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, countless various types of bone skeletons emerged from the fog sea, roaring as they all rushed towards Brent. Brent watched all this coldly. Time was pressing, and he had no intention of wasting it here. Facing the overwhelming number of skeletons surrounding him, he simply raised his hand and slowly pressed down. Boom. Instantly, numerous glowing spears appeared in the sky above the fog sea. All the spears stabbed into the countless skeletons in the fog sea simultaneously as Brent's right hand struck down. Chapter 185. The Reincarnation Millstone. The entire heaven and earth roared, as countless long spears sliced through the void, dragging behind them spear lights hundreds of feet long. They stabbed fiercely into the bodies of innumerable skeletons like heavy rain. Boom, boom. Explosion sounds continuously echoed in the foggy sea, making the entire foggy sea surge and roll up enormous waves. Roar. Dozens of quasi-emperor realm azure dragons screamed miserably, pierced by countless long spears, shattering to powder in the sky. Woo-woo. In an instant, all the skeletons over the foggy sea screamed, turning into shattered bones with each explosion, sinking back into the foggy sea. After doing all this, Brent's expression was indifferent, his emotion unfluctuated. He looked around then slowly lifted his head toward the sky above him, before stretching out a finger, gently pointing outwards. A blinding light flashed over the foggy sea. That mountain-like thick beam carried immense power, striking directly at the sky. Boom. The sky above the foggy sea exploded suddenly, ripping open an enormous rift in the void. Countless small spaces were shattered, as if the whole world would be torn apart. Dom. Brent's figure flickered, disappearing instantly from its original position, walking out from that huge crack. The void over the foggy sea vibrated, and a figure stepped out from it, only to disappear again immediately. The next moment, Brent appeared at the foot of the giant bone mountain. At the foot of the giant bone mountain stood a huge pair of bone gates. Those bone gates were thousands of feet high, carved with patterns of numerous weird and terrifying creatures. Two bone skeletons 100 feet tall stood beside the bone gates, like guards of the giant bone mountain. They wore armor and held long knives. Roar. The two bone skeletons roared when they saw Brent appear. They raised their large bone knives and slashed straight towards him. Brent had a stern look on his face. With hands crossed behind his back, he lifted his head slowly and looked at the two bone skeletons. A thick beam emerged from Brent's eyes, piercing through the void towards the two bone skeletons. Boom. A loud booming sound echoed at the foot of the giant bone mountain. Brent's gaze instantly penetrated the two bone skeletons, smashing them to pieces right before him. Dong dong. Brent kept his calm, walked past the bone gates, and ascended step by step along the bone stairs toward the city of reincarnation. Dong. The last footstep sounded. Brent's figure flickered, arriving before the gate of the city of reincarnation. Then he lifted his eyes to look at the gigantic stone tablet reaching into the clouds. City of reincarnation. Brent stood quietly in front of the stone tablet, scrutinizing it. The words, reincarnation, gave him a strange sense of familiarity. He didn't know how chestery times he had heard these words. The end of reincarnation. Death is the destination for all beings. Looking at the stone tablet of reincarnation, Brent couldn't help but recall this sentence. Whether it was the great emperor of the Huchester race or the powerful figures who colluded with the bizarre entities, they all recited this sentence to him before dying. But he never fully understood the meaning of these words. Brent looked at the city of reincarnation in front of him, wondering if there was any connection between the city and the cycle of rebirth they mentioned. Crack crack. The giant gate of the city of reincarnation was pushed open by Brent using his aura. With his hands crossed behind his back and full of doubts, he stepped into the interior of the city of reincarnation. The interior of the city of reincarnation was like a separate small world, very vast and desolate. There were no buildings, no plants, nothing but dry yellow land covered with flying sand, filled with a cold and deathly atmosphere. Above, there was neither sun nor moon nor stars, just a dim expanse. In view, only in the center area of this small world did something peculiar appear. It was two enormous millstones. They seemed like two flattened stars, emitting a faint blood-red glow, crossing and slowly rotating. The two millstones seemed to have been rotating here for billions of years, emitting an ancient aura. Above the millstones connected with the chaotic region above the city of reincarnation. That chaotic region seemed to connect to a mysterious dead space, where countless various corpses fell out from inside, then fell into the millstones, being ground away by the slowly rotating reincarnation millstones, making hair-raising crunching sounds. Below the reincarnation millstones appeared an abyss so deep it was unfathomable. The abyss was also filled with chaotic energy, with flashes of light continuously appearing within. All the countless corpses that had been ground into nothingness by the reincarnation millstone fell into this abyss. Brent's eyes narrowed as he watched the innumerable corpses falling from above the reincarnation millstone, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Among those corpses were not only xiuxian and beasts, but also the legendary prehistoric mythical creatures, such as the Nine Depths Mastiff and the fallen blood phoenix. Some of the prehistoric mythical creatures' corpses were so vast, they could overshadow an entire star, covering the sky entirely. Their power during their lifetimes must have been astonishing. Don't these prehistoric mythical creatures all extinct long ago? Why are there still their corpses? Brent asked himself, light flickering in his eyes. On those corpses of prehistoric mythical creatures, he saw countless scars. Some wounds were so deep that bones were visible, lethal injuries indicating fierce resistance before death. Moreover, judging from their size, every single one of them was fully grown, at least in the quasi-emperor realm, if not already emperor level. How could ordinary beings possibly kill them? Where did so chestery prehistoric mythical creatures come from? Brent raised his head to look at the chaotic area above the city of reincarnation, his eyes narrowing slightly as a guess formed in his mind. Perhaps, the corpses dropping from the chaotic region did not belong to this world's creatures, but were from other realms. After their deaths, their corpses somehow traversed countless worlds and ended up here. Click click, harsh sounds kept ringing out, the grinding noise of the reincarnation millstone crushing bones. Whether it was xiuxian or beast, or the gigantic prehistoric mythical creatures, everything was absorbed into the reincarnation millstone and ground into powder. A large amount of blood spewed from the center of the reincarnation millstone, mixed with pieces of flesh, all falling into the abyss below. Is this place really hell? Is the reincarnation millstone shattering their souls and bodies, sending them into the cycle of rebirth? Brent couldn't help but wonder, unable to understand. Then Brent turned his gaze toward the abyss beneath the reincarnation millstone. He shot two beams of light from his eyes, attempting to see what lay within the abyss. But in the end, he was unsuccessful. The chaotic energy there was too dense, blocking all his probing. Are they entering the cycle of rebirth? Brent muttered to himself, staring at the abyss beneath the reincarnation millstone. Light flickered in the abyss as crushed souls dropped into it, disappearing without a trace, not even causing a ripple. Step, step. Brent surveyed his surroundings, step by step advancing toward the enormous reincarnation millstone. The entire reincarnation millstone was surrounded by blood-red light and traces of chaotic energy. He had only Chesterage to glimpse its general appearance earlier. As for finer details, the pervasive chaotic energy blocked his divine sense, preventing any further investigation. Now, he wanted to get close to the reincarnation millstone and personally observe its mysterious nature. Chapter 186, The Emperor Burying Immortal Coffin. Phew, phew. Brent flew while carefully observing the surroundings, his confusion deepening. In this entire world, apart from a massive wheel of reincarnation in the central area, there was nothing else. He couldn't understand what the purpose was in luring him here. Was it to send him into reincarnation? But where were these hidden entities? What perplexed him even more was that there wasn't a trace of any entity's aura in this world. If the entity wasn't here, then what kind of place was this city he had arrived at? Brent recalled the Arlo's words just before his death. The message passed by the Arlo as he fought for his life, told him to come deep within to save someone. But there was no one here who needed rescuing. Though puzzled, Brent didn't let down his guard. If those entities went through so much trouble to lure him in, they must have something up their sleeves. Phew, phew. His figure transformed into a streak of light and swiftly flew toward the wheel of reincarnation. He didn't have time to worry about the hidden entities now. During his investigation, he found that the area around the wheel had an especially dense presence of immortal herbs. Perhaps the immortal herb was right there. Immortal herb. That was his hope to revive his family. Now, what he needed most was the immortal herb. As for the entities, he would not fear whatever tricks they had planned. He would stomp them to death as soon as they appeared. In an instant, Brent stood before the wheel of reincarnation, lifting his eyes to look at its center. The Emperor burying immortal coffin. Suddenly, Brent gasped, his eyes twinkling with light as they stared unwaveringly towards the depths of the wheel. Between the two discs of the wheel of reincarnation, a blooming flower swayed gently, emitting waves of fragrance. It was an immortal herb. Its whole body was pure white, like the purest object in the world, untainted by a speck of dust. The entire plant seemed like a graceful fairy dancing in the wind. One of her hands pointed high into the sky, where a dark bronze giant coffin faintly appeared in her hand. This was too miraculous. Watching the immortal herb, Brent's eyes showed a ripple of emotion. This was the first time he had seen such an unusual immortal herb. On this beautiful flower, there was an extraordinary scene of sanctity coexisting with evil. The whole immortal herb was like a fairy holding up a dark bronze stone coffin, and its name, Emperor burying immortal coffin, came from this very scene. According to legend, the coffin in the fairy's hand buried all living beings from an era. That era experienced the darkest upheaval in history, during which more than 99% of all life perished. This immortal herb was born from the hopes of billions upon billions of living beings from that era. Brent sighed softly as he gazed at the immortal herb. Dark upheavals had never ceased throughout history, claiming countless lives. For all living beings, this was like a nightmare from which they could never wake up. Brent raised his head slowly, looking at the sky with determined eyes. In this life, as long as he was around, he would not allow dark upheavals to happen. Furthermore, he would spend his entire life rooting out the source of these disasters. Emperor burying immortal coffin. Brent murmured to himself, his gaze returning to the immortal herb with slight excitement. Each immortal herb carried the hope of reviving his clansmen. With this herb, he now had 2 immortal herbs. Thus, he was one step closer to reviving his clansmen. However, despite his excitement, Brent remained vigilant. Because, at the base of the herb, he found a chain containing strands of peculiar power anchoring it deep within the wheel. This was intentional. Someone had chained the immortal herb to the middle of the wheel. The massive wheel of reincarnation, with its intertwining rules and omnipresent heavenly laws, could almost grind everything to dust. Due to the herb's uniqueness, it was unaffected by external rules and prohibitions. Therefore, it wasn't affected by the wheel. However, any other being entering the wheel would surely face the most terrifying attack from the wheel of reincarnation. Clearly, this was a trap set by the entities. Using an immortal herb to lure me, what a grand scheme. But you haven't figured out who the hunter is and who the prey is yet. Brent's expression was cold and fearless as he stepped into the wheel of reincarnation. Boom, boom. A series of dull sounds echoed within the wheel of reincarnation. Brent's body was enveloped in a mist of Tao principles, and a light shield that embodied the fusion of myriad Tao rules surrounded him, resisting the force of the wheel of reincarnation's laws. He was approaching the emperor-bearing immortal coffin step by step. Buzz! The wheel flickered with light, shaking incessantly. Vast thunderbolts split the sky, and boundless power swept towards Brent, attempting to grind his Tao principles to nothingness. Crack! The protective light shield around Brent was subjected to immense pressure from these formidable forces, leading to Chestery of his Tao principles shattering and dissipating. Humph! Brent's expression turned cold. He shook fiercely, emitting an endless surge of Tao principle power from within him. The once flickering light shield solidified again. Buzz! Buzz! The wheel trembled wildly once more. Its radiance grew brighter. Even its chaotic aura surged down upon Brent. Clang! Clang! Endless fundamental principles exploded around Brent. Yet this time, despite the wheel's utmost effort, it had no effect. It could not erode the shield surrounding Brent's body. Boom! Boom! Brent remained unperturbed by the grinding pressure from the wheel. He walked steadily toward where the immortal herb lay. If a great emperor were present and witnessed Brent's unhindered movement within the wheel, he would be utterly stunned, his scalp tingling as his eyes widened. After all, the wheel governed by cosmic principles could grind even a great emperor into dust. Yet here was someone who could withstand its force and move freely inside. This was truly terrifying. Phew, phew. With each breath, Brent endured the infinite cosmic principles, finally arriving before the immortal herb, looking down intently at it. Clang! A metallic breaking sound rang out. 2 beams of light shot from Brent's eyes, shattering the chain binding the immortal herb, restoring its freedom. Each immortal herb possessed awareness. They knew their own value and rarity and feared being consumed by other life forms. Therefore, every immortal herb in the world was extremely cautious. To survive, they hid in places rarely trodden by xiuxian or in dangerous areas. However, the emperor-bearing immortal coffin before him swayed gently, without fleeing once it gained freedom. On the contrary, sensing Brent's strength, it chose to remain by his side. Relying on a powerful protector was also one choice for immortal herbs. Haha, rest assured. Since you've chosen me, I will ensure your safety. Even if I use you for alchemy, only a small part of your branches and leaves will be taken, not harming your essence. Brent smiled, nodding slowly, making a promise to the immortal herb before him. This is the second immortal herb. A hint of excitement showed in Brent's eyes as he reached out to grasp the herb. But just then, the entire world within the wheel of reincarnation violently shook. Buzz! In an instant, the world changed drastically. Chapter 187. A single palm to annihilate the emperor. Boom, boom, boom. With each heavy roar, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Massive stone pillars abruptly rose from the earth, piercing through the clouds. These pillars had diameters of several dozen meters, covered with intricate and mysterious patterns. Moreover, every pillar was different. Some were blood red, while others were shrouded in black mist, exuding a chilling aura. Still, there were some with countless pale faces carved on them, their empty eyes staring ahead, causing one's blood to run cold. The world shook as an enormous formation covered the entire realm, forming within a breath. This formation was filled with various restrictions and sealed off all spiritual energy between heaven and earth. It was a powerful killing array. The world became instantly blurred, filled with boundless black mist. Boom, boom. Within the array, endless bolts of thick lightning fell like rain, fiercely sweeping across the land. Hoo-hoo. Not only that, but groups of pitch-black vengeful spirits emerged within the array. They ignored the lightning in the sky and ran wildly within the array, opening their mouths wide and rushing towards Brent. Humph. Finally unable to resist attacking me. Brent was not at all surprised or taken aback by these changes outside. He simply glanced up, his mind clear like a mirror. The strange entity hiding in the dark saw that the wheel of samsara couldn't destroy him, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. Humph. Brent sneered, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Just let you live a little longer. Once I have the immortal herb in hand, I'll send you off to your doom sooner. Brent's eyes flashed with a cold light. He currently had no time for the oddities. What was most important now was obtaining the immortal herb. It was crucial to saving the lives of his family members. He had to get it first. Then, Brent slowly extended his palm, reaching out towards the immortal herb. But just then, the wheel began to shake violently. Thud! A thunderous sound echoed from the wheel of samsara. Immediately after, countless threads emitting eerie energy appeared in the sky. Those threads bypassed the grinding of the wheel of samsara, penetrating layer upon layer of restrictions within it, wrapping around the immortal herb in an instant, trying to drag it into the void. This is mine, and you dare touch it. Brent's eyes turned icy cold. He shot 2 beams of light from his eyes, instantly shattering all the strange threads. Following this, he calmly retrieved the shimmering imperial coffin of immortal burial. Clang! A metallic ringing sound echoed, and a long saber emitting rolling black mist suddenly appeared in the sky. The resplendent saber carried a world-ending might, cleaving down towards Brent. Seeing the hidden entity continuously attack him, Brent's long-suppressed anger erupted instantly. To find death. His shout reverberated through the heavens and earth. Brent's figure flickered and appeared outside the wheel of samsara. Then, he raised his hand and struck towards the sky. Hoo-hoo! A huge palm radiating mighty energy smacked right into the long saber. Bang! Space tore apart, thunder exploded. The long saber instantly shattered under Brent's palm strike. Whoosh whoosh. Even after breaking the saber, Brent did not choose to stop. His eyes flashing with glaring light, he looked remotely at the sky and thrust his palm again, passing through the fragments of the saber, slapping towards the unknown in the sky. You dare! A loud roar sounded from above, with the aura of an emperor-level entity surging forth. Immediately after, boundless black gas surged, forming a massive black palm, charging towards Brent. You're nothing but vermin. Come out here. Brent's expression was stern, his palm expanding to envelop the entire sky. Boom! The sky above burst open, chaos energy spreading, and the black palm was shattered by Brent's strike. Afterward, Brent's palm broke countless restrictions, directly slamming a pitch-black figure downwards. Boom! Dust rose on the ground, splitting apart, forming a huge abyss. The black figure slammed heavily into the abyss, its entire body shattered and chestergled, emitting vast amounts of strange energy. Roar! The black figure roared, rapidly restoring its body, its figure flickering as it attempted to charge out of the abyss. Stay down. Brent's eyes glinted with a cold light. His figure flickered, and in one step, he arrived above the abyss. He lifted his foot and stomped down fiercely. You! The black figure was enraged, its pitch-black eyes emitting an icy cold aura. It unleashed countless attacks within the abyss, trying to shatter Brent's foot. At the same time, booming sounds echoed again from the sky. Those were heavy footsteps. 3 dark figures emerged from the black fog. All of them exuded the peak Emperor realm aura, holding long spears, stabbing toward Brent simultaneously with ruthless force. Brent's expression remained stern, paying no attention to the 3 emperors attacking him. His large foot tore through the void, shattering numerous attacks before forcefully stamping down on the black figure beneath him. Boom! A loud explosion rang under Brent's feet, shaking heaven and earth. The black figure's arm was directly crushed, its head deformed drastically, and its entire body exploded under Brent's powerful stomp. Brent looked down at the shattered figure beneath his foot, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He noticed that the emperor he had stepped on turned into black mist, leaving no flesh or blood behind. Not only did it lack a physical body, but it didn't even have a soul. It was common knowledge that even a mindless zombie or skeleton would possess a soul within, albeit fragmented or incomplete. But now, the emperor he had destroyed, there wasn't the slightest trace of soul energy, as if it were just a phantom. This was too strange. Brent had no time to dwell on it, as the 3 dark figures before him had already closed in. The sharp aura from their spears had already ruffled his long hair. Get lost. Brent shot out 2 beams of light. His large foot suddenly stomped down, releasing an overpowering aura from underfoot, transforming into a fierce gale that surged towards the 3 figures. Shatter! 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 The spears in their hands broke instantly, and their bodies staggered under the gale, retreating together while causing huge cracks in the ground beneath them. What? The 3 figures were shocked, disbelief evident on their faces as they stared at Brent. Their combined attack had been easily neutralized. They were 3 emperors after all. I will send you to your liberation. Brent's expression was cold, his imposing aura intimidating. With his long hair dancing, he raised his hand again, slapping towards the 3 figures. Chapter 188 The 7 Killers Death Array. Who? Brent's massive palm roared, covering the entire sky, sealing off all space, and enveloping the 3 emperors beneath it. Too outrageous. The 3 figures suddenly raised their heads to the sky and angrily shouted, launching a pitch-black giant tripod that emitted an earth-shaking aura with combined strength. The tripod was radiating boundless dark light as if burning in raging flames, heavily colliding toward Brent's gigantic palm. At the same time, when Brent took action, from behind him within the black mist, a shadowy figure silently materialized. That shadow also exuded an Emperor realm aura. He held a sharp sword, stealthily hiding in thick black mist while slowly moving closer to Brent. What if I indeed humiliate you? I not only want to humiliate you, but also make you roll down to hell to kneel and apologize for our xiuxian ancestors' honor. Brent's expression was cold, and the killing intent in his eyes soared straight up into the sky. He thought of those horrifying creatures fabricated by anomalies. They were all xiuxian ancestors of his. He wished he could annihilate all the anomalies with one blow of his palm. Die, all of you. Thinking of this, Brent roared in anger and smashed his palm forcefully onto the giant tripod. Boom! A thunderclap resounded within the thick black mist. Infinite fiery light illuminated the mist for an instant. The pitch-black tripod exploded under Brent's strike, bursting open midair. Afterwards, Brent's palm, still carrying lethal force, pressed down over the 3 emperors. No! The 3 emperors screamed, watching helplessly as the giant palm rapidly enlarged before their eyes. Bam! As if it were the end of the world, everything collapsed. Cracks tore through the ground, forming deep chasms. Even underground rivers of blood were forced out, gushing upwards into the sky before raining back down in torrents. The 3 emperors were obliterated by Brent's palm, turning into wisps of black mist. Clang! A piercing sound rang out from behind Brent. Suddenly from the dense black mist, a figure rushed out wielding a long sword emitting dark light, directly stabbing at Brent's back. Humph! You think I can't find you hidden in the dark? Brent gave a cold snort, abruptly turning around, extending his hand claw-shaped, reaching out and grabbing. Bang! The black long sword instantly shattered under Brent's strength. He quickly grabbed the shadow figure's head. Just you? Trying to ambush me? Killing intent flashed in Brent's eyes. He squeezed the shadow's skull, deforming it, even squeezing out its eyeballs. Snap, snap. Bone-cracking sounds continuously echoed. Brent sternly gripped the shadow's skull, lifting it, then smashed it on the ground, stepping hard on it. Boom! The earth shook violently. and despite the black figure struggling to stand up again, it was ruthlessly trampled back into the earth by Brent's heavy foot. Roar! The Dusty screamed. His entire body instantly shattered under the weight of Brent's stomp. Thud! Just then, the void vibrated. A heavy bell toll sounded within the endless black mist. A black colossal bell emerged from the darkness, appearing high above in the sky. It emitted a strong, mysterious aura, filling the whole sky with its majestic power. This bell's aura was far more potent than the previous large tripod. Countless souls wailed, struggling on the surface of the black bell. Every bit of soul power fused, intensifying the bell's aura. In an instant, the entire bell glowed with intense dark light, each chest irradiating an aura nearly surpassing that of imperial weapons, almost becoming a celestial artifact. Two Dusties stood atop the bell, tearing apart space, controlling the bell, descending toward Brent. Brent glanced coldly upward, countless rays of light shining from his body like an immortal king. From his eyes shot out a ray integrating myriad paths of light directly aiming at the sky. Clang! That beam transformed into a long sword, shining brilliantly, emitting a metal screech slicing through the void, striking directly at the giant bell. Boom! A loud roar reverberated throughout the sky, dark light flashing everywhere. The black bell was cleanly cut in half by the long sword and instantly exploded. Roar! The two Dusties were also slashed by the sword, screaming as their bodies shattered, turning into dark mist dissipating into the sky. All the Dusties were slaughtered by Brent alone. Chapter 188 The Seven Killers' Death Array continued. The entire world was engulfed in fierce gales, with countless lightning bolts as thick as mountains cleaving down at Brent. In the void, myriad sword beams materialized and slashed fiercely towards Brent. Even more crazed young spirits howled, surrounding Brent tightly. Brent remained calm, his cold eyes sweeping over everything around him. A powerful aura rapidly radiated from him, spreading outwards. Bang! Bang! Thunder roared in the sky, the boundless lightning bolts exploding overhead as they shattered above Brent. All attacks were shattered by his presence. Rumble! The array emitted a rumbling sound, the mist swirling, turning even more chilling. Brent's eyes gleamed. He glanced down at the Dark Emperor turned mist beneath him, then looked up into the sky, seemingly puzzled. 7 emperors had been annihilated, and endless attacks thwarted. Logically, the array's power should be nearly depleted, reducing danger. But now, it felt even more perilous. This was abnormal. Brent scanned his surroundings carefully, sensing something. Moments later, he had some guesses. However, he wasn't sure if they were accurate and needed further verification. Brent no longer hesitated. If there were doubts, he would clarify them. He suddenly stamped his foot on the ground beneath him. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded underfoot, followed by a piercingly intense aura sweeping across like an army of 10,000 charging. Bang! Bang! Numerous restrictions within the array shattered due to Brent's released aura, including the lightning and sword beams that scattered and crumbled. Crack! Crack! Most of the towering array pillars broke, littering the ground. Thud! The savage aura swept through this world, even colliding with the boundary wall of the small universe. After the violent wind died down, the boundless lightning in the sky seemed weaker, the black fog thinner, and the dark spirits shattered, silencing the area. The whole world seemed to quieten down instantly. Brent stood still, frowning slightly, alertly observing his surroundings. The array enveloping the land had not collapsed. The bone-chilling killing intent persisted throughout the area. Despite almost shattering all the array's foundational stones, its power did not wane, but increased instead. This array, Brent muttered to himself, thinking quickly. Suddenly, he recalled the 7 dark emperors he had slain. None of those emperors had physical bodies, dissipating entirely into black mists upon death. There were no souls within their bodies either. He had never encountered such eerie phenomena before. They weren't individuals, but more like phantom forms. Then, Brent lifted his head towards the sky, his eyes flashing as if he discerned something. An array suddenly surfaced in his mind, one known to strike terror. The 7 Killers' Death Array. It was an array despised and hated by all. Chapter 189. 7 Emperors arrived together. 7 Killers' Absolute Death Formation. Brent murmured, once again uttering the name of this formation. Thinking of the terrifying aspects of this formation, his heart suddenly tightened. His anxiety wasn't due to the formation's danger. It was because of the materials required to set up this formation. The monstrosities actually laid down such a formation. They truly deserve death. Brent's eyes blazed with anger, and a formidable killing intent radiated from him. The 7 Killers' Absolute Death Formation is notorious for its viciousness and cruelty. It appeared during the mythical era. However, due to the extreme cruelty involved in performing this formation, it was later jointly resisted by Chestery cultivators and vanished into the annals of history. Although he had never seen this formation, he knew about its ferocity from a tattered book he found in the small world for cultivation within the xiuxian. I will use prohibited zone instead of Jingqiu to avoid confusion. He had thought this formation only existed in legends. But unexpectedly, it appeared today. The 7 Killers' Absolute Death Formation consists of 777 foundation stones, integrating various types of formations like killing formations, trapping formations, and illusion formations. Its power is immeasurable, making it one of the most powerful formations in history. The reason this formation is notorious for its cruelty lies in the fact that to perform the 7 Killers' Absolute Death Formation, countless living beings must be slaughtered, with their blood used to consecrate the formation. Not only does it require using their blood and flesh to construct the formation foundation stones, but also to increase the flexibility and power of the formation, the souls of these individuals are sealed into the foundation stones, enduring eternal torment. This formation is built upon countless lives. It can be considered the most blood-soaked formation ever. Moreover, this formation is unique among all formations. It has 7 array eyes. These 7 array eyes are controlled by 7 individuals. They sit within the array eyes, merging with the formation, integrating their wisdom into it, forming phantom bodies within the formation using the formation's power, and then controlling these bodies to exterminate those inside the formation. Although these phantoms have only 80% of their original combat strength, as long as the controllers within the formation don't die, these phantom bodies won't be completely destroyed. Even if these phantoms collapse within the formation, the controllers can quickly harness the power of the formation and recreate the phantoms after some time. In short, these phantoms are immortal and indestructible. This is why Brent found no physical entities or souls after slaying those emperors. However, this formation has a fatal flaw. Other formations usually have only one array eye, whereas it has 7. If one of the 7 array eyes can be destroyed, the entire formation would collapse on its own. Though it sounds simple, it's incredibly difficult to implement. Those trapped within the 7 Killers Absolute Death formation need not only a strong will and power to resist the illusions and traps of the formation, but also to withstand various attacks from the formation's formidable power. Finally, they must break free from the endless assault of the indestructible phantoms to find the location of the array eyes. This is the terrifying aspect of the Absolute Death formation. 7 array eyes, huh? Brent muttered, his eyes shooting 2 beams of light piercing the heavens, his killing intent sweeping across the sky. Various killing formations, illusion formations, etc., had no effect on him. It's just the 7 Killers Absolute Death formation. Though perilous, he wouldn't take it seriously. But to find the hidden monstrosities, he needed to locate the position of the array eyes. Where would the monstrosities place the array eyes? Brent slowly lifted his head, extending his divine sense to probe the entire world. There isn't any? Brent furrowed his brows slightly, looking around. His divine sense thoroughly examined the entire world, but discovered nothing but hundreds of broken formation foundation stones and the absence of the 7 crucial array eyes. Not even underground. Could they be in the sky? Brent slowly looked up at the sky above. Brent let out a soft exclamation. He detected something abnormal. Above the sky, there seemed to be a barely perceptible force. That force was too weak, perhaps weaker than an ant. If not for his powerful divine sense, he might not have sensed it at all. Yet this incredibly weak force penetrated the barriers of the world, silently influencing it. Could the array eyes be hidden in the void, or perhaps outside this world? Brent wondered, lifting his foot to ascend and investigate the sky. Boom! At that moment, thunder roared across the entire world, shaking the void. Dark mists rolled above the sky, and the sinister aura grew denser once more. Bang! Bang! The earth reverberated with a series of dull thuds, as waves of violent energy filled the entire realm. Immediately after, 7 Dusties burst through the darkness, arriving together in unison. They exuded an overwhelming aura from head to toe, their eyes gleaming with blood-red light, like 7 demons emerging from hell to descend upon the mortal world. The sky ruptured, emitting chaotic energy. Without exchanging a single word, the 7 Dusties instantly collaborated to unleash a primordial Dao map, which surged straight toward Brent. Whistling, the primordial Dao shimmered with dark light, spewing out a large amount of eerie energy. It expanded exponentially in the storm, radiating wild energy, almost obscuring the entire sky. Roar! Infinite rules bloomed on the primordial Dao map. Countless spirits screamed, resembling a resurrected Hutchester face opening its vast mouth to devour Brent. Humph! You think joining forces can suppress me? Delusional. Even if your true bodies were here, you couldn't do it. Brent sneered coldly, his long hair dancing wildly as he stepped forward forcefully. Then, he raised his right hand and pointed directly at the 7 Dusties. The heavens and earth trembled. Accompanied by the gentle motion of Brent's palm, a colossal sword tens of thousands of feet long emerged at his fingertips. Clang! The giant sword roared, shining with blinding light, carrying the might to tear apart heaven and earth. It sliced through the darkness and struck the primordial Dao map heavily. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Countless fissures tore across the heavens and earth, with chaotic energy mixed with thick, eerie vapor permeating the entire world. Crack! The primordial Dao map was instantly split into 2 halves by Brent's long sword, then exploded with a loud boom. The giant sword, still retaining its formidable power, ripped through layers of restrictions and slashed fiercely toward the 7 Dusties. Roar! The 7 emperors roared in unison, their eyes filled with shock. They stood side by side, unleashing countless great Dao rules at the incoming long sword above their heads. Bang! Bang! Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky, the giant sword unstoppable, smashing through all attacks before slashing violently onto the 7 Dusties. Chapter 197 Small Worlds. Roar! Boom! The 7 emperors roared, powerless to retaliate as their bodies were torn apart by the colossal sword, shattering in a thunderous collapse. The 7 emperors were annihilated with a single strike from Brent. All met their end. In the instant the 7 emperors died, the sky above shook once more, filled with boundless Dao rules stretching across the heavens. Thud! Fiery stars emerged one by one in the heavens, each carrying a heavy aura, tearing through the sky like streaks of light, plummeting rapidly toward the earth. This was another deadly formation of the 7-kill fatal array. It could summon stars to slay those trapped within the array. Brent's gaze was icy cold. Looking up at the sky, he sensed a force not belonging to this world within the energies seeping through from above. It was the aura of other small worlds. Truly well planned, to place the array cores in different small worlds. Brent's eyes brimmed with killing intent. He had not expected that, in order to kill him and conceal the locations of the array cores, they would set up the 7 cores in 7 separate small worlds. Had it not been for his sharp divine sense, feeling the subtle foreign power, he might have shattered the small world he stood on without ever finding the core of the 7-kill fatal array. A pack of rats, only knowing how to hide. Come out here. With a roar, Brent's form expanded. Raising his hand, he destroyed countless blazing stars and reached for the sky. Boom! The heavens cracked open, splitting into a massive fissure. The chaotic energy spread, and violent spatial disturbances formed great laws that slashed towards Brent's palm. Unfazed, Brent's expression remained stern. His outstretched right hand flickered with endless Dao rules, advancing forward to strike directly into another small world. Bang! The barrier of another small world was also shattered by Brent, revealing its interior. Blood and death permeated the air in that small world. Upon an endless sea of corpses stood a pillar over 10,000 meters in diameter, pointing toward the heavens, each gesturating a chilling, icy aura. You truly deserve death. Brent roared, his eyes bloodshot, witnessing the scene inside the small world. The entire world was filled with an endless expanse of corpses, extending beyond sight. The flesh and bones had yet to rot, clearly having been killed not long ago. And that enormous pillar in the center of the world. It was forged from these very corpses and bones. Countless souls screamed and struggled on the pillar, enduring the most cruel torment. Each soul's face was etched with pain and despair. A deep sorrow filled the entire realm. Seeing this, Brent's body trembled with fury, nearly engulfed by rage. He couldn't fathom how Chestery beings the malevolent forces had slaughtered to create such a horrifying scene. 10 million, 100 million, or even 1 billion. Thinking of this, Brent's soul quaked. Such a gruesome scene existed in 7 small worlds. Because the 7-kill fatal array had 7 cores, and to maximize damage, the power of each core needed to be balanced. Thud! Brent's eye shot forth icy killing intent. With his palm, he shattered the barrier of that small world, grabbing the Dusty sitting atop the array core. The Dusty, seated upon endless corpses, suddenly stood, shock evident in his demeanor. He hadn't expected Brent to find the core and break through the small world's barrier, reaching for him. Fight! Roaring. Realizing escape was impossible, the Dusty emitted dark beams from his eyes and a peak emperor aura. He quickly summoned a bronze bell, striking fiercely toward Brent. The other 6 Dusties in the 6 small worlds also rose from their controlled cores, breaking the barriers, and launched attacks at Brent with their hands raised. Since they were discovered, hiding further would be meaningless. Instantly, 6 grand imperial weapons, radiating dense auras, surged and struck Brent all at once. You have killed so Chestery of my Hutchester race die. Roaring, Brent's face was filled with fury. Unconcerned about the attacks from the other 6 Dusties, he slapped the bronze bell into pieces. Following this, Brent's right hand pierced through the fragments of the bell, seizing the Dusty firmly. It was you who slaughtered millions of Hutchesters. Go and atone for your sins. Brent's gaze was icy cold. He lowered his head to take a look at the Dusty in his hand, and with his right hand shimmering with endless light, he gripped down fiercely. No, save me quickly. The Dusty shrieked in despair, struggling desperately within Brent's palm, panic clearly visible on his face. He was a peak emperor after all. Apart from immortals, who in this world could suppress him? But now, he had actually been easily held by someone. Could he be an immortal spirit? The Dusty was greatly shaken in his heart, staring wide-eyed at Brent. Even if facing an immortal spirit, he did not want to die. However, no matter how hard he tried, using all his strength, he could only watch helplessly as the sky above him rapidly darkened. A piercing cry of pain rang out from Brent's hands, followed by a muffled explosion. The Dusty was squeezed to death alive by Brent. Puff! Dark blood spurted from Brent's hand, along with a thick mist that dissipated. Brent's expression remained grim. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, turning into raging flames that ignited the mist. The black mist struggled, screams of agony echoing before being completely consumed by the roaring flames, dissipating utterly. Wailing, the 6 imperial weapons roared, emitting a dark sheen, arriving belatedly. They pierced through the void from other small worlds, flashing overhead, then descended forcefully upon Brent. Brent's face remained cold, his eyes still filled with intense killing intent. Indeed, those 6 small worlds were just as he had suspected, filled with endless corpses and bones. All these were Hutchester beings they had massacred. Buzz! Brent's whole body shook violently. Stepping firmly on the ground, his figure grew once more like a towering divine entity. Raising his head, he slapped towards the 6 imperial weapons above. Bang! Bang! Loud explosions echoed continuously. The 6 imperial weapons exploded one after another, shattered entirely by Brent in the sky. What? The faces of the 6 Dusties showed a hint of horror. Brent's power seemed to exceed all their expectations. They had originally thought that using the powerful 7-kill fatal array would easily claim Brent's life. But now, not only did the opponent forcefully break out of the formation, but also strangled one of their peak emperors. All of this was beyond what they had anticipated. So terrifying. All the Dusties simultaneously gasped inwardly. But if it came to fear and despair for them, it was still too early. Without absolute certainty, how could they dare to besiege a person suspected to be an immortal spirit? The 7-kill fatal array was merely the first means to besiege Brent, just a prelude. As for the second means, even thinking about it made their scalps tingle, because that was truly an immortal spirit. Chapter 191, I will kill, and no one can stop me. Xianling was about to make a move against Brent. However, he knew nothing of this. At this moment, Brent emitted a fierce aura, slowly stepping forward, his eyes shooting cold beams at the 6 Dusties. Massacring billions of Hutchesters, you all deserve death. Brent roared with anger, his long hair flying wildly as he struck a palm towards the 6 peak realm Dusties. Only ants, so what if we kill them? To be used by us is their honor. We will not only kill those ants, but also you. Haha, having lured you here, don't think of leaving alive. The 6 Dusties stood in their respective small worlds, laughing. They were surrounded by a strong, ominous aura, looking at Brent's incoming palm with cold sneers, showing no fear. Buzz! The 6 small worlds shook violently, all the Dusties' figures flickering, as if being guided away by some mysterious entity. Chuckle, too late. We are leaving, and you can't stop us. Do you really think escaping the 7-kill death array means real freedom? Foolish dream. Haha, we've killed deities before. Today, we shall slay again. All the Dusties laughed arrogantly, looking at Brent with contempt, their eyes filled with triumph and arrogance. A stronger being than themselves was about to die right in front of them. Could there be anything more delightful? At this moment, the enigmatic power surrounding them became denser, their bodies gradually fading, almost disappearing into their respective small worlds. Humph. Want to escape? Not one of you will succeed. Brent's eyes were icy cold, the killing intent from him sweeping across the sky. How could he allow these evil emperors, who massacred billions, to escape? These blood debts had to be paid in their blood. Everyone had to die. He naturally sensed the changes in the world, the coldness nearly invading his body, freezing his divine awareness. Moreover, the space around him was like ironstone, obstructing his actions. Even the rules of this small world were affected, descending into chaos. The earth cracked and split under the violent aura, forming massive abysses from which endless blood water gushed out, threatening to engulf his body. Yet Brent remained fearless, his expression calm. Let the world end, let blood flood the sea. He would kill, and even the Buddha couldn't stop him. He said it. Wail. Brent's palm roared, large as a star river, extending out of his small world, covering vast emptiness, trapping the 6 small worlds under its grasp. Bang, bang. It was like the end of the world. Heaven and earth shattered, blood flooded the seas, space tore into huge cracks. Under Brent's giant palm, the 6 small worlds crumbled and exploded. Countless fragments of small worlds were cut apart by powerful spatial currents, turning into dust. The entire void fell into chaos, infinite primal energy spreading, resembling the scene before the division of heaven and earth during the creation of chaos. Wail. After shattering the 6 small worlds, Brent's palm did not pause. In an instant, it appeared above the 6 dusties, swiftly grabbing towards them. Haha, too late. The 6 dusties still laughed wildly, standing in the chaotic void, looking down on Brent with disdain, vanishing from where they stood. I didn't let you go? Get out here. Brent roared, his palms shining endlessly, the chaotic energy in the void converging within it, then fiercely grabbing towards where the 6 dusties had vanished. Boom. The endless void exploded, torn apart by countless cracks. Spatial currents shimmered with rainbow light, filling the void. Bang, bang. The chaotic void plunged into complete chaos. Shards of time were forced out. Like time reversing, everything was hazy. Spit. Time flowed in the void where the 6 dusties were, staggering, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, falling out of the chaotic void. Wail. 6 flaming spheres of light, burning intensely, crashed heavily onto the ground of Brent's small world like meteors. Boom. An enormous sound echoed. Smoke rose. The ground was torn apart by the bodies of the 6 dusties, creating huge fissures and craters, forming 6 bottomless abysses. Cough. Cough. What? Impossible. The 6 dusties looked at Brent in horror. They had been struck out by his palm. How could this be? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief, all traces of their earlier arrogance gone. What kind of power was this? To be able to influence time, reaching into the endless void and pulling them all out. There is nothing impossible. Die. Brent's expression was icy cold. His body expanded rapidly, even stretching the small world as he looked down at the 6 dusties beneath him. Wail. The endless void roared, spatial rifts flying everywhere. A giant foot, shining brightly, enveloped the 6 dusties underneath it. You, escape quickly. The 6 dusties watched in horror as Brent attacked. Their faces changed drastically. This person was beyond their ability to resist. His strength was unimaginable. They could only try to escape. Boom, boom. Dull thuds resounded continuously, the sound of impacts against the void. What? The void is sealed. It's sealed by the Tao rules on his foot. We can't escape. He actually can. No. The 6 dusties' eyes were full of panic. They roared furiously, launching attacks to break through the seal. However, no matter how hard they tried, the void was like immortal gold. Not a single crack appeared, not even a ripple. You dare to kill us. Our master will never forgive you. Kill. The 6 dusties screamed as the foot descended towards their heads, launching countless powerful attacks, trying to break free from Brent's seal. How dare you? At the same time, in the endless void, a cold and furious roar echoed. The entire void shook, an endless bolt of lightning tore through the sky, like a star river, swiftly striking down at Brent. Chapter 192. Who do you think you are, to make me bow down? Brent's expression remained unperturbed. The light flashing from his feet shattered all the attacks launched by the 6 dusties. In one fell swoop, he trampled them all beneath his feet. No. The 6 dusties screamed in despair, unwillingness etched on their faces. They could only stare helplessly with wide eyes at the massive foot descending swiftly upon them. Puff. Streams of black mist spewed out from under Brent's feet as he crushed and refined the 6 dusties into nothing but black fog. Not just their physical bodies, but even their souls were shattered by him. Only after finishing this did Brent slowly raise his head to look at the thunderous area above him that resembled a star river. Buzz. 2 thick beams of light shot straight from Brent's eyes, striking directly into the thunder. Boom. Endless void exploded, plunging heaven and earth into chaos. Fragments of time flew about as the chaotic aura spread. The sky filled with thunder was instantly blasted apart by Brent's piercing gaze, exploding within the void. The sky full of lightning shone like fireworks in the air, then gradually dissipated. That is, Brent murmured to himself, frowning slightly. His divine consciousness extended beyond the small world he inhabited and passed through the ruins of 6 more destroyed small worlds before finally entering the boundless void. Only then did he see clearly where he was located. The small world he resided in, including the 7 dusties' small worlds. All 8 small worlds were completely enveloped inside an enormous dark cage, and he was right at the center of this dark cage. Without any realization, he had been imprisoned inside this dark cage. At this moment, outside the giant dark cage, a terrifying creature was looking down at Brent within the cage. Its figure seemed boundless, its entire body occupying half the heavens. In front of it, the dark cage looked merely as big as a water vat. It emitted strands of dense, strange energy suffusing the entire universe. Strands of energy surpassing even the Emperor realm tore through the void, sweeping towards all directions. This was actually a Peri. Seated high on a bony chair, it was entirely shrouded in black mist, hiding its true appearance. From beneath the chair came continuous, mournful howls. Upon closer inspection, the enormous bony chair beneath it was actually made from countless skulls. These skulls contained numerous sealed souls, who endured tremendous pain within the skull, struggling fiercely and letting out mournful screams. However, the entity on the bony chair seemed accustomed to all this, showing no emotion whatsoever. Behind the Perry stood another 4 dark entities quietly watching. They appeared like 4 dark war generals, clad in pitch-black armor and wielding black gold long spears. They also emitted terrifying auras, which, although not as strong as the Perrys, far surpassed peak emperors, reaching a level just below immortality. The 5 dark entities silently gazed at Brent inside the dark cage, their looks as cold as millennium-old ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Feeling their gaze, Brent stood amidst the broken small world, hands behind his back, expression calm. He slowly raised his head to look up at the sky, piercing the world barrier and traversing the boundless void. He too saw the 5 dark entities outside the dark cage. In an instant, their gazes met. Brent's gaze intertwined with the Perry's. Boom! Thunder roared in the void as endless chaotic energy churned. After 2 gazes collided, they suddenly exploded. Kneel. Submit to me, and you shall be spared. A sound akin to Dao's voice echoed through boundless space, resembling an enraged immortal king's roar, shaking the entire dark cage violently. Additionally, the voice transformed into a mountain exuding overwhelmingly eerie energy, rushing down rapidly at Brent, aiming to press him down. Who do you think you are, daring to make me submit? Cold flashes shot from Brent's eyes. His hair danced wildly as a formidable aura swept across heaven and earth from him. Bang! The dark mountain instantly exploded above Brent's head, turning into countless fragments. Are you the source of the dark turmoil? Did you initiate this turmoil? Brent stood calmly, looking coldly at the Perry outside the dark cage. He felt the powerful aura echesterating from the Perry and couldn't help but be startled. The opponent's aura actually surpassed that of an emperor, reaching a frighteningly high realm. Moreover, not only did the Perry possess such power, but the 4 dark cultivators behind it also emitted auras that surpassed that of an emperor. Beyond the emperor realm, could they all be immortals? Brent was puzzled about their realms. He didn't know what realms existed beyond the emperor realm except for the legendary immortals. However, such a formidable lineup made him suspect that the initiators of the dark turmoil were indeed these few people before him. At the end of the cycle, death is the destiny of all spirits. A grand sacrifice once per era. Calculating the time, it is again nearing the end of an era. The Perry's voice was cold, as if speaking to itself or reminiscing. Then it raised its head and looked at Brent. Its aura suddenly became wildly turbulent, seemingly losing patience. In this chessboard of heaven and earth, none can escape the arrangement of fate. As a pawn, I give you a sliver of choice. Bow down, submit to me, and I will leave you a spark of consciousness, allowing eternal life. Otherwise, you will eternally sink in the 10,000-mile soul river. The Perry's expression remained unchanged as it sat on the bony chair, coldly watching Brent. Haha, laughable. Brent stood straight, his aura extremely strong, so much so that the entire small world couldn't withstand the pressure and continuously fragmented. What chessboard of heaven and earth? Where I stand, even 10,000 doctrines must submit. Who dares treat me as a pawn? I will crush his entire clan. As for you, you're merely the master of a minor world. Killing you would be like slaughtering a chicken or dog. From the words of the Perry and the aura it emitted, Brent directly inferred that this Perry before him was not the source of darkness. The first suspicion was that there was no 10,000-mile soul river here, nor any endless sea. Secondly, the opponent's aura, although very powerful, did not match what he imagined. If it were the so-called source of darkness, the ultimate terror, what then would countless transcendent powers throughout history be? He believed that there must be those who surpass him in this world. Therefore, above the Perry, there must be even more terrifying existences. It could only be considered a leader, merely one of the instigators behind the dark turmoil. If you think you have outwitted me, then I will exterminate you. Brent's eyes turned cold, lifting his head to coldly gaze at the Perry, his killing intent sweeping through the entire space. Chapter 193, One Sword. Insolent. How dare you speak out against our master? A loud shout echoed through the sky, their voices reverberating throughout the entire world. Imprisoned within this dark cage, unless you submit, death is your only option. In the next instant, the 4 dark war generals behind the Perry flickered into motion, directly arriving before the dark cage and thrusting their hands out to cast countless magical seals toward it. The void trembled. In an instant, the dark cage's light flared intensely, radiating boundless black light. Space within the dark cage seemed frozen, as hard as iron. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the entire space dissipated rapidly, all the myriad laws disintegrating, completely isolating heaven and earth. Clank. Metallic sounds resounded above the dark cage. Following that, 4 bronze chains emitting dense, strange auras materialized from the top of the dark cage. Wail. Eerily mournful howls echoed within the dark cage, with each of the 4 bronze chains composed of heads, swirling like dragons roaring towards the heavens, piercing toward Brent at lightning speed. Do you think you can suppress me? Brent's expression was stern, his eyes flashed with cold light, his body expanding once more until it burst through the small world he inhabited. Boom. The dark cage shook violently, the spatial lockdown shattering like glass under the force of Brent's aura. Brent stood like a god, his body radiating blinding light. Lifting his head to gaze at the 4 oncoming bronze chains, he slowly raised his right hand. Clang. The heavens shook, the void collapsed. A beam of supreme light illuminated the entire space. In Brent's right hand appeared a massive sword radiating powerful energy. This sword, thick as a star river, burning with blazing fire, seemed capable of rending apart the universe. Brent's expression remained cold. Holding the sword, he slashed directly at the dark cage above. What? This aura? It seems quite formidable. Outside the dark cage, the 4 dark war generals looked shaken, their eyes filled with shock. Brent's power had clearly exceeded their expectations. However, they placed greater faith in the dark cage's strength. Even immortals couldn't easily break free when trapped inside the dark cage. But just in case, The four Dark War generals exchanged glances and decided to take action. Instantly, they raised their hands and cast countless spells towards the dark cage, strengthening the four bronze chains. Boom! At the same time, the entire dark cage shook violently, black thunderbolts descending from the void like a torrential downpour, continuously striking Brent. Wail! In an instant, the world was thrown into chaos, fragments of time dancing wildly, the rules of the great Tao going berserk. Death loomed everywhere, leaving Brent seemingly in a desperate situation. Humph! A cold snort resounded within the dark cage. Throughout it all, Brent's face never changed. His sword tore through the heavens, shattered the black thunderbolts, then severed the four bronze chains above him before landing a heavy blow on the dark cage. Bang! The void exploded, chaotic energy spreading. In an instant, Brent shattered the dark cage with a single sword strike, turning it into countless fragments. Uft! Uft! The intense shockwave forced the four Dark War generals to rapidly retreat. They stared at Brent, horrified, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. What? The dark cage was shattered? How could this be possible? Covering their chests, the Dark War generals seemed to have witnessed something unbelievable. For years, no one had ever broken the dark cage with a single attack. Even they couldn't break through its seal, though they had seen the dark cage broken before. That was merely the lowest level version and required a frenzied assault by Chestery to barely create an opening, allowing escape through that tiny gap. But now what did they witness? A person, breaking the most powerful type of dark cage effortlessly by himself. What did this mean? It indicated that the other party's strength far surpassed their imagination. Even the Peri seated on the skull throne's icy gaze flickered, seeming surprised by Brent's power. He slowly rose from the skull throne, carrying an overwhelming aura of evil, stepping toward Brent. Boom! Brent's long hair flew wildly, his eyes shooting out cold electricity. In one step, he left the area where the dark cage was located, looking down at the four Dark War generals from a height, and then swung his sword horizontally. You, master! Seeing Brent attack them, the four Dark War generals all lost their composure, retreating hastily in a panic, trying to escape and seek the protection of the Peri. Stay here. Brent's expression was cold, his long sword slicing through the void like a star river sword, enveloping the four Dark War generals beneath it. If you dare to kill them, I will eternally imprison your soul in the endless sea, bearing endless pain for eternity. The Peri stood far away, black mist swirling around his body, his eyes glaring fiercely at Brent as a cold voice of the great Tao echoed through the void. Since he was too far away to stop Brent's actions in time, he could only threaten Brent verbally. Who I kill is none of heaven's business. Not only will I kill them, but I will also kill you. Brent remained unmoved, fearless, his long sword moving swiftly, flashing past the four Dark War generals in an instant. No. The four Dark War generals had no power to resist, their desperate screams cutting off abruptly, dissipating in the void. They all turned into dust under the long sword. Even their souls were shattered. You? Arrogant. Then let me show you who the master of this world is. Dare to defy me, die. The Peri gave a cold shout, endless rules each echesterating from him, the eerie aura around his body almost becoming tangible. The void trembled as the Peri shot a dark bead at Brent. That bead seemed like an origin of eerie energy, emitting an overwhelming eerie aura. Wailing. After integrating countless great Tao rules, the dark bead transformed into a pitch-black skull. The skull was vast, nearly covering the entire void. It emitted formidable fluctuations, roaring and sealing the heavens and earth. With its mouth wide open, it rushed towards Brent to devour him. Chapter 194. You actually concealed your strength. Clang. A heaven-splitting sound shook the heavens. Brent did not utter a single word. He raised the long sword in his hand and fiercely slashed towards the rushing dark skull. Boom. The void exploded, and the dark skull was shattered by Brent's sword, sending eerie energy scattering across the sky. You. The Peri looked at the shattered dark skull. There was a hint of shock in his voice. His figure paused slightly, stopping where it was. That dark skull, although not at his full strength, had still been empowered with 80% of his power. Yet it had been easily shattered by the other party's single sword strike. This impact was even greater than when Brent had broken the dark prison. He was an immortal spirit after all, although he hadn't become an immortal spirit for too long. But he believed in his own strength, enhanced by eerie forces. Even someone 2 minor realms above him would not be his match. But now, he could not see through the other party's strength and realm at all. From beginning to end, you've been hiding your strength. The Peri seemed to realize something. He suddenly lifted his head, looking at Brent in great surprise. Before they attacked Brent, they had thoroughly investigated everything that Brent had done. According to their estimates, Brent's strength should have been at most at the peak of Emperor Realm. They were an immortal spirit. Wouldn't killing him be as easy as turning over one's hand? But now, everything was out of their expectations. The other party's strength far exceeded their imagination. You were hidden while I was in the open. If I didn't conceal some of my abilities, how could I have caught a big fish like you? Brent's gaze was deep. Step by step, he advanced towards the Peri, the killing intent surrounding him filling the entire space. This was the gift he prepared for the hidden eerie ones. If he had revealed his full strength from the beginning, there would have been only 2 outcomes. First, the eerie ones hiding in the dark might have been frightened away by his power, achieving nothing. Secondly, the eerie ones would set more dangerous traps targeting his strength. He didn't know what the bottom line of the eerie ones was. Over countless years, the strength of the eerie ones had never been simple. Otherwise, all living beings wouldn't feel so desperate. He couldn't believe that over these countless years, there wouldn't be stronger living beings in this world than him. But now, where were those people? All the mighty beings were nowhere to be seen. Even after he cut through Chestery deadly and forbidden zones, he found no trace of those hidden ultra-powerful beings. Did they all die in battle? Or were they suppressed by the eerie ones? One must know oneself and one's enemy to better probe into their bottom lines. He needed to understand something about the eerie ones from this big fish in front of him. Perhaps, he could also find out the whereabouts of the previous strong ones. Where is the 10,000-mile Soul River? Where are the Huchester strong ones you have suppressed? Tell me, and I will let you die quickly. Brent held the long sword, stepping towards the parry, his eyes flickering with cold light. How dare you threaten us of the eerie race? Do you really think victory is assured for you? Huh, would we come to kill you without perfect preparation? The parry sneered. Although shocked by Brent's strength, he wasn't panicked. He still had hidden moves, and in a real fight, who would win or lose remained uncertain. Moreover, did only the other party hide its strength? Bang! At this moment, the void exploded again. Ripples appeared around the parry, revealing another hunched, dark living being. The hunched parry's eyes shone with an eerie blue light, radiating equally formidable aura. He was also a parry. To kill me, you actually dispatched 2 immortal spirits. What a grand plan. Brent remained calm, appearing indifferent, as if discussing something trivial, showing no fluctuation due to the appearance of another parry. Why waste words on a mere ant? Just kill him. The hunched parry coldly stared at Brent, emitting a violent aura. Want to kill me? I'm afraid you can't do it. Brent's eyes flashed with cold light. His hair danced wildly, and his entire body emitted intense energy. He held the long sword, advancing towards the 2 parries. Haha, arrogant youngster. Wait until this immortal tears you apart and teaches you what it means to be outmatched. Xianxia. The 2 parries released surges of eerie energy, jointly forming an extremely black, dark golden pagoda directed at Brent. The dark golden pagoda emitted a surge of black light, instantly enveloping the heavens and freezing the boundless void. This was a celestial artifact, its aura even more powerful than the 2 parries. It instantly appeared above Brent, then crashed down with a thunderous impact. So this is your confidence. But it's still not enough. Brent's entire body trembled violently. He held the long sword and slashed fiercely at the dark golden pagoda above his head. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the endless void. The dark golden pagoda was shattered by Brent's single slash, and his long sword tore through the sky, encompassing both parries under its blade. What? Impossible. A peak false immortal realm celestial artifact was destroyed by one strike. You have taken far more steps beyond just one. The 2 parries were greatly alarmed, disbelief on their faces as they stared at Brent, losing their composure. Kill him. Facing the lethal blow, both were filled with panic, desperately fighting back. Bang! The heavens and earth turned chaotic. To save their lives, they summoned all their spirit treasures to form a massive defensive array. The array rumbled, emitting a heavy pressure, and countless sword beams shot towards Brent from within it. Die! Brent sneered coldly. His face was stern, and his long sword did not falter for a moment as it struck the array forcefully. Boom! The formidable array exploded directly, and the long sword cut unobstructed into the bodies of the 2 parries. No! The 2 parries screamed in terror, their eyes filled with fear as they shattered under Brent's long sword. Whoosh! After their bodies disintegrated, a large amount of eerie energy scattered, filling the void. Amidst the thick eerie energy, suddenly 2 faint streams of eerie energy flickered on either side, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Trying to escape? Brent's eyes flashed, a thick beam of light shot out, directly dispersing one stream of eerie energy, exploding in the void. A shrill scream rang out. That cloud of black mist lost all signs of life. Brent remained expressionless, raising his eyes to look at another rapidly fleeing cloud of black mist, ready to lift his long sword to finish it off. At this moment, on the path where the black mist was escaping, a white bone skull suddenly appeared. It was wildly aggressive, holding the cycle grinder with both hands, smashing it ruthlessly into the cloud of black mist. Chapter 195. Could he be the xiuxian? Bang! Bang! A series of dull thuds echoed, one after another. In an instant, the white bone skeleton hugged the wheel of reincarnation and smashed the black mist over 1,000 times. The dark shadow screamed incessantly. With every strike of the wheel of reincarnation, a piece of the black mist was torn away from its essence. This black mist was all part of his dark origin, containing fragments of his soul. Each tear felt like a slice into his soul. Such pain was akin to enduring the most torturous punishment. Xiuxian, you actually escaped? The dark shadow screamed in shock, with astonishment flooding his gaze. He never imagined that the xiuxian, once imprisoned, had not only escaped from the abyssal hell, but was now pummeling him furiously with the wheel of reincarnation. This humiliation was more painful than death itself. Bang! Bang! Flames burned in the eye sockets of the white bone skeleton as he paid no heed to the parry's cries. He wielded the wheel of reincarnation like a heavy hammer, repeatedly smashing the parry until the black mist churned continuously. Xiuxian! Brent stood afar, watching the white bone skeleton who held the wheel of reincarnation, his eyes narrowing. He recalled the words of the emperor guarding the demon suppression stone. That emperor mentioned saving someone before his death, using the word ghost. Could the person he referred to be this white bone skeleton before him? Brent then looked down at the parry being savagely beaten by the white bone skeleton. Everything pointed to one conclusion. The emperor by the demon suppression stone wanted Brent to save this very white bone skeleton. Xiuxian, who is he? Why did they imprison him? Did he also become a target of these enigmatic forces, leading to his imprisonment? Brent's eyes were filled with confusion as he raised his head to look at the white bone skeleton. At this moment, the wild aura echesterating from the white bone skeleton far exceeded that of the parry, and it continued to grow stronger. Bang! The white bone skeleton glanced at Brent, signaling that he had vented his anger and now wished for Brent to take over. With a weak scream, the parry was sent flying towards Brent by the wheel of reincarnation held in the white bone skeleton's arms. Alright, Brent nodded slightly. Emitting a powerful aura, he stepped forward slowly and then brought his foot down forcefully on the parry. Boom! Space exploded as the parry was stomped underfoot by Brent. Let me go! The parry screamed and struggled wildly, trying to escape from Brent's grip. Being trampled by a mere mortal infuriated him almost to madness. Tell me your origins. Where does your kind reside? What are your objectives behind instigating this darkness? Brent remained cold, gazing down at the parry, his eyes shooting beams of light that further shattered parts of the spirit's soul. The parry screamed again, his red eyes glaring resentfully at Brent through the black mist. Haha, you will never know. At the end of reincarnation, death is the fate of all beings. You can't escape destiny. One day, you'll die miserably at the hands of my enigmatic race. Realizing there was no hope left, the Peri raved madly, refusing to divulge any information. What enigmatic race? A bunch of cowards hiding in the shadows, nothing more than insignificant creatures. I'll exterminate your entire race eventually. And as for you, since you refuse to talk, you're useless. Prepare to die. Brent's expression was indifferent. The great rule shone from his foot as he stomped down ruthlessly. Boom. The heavens trembled, space tearing apart grotesquely. The Peri screamed one last time as Brent crushed him to death, even his remaining soul disintegrating instantly. Again. Brent's gaze grew grave as he saw the invisible force of rule absorbing the remnants of the Peri without leaving a trace. Step, step. Footsteps echoed through the air. The xiuxian waved his hand, storing the massive wheel of reincarnation within, then slowly walked toward Brent. Senior, what was that force just now? Where did it take the traces left by the Peri? Brent turned to look at the xiuxian, asking curiously. The xiuxian gently shook his head, looking somewhat bewildered. He pointed to his head and slowly said, I'm not sure what that force is either. I am only a fragment of a soul. Perhaps my main soul knows, but I can't find it now. May I ask, Senior, why were you suppressed here by the strange forces? Brent slowly approached the xiuxian and asked about his confusion. He had also observed the xiuxian's current state. It seemed as if he had escaped from an extremely dangerous restriction, with just a fragment of his soul lingering within an ordinary white bone skeleton. But even this fragment of a soul emitted a far stronger aura than the two Peris before. Brent was slightly astonished. If just a fragment of his soul is this powerful, how strong would he have been in his prime? This was easily the strongest xiuxian being he had ever encountered. AI. The xiuxian sighed deeply. Flesh regenerated on the white bones, quickly transforming into a wrinkled face. For countless eons, the strangeness cannot be extinguished. I was merely a failed resistor. The xiuxian looked up at Brent, his turbid eyes flickering with insight. He calmly said, I know you have Chestry doubts and questions, but now, I am just a fragment of a soul, with much memory lost. Ask anything you wish, and see if I can answer your questions. Brent gazed into the Hamilton's starry eyes, knowing that he had seen through his thoughts. He didn't hide them. Indeed, he had Chestry questions. Now meeting an ancestor of xiuxian, he naturally wanted to know the secrets behind everything. Senior, I want to know, where did these strange beings come from? And why did they unleash this darkness? Brent couldn't wait to ask what he most wanted to know. The xiuxian paused briefly, then smacked his lips and slowly replied. You really put me in a difficult spot. With just a fragment of a soul left, some things are hard to recall. But in this old Chester's foggy mind, there is still a trace of memory regarding the strange forces. Then, the xiuxian raised his gaze to the sky, lost in reminiscence. Uncountable ages ago, something cataclysmic happened in the world. On that day, the heavens fell, and flames scorched the skies as if it were the end of days. The void tore apart, creating enormous rifts, tearing the entire universe into chaos. Afterward, everyone in terror discovered that the rules of the cosmos were fragmented. Not only that, but the world was completely cut off from the immortal realm. No one could ascend anymore. Just as people hadn't yet figured out the cause, countless strange and terrifying creatures descended upon the world. They were incomparably savage, relentlessly slaughtering life. In less than a month, rivers of blood flowed across the land. Countless beings were exterminated by the strange forces. Many races were utterly wiped out, their entire populations decimated. And this is the origin of the Dark Upheaval. Chapter 196. There will always be a day of reckoning. In the future, every so often, the world will inexplicably erupt into chaos and darkness. And each time such darkness descends, it will be the darkest moment for myriad races. The eerie creatures lurking in the shadows, as vast as an ocean, will fiercely emerge from dark regions, making tragedies replay one after another. For all these years, the spirits killed by those eerie beings number more than tens of billions. Their bones might fill up an entire small world. And our xiuxian race, over countless years, despite being brutally slaughtered by eerie beings, has never succumbed. For ages, numerous powerful warriors have charged into darkness like moths drawn to a flame, unhesitatingly fighting against eerie beings, just to carve out a path to survival and light for our xiuxian and myriad spirits. But the outcome is so tragic. Many powerful warriors died heroically in battle, choosing death rather than submission. As the xiuxian spoke here, he became quite agitated, sadness appearing on his face, mourning the deaths of those powerful warriors. But even so, generation after generation, despite Chestery's strong warriors dying, we never thought of giving up. So, everyone holds a belief that someday we will defeat the eerie beings, charge into their homeland, eradicate all those scoundrels, and create a bright sky for our xiuxian race and myriad spirits. The xiuxian's long hair danced in the air, his eyes emitting beams of light, exuding a thick aura of fighting spirit. Brent was greatly moved by the Hamilton's words. He hadn't expected that the chaos and darkness had already occurred so Chestery years ago. Yet his ancestors never gave up resistance, even after such a long time. Countless xiuxian warriors successively plunged into darkness, battling eerie beings, ultimately meeting their heroic demise. They were all admirable. In a daze, Brent thought of the great emperor who perished on ancient battlefields, the majestic figure who ascended in the great primal forbidden zone, and so Chestery of his ancestors had fought bravely to their deaths, one after another. How tragically magnificent this was. Brent's eyes also shone with light of killing intent, of hatred. He would, someday, eliminate all eerie beings in the world. Senior, have all our xiuxian race's powerful warriors perished after all these years? Brent looked up at the xiuxian, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. With eerie beings everywhere, even if some xiuxian warriors survived by chance, they would likely be found and suppressed or killed. Haha, though eerie beings are powerful, we xiuxians aren't pushovers either. How could we all have perished? Over these years, there have been tit-for-tat battles between us, each side sustaining casualties. The chess game of heaven and earth isn't over until the final move. It's not clear yet who will win or lose. The Yusef smiled faintly, his eyes shining with a dazzling light. Don't worry, boy. After so chestery years, while the eerie beings have made plans, how could our Hutchester race lack a strategy? For eons, we've battled eerie beings in secret untold times. If we hadn't suppressed them, the frequency and severity of chaos and darkness would have been far worse. Now, the great sacrifice of the eerie beings at the end of an era is soon to begin. While it signifies disaster, it also offers us an opportunity. After preparations through endless eons, that day is approaching. It's high time we settle the score with the eerie beings. A heavy aura of killing intent chesterated from the Yusef. Clearly, he had waited for this day for too long. However, before settling the score, we still have much preparation to do. Many fellow cultivators are still being suppressed by eerie beings. We need to rescue them first. If those fellows haven't died, they should be suppressed by eerie beings. The Yusef pondered, scratching his head as he struggled to recall. But in the end, he sighed softly. He had lost 2 chestery memories. Without finding other remnants of his soul, he couldn't remember where the eerie beings kept people. Suppressed. Upon hearing the Hamilton mention suppression, Brent suddenly recalled the dark prison. He had seen chestery powerful creatures imprisoned within the dark prison. Among them were chestery Hutchester warriors. Could it be that chestery of our Hutchester race's warriors were suppressed by eerie beings? Brent felt it was highly possible. Moreover, the eerie beings he had destroyed earlier tried to suppress him using the dark prison. Thus, chestery Hutchester warriors might indeed be imprisoned within dark prisons. As for the location of the dark prison, Brent's eyes narrowed sharply. His mind quickly landed on a specific place. 100,000 miles of Soul River. Back when he was at the Ascension platform in the Great Primal Forbidden Zone, that peak near Emperor Cultivator had screamed before his death, urging him to go to the 100,000-mile Soul River to save someone. At that time, he did not know who he was supposed to save. Now, thinking back, that person very likely wanted him to go to the 100,000-mile Soul River to save those Hutchester race's powerful warriors suppressed by the Strange Ones. Senior, are our powerful Hutchester warriors all being suppressed in dark prisons? And are all the dark prisons placed inside the 100,000-mile Soul River? Brent's eyes shimmered with light as he looked up at the Yusef. Dark prisons? Yes, it is dark prisons. This is a special tool of the Strange Ones, specifically used to suppress all living beings. And those who are imprisoned in dark prisons are indeed eventually sent to the 100,000-mile Soul River. The Yusef slowly nodded, seemingly recalling these matters. Seeing that the Yusef knew about these things, Brent felt somewhat excited and hurriedly asked again. Senior, do you know where this 100,000-mile Soul River is located? 100,000 miles of Soul River is in. Alas, my memory is too fragmented. I feel that my main soul should know. Once I find my main soul, I will tell you then. The Yusef scratched his head, looking helpless. After hearing what the Yusef said, Brent sighed inwardly. He thought he would finally know the truth today. But now, he still felt confused, as if everything was still shrouded in a veil, unclear to see. However, the only thing that made him happy was that there were still Hutchester race's powerful warriors alive, still laying out secret plans, continuously fighting against the Strange Ones. Forget it. I will eventually figure everything out. Brent shook his head, no longer dwelling on these issues. He was now getting closer and closer to the truth, so he wasn't in a rush. Chapter 197. The Realm Above the Great Emperor. Senior, do you know what realms exist beyond the Great Emperor realm? Brent spoke again, looking at Yusef with some confusion. He had been trapped in the Forbidden Zone for so chestery years, and his knowledge was still too limited. His understanding of the realms above the Great Emperor was very vague. He knew that his strength had surpassed the Great Emperor realm and could be considered a xianling, but specifically which step he had reached, he was a bit lost. Yusef smacked his lips again. He scratched his head, his eyes flickering as he looked away. Seeing Yusef's expression, Brent's face fell. Well, it seems there's no way to find out the answer today either. If Senior can't recall, then never mind. Brent spoke softly, no longer holding any hope. Haha, kid, I was just teasing you. The Hamilton, seeing Brent's expression, laughed loudly until his eyes were full of mirth, and then began to speak seriously. For countless years, chestery cultivators who reached the Ascension realm have been unable to ascend due to the broken path to immortality. Naturally, they could only remain in this world. Even if they couldn't ascend, it didn't affect their cultivation. Although the environment here makes it difficult for cultivators beyond the Great Emperor realm to practice, chestery still broke through the Great Emperor realm over these countless years and became xianlings. As for the division of the xianling realm, the well-known first major realm is the Void Immortal realm, divided into 4 stages, such as the first heaven of Void Immortal, etc. The second major realm is the True Immortal realm, divided into 3 stages. And the third major realm, also the last one, is the Immortal Sovereign realm. It is also divided into 4 stages. As for whether there are other realms above the Immortal Sovereign realm, even I don't know. My wisp of lingering soul has no memory about the realms above the Immortal Sovereign. Kid, now you should understand, right? Yusef smiled slightly and looked up at Brent. So, there are actually so chestery realms beyond the Great Emperor realm. Brent nodded gently, feeling enlightened. At first, he thought that the Great Emperor realm was the peak of cultivation, the pinnacle of fighting power in the world. But it seemed not. For a world where one can ascend, the Great Emperor realm indeed is the peak of cultivation. However, for his world where one cannot ascend, the Great Emperor realm might just be the starting point. Senior, can you see what my current realm is? Which step exactly have I reached? Brent looked at Yusef with a puzzled expression, still unclear about his own realm. Boom. The void trembled, and Brent felt a slight shock as he released a bit of his aura, wanting the Hamilton to investigate. At the same time, to prevent any unexpected detection, Brent raised his hand and cast a formation light shield around him and Yusef. Step, step, step. Yusef was pushed back by Brent's aura. He stared at Brent in astonishment, his chest heaving violently. Kid, you actually reached the peak of the true immortal realm, half a step into the immortal sovereign realm. To reach such a terrifying realm at such a young age, how did you cultivate? You can't possibly be the reincarnation of that old thing, can you? Yusef kept exclaiming, circling Brent several times as if examining a monster, his eyes filled with suspicion. A half-step immortal sovereign realm, huh? Brent murmured, gaining a general understanding of his own realm. The aura he had released earlier was less than a 10,000th of his total strength. If calculated this way, he was probably at the pinnacle among those in the immortal sovereign realm. I wonder how Chestery entities in the mysterious crowd have reached the immortal sovereign realm. Brent's eyes sparkled. He really wanted to personally slay a few immortal sovereigns from the mysterious group to honor the fallen predecessors in this world. That's strange. I sensed Chestery familiar auras from you, but they vanished quickly. There must be great secrets on you. Could someone have set something up on you? Yusef stroked his chin, constantly scrutinizing Brent, his eyes gleaming like discovering new land. Senior, what are you looking at? How could I be a reincarnation? Otherwise, why would I have no memories from my previous life? I am who I am. Who dares to set anything up on me? I'll shatter them. Brent felt uneasy under Yusef's glowing eyes and sidestepped to avoid the Hamilton scrutiny. Sigh? Forget it. My memories are indeed too scattered to make sense of this. As long as you fight for justice and are willing to engage in battle against the mysteries, that's enough. Yusef shook his head and sighed softly. Senior, rest assured. Eliminating the strange beings is a duty I will not shirk. So Chestery Hutchester ancestors fought against these strange beings, shedding blood and returning their souls to the heavens, creating the current situation. As descendants, we naturally cannot let our ancestors down. We will carry out their last wishes, eradicate the strange beings, and fight for a bright future. One day, we will witness the sunrise. Brent's voice was resolute and firm, exuding boundless fighting spirit. He had long made a vow in his heart. For countless years, the strange beings had killed countless lives. It was his Hutchester ancestors who fearlessly fought and created a blood-soaked path that allowed xiuxian to breathe. What qualifications did he have? What courage did he possess to forgive those strange beings on behalf of those ancestors? To forget the pain was to betray those who died, to betray those who fell for the sake of the entire Hutchester race. They would die with unfulfilled vengeance. In this life, he must fight to eliminate the strange beings and protect xiuxian. Boy, since you have such a mindset, part of my physical body is sealed by the strange beings. With my current strength, I can't break through. Go help me retrieve it. Yusef spoke slowly, looking up into the depths of the void. Senior, where is your physical body suppressed by the strange beings? How do we retrieve it? Brent came to Yusef's side, also looking up into the depths of the void. For Yusef's request, he would naturally not hesitate. Moreover, his anger had not yet subsided. Killing a few strange beings would be a good way to vent. Back then, my body was shattered, and my physical body split into pieces. My soul fragmented and disappeared into the universe. After so Chestery years, this wisp of my remaining soul finally revived. Just a few days ago, after continuous exploration, I sensed a trace of my physical body deep within the void here. That place is very hidden. Half a month ago, when I explored there, I was discovered by the strange beings guarding it. Their strength was too much for me at the moment, so I barely escaped after a brief confrontation. I have been hiding here, waiting for an opportunity. But unexpectedly, I encountered you here. Truly, the heavens are helping me. Haha, let's go quickly. Once I retrieve my physical body, we must kill a few strange beings to celebrate. Yusef smiled slightly, turned around, and flew into the depths of the endless void. Chapter 198. Whether I am arrogant or not, it's not up to you. Several days ago, Brent muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing. Those few days were when the entire Spirit Creek sect had fallen into an abyss. Could this be related to the great battle with the Ghost Master and the strange beings? Was he lured here by the strange beings according to their plan all along, or was it a spur-of-the-moment decision? Brent shook his head. He couldn't quite figure it out. Then, without a word, Brent followed the Hamilton into the depths. Boom. Not long after, a violent sound echoed from deep within the void. Instantly, the entire void was illuminated by a dazzling light, which was then engulfed in boundless black fog. Brent and the Ghost Master had destroyed countless prohibitions and forcefully breached through, entering a desolate small world. Inside this small world, everything was pitch black, devoid of any light. However, for Brent and the Ghost Master, even without light, it didn't hinder their spiritual awareness exploration. Here, Brent furrowed his brows, noticing the anomaly in this small world. There wasn't the slightest trace of spiritual energy or the great Tao rules in the entire small world, making it a place of absolute nothingness. Moreover, within the eerie aura spreading throughout the small world lay a special force. This force not only repelled the heavenly spiritual energy, but also constantly eroded one's spiritual sense and physical body. Once a cultivator got stuck here for a long time, they would ultimately exhaust their spiritual energy and die miserably from being corroded by that force. Felt the abnormality of this world? This is a prison specifically crafted by the strange ones to suppress my half-body. This is a land cut off from heaven. The Ghost Master slowly walked beside Brent, glancing around with disdain. Humph. If it weren't for being ambushed by an almighty power back then during my war against the strange ones and sustaining severe injuries, leaving me with only a thread of broken soul, how could this little prison trap me? The Ghost Master grew angrier as he spoke, still harboring resentment over what happened years ago. Did you once fight here, Senior? Seeing the bones scattered all over this world, Brent felt shocked and somewhat sad. This world was likely a battlefield from ancient times. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battles back then. Even a powerhouse like the Ghost Master nearly perished. Mitchell, you dare come back? Last time, you Chesteraged to escape by luck. This time, you won't get away. A black figure rushed towards them from the depths of the world, exuding a dense presence sweeping across the sky and earth. It was a powerful dark immortal. His aura revealed him to be at the second heaven realm of false immortal, causing the entire world to shake slightly with every step. Humph. I wondered why you dared to return here. Turns out you brought an accomplice. But even if you brought help, what can it do? Anyone who dares to resist my kind will surely die. The dark immortal marched forward, holding a blood-red spear, lunging straight at Brent and the Ghost Master. Just a small strange being. Do you really think you're so formidable? You're just a pile of rubbish. If I were at full strength, one hand would be enough to crush you. The Ghost Master bellowed, his eyes icy, emitting intense killing intent. Even as a remnant soul, he wouldn't allow a mere dark immortal to insult him. Had it not been for Brent by his side, he would have attacked without hesitation. Thump. At that moment, another dark immortal emerged from behind Brent and the Ghost Master. This was a dark skeleton. Its aura was even more powerful, reaching the third heaven realm of false immortal, its eyes flickering with an extremely cold light. So what? You're just a remnant soul, yet you want to crush someone from my race. Laughable. Why don't you show me how exactly you plan to crush me? The dark skeleton looked at Brent and the Ghost Master coldly, surrounded by a heavy aura of death, inching closer step by step. At the same time, it stretched out its black claws, grabbing toward Brent. Are there only the two of you dark immortals? A bit disappointing, not satisfying to kill. Brent watched the two dark immortals with cold eyes. His raging aura fused with countless great Tao rules, resembling roaring dragons, charging toward the two dark immortals. Bang! Thump! Countless thunderbolts exploded in the void, accompanied by piercing flashes of light. Brent's aura shattered the attacks of the two dark immortals, while they were knocked disoriented, cracks appearing on their bodies. Puff! Cough! The two dark immortals clutched their chests, retreating while coughing up blood. What? The two dark immortals were greatly shocked, staring at Brent in disbelief. They originally could not sense Brent's aura, assuming he was at most on par with the Mitchell, but now, they realized they were wrong. And they were wrong to an absurd extent. The strength of their opponent far exceeded their imagination. With just a slight tremor, he shattered all their attacks, and even affected them severely, causing serious injuries. This kind of power was simply beyond what they could oppose. He's actually a true immortal. When did the Hutchester race produce another true immortal? The two dark immortals were somewhat panicked. Seeing that they could not match Brent, they immediately tried to escape into the depths of this world. You can't run. Didn't you want to see how you would be killed? Then I'll oblige you. Brent's eyes turned cold, his aura flaring up. He raised his hand and grabbed towards the two dark immortals. Whoosh! The void was torn apart, and countless massive hands like a river of stars enveloped the two dark immortals under their palms. You? Arrogant. The two dark immortals were enraged, shooting out two icy beams from their eyes. Realizing they couldn't escape, they stood firm, turning to look at Brent. Kill! Their roar echoed through heaven and earth, and thunder roared in the sky. The two dark immortals roared back, their bodies radiating an extremely dense, eerie aura, launching countless attacks at Brent's palm. Whoosh! The heavens rumbled as dark fog swirled, transforming into roaring dragons that charged at Brent like a downpour. You're just two insignificant pests. Whether I'm arrogant or not, it's not for you to judge. You've killed xiuxian of my race's predecessors. Go down there and beg for forgiveness from them. Brent's gaze was ice cold as he spoke indifferently. His large hand did not hesitate for a moment. In an instant, it shattered all the charging dragons and directly grasped the two dark immortals firmly. Chapter 199, Half-Step True Immortal. Let go of me. The two dark celestial spirits screamed in terror, struggling desperately in Brent's hands. Go to hell and repent. Brent looked down at the two dark celestial spirits in his hands, saying nothing more before clenching them tightly with his large hand. No. Desperate screams echoed from within Brent's grip. Light continuously flashed from Brent's right hand as he crushed the two dark celestial spirits between his palms, eventually squeezing them explosively. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. Sprays of black mist, mingled with black blood and bone fragments, gushed out from Brent's hands. The two celestial spirits were shattered by Brent, their souls completely dispersed. The two dark celestial spirits were thus utterly annihilated. Boy, you did well. I've been eyeing these two scoundrels unfavorably for a long time. The Mitchell laughed heartily, delighted at witnessing the gruesome deaths of the two dark celestial spirits, feeling exceptionally gratified. Senior, was your physical body suppressed in the central region of this world? Is it inside that huge prohibition? Brent looked into the depths of the world, then turned to glance at the Mitchell beside him. His divine consciousness swept over countless corpses and detected an anomaly in the central area of this world. There stood a massive prohibition. This prohibition resembled an inverted water vat, covering vast stretches of land, emitting dense and eerie energies that filled the entire world. Above the prohibition, amidst the pitch-black sky, countless black chains emerged from the void, piercing through the protective light barrier. Yes, my physical body is sealed within that prohibition. I can faintly sense it. The Mitchell nodded, two beams of light radiating from his eyes. I speculate that something strange must be slumbering inside that prohibition. However, its power remains unknown. If we enter the forbidden zone, it will certainly awaken. Einothermore, for some reason, I have an ominous premonition, as if this place is a trap. After a moment of contemplation, the Mitchell voiced his concerns. He worried they might accidentally fall into a trap set by the mysterious entity. In that case, not only would he suffer, but so would Brent. Senior, there's no need to worry. Even if it's a trap, I'll shatter it. If powerful entities are hiding there, all the better. If they come to us, won't that be even better? Brent spoke calmly, exuding supreme confidence, his eyes shimmering with piercing light. Excellent. Since you're so confident, let's exterminate all the hidden scoundrels here. Upon hearing Brent's words, the Mitchell laughed loudly, releasing a surging aura of killing intent. Let's go. This time, we must reclaim my physical body. The Mitchell stared intently at the prohibition in the center of the small world, his face showing a hint of excitement. If he could recover his physical body today, his strength would greatly increase. Then, relying on his own power, he wouldn't fear being ambushed and could search the world for his remaining physical bodies and soul fragments. Once he recovered all his physical bodies and soul fragments, he could return to his peak condition. At that time, killing those scoundrels wouldn't require anyone else's help. Boy, I know you're powerful. To prevent those scoundrels from escaping, I'll lure them out first, then you act. With a sneer on his lips, the Mitchell vanished from sight after looking at the distant prohibition. After watching the Mitchell disappear, Brent enveloped himself in a faint light barrier and concealed himself in the void. Boom! A loud noise shook the entire small world. The enormous prohibition in the central area collapsed into countless fragments. As the prohibition crumbled, the scene within gradually revealed itself. Inside the prohibition, an entrance to a pocket dimension appeared, shimmering with dark light. It was a thick arrayed barrier blocking the entrance to the pocket dimension. Without hesitation, the Mitchell raised the wheel of samsara and struck it down forcefully. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled as the entrance to the pocket dimension exploded, tearing open a massive fissure. Thud! Heavy footsteps sounded as the Mitchell, holding the wheel of samsara, stepped directly through the crack into the pocket dimension within the prohibition. That actually is. As the Mitchell entered the interior of the small world, his gaze was immediately drawn to the center of this realm. In the central area of the small world, a 1000-Jongtalshtar, evil tower, stood prominently. The evil tower was actually forged from the endless flesh and souls of Huchesters, with its entire body exuding a blood-red hue and an intense bloody aura. Damn bastards, how dare you do this? The Mitchell cursed aloud, his whole body trembling in rage. The fury in his eyes seemed almost ready to burst forth. He sensed chestery familiar auras from that evil tower. They were once his comrades in arms. These fiends had used their dead bodies to forge this evil tower to suppress his physical body. Moreover, 108 thick white bone chains were entwined around the entire tower. Those were also forged from Huchester bones. The bone chains emitted a dense and eerie aura, thoroughly sealing the entire evil tower. And at this moment, a pitch-black figure sat cross-legged atop the evil tower. He slowly opened his eyes due to the destruction of the small world's entrance. The entire heavens and earth shook violently as that figure awakened, emitting a formidable aura that almost surpassed that of a void immortal. This was a powerful celestial spirit whose realm had reached the half-step true immortal stage. Thud! Thud! Heavy footsteps echoed as the Mitchell, carrying the wheel of samsara, stepped towards the dark celestial spirit step by step. His face was cold and stern, radiating boundless killing intent. With each step, it seemed as if time reversed on his person. After several steps, the Mitchell directly transformed into a resolute-looking young Chester. At this moment, the Mitchell's eyes were filled with intense fury. He forcibly refined his fragmented soul, elevating his realm to the half-step true immortal stage. To avenge those fallen comrades, the Mitchell raged. Chapter 200. You want to crush me with one hand? Little vermin, how dare you insult the Huchester race's heroes like this? Yusef roared and hurled the huge samsara grinding disc at the dark shadow. Yusef, after waiting for you all these years, I didn't think you would really dare to come here to kill. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Leave your lingering soul here as well. The dark shadow quickly stood up from the top of the evil tower, exuding a thick, killing intent. He wielded a longsword, made from Huchester bones, and rushed towards Yusef. With just you? You can't get rid of Grandpa. I'll smash you, you dog. Yusef's long hair flew in the wind, his eyes wide open. Holding the enormous samsara grinding disc, he covered the dark shadow underneath it. Boom! The void exploded. Heaven and earth became chaotic. Yusef's samsara grinding disc shattered the dark shadow's longsword directly, and then smashed onto the dark shadow's body. Scrape! 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 The dark shadow was forced to retreat continuously, even cracking the void underfoot. You! The dark shadow yelled in anger, biting his teeth to stop retreating. He clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking at Yusef with disbelief. What do you mean you? With just you still want to suppress me? If I were at my peak, I could crush you with one hand. Yusef's face was cold, staring at the dark shadow, his killing intent soaring. I don't believe it. You, a mere lingering soul, thinking of turning the tide. I will disperse your soul when you exhaust your soul power. The dark shadow roared in rage, eerie energy radiating from him. A pitch-black skull appeared in his hand, glaring fiercely at Yusef. Whether or not you can turn the tide isn't for you to decide. Yusef stepped forward, preparing to subdue him first. What about me? Does what I say count? At this moment, behind Yusef, the void exploded with black mist rolling, and a pitch-black figure emerged. And there's me. At the same time, another pitch-black figure appeared on Yusef's left front. The three figures held 3 skulls each, forming a triangle around Yusef, each one grinning at him coldly. Haha, 3 half-step true immortals came. Truly, they respect me. But still, it's not enough. A hint of disdain showed on the corners of Yusef's mouth, his demeanor firm and proud. Standing still, his long hair fluttered behind him. His eyes met the 3 surrounding figures coldly, a chilling aura spreading around, freezing the heavens and earth. Boom! The void shook violently again. Above Yusef, another shadow stepped out. Crack! As that figure appeared, endless black lightning crackled in the sky, along with dense, eerie gas escaping from it. The eerie gas seemed to be formed by countless souls, with incessant, shrill screams echoing. This was a true immortal. A real true immortal. Its strength far exceeded that of a half-step true immortal. The gap between them was as vast as the difference between cloud and mud. Humph! Yusef, aren't you too arrogant? Do you think you're still the same as before? Now, you're nothing but a lingering soul. Can you still hope to change the tide? Today, let's see who is truly inadequate. The true immortal emitted overwhelming energy, stepping closer to Yusef step by step. Haha, whether or not I'm adequate, why don't you try and see? Yusef laughed loudly, without fear in his eyes. Priding himself immensely, he swung the samsara grinding disc viciously towards the true immortal. The 3 dark shadows clearly respected the true immortal as their leader. Seeing Yusef attack their boss, they immediately attacked together, attempting to subdue Yusef. Humph! Yusef, today you have no chance to escape. You are bound to die. With a roar, the entire void trembled violently in an instant. 3 massive skulls were launched by the 3 dark shadows. Wail! The world roared. In an instant, the 3 skulls swelled wildly, becoming infinitely large. They opened their giant mouths, spewing out endless eerie gas. Endless eerie gas instantly formed a colossal black light dome, enclosing Yusef inside. This was a huge formation, covering the entire universe. Inside the formation, death traps lay everywhere, and endless dark flames burned fiercely. Moreover, countless souls charged madly towards Yusef, trying to tear him apart. Three dogs. With this broken formation, you think you can trap your grandpa? Dream on. Break through. From within the black light dome, Yusef's roar was heard, followed by violent tremors throughout the dome. Boom. A loud bang echoed as Yusef shattered the dark light dome with his enormous samsara grinding disc, turning it into countless fragments. The three skulls that formed the array were also shaken to be covered in cracks, almost collapsing. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The three dark shadows were forced to retreat continuously, shock evident in their eyes. What? How can he? A mere lingering soul, and yet he chest-raged to break through our combined attack. This is truly terrifying. The three figures looked at Yusef in disbelief, losing their composure. They had not expected that even now, although he was only a lingering soul, Yusef was still not someone they could easily bully. Truly worthy of being the leader against our race, a mere lingering soul can still possess such might. But this ends here. The true immortal's expression was cold. He slowly lifted his head, his deep eyes fixed on Yusef, then extended his hand towards him. Whoosh! Yusef panted heavily. To break through the formation, he had almost exhausted all his strength. Now, as a lingering soul, he had very little power left. There was no way for him to fight against that bizarre, true immortal. Boy, come out. If you don't, I might have to meet my end here. This true immortal should be the strongest here. One true immortal is quite a big catch. It's time to close the net. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of Yusef's mouth. He also raised his head to look at the true immortal ahead, his eyes filled with killing intent. Humph. Facing death, you still try to deceive us. Such a poor plan. Do you take us for children? Haha, besides you, who else is here? If you have the courage, let him show himself. The three dark figures laughed wildly, their faces full of mockery. Their spiritual senses had probed the entire world multiple times, finding nothing unusual. Even the true immortal had a dubious look on his face, glancing around cautiously. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Yusef, I didn't expect you to babble nonsense before your death. Haha, what a surprise. If there really is someone like you say, I would like to see just how powerful he is. He dares to scheme against us. Once he shows up, I will crush him with one hand. The true immortal exuded a powerful aura. With hands behind his back, he shot two beams of dark light from his eyes, his expression brimming with confidence. As a true immortal, he did not believe anyone could suppress him. Is that so? You want to crush me with one hand? Just then, the void erupted, the earth and sky shook. A white figure slowly emerged from the void. Chapter 201. I will send you a mysterious big gift. The three dark immortal spirits hastily looked up at Brent, shock evident on their faces. Someone had chest-raged to evade their detection and step out from the void. Such strength was far beyond what they could contend with. Even the true immortal showed a look of panic, as he couldn't discern Brent's realm. Swish! The void trembled, and four figures vanished in an instant like streaks of light. Thinking of running, Brent's expression was stern. He raised his eyes and saw ahead, then slowly extended his palm. Boom! The void collapsed, fragments of time flew about. Brent's palm covered the entire sky, pulling the four dark immortal spirits out from the boundless void, then tightly clenched down. No! Desperate cries echoed from within Brent's palm. The four dark immortal spirits struggled fiercely, joining forces in a futile attempt to escape from Brent's grasp. Boom! Countless explosions resounded within Brent's hand, only to discover in terror that all their efforts were in vain. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies were torn apart with wounds. Endless eerie energy spewed out from within Brent's palm, the four dark immortal spirits crushed to death by him. Brent's face was cold. He looked down at the lingering souls in his hand, his eyes emitting countless rays of light, shattering their remaining souls. This pack of dogs deserves death. Yusef glared hatefully at the four dissolving dark immortal spirits in Brent's hand. His anger still hadn't subsided, wishing he could gather them again just to torture them 1,000 times over. Rest in peace, predecessors of xiuxian. The unfinished wishes will be carried on by me. Brent sighed softly, sprinkling the strange ashes in his hand slowly onto the ground, paying respects to the martyrs who died here. Bang! A loud noise echoed from the earth as the 1,000-foot-high evil tower was smashed by Yusef, revealing the scene inside. At the bottom of the evil tower, a small dark cage appeared. Inside the dark cage lay a half-broken corpse. The corpse was soaked in blood. Only its head, part of its chest bone, and some organs hanging from the chest cavity remained, with blood still oozing out. It was the remnants of Yusef. At this moment, not only was his body suppressed in the dark cage, but dozens of black bone nails were also driven into various parts of his body, each gestating a strong sense of eeriness. Furthermore, hundreds of black chains entwined around his body, thorn-like spikes 10 centimeters long growing from the chains, deeply piercing into Yusef's body, slowly devouring him. The half-corpse seemed to sense something, slowly opening its eyes within the dark cage, trying to turn its head towards the outside of the cage. However, even such a simple action was beyond Yusef's strength now. It could only feebly hold itself up, waiting for something. What a treacherous act, using my body to nurture these soul-suppressing nails. Truly detestable. Seeing his broken body being tormented and suppressed like this, Yusef's remaining soul cursed loudly, his anger reaching its peak. Bang! Another deafening sound as the dark cage was smashed open by Yusef's wheel of reincarnation. Then, Yusef's remnant soul swiftly moved forward, tearing off the dark chains binding his broken body, then pulled out the soul-suppressing nails. Afterwards, his remnant soul merged with the broken body. Boom! Instantly, the whole miniature world shook violently, a powerful aura suddenly radiating from the broken body. This aura approached the realm of a mortal king and kept intensifying. Yusef laughed hysterically, rapidly repairing his body, then slowly stood up. Now, his realm had reached the immortal king level. Brent quietly stood in the air, raising his eyes to look at Yusef, somewhat surprised. He had thought Yusef was powerful, but did not expect him to be so formidable. Yusef, merely a remnant soul and a half-broken body, had already achieved the Immortal King realm. How powerful would he have been at his prime? Thinking of this, Brent was both shocked and pleased. For countless years, the strength of xiuxian had not been completely wiped out by the eerie ones. There must be xiuxian strongmen like Yusef existing secretly. He was not fighting alone. Boy, now that I have found part of my xianxia, I will have ways to search for the rest of my body. Do you wish to follow me to battle the eerie forces, or do you have other plans? Yusef laughed heartily, flashing his body to stand before Brent, looking up at him. Now that he had obtained half of his broken body, his strength had greatly increased, and the killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Naturally, he wanted to find the eerie forces hiding in the dark and have a proper conversation with them. Senior, I still have some matters to attend to and cannot leave for now. Brent gently shook his head, sighing softly. He informed Yusef that he needed immortal herbs to refine the 9-turn immortal pill to revive his clansmen. What? You're going to refine the 9-turn immortal pill? That is a legendary medicine. Throughout history, it's unknown if anyone has ever succeeded in refining it. Upon hearing Brent's words, Yusef's face showed shock, amazed by Brent's audacity. To revive his family, he would actually choose such a path. Even he had to admire Brent's courage and determination. Alright, that's too bad. Having you with me would make it much easier to deal with those dogs. But, I will take this opportunity to seek out some old friends. The grand dark sacrifice is about to begin, and we need to prepare in advance. Yusef sighed softly, no longer trying to persuade Brent. Hee, though I can't help you refine the 9-turn immortal pill, I want to give you a grand gift before I leave to thank you for helping me recover half of my body. Yusef's face revealed a mysterious smile as he looked up at Brent. Chapter 202, 9 Ghosts Worshipping the Moon. Great gift? What is it that Senior wants to give me? A hint of curiosity appeared on Brent's face as he looked at Yusef with flashing eyes. He had helped Yusef without expecting any reward. But now, seeing Yusef's mysterious smile, he couldn't help but feel curious and hopeful. Haha, you want to refine the 9 Revolution Immortal Pill. The indispensable ingredient is the immortal herb. Although I can't offer much help, I do have one such plant. Take a look. Yusef chuckled, turned his hand, and took out a small earthenware jar from his bosom. Inside the small jar, an immortal herb was gently swaying, emitting a strong, fragrant aroma. 9 Ghosts Worshipping the Moon. Brent exclaimed in surprise. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the immortal herb inside the small jar, clearly excited. The 9 Ghosts Worshipping the Moon was a legendary, immortal herb. Its shape resembled 9 skeletons devoutly kneeling on the ground, worshipping a bright moon in the center which they surrounded. The entire immortal herb shimmered with a faint glow. Although it looked quite sinister, its aura made one feel refreshed and comfortable. You may take it. This immortal herb has accompanied me for xiuxian years. Now, I am gifting it to you. I hope you can use it to revive your clan. Yusef handed the small jar over to Brent calmly, showing no sign of reluctance. Senior, this. Brent raised his gaze, looking at Yusef again, with both excitement and hesitation in his eyes. The value of an immortal herb was known worldwide. Each herb represented a life, directly concerning life and death. The gift from Yusef was incredibly precious, almost giving him half of his own life. Brent was deeply grateful for what Yusef did, but he also worried about the possible consequences if Yusef were injured severely without the immortal herb. Haha, don't worry. At my level, the usefulness of immortal herbs is already limited. Moreover, not xiuxian dogs can harm me nowadays. Take it. Recognizing Brent's hesitation, Yusef laughed loudly and directly pressed the small jar into Brent's hands. In that case, thank you very much, Senior. Brent accepted without further refusal. He bowed deeply to Yusef and carefully stored the small jar. He was excited. This was the 3rd immortal herb he had obtained. It brought him one step closer to reviving his clan. The matters here are settled. It's time to leave. Yusef sighed lightly, then turned and walked out of the small world. Brent glanced around, at the corpses scattered all over the ground, before slowly leaving. Not long after, a star tomb appeared in the void of this place. It was created by Brent and Yusef, who refined the entire small world and gathered countless stars to build this tomb. Buried within were the souls of everyone who had died heroically here. Brent stood quietly in the void, staring at the massive star tomb. With a grieving expression, he silently bowed. Fellows in arms, rest for now. One day, we will fight side by side again, exterminating the entire strange race. Yusef muttered, exuding intense murderous intent. Soon, the two figures disappeared from the area. 3 days later, a white figure sat cross-legged beneath the tree of life, slowly opening his eyes. Countless stars seemed to be born and extinguished within them. Sigh, where should I search for the remaining immortal herbs? Brent sighed softly. Despite deducing for a long time, he could not find the whereabouts of the other herbs. His only option was to explore other major realms. Many of these were not contiguous like floating continents, connected by passages or portals or teleportation arrays. Though his divine sense was powerful, it could not penetrate the restrictions of those major realms. In addition, there were xiuxian forbidden areas within each realm that could interfere with his perception. Thus, to ascertain what lay within, he would need to venture deeper. However, the vast xiuxian world included not only the 3,600 major domains of the xiuxian race, but also xiuxian undeveloped and dangerous realms. It was boundless. Thus, finding the 9 immortal herbs was millions of times harder than finding his clan, akin to searching for a silver needle in a river of stars. No matter what, even if I must search the entire world, I will not give up. Brent's eyes flashed with determination. Then he stood up slowly, emitting a strong resolve. Afterward, Brent turned his head upward toward the 100-fold accelerated area within the Chu family basin. Now, the members of the Chu family were all cultivating there. Previously, they watched helplessly as Brent fought alone outside, while they could offer no assistance. Despite their willingness, they lacked the ability. Thus, each one of them had thrown themselves into intense cultivation. By now, Brent was the only person moving about within the entire Chu family. Everyone else was diligently practicing. I can't leave my clan here. Brent murmured softly, his eyes filled with resolve. He had already experienced the agony of witnessing his clan's extermination and would not allow such a tragedy to occur again. Since those enigmatic beings had set their sights on him, given their unscrupulous nature, if he left, these entities would undoubtedly target his kin. Currently, his clan members had yet to grow strong enough, making it difficult for them to escape if targeted. He must be fully prepared. Humph. Dare to touch anyone from my Chu family, and I'll make sure you never return. Brent's expression was cold, exuding a thick aura of killing intent. For the past 3 days, his divine sense had frequently detected an elusive presence lingering around his Chu family. However, whenever he probed carefully with his divine sense, he couldn't pinpoint the source of this presence. Moreover, that presence gave him a very familiar feeling. It was the aura of the enigmatic beings. But, this presence also contained another kind of power. This power was also very familiar to him. It would always appear whenever he slew an enigmatic being, taking away the fragmented soul imprints of the creatures. Could there be another force behind the enigmatic beings? Brent muttered to himself, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Regardless, whatever power it might be, if it dared to strike at his Chu family, he would crush it without hesitation. Humph. Let's see how you plan to target my Chu family. Brent snorted coldly, lifted his head, and slowly looked toward the sky. Moments later, a figure in white gradually vanished from the Chu family compound and reappeared outside its basin. Brent scanned his surroundings with his gaze, then opened the void, stepping inside. Chapter 203, Xianxia Sect's Repayment. He's gone. Not long after Brent left, a hoarse voice echoed from an unknown depth of the void. It was Hamilton draped in a black robe, his eyes shimmering as he stared intently at a cluster of multicolored light before him without blinking. Upon closer inspection, this light cluster seemed to penetrate the endless void, revealing external scenes. And right now, the scene revealed by the multicolored light cluster was none other than the complete view of the new Chu family residence. Is he really gone, or did he notice our presence, and is deliberately luring us to appear? Beside the black-robed Hamilton sat another Hamilton in a white robe. The white-robed Hamilton frowned slightly, dark rays shooting from his deep eyes, also focusing on the entire new Chu family residence. Notice our presence? He won't. We are so far away from the new Chu family residence, not the slightest bit of aura has leaked. And besides, the reason we can see the scenery of the Chu family now is due to this multicolored light cluster. Do you not know the power contained within this light cluster? Even if he had extraordinary abilities, he would never sense us observing him. The black-robed Hamilton shook his head slowly, his tone resolute. He had absolute faith in the power of the multicolored light cluster. This power involved forces that were taboo-like, though it was just a thread of it. But even that thread was beyond easy perception for beings at the Immortal King level. Yes, it's my oversight. With this thread of power shielding and probing, he cannot perceive our observation. The white-robed Hamilton nodded gently, agreeing with the black-robed Hamilton. Even he harbored a soul-deep fear toward the legendary forbidden power. That was an existence even more powerful than their ancestral founders. Such a terrifying being wouldn't even need a thought to kill him. Since he has already left far away, we can act according to the plan. He killed so Chestery of our kin, and even helped Yusef recover its shattered body. The tribal Hamiltons have been very dissatisfied with him. Now, let's subdue his clan members first, thoroughly investigate his roots, and then the tribal Hamiltons will move to kill him. The black-robed Hamilton stood up slowly, glanced at the light cluster once, and then stepped through the void towards the direction of the new Chu family residence. I still feel something is not quite right. Let's wait until we confirm he has left before we act. The white-robed Hamilton remained hesitant, sensing something amiss. These are mere ants who haven't even reached the Emperor realm. Why be so cautious? We can subdue them all instantly. Besides, even if he sensed us, what could he do? This multicolored light cluster shields us completely. He wouldn't find our location. Thick murderous intent seeped from the black-robed Hamilton, unable to hold back any longer. Because among the dark celestial spirits Brent had killed earlier, some were his descendants. To be able to slay our true immortals, his realm must be at least the peak true immortal level, maybe even half-step into the Immortal King realm. We cannot act rashly. Once he senses our intentions, all our efforts will be in vain. I understand your great resentment, but failing the task given by the tribal Hamiltons will result in severe punishment. The white-robed Hamilton stood silently, still feeling doubtful. Humph. As you say, hatred filled the black-robed Hamilton's eyes, and seeing the white-robed Hamilton use the tribal Hamiltons to pressure him, he had no choice but to agree. 3 days later, at the new Chu family residence. Ancestor, after these few days of reconstruction, the entire sect is almost complete. It won't be long before our Xianxia sect can fully recover. Dom stood beside the Keaton, his face full of joy as he reported on the reconstruction of the sect. Good. The Keaton nodded slowly, lacking the joy of the sect's rebuilding, but instead showing a hint of sadness. Have the graves in the back mountain been built? Let those dead disciples rest in peace. The Keaton sighed softly, his hands behind his back, his figure slightly hunched, and his silver hair more prominent than a couple of days ago. Rest assured, Ancestor, they are all properly buried. Seeing the sorrow on the Ancestor's face, Dom's joy gradually faded, replaced by a hint of grief in his eyes. A few days ago, when Brent brought the Xianxia sect members back, he left them outside the new Chu family residence, allowing them to come and go freely. However, the members of Xianxia sect chose to stay and re-establish their sect around the new Chu family residence. On one hand, they had nowhere else to go, and the area around the new Chu family residence was rich in spirit energy, suitable for rebuilding their sect. On the other hand, this was also the only way they could think of to repay Brent's kindness. That was to protect Brent's family for him. The new Chu family residence was a basin surrounded by 4 large mountains, with high terrain and only one entrance and exit. The location where Xianxia sect rebuilt their sect was below the new Chu family residence, encompassing all 4 mountains of the Chu family within it. The entire Chu family was protected as if it were the holy mountain of Xianxia sect. Boom! Above the originally clear sky, a sudden shock sounded, followed immediately by tens of thousands of thunderclaps, causing the weather to change dramatically. A huge rift in the void cracked open in the sky, spewing out large amounts of black fog. In an instant, the vast sky was enveloped by the thick black mist. The world, which had been bright under the scorching sun, turned dim in the blink of an eye, as if a storm was about to break. Ancestor Master, what is that? Dom stood beside the old patriarch of Xianxia sect, his face full of shock as he stared at the anomaly in the sky. The scene was too terrifying. It seemed like half the sky had collapsed, a boundless rift splitting open with torrents of black fog pouring down. Could this be? The old patriarch of Xianxia sect also wore a shocked expression, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed up at the sky, his whole body trembling slightly. He had once heard from his own master's ancestor tales of what happened before. Before each outbreak of darkness, the sky would be riddled with countless rifts in the void, and endless black fog would descend. Today's phenomenon was almost identical to those legendary scenes. Heavens, what is that? Why has a massive crack appeared in the sky? What is happening? At this moment, everyone in Xianxia sect was staring in horror at the sight in the sky, their faces a mix of confusion and helplessness. Look, there's a figure appearing in that black fog. Suddenly, an observant cultivator screamed in disbelief, pointing up at the sky. Chapter 204, Ambush by Two True Immortals. How could someone stand in that gigantic rift in space? Could all this have been caused by that person? Who is he? He's terrifying. The crowd from Spirit Creek sect looked up at the sky, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Amidst the thick black mist, a dark figure was barely visible. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed from above the heavens, causing the entire world to violently shake. The figure hidden in the black mist slowly raised his hand, and then reached out towards the Chu family basin. Crack. The sound of space being torn apart continuously echoed, as chaos energy spread. A colossal palm blotted out the sky, carrying an intense aura like a massive black mountain that tore through the heavens, crashing down heavily. Under the immense power, the people from Spirit Creek sect were suppressed and collapsed on the ground, spitting out blood. Cough cough. Is that an archemperor? Dom's face turned pale with horror as he helplessly slumped to the ground. This is at least the peak realm of an archemperor. Even an emperor might be possible. The Hamiltonly patriarch of Spirit Creek sect looked shocked, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, eyes wide with surprise. Normally, they couldn't even see people at the archemperor level, let alone the emperor realm. Now, based only on the aura emitted, they could not confirm the strength of their opponent. Regardless, whether it was an archemperor or an emperor, annihilating them would be effortless. Fortunately, the target of the shadowy figure was not them. Otherwise, without the defensive array set up by Brent, everyone in Spirit Creek sect would have been shattered by the overwhelming pressure. Such a powerful person, and he is attacking Elder Chu's clan. And judging by this momentum, he clearly intends to wipe out the entire Chu family. Elder Chu left just a few days ago, and we can't stop him at all. What are we going to do? Elder Chu has great virtue towards our Spirit Creek sect, yet we can only watch as the Chu family is destroyed. How will we explain this to him when he returns? Since we've sworn oaths, how can Spirit Creek sect break its word? We'll die defending the Chu family if necessary. Stop it. Kill. Many people from Spirit Creek sect endured the intense pain, roaring in anger. Covered in blood, they stood up under tremendous pressure, wielding long swords, and charged towards the dark figure without any regard for their safety. Humph. A cold snort echoed from the heavens. The dark figure cast a cold gaze at the crowd from Spirit Creek sect, and a desolate energy echesterated from his eyes. Space trembled, and the earth shook. His gaze swept over them like a river of stars, striking rapidly. Dare you? At that moment, a thunderclap resounded from within the Chu family basin, followed by the appearance of a white-robed figure before everyone's eyes. Elder Chu has actually returned. Upon seeing the figure standing before them, the members of Spirit Creek sect's eyes lit up with joy. That person was indeed Brent. Standing before everyone, Brent glared coldly, raising his hand towards the heavens. Roar. Space roared and fell into chaos. Brent's palm carried a formidable aura, emitting blazing firelight, smacking upwards against the sky. Boom. Space exploded, and flaming light illuminated the entire world. Brent's palm obliterated the star river in the sky, then smashed through the dark figure's hand, finally seizing the dark figure in the heavens. Roar. The dark figure screamed, spraying endless black mist, struggling wildly in Brent's grasp. Brent looked down at the dark figure in his hand, his eyes shooting out two beams of light, pinching fiercely. A huge boom sounded from Brent's hand. The dark figure was directly crushed by Brent, turning into dust. This. Elder Chu. Everyone from Spirit Creek sect gazed at Brent floating in the sky, eyes wide with astonishment. A suspected being at the Emperor level was so effortlessly caught by Brent and then crushed to death, and his composed demeanor was just like pinching out an ant. This was a great Emperor after all, a being unrivaled throughout history. Yet he could be killed. How terrifying. How strong is Camden? To kill a great Emperor so easily, could he be an immortal spirit? But does such a thing as an immortal spirit really exist in this world? Many people looked at Brent with awe and reverence, their chests heaving dramatically as they struggled to accept this outcome. Brent let out a soft hum. The dark figure in his hand turned out to be nothing more than a puppet, having only a fragment of a shattered soul, not even blood. The one who attacked from the shadows was very cautious, not revealing his true form. It was a probe. The time has come. It seems that the Chu family descendant has indeed left. The figure hovering over the Chu family is just a trace of his imprint, not his true body. A black-robed Hamilton hidden in the void observed Brent's every move through a multicolored light orb. He had seen through it all during the battle. Just an imprint. I'll destroy it. The eyes of the black-robed Hamilton were filled with venomous hatred. He couldn't wait to step forward and tear open the void to descend upon the Chu family. Let's go. Indeed, it's not his true body. The white-robed Hamilton stared at Brent's figure for a long time before agreeing with the black-robed Hamilton's assessment. He slowly put away the multicolored light orb and then followed the black-robed Hamilton. Boom. Soon after, another violent boom sounded above the Chu family basin. Then, two figures, one black and one white, directly emerged from the massive rift in space. Whistling winds, the heavens and earth whipped up fierce gales as black mist surged. The two men stood silently in the sky, radiating a violent aura. Their auras were equivalent to the first stage true immortal realm. Crack. The entire land split open with huge fissures, constantly collapsing due to their presence. What are they? That aura. They are even stronger than Camden. Are they also immortal spirits? I feel intense killing intent. Are they planning to attack Camden? Members of Spirit Creek sect watched the two figures appear in the sky in shock, terrified, and collapsed on the ground. They knew that if Brent hadn't helped them resist the other party's aura, they would have been shattered instantly when the other party appeared. Die. The two men, after stepping out, had icy gazes without any extra words. They immediately worked together to unleash a large square seal, crashing heavily towards Brent. Whistling winds. In an instant, heaven and earth became chaotic, fragments of time danced, night and day indistinguishable. That large square seal contained a mysterious power. At this moment, its imposing might was enough to crush everything, enveloping Brent under the Great Seal. Truly a grand gesture. To eliminate my Chu family, you actually sent two true immortals. At this moment, behind the two black and white Hamiltons, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Bang! The void trembled. Brent, dressed in white, hands clasped behind his back, long hair flying in the wind, stood calmly in the sky, coldly watching the two figures ahead. Chapter 205. Killing two immortal spirits in one grip. What? Impossible. Didn't you already leave long ago? Why are you here? The two Hamiltons suddenly turned around, looking at Brent with horror and shock on their faces. Why am I here? Naturally, to annihilate you. Brent's expression was stern. His eyes shot out two beams of piercing light as he raised his hand and reached for the two Hamiltons. Woo-woo. The void howled. Brent's huge hand covered the sky, enveloping the two Hamiltons beneath it. Humph. You, arrogant. Enraged, the two Hamiltons recalled the xiuxian seal and struck fiercely towards Brent's hand. Humph. To dare come and wipe out my Chu family, I'll make sure you won't return alive. Brent's face was cold. His large hand tore through the void and slammed directly onto the xiuxian seal. Boom. The heavens exploded, scattering black mist everywhere. Brent's palm shattered the xiuxian seal into countless fragments. Then, with an icy expression, Brent's hand didn't pause at all. It penetrated through the infinite seal fragments and directly grabbed hold of the two Hamiltons. PFT. Ah. The two Hamiltons screamed in agony as all their bones snapped, spitting blood profusely from their mouths. Thud. Thud. A series of violent explosions resounded continuously within Brent's palm. It was the two Hamiltons desperately resisting, strange energies surging out from their bodies, dark light shining as they tried to break free from Brent's grip. Humph. Brent looked down at the two Hamiltons in his hands with an icy expression, his eyes shooting out two beams of light directly striking them. Bang! A loud boom erupted, and the two Hamiltons were instantly shattered by Brent's gaze, black blood oozing from his palm. Cough cough. After a moment, the two Hamiltons barely reformed their bodies within Brent's palm. But now, they no longer had any composure left on their faces. What? What power is this? Is he an immortal king? Glancing at each other, both saw terror in each other's eyes. Even when working together, they couldn't withstand a single blow, their weapon easily destroyed and captured in such a humiliating way. This power left them truly astonished. They were true immortals. Yet now, they felt like mere ants, their lives completely at this Chester's whim. This was too terrifying. This. What did I just see? Camden actually crushed two immortal spirits in his hands. Am I dreaming? Members of the Lingxi sect grabbed their heads, eyes wide like gongs, standing there in a daze, stunned beyond belief at what they witnessed. Immortal spirits. They thought these beings only existed in legends, representing the most terrifying, most taboo existence, unspeakable and unimaginable, even emperors bowing before them. But now, they actually saw two immortal spirits in real life. It felt like a dream. However, this wasn't even the most shocking part. Everyone stared blankly at Brent's palm. Those two immortal spirits. Now, they were held like chicks, utterly powerless. This was simply outrageous. Every person rubbed their eyes repeatedly, unable to believe what they were seeing. Tell me, who sent you to destroy my Chu family? And where is that person now? Brent spoke coldly, like a deity of death emerging from hell. At the same time, his eyes shot out another two beams, shattering the two Hamiltons once more. Cough cough. To treat us like this, you will pay a heavy price one day. At the end of the cycle, death is the destination for all spirits. Refusing submission to our strange clan means your soul will eternally sink in the 10,000-li soul river. The two Hamiltons howled madly, eyes filled with venomous resentment. At this point, they knew they would not return alive, so they refused to submit. Besides, even if killed, were they really dead? No one could utterly destroy them. I have never feared threats. As for you, I await the retribution of your strange clan. Brent's eyes were cold, his large hand flashing with myriad lights, gripping tightly. Boom. A tremendous explosion, the heavens darkened, and the two Hamiltons were entirely shattered within Brent's palm. Even their souls were shattered by Brent, completely dissipating in the world. Whoosh. A gentle breeze blew, dispelling all the strange auras. Strands of sunlight pierced through the clouds, once again illuminating the earth. At the same time, within these rays of sunlight, faint traces of peculiar energy shimmered with rainbow lights, slowly dissipating. This force was extremely subtle, nearly undetectable. Brent stood quietly in the sky as if he hadn't noticed this trace of peculiar energy. He crossed his hands behind his back, his hair fluttering, gazing calmly at the ground. But upon closer inspection, Brent's right hand was gently trembling, as if calculating something. Whoosh. After several breaths, as this trace of energy was about to vanish, Brent suddenly lifted his head and stared into the heavens. Humph. Sneaking around in the shadows, do you think I couldn't detect you? Come out now. Brent shouted loudly, his eyes shooting two beams of light as he raised his hand and struck towards the sky. Boom. The entire sky exploded, torn apart by enormous fissures, spatial chaos rampant. Spit. At that moment, a black figure appeared at the edge of one of the massive rifts. He was pale, stumbling, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body tossed dozens of times by the immense force. You. The Chester glanced at Brent in shock, then immediately fled into the depths of space. He hadn't expected that while hiding within the rainbow light sphere, he could still be detected. This was astonishing. Moreover, if it weren't for the protective rainbow light surrounding his body, that previous palm strike would have done more than severely injure him. He might have died. He was at the peak of the true immortal realm. One foot already stepping into the immortal king realm, yet he still couldn't match the other. What did this mean? The opponent's strength wasn't just at the half-step immortal king level, as they had guessed. He had clearly attained the immortal king realm. Such power was beyond his ability to resist. At the same time, he was also bewildered. The entire Hutchester world was under their strict surveillance. Not only immortals, but even those Hutchesters with the potential to become emperors had been exterminated. Yet now, an emerging immortal king appeared before them. Unbelievably, the opponent had Chester-aged to avoid their watch, growing to such a height silently. A newly emerged immortal king was definitely an unpredictable factor. It could likely affect their next grand ritual. This news must be reported immediately to prepare the Hamiltons. With this thought, the shadow clenched its teeth, continuously tearing through space, fleeing deeper into the void. Can you escape? Brent's expression turned cold. He glanced down at the new Chu family residence and the Lingxi sect members, then raised his hand to cast a giant protective formation over everyone. This was to prevent the strange entities from attacking his family after he left. However, he wasn't very worried. This time, it was merely chasing a fleeing entity. He could return in a mere breath. He even hoped more entities would attack, delivering themselves into his trap. It would save him the trouble. Then, Brent slowly lifted his head and looked at the fleeing shadow, stepped into the void, and pursued. Chapter 206, A Strange World. Seeing Brent chasing after him, the mysterious figure was greatly shocked and panicked. He fled madly deeper into the void. Stay, Brent said calmly, with a cold gaze in his eyes, and reached out to grab him. Do you really think I fear you? As a demigod king, I don't believe you can subdue me so easily. As the figure saw Brent make his move, he roared, and an eerie aura spread around him. He took out a dried eyeball from his bosom and activated it, throwing it heavily at Brent. Wailing, the eyeball howled and quickly swelled like a whole star, enveloping Brent beneath it. At the same time, the pupil at the center of the eyeball instantly emitted piercing dark light, filling the entire void. That light contained the power of space-time, freezing the entire void. So what if you were a demigod king? Did I let you go? Brent was not affected at all. His body lightly shook, breaking the void seal. Then, his palm rapidly grew, covering the entire void, and slapped down on the eyeball. Boom! The void exploded, and the eyeball was shattered by Brent's palm, exploding in midair. Endless dark light flickered, and fragments of time danced around. Puff! The shadow was shaken by the explosion, spitting blood, stumbling, and almost collapsing. What? His face changed drastically. Without wiping the blood from his mouth, he instantly got up and rushed desperately into the endless void. Brent gave a slight exclamation. The force his palm had released clearly struck the shadow, but was blocked by a mysterious force Chester-rating from the shadow's body. That force, glowing with 7 colors, was evidently from the same origin as the strange force he had seen on the 2 Hamiltons he had killed. Buzz! Brent's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward and pointed again at the eerie figure. This time, he was determined to see exactly what that force was. Also, he was starting to lose patience. Since stepping into the void, chasing and fleeing had carried them through countless miles. Now, the distance between him and the Chu family's location was astronomical. He needed to return as soon as possible. Buzz! The entire void trembled. The beam Brent pointed out was as thick as a river of stars, flashing towards the black shadow. It's impossible. The black shadow screamed in shock. Horror filled his eyes. He was at the level of a demigod king, yet now he was being hunted like a stray dog. The other party's strength was far beyond that of a freshly minted god king. Kill. In life and death moments, the shadow roared, emitting a 7-color glow within him, and a mysterious force enveloped his whole body. Buzz! Heaven and earth trembled as a huge bowl appeared in the void. The bowl radiated light, shimmering brightly, flipping over to cover Brent. Clank! The beam Brent shot hit the bowl fiercely, making a muffled sound. Buzz! Buzz! The bowl emitted infinite light, with threads of 7-colored mystical force constantly resisting Brent's attack. But finally, the bowl only held for a moment before shattering loudly. Boom! A sharp boom echoed through the void. Dense beams filled the space, large areas of space collapsing. Bam! Bam! In an instant, the whole void fell into total chaos. 7-color lights flashed, chaotic energy spread, fragments of time flickered, presenting a scene of chaos. This place seemed torn apart, lost in the chaotic void. Puff! The black shadow screamed, shouting in panic as his body was torn apart by Brent. Crack! The scattered body of the shadow kept releasing thick eerie gas, falling through the void like burning meteors and crashing onto the greater reality. Boom! A loud noise sounded, and the greater reality shook non-stop. The ground within tens of thousands of miles was shattered into nothingness. Cough! Cough! The shadow lay on the ground, coughing up blood continuously. He slowly reformed his body, looking painful, his organs severely damaged, panting heavily. Just now, he had exerted almost all of his strength, even unleashing the most primal force contained within his body. However, the outcome greatly disappointed him. His attack failed to suppress the opponent, let alone stop the counterattack, which instead caused severe injuries to himself from backlash. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as Brent emerged from the void with a stern expression, coldly looking down at the black shadow beneath him before pressing his hand down. Whistling, instantly, the sky howled, and the weather turned grim. Brent's palm enveloped a 100,000-mile radius of land, sealing everything and pinning the black shadow beneath it. I never thought I would ultimately die by your hand. But even though you are an anomaly, you cannot escape the punishment of my mysterious race. The day of the great sacrifice will be your time of death. The black shadow roared madly, his eyes filled with venom. His entire body suddenly leaped up, charging straight at Brent. What mysterious race? I will exterminate all of you sooner or later. Brent's face was cold, and without any hesitation, He pressed his palm firmly on the black shadow. Boom. The heavens exploded. Boundless black mist surged, but was consumed by intense flames. That black shadow was reduced to powder by Brent's single palm strike, exploding in the sky. Thus, the strangeness seeking to annihilate Brent's family were all destroyed by him. Huff, huff. A gentle breeze blew, stirring up wisps of smoke, piercing into the sky. Brent stood still in the air, hands behind his back, his brows slightly furrowed. Just as he shattered the bowl that the black shadow had launched, the fragments of the bowl emitted 7 colored forces along with its disintegration, slicing through the void and erasing all traces of their journey. Moreover, the sliced void emitted chaotic energy, wrapping around them and traveling an unknown distance, even penetrating the boundless abyss of chaos, bringing them to a strange world. This world was not where he originally came from. It seemed like a lost, unfamiliar realm. For a moment, he could not find his way back. Thud, thud. Brent slowly stepped forward, his expression calm. Since there was no way to return via the original path, he decided to explore this unfamiliar world first, hoping to find a way back. Chapter 207. You want to exterminate my xiuxian race? Is this another great world, or a lost major realm? As Brent walked, he probed with his divine sense to examine the entire world. This world was also vast, not much smaller than a major realm, stretching for several 100 million miles. However, just like the world he originally lived in, this one was filled with all kinds of powerful restrictions. These restrictions were like inverted stone bowls covering patches of land, making it impossible to probe what lay within them. Brent let out a light hum, his eyes narrowing. He felt a trace of eerie energy in this world. The energy was thick and contained a hint of the smell of fresh blood. Brent flickered away, disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, the void trembled, and Brent appeared amidst a range of mountains. What is this? Brent looked down. He discovered hundreds of xiuxian corpses among the rubble in the mountains. The corpses were scattered, torn apart, some even showing signs of having been devoured. At that moment, fresh blood still flowed from these corpses, staining large swaths of mountain rocks red. Clearly, these people had died not long ago. Wisp after wisp of gray smoke rose slowly from the corpses, emitting an evil aura. It was the unique aura of the eerie. They were actually killed by the eerie. Brent looked around, fury filling his eyes. He didn't expect that in this unfamiliar world, the eerie's were still so brutal and wicked, slaughtering xiuxian life at will. Boom. The earth shook as Brent waved his hand lightly. A large amount of mountain rock turned into powder, burying the remains of all the corpses here. Boom. Just then, tens of thousands of miles away, a mountain range suddenly quivered. Beams of light shot into the sky, followed by a tremendous boom. Smoke and dust rose from there as a massive restriction formation collapsed. Hundreds of xiuxian lives rushed out from inside. They were covered in blood, stumbling and vomiting blood as they fought while fleeing. Behind them, an endless tide of terrifying creatures continued to attack them. These terrifying creatures came in various forms: beasts, skeletons, and even xiuxian cultivators, all pitch black, exuding putrid odors, their eyes glowing darkly like mindless zombies controlled by the eerie, indifferently slaughtering xiuxian cultivators. Whoosh! The terrifying creatures roared madly, moving swiftly, smashing through mountains, nearly surrounding the xiuxian cultivators in no time. Kill! Quick, flee! I'll hold them off. Make sure you deliver the plea for help to Ironblood City. Roars echoed among the xiuxian survivors. Many realized escape was impossible. In fury, they shouted and wielded their long swords against the horrors behind them. Don't worry, even if I die, I'll get the message across. Other xiuxian's eyes reddened, veins popping on their foreheads as they watched their compatriots who died fighting to give them time to escape. Hate raged within them. They wanted to join the fight, but knew they had a more important task. Otherwise, those sacrifices would be in vain. Damn you, eerie ancestors. They screamed in despair, fleeing frantically. Kill. The xiuxian race will never yield. Dozens of blood-stained xiuxian cultivators stood silently in the sky, roaring together, fearless even against the endless horde of terrifying creatures. Among them were Hamiltonly, young adults, and even a blind cultivator carrying a crippled companion. To buy time for their fellow xiuxians to escape, they chose to face death bravely. The xiuxian race will ultimately triumph over darkness and welcome dawn. Brothers, follow me into death. A resolute roar sounded as dozens of xiuxian cultivators charged into the endless wave of horrors. Whoosh! The sky filled with the roar of terrifying creatures as they surged like a black sea, engulfing the dozens of xiuxians who dared challenge them. Brothers, your deaths will not be in vain. Those who remained cried out in grief, but did not hesitate. To quickly send the plea for help, they burned their life essence, racing toward the distance. Haha, can you really escape? Die here. A Fengkong de Da Xiaosheng suddenly rang out, and several pitch-black figures appeared in front of the group, blocking their path. 5 dark figures stood silently, emitting a wild aura from their bodies. Their icy gazes gleamed with dark light, staring cruelly at the xiuxians before them. Dozens of xiuxian cultivators widened their eyes, a hint of despair appearing on their faces. The auras each estating from the bee in front of them were equivalent to sages, while the strongest among them only had the cultivation of a perfected king. 5 sage-level guide, blocking their way. They simply couldn't resist. Stop struggling. Ironblood City is about to be annihilated by our race. It's useless for you to go there. Don't waste your efforts. Die here peacefully. One of the black figures stepped forward slowly and spoke mockingly. Impossible. Bullshit. Dozens of xiuxians roared furiously, their eyes bloodshot, refusing to believe what the bee said. Haha, believe it or not. After you die, you can ask your ancestors. The 5 sages stepped in unison, rushing towards the dozens of xiuxians together. Clang. The void trembled as 5 beams of black light transformed into sky-splitting long swords, howling as they tore through space, fiercely slashing toward the xiuxian cultivators. Whine. At the same time, countless terrifying creatures surged under the calm chest of the xiuxian, enveloping all the xiuxian cultivators beneath them. Kill. Quick, flee. Make sure to deliver the message. The same scene played out once again. The remaining dozens of Huchesters exchanged glances. Some continued to charge towards the weak points of the terrifying creatures, while others roared, facing death bravely, rushing towards the 5 dark sages. Are all Huchester cultivators so foolish, knowing you can't win, yet still resisting? Haha, mere ants, overestimating yourselves. A race like this should only meet its end with total annihilation. The 5 sages laughed madly, watching the Huchesters' futile resistance, their eyes cold and filled with contempt and mockery. Boom. Just then, the heavens and earth shook violently. The entire void exploded, and a white figure stepped out. You think you can exterminate my Huchester race? I'll wipe you out first, then destroy your DE race. Brent's face was stern as he raised his hand towards the 5 lead sages. Chapter 208. Senior actually comes from the Xianhuan Great World. What? Where did this Huchester come from? That aura. The 5 oddity holy ones were greatly alarmed. They felt the terrifying aura each chesterating from Brent and turned to flee in fear. Humph. None of you shall escape. Stay here. Brent's eyes were cold. He shattered 5 black long swords with his great hand, and then pressed the 5 oddity holy ones under his palm. Boom. The mountains shook, and a deep abyss was created on the ground. No. With desperate screams, the 5 holy ones exploded into pieces. Humph. You die as well. Brent remained expressionless, turning his head towards the horrifying creatures spread across the mountain. With a slight shake of his body, an incomparable force swept towards them. Wail. Bang. Bang. Instantly, the sky was filled with their cries and explosions. Phew. In a blink, all the odd creatures were exterminated by Brent. The remaining Huchesters stared at Brent in the sky with wide eyes, mouths agape, stunned. They had just accepted death, facing the 5 holy ones and countless terrifying creatures. Everyone knew the slim chance they had of escaping alive. But now, they were miraculously saved by a powerful Huchester cultivator. He destroyed the 5 oddity holy ones and wiped out countless terrifying creatures with just a shake of his body. It's too terrifying. This senior of our Huchester race, his aura suggests he is at least a great holy cultivator. All hearts were filled with shock. They looked numbly at the scattered remains of the creatures, still not recovered from the horror. Thank you, senior, for your help. Are you a cultivator from the city of Iron Blood? We came to seek aid from the city of Iron Blood. We beseech you to escort us there. After several breaths, a middle-aged cultivator with a beard suppressed his shock. He stepped forward slowly, looking up at Brent with urgency and worry. City of Iron Blood? I'm not a cultivator from there. Brent gently shook his head and then landed before everyone. You should treat your injuries first. Seeing Chestery people nearly dying, Brent threw dozens of healing pills into their hands. What place is this? Why did those oddities ambush you? I heard you were seeking help from the city of Iron Blood. Tell me what happened in your world. Brent walked to the Marcus, looking up at him, asking his doubts. Senior, you don't know about the city of Iron Blood? Aren't you a cultivator from this broken world? The Marcus looked surprised at Brent, with a trace of excitement on his face. Others raised their heads upon hearing this, their eyes fixed on Brent, gleaming. I am indeed not a cultivator from this world. I came here by some accidents. Brent nodded, confirming the Marcus's suspicion. Really? It's true. Many shouted in surprise, their faces full of excitement. May I ask if Senior comes from the Xianhuan Great World? The Marcus asked again, his eyes full of hope. How do you know the Xianhuan Great World? And what is this place? The rules of this world seem incomplete, like a broken fragment. Could it be that you? Brent was also confused, having some guesses based on their excited expressions. Einathermore, the rules of this world gave him a strange sense of familiarity. He felt his guess might be correct. Senior truly comes from the Xianhuan Great World. May I ask how the Xianhuan Great World is doing now? Have the oddities completely occupied the entire world? What happened to our Huchester race? Were we completely slaughtered? Everyone sighed with relief seeing Brent's reaction, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. They gathered around, craning their necks eagerly, hoping to learn more about the Xianhuan Great World from Brent. The Xianhuan Great World is well. Although the oddities have launched Chestery dark upheavals, slaughtering countless Huchesters. Over countless years, our Huchester race has never ceased to resist. This ocean of blood feuds will eventually be settled with them. Brent spoke slowly, his eyes shimmering with light, and a strong fighting spirit each chesterated from him. Tell me what happened here? I want to know the entire story from beginning to end. Though Brent had some guesses, he still needed confirmation from their accounts. Alas, this matter stretches back to an immeasurable time ago. The Marcus sighed lightly, revealing a sorrowful expression as he clenched his fists tightly. Well then, aren't you going to seek aid from the city of Iron Blood? You lead the way, and I'll take you there. Tell me everything along the way. Brent did not hesitate any longer. With a wave of his hand, he carried everyone around him. Then his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Chapter 209. The Realm of Longing Return. Whoosh. The void trembled as Brent, along with everyone else, rushed toward the Iron Blood city like a streak of light. This speed. Everyone looked at the distorted space around them and the fragments of time and space flickering around Brent. Shocked once again, they all turned to look at him. This kind of speed was absolutely beyond what could be achieved by someone at the Great Sage Realm. Could the person standing before us be a quasi-emperor? Or perhaps an even higher cultivator? Hearts raced in their chests, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed upon Brent. Brent's expression did not change in the slightest. He slowly turned his head and looked at the Marcus, saying in a calm voice, "Tell me what happened here." Senior. The Marcus murmured softly, sorrow evident on his face. He then fell into recollection. What happened here dates back countless years to the Great Battle. Perhaps Chester years ago, or possibly all the way back to the immortal antiquity era. At that time, our Huchester race united with all its might under the leadership of Chestery powerful cultivators, fighting a massive battle against the eerie clans by the Soul River. The battle lasted for 3 whole years, so fierce that it made heaven collapse, and the sun and moon lose their light. But the outcome was tragic. Our Huchester race lost, countless heroes dying in battle, their blood staining the battlefield. At this point, the Marcus's voice became somber, his cheeks twitching, his hands clenching tightly. Others also had looks of grief, their eyes burning with hatred for the Eerie clans. After taking a deep breath, the Marcus continued. It was during that brutal battle that the entire Xianhuan Great World was shattered into chestery fragmented pieces of worlds. And the place we are in is one such fragment of the broken Xianhuan Great World. Hearing this, Brent's eyes narrowed slightly, a wave of shock passing through him. Just as he had suspected. When he first arrived in this world, he felt that the laws and aura here were very familiar, as if he had returned to his own world. It turned out, this was part of his original world. At the same time, Brent was deeply shaken by the realization. How fiercely must that great battle have been to shatter an entire world? After all, every great world was extremely resilient, protected by myriad Tao laws and not easily destroyed. Even the fabled immortal realm was just another great world. Though protected by immortal laws, it wouldn't have been much stronger than the Xianhuan Great World. Despite this, the entire Xianhuan Great World was still shattered. It was hard to imagine what kind of power could shatter an entire great world. Breaking a complete small world would be easy for him, but breaking a complete great world would take immense effort. Sigh? I didn't expect that so long ago, our Hutchester race went through such a terrible struggle. Brent sighed softly, shaking his head slowly, then looked back at the Marcus, continuing to listen to his story. Senior, you should know that after the Xianhuan Great World was shattered, this broken land fell into the endless void, crossing chaos, breaking through dark regions, drifting aimlessly, completely lost with no hope of finding the way back. For so chestery years, our Hutchester race has always hoped to return, to find our former great world. During this period, countless powerful Hutchesters set out in search of a path back. But in the vastness of space, how difficult could that be? The path home remained but a distant hope. Therefore, this broken land is also known as the realm of longing return. The Marcus paused for a moment, breathing gently, looking up at the sky above, and spoke again. The entire realm of longing return consists of 3 gigantic realms and 7 smaller continents. The 3 major realms are the Iron Blood realm, the Jagger realm, and the Esau realm. The 7 smaller continents connect these 3 major realms, hence they are also called the 7 connecting continents. At present, the area we are in is the 3rd connecting continent within the 7 connecting continents, connecting the Iron Blood realm and the Esau realm. Brent nodded lightly. When he first arrived in this world, he had used divine perception to investigate this broken land, gaining a general understanding of the layout of the entire realm of longing return. Then, his brows furrowed slightly. He looked at the Marcus and asked about his confusion. If the entire world is lost, how did the Eerie clans find you? Moreover, I heard you were going to Iron Blood City to seek aid. What kind of place is this Iron Blood City? Secondly, since you came here for help, I want to know what exactly happened there. Upon hearing Brent's questions, the Marcus and the others exchanged glances, thinking about what had happened a few days ago. Their faces showed deep sorrow, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. The Marcus held back his sadness, took a deep breath, and began to speak slowly again. The realm of longing return, after getting lost in the endless void, was only able to recover for 10,000 years before it was discovered by the Eerie clans. Afterward, the entire realm of longing return suffered relentless attacks from the Eerie clans. Because the realm of longing return is located in a peculiar area, the Eerie clans can only attack through a natural chasm on the edge of the Iron Blood realm, not from all directions. Therefore, our entire realm of longing return has chesteraged to hold out for so chestery years without being overrun by the Eerie clans. But even with only that one route through the chasm, it has been an extremely difficult struggle for us Hutchesters. For countless years, the Eerie clans seemed endless, never stopping their assault on the Iron Blood realm. Over these long years, countless predecessors of our Hutchester race rushed forward one after another to defend the Iron Blood realm against the Eerie clans. But none of those brave ancestors, generation after generation of our people, ever returned alive. They all died heroic deaths. The blood of our Hutchester ancestors even stained the entire Iron Blood City red. The Marcus choked up, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, his breathing heavy. For countless years, the war has never paused for even a moment. Though we have held off the attacks of the Eerie clans, it has come at a huge cost. So chestery emperors have fallen, and even powerful immortals have perished. The Recycle Immortal King, the Eternal End Immortal King, the Bolivar, and chestery others fell heroically during this long period. The death of so chestery mighty cultivators has cost our Hutchester race greatly. At this point, the Marcus could no longer contain his grief. His eyes were red, his body shaking as he sobbed uncontrollably. The rest listened silently to the Marcus's recounting. Their expressions were grim. They gritted their teeth to keep the tears from falling. They were all admirable. Brent's eyes sparkled as he gazed towards Iron Blood City. I am of respect, he bowed deeply. This bow was an expression of reverence and remembrance for those heroic spirits who had died in battle. Elder, the reason we sought aid in Iron Blood City is because 3 days ago, Esau Great World experienced a shocking upheaval. After centuries of scheming in secret, the Eerie clans chesteraged to forge an immensely powerful immortal artifact. This artifact blazed with fierce black flames, like a colossal battering ram, crashing through the boundary of the Esau Great World, creating a massive fissure spanning tens of thousands of feet. In mere moments, hordes of Eerie clans poured in through this enormous gap. They were brutally merciless, showing no mercy to any living soul. Countless Hutchesters perished in a short time span. The entire Esau Great World was filled with smoke and ashes, corpses littered everywhere, drenched in blood and chaos. We fought desperately, vowing to die fighting. However, over the years, countless strong warriors had gone to Iron Blood City, leaving the Esau Great World with very few elite fighters. Even though we suffered hundreds of thousands of casualties, we still couldn't withstand the offensive of the Eerie clans. In desperation, we came to Iron Blood City for assistance. What we didn't expect was how fast the Eerie clans invaded, actually appearing here to ambush us. Now it's the 4th day, and we don't know how chestery more Hutchesters are still alive, or if the Esau Great World has fallen. Moreover, at the current rate, Jagger Great World may not hold out much longer. We have no other choice but to go to Iron Blood City for aid. bringing back Hutchester experts to drive the eerie clans out of the Esau Great World. The Marcus and the others wore anxious expressions, their minds restless due to the long delay. If they could return sooner with Hutchester experts, it would give the Hutchesters in Esau Great World a greater chance of survival. So that's the situation. Brent's eyes narrowed. He also sensed the urgency of the situation. The eerie clans had actually attacked deep into the Hutchester rear, striking at the very heart of their strength. If not dealt with promptly, the entire longing return Great Realm would be slaughtered by the eerie clans. Boom! A loud noise resounded as Brent led everyone through the boundary of the three realms, stepping into the area of the Ironblood Great Realm. Brent's brow furrowed deeply. He abruptly raised his head and looked toward the edge of the Ironblood continent. That was the direction of Ironblood City. Now, he even sensed something unusual there. Blood energy surged to the sky. A shocking event was unfolding there. Chapter 210, City of Ironblood. At the boundary of the Ironblood realm, the City of Ironblood. This is an exceptionally magnificent city. Built from countless enormous stars, it stretches across the land like an unbroken Milky Way, reaching up to the sky and probing down to the earth, extending all the way to the horizon, firmly blocking all the dangers outside the Ironblood realm. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the City of Ironblood lies a chaotic area. There, light shines brilliantly in a hazy atmosphere. From within, occasional sharp and mournful cries can be heard, as if countless terrifying creatures are hidden there. This is the base of operations for the strange beings' attacks on the Ironblood realm. Between this chaotic area and the City of Ironblood is a vast expanse of red wasteland, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. The entire wasteland is covered with endless bones, exuding an extremely bloody aura. Above this red wasteland is a massive rift in the void. It resembles a colossal celestial mouth, generating an immense suction force that swallows any living beings daring to approach it. This is the Rift of Chaos. Over the years, the cultivators of the City of Ironblood have been able to resist the strange beings' attacks largely due to this Rift of Chaos. The Rift of Chaos was naturally formed. It acts as an insurmountable natural barrier, blocking the strange beings' assaults. Moreover, the closer a powerful being gets to it, the stronger the suction force becomes. Once, an Emperor-level strange being refused to believe in its power and did not wish to pay the price to cross the Rift of Chaos. The outcome was that this strange being Emperor was swallowed into the Rift of Chaos, never to be seen again, lost forever within it. For ordinary strange beings, crossing the Rift of Chaos poses no significant danger. However, once they reach the realm of Celestial Immortal or above, they must pay a blood-like price to cross it. This blood-like price would cause their realms to fall and their combat strength to diminish. For the Hutchester race, this undoubtedly presents a significant advantage. Nevertheless, despite this, the resistance against the strange beings' attacks by the Hutchesters in the City of Ironblood remains extremely difficult, because the number of strange beings is simply too vast. Not only do low-realm entities exist in large numbers, but even high-realm strange beings far outnumber the Hutchesters. In every battle, Hutchester cultivators face at least twice, 3 times, or even more strange beings surrounding them. Many talented Hutchesters who haven't fully matured yet die in these frenzied ambushes. What a helpless situation this is. Countless hearts are filled with sorrow, grieving for the loss of these Hutchester lives. But though they feel helpless, what can they do? The strange beings will not leave any room for growth. Crossing the Rift of Chaos leads directly to the City of Ironblood. Inside the City of Ironblood, it's like a small world, equally vast. Looking around, one can see numerous Hutchester camps scattered everywhere, inhabited by countless Hutchesters. These camps not only house Chestery powerful Hutchester cultivators, but also numerous ordinary beings. After all, over the countless years of Hutchester resistance against the strange beings, Chestery powerful cultivators settled and lived here. They built residences within the city and took rest. Gradually, they naturally thrived and multiplied here. Thus, ordinary life flourished here as well. At this moment, Chestery ordinary beings and weaker cultivators are busily refining healing pills and caring for injured cultivators. Continuing deeper into the City of Ironblood, behind these camps is an endless expanse of small hills. These endless hills stretch infinitely, so much so that even standing atop the city walls, one cannot see their end. These countless hills serve as the graves of all fallen Hutchesters over the long years. At present, Chestery Hutchesters gently wipe the tombstones in front of these hills, their faces filled with sadness. After each battle, Chestery more tombs appear here. These people were alive just days ago, still laughing and talking with them. But now, they lie silently here. Such a heartbreaking pain is hard to express. Hiss! At this very moment, dozens of figures rush in from outside, entering deep into the City of Ironblood. In a huge hall, more than a dozen Hamiltonly Hutchesters dressed in iron-blooded battle robes gather together, frowning as they deliberate. What are the strange beings planning? They haven't attacked for months, and I fear they might be preparing something big. One Hamilton expressed his concern. Recently, the entire City of Ironblood has been filled with an extremely tense atmosphere. All high-ranking Hutchesters frowned deeply, looking uneasy. For the past few months, the strange beings had not launched a single attack on the City of Ironblood. This was utterly illogical. After all, for countless years, the strange beings had never ceased their attacks on the City of Ironblood. Although their attacks were not always extremely fierce, they indeed had never stopped. This is far from simple. We must thoroughly investigate what they are plotting in secret. For several days, I've had a bad feeling. I sense that something terrible is about to happen. But when I tried to divine the reason, I found none. I feel the same. It's like a sharp sword hanging over my heart. Moreover, 2 days ago, I sensed slight tremors coming from the Esau and Jagger Great Realms. I fear there might be trouble in our rear. The dozen Hamiltons worriedly discussed the situation, unsure of what to do without clear information. Moreover, the Esau and Jagger Great Realms were supposed to be deep in their rear, protected by endless laws. There shouldn't have been any problems. Even if there were disturbances, the Hutchester race would have been informed. But no one had come. That clearly indicated that there should be no trouble in their rear. We can't wait any longer. The survival of the Hutchester race is at stake, and we cannot afford to be careless. We must thoroughly investigate this. Old Fifth, send some people with keen perception deep into the chaotic area to observe the strange beings' movements. Old Seventh, immediately send someone to the Esau and Jagger Great Realms to see what's happening. Old Eighth, inform the other major camps in the city of Iron Blood to tighten patrols and be wary of sudden attacks by the strange beings. The white-browed Hamilton sitting among them slowly stood up, his gaze profound and stern, directly assigning tasks. Yes. The Hamiltons also rose, turning to leave the hall. Boom. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed outside the city of Iron Blood. The entire world seemed to shatter in an instant, as boundless streaks of light flashed, chaotic energy swept the heavens, and stars were torn apart. The void cracked like glass, splitting into massive fissures, with endless spatial turbulence raging. Such immense fluctuations made the entire city of Iron Blood shake violently, with large chunks of stone falling and huge cracks appearing even on the city walls. What's happening? The dozen Hamiltons rushed out of the hall, shocked as they looked up at the sky. How can this be? No, this is impossible. The chaotic abyss, this. It has actually been destroyed by the strange beings. In an instant, the dozen Hamiltons were stunned into silence, eyes wide open, staring disbelievingly at the sky. Chapter 211, War has arrived. Boom. Another deafening roar echoed above the sky. The entire world trembled incessantly as the chaotic abyss utterly shattered. A massive vortex appeared in the sky, and chaotic and violent forces swept outward continuously. Heavens! What's happening? The chaotic abyss. How did it shatter? At this moment, everyone in the Iron Blood City was raising their heads to look at the sky with numb scalps, shock plastered on their faces. The importance of the chaotic abyss to the Hutchester race was self-evident. It was due to its existence that Hutchesters were able to tenaciously hold out for countless years. But now, it had been mysteriously shattered. This was simply a nightmare. Without the chaotic abyss, can our Hutchester race still resist the attack of the anomalies? Many people showed panic on their faces. They had yet to recover from the severe blow. Whoa! Just then, outside the walls of Iron Blood City, terrifying howls suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, the entire earth shook slightly. These were the footsteps of the boundless anomaly army launching a frenzied attack. The anomaly army has arrived. Countless people heard the familiar howls, their eyes wide open, involuntarily looking towards the direction outside the city. This time, without the chaotic abyss blocking them, could they still hold back the advance of these anomalous beings? No one felt confident. But at this life and death moment, there was no time for hesitation or reflection. Whoa! The entire city resounded with long horns. This was the horn signal of war. This sound instantly spread throughout Iron Blood City. Hurry! Everyone to the wall. The anomalies are attacking. Climb the city walls and prepare for battle. The deep, earth-shaking voices accompanied by the horns echoed across Iron Blood City. Next, dozens of Hamiltons dressed in Iron Blood armor quickly climbed onto the city walls, gazing far into the distance. Dozens of Hamiltons stood on the city wall looking afar, also shocked by the numbers of the anomaly armies. This time, without the obstruction of the chaotic abyss, the anomalies poured out completely. As far as the eye could see, within hundreds of thousands of miles of barren land, it was all filled with horrific creatures. They roared with red eyes, bellowing like a wild wind, rapidly rushing towards Iron Blood City. Not only on the ground, but also in the sky, were filled with the figures of anomalies. Their figures blocked the sun like dark clouds, and the entire world became dim in an instant. Behind the endless anomalies, several hundred terrifying figures were standing silently. Each creature radiated a powerful aura. That aura was extremely strong, shaking heaven and earth. These were several hundred anomaly emperors. Moreover, in the chaotic region, furious energy permeated the air, and chestery powerful figures slowly emerged. This time, it will be a matter of survival for our Hutchester race. And Hamilton's voice was low, his hands clenched tightly. Despite having experienced countless battles, his heart was always as firm as rock. But seeing this scene now, he still felt waves of turmoil in his heart. Because, the strength disparity between the two sides in this battle was too large. After countless wars, the Hutchester race, up until now, had 31 emperors guarding the central area of Iron Blood City. On both ends of Iron Blood City, there were less than 30 emperors stationed. But here alone, the anomalies had already appeared with hundreds of emperors. It was hard to imagine how chestery more emperors would appear in other areas. And as for those beings beyond the emperor realm, the number among the Hutchester race was even fewer. Over so chestery years, 5 immortal kings such as Assad, Cashin, Bolivar, etc., had fallen in battle. As for immortal spirits below the immortal king realm, even more had perished without count. Now, the Hutchester race had only 3 immortal kings, 8 true immortals, and 11 void immortals left. However, on the anomaly side, despite being killed by the Hutchester race for so chestery years, they seemed to grow ever more. Up to now, they had presented as chestery as 8 immortal kings, while immortals of other realms numbered nearly 100. With such a huge gap, and without the chaotic abyss to hinder them now, how could the Hutchester race resist? War! A loud roar echoed through the sky. Deep within Iron Blood City, 3 brilliant suns rose slowly, with 19 immortals closely following behind them. Without hesitation, they stepped into the 9 heavens. The battle between the immortals was too fierce, and to avoid injuring their own side, they would engage in combat above the sky. These 22 figures were the last elite forces of the Hutchester race. At this critical moment of life and death, even though they faced enemies several times their number, they did not hesitate for a moment. With long swords in hand, they resolutely plunged into the sky. Kill. Fight to the end. Never retreat, on pain of death. Roars echoed incessantly from within the city. At this moment, all Hutchesters who heard the horn, whether they were recuperating from injuries or meditating in seclusion, opened their eyes without delay and rushed out of their rooms, quickly heading towards the walls of Iron Blood City. Everyone knew, without the chaotic abyss, they could not withstand the attack of the anomaly army. This battle would likely be their last stand. But even knowing it meant certain death, no one chose to retreat. Because the Huchester race had been driven into a corner. Where else could they retreat to? Would they retreat back to the three great realms behind them, to watch helplessly as the anomalies slaughtered their fellow Huchesters? No, impossible. Behind them were their own flesh and blood. If the anomalies wanted to pass, they would have to trample over their corpses. Wait for me. I will come back. A young cultivator gazed tenderly at the Winchester before him, gently stroking her cheek before resolutely turning away. I'll wait for you. The Winchester raised her head, looking at the vanishing figure of the Chester, her face streaked with tears. How could she not know that this parting would be eternal? Child, you must live to come back. And Hamiltonly mother's cloudy eyes streamed with tears as she rubbed her dry hands over her son's face, her heart filled with reluctance. Steph, your son is unworthy, unable to fulfill his filial duties. The young cultivator knelt before his mother, then stood up and strode toward the sky, disappearing in an instant. After bidding farewell to their loved ones, countless figures soared into the sky like rainbows from various places, rushing unhesitantly towards Ironblood City. Haha, just a matter of death. Today we shall kill to our heart's content. Our Huchester race will never submit. To hell with the anomalies, I'll slay every last one of them. Roars of wild laughter echoed throughout Ironblood City, everyone's faces devoid of fear, their bodies radiating intense fighting spirit. Chapter 212, The Fangs of Ironblood City. In mere moments, the entire city wall of Ironblood City was filled with Huchester cultivators. Tens of millions of Huchester cultivators stood ready, an indomitable spirit of facing death, without fear hovering over Ironblood City. Even if we must die, though thousands may stand against us, we shall press on. Beyond Ironblood City, thunderous roars echoed, a chilling sound filled with intense killing intent that reverberated through the heavens. The boundless and bizarre army covered both the sky and the ground. Though they seemed chaotic, in reality, they were orderly. At the forefront of the massive army were sea-like monstrous beings, all creations concocted by these bizarre forces. Some terrifying creatures had 3 Huchester heads, some were hybrids of Huchester cultivators and beast spirits, while others were dragons with bodies covered entirely in arms. Each creature, despite their peculiar appearances, exuded formidable auras. Many among them had reached the level of quasi-emperors. Behind these monstrous beings were countless bizarre entities, all pitch black in color, with deep-set eyes emitting a thick aura of eeriness. These myriad bizarre entities varied in strength. The weakest were at the 5th realm, while the strongest approached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor realm, almost stepping into the emperor realm. Unlike the monstrous beings, these entities possessed consciousness. Each bizarre entity held a peculiar black stone, controlling a portion of the monstrous beings with their will. Even if the monstrous beings were more powerful than the bizarre entities, they were Chester-manipulated like puppets under their control. Gales swept across heaven and earth, sending sand and dust flying. The endless bizarre army nearly filled the world, roaring and charging forward. Their murderous intent caused the ambient temperature to plummet sharply. Battle! A mighty roar echoed across the land. Countless Huchesters, weapons in hand, faced the onrushing bizarre army without any sign of fear, shouting together with unwavering battle spirit that shook the heavens and earth. Hum. Intense booming sounds rang out within Ironblood City, signaling the activation of formations. Many cultivators stood inside the city walls, continuously forming seals, and then raising their hands to strike the formation nodes before them with various spells. Dom. At the same time, massive stone pillars lining the city walls erupted in dazzling light, piercing the sky. Countless light pillars intersected, forming a towering protective barrier around the entire Ironblood City. Moreover, the light emitted from these pillars converged to create strange patterns. Within these patterns, powerful beast spirits were sealed within the formations, silently roaring as they awaited release. Crack! Ironblood City itself trembled slightly, its walls transforming and growing countless sharp spikes. Slowly, small black holes the size of heads began to form. These black holes, immensely deep, shimmered with primordial light, emitting potent auras. Dom! The final thundering sound came from the central tower of Ironblood City. This tower soared into the sky, crowned with a sun-sized sphere blazing with flames. In that moment, the blazing sun radiated brilliant rays of light, instantly turning the once darkened sky into daylight, illuminating every corner of the city. Furthermore, those rays of light extended to each stone pillar. The earth shook as countless stone pillars joined with the tower to form a colossal killing formation. On top of each stone pillar, a radiant longsword appeared, pointing towards the bizarre army, radiating immense power. In an instant, Ironblood City completed its transformation, revealing its fangs. Weak Huchesters, with the chaos abyss no longer blocking you, how do you plan to stop my bizarre race's assault? This time, I shall slaughter all of Huchesterity without leaving a single one. Kill. I can't wait. It's been too long since I tasted the blood and flesh of Huchester Emperor-level experts. Hundreds of bizarre emperors stood behind the vast bizarre army, coldly watching the Huchesters atop Ironblood City, their hearts burning with uncontainable thirst for slaughter. But now was not yet their time to act. Though they were all Emperor-level experts, Ironblood City's defenses had been set by immortal-level masters. It would not be easy for them to break through. Now that the Chaos Abyss has already shattered, nothing can obstruct their advance any longer. They have all the time in the world to wear down the formation's power. When the entire formation collapses, it will be their moment to strike. Kill. A Dusty spoke indifferently, his voice utterly cold, as if it were a casual murmur. Kill. Annihilate the Huchester race, leaving none alive. One evil and sinister voice after another sounded continuously. Countless bizarre entities, upon hearing the calm chester of the Dusty, reacted like they had been injected with adrenaline, immediately bursting into mad laughter, then swiftly driving countless terrifying creatures toward Ironblood City. Dom. The entire earth shook incessantly from the frenzied charge of these terrifying creatures. In the blink of an eye, the bizarre army crossed hundreds of thousands of miles of land, reaching the vicinity of Ironblood City. Chapter 213. Though I may face 10,000, I will go. Roar! Countless bizarre creatures in the distance, like a gale, had already arrived before the Iron Blood City. They looked at the cultivators standing atop the city walls, their eyes red, then roared in fury, charging towards the city in an instant. Fellow kin, our Hutchester race has resisted for 10,000 years. Countless lives have been lost, but we've never succumbed. Why is this? It's to break through the darkness that has enshrouded this world for countless ages, to let light shine upon the earth once more, and to ensure our descendants are spared from the slaughter by these anomalies. Now, the moment concerning the survival of our Hutchester race has come. We have been forced into a desperate situation. In this battle, all of us may die. I ask you, are you afraid? Before tens of thousands of Hutchesters, a white-robed Hamilton with a severed arm was roaring loudly. A gentle breeze fluttered, lifting his silver hair, revealing his scarred face. A deep, bone-deep old wound ran across his entire skull. He looked resolute, exuding intense fighting spirit as if he were a long sword piercing the heavens. To fight for the Hutchester race. We will have no regrets, even in death. Tens of millions roared together, countless bloodshot eyes glaring at the encroaching army of anomalies outside the city. No one showed any sign of fear. Haha, it is indeed fortunate to fight alongside you all. Even if I can't see the light in my lifetime, the anomalies will surely pay a heavy price if they wish to destroy our Hutchester race. So please, let us all be buried here. The white-robed Hamilton laughed heartily, his body emitting brilliant light. The fighting spirit on him slashed straight towards the advancing, terrifying creatures. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the beam of light pierced through layer after layer, striking the ground directly. Roar! In an instant, the earth shattered. Thousands of terrifying creatures shrieked, turning to ashes. A Chester's aspirations lie far and wide. Where could he not call home? Wherever he dies, wherever he is buried, all mountains under the sky are the same. There were predecessors who once declared proudly, and now we are no different. To die in battle here with you all, I will not feel lonely. Haha, let's fight to our heart's content. Countless Hutchesters laughed heartily, having long cast aside concerns of life and death. To die fighting for the Hutchester race, there will be no regret in death. Wailing, the endless army of anomalies roared, finally rushing close to the Iron Blood City, initiating an assault on the city. Boom! Some of the terrifying creatures roared, opening their mouths to spew gigantic fireballs. Those orbs as large as mountains, like meteors falling rapidly, trailing long tails, smashed into the glowing barrier of the formation. Some of the terrifying creatures screeched sharply, infusing all their essence into the horns on their foreheads, then transformed into sharp swords, stabbing directly at the Iron Blood City. There were also countless anomalous beings Chesteripulating their weapons, transforming them into hundreds of feet in size, slashing at the formation, and more. The vast army of anomalies launched a frenzied attack instantly. The sky was filled with attacks, relentlessly pelting down on the formations, trying to shatter them. Boom! Boom! The barrage of attacks struck the protective barrier around the city, and in an instant, countless fireworks exploded above the Iron Blood City. The entire protective barrier shimmered brilliantly. It deflected all the attacks, without a single strike penetrating through. But simultaneously, the massive protective barrier was shaking violently. Though it blocked the onslaught, the amount of spiritual energy required was immense. At this rate of attack intensity, the entire formation might not hold for much longer. And this was the purpose of the Anomaly Emperor, to exhaust the formation's energy using countless terrifying creatures. When the formation's energy was depleted, it would be the start of the blood feast. Kill. Countless Hutchester cultivators were also roaring, knowing well the intent behind the anomalies. So at this moment, everyone was frantically attacking the anomaly army below the city. Boom! The void trembled as some unleashed their magical treasures, smashing fiercely toward the anomalies. Some controlled spirit swords, continuously harvesting the terrifying creatures. Others howled, unleashing the spirit artifacts they spent their lives cultivating, striking the anomaly army decisively. Clang! Meanwhile, the formations above the Iron Blood City revealed its massive lethality. The 1,000-foot-long swords originally floating above the stone pillars emitted sharp auras, stabbing straight into the anomaly army. Boom! Boom! In an instant, explosions echoed everywhere, and countless glowing orbs burst open. Roar! Howl! Numerous terrifying creatures screamed, instantly shattering into pieces under this intense attack. Many bizarre entities were also affected, being turned into piles of flesh. In that instant, the mysterious army lost over 1 million lives. But this number of over 1 million, for the vast mysterious army, it might not even be a drop in the bucket, because their numbers were just too vast, and this was merely their vanguard. Behind the several hundred great emperors of the anomalies, within the chaotic regions, there lay countless more troops of the mysterious army, standing still and ready to rush out at any moment, joining the battle. Meanwhile, the mysterious army revealed their fangs. Bang! Dong! Above the sky, the sounds of weapons being shattered continuously resonated. Those were the powerful figures within the mysterious army striking. With absolute strength, they smashed the spirit artifacts launched by Chestery Hutchesters directly into the sky. Roar! Taking advantage of this brief interval, countless troops of the mysterious army rushed towards the walls of Iron Blood City, without any hesitation. Go! Warhammer! Break through the defenses of Iron Blood City as soon as possible. A cold roar sounded from behind the mysterious army. One of the anomaly emperors could no longer hold back, issuing the order. Chapter 214, Siege Beast. Boom! Dong! The war continued without cease, with explosions echoing endlessly. The sky above was like an endless display of fireworks, with blinding rays shooting up to the heavens. Every moment, a large number of strange creatures were dying, and the corpses of these terrifying beings piled layer upon layer on the ground. The black blood dyed the entire red earth pitch black. In a short time, countless bizarre creatures had been destroyed. But this number was insignificant compared to the vast army of oddities. As far as the eye could see, for hundreds of thousands of miles, the ground was densely packed with the figures of the strange army. Their attacks remained crazily intense. The protective light barrier around Iron Blood City fluctuated more and more violently. In chestery places, threads of power had already penetrated through. Kill. Quickly activate the bloodthirsty spear. Hutchester cultivators roared, continuously unleashing their attacks, trying desperately to halt the assault of the strange army. Hum. Stone pillars on the city walls constantly shot out mile-long beams of light, which heavily struck down within the strange army, destroying countless creatures. Large swathes of the strange army fell like wheat under a strong wind, facing attacks that rained down like a storm. Roar. However, despite this, chestery of the strange creatures still chest-arrayed to charge close to the city walls. They howled, continuously lifting their spirit weapons and smashing them against the wall. Those pitch-black weapons, emitting thick black mist, pierced into the array formations like nails, rapidly corroding them. Within moments, the entire array was covered with black spots. These black dots seemed to have consciousness, frantically infiltrating the surrounding barrier and expanding the blackened area quickly. Stop them quickly. The Hutchester cultivators watched the quivering barrier, attacking wildly toward those strange creatures nearing the walls. The defensive formation was the last line of defense for all Hutchesters. With it, xiuxian had a sliver of hope to resist. Once the formation shattered, xiuxian would have no strength left to resist. The formation must not be broken. Kill. Our race will never lose. A cultivator roared furiously, his face resolute. He poured all his energy into his spirit weapon and then jumped off the Iron Blood City wall with it. Boom. A deafening explosion sent splashes of blood everywhere. That cultivator detonated his life-bound spirit weapon, pulling dozens of powerful strange creatures into death along with him. What kind of nonsense are you, strange ones? Our race will never bow to you. A middle-aged cultivator shouted loudly, looking back one last time before turning resolutely into a fierce demonic beast and leaping from the wall. Even though I cannot bring a bright future to our race, I will be the stepping stone for our race to enter dawn. An Hamiltonly cultivator, exhausted of spiritual power, sat cross-legged. His entire body's blood converged into a blood sword that stabbed straight at the strange army. Many cultivators leaped off the wall without hesitation. After killing numerous oddities, they lunged towards the black spikes stuck in the array and pulled them out with all their might. Heaven calls, the blood spirit is divine. Earth trembles and cries, the red-blooded wind sword. Pierce. Meanwhile, inside the city walls, a large number of Hutchester cultivators chanted spells and pointed toward the array nodes before them in unison. Hum. The array on the city walls suddenly shook, each gestating intense energy. Clang. A light hum sounded from the city wall. Then, crescent-shaped sword beams, stretching 10,000 feet long, shot out from the array at the base of the wall, sweeping horizontally across the strange army. Crack. Bang. Bang. This sudden attack caught the strange creatures near the wall completely off guard. Instantly, tens of thousands of sword beams sliced countless strange creatures in half, clearing almost all the enemies beneath the city walls. Hum. The sword beams gently vibrated, continuing to sweep across the strange army. However, powerful figures within the strange army stepped forward. They howled and shattered all the sword beams. Roar. All the strange creatures roared together, led by countless powerful ones, launching another charge. In an instant, Hutchesters and oddities clashed again. Bang. Boom. The void shattered, the earth ripped apart, and stars in the sky crumbled. Both sides fought fiercely, the battle descending into a deadlock. The entire world was filled with the fires of war. Dom. At this moment, from behind the endless ranks of the strange army, came heavy footsteps. The sound was deep and profound, causing the whole earth to tremble violently. Then, in the sight of countless people, dozens of enormous war beasts slowly revealed themselves. These war beasts were as massive as stars, towering over all else. They wore tough bone armor, with colossal spikes protruding from their heads. Their bodies shimmered with a thick, solid aura. Roar. Piercing cries echoed from the mouths of these terrifying beasts. All the war beasts looked towards Iron Blood City with black eyes gleaming ominously. Then they quickened their pace, charging towards Iron Blood City. That's the siege beasts. Hurry. Stop them. Don't let them approach the city walls. Activate the Void Eye quickly. A white-robed Hamilton stood atop Iron Blood City watching the appearing siege beasts, issuing rapid orders from his vantage point. This kind of siege beast had appeared before. Though not powerful offensively, their defense and strength were astonishingly formidable and very troublesome. They had caused significant losses for the Hutchester race in the past. Now, dozens of them had reappeared. Even the white-robed Hamilton could not help but frown deeply. During the previous battle, only 5 of these siege beasts appeared, but it took 3 quasi-emperors' lives to slay them. Now with dozens here, one could only imagine how much trouble it would bring to xiuxian. Who? The infinite ranks of the strange army, seeing the siege beasts, roared wildly. They swiftly gathered around the war beasts, following them on another charge towards Iron Blood City. Roar. Dong. Suddenly, deafening roars intermingled with heavy footsteps. The entire strange army moved like wind, attacking recklessly as they charged. Whoosh. In the sky, attacks shone brilliantly, resembling a river of stars, slamming down onto Iron Blood City. Kill. All Hutchesters knew how difficult it was to deal with siege beasts. Therefore, countless Hutchesters roared furiously, desperately launching attacks hoping to stop the siege beasts. Buzz. Meanwhile, those dark caverns previously seen atop the city wall rapidly accumulated power, shooting out massive beams straight at the siege beasts. Boom. Instantly, both sides' attacks collided, plunging the sky into chaos. Dom. Countless beams penetrated through the air, striking directly at the dozens of siege beasts. Boom. The heavens shook, raising a huge mushroom cloud, leaving a gigantic abyss tens of thousands of feet deep. Roar. One massive siege beast was completely pierced by a beam. It shrieked pitifully as its body instantly shattered into pieces of flesh. Bang. Simultaneously, hundreds of beams shot through the sky towards the siege beasts. However, the strange army also sent forth its own powerful figures. Dozens of quasi-emperors combined their strength, dispersing the massive beams in midair. Many Huchester cultivators sighed. Despite all their preparation, they chest-raged to kill only one siege beast. But there was no way around it. The strange creatures had two chest-strong individuals. Roar! Roar! Once again, the roar rang out. The siege beasts broke through multiple layers of resistance and quickly approached Ironblood City. Dong! Dong! The ground shook. Dozens of siege beasts, enveloped in thick black light, did not hesitate as they charged towards Ironblood City. Chapter 2:15, A Blood-Curdling Summon. Roar! Dozens of siege behemoths roared as they charged like speeding war carriages, their star-sized bodies crashing heavily against the city walls. At the same moment, hundreds of empresses of Enigma unleashed their imperial arms, attacking alongside the siege behemoths towards Ironblood City. Whistle! Instantly, the sky was filled with dazzling lights. All attacks came raining down like multiple Milky Ways, hammering fiercely onto the defensive formation on the city walls. Boom! A world-shattering roar echoed through the universe. Crack! Many towering stone pillars on the city wall crumbled instantly, and numerous cracks appeared on the wall itself, with large chunks of stones falling off. Such a massive attack caused the entire array of Ironblood City to flicker violently, with chestery areas breaking apart. At this moment, the defensive formation looked like a tattered fishing net, torn and ragged beyond repair. PFT. Right then, the overwhelming attacks launched by the enigmatic army penetrated the shattered areas of the formation, causing huge losses to the Huchester race. Good. Seeing the formation nearly collapsing, the empresses of Enigma all wore expressions of joy, directly ordering the enigmatic army to intensify their attack. Whistle! The endless enigmatic army howled madly, surging towards Ironblood City in waves like ocean waves crashing into the sky. Bang! Bang! Sounds of explosions resounded once again. These were the sounds of the siege behemoths colliding. Each collision shook the entire Ironblood City, causing the stone pillars on the city wall to explode, accelerating the destruction of the defensive formation. Kill! Countless powerful cultivators roared furiously, desperately resisting the alien attack. Rockets and spears shot rapidly into the crowd of aliens. Heavenly long swords, each 100 feet tall, shone brightly, striking down forcefully. A gigantic palm, spanning several kilometers in size, slammed down forcefully. Yet despite the Huchesters' relentless resistance, they could not prevent the crumbling of the city wall and the formation. Boom! Under the continuous attacks of the enigmatic army, the cracks on the city wall became increasingly obvious and larger, with the entire formation rapidly disintegrating. No, the formation must not be broken. Inside the city walls were countless Huchester cultivators controlling the formation. At this moment, all the cultivators spat blood profusely. Their faces showed protruding veins as they clenched their teeth, sparing no effort to repair the formation. The defensive formation was their last line of defense against the enigmatic army. It must not collapse. However, the attacks from the enigmatic army were too fierce. Though they tried everything, they still couldn't stop the formation's collapse. Boom! These were the nodes of the formation exploding. Unable to withstand such intense attacks, it finally couldn't hold and collapsed. The successive explosions of hundreds of formation nodes made the formation flicker continuously, significantly reducing its defensive power. In an instant, countless attacks penetrated through the breaches of the formation, smashing onto the city wall, causing chestery cultivators to perish tragically, while hundreds more were seriously injured. No! The cultivators repairing the formation roared angrily with bloodshot eyes. As array cultivators, they couldn't tolerate such a situation. The moment the formation nodes exploded, chestery cultivators immediately rushed forward without regard for their lives, using their bodies and lives to fill in the gaps in the formation. They sacrificed their lives, gritting their teeth, straining every bit of energy to keep the formation operational. On the city wall, countless other cultivators roared furiously, fighting tenaciously. Heaven's way is orderly. I come only by destiny, the will of Mingtan. Echoes of heavy, blood-curdling voices reverberated as strands of cosmic energy permeated the air. Many cultivators united together, using their souls as conduits to fuse special cosmic patterns with their powers. Vibrations resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Hundreds sat cross-legged in a circle, their blood flowing together, pooling into a black void in their midst. Subsequently, suns slowly rose from within the circle. These suns, each several dozen feet in diameter, burned with raging fires, distorting the void with their thick energies. Kill! With a series of angry roars, those blazing suns quickly ascended and fell like meteors towards the enigmatic army. To perform this secret art, all cultivators risked their lives, pouring all their strength into it. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their bodies trembled as they tried not to fall. They only wished to see those blazing suns explode in a shower of blood amidst the enigmatic army before they died. Boom! Deafening explosions resounded outside the city walls, with blinding light piercing the heavens, momentarily dimming even the stars. Moo! The enigmatic army was filled with cries of agony. Countless creatures were engulfed in raging fires, reduced to ashes. Many terrifying beings suffered grievous injuries from the overwhelming force, writhing in agony. Bang! There were also chestery powerful experts within the enigmatic army. These beings rushed out from the army just as the fireballs descended, shattering those blazing suns with a single palm strike. Though the dozen or so blazing suns were immensely powerful, less than half of them chester-raged to impact the alien masses. The rest were all destroyed midair. The cultivators on Ironblood City's walls watched as the blazing suns exploded in the sky. Their eyes were filled with regret and disappointment. But this was war. Nothing was certain or predictable. Roar, growl, rage-filled roars echoed across the battlefield. It was the enigmatic army roaring in fury. The attacks from the Huchester cultivators had thoroughly enraged the enigmatic army. In an instant, boundless power surged through the enigmatic army as they launched a full-scale assault, charging crazily toward the city walls. Attacks rained down like hailstones onto the city walls. PHT. At that moment, xiuxian cultivators suffered devastating blows, falling one by one from the towering walls, shattered to pieces. Crack, crack. The defensive formation atop the city wall flickered violently, accompanied by the continuous sound of collapse. The remaining stone pillars cracked, the internal array patterns damaged, causing the entire wall to shake, the situation growing perilous in an instant. PHT. Within the city walls, xiuxian of the cultivators who were repairing the array nodes, using their own bodies to plug the gaps, were killed by the massive backlash, their bodies disintegrating where they stood, drenching the array nodes in blood. Not good. The entire defensive formation is about to collapse. Dozens of Hamiltonly men clad in iron blood armor, who had been calm-chestering the battle atop the walls since its inception, now furrowed their brows deeply, shaken to their core. No one expected the enigmatic army's attack to be so fierce. How could the defensive formation have nearly reached its limit so quickly? This was beyond everyone's expectations. Boom. Bang. The war continued. The city walls and defensive formations endured relentless assaults, shaking incessantly. Now, numerous gaps appeared in the defensive formation, unable to fully protect against the enigmatic army's attacks. Under the relentless onslaught of countless enigmatic forces, numerous attacks broke through the formation's defenses, striking the city walls, exploding loudly, and causing xiuxian cultivators to perish tragically. We must not allow the enigmatic army to continue such attacks. Otherwise, Ironblood City won't last long. A powerful cultivator, his face grim, looked at the surrounding cultivators, his eyes shining with determination, making a decision. We are willing to engage the enemy, allowing our disciples to repair the formation and buy some time. Immediately, several powerful cultivators stepped forward resolutely. You must come back alive. And Hamiltonly Chester in white slowly approached, surveying the dozen xiuxian cultivators, his lips trembling as he spoke these words with difficulty. Haha, to fight alongside fellow cultivators is my greatest honor. The figures of the dozen or so cultivators faded into the distance, disappearing from view. Chapter 216. Then, let's fight. Roar. At this moment, countless bizarre armies outside the city wall seemed fearless of death, fiercely assaulting the city wall. Some horrifying creatures recklessly smashed their bodies against the wall. Each collision caused the formation to shake, causing large pieces of rubble to fall from the wall. Boom. The entire formation on the city wall was receiving continuous strikes, flickering and about to shatter. It was unknown how much longer it could hold. Under this sky-covering assault, millions of xiuxian cultivators stood silently on the Iron Blood City. In front of them stood a dozen or so powerful xiuxian cultivators with surging blood chi. Haha, fellow clansmen, are you willing to follow us in charging out of the city to show those dogs the indomitable spirit of our xiuxian race? Amarcus laughed loudly, pointing at the bizarre army outside the city. We are willing. Resonant voices spread throughout all realms. That was the cry of all xiuxian cultivators until death does not yield. Haha, very well. Then let's fight. With a roar, dozens of emperor-level powerhouses led hundreds of thousands of xiuxian cultivators, resolutely rushing out of Iron Blood City. Rumble. Blood rain suddenly fell from the sky as if heaven was sending off these millions of xiuxians. Boom. Deafening explosions sounded from outside Iron Blood City. Instantly, the bizarre army was taken aback by the countercharge of xiuxians. Many of the bizarre creatures were destroyed before they could react. Even the tens of siege beasts were exterminated by the combined strength of the emperors. xiuxian cultivators roared, rapidly pushing back the attack of the bizarre army. In a breath, the attacks on the entire Iron Blood City decreased by half, significantly relieving the pressure on the defensive formations for repairs. Haha, they dare to charge out? Seeking death. Bizarre emperors coldly smiled, disappearing from where they were. Then, the next moment they appeared in front of a dozen xiuxian powerhouses, surrounding and killing them. Whistling winds. After brief confusion, the endless bizarre army regrouped and once again charged towards the xiuxian army. Fight. Standing on the city wall, xiuxian cultivators watched the million-strong army charge out, eyes red, bodies trembling. Everyone knew that those who rushed out would never return. They would die. At the beginning of the world, all things have spirits. Relying on my life, I call upon the ancient ones, using blood as guidance. At this time, there were still hundreds of powerful xiuxians with sorrowful faces, dragging heavily wounded bodies down from the city wall. Then, they sat quietly in midair, chanting. Their faces carried profound sadness for the xiuxian race, for all living beings, for this tragic, great era. Drops of blood slowly dripped from their foreheads, shining brightly, landing on the formation. Hearing the soft sound of the great Tao, countless xiuxian cultivators had sad expressions, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. This was the legendary taboo technique. This was a secret method that meant certain death. These xiuxian powerhouses were using their own blood as guidance, using their lives to summon the demonic beasts sealed within the formation. And no matter whether they succeeded or failed, they would disperse their souls and fade away from the xiuxian world. Thump. The sound of the great Tao echoed in the sky. After finishing the incantation, those powerhouses closed their eyes one by one. At this point, they lost all vitality, their breath ceased. Then, their bodies fell from the sky. With a breeze blowing, their bodies turned into dust, disappearing without a trace. After absorbing the blood of the powerhouses, the city wall formation instantly shone brilliantly, emitting a 7-colored light. Following this, roaring sounds came from the formation. Roar. A blue dragon, 100 zhang long, with fearsome spikes all over its body and fiery eyes, exuded an aura of the Emperor realm. Howl. A 9-headed creature howled, its huge claws shimmering with cold light. Thump. It was a 9-headed lion. It was a xianxia blood phoenix. One by one, divine beasts quickly rushed out from the formation, coming from ancient times, harboring deep-seated hatred, looking at the bizarre army. Roar. A resonant roar shook the heavens and earth. Dozens of frenzied, ancient strange beasts, like lightning, carried cold killing intent and rapidly charged towards those alien races. In the blink of an eye, dozens of ancient strange beasts clashed with the xiuxian cultivators. Kill. All the xiuxians roared in unison. At this moment, they were united as one. In this instant, they were fearless. With xiuxian accompanying them to certain death, they had long forgotten life and death. Roar! Angry roars echoed across the sky. In an instant, the million cultivators collided with the bizarre army. The great Huanhuan between the xiuxian and the bizarre army began. Chapter 217. The drifting of millions of souls. Rumble. Millions of xiuxian cultivators collided fiercely with the endless bizarre army, erupting in a power that shook the heavens and earth. The ground trembled incessantly in that instant. The entire sky changed color, and spatial rifts tore through the void. Wail! Ah! Eardrum-piercing screams echoed throughout the skies. Countless lives howled tragically, being ground into dust in this collision. Many others were severely wounded from the impact, struggling on the ground before being trampled to death by the advancing armies. In an instant, both heaven and earth turned a deep crimson. It was the blood gushing forth, the severed limbs scattering everywhere. Although the xiuxian cultivators fought bravely, showing no fear of death, they were ultimately too few in number. Facing the endless charge of the bizarre army, xiuxian cultivators perished at the moment of impact. Yet even so, the xiuxian cultivators remained fearless and valiant, raging to push back the bizarre army for a short distance during the clash. Charge! For the sake of the xiuxian race, we'd rather die than submit. Countless xiuxian cultivators roared, charging one after another into the bizarre army. The great melee had begun. In an instant, the whole world was filled with figures engaged in battle. A deluge of corpses and blood poured down from the sky like heavy rain. If not for the peculiar spatial stability in front of the Iron Blood City, this intense battle would have shattered everything long ago. Roar! An ancient azure dragon let out a long cry. Its massive tail swept around like thunder and wind, instantly annihilating countless bizarre beings surrounding it. Moo! A fiery bull with a body spanning hundreds of feet charged into the enemy camp like a burning war chariot, its horns adorned with spikes piercing and skewering numerous bizarre creatures. Kill! Dozens of xiuxian cultivators roared furiously, their bodies drenched in blood. They formed a strange formation, spinning like saw blades as they rapidly cut through the bizarre races, slicing xiuxian in half. Countless xiuxian cultivators charged recklessly into the bizarre army, disregarding their own lives. But this only lasted for a fleeting moment before the xiuxian army inevitably began to wane. The number of the bizarre army was simply too vast, and the quantity of high-level fighters within them far exceeded those of the xiuxians. Roar! The ancient azure dragon let out a mournful cry, then fell, overwhelmed by the bizarre army. It was surrounded by over a dozen equally powerful bizarre emperors, its body crippled in multiple places, its once brilliant light now dimmed, having lost much of its strength. Moo! The fiery bull bellowed pitifully, its body riddled with weapons. With bloodshot eyes, it used its last remaining strength to take down as bizarre creatures as possible. Bang! Dust rose from the ground as a gigantic foot descended from the sky like a dark mountain, crushing a dozen xiuxian cultivators underfoot, killing them all. Howl! The Nine Nether wolf howled, its body covered in alien blood. It could no longer hold on, roaring amidst its agony. Faced with the endless bizarre army, the millions of xiuxian cultivators barely resisted for less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, nearly all meeting their end. Now, only a few xiuxian powerhouses continued fighting, battling valiantly. They were the xiuxian emperors who had rushed out. At this moment, they were also covered in blood, facing overwhelming numbers of bizarre emperors, putting them in a precarious position. Charge! The cultivators atop the city walls never ceased their attacks from start to finish. Fengkong di dajija di dajin, jinkernung wei chen waif de renju, dajin jianqing yi xiayali. Dao zui ho, tamen trunung yen zheng zheng de kanja renju dajin, bei song, ing di yen moa, ranho chua di xiao shri dajin zhong. Tamen. Chongchang sang de wusu renju xiu shrian zhong, man shi shir lei, yao jug dai xie de dichen, sun ti chan do jug, kanja renju xiu shirman, dajin zhong yajina, bei wei gong hu, huan dao xia. Tamen ji hu yao fengquanglet. Tamen yishang jaru jan do, yu tamen bing jin jua jan, napar yi tong jansu. Kershur, tamen dri dal, tamen bunang. Yin wei tiexia dricheng, hai xiao tamen shouwu. Naxia renju xiu shi, shu zai yong sheng ming, wei tamen zhengqir shijian, wei tamen zhengqir xiu fu, chengchang de shijian. Tamen zeng nong rang tamen shirwang, rang tamen bai bai song sua. Chapter 218. Even the emperors wither away. Kill. More than a dozen xiuxian race emperors roared in anger amidst the endless army of strange creatures, fiercely battling. Their long hair was drenched in blood, their bodies covered with deep wounds that showed bone, yet they still did not forsake their weapons, slashing away at one enemy after another that rushed toward them. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of an ancient wolf beast king, it unwillingly fell as well, its entire body turning into glittering points of light before thoroughly dissipating from this world. With the death of the wolf beast king, all the ancient beast souls summoned by the xiuxian race's powerhouses met a full defeat. All had perished. Kill. The xiuxian race will never surrender. A xiuxian emperor shouted with red eyes. Using his only remaining arm, he seized a strange emperor regardless of life or death, and then, with all his might, crushed it to bits. But he was also hit by several spirit artifacts wielded by other strange emperors, his whole body crumbling apart, his soul dissipating. Rumble. Thunder rumbled repeatedly, and crimson rain poured ceaselessly from the firmament, as if seeing off the xiuxian race's war dead. Up until now, the xiuxian emperors already knew their fate, but even if it meant death, they would make the strange creatures pay a heavy price. As emperors of the xiuxian race, though they could not save the race from its plight, killing a few strange emperors was still within their means. Then let's fight together. The dozen-odd emperors exchanged a smile, and without hesitation, killed towards the strange emperors. A gentle wind blew over the frigid waters, and once the valiant ones depart, they will never return. Everyone faced death unflinchingly. They all erupted with earth-shaking battle intent, pushing their combat power to its peak. Even if we die on the battlefield, our will shall never be extinguished. the Huchester race will exist forevermore. Kill. And Hamilton, though his hair was as white as snow, stood straight as a blade. He was the first to rush towards the strange emperor. I swear to the gods with my blood, I guide the lost with my flesh, I burn the heavens with my soul, and I summon the ancients with my will. A middle-aged powerhouse was completely covered in fresh blood, performing a blood sacrifice. The night under the moon seems so long. The northern wind howls across the firmament, winter nights with green under the white snow. The remaining Huchester race emperors were filled with resolve to die, their bloodied bodies emitting glaring light. This was the result of burning their lives for supreme strength. These were forbidden techniques. Once used, everyone would dissipate, their souls scattered. They sought death. However, for the survival of the Huchester race, they had no choice but to do so. Kill. The white-haired Hamilton was radiant, like a celestial deity walking out of an ancient battlefield, towering and roaring furiously as he slaughtered all around him in the encirclement of several strange emperors. He casually stepped down, shattering a large number of strange creatures. One roar was enough to create a scene of devastation, turning Chestery's strange creatures into ashes. Boom. A muffled sound echoed in the sky. It was a Huchester race emperor seated cross-legged in midair, slowly closing his eyes. Subsequently, his entire body rapidly shrank, as if turning into a skeleton. Strands of blood mist echesterated from his body. Then those strands of blood mist hovered around the corpse of the Huchester emperor like ghosts, circling and lingering. At the moment the Huchester emperor's corpse slowly dissipated, the blood mist almost instantly transformed into the form of that powerful individual. It roared angrily, its two blood-red eyes shining with dark blue light. Its whole body turned back into a huge blood-red web, enveloping three strange marlas. Moo. Wails of pain came from the ranks of the strange creatures. Countless strange creatures lay on the ground struggling and then, within moments, turned into bones. That blood-red web, like poison, turned all strange creatures ensnared underneath it into heaps of white bones. Even those three strange emperors wore looks of panic, striving desperately within the blood-red web. Wait for me. I'll join you soon. And Marla looked down at the Chester in her arms who had already fallen in battle. She wore a look of desolation, droplets of crystalline tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. This was her fellow Dao cultivator. They had known each other for tens of thousands of years, always standing by each other. Now he had died in battle. She naturally would not live alone. She wore a red robe and stood in the air, holding the Chester, slowly dancing. Drops of blood floated behind her as she softly sang haunting melodies. This was a heart-severing song. Many of the surrounding strange creatures suddenly fell silent, standing motionless on the ground, having already lost the breath of life. Even the two strange emperors who had been surrounding her were stunned on the spot, their bodies slowly dispersing and disappearing into the sky. Kill. On the city walls, countless cultivators were shedding tears as they continued to resist with all their might. They could not bear to watch one Huchester powerhouse after another meet such a tragic end. Freaks. Damn it. May your ancestors rot. Those Huchester powerhouses guarding the city wall clenched their fists tightly, unable to suppress the raging aura surging within them. Seeing their comrades fall one by one, how could they not feel heart-wrenching pain? This pain pierced through their hearts, reaching deep into their souls. Protect our people for eternity. Defend our land forevermore. A solemn war song began to rise slowly. All Huchester cultivators on the city wall chanted in unison at that moment, their eyes shining with crystal-like light. Then, everyone bowed deeply from afar toward those powerhouses who had rushed out of the city. This bow expressed boundless gratitude. The battle was still ongoing, and hundreds of thousands of Huchester cultivators charged out of the Iron Blood City. Despite fighting desperately, they still couldn't completely halt the advance of the alien armies. In fact, even when the Huchester emperors led the cultivators out of the city to block the freakish horde, Chestery alien creatures were still attacking the city. However, only their numbers had decreased. Now, with the near-total demise of the Huchester army, the endless alien hordes had crossed over their defenses once again, regrouped, and launched a fierce assault on the city walls. Chapter 219, Immortal Spirits Tragedy. Boom, boom. The rumbling thunder roared, shaking the entire Iron Blood City. Three enormous monstrous beasts, akin to three ancient titans, towered with boundless bodies, just slightly shorter than the city walls. Bone spurs protruded fiercely from the bizarre beasts' bodies, and they wielded massive black gold hammers in their hands. At this moment, they were roaring in fury, striking the city walls violently with their huge hammers. Boom, boom. The dull sounds continued incessantly. The black gold hammer tore through space, emitting a terrifying sonic boom as it struck heavily upon the city wall. Instantly, large chunks of stone crumbled. The freshly repaired cracks were once again trembling and slightly reopening under the tremendous force. Moreover, the strikes on the defensive formation made the array pillars shatter, greatly weakening the formation's power. These three beasts were at an extremely high realm, nearly reaching the peak of quasi-emperor level. Every strike unleashed profound power. This formidable force propagated far along the city wall, causing nearby Huchester cultivators who ventured too close to be sent flying into the sky, then exploding into gory mist. Furthermore, each impact by the three beasts caused Chestery array nodes to shatter, resulting in numerous cultivators repairing the formations being fatally recoiled. Hoo-hoo. The boundless horde of bizarre creatures were also roaring, following the three giant beasts and constantly assaulting Iron Blood City. Hurry. Quickly dispatch people to stop those three beasts. A white-robed Hamilton frowned slightly, directing the battle and mobilizing over a dozen powerful fighters to rush towards the location of the three beasts, aiming to intercept them. Kill. Over a dozen powerful fighters arrived in the blink of an eye. They roared in rage, unleashing powerful attacks without hesitation to slay the three strange beasts. Each attack was like falling stars, carrying fierce killing intent, lightning fast towards the three beasts. However, the elite forces of the alien races were already guarding the three giant beasts closely. Upon seeing the Huchester experts attacking, they sneered coldly and rushed out, unwilling to let anyone interfere with the three beasts. The city would fall at this very moment. Bang! Boom. Attack after attack was dispelled by the aliens. Dozens of attacks failed to touch the three beasts, all intercepted outside by the powerful alien warriors. Many people had bloodshot eyes, gripping their fists tightly. It was helpless. There were two chestery skilled fighters among the aliens, and they couldn't breach their defense. Bam! At that moment, the sky above abruptly fragmented, followed by a scream from a Huchester warrior descending from the heavens. Then, a powerful Huchester cultivator fell from the sky, covered in blood, his lower body gone, one arm severed, his injuries grave and teetering on death. But even so, the Huchester cultivator did not abandon the fight. He was engulfed in raging flames, using his remaining arm to tightly clutch onto a bizarre immortal spirit, whose own burning began due to the flames. The immortal spirit screamed in panic, struggling desperately, its hands deeply embedded into the Huchester cultivator's flesh, even smashing half of his head. Yet, no matter how hard it struggled, the Huchester cultivator did not let go. Ultimately, both were incinerated into ashes within the blazing flames. No! Above the sky, someone bellowed angrily, the voice thunderous. They widened their eyes, watching helplessly as their comrade was annihilated, filled with sorrow and rage. These were comrades they once fought alongside, but now could only watch as he vanished before their eyes. Bizarre immortal spirit, I will butcher you. One of the warriors roared, his eyes bloodshot, nails deeply embedded into his palms, blood trickling down his fingers. Kill! Dozens of Huchester warriors simultaneously roared furiously, their voices echoing through the sky like thunder. It was their declaration of war against the enemy and an oath for their fallen comrades. Rumble! Crack! In that moment, the entire sky was enveloped in the fire of war, lights flashing, energy surging. Every attack carried endless might, as if tearing apart space itself. As time passed, the top-tier warriors began to fall one by one. Though their power was great, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming assault by the vast numbers of bizarre spirits. Their bodies exploded mid-air, turning into splendid fireworks, illuminating the entire battlefield. This battle was entering its final stage, nearing its end. And the outcome, perhaps, was determined from the start. But no matter what, the Huchester cultivators would not easily give up. They would hold on until the very last moment. Isabel has perished along with the bizarre being. True immortal Miles has fallen in battle. Our race's immortal spirits are withering away. Countless cultivators of Iron Blood City had bloodshot eyes, their faces filled with sorrow and anger, clutching their fists tightly. What a tragic outcome this was. Yet, there was no time for the Huchesters to mourn, because the war was still raging on. Bang! Bang! The city walls echoed with heavy sounds as the newly repaired cracks reopened into large fissures once more. The defensive formation was in ruins, and numerous attacks penetrated through the shattered parts of the formation, causing massive casualties among the Huchester cultivators. The city might no longer be defensible. Outside Iron Blood City, it was now overrun by hordes of bizarre creatures, and deep within the chaos, endless waves of them kept surging forth. It was such a desperate scene. The remaining Huchester cultivators now numbered only in the millions at best. From the start of the war, they had boasted tens of millions, but now, more than half had been lost. Worse still, chestery of the survivors were wounded, yet they gritted their teeth and continued to fight with indomitable willpower. They were destined to fail in this war, for they had no reinforcements to rely on. Everyone knew that such a tragic ending was clear to every cultivator on the city walls. Their hearts were filled with sorrow. They grieved for this world, for the hundreds of thousands of fallen and injured warriors, and felt despair for the countless innocent lives behind them. This was an outcome that no one could accept, a heart-wrenching moment. Even knowing that death was certain, no one would leave the battlefield. They must fight to the death, for only by surviving and fighting with everything they had could they offer a glimmer of hope for the living beings in this world. Chapter 2:20 The Final Desolation. Roar! Moo! Roars of fury tore through the heavens, shaking the sky. The boundless and strange army left no room for the Huchester race to catch their breath. Their attacks were wildly fierce and swift, wave after wave. The sky was filled with assaults like long spears that could tear the earth apart, madly crashing towards the city wall. On the battlefield, smoke and flames rose high into the sky. Numerous thick columns of smoke shot up into the clouds, emitting a blood-red glow. The ground was littered with corpses, chestery of which were engulfed by fire, turning into ashes. The whole red land had lost its original color, all covered in blood. This was an extremely brutal war. By now, the millions of Huchester cultivators who had rushed out from the city walls were almost entirely swallowed by the strange army. Only a dozen or so Huchester emperors continued to resist desperately. The Huchesters were fighting their last stand. Seeing the Huchester defense weaken, the strange army immediately launched even fiercer attacks. The impact of the boundless and strange army was like a massive tidal wave, overwhelming and surging towards the city to annihilate it. Boom! Boom! Bolts of attacks broke through formations, colliding with the city walls and protective formations, exploding into flames. Those powerful energies surged and swept across the surroundings. Countless attacks spread out on the outer shell of the formation, blossoming into blood flowers on the city walls. Cultivators fell unwillingly, pierced through by countless attacks that penetrated the formation, nailed dead on the city walls. More cultivators roared in anger, struck down severely wounded, limbs scattered on the ground, gritting their teeth as they struggled. These Huchester cultivators were nearing death, having lost their combat ability. However, their eyes still burned with hatred toward the strange beings and hope for the Huchester race. Many struggled, grinding their teeth, slowly crawling to the side of stone pillars, either lying down or sitting cross-legged. Then, beside each stone pillar, they quietly turned themselves into energy crystals. They chose to pour all their remaining spiritual power into the formation in their last breaths. Many cultivators died silently next to the stone pillars, their blood staining the city walls, standing tall like monuments. Kill! Huchester cultivators still resisted desperately, roaring in defiance. Boom! Boom! Shaking sounds echoed around, made by three giant beasts hitting the city walls fiercely. Now, a huge crack had appeared on the city walls, revealing the inside view through the cracks. Moreover, the surrounding walls were crisscrossed with cracks expanding outward. At this moment, all the array stones on this section of the city wall were broken, only residual formations flickering at the base of the stone pillars. The city walls had reached their limit. Having endured so chestry fierce attacks, they were riddled with damage. The walls, built from countless stars, had been shattered internally and could no longer support any more damage. The Hutchesters couldn't hold much longer. Roar! Roar! Meanwhile, behind the strange army, more roars resounded again. The sound reverberated through the sky, passing through the endless army like tolling bells of death, reaching the ears of the Hutchesters. At the farthest end of sight, appeared creatures resembling snails. There were dozens of them, each huge, with mouths full of fangs dripping with viscous liquid, very eerie. Moreover, each giant beast carried a large building on its back, like a massive longbow. A huge black spear gleamed ominously on the bow, pointing towards Ironblood City. Ugh! These creatures slowly moved to 10,000 miles away from Ironblood City, let out strange calls, then suddenly halted, squatting down. Not good. These are the siege weapons of the strange army. The 10,000 transformation spears specifically designed to break formations. The formations of Ironblood City can't withstand multiple strikes from it. We mustn't let them get close to the city. Outside the city, the Hutchester Emperors fighting fiercely frowned upon seeing these creatures, their faces changing slightly. They recognized these beings and shouted furiously, breaking through the encirclement of the strange emperors, rushing towards this direction. We mustn't let these beasts attack Ironblood City. Previously, everyone had already used forbidden secret arts, burning their lives to resist. At this point, their lives were almost at the end, their bodies becoming ethereal. Kill! Don't let a single one escape. The Hutchester experts roared in fury. Flames seemed to burn around them as they let out long cries, dashing towards those strange beasts without a second thought. Their lives were running short. They could not afford to engage the bizarre emperors any further. Haha, what foolish dreams. You shall all remain here. You are but mere ants. Witness the collapse of Ironblood City before your eyes. The bizarre emperors laughed arrogantly. They couldn't allow the Hutchester cultivators to approach those colossal beasts. At this moment, each one of them was sneering and swooping down upon the Hutchester experts. Whoever stands in my way shall die. A Hutchester emperor roared, his body emitting powerful vibrations, cold light flashing from his eyes as he shattered an opposing bizarre emperor with a single punch. Then, he extended his hands and tore another nearby bizarre emperor into two halves with a roar, reveling in its blood. Kill. After using his full strength to kill two enemies, this Hutchester emperor's life reached its end. His body became dim, ready to dissipate, but he gritted his teeth, holding on with all his might, suddenly appearing in front of a colossal beast, raising his fist once more and smashing it onto the beast's head. A piercing scream echoed, the colossal beast's head exploding under the Hutchester emperor's strike, blood spurting everywhere. The giant body of the strange beast burst into pieces, splattering a large area with blood. After this blow, the Hutchester emperor completely lost his strength. His figure shimmered faintly, bits of sparkling light floating away. He stood midair, trying to turn around for one last look at the majestic city behind him. However, this simple movement was incredibly difficult for him. Time was running out, his body quickly dissipating. As his head turned halfway, his entire silhouette vanished. In the air, only a light sigh remained. Perhaps this was his final attachment to the world. Kill. The remaining Hutchester emperors continued their fierce charge toward the colossal beasts, but they faced far too chestery bizarre emperors, unable to make it through. Bang! One Hutchester emperor was shattered by several bizarre emperors working together, vanishing from existence. Phew! Xiuxian spat out a mouthful of blood, her brows knitted in pain. Her snow-white clothes were stained with crimson blood, glowing like blooming plum blossoms, melancholic and sorrowful. Surrounded by 5 bizarre emperors, 3 black weapons pierced through her body, blood dripping down. Xiuxian gave a sad smile, glancing at the Chester in her arms one last time, then dissolving into a wisp of bloody mist. No. What is this? The 5 bizarre emperors screamed in agony, their bodies rapidly corroding, flesh falling off. Worse still, even their souls were dissipating into thin air. Make way for me. The last Hutchester emperor roared desperately, too far from the colossal beasts. And now he was also blocked by the bizarre emperors, unable to get through. His time was almost up. In a few breaths, he would also vanish from this world. He wished to lessen the pressure on Hutchesters during his final moments. But this small wish proved exceedingly difficult, as he was tightly bound. If that's how it is, then you all die with me. This Hutchester expert roared, knowing he could not break through, so he unleashed all his remaining strength. In the last instant, he released his full power, taking 2 bizarre emperors with him. Thus, the hundreds of thousands of Hutchester cultivators who rushed out of Ironblood City perished in battle. All 14 Hutchester emperors were also lost. What a desolate ending. Everyone in Ironblood City mourned for the million fallen heroes. Buzz, buzz. The ground trembled, the colossal beasts' bodies emitting dark light, launching the final assault on Ironblood City. At the same time, at the border of Ironblood City, figures slowly appeared in the trembling void. Chapter 221. Annihilation of countless strange beings with one palm. Brent led the group out from above the boundary of the Ironblood City, walking slowly. Just as they landed, Brent sensed something unusual. He gently lifted his head and looked toward the direction of Ironblood City. At this moment, blood energy was surging there, killing intent was spreading, and heavy booming sounds were resounding. Moreover, lights were shining in the sky, and the void was continuously tearing apart with stars exploding. All of these indicated that a shocking battle was occurring there at this moment. Senior, what's happening in Ironblood City? The few people standing beside Brent also noticed the anomaly above Ironblood City. They looked up anxiously, asking aloud. Ironblood City is probably being attacked by the strange army right now. Brent muttered to himself, his brows slightly furrowed. An enormous defensive formation covered the entire boundary of Ironblood City. He could only perceive the endless blood energy permeating there through his divine sense. As for what exactly was happening there, he couldn't explicitly say. What? The strange army is attacking Iron Blood City again. The Marcus revealed a look of urgency, his heart filled with worry. The North Sea Great World was currently under attack by the strange army, falling into a precarious situation, possibly to be occupied at any moment. They had come here seeking aid. But now, Iron Blood City was also engulfed in relentless warfare. Where would reinforcements for the North Sea Great World come from? Instantly, everyone lowered their heads in silence, their hopes sinking to rock bottom. We're going. We'll know the situation once we see it. Without hesitation, Brent carried everyone with him, crossing the defensive light barrier in one step, disappearing on the spot with a dazzling glow. Meanwhile, in Iron Blood City, boom, a thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield, piercing the clouds. It was the city wall collapsing. Black golden spears, glowing with dark light, plunged heavily into the city wall, exploding violently afterward, directly shattering hundreds of meters of the wall. Rumble. Massive stones fell from the wall onto the ground, raising clouds of dust upon impact. At the broken points, blood gushed like waterfalls, carrying dismembered corpses, flowing down towards the city. This was the blood of countless Xiuxian cultivators on the city wall. The wall has been breached. A gap has been opened. The brothers maintaining the repair formation are all dead. A cultivator clutched the spear tightly in his hand, shouting angrily with red eyes. Everyone knew what it meant if the city wall was breached. Roar. Moo. Countless strange creatures roared. Seeing a huge breach in the wall, their eyes turned bloodshot, plunging them into madness. In an instant, waves of strange creatures surged towards the breach in the wall. Boom. Simultaneously, two more deafening explosions came from the wall. Two more sections of the wall were shattered. Furthermore, as parts of the wall broke, the entire defensive formation was left in tatters, flickering, barely holding on. We must hold the breach at all costs. We can't let them rush in. Fight to the death. Even with our bodies, we will block the strange beings from entering through the breach. Kill. The cries of Xiuxian warriors broke the sky, countless figures charging towards the gaps in the wall without hesitation. Thus, at several breaches each several hundred meters wide, Xiuxian warriors clashed again with the strange army. It was a collision of life against life. This was a battlefield soaked in blood. It was where souls found rest. Bang! A tremendous crash sounded from the breach. Countless beings and strange creatures clashed fiercely. In an instant, countless lives were lost. Many beings were pierced, skewered on weapons, lifted high, then shattered. Kill. Fight to the death. Countless Xiuxian cultivators had forgotten sorrow. They roared, fighting with all their might, blocking the terrifying creatures and strange beings from rushing in. Roar. Endless strange creatures roared too, madly hacking away at the Xiuxian cultivators, pushing desperately deeper into the city. In an instant, this place almost became a meat grinder. With every passing moment, countless beings were dying. Both sides were fighting with red eyes, choosing to disregard everything. At this moment, life had become the cheapest thing. Kill. A Xiuxian cultivator was covered in blood. His chest had been pierced by a long spear, his left leg severed by another of the strange beings, and his left arm had long been gone. But even so, before dying, he roared furiously and bit fiercely into the neck of one of the strange creatures with his teeth, biting through the neck of an eerie being. Bang! A faint sound echoed as his head was shattered by the palm of another strange creature, turning into a mist of blood. Swoosh! Before that eerie being could laugh, its head was already severed by the sword of another Xiuxian cultivator, black blood spurting out. Clang! Then, that Xiuxian cultivator turned to block the attack from a strange creature behind him with his sword, before charging back at it. In this short time, countless lives were lost. At the breach in the city wall, layer upon layer of corpses piled up, both of the strange beings and Xiuxians. With every step, a large patch of blood seeped out. The battle continued, but it was evident that the Xiuxians were barely holding on. The strange army was advancing, slowly forcing the Xiuxians to retreat, unable to stop the progress of the strange forces any longer. No, we must not let the strange army break through here. Block them quickly. My child, my wife are still inside the city. They must not come to harm, even if it means I die. Steph, you must live on. Kill. Many cultivators watched as their fellow Xiuxian cultivators fell heroically at the breach, as the strange army charged madly into the city. They roared in anger and rushed crazily toward the breach, joining the fray, determined to stop the advance of the strange beings. Kill. A roar seemed like a prelude to parting, filled with sorrow and desolation. Worthless race. Extinction is their only fitting end. To dare oppose our eerie race means only death. Several powerful strange beings stood together, coldly watching the blood flow beneath their feet. Then they calm-chesterted a vast number of terrifying creatures to rush toward the breach in Iron Blood City. Charge. Even in death, no regrets. Our blood will not have been shed in vain. Despite being outnumbered and less powerful, the Xiuxians fought fiercely, risking everything, fighting with all they had. Kill. The Xiuxians were red-eyed with rage, having seen two Chestry comrades fall. They had no more tears, only burning resentment. Yet, despite their desperate struggle, they could not resist the offensive of the strange army. Some strange beings had already breached into the city. Boom. Another deafening roar echoed from above. The defensive formation protecting the entire Iron Blood City completely shattered, smashed into pieces by the strange beings, exploding loudly. Without the protection of the defensive formation, in an instant, waves of strange beings screamed as they surged into Iron Blood City. Upon hearing this sound, every Xiuxian cultivator's heart trembled. Is the Xiuxian race destined to fail? Will my loved ones all die? Do we still have hope? Will all living things in this world be slaughtered? Defeated? I refuse to accept it. One by one, powerless sighs and murmurs echoed, blood and tears streaming down their faces. Not only would they die, but those they had fought so hard to protect would also perish. We failed our people. Unable to defend the land and the city, how can we face them again? Someone laughed bitterly and roared angrily, filled with frustration, anger, and deep sorrow. Steph, I'm sorry. We didn't hold out. We failed. Young cultivators, their faces filled with grief, knew the strange army had rushed over and they could no longer stop it. Fellow Hutchisters, do not be sad, do not grieve. Even if all of us die, we will never submit. The Hutchister race will ultimately triumph over darkness and welcome dawn. Long live the Hutchister race. Dozens of Hutchister emperors stood together in the sky, their bodies radiating boundless blood energy, voices shaking the heavens. All the Hutchister emperors unleashed their strongest auras, fearlessly rushing towards the strange army. Kill. Long live the Hutchister race. Countless Hutchister cultivators roared, each wielding spiritual weapons, following the dozens of emperors, making a final charge unto death. Kill. Meanwhile, from the rear camps behind the entire Ironblood city, countless low-ranking Hutchister cultivators and ordinary beings emerged. These were the lower-ranked cultivators and numerous mortals of the Hutchister race. In the final moments of the war, they rushed out without hesitation. If they were all to die eventually, they would rather choose to die in battle. There were no cowards among the Hutchisters. Haha, they dare to charge out. Then let's butcher them all. The Eerie Emperor laughed hysterically and led the charge. Roar. The endless ranks of the Eerie army howled as they followed their emperors into battle. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the Hutchister emperors were already locked in combat with the Eerie emperors. Above the sky, lightning raged for miles, the void trembling incessantly, torn apart by colossal rifts. Blood was scattered from the very first moment of the battle. The Hutchister cultivators formed a vast tidal wave that surged toward the boundless Eerie army. Bang! At this moment, a white-clad figure stepped out from above Ironblood City. This is... Now, everywhere before and within Ironblood City was teeming with the Eerie army. Countless Hutchister cultivators were fighting to the death. The heavens and the earth were engulfed in combat. However, the sheer number of the Eerie army was overwhelming. Large numbers of Hutchister cultivators were surrounded and killed brutally. Brent's eyes turned bloodshot. He watched the land beneath him, littered with bodies, seeing countless Hutchisters roaring in fury as they fell in battle. A formidable killing intent erupted from him. How Chestery millions had perished here. Even Hamiltonly Hutchister Hamiltons hobbled forward, striking at the Eerie beings with their walking sticks, only to be impaled by spears, falling unwillingly. Eerie, you dare to butcher my race. I will destroy all of you. Brent's rage was uncontrollable. An overpowering aura radiated from him as he instantly appeared above the Eerie army and brought his hand down. Wail! The giant palm roared, carrying immense force, tearing through heaven and earth, instantly covering countless Eerie creatures below. No! Endless Eerie creatures screamed in despair, their faces filled with panic. But alas, they could not escape. Before the immense power of the giant palm even landed, Chestery Eerie beings were crushed to pieces, turning into pools of flesh and blood. Boom! The earth trembled, raising boundless waves of air. Immense power swept fiercely outward, shattering countless Eerie creatures. In just an instant, Brent's palm had created a vast vacuum on the ground, extinguishing billions of Eerie lives. Chapter 222. He turns out to be a Hutchister immortal king. Boom! Such violent fluctuations tore apart the boundless red land, echoing through the clouds, instantly halting all battles on the entire battlefield. In an instant, the whole battlefield fell silent, except for heavy breathing. All beings' gazes converged on the sky, focusing on the figure in white. This was simply too shocking. He annihilated several 100 million bizarre beings with just one palm strike. Just one palm strike. Several 100 million lives wiped out. Such power could only be possessed by an immortal king. Our Hutchister race actually has an immortal king come to our aid. An immortal king has come to rescue us. There's hope for our Hutchister race. Countless Hutchisters looked up at the figure in white in the sky, their bodies trembling with excitement, tears streaming down their faces, filled with indescribable emotion. The Hutchister race had resisted for so long. Actually, everyone knew that their retreat was cut off long ago, and it was impossible for reinforcements to come to their aid. Everyone was prepared to die in battle. And now, they saw an immortal king of their own race come to their rescue without hesitation. It's easy to imagine how excited they were. Brent's appearance was like a bonfire in a dark snowy night, warming and bringing hope to the Hutchister race. But for the army of bizarre beings, Brent's arrival was nothing short of a nightmare. Several 100 million lives. They were all brutally slaughtered. Our immortal king will surely slay him 1,000 times over. Countless bizarre beings glared at Brent with venomous eyes, their bodies shaking with rage. Victory seemed within reach, but now the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse, and their momentum was stifled. However, the appearance of an immortal king also instilled great fear in all the bizarre beings. Such a peak-level powerhouse was enough to wipe them all out. Above the sky, the figure in white remained resolute. Brent's face was stern. After delivering that palm strike, he still exuded overwhelming killing intent. Without exterminating all the bizarre beings, how could his anger be quelled? Daring to slaughter my Hutchister race? Then you will all stay here. Brent coldly watched the countless bizarre beings outside the Ironblood City. Seeing the countless dead Hutchister cultivators lying in pools of blood, he angrily raised his right hand again. Boom! The entire world trembled as myriad thunderclaps exploded. The sky above was filled with a powerful force, which then transformed into numerous massive spears. Each spear was 1,000 feet long, emitting blinding light, burning fiercely, all aiming at the strange army outside Ironblood City. And just then, the void exploded. From the depths of endless space came the angry roars of 8 immortal kings of the bizarre race. Hutchister race, how dare you? If you dare to slaughter our bizarre army, our bizarre race will never let you live, slaughtering you 1,000 times over. If you dare kill even one of our bizarre beings, I swear by the name of a bizarre immortal king that I will exterminate your entire Hutchister realm. Roars shook the sky. These were the enraged shouts of the bizarre immortal kings. Actually, the moment Brent appeared, all the bizarre immortal spirits sensed his arrival. They saw him annihilate hundreds of millions of bizarre beings with a single palm strike. All the bizarre immortal spirits were uncontrollably enraged, their bodies trembling with fury, wanting to immediately charge forward to annihilate Brent. But at the same time, the Xiuxian immortal spirits also sensed Brent's arrival. This was beyond everyone's expectations. They never dreamed that another immortal king from the Xiuxian race would join the battle. Every face was filled with excitement. The appearance of a Xiuxian immortal king here greatly boosted everyone's morale. At the same time, the Xiuxian immortal spirits fought desperately to block the bizarre immortal spirits from attacking Brent. That's why when Brent attacked, no bizarre immortal spirit interfered. But now the Xiuxian immortal spirits were almost at the end of their strength. Since the war began, they had expended too much spiritual energy. Moreover, each immortal spirit faced several times more bizarre immortal spirits, making their struggle extremely difficult. But this was an unavoidable choice. Two chestery Xiuxian immortal spirits had fallen over the years, leaving too few to fight against the bizarre beings. Otherwise, those rapidly promoted bizarre beings would never be a match for the Xiuxian immortal spirits. All Xiuxian immortal spirits died under the siege of bizarre immortal spirits. This stark reality, though helpless, had to be accepted. If they did not block all the bizarre xianling with all their might, would they let the cultivators of Iron Blood City face the bizarre xianling? If that really happened, what Brent had done to the bizarre xianling would occur above Iron Blood City. How could they allow such a thing to happen? Fortunately, the xianling that appeared above Iron Blood City now were from their Xiuxian race. Humph. What doggone bizarre immortal king? Nothing but rabble. Not only will I annihilate your entire bizarre army, but I'll kill you as well. All bizarre immortal spirits who dare to attack our Xiuxian race, none of you will leave here alive. Brent stood quietly in the sky. His long hair flew wildly. His eyes shot cold lightning, completely unafraid of the threats from the bizarre immortal king, radiating an imposing killing intent all over his body. Then, Brent slowly lowered his right hand towards the entire bizarre army. Whoosh! As Brent's right hand slowly descended, the countless massive spears on the sky tore through the void with a whistling sound like burning rain, stabbing fiercely into the bizarre army. Wailing. The boundless bizarre army, seeing the sky full of flaming spears, screamed in fear. Their faces changed dramatically, fleeing frantically in all directions. Many larger terrifying creatures even pushed and trampled countless bizarre beings in their desperate attempt to escape. Innumerable powerful quasi-emperors among the bizarre army attempted to tear through space to retreat into the chaos. But they were horrified to find that space had already been sealed off, hard as rock. Not a single creature could open it. In the end, all the bizarre army could only watch helplessly as the flaming rain descended upon them. No, my lord. Our immortal king, save me. Instantly, cries of despair rose from within the bizarre army. Endless bizarre beings fell into chaos, their mournful screams echoing continuously. Rumbling, fiery spears poured down, swiftly crashing into the midst of the bizarre army. Chapter 223, The Creepy Army, Annihilated. Boom, boom. In an instant, a series of intense booms continuously echoed outside Iron Blood City, reverberating through the skies. Within tens of thousands of miles around, the red earth split apart, the void collapsed, dust and smoke surged up everywhere, transforming the area into a sea of fire. Countless creepy beings screamed as their bodies were torn apart, then violently exploded. Additionally, a multitude of terrifying creatures roared in agony, their massive bodies ablaze with raging fires, desperately struggling only to be reduced to ashes. In mere breaths, the land spanning tens of thousands of miles outside Iron Blood City turned into scorched earth. The once vast army of eerie entities was completely annihilated. All perished in Brent's single strike. A gentle breeze blew, rolling dense smoke across the land now covered with a thick layer of ashes, devoid of any remaining creepy beings. Countless creepy beings just vanished. Millions of Xiuxian cultivators stood on the ruined walls of Iron Blood City, wide-eyed, staring at the thick layer of ash covering the red earth, each one dumbfounded. It all seemed like a dream. Those boundless eerie beings had just been laughing cruelly, arrogantly charging towards Iron Blood City. But now, those countless terrifying creatures, the very army that had driven them to despair, lay dead before their eyes, wiped out effortlessly by one chester. In an instant, millions of gazes converged on Brent again, their eyes filled with excitement, exhilaration, and most profoundly, hope. Not possible. Dozens of creepy emperors stared in shock at the smoky battlefield, then cast unbelieving glances at Brent, shrinking back in fear. Innumerable lives were utterly obliterated by a single strike from him. The wrath of an immortal king was terrifying indeed. In that moment, all the creepy emperors exchanged glances, abandoning their fight against the Xiuxian emperors and fleeing toward the chaotic region. Their immortal king was held back and could not come to their aid in time. Now, the chaotic region behind them was their only salvation. Trying to escape. Did I let you go? Die here. Brent sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of creepy emperors before reaching out with his hand. Buzz. The heavens trembled as a gigantic palm appeared in the sky. This palm dominated the sky, emitting myriad rays of light. Stars seemed insignificant compared to it, covering the entire expanse of heaven and earth. No, our immortal king. Save us quickly. Hundreds of creepy emperors screamed in terror, their faces pale as they watched the massive palm cover the sky above them, sealing off all their escape routes. Moreover, the formidable aura radiating from the palm shook the heavens, not only sealing the void, but also tearing gaping wounds into the bodies of the creepy emperors, black blood flowing. You dare! At this moment, a cry erupted from endless space beyond. A creepy immortal king broke free from the Xiuxian immortal king's restraint, angrily hurling a pitch-black spear towards Brent. Boom! Space tore open, the spear splitting the heavens as it hurtled straight for Brent. Just a single creepy immortal king. Let me finish these first, then I'll come for you. Unafraid, Brent shot two beams of light from his eyes directly at the spear. Bang! Space exploded, chaotic energy spreading, dark light illuminating the entire sky. The black spear burst apart into countless fragments. Throughout this, Brent did not look back even once. His huge hand tore through the sky, grabbing all the creepy emperors in one swift motion, then squeezing down forcefully. No. Desperate cries rose from within Brent's grasp as the creepy emperors struggled in vain. Yet all their struggles were futile. They couldn't break free from Brent's grip. Splat. Black blood spurted out from between Brent's fingers as he crushed all the creepy emperors to death. Then, Brent casually shook off the ashes in his hand, slowly lifting his eyes to peer into the depths of infinite space, and gradually stepped forward. Chapter 224, The Peerless Bronze Bell. Huff. Huff. Countless Huchisters stared straight at Brent, their breathing heavy and hearts shocked beyond measure. Hundreds of odd emperors had been clutched to death by the person before them, vanishing into ashes with a snap of fingers. Those were hundreds of beings of the emperor level. They were existences that could destroy heaven and earth with a wave of their hand, ones they could only look up to but never reach. Yet now, they were not even as significant as ants. This scene was truly astonishing. Our clan's hundreds of emperors were actually crushed. Just like that, all our kinsmen outside the city have been slaughtered. More than 100,000 strange beings that had rushed into the Iron Blood City all gaped with large eyes, looking at Brent in horror. Everyone was so frightened that they became silent as cicadas in winter, their faces pale, necks drawn in, expressions full of fear. All the odd troops outside the city had been thoroughly wiped out. Now, they had become fish in a barrel, with nowhere to escape. Many strange beings anxiously looked around, trying to find an opening to break through. Huchister race. But when they looked up, they found Huchister cultivators everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Those pairs of eyes were filled with cold, hateful venom, like sharp swords staring at them fixedly. We are surrounded. All the strange beings immediately staggered under the overwhelming killing intent, their arms trembling, hearts full of fear. Attack. Kill all the strange beings. Revenge for our fallen brothers of the Huchister race. Accompanied by roars of anger, countless people looked at those strange beings who had rushed into the Iron Blood City with bloodshot eyes. In an instant, countless Huchister cultivators swamped these hundreds of thousands of strange beings. No, how can my odd clan be defeated? The entire Iron Blood City resounded with the screams of Chester's strange beings, and then the sounds quickly weakened. In just a few breaths, more than 100,000 strange beings were butchered. None of the corpses were intact. Huff. Huff. After killing the strange beings in Iron Blood City, all the Huchister cultivators simultaneously looked towards the heavens, gazing into the depths of the boundless void. Everyone knew that the battle here was only a prelude. The most crucial battle that would determine victory or defeat was taking place above the heavens, where all the supreme Huchister combat power gathered. Hope Xerxes, Neil, Larry, and all the Huchister immortals can defeat the odd creatures and return victorious. Countless people silently prayed in their hearts, generating a deep hope. At the same time, countless others also looked at Brent. A supporting Huchister immortal king made everyone's belief even stronger. Victory for the Huchister race. Victory for the Huchister race. Suddenly, countless voices echoed together. They clenched their fists tightly, their eyes unwaveringly gazing at the heavens. Dong, dong. The void shook as the deep sound of footsteps reverberated from the sky. In everyone's sight, Brent strode toward the depths of the battlefield, his long hair flying and face stern. Who dared attack me? Come forward to die. Brent roared loudly, his presence soaring to the skies, radiating intense killing intent, causing the entire void to shake. Arrogant. And Briar roared angrily. He had joined forces with two other Briars to push back the Huchister Neil, and now swiftly attacked Brent alone. This Briar had a small and hunched body, resembling an Hamilton Lee Chester on his last legs. However, despite his appearance, the aura he emitted soared to the heavens. With each step, thunder roared in the void, creating terrifying phenomena around him like a killing god from ancient times. Were you the one who killed my infinite odd army? I'll annihilate you. The hunched odd immortal emperor flashed step by step, icy gazes shooting from his eyes, roaring and charging directly at Brent. He had attacked Brent fiercely earlier to prevent Brent from interfering. For no other reason. Among the hundreds of odd emperors killed by Brent were his most valued descendants. How could he not be enraged seeing his descendants killed right before his eyes? Moreover, as an immortal king, unable to protect his descendants, where would he put his dignity? You die. Before Brent could react, this Briar flashed close, holding a dark bronze bell in his hand, and smashing it heavily towards Brent. Ooh! The bronze bell let out a howl as it rapidly expanded, instantly covering the entire sky and enveloping Brent beneath it. Crack! Crack! The entire bronze bell emitted terrifying sounds, and inside the bell, a dim opening slowly rotated. The opening exhaled and inhaled boundless eerie aura, emitting mysterious energy like threads of space-time, appearing whooshing drijong around Brent's body before entangling him. Moreover, the entire space covered by the bronze bell was sealed off, as hard as immortal metal. Boom! Boom! In the void, lightning bolts as large as mountains fiercely struck Brent. In an instant, killing intent came from all directions, blocking all of Brent's retreats. Be careful, Taoist friend. Hold on, we are coming to save you. The three immortal kings of the Huchister race shouted in alarm, leading a group of immortals to fight constantly, hoping to break through and help Brent out of trouble. They knew well the power of the bronze bell held by that strange, immortal emperor. Once a common immortal king was trapped by it, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. If not for the Dao-suppressing flag left from the immortal ancient period in their hands, which could suppress the power of the bronze bell, they would have already failed. This was also the reason why they could withstand 8 strange immortal emperors without being defeated. Now, seeing a fellow Huchister who came to rescue them fall into danger, how could they not be anxious? Therefore, at this moment, all the Huchister immortals roared in anger, striving with all their might to fight, and try to break free from the resistance of the strange immortals to save the besieged Huchister immortal king. Our Huchister immortal king is actually trapped? What should we do? Many Huchister cultivators saw this scene. They stomped their feet anxiously, hearts heavy with worry. However, the level of that battle was too powerful. Although they had the intention to help, they couldn't even get close to the edge of the battle, as they would be shattered by the intense aura. In an instant, everyone was worried about Brent's situation. Chapter 225, one palm to shatter an enigmatic immortal king. Haha, wanna go and save him? Dream on. Stay here and watch him die miserably. Chuckling, a mere xiuxian immortal king, actually wanting to resist my enigmatic race. Overestimating yourself. To be so arrogant. Once shrouded by our bronze bell, even an immortal king will be suppressed. Several enigmatic immortal kings looked at Brent coldly, their eyes filled with disdain and cruel smiles tugging at the corners of their mouths. Let us show you the consequences of not submitting to our race. 7 enigmatic immortal kings roared in laughter, turning coldly to look at the 3 immortal kings. They then unleashed their full power, preventing the 3 from moving closer to Brent by even a step. Humph. It was you who dared to exterminate my descendants. I will make sure both your body and soul perish. The hunchback enigmatic immortal king roared, extremely arrogant. His entire figure magnified infinitely as he raised his arms to hold the bronze bell aloft, unleashing boundless enigmatic chi, which he conveyed into the bell. The bronze bell resonated with intense energy radiating outward, such that even endless voids couldn't withstand this force, collapsing and reforming continuously. The entire bell glowed brilliantly, tearing through space and time, descending heavily toward Brent's head. Done talking? Now you can die. What sort of broken bronze bell? It thinks it can trap me? Foolish wish. Brent's expression remained stern as he stood still amidst the void. Throughout, his expression hadn't changed once, with flying hair dancing around him. Bang! Bang! Continuous thunderclaps resounded around Brent, sending dense energies sweeping away in all directions. The infinite threads of rules emitted by the bronze bell didn't touch him once. They shattered upon reaching his vicinity. At the same moment, the void enveloped by the bell creaked before exploding with all rule forces being erased, leaving no trace of restriction. Following this, Brent slowly raised his head towards the sky, locking eyes with the hunched old Chester, then directly stretched out his right hand, slapping towards the heavens above. Wailing. In an instant, the sky howled as the void shattered, plunging into total chaos. Brent's palm shone with countless grand cosmic rules, instantly swelling to the size of a galaxy, covering the entire void as it smote the bronze bell hanging high in the air. Boom! An explosion echoed throughout the void. The void resembled the dawn of creation, spreading vast chaotic chi everywhere. Boundless temporal fragments flew around, and glaring beams illuminated the endless void. Brent's palm acted like an indestructible cleaving hammer, landing one slap straight on the bronze bell. Crack! After merely a moment of resonation, the entire bronze bell split with numerous cracks before shattering explosively. Instantly, the void was filled with bronze bell fragments and suffused with boundless enigmatic chi. Wailing. The void collapsed, killing intent thickening within Brent's eyes, his aura intensifying once more. His palm didn't halt at all, passing through the endless fragments to deliver a brutal slap across the hunched enigmatic immortal king's face. The hunched enigmatic immortal king screamed terribly, his face twisting grotesquely. Dark blood splattered all over, his skull misshapen, nasal bones flattened, and even his eyes burst open. Bang! 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 Echoes of loud sounds spread endlessly through the world. The hunched enigmatic immortal king was directly slapped by Brent out of the void. His body streaked through the sky, smashing dozens of stars consecutively, still not stopping until finally exploding, filling the entire space with black blood. Brent had shattered an immortal king with one palm. Chapter 226, A Deadly Setup. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. Not a sound could be heard. An incredibly powerful immortal king had actually been blasted apart by a single strike. This was simply absurd. That was an immortal king, a being capable of extinguishing countless star rivers with just a wave of his hand. Not only did the Chestery immortal spirits of the xiuxian race gape in shock, but the other 7 enigmatic immortal kings also wore expressions of astonishment. He is actually this strong. Drew's eyes flashed with light as he stared unblinkingly at Brent. They had just been worried that Brent would be forced into a dangerous situation, risking his life. But now, the attacker not only shattered the immensely powerful immortal artifact bronze bell with a single blow, but also forcefully slapped the enigmatic immortal king, holding the bronze bell, to smithereens. This kind of strength and spirit instantly made Drew look upon Brent with much higher regard. Who is he? Why have I never heard of such a powerful immortal king among our xiuxian race? Not just Drew, even Yates and Alistair gazed intensely at Brent. Our enigmatic immortal king was actually blasted apart with a single strike. The 7 enigmatic immortal kings exchanged glances, all seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. The opponent's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. As a major realm, the immortal king naturally has different levels. Currently, they all stood at the initial stage of the immortal king realm. As for the highest level, it was the 4th stage. Such existences could be called giants among immortal kings, capable of effortlessly exterminating first-stage immortal kings like them. As for Brent, they judged from the aura emitted by Brent that his realm had at least reached the peak of the 1st stage, perhaps even halfway into the 2nd stage. This level of power surpassed all of them. With this thought, all the enigmatic immortal kings' gazes darkened, their hearts rippling. Brent's appearance was an anomaly. However, if they were to retreat just because of one powerful immortal spirit from the xiuxian race, it would be wishful thinking. They had killed xiuxian immortal kings of the 2nd stage before. Bolivar was the best proof of this. Moreover, they had already secretly laid out plans before the battle, precisely to prevent a situation like today. The preparations are almost complete. Originally, we were preparing to deal with 3 xiuxian immortal kings. Adding him makes no difference. Regardless of whether he is a 2nd stage immortal king or not, he will still be killed. The 7 enigmatic immortal kings cast cold glances at Esau and the other 2 immortal kings before slowly turning their heads towards Brent, exuding thick killing intent. All that remained was one step. Once everything was ready, every xiuxian immortal king must die. Yeah, you've infuriated me. Suddenly, a roar echoed throughout the world, tearing through heaven and earth, shaking the 9 heavens. It was the scream of the marshal. Immortal spirits were hard to kill. Immortal kings were even harder. In an instant, the marshal reformed his body, once again stepping into the void and rushing fiercely toward Brent. Being an immortal king and having his body shattered by a single blow was a tremendous humiliation. Although he also sensed Brent's power, as a late first-stage immortal king, he wasn't made of clay. Moreover, he held a supreme treasure in his hands. Even if the opponent had entered the second stage of the immortal king realm, he was not afraid. Buzz. The marshal radiated sky-piercing dark light. He wielded a black long knife, slicing through boundless space, slashing down at Brent with great force. I will assist you. At the same time, 3 enigmatic immortal kings broke free from the restraint of the Hutchester immortal kings and directly attacked Brent. With the marshal in front and the 3 enigmatic immortal kings behind, they enveloped Brent in the center. In an instant, a deadly setup was formed. Dom. Brent's face was cold, his long hair flying wildly, exuding thick fighting spirit. He took a step out of the area where the bronze bell had shattered. Even facing the encirclement and attack of 4 enigmatic immortal kings, he showed no fear. Without hesitation, disregarding the attacks of the 3 enigmatic immortal kings behind him, his figure flickered, crossing time and space, appearing directly before the marshal. So what if I've angered you? Since it is so, then take your anger to hell and apologize to my Hutchester race. Brent roared furiously, his eyes shooting out sky-piercing beams of light, enveloped in endless great Tao rules, lifting his hand to slap viciously at the marshal. You. The marshal turned pale in shock, not expecting the opponent to directly rush to his face and reach out to strike him again. This familiar scene instantly caused the marshal to go berserk. Aya. Dot. The marshal let out a roar, the long knife in his hand emitting boundless light, as he fiercely slashed down at Brent. Boom. The void exploded. Between Brent and the marshal, an extremely dazzling light erupted, accompanied by an overwhelmingly powerful force sweeping through the entire void. Crack. The pitch-black long knife emitted a violent tearing sound, and in an instant, it was shattered by Brent's palm. Then Brent's palm slapped the face of the marshal once again. Pooh. The marshal screamed in agony, dark blood spraying everywhere. His face was flattened by Brent, and Brent's entire palm had sunk into his skull. Brent's expression was stern. His right hand flickered with countless rays of light, emitting waves of mighty aura. In one move, he grabbed the soul of the marshal and then squeezed it tightly. Chapter 227. 1 man against 4 oddity immortal kings. Stop. Release him quickly. The 3 rapidly approaching oddity immortal kings shouted in shock, attempting to rescue the hunched oddity immortal king. They could hardly believe their eyes. Their side's immortal king had his weapon shattered and his soul seized by this Chester. A soul is the most crucial part of any living being. Once it is destroyed, it signifies total death. No. The hunched oddity immortal king screamed in terror as his soul struggled wildly, with boundless rules of heaven and earth exploding within Brent's hand. His pitch-black soul released a vast amount of odd aura, forming layers of defenses around it to protect his spiritual body. He had always toyed with others' souls effortlessly. He never dreamed that there would be a day when this would happen to him. Open up for me. The hunched oddity immortal king screamed in panic, using all his tricks. However, no matter how he struggled, Brent's palm remained unmoved. Brent cast a cold glance at the hunched oddity immortal king, his hands bursting with boundless runes before he pinched down. Bang! Bang! Layer by layer, the defenses around the hunched oddity immortal king's soul exploded until, ultimately, even his soul crumbled within Brent's hand. Puff! A stream of blood with an unusual glow surged from Brent's hand, spreading outwards. Brent's icy gaze shot out 10,000 beams of light, burning all the soul blood to ashes. A piercing scream sounded. The hunched oddity immortal king fell silent in death. A once mighty oddity immortal king was now fallen. You actually killed one of our immortal kings. Give back your life. A crime so grave, you deserve countless deaths. Die. The 3 oddity immortal kings roared, unleashing their strongest killing intent, their dark spirit weapons slicing towards Brent together. What kind of bullshit oddity immortal king are you? I just killed him. Not only that, none of you will escape. I'll stay here. Brent's hair danced wildly as he radiated overwhelming battle intent. He casually threw the corpse of the hunched oddity immortal king towards the 3 immortal kings and then strode towards them. Arrogant. Even if you are a second-tier immortal king, we can still kill you. In an instant, the 3 shattered the hunched oddity immortal king's remains, holding their dark spirit weapons together which turned into a sky-splitting battle axe, heavily cleaving towards Brent. Just you think you can kill me? Brent roared, his figure expanding to tens of thousands of feet tall in a flash, and he stepped down upon the 3 oddity immortal kings. Boom! A loud noise echoed, shaking the boundless void, stirring up tumultuous space currents. Brent's large foot, carrying immense power, stepped forcefully on the sky-splitting battle axe. The entire battle axe barely lasted a moment before shattering under Brent's foot into countless fragments. Puff! Puff! The 3 oddity immortal kings each spat out a mouthful of blood, forced to retreat by the powerful force, and then screamed as their bodies exploded. What? How is this possible? The remaining oddity immortal kings gazed in disbelief at the direction of Brent, their hearts surging with waves of shock. The strength of the opponent seemed beyond their expectations. Is he really a cultivator of our Hutchester race? How could he be so powerful? The hunched oddity immortal king couldn't resist, and was crushed to death. The combined efforts of 3 oddity immortal kings were not enough to match him. Barth and the other 2 immortal kings stared wide-eyed, filled with astonishment. They watched as 4 oddity immortal kings joined forces against Brent. One by one, they felt enraged, wanting to break through the oddity immortal king's obstruction to help Brent. While they had roughly guessed that Brent's strength was at the initial stage of the second tier of the immortal king realm, facing the encirclement of 4 oddity immortal kings still posed a risk of death. Because among the 4 oddity immortal kings, 2 had reached the peak of the first tier immortal king realm, and their spirit weapons possessed tremendous power. Though they had the heart to help, they felt powerless. They had been engaged in battle for too long, besieged by several oddity immortal kings, leaving them battered and bruised, with their spirit energy completely depleted. They lacked the strength to break through the oddity immortal king's blockade, and could only watch helplessly as Brent was besieged. But what did they witness now? Brent single-handedly faced 4 oddity immortal kings. And the result was 1 dead and 3 wounded oddity immortal kings. They had never seen such a powerful cultivator of the xiuxian race. Thud, thud. Brent's expression was grim as he stepped towards the 3 oddity immortal kings who had been shattered, intending to finish them off completely. But just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 228, The Execution Formation. A violent tremor exploded in the void, as if countless beings were howling together, their voices mournful and agonized. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable and bone-chilling aura filled the entire world, making everyone feel a freezing cold that penetrated their souls. Whoosh, whoosh. In the boundless void, thick blood mist suddenly arose, spreading a bloody stench across the sky and earth. This endless blood mist not only blocked divine senses, but also contained intensely toxic elements that could corrode flesh and erode souls. Haha, the killing formation is complete. No one can escape. Everyone will die. Anyone who dares to defy our weird race shall perish miserably here. The 3 weird immortal kings rapidly reformed their bodies. Standing at a distance, disheveled and glaring with resentment, they watched Brent with cold sneers on their lips. Then they silently vanished, as if merging into the boundless blood mist. Immortal King Esau gazed blankly at where he had just fought against 2 of the weird immortal kings, which now stood empty, traceless. All the weird immortal kings have vanished. In my heart, I sense a trembling of souls. There must be some grand conspiracy hidden within this. It seems we've fallen for the weird immortal king's trap. To kill us, they appear to have set up this ruthless killing formation without our notice. Immortal King Jagger and Immortal King Ignatius exchanged glances, quickly joining Immortal King Esau while vigilantly observing their surroundings. What's happening? The remaining 15 true immortals and false immortals of the xiuxian race stared in shock, their eyes revealing signs of panic. For some reason, they all felt an immense sense of life and death danger looming over them, with a cold chill gradually seeping into their very souls. This was too shocking. What method did the weirder use to simultaneously entrap all of them? All the immortals and spirits looked up at Brent, waiting for his decision. Indeed, Brent's earlier display had been astonishing. He had single-handedly annihilated a weird immortal king. This kind of strength left everyone deeply shaken. Unconsciously, everyone turned to Brent as their decisive leader. Brent furrowed his brows slightly, standing still as he scanned the surroundings, probing delicately. Through the boundless blood mist, his divine perception sensed significant changes occurring throughout the entire world. The region enveloped by the blood mist saw myriad rules swiftly retreating and spiritual energy rapidly dissolving, evolving into the land of ultimate desolation. At the same time, the blood mist was violently churning, evil rules dispersing, evoking a feeling of palpitation. This formation, Brent pondered, the formation's fluctuations and rules felt strangely familiar, like the 7-kill death formation from before. He immediately recognized it as a massive prearranged formation set up by the weirder. Yet, he hadn't yet determined what kind of shocking formation this was. Formation arises. Kill. A loud laughter suddenly echoed from somewhere unknown, filled with chilling malice. Immediately, the entire formation resonated violently, emitting sharp whistles. Clang. The sound of a sword reverberated. A 10,000-foot-long blood-red giant sword, glowing with an eerie red light, pierced through the infinite blood mist, suddenly appearing before them, thrust directly towards Immortal King Esau and others. This blood-red giant sword. The 3 immortal kings raised their heads to the sky, their eyes showing great surprise, with a sudden realization dawning upon them. They hadn't expected the weirder to be so cunning, setting up a formation beforehand to encircle and kill them. But at the same time, they were greatly amazed. What means did the weirder use to conceal their divine perceptions without leaving any trace? This is a colossal formation. The weirder laid it out in advance, luring us into a formation hidden away. What kind of formation is this, capable of isolating heavenly and earthly rules and dissolving spiritual energy? This place cannot be lingered in. We must break out as soon as possible. The 3 immortal kings shouted in fury. Upon seeing the blood-red giant sword, they instantly grasped their current predicament. There was no time for detailed contemplation now. The blood-red giant sword flashed towards them. If they didn't resist, the consequences would be unpredictable. Shatter for me. Immortal King Esau roared, his eyes cold, stepping forward forcefully, brandishing his long sword to slash towards the blood-red giant sword. Boom. The void exploded, blood mist churned wildly, and a thunderous boom echoed across heaven and earth. Crack. The immortal sword in Drew's hand was directly shattered by the blood-red giant sword, turning into a shower of fragments. Moreover, the blood-red giant sword still had overwhelming momentum and continued to thrust fiercely toward Drew. Drew's eyes were full of shock. He did not expect that the blood-red giant sword would have such boundless power. As a peak first heaven immortal king, he was actually no match for it. Kill. Drew roared angrily. His long hair danced wildly as he released his full aura, raising both fists to hammer viciously at the blood-red giant sword. Boom. A loud explosion sounded again in the void. After countless strikes from Drew, the blood-red giant sword could no longer withstand the force, exploding loudly and turning into a sky full of blood mists. Swish, swish, swish. But at the same time, Drew spat out blood from the corner of his mouth and kept retreating, even cleaving through the void with each step. In the end, Drew coughed up a large mouthful of blood, forcefully exerting his power to finally stop his retreating body. He looked upwards in horror, his heart shaking. What kind of formation was this that could deal him, an immortal king, a severe blow with just one hit? Esau, are you alright? Yates and Alistair stared in shock at Drew, their eyes also reflecting great waves of surprise. That blood-red giant sword was too powerful, far exceeding their imagination. Blood-red giant sword. Brent's eyes narrowed sharply. He also hadn't expected the blood-red giant sword to be so powerful, which was why he chose not to intervene earlier. But at the same moment, sensing the specifications of the blood-red giant sword, he suddenly realized what kind of formation this was. Zhudao formation. This was the legendary formation more brutal than the 7-kill death formation. Brent murmured, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. This formation was incredibly powerful, renowned throughout ancient history. If it reached its peak strength, it could truly eliminate all immortals under heaven. However, to activate such a formation required an enormous sacrifice of countless lives. Brent sensed that this formation's power could shake even an immortal king. The weird race must have slaughtered an unimaginable number of beings to activate this formation. Weird immortal kings. Thinking about this, Brent's eyes turned icy cold, his anger reaching the heavens. Xiudao formation. This is actually the Xiudao formation. Wasn't it lost long ago, disappeared into the annals of history? Echoes of shocked voices resounded continuously. All the Hutchester immortals heard Brent's murmur and gasped in astonishment. Even Esau and the other 2 immortal kings were greatly surprised, their brows tightly knit. The Xiudao formation, historically known as the first and most lethal killing formation, carried dangers that went without saying. Now, they were all trapped within this formation. It was nearly a dead end. Now that you know you're trapped in the Xiudao formation, don't resist futilely, just die quietly. You insignificant Hutchesters, daring to oppose our weird race. Only death can be your outcome. Arrogant laughter rang out continuously. Those were the mocking words of the weird immortal kings. It should end now. Everyone must die. Then, following a cold voice, the entire Xiudao formation trembled violently. In an instant, countless blood-red giant swords appeared above the formation. Clang! Endless blood-red echoes resounded, exuding a grand aura like a torrential rain, all stabbing straight toward them. Drew's expression changed dramatically. A single blood-red giant sword had already left him severely injured, depleting his vitality. And now, countless blood-red giant swords appeared in the sky. How could they possibly resist? The other 2 immortal kings also looked grim, their strength on par with Drew. Since Drew couldn't block a single blood-red giant sword, they naturally couldn't resist the overwhelming threat either. As for Brent, they had no confidence either. Although he possessed the strength of a second heaven immortal king, this was the Xiudao formation, the first and most lethal historical killing formation. It was beyond his ability to resist. The remaining Hutchester immortals' faces changed drastically. Seeing the endless blood-red giant swords, their eyes were filled with despair. Humph! What nonsense, Xiudao formation. Just you? Not enough to kill me. Brent roared, his long hair dancing wildly. His eyes shot piercing beams of light as he flashed to stand before everyone, then raised his hand and slapped towards the infinite void above. Chapter 229 The Strongest Killing Formation. Activate. Boom. 10,000 lightning bolts exploded, and the blood-colored mist surged. The sky-filling blood-colored giant swords were all shattered by Brent with a single palm strike. Even the entire xiuxian array trembled violently, emitting sounds of tearing apart. Hush! In an instant, all the blood-colored giant swords in the sky disappeared. This place fell into a brief silence, leaving only heavy breathing sounds. Drew and others looked at Brent with extreme shock, huge waves surging in their hearts. The countless blood-colored giant swords that came earlier made them, as immortal kings, feel a thick sense of danger. Even if they fought with all their strength, the outcome would be uncertain. But now what did they see? That person before them stood alone against the strongest killing formation in history, the xiuxian array, easily collapsing all attacks with his own strength. This was too shocking. For Hutchester years, since becoming immortal kings, their hearts had never fluctuated as much as today. What? How is this possible? All the blood-colored giant swords in the sky were destroyed by him. This is the xiuxian array. How can he resist it? Several mysterious immortal kings guarding outside the formation also showed looks of shock. They never thought the result would be like this. Activate the strongest killing formation. I don't believe he can still hold on. Exert all efforts to kill him. The mysterious immortal king who had hidden in the dark and set up the array earlier coldly shouted, scanning the other 7 mysterious immortal kings, then began to make hand seals, preparing to activate the strongest killing formation. Bang! Instantly, the entire xiuxian array emitted a loud vibration sound, followed by eerie wailing cries from within the formation. Rumble! At the same time, 10,000 lightning bolts exploded. Thick blood-colored lightning bolts split down from above the formation, even shattering the void. The power of this blood-colored lightning was stronger than that of the blood-colored giant swords. Moreover, the blood-colored lightning was endless, continuously shooting down from above the formation. This is... Drew and others looked up at the void above them in surprise, bodies tense, hearts terrified. Facing such intense attacks, even they couldn't withstand for long, because the entire formation had already become a place of absolute doom, devoid of rules or spirit energy. Once their spirit energy ran out, they would fall to the mortal realm, becoming ordinary people. Furthermore, they keenly sensed that the blood-colored lightning was just the prelude to the activation of the formation. More perilous attacks were yet to come. The mysterious ones must have activated the xiuxian array's strongest killing formation. Can he still withstand it? Everyone couldn't help but look at Brent, a glimmer of hope arising in their hearts. But then, 3 immortal kings shook their heads, feeling the hope was slim. As immortal kings trapped in the xiuxian array, they felt powerless, their own spirit energy dissipating rapidly, inching closer to death step by step. Wasn't Brent in the same situation as them? And his spirit energy was also rapidly depleting. The cosmic laws he could use were restricted. Did he still have the strength to break this historically strongest killing formation? It was very difficult. This almost became a dead end. No one expected that they would die in the long-lost xiuxian array. So what if I die? Our Hutchester race will never yield. Damn it, before we die, we won't let the mysterious ones have it easy either. We'll bite off a piece of their flesh at the cost of our lives. Drew and others showed determination. Since escape was impossible and death was inevitable, they decided to die while fighting. The Hutchester race has no cowards. All of Drew's decisions, everything happened in an instant. The sky full of blood-colored thunder never stopped splitting down. They roared and surged, arriving over everyone's heads in the blink of an eye, then crashed down. Kill! Drew and company all roared in anger, ready to rise up, to charge into the sky. Everyone knew this might be their last charge. Humph. Brent's gaze was cold, standing quietly, looking up at the top of the formation. Through endless blood mist and layers of formation barriers, his gaze seemed to see the 8 mysterious immortal kings sitting in the 8 key points of the xiuxian array. The 8 mysterious immortal kings also noticed Brent staring at them. No matter how capable you are facing the strongest killing formation, you cannot escape. I will watch you die miserably here. What's the point of talking to a chester who is about to die? Just watch him die quietly. The 8 mysterious immortal kings sneered one by one, feeling very pleased. Humph. You won't be smug for long. Brent's killing intent shook the heavens. He wished to kill them immediately. He had already found a way to break the xiuxian array, but at present, Chestery immortals of the Hutchester race still needed his help. Let them live a little longer then. No problem, I'll block this blood-colored thunder. Brent's expression was stern as he slowly stepped forward and then raised his hand again to press towards the void above his head. Bang! Muffled thunder roared, and countless lightning bolts shattered simultaneously. A large light screen emerged from Brent's massive palm, rising upward to meet the attack. All the endless blood-colored lightning that split down from the sky were shattered by the light screen. Then, the screen, undiminished in power, carried countless strands of blood-colored lightning and struck the firmament above. What? How could it be possible? Above the endless void, the faces of the 8 mysterious immortal kings changed drastically as they all roared together, raising their hands and casting countless spells into the entire xiuxian array. Strongest killing formation, activate. Annihilate. Endless blood mist within the xiuxian array surged like 10,000 dragons returning to their nest, quickly converging towards the center of the formation. Roar. A tremendous roar sounded within the formation, shaking heaven and earth. Chapter 230. Could he be a third-step immortal king? Boom. In the center of the xiuxian formation, a colossal blood-red giant slowly rose to its feet. This blood-red giant stood hundreds of thousands of feet tall, his entire body enveloped in crimson. 2 beams of blood-red light shot from his eyes, and a bright red blood mole rested on his forehead as he gazed into the distance at Brent. What is this? It's aura. The numerous immortal spirits, including the Clifton, all widened their eyes as they stared at the blood-red giant in the center of the formation, each revealing looks of immense shock. The blood-red giant's current aura was too powerful. It far surpassed them all. Facing this blood-red giant even filled them with a sense of powerlessness. Roar. A roar echoed through the heavens. The blood-red giant roared with fury, holding an immeasurably large blood-red great sword which he brought down heavily upon the light barrier Brent had cast. Bang! Endless space exploded, with rolling clouds of blood-colored mist filling the sky. The blood-red giant's blood sword struck the light barrier, releasing blinding brilliance. At the same time, the entire light barrier trembled incessantly. Crack! Crack! A series of sharp cracking sounds continuously echoed. The entire blood-red longsword was visibly cracking apart, before it finally shattered into countless pieces. After shattering endless bolts of blood-colored lightning and destroying the blood-colored longsword, the barrier's energy was ultimately depleted. Ultimately, the cracked light barrier pierced through the fragments of the blood-red longsword, using its last bit of strength to fiercely collide with the blood-red giant. Boom! The massive blood-red giant howled, blood mist swirling around him as he was driven backward step by step, tearing through space. What? Impossible! The blood-red giant was actually forced back by him? The 8 eerie immortal kings controlling the array let out cries of surprise, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. That blood-red giant was the strongest killing move within the xiuxian formation, yet it had been repelled by a single strike. It was almost unimaginable. Just how strong was this opponent? Had he reached the peak of the second step of Immortal King? All the eerie immortal kings exchanged glances, none daring to imagine. But now, they were at a deadlock. Either they would exterminate the Hutchester immortal spirits, or be exterminated themselves. Activate the blood-red giant with full power, and suppress him. Suppress him. The 8 eerie immortal kings roared together. They continuously made hand seals, and even infused a drop of their immortal king essence blood into the entire xiuxian formation. Roar. The blood-red giant, who was staggeringly retreating, let out another roar. Its enormous foot plunged into the void, immediately stopping its retreat. Now, the blood-red giant's entire body emitted boundless blood-red radiance. His eyes seemed to come alive, the injuries inflicted by the light barrier rapidly healing. The aura echesterating from it was much more formidable than before. Boom, boom. Space shook as the blood-red giant conjured another blood-red great sword. Then it roared again, taking large strides forward, and once more slashed at Brent with the longsword. Whoosh! Space tore apart, the sky exploding. In the light emitted by the blood-red longsword, it seemed as though countless stars were being annihilated. It pierced through the river of time and struck straight onto Brent's head. Let it end. Brent stood quietly before the multitude of immortal spirits, his face stern. The killing intent did not diminish as he slowly raised his head, then lifted his right hand again, pointing toward the sky. Boom! A violent boom resounded throughout the endless void. Brent's right hand shimmered with myriad principles, embodying the will of heaven and earth. With fingers joined, a thick and radiant sword appeared between his fingertips. Clang! The radiant long sword resonated like a rising sun, surrounded by endless raging flames. Brent's expression remained cold as he took a step forward, swinging the light-infused sword that emerged from his fingers directly towards the blood-red giant with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening explosion filled the air as light and blood-red dominated the entire void, as if marking the dawn of creation and the emergence of chaos. Crack! The blood-red great sword instantly crumbled into powder under the might of Brent's radiant sword, exploding into a swirl of blood mist. Then, the radiant sword continued its relentless descent toward the blood-red giant. Roar! The blood-red giant roared furiously. Blood mist surged from its hands as it lifted both palms to forcefully slam down on Brent's radiant longsword. Bang! With an opening the heavens momentum, the radiant longsword sliced through the blood-red giant's palms, and then aimed directly for the blood-red giant's third eye, slashing in forcefully. Boom! With a tremendous explosion and the blood-red giant's anguished roar, the 100,000 zhang tall blood-red giant burst apart, completely dissipating before everyone's eyes. Phew, phew, a gentle breeze blew, stirring the blood-colored mist. All present fell into a stunned silence. This is simply unbelievable. Such a powerful blood-red giant was actually shattered with one strike. Our xiuxian race actually has such a powerful immortal king. It is truly a blessing for our race. Immortal kings like Esau stood behind Brent, all staring at him in shock, their hearts turbulent. Indeed, since Brent's appearance, he had brought them 2 chest shocks, time and time again, far exceeding all their expectations. At the same moment, the 8 eerie immortal kings were also struck speechless by Brent's strength. Cough, cough. How could he be so powerful? The array of immortal execution we set up is incomplete, but under our control, it can easily slay an immortal king of the first step, and even eliminate those who have stepped into the second step. But now, that Chester within the array. Could he have already reached the 3rd level of the immortal king realm? The 8 eerie immortal kings, with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, exchanged glances, brows furrowed, cold sweat starting to break out over their bodies. If the opponent's strength was indeed as they predicted, then the moment the array of immortal execution was broken would be the hour of their deaths. A 3rd step immortal king was invincible. Chapter 231. The dark head formed by myriads of souls. Absolutely cannot let him break out of the xiuxian array. Once he gets out, no one can control him. The xiuxian array is incomplete, but if we 8 give it our all, there's still a chance we can kill him. Arrogant young Chester. So what if you are a 3rd heaven immortal king cultivator? We will definitely slay you. All the enigmatic immortal kings roared together, their aura pushed to the extreme. Sprays of immortal king essence blood were spat out from their mouths, and then struck into the xiuxian array. No, don't. Suddenly, cries of despair and panic from xiuxians echoed outside the array. Large numbers of xiuxian souls were pulled out by the 8 enigmatic immortal kings from spatial magic weapons in their bosoms, and then they were crushed indifferently, tainted with enigmatic energy, merged into the entire xiuxian array. They would use living souls for blood sacrifice in the xiuxian array. The xiuxian array shuddered and changed violently. Powerful auras permeated out, and the power of the array kept strengthening. The originally blood-red xiuxian array abruptly turned black, emitting mournful screams. These were the cries of countless wronged xiuxian cultivator spirits. After large quantities of spirits were refined by the enigmatic immortal kings, they became puppets, turning into the soul of the array. Hoo-hoo. Strong winds howled inside the array. Black lightning flashed incessantly. Mournful wails filled the sky and earth. What's going on? Birch and others looked at the changes in the xiuxian array, shocked as they observed around them. Invisibly, they felt their souls tighten, a mysterious chill seeping into their bodies. This was too terrifying. As immortal kings protected by true chi, how could they feel such cold? Brent frowned slightly, hands clasped behind his back, also sensing the change in the whole array instantly. Indeed, the might of the array had strengthened more than just a little. He guessed that the 8 enigmatic immortal kings controlling the array must have chosen to go all out to suppress them. But that wasn't the point. The array, though powerful, was incomplete. Back in the xiuxian note, Taichu Forbidden Area seems most fitting here, but this phrase wasn't provided in English in the previous translation, so I'll keep Forbidden Area. He studied the first killing formation in history. Through several rounds of battle, he found the way to crack the xiuxian array. He only needed a bit more time to pinpoint the key to crumbling the array. However, the critical issue now was, for some reason, he sensed an aura within the array, a kind of nameless sorrow and anguish permeating it. This aura was not unfamiliar to him. It was the aura of xiuxian souls. Could it be that to fully activate the xiuxian array, the enigmatic immortal kings used countless xiuxian souls for blood sacrifices? Brent lifted his head and gazed outside the array, eyes shining intensely. Due to the transformation of the xiuxian array, which was magnified several times, even his divine senses could not penetrate the barrier of the array to see outside. Brent furrowed his brows, a murderous intent sweeping through the skies, a bad premonition circling in his heart. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded within the array. A boundlessly huge dark head broke through the darkness, rushing over urgently, its giant mouth opening wide, enveloping everyone underneath. Watch out! Birch and others, seeing the dark head coming, hurriedly gave warnings and prepared to fight alongside Brent. Our xiuxian souls are actually being. Everyone watching the nearby dark head froze in their movements. There was no other reason. The fast-approaching dark head in the distance was formed by countless xiuxian souls. How chestery xiuxian souls did it take to form such a mountainous-sized dark head? Millions? Tens of millions? Or hundreds of millions? Enigmatic immortal kings, we xiuxians will never cease until you die. Damn enigmatic clan, I will exterminate all of you sooner or later. All xiuxian immortal spirits, witnessing this scene, veins popping, faces flushed red, eyes brimming with intense hatred, even trembling slightly due to rage. So what if you're angry? What about grievances? You're mere ants. It's an honor to be used by our enigmatic race. As for you, submit to death quietly. Outside the array, upon hearing the cries of the xiuxian immortal spirits, each enigmatic immortal king laughed wildly, eyes full of indifference and ice, continuously forming seals to push the xiuxian array to its maximum power. Roar! The dark head, formed by countless xiuxian souls, and the large amount of essence blood from the 8 enigmatic immortal kings, swept through the sky with overwhelming momentum after being conjured by the xiuxian array. Moreover, the dark head continuously absorbed the blood-colored mist within the array, rapidly expanding. Its power shook the entire xiuxian array. At this moment, the giant mouth of the dark head descended upon the heads of everyone. Kill! Enigmatic Xianling, damn! Your 8 generations of ancestors. Though enraged, the xiuxian immortal spirits had to resist as they saw the dark head approaching them. In the xiuxian array, there were no longer any great Tao rules, and spirit energy was completely depleted. Countless bolts of lightning constantly struck down. Under such circumstances, the momentum of the Xiuxian immortal spirits drastically weakened, their spirit energy almost drying up. All the Xiuxian immortal spirits could only exert their utmost effort, fighting to the death in hopes of breaking out of the xiuxian array, even if it meant using their lives to shatter the array and letting the enigmatic immortal kings spill a drop of blood. Enigmatic immortal kings. Just then, a roar filled with intense anger and coldness echoed across heaven and earth. Brent abruptly looked up at the outside of the array, his hands tightly clenched. He naturally understood the origin of the dark head. It was formed from countless Xiuxian souls. How dare the enigmatic immortal kings act so boldly? Boom! Brent's aura surged, his figure expanding as he raised his hand to strike at the roaring dark head. He had already found the key to cracking the xiuxian array. Once he broke open the xiuxian array, he would definitely slay all the enigmatic immortal kings outside the array, making them pay blood for blood. Chapter 232. Beneath the immortal king, all are ants. Boom! The earth shook and beams of light pierced through the endless black mist. Brent's palm was as vast as a galaxy, with an invincible momentum, breaking through the darkness and directly striking toward the dark head. Roar! The dark head's eyes were bloodshot red, its large mouth open, howling piercingly. At the same time, countless tormented souls appeared around the dark head, their faces contorted in pain, struggling aimlessly, while their soul power was being rapidly absorbed by the dark head. The void trembled, heaven and earth exploded. From the large mouth of the dark head shone an eerie black light, suddenly shooting out countless jet-black sword lights. The sword lights carried a heavy, decayed aura, as if containing the law of the passage of time, slicing fiercely toward Brent's palm. It's merely a small head. Shatter for me. Brent roared loudly, his expression cold and stern. His huge hand glowed with myriad rays of light, instantly covering the entire sky. Bam! Bam! Sky-darkening black lights exploded, and all the jet-black sword lights were shattered by Brent in midair. Finally, his palm penetrated layer upon layer of sword lights and struck the dark head heavily. Roar! A shrill scream resounded throughout the world. Although the dark head struggled madly, it could not withstand Brent's absolute strength. Its entire head burst like a planet being shattered after being struck by Brent. Boom! Large swaths of the void were torn apart and collapsing, with chaotic chi surging violently, filling the void with the dark fog resulting from the disintegration of the dark head. This was not the end. After destroying the dark head, Brent's palm did not pause at all but continued forward, carrying a powerful aura, and fiercely slapped towards the defensive barrier of the Slaughter Immortal Formation. Boom! The void erupted again, shaking the entire Slaughter Immortal Formation and emitting ear-piercing tearing sounds. Crack! Cracks appeared on the boundary wall of the Slaughter Immortal Formation, expanding continuously, rapidly extending in all directions. It seemed about to collapse completely. Not good. The Slaughter Immortal Formation can't withstand this force. It's going to break. How is this possible? He's about to destroy the entire Slaughter Immortal Formation with his own strength. Although the Slaughter Immortal Formation is incomplete, we had hidden those defects long ago. How did he find them? Now isn't the time to talk about these things. He's trying to break out. Quickly stop him. The faces of the 8 mysterious immortal kings changed drastically, their eyes flashing with light, their hearts full of shock. They had set up what they considered the most lethal formation in history, the Slaughter Immortal Formation. Originally, they had full confidence in relying on it to annihilate all Xiuxian immortal spirits. But now, someone was about to break through the entire Slaughter Immortal Formation. This was too astonishing. Even though they had prepared for the Slaughter Immortal Formation to be destroyed once they learned Brent might have reached the 3rd level of Immortal King. That would only be after all Xiuxian immortal spirits had been severely weakened or even suffered heavy losses, breaking out in desperation. Now what they saw was this. A Xiuxian immortal spirit easily shattered all their killing moves in a short time, almost destroying the entire Slaughter Immortal Formation. This was happening so fast that all the mysterious immortal kings were taken aback, faster than anyone expected. Stop him quickly. He mustn't be allowed to break out. The 8 mysterious immortal kings roared in unison, panic appearing on their faces, frantically casting spells, continuously strengthening the defensive intensity of the Slaughter Immortal Formation. At the same time, a large amount of Immortal King Essence blood was released by the mysterious immortal kings, drop by drop merging into the formation, enhancing the dangers of the Slaughter Immortal Formation. All the mysterious immortal kings were fighting desperately. They had no retreat. Once the Xiuxian immortal spirit inside the Slaughter Immortal Formation broke out, all of them would die. Although they knew that even if they died, some inexplicable force would guide them to rebirth. But would they still be the same after resurrection? Kill. All the mysterious immortal kings were roaring, giving everything they had. Until the last moment, they would never choose to give up. You are also part of our mysterious race. To realize our plan, offer your lives. The mysterious race will never forget your contributions. One mysterious immortal king looked coldly at the distant transcendent immortals and true immortals among the mysterious immortals, then reached out to grab them. Our immortal kings, how can you do this? No, I don't want to die. The faces of dozens of eerie immortal spirits changed drastically, looking at the 8 eerie immortal kings in disbelief, their eyes full of terror. They had never imagined that their immortal kings would choose to sacrifice their lives and blood to consecrate the Slaughter Immortal Formation. Run, quickly. Those eerie immortal spirits, seeing the large hand extended by an eerie immortal king from afar, all turned pale and fled rapidly in all directions. Once their souls were sacrificed for the Slaughter Immortal Formation, they would be truly dead. The higher-ups among the eerie beings would not spend great effort to revive their origins. Even if they could be resurrected eventually, they would only be like walking corpses. You shall all stay. To be able to serve us, you can die without regrets. The cold voice of the eerie immortal king reverberated through the sky. The large hand he extended did not pause at all, directly covering dozens of eerie immortal spirits beneath it. Dozens of eerie immortal spirits screamed in despair as they were grabbed by the eerie immortal king and then crushed, their souls and flesh being absorbed into the Slaughter Immortal Formation. The other eerie immortal kings watched coldly from beginning to end, their expressions unmoved. Below immortal kings, all are ants. If they die, they die. The entire slaughter immortal formation trembled violently, radiating boundless dark red light. After absorbing a large amount of immortal king essence blood and the souls and flesh of dozens of eerie immortal spirits, its aura became 10 times stronger. The dangers within the formation also rose to unimaginable levels. Wailing, countless black souls howled within the formation, staring at Brent with bloodshot red eyes full of venom. They then rushed toward Brent, holding thick long swords. Crackling, even the bloody thunder within the formation roared. Each bolt of bloody thunder contained a soul, roaring as it struck down at Brent. Moreover, with each roar, countless blood-red giants materialized within the slaughter immortal formation, wielding giant blood-red swords as they strode toward Brent. In an instant, chaos reigned in the entire slaughter immortal formation. Killing intent was everywhere, and fierce auras filled every space. Chapter 233, Strangling a Mysterious Immortal King. Boom, boom. Countless blood-colored thunderbolts exploded within the array of execution, shaking heaven and earth. A xiuxian immortal spirit screamed as he was tainted by a trace of the blood-colored thunder's aura. Half his body shattered, nearly vanishing both physically and spiritually. Even Drew, attempting to help Brent, was struck on the arm by a blood-colored long sword, spurting out a large amount of blood, damaging his Dao body. How could the array of execution become so terrifying? Drew and other xiuxian immortal spirits all stared in shock at the transformation of the array of execution, their expressions filled with horror. The terrifying aura echesterating from the array made even the immortal kings feel their skin tightening, an overwhelming sense of being undefeatable, let alone those ordinary xiuxian immortal spirits. The first killing array in history wasn't just an idle boast. Once activated to its fullest potential, it indeed had the power to obliterate them all within the formation. This array is too powerful. Everyone looked at Brent in astonishment. Only now did they realize how much pressure Brent had shouldered for them all. Had it not been for the protective light barrier formed by Brent's aura blocking all attacks from the array, they would have been slaughtered long ago. He actually held everything off. One by one, the xiuxian immortal spirits trembled, eyes wide with astonishment. Such a powerful array, yet this xiuxian immortal spirit before them stood alone, bearing the brunt, standing firm, and his expression remained calm, showing no signs of strain. This was astonishing. You're all going to die. The 8 mysterious immortal kings roared, madness in their eyes. They had given it their all. The strongest array was now complete, and everyone was doomed. Especially you shall die as well. The 16 eyes of the 8 mysterious immortal kings were locked onto Brent. Then they controlled the array, focusing all attacks towards him, aiming to utterly crush him. You aren't qualified to kill me. Brent's eyes were cold, his hair disheveled. Alone like an emperor, he stood calmly amidst endless attacks, fearless of all. He raised his head, gazing far into the array's exterior, then took a sudden step forward. Dong! A thick aura radiated from Brent. Like a wave covering the sky, it enveloped everything, surging outward. Bam! Bam! Thunderclaps resounded nonstop, rending the void until it was unrecognizable. All the blood-colored swords that flooded the area shattered under the tidal wave, exploding into pieces. Even the sky-spanning blood-colored thunder halted suddenly before disappearing completely. Roar! Roar! Blood-colored giants howled as they were swept away by the tidal wave, rising high into the heavens before shattering, turning into bloody mists. Array of execution. Collapse. Brent's expression remained grim. He bellowed, raising his right hand and pressing it straight down onto a seemingly inconspicuous spot within the array. That spot was precisely where he had found Chester's weak points of the array. It was the fracture in the incomplete array of execution. At this moment, a mysterious immortal king still sat at the array's core, controlling it. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed through the entire void. The boundaries of the array of execution were shattered by Brent's palm, fragmenting like glass. Soon after, the entire array exploded. What? You! The mysterious immortal king seated at the fractured point of the array screamed in panic, lifting his head sharply towards the sky above him. At that moment, a colossal hand appeared above his head, tearing through infinite space, sealing the whole world as it rushed down urgently. It was Brent's hand. After shattering the entire array of execution, Brent immediately sensed the mysterious immortal king sitting at the array's eye. His hand moved without hesitation, slapping directly towards him. The mysterious immortal king's face was filled with terror, his heart shaken. He hadn't expected the opponent to truly dischester the array of execution and break out from inside. This was too horrifying. Kill! The mysterious immortal king roared loudly, standing up quickly, similarly raising his hand to strike Brent's palm. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, it was that Brent had already sealed everything off, leaving him nowhere to go. Desperate, he chose to resist. Dong! Instantly, the two palms collided, a massive burst of energy shooting out from the point of impact. Crack! Crack! Bone-cracking sounds rang out one after another. Brent's palm instantly shattered the hand of that mysterious immortal king, followed by his arm, his shoulder, all exploded into pieces. Finally, Brent's palm grabbed the neck of that mysterious immortal king, pressing it heavily towards the void behind him. Pooh! The mysterious immortal king screamed in bloodied agony, his eyes full of despair, struggling wildly. Countless mysterious laws were continuously striking Brent's arm, trying to break free from his restraint. But all his efforts were futile. Those myriad rules hitting Brent's arm were like insects shaking a tree, unable to budge him at all. Wasn't it you who slaughtered countless lives of my xiuxian race? Then go down there and kneel to them for atonement. Brent's eyes were icy cold. He thought of the dark heads formed by countless souls, and an infinite murderous intent surged within him, with two blade-like beams shooting out of his eyes, slicing through the mysterious immortal king's body. Bang! Bang! Two figures flickered. Brent's large hand, holding the neck of the mysterious immortal king as if pinching a chick, smashed his body into spatial turbulence, shattering his flesh and bones. Die! In the end, Brent's right hand emitted light, radiating boundless rules of law, which all poured into the mysterious immortal king's body before he ruthlessly crushed his neck. No. Boom. Amidst the mysterious immortal king's desperate scream, his entire body exploded in the void, splattering black blood rain. The void trembled, and Brent's aura ignited all the black blood rain, making it vanish completely. A mysterious immortal king had fallen, killed in one strike by Brent. From Brent breaking the formation to slaying a mysterious immortal king, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Time passed swiftly, just an instant. At this moment, the aftermath of the execution array collapsing had yet to subside. Pooh. At the collapse of the execution array, the other mysterious immortal kings were coughing up large amounts of blood, their bodies shaken by the aftershock and staggering back. The execution array actually collapsed. Evil Blood Immortal King was killed. How is this possible? The 7 mysterious immortal kings looked terrified, clutching their chests, disbelievingly staring at the scene before them. Everything happened too fast, so fast they couldn't react. They had believed victory was certain, that all Xiuxian immortal spirits would die within the execution array. Reality, however, had given them a hard slap in the face. Not only did the opponent destroy the execution array and break out from inside, but also, in the split second when they were all stunned, he cleanly and decisively killed one of their immortal kings. All these events made the remaining mysterious immortal kings feel as if they were in a dream. Dong. The void vibrated, filled with the laws of heaven and earth. Brent's long hair flew wildly, his eyes cold, as he stepped through the air, walking step by step out of the collapsed execution array. Then he slowly lifted his head to look at all the mysterious immortal kings, the killing intent each echesterating from his body, freezing the entire world. Chapter 234 Kneeling to the statues of the Xiuxian spirit heroes. The xiuxian array has been broken. The Chestery Xiuxian spirit immortals standing behind Brent all muttered in disbelief, each one shockingly lifting their heads to look around. The rules of heaven and earth were fusing with them, and the sensations in their bodies were no longer restricted. At the same time, a large amount of spirit energy surged towards them from all directions, quickly integrating into their bodies. Their lost powers were returning. All this clearly indicated that the xiuxian array had truly collapsed. The xiuxian array has been breached. The Chestery Xiuxian spirit immortals showed looks of joy, their eyes shining with excitement. Originally, everyone felt as if they were dead inside, believing that they would certainly not escape disaster today and would die tragically in the xiuxian array. But now, they had actually come out of the xiuxian array alive. From death to rebirth, how could they not be excited? Conversely, on the side of the eerie spirit immortals, all the eerie immortal kings had gloomy expressions. They stared intently at Brent, their eyes filled with intense killing intent. But deep in their eyes, there was also a hint of fear. Young generation of the Xiuxian race, you have killed another immortal king of our clan, truly deserving of death. I will forever imprison your soul in the 10,000-mile river of souls. Die. 7 eerie immortal kings looked at Brent with icy cold and venomous eyes, emitting overwhelming killing intent straight up to the sky. Then, the 7 eerie immortal kings rushed madly towards Brent from all directions without any delay. Clang. One of the eerie immortal kings emitted a pitch-black aura all over his body, wielding a blood-red green-gold long sword made of blood-colored verdure, chopping down fiercely at Brent. One of the eerie immortal kings held a black gold cauldron with both hands, like a world-destroying devil king, slamming it down powerfully. One of the eerie immortal kings. The 7 eerie immortal kings each displayed their strongest abilities, aiming to suppress Brent together and shatter him in one blow. Brent's strength had shocked them greatly. Now, this was their last chance. If they still couldn't kill him by working together, then they would utterly fail. Dong. In an instant, the void became chaotic, filled everywhere with cold, killing intent. Attacks tore through the heavens, piercing through time, sealing all of Brent's escape routes. What? Quickly go to his aid. Seeing this scene, Drew and 3 other immortal kings cried out in alarm, rushing anxiously towards Brent. This was a full-power attack by 7 eerie immortal kings working together. Could he withstand it? Drew and others had not fully recovered yet, their spirit energies not completely restored, but what did it matter? How could they stand idly by and watch their kin being besieged? Kill. The 3 immortal kings roared angrily and rushed forward quickly. Meanwhile, Brent, who was at the center of the battlefield, facing the encirclement and attack of the 7 eerie immortal kings, his expression remained unchanged throughout, until he noticed the dark spiritual artifacts used by the eerie immortal kings. You actually. Today, all of you must die. Brent's eyes flashed with intense flames, his anger causing the surrounding space to tear apart, due to his released killing intent. For no other reason. Those dark spiritual artifacts used by the eerie immortal kings were made from the remains of Xiuxian spirit immortals. That black gold cauldron held by the eerie immortal king was forged from the skull of a Xiuxian immortal king, mixed with immortal gold. A sad and desperate Xiuxian face appeared on the surface of the cauldron, its eyes flashing with deep reluctance. It was the remnant soul of a Xiuxian immortal king. Through residual energy fluctuations, Brent sensed that the Xiuxian spirit appearing on the cauldron was actually the reincarnated immortal king who died in battle. Moreover, the black gold cauldron emitted a black glow, and inside it echoed wailing cries, holding countless souls of Xiuxian beings. This black gold cauldron was obviously crafted from countless souls of Xiuxian warriors by the eerie spirit immortals. There was also the blood-red green-gold longsword held by another eerie immortal king. The sword was blood-red, entirely made from an immortal king's spinal bones. And on the sword, there was also a fragment of a soul. It was the remnant soul of Dover. Such brutal slaughter of our Xiuxian race. I will make you kneel before the spirits of our Xiuxian heroes for eternity to atone. Brent roared, his long hair flying, his powerful aura booming like myriad thunderclaps echoing across the heavens. Dong. The void trembled as Brent formed hand seals, drawing innumerable laws of the universe into his hands. They then coalesced into a ball of light, which he launched towards the surrounding eerie immortal kings. Boom. A dazzling burst of light exploded in the void, illuminating everything. Tui. Ah. The 7 eerie immortal kings were violently shaken by this powerful force, spitting out blood profusely. Their bodies staggered and retreated continuously, even some of their weapons shattered. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they watched Brent in astonishment. Their combined attack had been easily shattered by him. Dong! The void resonated with sound. After striking once, Brent did not stop. His figure flickered and instantly appeared before the eerie immortal king, holding the black gold cauldron. He raised his hand and struck down. How dare you? The eerie immortal king roared furiously, eyes filled with panic. But there was no time for hesitation. In desperation, he lifted the black gold cauldron and slammed it toward Brent. Brent roared, feeling the profound sorrow from the reincarnated immortal king inside the cauldron and the mournful cries of countless souls. His anger burned so intensely it could collapse the heavens. Boom! With a tremendous crash, Brent's palm shattered the black gold cauldron and struck the eerie immortal king's head with unreduced force. A surge of black blood shot up high as the eerie immortal king screamed in agony, his arms struggling weakly. His skull was smashed to pieces by Brent's strike. Moreover, his soul within the body was imprisoned, unable to escape, being fiercely erased by the boundless rules echesterating from Brent's palm. Bang! Bang! Brent's expression was stern as he held the body of the eerie immortal king, breaking through endless space and emerging from the void. Boom! Outside Iron Blood City on the desolate land, endless dust rose, the earth tearing open into vast chasms. The eerie immortal king was directly crushed by Brent onto the ground, exploding loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black fog surged across the land, trying to tear through space and flee. This was the remaining fragment of the eerie immortal king's soul, protected by a special force. Humph! Brent coldly snorted, eyes icy cold, unleashing his full power and catching all the mist in his hands, refining it through the merging of myriad laws. Not only that, but Brent also refined the scattered black gold fragments from the cauldron into a black liquid, enveloping the black mist. No. The mist reformed into the eerie immortal king, struggling within Brent's grip, its soul fire extinguishing under layers of black metallic liquid. Dong! The earth shook, dust soared, echoing through the heavens. Outside Iron Blood City, an enormous black statue emerged. This statue was the transformed eerie immortal king. It stood hundreds of thousands of feet tall, kneeling toward Iron Blood City, and right in front of where it knelt was the resting place of the countless Hutchester spirits who had perished over the years. Chapter 2:35 Kneel down for me. At this moment, the tens of millions of Hutchester beings in Iron Blood City all looked shockingly at the outside of the city, looking at the huge statue that was kneeling towards them. A mysterious immortal king was actually slain by our race, and that immortal king was refined into a statue, bowing to us. All Hutchesters drew a deep breath, their expressions disbelieving and dumbfounded. But then, everyone's expression showed excitement and satisfaction. Their eyes were sparkling with tears glistening on the edges. For countless years, all these years, they had been plagued by mysteries, constantly fighting back passively, being pressured by the army of anomalies. Countless heroic spirits of xiuxian charged into battle against the mysteries like moths to a flame, fearlessly fighting their way out of Iron Blood City, only to die tragically. Even the remains of their immortal spirits were turned into spirit artifacts in front of them by the anomalies, and they could only watch helplessly, unable to stop it. What a desolate scene it was. Over the years, everyone felt boundless sorrow and frustration. This frustration and sorrow felt like a huge stone weighing heavily on their hearts, suffocating them all. But today, all of this will change. What did they see? An immortal spirit of their own was actually pressing down on an immortal king anomaly and beating it up fiercely, even refining one of the immortal king anomalies into a statue bowing to them. In this moment, every heart of xiuxian felt incredibly satisfied. The frustration accumulated over the years was finally released today. Tens of millions of Hutchester eyes shifted from the statue to the figure atop its head. All of this happened because of that figure. Everyone who looked at Brent was filled with gratitude and reverence. Many more Hutchester souls knelt down to Brent in agitation. Immortal King Barth and Chestery other spirits also stood far away in the void, staring at Brent in great shock. He not only easily broke through the encirclement of 7 Immortal King anomalies, but also directly subdued one with overwhelming power. It was far beyond their expectations. They rushed here desperately, originally intending to help him at all costs. Now it seemed unnecessary. He alone pierced through the attacks of 7 Immortal Kings of anomalies. You dare humiliate my anomaly race like this? I must kill you. How daring! How can an immortal king of our anomaly race kneel to Hutchesters, mere ants? One day, I will surely annihilate your entire Hutchester race. Seeing their fellow immortal king anomaly turned into a statue bowing to Hutchesters, the remaining 6 immortal kings roared in anger, charging towards Brent recklessly again. At the same time, each immortal king anomaly burst with even stronger energy. Their bodies expanded several times. Even their original bodies couldn't bear this force. Dark black blood flowed as wounds ripped open. Kill! One of the immortal kings screamed in agony. His face twisted grotesquely as he raised his blood-red azure gold long sword, slashing down towards Brent once again. Under this strange power boost, his attack was now several times stronger than before. Now, the crimson sword shone brilliantly, splitting the void silently, heading straight towards Brent. Die! The other 5 immortal kings attacked similarly, corners of their mouths bleeding, striking ruthlessly while their attacks grew several times stronger. You think you can kill me? Bow down and atone for the sins against xiuxian. Brent suddenly lifted his head, his expression stern. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. In the next second, he appeared in front of the immortal king holding the blood-red azure gold long sword and slapped towards him. Crack! Continuous sounds of massive destruction echoed. Brent's palm smashed directly onto the enormous blood-red sword, causing it to shatter inch by inch. Then, he took all the fragments and refined them into a crimson metallic liquid, covering it over the head of the immortal king with one slap. That immortal king screamed in agony, waving his arms struggling wildly, while his mysterious aura formed pitch black, swords stabbing towards Brent. Kneel down for me. Brent let out a loud shout. His entire body's aura surged to its peak, instantly shattering all the black long swords. Then his large hand glowed with 10,000-foot light, and he infused all the laws into the soul of the immortal king anomaly. The immortal king anomaly stopped struggling, its eyes losing their light, and its whole being rapidly weakening. At the same time, the crimson metal liquid quickly spread over the immortal king anomaly's entire body, completely enclosing it. Boom! Another deafening sound reverberated across the ground, and beside the black statue, a crimson-red statue appeared. And this statue was also kneeling towards the direction of xiuxian's Iron Blood City. After killing this immortal king anomaly holding the blood-red long sword, Brent abruptly turned around and slapped towards those behind him. Bang! The sky split open, the void trembled, and the attacks launched by the other immortal kings were all shattered by Brent's single palm strike. What? Even at the cost of our own strength and the risk of eternal descent into the Soul River, we can't match him. How could he be so powerful? The remaining 5 immortal kings' expressions drastically changed. They couldn't accept this outcome. They had already revealed all their trump cards, yet still, they could not defeat him. How could they continue fighting? Of the 9 immortal kings of the anomalies, 4 had already been killed in battle. If they continued to fight, they would all die here. That person before them was simply invincible. In an instant, all the immortal kings exchanged looks. Then without hesitation, they turned and fled back toward the chaotic area. Humph. Wanna run? Stay here. Brent's face was cold. He roared again, disappearing from where he stood and charging towards the 5 immortal kings. Chapter 236. The Unbelievable Symphony of the Plains. Bang. The world shook as Brent's figure flickered, directly blocking the 2 eerie immortal kings. Then he raised his hand and pressed down towards them. Kill. The 2 eerie immortal kings stared in shock at Brent who had suddenly appeared before them, their faces pale with fear. But now was not a time for hesitation. That sky-covering palm was already pressing down upon their heads. If they did not resist immediately, they would die. Clang. Roaring in rage, the 2 eerie immortal kings wielded spirit artifacts forged from the bones of xiuxian corpses, smashing heavily into Brent's palm. Fall to your knees before me too. Brent was beside himself with fury. His eyes flashed with icy coldness. The 10,000 paths converged in his right hand, boosting his power dramatically as he struck heavily towards the 2 eerie immortal kings. Crack. The void exploded, the 2 dark spirit artifacts shattered under Brent's palm, exploding into fragments. Then Brent's palm penetrated through the fragments, grasping the 2 eerie immortal kings tightly, squeezing ruthlessly. How? No. The 2 eerie immortal kings roared in terror, their eyes filled with despair. Dark light surged wildly around their bodies as they struggled madly, desperately trying to break free. Brent's face remained cold, like that of an all-powerful deity. He looked down at the 2 eerie immortal kings in his hand, unimpeded by their frantic attack as he closed his grip. Spurt. A wretched scream rang out as streams of pitch-black blood spurted from between Brent's palms. He crushed the 2 eerie immortal kings completely, even shattering their souls. Afterwards, Brent lifted his hand with ice-cold expression, grabbing the fragments of the spirit artifacts used by the 2 eerie immortal kings. He then refined them into metallic liquid, encasing the remnants of their corpses and souls within it. Bang, bang. 2 heavy thuds echoed on the ground. The 2 eerie immortal kings were also refined into statues, tossed casually onto the earth, stirring up thick clouds of dust. Now, in front of Iron Blood City, there stood 4 enormous statues in a kneeling posture, prostrating themselves to xiuxian. This. Millions of xiuxian lives in Iron Blood City were stunned speechless by the 2 new giant statues appearing before them. Our race's powerhouse is actually so strong, so fierce. Many swallowed hard, rubbing their eyes disbelievingly, hardly daring to believe what they saw. How long has it been since he killed 2 more top figures of the eerie beings? It seemed like a dream. No, they could never have dreamed of such a scenario. These were immortal kings among the eerie beings, looking down upon all creation. They had suppressed everyone for so chestry years, unable to lift their heads. Yet now, those once mighty and domineering eerie immortal kings were being hunted down and scattered in panic by the powerful members of our race. This was unbelievably powerful. Truly an unbelievable symphony of the plains. Bang. After killing these 2 eerie immortal kings, Brent's face remained icy cold, emotionless, as he lifted his head to look at 3 other eerie immortal kings far away and stepped towards them again. At the moment, those 3 eerie immortal kings were being blocked by Drew, Yates, and others, unable to escape. However, due to the prolonged struggle by the 3 xiuxian immortal kings during previous battles and their subsequent confinement in the array to subdue immortals, they were already exhausted, having suffered heavy injuries. And seeing Brent kill 2 of their own in one move, the 3 eerie immortal kings were utterly terrified. Faced with desperation, they fought fiercely without reservation to save their lives. In contrast, despite Drew and the others fighting to the death to block them, they found themselves increasingly overwhelmed, retreating step by step, almost unable to hold on any longer. Get lost. One eerie immortal king roared anxiously. As his gaze fell upon Brent coming to slay him, he turned pale with fright, his heart and liver seeming to split apart as he went mad. This eerie immortal king emitted a thick aura of eeriness, elevating his power to the utmost. Wielding a black gold spear, he unleashed his full force strike towards Drew. Time was against him. If he couldn't break out soon, he too would die here today. Realizing this, the eerie immortal king clenched his teeth, spat out a mouthful of black blood, which he refined and infused into the long spear in his hand. Roar! Instantly, the black gold spear came alive, brimming with vitality like a roaring black dragon charging at Drew. Kill! Drew's face was pale, his figure staggering, but he still did not choose to retreat. He held a long sword filled with cracks, roaring as he slashed towards the black gold spear before him. Bang! A dazzling light exploded, and the black gold spear of the eerie immortal king shattered the already broken longsword in Drew's hand, then viciously stabbed towards his head. Puff! Drew spat out a large mouthful of blood, his whole body being forced back by the shockwave from the shattered sword, now covered in cracks with blood seeping through. He had no strength left for battle. His physical essence was almost depleted, his spiritual energy exhausted. All he could do was watch helplessly as the black gold spear rapidly enlarged before his eyes. Ha! Dot! The eerie immortal king roared fiercely, his aura surging once more. The spear in his hand did not hesitate, piercing straight at Drew with added power. If he destroyed Drew, there would be no one left to stop him, and if he broke into the chaotic region, he would have a chance to survive. This was his only chance to live. So, to survive, he used all his strength. His spear howled as if piercing through time, breaking the limitations of the universe's rules. No one could stop it. Cough, cough. This time, I finally held on. The Hutchester race has not been slaughtered by the eerie. But, it's a pity, I won't see the moment when our Hutchester race breaks through the darkness and defeats the eerie. Drew ignored the incoming spear, instead turning his head to look at Iron Blood City and the fertile land behind it. Then, with reluctance, he closed his eyes. He regretted not seeing the victory of the Hutchester race, but he died willingly to protect the countless lives behind him. You dare. At this moment, a loud roar carrying heavy killing intent shook the sky. In the next instant, Brent appeared before Drew, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. He raised his hand and struck towards the eerie immortal king. Bang! The incoming spear was shattered by Brent's palm, exploding into powder without harming him at all. Thud! 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 The eerie immortal king staggered backward, even shattering the void under his feet. What? The eerie immortal king covered his chest, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, his face filled with fear as he stared at Brent in shock. Thump! Brent's expression was stern. He did not give the eerie immortal king any chance to catch his breath. His body surged forward abruptly, and he raised his hand again to cover the eerie immortal king. Get lost! The eerie immortal king screamed, panic filling his eyes. Two black daggers appeared in his hands, stabbing heavily at Brent's palm. Brent's large hand shimmered with countless rays of light, enveloped by the laws of the universe like a protective glove. Crack! Crack! His palm did not pause for a moment, instantly shattering the two black daggers, then grabbed the eerie immortal king by the face, lifting him up and smashing him down hard beneath his foot. Boom! The void trembled once more, stirring up towering waves. Cough, cough! The eerie immortal king spat out blood profusely, his eyeballs almost popping out, and his bones shattered inch by inch, black blood spurting from his body. You don't. Just as the eerie immortal king woke up from the intense pain, his consciousness barely restored, he saw a huge foot stamping onto his face. Chapter 237. Penetrating the chaotic region. Boom. Once again, a thunderous sound echoed through heaven and earth. The mysterious immortal king was instantly shattered by Brent's kick. His flesh turned into powder, and even his soul was refined into nothingness by Brent using the 10,000 Tao divine fire, leaving only an abyss of silence. At the same time, in the other two battlefields, Immortal Kings Jagger and Ignatius were desperately trying to stop the remaining two mysterious Immortal Kings from fleeing. However, like Immortal King Esau, they were both covered in wounds, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Despite their best efforts, they could not resist the onslaught of the mysterious Immortal Kings. Bang! Bang! With two loud explosions, the remaining two mysterious Immortal Kings chest-raged to repel Immortal Kings Jagger and Ignatius, breaking free from the fierce combat. They then bolted towards the chaotic region, one to the left and the other to the right. Wanna run? Not a chance. Brent sneered, his figure vanishing beside Immortal King Esau. In the next moment, he appeared above one of the mysterious Immortal Kings, lifting his foot and stomping down. Whoa! Brent's body rapidly expanded. His enormous foot resembled a towering mountain, sealing off vast spaces, engulfing the mysterious Immortal King beneath it with a roaring rush. No! Pale-faced, the mysterious Immortal King's eyes were filled with terror. Desperately, he threw all his spirit artifacts away and fought back as fiercely as he could. But it was all futile. Boom! The void collapsed, creating a vacuum area. Brent's massive foot crushed everything, forcefully pinning the mysterious Immortal King underfoot. A stream of black blood gushed out from under Brent's foot. Another mysterious Immortal King had been killed. Meanwhile, the last remaining mysterious Immortal King flashed toward the chaotic region. He was now within sight of its entrance. The exit. His eyes lit up with joy, trembling with excitement. He was finally going to escape this place. He had come here with utmost confidence, thinking of this place as nothing more than a playground for amusement, boasting that they would annihilate all life here. 9 mysterious Immortal Kings, hundreds of immortal spirits, countless troops of the bizarre army, coupled with the unparalleled First Slaughter Formation, the xiuxian formation. Such formidable power, what could possibly stop them? Destroying the mere mortals of this small 3 realms should have been effortless. But now, all the events here had left him shaken to the core. Countless bizarre troops had been completely wiped out without a single survivor. Hundreds of mysterious immortal spirits had all perished. Even they, these supreme beings standing at the peak of power, had been reduced to just one survivor. It all seemed like a dream, a nightmare. The mysterious Immortal King shook his head. He knew this wasn't a dream. The 4 humiliated statues of kneeling mysterious Immortal Kings before Iron Blood City bore witness to it all. Thud! The void shook again, and the mysterious Immortal King's figure vanished, speeding towards the chaotic region. Upon returning, he would certainly report everything that happened here to the Hamiltons. An invincible being had emerged among the Hutchester race, possibly even reaching the 3rd heaven stage of Immortal King. This was a significant event, potentially impacting the grand sacrifice of this epic. After slaughtering so chestery of our immortal spirits, you still think you can escape? Brent's hair flew wildly as he flashed step after step, swiftly catching up to the mysterious Immortal King. He extended his right hand, fingers pointed like a sword, aimed directly at the mysterious Immortal King. Clang! The world trembled as infinite great principles shimmered at Brent's fingertips. Heavenly rules converged rapidly, forming a long sword glowing with 7 colors in an instant, stabbing straight towards the mysterious immortal king. The mysterious immortal king's face showed panic. Sensing the immense power echesterating from the sword behind him, waves of terror surged within him. Such an overwhelmingly powerful sword. If he didn't resist, he would likely be destroyed in one strike. Fight! Glancing at the entrance of the chaotic region just ahead, his expression turned resolute. Clenching his teeth, he roared angrily, ready to fight for survival. First, he pulled out a pitch-black puppet from his robes and spat a large mouthful of essence blood onto it. Then, he ripped part of his soul and merged it into the black puppet. The black puppet suddenly trembled, then opened its eyes. Its previously blank eyes instantly sparkled with vitality, and its face rapidly transformed into the appearance of Immortal King Esau. Go! After doing all this, Immortal King Esau immediately hurled the black puppet towards Brent's long sword and charged straight towards the chaotic region without looking back. Roar! The black puppet let out a howl, swelling rapidly in the wind until it resembled Immortal King Esau in every detail, even matching his aura. It wielded a dark red mace studded with wolf teeth, smashing it down heavily against the incoming rainbow-colored light arrow. Bang! Bang! Thunderous explosions echoed through the void, scattering fragments of black debris in all directions. With an unstoppable momentum, the 7-colored long sword shattered the black puppet's wolf-tooth mace, then pierced right through its body, emerging from the other side. A despairing cry of agony echoed from the chaotic region. In the end, that immortal King Esau could not evade Brent's 7-colored long sword, which pierced his body, causing black blood to spurt out. Boom! The 7-colored long sword dragged the immortal king, emitting a rainbow glow as it plunged into the chaotic region, crashing through its entrance. Kaboom! Shortly after, a violent explosion resounded from inside, sending out large amounts of black mist from the entrance. Brent's expression was cold. He retracted his right hand and slowly walked toward the chaotic region. He wanted to see what exactly existed inside this chaotic region. Immortal King Esau and the Chestery other immortal spirits were also filled with curiosity, following closely behind Brent as they flew toward the chaotic region. For countless years, they had resisted, knowing only that the chaotic region constantly produced large numbers of bizarre creatures, but never knowing what the inside of the chaotic region was like. Now, all these mysteries would soon be revealed. Chapter 238: The World Within the Chaotic Region. Bang! The void trembled. Brent's face was stern, his long hair flying as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and took a step into the chaotic region. Jerry and the rest of the immortal spirits followed closely behind, entering the chaotic region. So, this is what it looks like inside the chaotic region. Jerry raised his eyes to look around. His lips quivered slightly, a trace of sorrow flickering in his gaze. The others who saw the scene within the chaotic region also wore looks of sadness on their faces, while at the same time emitting an intense hatred. Within the entire chaotic region lay a broken great world. Through the fluctuations of the original essence here, everyone knew that this broken great world, like the Wonderland great world, was a fragment that had splintered off from the xuanhuan great world during the devastating battle back then. Now, within this ruined great world, all signs of life were extinguished. It was desolate, strewn with corpses. The ground was pitch black, and a heavy, eerie aura permeated everywhere. Those cities which were once flourishing now only remained as ruins, utterly destroyed. Beneath the city walls, Hutchester bones piled up like small mountains. Many of these bones had eroded over countless years, turning into bone powder. Traces left on the city walls clearly showed that the beings of this great world had once fought fiercely against the anomalies. However, the outcome was foreseeable. The Hutchesters here had failed. The anomalies actually slaughtered all the living beings in this broken great world. How I hate this. This lifetime, I will never stop until every anomaly is dead. Many Hutchester immortal spirits roared in anguish. They looked at the tragic scenes before them, their eyes bloodshot, fists clenched, trembling with deep-seated hatred. Anomalies. Looking at this desolate scene, Brent's expression was grim. The killing intent echesterating from him was like ice, freezing the sky. The Hutchesters who originally dwelled in this broken world must have been numerous, yet they were all butchered by the anomalies. It was such a painful sight. Sharp ray shot from Brent's eyes as he abruptly looked up towards a massive crater ahead. That huge crater was formed when his 7-colored sword pierced through the body of an anomaly immortal king and exploded here. Though silent now, his divine sense detected something abnormal there. Faint grayish mist was slowly dispersing and gradually merging with the surrounding eerie aura. To slaughter so Chestery of our Hutchester race, and you still wish to escape? Brent shouted, his face cold, flashing next to the pit. He then reached out, grabbing all the black mist before him and fiercely clenched his fist. No. The thread of black mist twisted and struggled violently. Streams of black sword light surged wildly around it, and within the mist flashed the face of the last surviving anomaly immortal king. Panic and despair filled the anomaly immortal king's eyes. He, who had ruled supreme for countless years, could not believe he would die here. Go down below and atone for your sins to the souls of this great world. Brent shouted in anger, his eyes icy with intense hatred. With that, he crushed the remnant soul of the anomaly immortal king in his hand. PFT. Unconscious black mist spewed from between Brent's fingers, igniting instantly in the fury of his blazing eyes, burning away entirely. We should go deeper and see. Brent lifted his head, looking toward the depths of this broken great world, and stepped forward. The Wonderland great world was located at a special juncture, surrounded by impenetrable defenses. The anomalies couldn't attack from any other direction. But this chaotic region contained only a fragment of a great world. Over the years, the anomalies kept emerging from here to attack the Wonderland great world. Where did they get so Chestery anomaly creatures? The only explanation was that this broken great world must be connected to the outside world. The endless stream of anomalies must have come from outside. Therefore, if they found the connection point between this broken great world and the outside, they could all escape from here. Wonderland great world. Finally, this day has come. Finally, we can return. All the Xiuxian immortal spirits understood this. Excitement shone on their faces as they quickly followed Brent into the depths of the area. Bam! Bam! Thunderous explosions echoed through this great world. Brent and the numerous Xiuxian immortal spirits charged forward recklessly, racing towards the depths at full speed. Throughout this ruined great world, remnants of formations were scattered everywhere, not only underground but also in the sky. Clearly, the Xiuxian beings left behind in this shattered domain had prepared for total annihilation when facing the massacre by the anomalies. They arranged formations across all areas, harnessing the power of the entire great world, choosing to fight to the death. Now, traces of their fierce resistance remained. Moreover, the anomalies, after camping here for countless years, also laid down chesterly powerful formations, covering vast areas and dividing the whole great world into countless sections. Though Brent and his group had entered this great world, their divine senses were obstructed by these layered formations, unable to detect what existed deep within this domain. Therefore, they could only destroy these obstructions layer by layer, continuously advancing towards the depths. Boom! Soon after, a massive tremor shook heaven and earth, accompanied by blinding light. A loud explosion echoed through the entire domain. A superformation that split the great world into two halves was shattered by Brent's palm, disintegrating into countless fragments. As the formation crumbled, the scenery behind it gradually revealed itself. Massive cities appeared on the land. These turned out to be the anomaly army's camps in this great world. The cities were brightly lit, with towering structures on the city walls, emitting a heavy and cold aura. Additionally, chesterly anomaly beings guarded the cities, vigilantly monitoring everything. Is this the base of the anomaly army? These beasts actually used our Xiuxian bones and flesh to build the cities. I will kill every single one of these beasts and avenge the souls of this great world. Kill. Revenge. Many Xiuxian immortal spirits, looking at those cities built from Xiuxian flesh and blood, could not contain their rage. Their eyes instantly turned red as they roared, filled with overwhelming hatred, rushing forward swiftly. Brent's face was icy, his eyes shooting cold beams. Watching all this, he felt immense hatred filling his heart. Countless fallen heroes of the Xiuxian race had been so humiliated by the anomalies. How could he not be furious? At this moment, his anger soared to the heavens, burning through the sky. Thud! Thud! Heavy footsteps resounded in the sky. These were Brent's steps. He was like a killing god walking out of hell, ready to annihilate everything. All anomaly beings would die? Chapter 239 The Creepy Camp. Countless creepy creatures all quickly raised their heads to look at the sky after hearing the thunderous sound throughout the entire world. What? Those are Xiuxian creatures. Our clan's 9 immortal kings led countless troops and should have exterminated those ants in the 3 realms. Why would they attack here? Could it be that our clan was defeated, and they fled here in panic? All the creepy creatures looked shocked. They saw chesterly Xiuxian creatures roaring furiously and charging toward them rapidly. Haha. To dare intrude into the army of my creepy clan is simply courting death. Hurry. Activate the formation. Suppress them. Kill. They're just ants. Annihilate them. In an instant, all the creepy cities were glowing with dark light, a huge black shield enveloping the entire city. Immediately afterward, blood-red beams shot up into the sky like long spears piercing towards all the Xiuxian immortals. Kill. A Xiuxian immortal roared, slashing his sword to shatter the blood-red beam shooting at him, then again slashed towards the city before him. Buzz. The enormous sword glow was like a cleaving blade, tearing through the void, carrying a fierce momentum as it fell urgently. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed in the sky. An eerie immortal rushed out from the creepy city, wielding a massive bone hammer. He shattered the sword glow and ascended against the heavens, killing towards that Xiuxian immortal. Following that eerie immortal, several more emerged from the city, rapidly attacking the Xiuxian immortals. Moreover, behind this city, dozens of other cities released numerous eerie immortals who surged upwards, rushing to attack. Clang. And at this moment, a loud sound resonated from deep within the cities, shaking the entire sky. Powerful auras surged like storms, swiftly spreading across the entire world. From the depths, 5 thick black beams pierced through the clouds, shooting up from the ground. These were 5 eerie immortal kings awakening from their slumber, surging upwards and rushing here rapidly. Haha, foolish ants, daring to attack here. You're truly courting death. Today, you shall come but not return, dying here completely. My magical artifact just lacks a powerful soul. Since you've come uninvited, I can't refuse. Many eerie immortals laughed wildly, their eyes gleaming coldly, emitting creepy auras that soared into the sky as they cruelly watched the Xiuxian immortals. Especially when they sensed the numerous eerie immortals behind them and the 5 lofty eerie immortal kings swiftly coming to their aid, their smiles grew wider, even distorting their faces. Kill. I will slaughter all you beasts and avenge our fallen warriors. Numerous Xiuxian immortals roared. Despite being outnumbered, they charged fearlessly towards the eerie immortals. Brent also stepped forward, his expression stern. With a sweep of his sleeves, he swept away several eerie false immortals, then with a slight shake, annihilated them completely. Subsequently, 2 beams of light shot from his eyes, disintegrating 2 more eerie false immortals. Then he raised his hand to seize an eerie true immortal attacking here. Crack. Brent's large hand pierced through the void, directly grabbing the face of that eerie true immortal. In an instant, Brent deformed the true immortal's face, shattering all bones in his skull, causing his nose and eyes to explode. PHT. That eerie true immortal struggled frantically in pain, his entire body radiating endless dark light, his hands turning into long knives slashing towards Brent. Buzz. Buzz. On the ground, seeing Brent mercilessly kill their immortals, the creepy creatures in the cities immediately fired dozens of beams straight at Brent, trying to suppress and kill him. Stop. If you dare kill him, I will exterminate you 8 times over. The 5 eerie immortal kings roared, having seen Brent massacring their kind. They angrily yelled, attempting to intimidate Brent. At the same time, they flashed and rushed here rapidly. Humph. If you want to kill me, then come and try. Brent's gaze was cold, his body radiating sky-reaching killing intent. He casually smashed that eerie true immortal into the nearby creepy city. No. Boom. A tremendous roar followed, dust rose, black mist surged, and cries of agony echoed continuously. That true immortal was like a fallen star, burning with fierce flames as he directly smashed the entire eerie city into pieces. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth had shattered, lava spewed forth, and on the ground, a massive city was utterly destroyed by the blow. Countless eerie creatures screamed in agony, unable to escape in time, all of them being shaken to bits by the violent shockwave, turning into powder. And that eerie true immortal could not survive either. His body burning. After struggling a few times, he finally perished, turning into a pile of ashes. After finishing all this, Brent raised his cold eyes to look at another eerie true immortal ahead. At that moment, that eerie true immortal was laughing hysterically. He held a black gold spear in hand, suppressing a Hutchester void immortal, his eyes filled with cruel light. Hutchester Ant, how dare you fight me? Go to hell. After you die, I will refine your flesh and blood into my magical artifact. The long sword in my hand is refined from the flesh and blood of your Hutchester immortals. Now, it's perfect for you to gather here. That eerie true immortal laughed loudly and slashed fiercely with his sword, directly hurling the Hutchester immortal away. PHT. The Hutchester immortal's face turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward from the blow. Eerie immortal, you son of a bitch. The Hutchester immortal roared in anger. Hearing the mockery of the eerie immortal, how could he not be enraged? How could he not hate deeply? He forcefully stopped his retreating body, gritting his teeth and attacking the eerie true immortal again. Even if he died, he would make the other pay dearly in blood. Rest assured in death. The eerie true immortal laughed coldly, his long sword emitting a sharp killing intent, descending heavily towards the Hutchester heart. Just then, the void cracked open, and Brent walked out of the void, arriving before the eerie true immortal. It's you who boasts of refining the remains of our Hutchester immortals? Then I'll refine you first. Brent's gaze was cold, standing high above. He looked down coldly at the eerie true immortal below, then stomped down heavily. Chapter 240. What nonsense, eerie immortal king? I'm killing you. You. An immortal king of the Hutchester race. The eerie true immortal's expression changed drastically. He panicked and glanced at Brent, then slowly retreated before fleeing towards the eerie city without looking back. Don't run. Die here. Brent spoke softly. His massive foot tore through heaven and earth, stomping directly onto the eerie true immortal's face, smashing him into the ground. Our clan's immortal king, save me. The eerie true immortal screamed and struggled wildly. His face was flattened by Brent's stomp, his eyeballs burst out, and he begged for help with his soul alone. Stop immediately. Die for me. 5 eerie immortal kings had already rushed forward, roaring in rage as dark light surged from their bodies, launching waves of attacks at Brent. Wail. Instantly, heaven and earth howled. The 5 eerie immortal kings' attacks resembled rivers of stars that covered the sky, rushing down urgently at Brent. Brent remained unperturbed, cold, and stern. Stepping on the eerie true immortal, he plummeted straight towards an eerie city. Wail. The void shattered, torn apart into huge rifts. Brent's foot, like divine punishment during the end times, trampled over the eerie true immortal, covering the entire city beneath it. No. Our clan's immortal king. Countless eerie creatures revealed expressions of terror and despair, fleeing frantically within the city, trying to escape. However, the surroundings were already sealed off, leaving them to watch helplessly as a pair of heavy-feeling feet descended rapidly above them. Boom. Another deafening explosion resounded. The earth trembled endlessly, and blood spurted. The entire city was destroyed under Brent's single stomp, all eerie creatures shattering into pieces. A sharp and miserable cry echoed from under Brent's foot. It came from the eerie true immortal. His face was twisted in agony, his body convulsing, enduring the most brutal torture. Numerous runes and grand Tao rules enveloped his body, while nameless flames emerged from within him, burning large amounts of flesh. In mere breaths, he was refined by Brent into a bloody long spear. Then, Brent lifted the spear from underfoot with a cold expression and raised it, piercing towards the sky. No. The eerie true immortal screamed in despair. His wisdom wasn't destroyed by Brent, but was confined within the bloody spear. He writhed crazily inside the spear, yet couldn't break free. He could only stare with wide eyes as he watched the spear plunge heavily towards the star rivers above the sky. Boom. A violent explosion roared across the sky, accompanied by a glaring blood-colored light. The 5 descending star rivers collided fiercely with the spear, exploding violently. In an instant, the void shattered, chaotic energy dispersed, and a massive hole appeared in the sky, where everything vanished. How dare you slaughter my clan's immortals? I will destroy you. A mere Hutchester race can't withstand our clan's wrath. 2 immortal kings roared furiously, their eyes brimming with anger as they rushed towards Brent. It had always been about them killing Hutchester immortals. How could Hutchesters dare to slaughter members of the eerie race? Dark light bloomed in the void. One eerie immortal king shouted, lifting both hands to strike Brent with a guillotine. At the same time, another immortal king roared and sent a huge guillotine platform towards Brent. Instantly, the guillotine and platform formed a mysterious connection. Clack. The 2 immortal artifacts resonated, countless rules shot out. The entire world resembled a scroll, with the guillotine transforming into scissors, severing a large piece of space from this broken world. Clang. The severed space vibrated slightly, accompanied by thunderous explosions and dancing fragments of time. The guillotine acted like a heavenly cleaving blade, aiming to obliterate everything within the scroll. Attempting to trap me with a mere broken space. What delusions! The place I stand is the center of heaven and earth. All rules bow before me. Brent's eyes emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, he shattered everything, stepping out of the scroll. In the next moment, Brent lifted his head again. His long hair danced wildly as his form expanded, stomping on the guillotine platform, pointing at the sky and slashing towards the descending guillotine. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded across the sky, and the guillotine was directly snapped by Brent's 2 fingers, shattering into pieces. Without any pause, Brent's palm struck out again towards the eerie immortal king. What? The xianxia execution platform is actually shattered. How is this possible? The 2 eerie immortal kings were greatly shocked, their faces filled with disbelief as they looked at the shattered execution platform, then raised their heads in shock to look at Brent. The execution platform was their masterpiece refined over Chestery years, stained with the blood of Huchester immortal kings, and already imbued with the spirit, making it incredibly hard. An immortal king of the first layer of power should absolutely not be able to shatter it. The only explanation was that the opponent was too strong, far surpassing them. Only now did they realize that these Huchester immortal spirits likely didn't flee here in panic from their eerie immortal king's pursuit. They probably fought through their eerie armies to get here. Otherwise, why hadn't the other 9 eerie immortal kings come to their aid, forming an encirclement to completely annihilate these Huchester immortal spirits? Could it be that our clan's 9 eerie immortal kings have all? The 2 eerie immortal kings were terrified, breaking out in cold sweat, this terrifying thought surfacing in their minds. But it was too late for regrets now. The opponent's palm had pierced through the void, breaking the river of time, already reaching before him. I am the supreme and unparalleled immortal king of the eerie race. How dare you insult me like this? The eerie immortal king roared furiously, his eyes filled with murderous intent and anger. To think the opponent would so despise him as to raise a palm to strike him. This was sheer humiliation. No matter how powerful the opponent was, he didn't believe they could kill him with one strike. Kill! The eerie immortal king screamed, emitting a sky-piercing eerie aura from his body. He clenched his hands into fists and pounded heavily towards Brent's palm. At the same time, the eerie immortal king who had originally cast the guillotine platform held a dark red spear, stabbing straight towards Brent from behind. Moreover, the other 3 eerie immortal kings also realized Brent's strength and attempted to join in, trying to surround and kill him. But they were blocked by the immortal king Esau and other Huchester immortal kings, unable to get close for the time being. What nonsense, eerie immortal king, I'm killing you. Brent roared, his expression stern, gaze icy. Not only did his extended palm not stop, but it grew even stronger, striking fiercely towards the eerie immortal king. Chapter 241, Slaying the Mysterious Immortal King Like Weeding. Whoosh! Brent's palm, integrated with 10,000 Tao, emitted a blinding light, as if he were an omnipotent being. It pierced through all illusions and froze space, gently moving towards the head of the mysterious immortal king. At that moment, time in the entire space seemed to freeze, and everyone's movements slowed down to an extreme. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded. Brent's palm struck the face of the mysterious immortal king, instantly shattering his skull and tearing apart his body, leaving behind streams of black blood. The mysterious immortal king screamed in agony as flames raged on his body. His desperate struggles tore through the void, and he fell heavily into a mysterious city. Boom! Flames soared to the sky, the earth surged like waves, towering city walls cracked and crumbled instantly. A vast city was obliterated in mere breaths, replaced by a colossal crater miles wide. Cough, cough. Intense coughing echoed from the depths of the crater. The mysterious immortal king quickly repaired his shattered body, clutching his chest and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, trying to surge out. But just as he raised his head, he saw a massive foot shimmering before him, stepping down on his head again, smashing into the ground. How dare you? The mysterious immortal king roared in despair, his eyes bleeding, radiating a fierce aura, desperately attempting to retaliate. Brent did not speak, only gazed coldly at the mysterious immortal king beneath his foot. Without giving him any chance to act, his glowing foot instantly crushed the mysterious immortal king into fragments. A heart-wrenching scream came from under Brent's foot. This time, the mysterious immortal king had no chance to reform. His soul was melted by Brent, incinerated completely, utterly destroyed. Die! At this moment, an extremely icy voice sounded from behind Brent. It was another mysterious immortal king who had been watching, silently approaching during Brent's fight, now striking like a venomous snake. Roar! The dark red spear in his hand roared, opening its terrifying mouth to swallow Brent whole. I sensed you long ago. Why do you only show up now? Brent's gaze turned cold, and he abruptly turned around, slapping towards the attacker behind him. Bang! The dark red spear shattered under Brent's palm, oozing out pools of dark blood, within which malevolent souls screamed. The spear-wielding mysterious immortal king staggered back, blood trickling from his mouth, looking at Brent in fear, then turned to flee. Don't go. You will die here too. Brent's eyes shot beams of light, shattering the dark blood inside the spear. Then, with a sudden step forward, he extended both palms, capturing the fleeing mysterious immortal king. Whoosh! The massive palms howled, swelling in the wind like giant bulls, covering the sky, enveloping the mysterious immortal king between them. No! Quick, summon our Hamilton. The mysterious immortal king screamed in terror, his eyes filled with panic. He struggled wildly, emitting boundless eerie energy, striking frantically at Brent's palms, trying to break free. Clang! Brent's palms lightly trembled, melting a piece of space into a small, egg-sized sphere suspended between his palms. Inside the sphere, the mysterious immortal king continued his frantic struggle. Brent's expression remained cold. He did not even glance at the light ball in his hands before crushing it, and stepping toward the remaining mysterious immortal kings. Boom! Blinding light burst from the gaps in Brent's palms, mingled with blood and black mist. Another mysterious immortal king died by Brent's hand. With a casual shake, Brent brushed off the ashes from his hand. What? Another of our immortal kings has fallen. How is this possible? He killed 2 of our immortal kings in succession. The remaining 3 mysterious immortal kings stared at Brent in shock, visibly shaken, their expressions revealing signs of panic. Because after killing 2 of their immortal kings, Brent was advancing towards them again. Where are the Hamiltons of our clan? Although he was guarding that dark prison, such a huge commotion should have awakened him long ago. The realm of this xiuxian immortal spirit must have reached the second level of immortal king, perhaps even the third. We cannot stop him at all. The three mysterious immortal kings each showed signs of panic on their faces. Now blocked by three xiuxian immortal kings, they could not escape in the short term, and Brent was about to reach them. If they delayed any longer, they would all die here. Boom, boom. Space trembled as Brent's gaze turned cold. He strode slowly through space with his hands behind his back, emitting strands of strange great Dao rules from under his feet, rapidly spreading outwards. Spurt. Countless Dao rules sliced down like heavenly blades, cutting into those bizarre immortal spirits and tearing apart their souls. Bang, bang. Explosive sounds echoed across the sky. With the arrival of the rules, those mysterious lesser immortals had no chance to resist and exploded instantly. The genuine immortals among them couldn't withstand the shockwaves either, screaming in agony as they shattered into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. In mere breaths, dozens of bizarre immortal spirits were extinguished by Brent without a trace. This. Escape quickly. Our clan's immortal king, save me. The remaining bizarre immortal spirits were terrified, their faces full of fear. What terrifying existence was this? With just a snap of fingers, no, even without moving a finger, he had exterminated dozens of their kind. How could they possibly resist? Instantly, Chestery of the bizarre immortal spirits, seeing Brent approach them, were scared speechless. They abandoned the xiuxian immortal spirits, preferring to suffer heavy injuries rather than stay, desperately trying to flee. Our xiuxian immortal king. Too powerful. Even the xiuxian immortal spirits watching Brent's dominance were stunned. They had never seen such an overwhelmingly strong xiuxian warrior who could slaughter the bizarre immortal spirits as easily as weeding. Even when killing mysterious immortal kings, it was like slaughtering chickens or dogs, so simple and effortless. These scenes left them deeply shocked. Boom. Just then, a thunderclap exploded across the sky of this broken world, followed by intense shaking throughout the entire ruined great world. Chapter 242. Did I let you go? Rumble. Heavenly thunder roared, sinister winds howled furiously, and the void was torn asunder once more. The earth shook, and in an instant, the entire world became unpredictable. Many xiuxian immortals lifted their heads, looking up at the sky in terror. Their bodies felt inexplicably tense, their souls trembling, a thick sense of impending doom emerging from within. What's happening? Countless bizarre creatures also looked up in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion and panic. Crack, crack. The terrifying changes continued. Temperatures plummeted sharply, and space hardened like immortal gold. Strands as dark as ink appeared in the sky, weaving into a massive net. The ground shook violently, the sky churned like boiling water, resembling the end of the world. A gigantic formation array abruptly appeared before everyone's eyes, covering the entire broken world. 10,000 Dao rules flickered, refining everything. Wail. Eerie, piercing howls echoed through the clouds, endless black strands enveloping the entire heaven and earth. In a blink, the entire great realm turned into a colossal alchemy furnace, being roasted by blazing flames. The xiuxian immortals actually dared to intrude here. A loud, furious roar came from the sky, its voice like thunder, exploding in some nameless place. This was one of the elders of the bizarre race. He had hidden for so long, all for this moment. Boom, boom. Balls of blazing fire silently appeared above the sky, their temperature unimaginably high, scorching the void, akin to huge meteors hurtling toward the xiuxian immortals. Clang. Not only that, but thick black lightning bolts at the top of the formation array, interwoven with countless sword beams and blades, rained down wildly. Also, countless black strands in the void shone simultaneously, forming massive sealing rules that descended upon the xiuxian immortals. He intended to refine and kill all xiuxian immortals. These bizarre ones actually refined the entire broken great realm. They must have planned this long ago, otherwise, we would have sensed it. The Chestery xiuxian immortals looked up at the sky in shock, their faces showing fear. They had just escaped the xiuxian formation not long ago. Now they had fallen into another trap laid by the bizarre ones. It wasn't their negligence, it was because the bizarre ones had set up the formation in the outer heavens, beyond the boundless void, making it undetectable. Moreover, the power emitted by this formation array felt almost no weaker than the xiuxian formation, and perhaps even more deadly. Even Jerry and others turned pale, their brows tightly knitted. But now, it was too late to talk. The only solution was to break out as quickly as possible. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared above the sky, endless attacks pouring down like heavy rain. Many xiuxian immortals glowed with intense spiritual energy, struggling to resist the myriad attacks raining from the sky. A xiuxian immortal at the void immortal stage spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, stumbling backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Had it not been for a true immortal beside him blocking a heavenly thunderbolt, he would have been reduced to ashes by then. This was just the instant when the formation was activated, yet already some immortals couldn't withstand it. No one dared to imagine what would happen if they stayed here any longer. Boom. Brent suddenly stepped forward, his figure expanding rapidly. Raising his hand to the sky, he supported all the attacks, keeping them aloft. Such a powerful formation, unexpectedly set up by the bizarre ones, caught him off guard. But if they thought they could kill him with just a formation, they were delusional. He had fought even the first killing formation in history, the xiuxian formation. Why should he fear this? In an instant, he figured out how to break the situation. Standing 100,000 feet tall, Brent supported the sky with one hand while gesturing with the other, channeling 10,000 Dao and condensing runes. Rumble. Thunder roared, lightning bolts still striking wildly, the glaring light almost blinding everyone. This is our elders' formation, intending to refine all xiuxian immortals together. What grand ambition. Not even we knew that this broken great realm had such a heaven-connecting formation set up beforehand. This time, all xiuxian immortals will be hard-pressed to escape death. The three bizarre immortal kings laughed heartily. They broke free from the restraints of Jerry and others, watching the scene from afar with cold eyes. Invisible rule forces enveloped them, trying to lead them away from this place. Furthermore, the strange creatures within the eerie cities on the ground also had runes blossoming on their bodies, as if they were about to fade into the void. The Xiuxian immortals destroyed our 7 cities and exterminated tens of millions of lives. Even 2 immortal kings perished. Our bizarre race has truly suffered heavy losses. Our Hamiltons must kill all of them. We will imprison their souls in the 10,000-mile-long river of souls, suffering eternal torment. Countless strange creatures looked up at the sky, where Xiuxian immortals hovered. Their eyes brimmed with venom and hatred. At this moment, they were slowly rising into the air, protected by the formation array. Their figures flickered, about to disappear from this location. The strange creatures are being transported by the formation and are trying to escape. Quickly stop them. Even if you will eventually be trapped and die in the formation, you won't leave here alive. Several true immortals of the Xiuxian race saw the strange creatures leaving and roared with anger. They launched fierce attacks to try to stop them. Clang, clang. Dozens of blinding sword beams tore through the heavens, roaring towards the eerie creatures in the cities. Boom, boom. Deafening sounds rang out as all the sword beams exploded in the sky. Buzz. A massive towering light barrier appeared above the strange creatures, blocking all the attacks. Haha. Pitiful Xiuxian immortals, you think you can break through the formation's defense? What a daydream. I will watch you all suffer miserably in the formation. This is the price for defying our bizarre race. Countless strange creatures laughed wildly, seeing that the Xiuxian immortals couldn't break through the formation's defenses or do anything to them. Then, the void trembled, and the strange creatures in dozens of cities quickly vanished from their original positions, fading into the void, about to be led away. Humph. You want to escape? Did I let you go? Brent's face was stern, his expression calm as he looked down at all the strange creatures beneath him. His towering figure resembled an immortal deity, exuding a powerful aura that momentarily halted the thunder in the sky. Then, Brent slowly extended his left hand, reaching towards the void beneath him, and suddenly grabbed. Chapter 243, Borrow Your Blood and Bones for a Moment. A gigantic palm emerged, covering the sky and blotting out the sun, overshadowing vast expanses of void, encompassing all the mysterious cities beneath it. Rumble. Deafening explosions echoed as dozens of strange cities crumbled in an instant. The ground fractured, forming a colossal abyss. Not only that, but the void itself seemed to freeze, cracking open with tearing sounds before shattering completely. PHT. No, this is... Instantaneously, countless eerie figures screamed as they fell from the void, their faces etched with terror and panic, drenched in blood, eyes wide with fear. Even more bizarre creatures were torn apart by immense force at the moment of the void's rupture, turning into shredded flesh falling from the sky. Cough. This can't be happening. How could he? The 3 Glen were also stunned, staggering backward, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, clutching their chests, gravely wounded, disbelief clouding their eyes. They had clearly been transported away by the array, hidden within the void where nothing should have been able to obstruct them. Yet now, they and everyone else were forcibly expelled from the void by a single blow. This was shocking beyond words. You always use our Xiuxian race's souls and flesh to create all kinds of vile magical artifacts and arrays. Today, I will borrow your blood, flesh, and souls for a moment. Brent roared, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. Standing tall between heaven and earth, he withstood all the attacks descending from the heavens on his shoulders, then extended both hands, piercing through the void to grab all the strange creatures. The heavens groaned. Brent's palms grew exponentially against the wind, covering all the strange creatures before rapidly closing together. No, stop it quickly. Our immortal king, save us. All the strange creatures looked up at the sky-high palms descending upon them with despair on their faces, screaming in horror. Even the 3 Glen turned deathly pale, fear evident in their expressions, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Kill. The 3 Glen howled frantically, combining their strength to unleash wave after wave of attacks at Brent in a desperate fight. In a final bid for survival, they spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood, hurling their life-cultivated immortal artifacts towards Brent's palms. Beyond that, countless other strange creatures, led by dozens of strange immortal spirits, also fought to the death, roaring and launching attacks in a desperate attempt to break free from Brent's grip. Stop. A voice filled with shock and anger resounded from the heavens. The hidden barker couldn't believe that someone could intercept the array's transportation, collapsing the void and expelling all the strange creatures. The power of this person even made him feel a twinge of fear. He resolved that no matter what, he mustn't let this person breach the array. Rumble. The heavens shook as the barker roared, going berserk. Dark light surged around him as he continuously cast hand seals, controlling the array to amplify its power to the maximum. Instantly, endless attacks filled the sky, dense and fierce. The world descended into chaos, engulfed in confusion, as if it were returning to its primordial state. This was due to the endless barrage of attacks. Fairy King Esau and others stood beside Brent, watching the overwhelming assault fill the sky. Their eyes were wide with shock, and cold sweat poured down their faces. If they faced such a terrifying attack, they wouldn't last more than a few breaths before being reduced to ashes. Indeed, the attacks outside the array were so powerful that the heavens seemed to regress to their primal state. Everyone looked at Brent in astonishment. He can still hold on. Many silently swallowed their saliva, eyes wide, awestruck by Brent's strength. Brent's power was simply beyond their comprehension. Until now, Brent remained calm, standing firm on the earth, head held high, without any signs of fear or exhaustion. Boom! A massive tremor rippled through the ground, stirring up boundless clouds of dust. Brent's right foot stomped forcefully, releasing an immensely powerful aura from his body, striking upwards towards the heavens above. Boom! The sky directly exploded above, and the endless attacks were shattered by his aura, bursting into splendid fireworks in the sky. That aura continued to surge forward, eventually striking the array. Clang! A deafening sound echoed as the array shaped like a pill furnace shook violently. Countless black threads snapped, and even the blazing flames around the pill furnace flickered and seemed to weaken somewhat. PHT. The Hamilton of the strange race spat out a mouthful of blood, struck by the backlash of the array. His originally seated body lost its balance and collapsed onto the ground, revealing a look of horror on his face. After doing all this, Brent slowly lowered his head, his expression cold as he gazed at the boundless strange creatures between his palms. Then he lightly shook his hands, unleashing countless runes that pressed down fiercely. PHT. In an instant, shrill screams resounded throughout heaven and earth. Countless strange creatures burst apart under Brent's palms, turning into endless blood and bones. Even the true immortals couldn't resist, their bodies cracking with streams of blood spewing forth before exploding with agonized screams. No, the three Glens screamed in despair, still desperately struggling. Their combined attacks were instantly shattered by the palms, and even the immortal artifacts they wielded failed to slow the palms down by a hairbreadth, shattering one after another. At this moment, only the three immortal kings remained in the struggle among the countless strange creatures, while all other beings had perished. Stop resisting. After exterminating all life in our Hutchester race's great world, you will all die here to accompany them. Brent roared furiously, his long hair flying, eyes shooting icy gazes. His palms merged with myriad laws, and then pressed together fiercely. Accompanied by a scream, Brent's palms collided heavily, crushing the three Glen, completely disintegrating them. A light tremor echoed as Brent's palms shimmered with blinding light. He refined all the strange creatures' blood and bones, using their souls as guides, turning them into a black spear, which he then thrust fiercely towards the sky. Chapter 244, The Wrath of Endless Beings. The long spear was as thick as a surging river, piercing the air with a sharp whistling sound and carrying immense force. It struck heavily against the boundary of the formation. Bang! A muffled sound came from the sky, echoing throughout the vast expanse. The entire formation shook violently, its light flickering on and off. Attacks within the formation suddenly halted. Massive lightning bolts and blinding spears vanished without a trace. Hold it back. The strange old Chester sitting atop the formation roared in panic. His large eyes bulged, and his hands continuously formed seals to concentrate all the power of the formation into resisting Brent's spear. The long spear emitted a terrifying aura, condensed from the blood and bones of countless strange beings. It seemed to have gained a will of its own, roaring as it struggled against the boundary of the formation. Crack, crack. The sounds of shattering continued endlessly, like mountains collapsing, hammering away at the heart of the strange old Chester, causing cold sweat to pour down his forehead. Suppressed. The strange old Chester roared again, his eyes shooting out eerie glares. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of black blood onto the boundary of the formation, recklessly activating it in hopes of shattering the spear inside. Burst apart. A loud voice rang out. Brent's towering figure slowly stepped forward, ascending high into the sky. His gaze was cold, his expression stern. He raised his hand and slapped the tail of the spear. Roar! With Brent's enhancement, the spear instantly blazed with brilliant light, its momentum greatly increased. Like an arrow released from a bow, it roared as it pierced through the boundary of the formation. Boom! An intense explosion occurred in the sky. Wild energy surged through the heavens, shattering vast expanses of void. The explosive lights illuminated the dark sky. The entire formation was shattered by the spear, turning into countless fragments. At the same moment, a wail of pain echoed across the sky, accompanied by scattered showers of black blood. After shattering the formation, the spear did not dissipate but continued with undiminished force, directly striking the chest of the strange old Chester. With him, it crashed along the way, even smashing several stars, and finally fell heavily onto the boundless earth like a meteor. Rumble! The earth shook violently, dust rose everywhere, and countless miles of land were shattered. In a short time, large amounts of lava spewed out from underground, sweeping up into the sky, forming an endless sea of lava. PHT. The strange old Chester's eyes were filled with shock. Pale and weak, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. A gaping hole had been blasted through his chest, revealing light from both sides. Countless Tao rules shimmered around the wound, preventing it from healing. Cough, cough. Struggling to rise from the sea of lava, the strange old Chester looked around in panic, no longer daring to continue fighting. He turned to escape into the depths of this great world. The other party's strength far exceeded his expectations, too strong. He himself possessed peak strength at the second heaven realm of a mortal king, 1 foot already stepping into the third heaven realm's edge. Even with his prearranged formation, a cultivator at the middle stage of the third heaven realm of a mortal king couldn't easily break through it and fight their way out. Yet, from the time he activated the formation to capture the Hutchester immortal spirit until the formation shattered, it took less than 3 breaths of time. Absolutely terrifying. Could the opponent be at the peak of the third heaven realm of a mortal king or an immortal king giant? Thinking of this, Barker was drenched in cold sweat. Ignoring his grievous injuries, he tore through space, attempting to flee from here. Do you think you can escape? A cold voice appeared above the strange old Chester's head. Brent's gaze remained icy, filled with unyielding killing intent. Looking down at the strange old Chester, he lifted his foot and stomped down. You. The strange old Chester's eyes were filled with panic. Terrified, he stumbled backward, trying desperately to tear through space to escape. Bang, bang. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't create even a crack, sparks flying between his fingers and the void. Brent had already sealed off the surrounding space, harder than immortal gold, rendering it futile. Kill. Out of desperation, the strange old Chester roared, glaring at Brent with hatred. He hurled over a dozen immortal artifacts towards Brent and detonated them, hoping to shatter Brent's foot. At the same time, he frantically launched countless Tao rules, condensing strange energies into numerous spears that fiercely stabbed towards Brent. You truly deserve death. I will annihilate both your physical form and soul. Brent roared in fury, his expression icy cold, with fire nearly blazing from his eyes. The dozen immortal artifacts launched by Barker were all crafted from the bones of xiuxian immortal spirits and the souls of countless ordinary spirits. To forge a single such artifact required an ocean of xiuxian lives, their blood and bones. And Barker possessed more than 10. More than 10. How xiuxian lives had been slaughtered. Even the population of an entire great world would be hard-pressed to provide enough. It was difficult to imagine just how miserable the xiuxian race must have been through countless years of dark turmoil. How xiuxians had died at the hands of these strange beings. Each dark immortal artifact carried deep sorrow and despair. They echoed with the mournful screams of all xiuxian souls. Boom, boom. All the dark immortal artifacts were detonated by Barker. One by one, the dark immortal artifacts shattered, releasing terrifying energy that destroyed everything as they surged toward Brent. Who? The heavens roared, and the weather changed dramatically. Brent's towering figure stood like a deity. His stomping foot seemed to judge Barker's sins, rapidly descending upon him. Die! Brent's anger reached its peak. Boundless killing intent erupted from his body, sweeping even the stars in the heavens until they crumbled. Roar! At this moment, it seemed the wills of all deceased xiuxians awakened, resonating with Brent's foot, merging into one. Roar! Endless spirits of the xiuxian race appeared, forming rivers of stars that filled the sky. Countless gazes filled with hatred and rage fixated on Barker, roaring in unison, strengthening Brent's foot. Brent's foot trembled lightly, carrying the wills of all dead xiuxian spirits, shining with infinite light as it heavily stamped down on Barker. Chapter 245 Mysterious Power. Bang! Bang! All the attacks launched by the Hamilton of the Weird Clan were shattered by Brent's single stomp, exploding loudly. Even those dozen broken dark immortal artifacts failed to impede him in the slightest. Crack! Crack! Bone-breaking sounds kept echoing. Brent's powerful foot stomped through the palm that the Weird Clan Hamilton stretched out, then his arm, and finally his face. Yeah! The Hamilton screamed as his face was flattened by Brent and sunk into his skull, eyeballs flying out, blood spurting from every orifice. This wasn't the end. Brent, stepping on the Weird Clan Hamilton, slammed heavily from the sky down into the magma sea, stirring up towering waves. Bang! Bang! The earth shook. Stepping on the Weird Clan Hamilton, Brent traversed the magma sea, smashing countless rocks, delving deep into the earth for 10,000 feet, trampling until cracks spread all over the Hamilton's body, blood spurting everywhere. Spurt! Blackish blood gushed out of the collapsed head of the Weird Clan Hamilton as he struggled painfully. Only the remains of his thighs were left, hanging limply in the air. I am an Hamilton of the Weird Clan. If you kill me, my clan will pursue you relentlessly until one of us is dead. Even your descendants and kin will be completely wiped out. The Weird Clan Hamilton roared with his soul, threatening Brent while desperately trying to repair his own body, seeking a sliver of hope. Humph, let them try. One day, I'll invade your lair and exterminate all your kind. As for you, I never yield to threats. Once I decide to kill you, no one can stop me. Brent's voice was ice cold. He looked down at the Weird Clan Hamilton underfoot. A ball of light fused with myriad laws emerged from beneath his foot, then violently struck into the Hamilton's body. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded. The depths of the earth trembled without ceasing, endless ground sinking, collapsing, and sending up clouds of dust. Yeah! The Hamilton screamed again, suffering excruciating pain as his nearly restored body shattered once more, pieces of flesh scattered away. And this wasn't the end. With an icy expression, Brent sent dozens more orbs of light consecutively into the Hamilton's body, each causing internal explosions. In just a few seconds, the Hamilton's screams did not cease. His entire body was utterly destroyed, even his soul fractured and dimmed, severely damaged. Brent's expression remained cold, anger still flickering in his eyes. He reached out, grabbed the remnants of the Hamilton's soul, pinched his neck, and clenched it in his hand, beginning the process of refining. Yeah, no, continuous screams echoed. The Hamilton's soul suffered, eyes tightly shut, fragmented soul burning fiercely, spasming and screaming in agony as copious amounts of spiritual essence were extracted by Brent. Spurt! A stream of black smoke rose from Brent's palm, then slowly dissipated. The Weird Clan Hamilton was thoroughly refined to death by Brent. A brief silence settled over the deep earth. Oh, after a long time, a sigh could be heard here. Brent observed everything around him. Feeling the countless xiuxian spirits who seemed to be freed or avenged after seeing the Hamilton being killed, they gradually dispersed, leaving no trace behind. Thud! Thud! Brent slowly took steps, ascending from the depths of the earth, preparing to emerge. Suddenly, Brent frowned, stopping where he was. He slowly lifted his head, eyes shining brightly. Again like this. What is this power? A hint of mysterious force seeped into his body. Undetectable had his divine senses not been sharp. Though he detected it, no matter how he resisted, he couldn't prevent this power from infiltrating his body. Moreover, he found no source of this power within the surrounding realm, as if it appeared out of nowhere. Is someone targeting me from the shadows? The Weird Clan. Two eerie beams of light shot from Brent's eyes as he speculated. But he quickly shook his head, thinking it probably wasn't the Weird Clan. This power had first appeared when he eradicated a malevolent entity infused with the weird aura in the heavenly Een Mountains. It was then when he destroyed the soul tainted by the weird aura hidden deep within the Blood Buddha's soul. This power emerged between heaven and earth, then integrated into his body. Moreover, every time he exterminated the weird beings in the following period, this power would appear. In the Great Derivation Holy Land, in the Divine Fall Forbidden Area, in the Abyss of Spirit Creek Sect, and even here, whenever he exterminated weird creatures, a large amount of inexplicable power would invade his body. The more weird creatures he exterminated, the stronger the weird power was, the more this force appeared. Especially when he killed weird immortal kings, this power was particularly noticeable, as if it were waterfalls flowing into his body. Einothermore, apart from him being able to perceive this invisible force, no one else, not even immortal king realm cultivators, could detect it at all, as if it did not exist. For so long, Brent was very puzzled. He had never understood what this force really was. He had delved deeply into it before, flying into the sky, entering the unknown land, or sitting in meditation, looking inward, but found no source of this power. Brent judged that this power was not a conspiracy by the weirds, because this power was beneficial to him, developing in a positive direction. It was like the purest essence of immortal spirits, nurturing his immortal body, increasing his Tao level, seamlessly blending into his body, as if streams flowed into the sea. Over such a long time, his Tao level had increased significantly without his noticing, making his perception of the rules of heaven and earth much sharper. Compared to when he first stepped out of the primal Jinshu, he was several times stronger. If it's not the doing of the weird, then who could it be? Or is it some inherent mysterious power within this universe? Then, Brent slowly shook his head. He temporarily stopped thinking about it. As long as this invisible power did him no harm, he would put it aside for now and wait for a chance to investigate thoroughly later. Boom. The void trembled slightly as Brent's figure flashed, walking out from deep within the earth. Although the weird creatures had been exterminated, they still hadn't found the exit from this place. They needed to explore deeper into this ruined world.